Chapter 1. Orange Village, East Sea. Ron was oblivious to the circumstances that had befallen him. All he knew was that he had been struck by a speeding truck. When he regained consciousness, he found himself inexplicably adrift on the sea, ensnared by the currents and carried away towards an unknown destination. His body was utterly exhausted, rendering him incapable of swimming. He could only muster the slightest bit of strength to keep himself afloat, desperately avoiding sinking into the depths below. Despite his efforts, the intermittent waves would occasionally engulf him, causing him to swallow mouthfuls of seawater. This torment persisted, and within an hour, he was on the brink of complete physical collapse. Fortuitously, just as his strength was nearly depleted, an island emerged on the horizon. Though he felt drained, Ron summoned every ounce of his remaining energy and twisted his body, relying on the currents to drift towards the land. As the island drew closer, the instinct for survival ignited a flicker of strength within his nearly exhausted body, prompting him to paddle with his arms and propel himself toward the shore. With a resounding splash, Ron surged onto the beach, crashing onto the sand. Grains of it filled his mouth and nostrils, yet the elation of having survived washed away all discomfort. He managed to roll over, lying on his back, gasping for breath, his eyes reflecting a profound confusion. What place is this? How had he suddenly appeared on the sea? Ron struggled to piece together the fragmented memories, his mind clouded in chaos, as if crucial recollections were missing, and the more he pondered, the greater his headache became. Unable to recall how he found himself in this predicament, Ron ultimately abandoned the effort and began to survey his surroundings in an attempt to discern his location. However, all he could see was the shimmering surface of the sea and the golden sands, alongside some peculiar structures on the island behind him. Though they appeared vaguely familiar, he could not quite grasp where this place was. After much contemplation, his thoughts were gradually disrupted by an overwhelming hunger. I need to find something to eat. Pressing on his empty stomach, Ron pushed himself up, realizing that in his current state, failing to find sustenance would likely lead to his demise right there on the beach. Yet, before he could rise and venture towards the island, a figure appeared behind him, swiftly approaching. The being seized Ron's shirt with a powerful grip and began dragging him towards the island. Ron was startled, attempting to struggle, but the strength of that hand was immense. Even under normal circumstances, he would have found it impossible to break free, let alone in his current frail state, nearly on the verge of death. He tried to call out, but his voice emerged hoarse and feeble, barely forming a word that the assailant seemed not to hear. Cannibals? Savages? Such terrifying thoughts surged through his mind, and what horrified him further was that, when he managed to turn his head slightly, he caught a glimpse of the figure, a pale, purple hue to its skin, distinctly unlike that of a normal human. His gaze darted to the being's head, which bore not hair but strange appendages resembling tentacles, writhing incessantly. What on earth is this creature? Where am I? Ron's eyes widened in disbelief, a sense of incredulity washing over him as he tried to convince himself he was merely dreaming. Yet the intense pain of being dragged forward, the harsh friction of his skin against the ground, grounded him in the stark reality that this was no dream. Just as Ron mustered all his strength to resist, he was abruptly tossed aside by the purple creature, soaring through the air in an arcing motion before crashing into a courtyard. Captain Arlong, I found a human on the shore. Seems like he was washed up. The creature that had thrown Ron into the courtyard spoke, its language foreign to Ron, yet strangely comprehensible. The first word it uttered, Captain Arlong, struck Ron with a sense of eerie familiarity, filling his heart with a tumult of uncertainty, overshadowing even the pain from his fall. He struggled to turn his head, gazing towards the inner courtyard, where he spotted a figure both familiar and strange lounging on a deck chair. His eyes widened in astonishment. It was indeed him, Fishman Arlong. His appearance matched Ron's memories almost perfectly. So this is the world of One Piece. Ron squeezed his eyes tight, confirming he was not mistaken, excitement beginning to bubble within him. This was one of his favorite worlds, a place he had fantasized about countless times, and now he had truly arrived in this realm. Arlong, reclining in the chair, opened one eye and glanced at Ron on the ground. Washed ashore? This isn't some rescue shelter, you know? Well, according to our rules, it's 10,000 berries for a human. Fishman Ubi, observing Ron soaked and clad only in a shirt and shorts, remarked, this guy doesn't look like he can hide any money. Then kill him. Arlong spoke with a languid tone, clearly not expecting to extract any wealth from someone washed ashore. The casual exchange between Arlong and Ubi doused Ron's excitement with cold dread. Familiar with the plot, Ron understood that kill him was no mere jest. They truly intended to end his life in a brutal manner. Though elated to find himself in the world of One Piece, the unfolding events felt terribly wrong. To arrive only to die would be a tragic fate. He hadn't even had the chance to touch a devil fruit yet. Frantic thoughts raced through his mind as he sought a way to survive, but Ubi clearly had no intention of allowing Ron any time for contemplation. At that moment, Ron's body felt as if it were falling apart. Not only was escaping impossible, even the slightest struggle was a challenge. Moreover, even in peak condition, fleeing from Arlong, this monstrous fishman would be futile. Helplessly, he watched as Ubi raised his spiked club, ready to smash it down. Ron could barely move, managing only a slight shift of his arm. However, just as the club was about to descend, a clear voice rang out. Wait! Ubi instinctively slowed his motion, yet the club still descended toward Ron's head. He managed to tilt his neck just in time, narrowly avoiding becoming a headless knight. Struggling to turn his head toward the source of the voice, he beheld a girl of around 14 or 15 years old, with short orange hair. Petite and adorable recognition struck him immediately. Nami. She appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old. This meant that the current time was likely 3 or 4 years prior to Luffy's departure, and based on Nami's age, Ron deduced the approximate timeline, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Although Nami did not know him, given her character, she would probably not allow him to be killed by a fishman without reason. As long as he could survive, even if he had nothing, Ron felt confident in his ability to navigate this world based on his extensive knowledge of it, perhaps even thrive upon the seas. Ah, you're back, Arlong remarked as he sat up in his chair, a grin spreading across his face. If you hadn't returned soon, I would have sent someone to find you. Nami furrowed her brow, glancing at the prostrate Ron. At first, she assumed he was a villager from Kokoyashi, prompting her to call out to Ubi without hesitation. However, upon closer inspection, he was a stranger. What's going on here? Nami inquired, her brow creased as she looked toward Arlong. Arlong shrugged, stating, nothing much, just a guy washed ashore, no idea where he came from, and he doesn't have any money. According to the rules here, if you can't pay, you have no right to survive. As he spoke, Arlong grinned, saying, Hey, Ubi, don't make a mess in the courtyard. Let's just throw him out. Understood, Captain Arlong, Ubi replied, clumsily lifting Ron, prepared to drag him from the courtyard. However, Nami, recalling her adoptive mother Belmere, inhaled sharply at the sight of Ubi about to drag Ron away and commanded, Stop. Arlong turned to Nami with a smile. Do you wish to spare him? Unfortunately, the rules here can't be disregarded unless he can produce 10,000 berries to buy his life. In truth, whether or not to slay Ron was of little consequence. He was merely a refugee beset by a maritime disaster. Nami could choose to release him without hesitation. Yet one thing was paramount. She must instill in Nami the notion of an irrevocable rule that must not be transgressed. This was of utmost importance. Otherwise, if one was released today and another tomorrow, would it not lead to the liberation of the entire Kokoshia village by the day after? Nami cast a glance at Ron, who, in his current state, was patently devoid of any hidden wealth. Though she had already made an arrangement with Arlong to redeem Kokoshia village for 100 million berries, her ventures at sea had yielded a meager sum of 300,000 berries, and to save Ron would require a hefty expenditure of 100,000 berries at once. Despite being an unfamiliar individual, Nami found herself unable to bear the thought of witnessing Ron's demise, especially in light of Arlong's recent words that evoked memories of Belmer. As Nami wrestled with her inner turmoil, Ron, on the other hand, had achieved a semblance of calm. Even if Nami chose not to save him, he had already contemplated a method of escape, albeit one fraught with considerable risk. 100,000 berries. For Nami, who was merely 14 or 15 years of age, this sum likely represented a venture that entailed significant risk and exertion to acquire if she even possessed that amount at all. In those fleeting seconds, which felt as protracted as years, Nami ultimately arrived at a decision. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved a stack of banknotes from her pocket and declared, His share is here, I will cover it for him. Wow, how generous, Arlong remarked with a grin, accepting the stack of notes and gesturing towards Obi, saying, Very well, this man's life is now yours. Observing this exchange, Ron exhaled softly, his gaze drifting towards the cerulean sky. Kind, intelligent, graceful, and soft-spoken. How wonderful. Chapter 2. The Divergence of Worlds. In a certain chamber, 10,000 berries lost. Nami sat by the table, where a few scattered nautical charts lay. Leaning against the wall, she emanated an aura of profound despondency, as if she had been afflicted by the negative spirit of Perona, the ghost princess, leaving her utterly listless. Not far away, Ron reclined on an antiquated sofa, half a loaf of bread in hand, continually feeding himself until he had consumed it entirely. After downing a glass of water, his weary frame was finally infused with a modicum of vitality. I've survived. Feeling the slow resurgence of strength, Ron sighed in relief. With renewed spirit, he turned his attention to Nami, who, in the world of One Piece, he had always admired, particularly the early days of Nami, who silently bore the weight of protecting her village, embodying emotions and abilities that could move anyone. At just 14 or 15, Nami had saved his life. Without her intervention, he might have already become a lifeless corpse. Ron attempted to initiate a conversation with Nami. Having never envisioned himself in this world, encountering Nami left him momentarily at a loss for words, and he could only express his gratitude with a somewhat awkward tone. Thank you, otherwise, I might have been slain by those fishmen. Nami, resting her head on the table, merely shifted her gaze towards Ron, offering him a fleeting glance before returning to her despondent state, muttering under her breath. 10,000 berries, berries, berries. Cough. Very well. Ron fully comprehended the significance of 10,000 berries to Nami at this moment and could easily imagine her emotional turmoil. Cough. I truly apologize for causing you to part with 10,000 berries, but I will repay you. How about double? Ron ventured to soothe Nami's distress. As someone well-versed in the entirety of the plot, even as an ordinary person, Ron felt a certain confidence 10,000 berries was a trifling sum to him. However, to make Nami feel more assured, he proposed a repayment of double. Double repayment? Upon hearing Ron's words, a glimmer of light flickered in Nami's previously dull eyes, as if she had regained some vitality. She sat up, pouting, and fixed her gaze on Ron, declaring no. It must be at least 3 or even 5 times. Do you know how quickly 10,000 berries can be doubled in business? It's not that simple. Ron rolled his eyes at Nami's response, but his goal was to uplift her spirits and dispel her negativity. So he replied, fine, no problem. Let's make it 500,000 berries, but it may take a bit of time. Sound good, deal? Nami exclaimed, her smile returning as she snapped her fingers. Having spent that 10,000 berries, she had not entertained any notion of recovering it, which had plunged her into a state of extreme despondency. Now, although Ron's promise was merely verbal, it did not sound like empty words. Even if she could not reclaim 500,000 berries, recovering the original 10,000 should be feasible, right? Consider the 500,000 berries alone at double repayment as for the favor of saving my life. How about I help you eliminate Arlong? Ron grinned at Nami. Nami's smile faltered. Silently, she retrieved a blank sheet of paper from the table, swiftly scribbled a note with a pen, and handed it to Ron with a serious expression, saying, sign here. Initially, Ron's tone had suggested a degree of assurance, and perhaps he really could recover the 10,000 berries he had previously paid. However, the sudden proposal to assist her in eliminating Arlong had caused Nami's perception of him to plummet to the level of being utterly unreliable. Ron glanced at the note, which stated that he owed Nami 500,000 berries. Noticing Nami's stern expression, he deduced that his image had deteriorated to that of Usopp, causing his lips to twitch slightly. Nevertheless, he could comprehend Nami's reaction. A half-dead, battered individual suddenly claiming he would help her eliminate Arlong might understandably seem a bit delusional. Well, I suppose it is indeed hard for you to believe. Ron rubbed his temples in exasperation. He was not only serious, but also confident. As for the source of his confidence, it was not merely the bravado of a time traveler, but rather the translucent screen that had briefly flickered before him while he was gnawing on the bread. Indeed, although he had yet to examine it in detail, it was undoubtedly something akin to a system. In that fleeting moment, Ron's confidence soared to boundless heights, overshadowing the near-fatal encounter with the fishman, transforming the image of Aaron in his mind into mere gravel. Thud! Nami refrained from responding, instead clenching her small fist and delivering a sharp blow to Ron's head, exclaiming fiercely, silence. Do you wish to perish? Do you comprehend the cruel fate that awaits those whose words are heard? Now, at once, sign the document. The door is over there. Remember to repay. Observing Nami's darkened expression, radiating a demonic aura, Ron couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. If she were an adult, it would be one thing, but the fierce demeanor emanating from the 14 or 15-year-old Nami was bewildering. It even conjured an image of an ultra-menacing meme in his mind. Nevertheless, it did indeed hurt. Despite her youthful appearance, the force behind that punch seemed to surpass that of an average adult, leaving Ron to suspect that a bump had formed on his head. Rubbing the spot where he had been struck, Ron resolved not to stoop to her level. He accepted the pen from Nami's hand and inscribed his name on the document. As he watched Nami reclaim the signed paper, an odd sensation washed over him, akin to having signed a pact of servitude. However, the idea of being bound to a young girl like Nami didn't seem entirely unacceptable. All right, the door is over there, Nami said. Pouting slightly, as she gestured towards the exit. Ron, in a moment of desperation, raised his hands in a gesture of supplication. Could you perhaps allow me to stay here for a short while? Being cast out now might lead me to starve on the streets by tomorrow, and that debt will remain unsettled forever. Although it felt rather audacious to request lodging from a 14-year-old girl, Ron, battered and bruised, found some justification in his plight as a patient in need. Nami had never intended to expel Ron. After all, he was the one she had rescued, and he was in a pitiable state. Her irritation stemmed solely from his earlier reckless and thoughtless remarks about eliminating Arlong. Such notions had been extinguished in her mind 2 years prior when a naval commander from the East Blue had attempted to confront Arlong, only to have his ship effortlessly destroyed by the Fishman. The reality that humans stood no chance against fishmen had become painfully clear, especially considering Ron's own weakness as a near victim of their brutality. Fishmen were creatures that towered above humanity, monstrous beings beyond their reach. The only way to save Kokoyashi village and its inhabitants was through relentless hard work to amass a fortune of 100 million berries. Upon hearing Ron's plea, Nami let out a dismissive huff, narrowing her eyes as she regarded him. You may stay here, but it will cost you an additional 1,000 berries for each day. Agreed. Ron readily agreed, silently adding a thought that, at this price, he might be able to stay forever. Upon hearing Ron's unhesitating consent, Nami furrowed her brow and glared at him, threateningly remarking, You agreed so quickly. You wouldn't be planning to default, would you, if you dare to leave debts unpaid? As she spoke, she playfully cracked her fingers in a mock display of intimidation. Nami's petite gesture lacked any real menacing force, instead exuding an overwhelming cuteness that left Ron both amused and exasperated. Nonetheless, he maintained a composed facade, assuring her, Do not worry, I will certainly repay. I can even sign an IOU. Nami slowly lowered her hands, regarding Ron with a hint of lingering skepticism, though she remained unconvinced and deemed his words unreliable. She found herself devoid of alternative options. Oof. With a dismissive huff, Nami turned and walked into the bedroom. As she disappeared from view, Ron's expression gradually shifted, ultimately settling into a faint smile. It was akin to a shooting star traversing the heavens, shattering at a singular point, cascading into a celestial shower. That moment marked a pivotal divergence in their world, a juncture leading to entirely disparate futures. Just then, when Nami saved him, it was undoubtedly such a moment. With that subtle smile, Ron focused his thoughts and summoned a translucent interface visible only to him. Chapter 3, Achievement System Beep. The achievement system has been activated. As he called forth the interface once more, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his ears, while an array of tiny text materialized on the translucent display before him. Achievement. Arrived in the Pirate King world. 1 achievement point achievement. First training achievement. First battle achievement. Drank this bottle, finishing a whole bottle of vodka in one go. Achievement. Steady progress. Training time reaches 100 hours. Achievement. Self-discipline. Training time reaches 1,000 hours. Achievement. Cultivation Maniac. Training time reaches 10,000 hours. Achievement. Financially strapped. Gained 1 million berries. Achievement. Some wealth. Gained 10 million berries. Achievement. Lavish spender. Gained 50 million berries. Achievement. Wealthy. Gained 300 million berries. The text was densely packed, each line cascading downwards. Except for the first entry, arrived in the Pirate King world, which glowed green. All other achievements were displayed in black. Ron beheld the achievements, such as Wealthy Individual and Money Over Everything, as well as Devil Fruit Collector and Famouser Collector. Additionally, there was the formidable apex of the world achievement, attainable only by vanquishing the 4 emperors. This was quite clear and straightforward. A cursory glance from top to bottom allowed Ron to grasp the fundamental essence of the achievement system, though the purpose of achievement points remained elusive for the time being. Just as Ron pondered the utility of these achievement points, the emotionless, synthesized voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Host Ron has achieved the milestone. Arrive in the world of pirates, earning 1 achievement point. The attribute system has been activated. The profession system has been activated. Random profession extraction is complete. Host Ron has obtained a magical profession, with the career path locked as the Supreme Mage route. Following a series of system notifications, Ron observed 2 circles materializing on the left and right sides of the screen interface, each inscribed with the terms attribute system and profession system. Gazing at these newly revealed options, a thoughtful expression crossed Ron's visage as he concentrated and first opened the attribute system. The interface of the attribute system was remarkably simple, comprising merely 4 attributes: strength, agility, stamina, and spirit. At present, each attribute displayed a value of 0 points. Ron reflected that he could not possibly be so feeble as to possess no points at all. It seemed likely that these figures merely represented additional enhancements. Below the 4 attributes, another line of data appeared. Achievement points, 1 point. Ron did not engage in reckless experimentation. However, given the current circumstances, it is evident that the achievement points can be utilized as attribute points for enhancement. Nonetheless, the 4 attributes, strength, agility, stamina, and spirit, appear rather monotonous. Ron refrained from immediately expending that single achievement point. Instead, he exited the attributes interface and proceeded to open the profession interface. The profession interface was even more desolate than the attributes interface, completely devoid of content, save for a solitary line of text at the bottom. Total achievement points, 1 point. Ron's eyelids fluttered slightly. Hadn't he just acquired the profession of Supreme Mage? Yet here, there was naught to behold. Puzzled, Ron soon noticed that the line at the bottom marked total achievement points was radiating a golden glow, shimmering and flickering. With a mere thought, the total achievement points magnified rapidly, revealing a series of text on the interface. Profession, Supreme Mage of Magic. Magic mark, none. Owned runes, 0. Total achievement points, 1. As these 4 lines of text materialized, the entire screen flickered once more, and a line of golden text emerged, accompanied by the system's notification sound. Notification, your total achievement points have reached 1, granting you the basic magic mark. Notification, your total achievement points have reached 1, allowing you to draw a basic rune. With the sound of consecutive notifications echoing in his mind, Ron felt a refreshing coolness wash over him. His previously weary spirit was rejuvenated as if parched earth were graced by a gentle rain. His mental state rapidly restored. The interface before him pulsed, presenting 4 symbols arranged in a quadrilateral formation: up, down, left, and right. At the top was a symbol of airflow. To the left, a flame emblem, to the right, a water symbol, and, at the bottom, a stone icon. In a swift motion, the 4 symbols illuminated and extinguished in sequence, flashing several rounds before finally settling on the airflow symbol at the top, while the other 3 faded into obscurity. Notification, you have acquired a wind rune. As the notification sounded, a point of light appeared before Ron, rapidly extending in all directions, manifesting as golden lines that ultimately coalesced into a magical array-like rune, which flickered for several seconds before gradually vanishing. Profession, Supreme Mage of Magic. Magic mark, basic, mental attribute 5. Owned runes, 1. Total achievement points, 1. Gazing at the reappeared profession interface, Ron's eyes were drawn to the second line, the magic mark, and a flicker of realization crossed his mind. No wonder he felt significantly rejuvenated, as if his very soul had ascended. It was the effect of the magic mark he had just drawn, directly enhancing his mental attribute by 5 points. Ron was uncertain of his previous mental attributes, yet the 5 points he gained in this regard brought about a transformation that he could perceive distinctly. It was akin to the contrast between a day spent in restless wakefulness and the invigorated state following a restorative slumber. Both his mental state and the speed of his cognitive processes had noticeably improved. Ron took another look at the magical sigil section, but found nothing new. It seemed that this magical sigil merely served to enhance his mental attributes. In addition to the sigil, he had just acquired a wind rune. Although he was unsure of its precise nature, it was reasonable to assume it was related to wind magic. With a thought, Ron returned to the initial class interface. This time, the interface was not barren. Instead, a delicate light green rune appeared in the upper left corner, identical to the one that had previously flickered. The rune was neither overly complex nor entirely simple, yet posed a challenge for Ron to memorize it at a glance. Without the enhancement of his mental attributes by 5 points, it would have likely taken him considerable time to sketch it on paper to commit it to memory. What purpose does this rune serve? He frowned slightly as he gazed at the rune's design on the interface. Despite the absence of any explanation and receiving no response from the system when he inquired, Ron quickly contemplated a possible connection. Wind rune, wind magic, magic array. Murmuring softly as he regarded the rune's pattern, Ron's expression gradually shifted to one of contemplation. He closed his eyes and began to meditate, recalling the images from before. First, a point of light emerged, then extended in all directions, transforming into golden lines that ultimately coalesced into a complete rune pattern. It sounded straightforward. However, the actual execution proved to be immensely challenging, even with his mental attributes elevated by 5 points, surpassing that of an ordinary person and granting him ample focus. The task remained exceedingly difficult. Having barely managed to memorize the rune's design, Ron's initial attempt was undoubtedly a failure. He collapsed before even forming a third of the complete pattern. Whether it was merely an illusion, He could not tell. As Ron sensed the collapse of the rune pattern he had envisioned in his mind, a faint whisper of wind emerged before him. So subtle was this sensation that Ron could not ascertain whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. Nevertheless, he resolved that this endeavor was indeed a step in the right direction. With renewed determination, he inhaled deeply and summoned the achievement system interface once more, fixing his gaze upon the rune pattern, striving to commit it to memory. Despite the enhancement of his mental attribute by 5 points, firmly imprinting a moderately complex rune pattern in a short span of time proved to be a formidable challenge. After approximately a minute of concentration, an idea struck him. He switched the interface from the profession section to the attribute section and allocated the previous achievement point to his mental attribute. In contrast to the prior increase of 5 points, this solitary enhancement felt markedly less impactful, merely bestowing a slight sensation of coolness in his mind. Yet, there was a discernible improvement in his mental state. With this additional point now added to his mental attribute, Ron returned to the profession interface and endeavored once more to memorize the rune pattern. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After diligently committing the pattern to memory for about 5 minutes, he finally succeeded in forcing the image into his mind. Although prolonged retention might prove elusive, it was sufficiently vivid for the time being. Having noted the rune pattern, Ron commenced another attempt. This time, he was thoroughly prepared, bolstered by the recent enhancement of his mental attribute, rendering this endeavor distinctly different from the last. In the shadowy realm of his mind, golden specks of light materialized, extending golden lines in every direction, gradually coalescing into a complete design. Ron swiftly accomplished 1/3 of the rune's transformation in a single breath, and then precisely realized approximately half of the pattern. However, the task of manifesting a moderately intricate design within his mental landscape was no trivial feat. As the pattern neared completion at 2/3, a minor error occurred. A line deviated slightly from its intended position, unbeknownst to Ron. In Ron's mental realm, a complete runic pattern emerged. With a sigh of relief, he mused that it hadn't been overly difficult to achieve. However, as he gazed upon the intricate design, his brow furrowed in realization. It appeared that this runic pattern differed slightly from the one etched in his memory. Ron was momentarily taken aback. Almost immediately, a resounding explosion echoed in his ears, as if something had detonated right before him. The force propelled him and the sofa backwards, crashing against the wall with a loud thud. A fierce wind swept through the living room, knocking the cups from the table to the floor, shattering them into countless pieces. The meticulously arranged C charts and blank papers on the table were lifted into the air, swirling like snowflakes in a tempest. Curse it. Chapter 4. First level wind magic ahem. I will tidy up right away. As he observed Nami emerge from the bedroom, her gaze scanning the chaotic room with a bewildered expression, an aura of formidable fury enveloped her. Ron racked his brain for an explanation, ultimately resorting to a sheepish smile. Nami, clenching her tiny fists, glared at him, her teeth gritted in frustration, contemplating delivering a sound thrashing. However, upon noticing Ron's battered state, she hesitated, realizing she might have rescued the wrong person. Regret was futile at this juncture. Gazing at the scattered C charts, Nami inhaled deeply and bellowed. Restore everything to its original state before I next emerge. Furthermore, you owe an additional cleaning fee of 5,000 berries. With those two crisp and resounding declarations, Nami slammed the bedroom door shut, leaving Ron in the living room, utterly at a loss. What on earth was a cleaning fee? Wasn't it his responsibility to tidy up? How could he possibly be charged for it? This was merely 14-year-old Nami. One could only imagine the financial drain if he were to cohabitate with her in the future. Without a few million berries, he would likely be drained dry in less than half a month. Nevertheless, Ron acknowledged his fault in this incident. With a resigned sigh, he crouched down and began to gather the scattered C charts, methodically reorganizing them. While he tidied up, he summoned the achievement system interface. Notification. Host Ron has achieved an accomplishment, first attempt at cultivation, earning 1 achievement point. This indicated that his earlier endeavor was indeed not in vain. If it could be recognized as a form of cultivation, it must have been a beneficial attempt. Ron picked up the nautical chart from the ground, nodding thoughtfully. After a moment's contemplation, he allocated the newly acquired point of achievement to his mental attributes. As a competent mage, concentrating all attribute points solely on mental prowess seemed to be a fundamental strategy. Although his poor physical condition might later displease Nami, he could always devise ways to compensate for it through his own training. After nearly half an hour, Ron finally finished reorganizing the room. This time, he refrained from recklessly experimenting within the confines of the space. Instead, he approached the window, opened it, and faced the beach outside, attempting once more to construct the runic magic. With an additional point in mental attributes, and having barely succeeded in a prior attempt, his efficiency improved further this time, effortlessly achieving half of the task. However, maintaining the integrity of the initial runes posed increasing challenges, and during the final third of the endeavor, Ron encountered a minor error. This time, he did not conjure a tempest. Instead, a mere whisper of a breeze stirred, lifting a wisp of dust before dissipating. Once more, Ron took a deep breath and embarked on his third attempt. The more he endeavored, the more instinctively he felt that this method was indeed correct. It must be the true way to unleash magic, for otherwise, he could not explain his ability to conjure a tempest. The third attempt, the fourth, the fifth. Subsequent endeavors continued to result in unbroken failure. The construction of the rune was increasingly challenging. As it approached completeness, it became ever more difficult to stabilize. On one hand, he had to maintain the previously constructed runes, while on the other, he needed to continue inscribing the final portion of the rune. Throughout this series of attempts, Ron gradually began to comprehend the principles behind the runes. They were meant to represent a conversion magic circle corresponding to specific elements. The process of forming the runes through mental meditation consumed his mental energy to construct the magic circle. When the circle was complete, his mental energy would flow through it, drawing in the corresponding elements, amalgamating them into magic, and releasing it forth. After 9 attempts, Ron paused, not due to success, but because he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision darkening. Staggering a few steps, he collapsed onto the sofa, understanding the principles of runes. This occurrence was within Ron's expectations. Constructing runes depleted mental energy, and his current mental state was far from pristine. The repeated attempts had evidently drained his mental reserves significantly. Sitting on the sofa, Ron closed his eyes, ceasing all thoughts of the runes, and, like a weary soul, he emptied his mind of any concerns. Time slipped by quietly. In this state, Ron experienced a remarkably subtle sensation. In the past, such mental fatigue would have easily lulled him into slumber, yet now, after clearing his mind, he found himself swiftly entering a peculiar state, teetering between wakefulness and slumber. He could choose to fall asleep or to awaken. Strangely, a word floated into Ron's consciousness: meditation. This must be what the magicians referred to as meditation, a state and method to enhance and restore mental faculties. Ron had never before experienced such a state, and it seemed that the enhancement of his mental attribute by 7 points had genuinely transformed his essence, setting him apart from the ordinary. What might be the mental attributes of an average person? 3 points? 5 points? Surely, it would not exceed 5. Ron is now reasonably certain that his mental attributes are approximately threefold what they were before, situated roughly between the values of 10 and 12. In a meditative state, Ron can distinctly perceive the rejuvenation of his mental energy. First, the sensation of fatigue gradually dissipates, followed by an increasingly vibrant mental vitality, ultimately culminating in a state of complete fullness. Once his mental energy is fully restored, a transformation occurs within him. He senses that his mental power ceases to recover further and instead begins to rotate within this meditative state. It resembles bacteria in a culture medium, gradually multiplying and dividing. This process is exceedingly gradual, yet Ron remains acutely aware of it. After the complete restoration of his mental energy, can he continue to maintain this meditative state to slowly enhance the essence of his mental faculties? A fleeting thought crossed Ron's mind. After contemplating for a brief moment, he relinquished his meditation and opened his eyes, awakening fully. While enhancing his mental attributes was indeed a significant aspect of his training, at this juncture, mastering a spell took precedence. Otherwise, he would remain utterly powerless, likely incapable of even besting Nami next door. The passage of time perceived during meditation starkly contrasted with the reality. What felt like mere moments to Ron had, in fact, elapsed nearly 2 hours. During this interval, Nami had exited her room, observed that Ron had tidied up, and seen him seated on the sofa, appearing to be asleep, without disturbing him. Continuing on, as his hunger was not yet pressing, Ron called out softly and approached the window once more, resuming his attempts at magic. This time, with his mental state restored to full vigor and bolstered by nearly 10 previous attempts, he navigated the process with remarkable ease, constructing 2/3 of the rune. For the final third, Ron's concentration intensified to its utmost, meticulously controlling each line of the rune, extending them one by one. At long last, through his diligent efforts, the rune was flawlessly completed, mirroring exactly the one within the achievement system. The moment the rune was finalized, Ron distinctly sensed that the rune, manifested within his mental realm, swirled like a vortex, abruptly siphoning nearly one-third of his mental energy. Immediately afterward, in the tangible world before him, a cerulean glow coalesced, forming a wind blade approximately the length of a young girl's skirt, which shot forward with great force. With a sharp whoosh, the wind blade angled downward, cleaving the ground and creating a visibly deep fissure. Concurrently, as the wind blade was unleashed, a system notification resonated in Ron's ears. Notification: you have mastered a level 1 wind magic, Windblade. Chapter 5. The details determine success. Upon gazing at the gaping chasm torn into the ground, Ron's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Although the force unleashed fell short of the swordplay levels exhibited by a master swordsman and did not reach the might of CP9's Gale Kick, the destructive power was nonetheless formidable, akin to a brawny man wielding a heavy sword, delivering a brutal strike. Furthermore, as a wind-based magic, the wind blade technique boasted remarkable swiftness, its velocity surpassing that of a swordsman's slash, rendering evasion exceedingly challenging. After contemplating the scar for an extended period, Ron finally withdrew his gaze, reflecting on the system notification that had echoed in his ear moments prior. With a mere thought, he summoned the achievement system. Upon switching back to the profession system interface, Ron noticed an additional line of text adjacent to the wind runes. Acquired. First-tier wind magic, Windblade. With the existence of a first-tier magic, it stands to reason that a second-tier magic must also exist. He pondered how one might acquire this second-tier magic. Would it require accumulating sufficient achievement points for extraction? Ron gazed at the panel of the professional system, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He felt that something was amiss. Previously, when extracting runes, the targets corresponded to the 4 elemental forces of water, wind, fire, and earth. Thus, he believed that the rune he extracted should represent the entirety of wind magic. However, upon meditating and releasing this rune, he found it merely manifested as a first-tier wind spell. What about the second-tier magic? And the third tier? As Ron pondered, he suddenly noticed a small question mark beside the first-tier spell, Wind Blade Technique. Blinking in surprise, he focused his thoughts on the question mark, and the screen before him shimmered, revealing a window filled with an abundance of text. You have mastered the first-tier foundational wind magic. Wind magic is one of the ordinary elemental magics, comprising 5 tiers. The first-tier magic is released through a single rune meditation, while the second tier requires a combination of 3 runes. The third tier necessitates 9 runes, the fourth tier demands 27 runes, and the fifth tier necessitates a perfect magical array formed by 81 runes for release. In addition to the foundational runes, there exist 8 derivative runes, all variations of the foundational runes, differing only slightly. Derivative runes must be explored by the host themselves. As Ron read through the lines of text, understanding gradually dawned upon him, and he nodded slightly. This meant that aside from the foundational runes, there were 8 derivative runes, akin to variants of a computer virus. Including the foundational runes, there were only 9 in total. To master the second-tier magic, he would need to construct 3 specific magical runes and achieve a flawless combination. However, the issue lay in the fact that the system provided no hints and did not clarify whether 3 identical foundational runes could combine to form a second-tier spell. In any case, the potential combinations were exceedingly numerous, and it was likely that only a select few could yield a second-tier spell. The others would likely dissipate as if the runes had gone awry. Ron pondered for a moment before relinquishing his obsession with second-tier magic and derivative runes. The reason was simple. He had yet to fully master even the most fundamental wind blade technique. Each casting of this spell consumed nearly a third of his mental energy, rendering the thought of second or even third-tier magic impractical. At present, he lacked the capacity to delve into the intricacies of derivative runes and second-tier spells. His priority was to proficiently master the wind blade technique and subsequently enhance his mental attributes through achievement points and meditation. This, he believed, was the most prudent path forward. The power of the wind blade was not insignificant, yet it was not overwhelmingly formidable either. While one might set aside formidable foes like the merman Arlong, even ordinary pirates worth 3 to 5 million berries would likely be dismembered instantly if struck, unable to withstand its might. Even when prepared and attempting to block the attack, they might still falter, for the wind blade traveled with remarkable speed and force, capable of carving deep ravines into the ground, something beyond the capacity of an average person to endure. Of course, its shortcomings were evident, chiefly its extended casting time before release. Ron is currently unleashing the wind blade technique, and the mere construction of a complete rune within the mental realm consumes nearly 10 seconds. Moreover, he must close his eyes during this process, otherwise his mental focus would be compromised. Thus, what Ron urgently desires is to master the wind blade technique with proficiency, at the very least, to achieve the ability to condense and release it within 1 or 2 seconds without the necessity of closed-eye meditation. With a clear goal and direction for practice, Ron dedicates his ensuing time to this endeavor. He refrains from casting it towards the ground, opting instead to unleash it into the air, lest he arouse suspicion in the eyes of the fishmen, who have already discerned its considerable power. Once, twice, thrice, after each trio of releases, Ron finds his mental energy depleted, necessitating a period of meditation to restore his faculties, before reassembling the runes to cast the spell anew. Through the repetition of this process, as he gradually attains greater proficiency, Ron discovers that not only does the time required to condense the runes diminish, but so too does the expenditure of mental energy. This is not indicative of an enhancement in his mental attributes. Rather, it reflects an acceleration in the meditation of the runes as he becomes more adept, leading to a gradual refinement of the process and an increase in the efficiency of mental energy conversion. Initially, it took 1/3 of his mental energy to cast the wind blade technique. However, a significant portion of this expenditure was lost in the rudimentary construction of the runes. Furthermore, as the frequency of his practice continues to rise, Ron begins to realize that the sequence and precision of the rune construction significantly influence both the spell's potency and the consumption of mental energy. Is it true that details determine success or failure? A phrase suddenly sprang to Ron's mind, prompting him to savor its meaning. Indeed, magic is fundamentally different from swordsmanship or martial arts. It relies on the mind and knowledge, necessitating a meticulous attention to detail rather than a brash display of overwhelming force. Like unleashing a barrage of punches. The morning swiftly passed, during which Nami emerged twice. First to fetch some white paper for her cartography, and second to prepare a meal in the kitchen, which she kindly set aside for Ron. Of course, this came at a cost of 1,000 berries for lunch. However, after finishing that meal, Ron decisively declared that he would take charge of the next one. It wasn't merely the exorbitant lunch fee that motivated him. While Nami's culinary skills couldn't be labeled as dark cuisine, they merely fell under the category of edible. He might not rival Sanji's exceptional prowess in the kitchen, but he was confident that he could manage a decent dish. It simply wouldn't do to let nutritional needs hinder Nami's development, especially since he himself required sustenance, nutrients for physical training. Chapter 6. To hell with the plot. After lunch, Ron resumed his magical practice. Following a morning of rigorous training, he had reached the point where he could construct complete magical runes in his mental realm without closing his eyes. However, he still faced occasional distractions and lapses in concentration, leading to a few failures, though the time taken had now diminished to 7 or 8 seconds. The afternoon's training mirrored the morning's, continuing with meditative practice of magical runes. After another 7 or 8 attempts, Ron's error rate gradually fell to 0, as he adapted to constructing runes with his eyes open. 9 attempts, 10 attempts, 11 attempts. Throughout the entire afternoon, Ron diligently practiced nearly 30 times, depleting his mental energy 7 or 8 times over. Even meditation became a struggle against the overwhelming fatigue, leaving him yearning for a place to collapse into a deep slumber. The results of this extensive training were remarkably evident. Not only had he completely mastered the art of constructing magical runes with his eyes open, but the time required had also been reduced to a mere 4 seconds. From needing 10 seconds with closed eyes to merely 4 seconds to unleash the wind blade technique with eyes open, this improvement was undoubtedly monumental. Given his extreme exhaustion, any further training might risk damaging his spirit. Coincidentally, it was also dinner time, so Ron hummed a cheerful tune as he entered the kitchen. After half an hour of preparation, he laid several of his signature dishes on the dining table. How did it taste? Would it suffice to settle the debt from lunch? When Ron tasted the dish upon its presentation, he found it to be far superior in flavor compared to Nami's culinary creations, though he remained uncertain of Nami's sentiments. Nami gazed at the fish soup on the dining table, picked up a spoon, took a sip, and after savoring it, remarked, "The taste is, well, rather mediocre." Yet, observing Ron's expression, it was clear that he found it quite delightful. Ron gazed at Nami and could not resist revealing the truth. Nami nonchalantly replied, "You are mistaken. Moreover, the ingredients you used are from my home. So for this meal, well, you might as well pay me 50 berries." Ron contemplated the fact that he had at least managed to repay a portion of Chopper's value. Given Nami's character, deeming it worth 50 berries seemed a rather high commendation. With this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Nami, perplexed by Ron's laughter, shot him a strange glance before swiftly consuming nearly a third of the meal and rising in satisfaction. The taste was mediocre, barely acceptable. "Oh, by the way, you can sleep on the sofa over there tonight," she remarked. As Nami retreated to the bedroom and closed the door, Ron pondered a serious question. In the world of One Piece, at what age was it considered legal? This inquiry proved somewhat elusive, yet he quickly realized there was no need to dwell on it. After all, even if it were illegal, one could simply wait until the age of 16 or 20 for it to be deemed lawful. After indulging in these musings for a while, Ron tidied up the dining table and returned to the sofa, quietly gazing at the stacks of nautical charts nestled in a corner of the drawing table. With mastery over second-tier magic, he mused, he could likely defeat Arlong, thus relieving Nami from the burden of shouldering the fate of Kokoyashi village alone. Since the age of 10, she had been shouldering the heavy responsibility of saving her village, having been coerced into joining the Arlong pirates. To spare the villagers from worry and interference, she had kept the truth hidden, silently enduring their accusations and insults. During this period, Nami radiated a brilliance akin to a rainbow after the rain, vivid and unblemished. Ron could not bear to see the despair in her eyes when, after amassing 100 million berries, she discovered that Arlong had no intention of honoring their so-called agreement. He did not wish to wait 4 years for Luffy to set sail and rescue Nami. Therefore, he resolved to save her himself. As for any potential impact on the plot, he dismissed it outright. The following day, Ron awoke and stretched his body. Although the wounds from being dragged and battered by the fishmen had not yet healed, the injuries had scabbed over, leaving him with a dull ache that was even more pronounced than on the first day, causing him to grimace in discomfort. He considered enhancing his physical attributes, but he understood that the absolute path to strength lay in maximizing his mental attributes. Thus, he chose to endure the pain. Upon waking from this slumber, Ron realized that the fatigue resulting from the repeated consumption and recovery of mental energy could only be remedied through deep sleep. In a meditative state, the consciousness persists, whereas during sleep, both soul and mind enter a profound slumber, allowing for the healing of mental fatigue. He did not rush to commence his training. Ron first prepared 2 breakfasts and knocked on Nami's door. He anticipated that Nami would take a moment to emerge, but to his surprise, as soon as he finished knocking and was about to turn away, Nami opened the door, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Young Nami, donned in a white nightgown, at the tender age of 14 still retained a youthful and adorable appearance, yet her figure already rivaled that of many adults in the real world, momentarily captivating Ron's gaze. The breakfast awaited on the table. Ron took a deep breath, silently reminding himself, "I am not attracted to young girls," and then pointed to the dining table, reluctantly turning his head to sit down beside it. Since the passing of his adoptive mother, Belmere, Nami had not experienced the comfort of waking up to a prepared breakfast for quite some time, only feeling such warmth during her rare stays at her sister Nojiko's home, as she did not wish to burden her. After finishing breakfast, rather than hastily returning to her room, Nami engaged in conversation with Ron for the first time. When Nami inquired about his origins, Ron found it somewhat challenging to respond, merely recounting how the merchant ship he was aboard had been raided by pirates, leading to the demise of all aboard, save for him, who had managed to leap into the sea and survive. Nami did not express skepticism. The mention of the pirate attack evoked memories of Belmere, filling her with a touch of melancholy as she clenched her small fists. Did she not harbor resentment towards Arlong? Certainly, it is impossible. Yet, harboring hatred provides no remedy, for it is utterly futile to attempt to eliminate Arlong, who has even sunk warships commanded by a rear admiral. Blind vengeance would only bring ruin to the entire village. Thus, regardless of her intense loathing for Arlong and her fervent desire to see him perish, she could only conceal such feelings deep within her heart, masking them with a smile. In truth, when Ron previously claimed he would slay Arlong on her behalf, a flicker of doubt stirred within her, for Ron's tone lacked the frivolity of jest. Nevertheless, she could not envision any conceivable scenario. Combat was simply out of the question. Ron might not even prevail against her. As for influence, regardless of Ron's noble lineage or royal connections, he would be powerless against Arlong, who had already bested the Navy's fleet. If the Navy found themselves in impasse with Arlong, it was futile to expect others to fare any better. Therefore, she resolved to strive diligently. By amassing a sum of 100 million berries, she could redeem Kokoyashi village. Nami clenched her small fist, her gaze resolute. She refrained from contemplating the consequences should Arlong fail to uphold his end of the bargain, not from an inability to conceive of such a fate, but rather from a deliberate choice to dismiss it, as the thought was overwhelmingly despairing. Instead, she chose to ignore the despair and seize upon hope. Chapter 7. Setting sail, observing Nami's expression, Ron could surmise her thoughts. However, discussing the elimination of Arlong at this juncture was of no consequence. He indeed lacked the necessary strength. The only path forward was to dedicate himself to enhancing his abilities, so that he might eventually possess the power to liberate Nami from her plight. Since Nami lingered in the living room, seemingly unwilling to return to her bedroom, Ron, though not averse to sharing the space with her, recognized the paramount importance of his training. He informed Nami that he would take a brief walk and stepped outside. On the island, he swiftly discovered a secluded spot devoid of inhabitants, where he commenced his training. Once, twice, thrice. With each meditation on the runes, he grew increasingly adept, his pace quickening as the construction of the runes approached perfection and the expenditure of mental energy diminished. By the conclusion of this day's training, Ron had executed the wind blade technique nearly 70 times. As twilight descended during his final attempt, the mental energy required for the wind blade technique had been reduced to merely 1/5, marking a significant advancement in his capabilities. Ron estimated that this was not yet the limit. Under optimal circumstances, the depletion of mental energy could potentially be further diminished to 1/6 of its original amount. This implies that, in peak condition, he could unleash the wind blade technique 6 times. The reduction in mental energy expenditure is one aspect, while the acceleration of release speed constitutes another. Through a day's training, Ron has managed to reduce his release time from 4 seconds to nearly 2 seconds. Although the improvement from the first day has considerably diminished, the challenge of decreasing the time from 10 seconds to 4 seconds is, in fact, less daunting than the transition from 4 seconds to 2 seconds, which is doubly difficult. It is crucial to recognize that the disparity between a 4-second and a 2-second release time is monumental. A 4-second release, even against an ordinary individual, would likely prove insufficient, as he would be struck before he could execute the technique. In contrast, a 2-second release, provided he maintains a sufficient distance, offers the possibility of casting the wind blade technique before the opponent can launch an attack. However, it is evident that 2 seconds falls short of Ron's anticipated standard for practical combat. Even at his current level of prowess, instant release remains unattainable. Nonetheless, he aims to diminish the release time to under 1 second. Only in this manner can he afford himself a more manageable reaction time when confronting adversaries directly. Ron yearned for an opportunity to accomplish some of the simpler achievements within the system to enhance his mental attributes. However, time was exceedingly scarce, and he found himself without a single bell-lie to his name. Even the most basic achievement of drinking this bottle of wine remained an unattainable goal. He simply lacked the funds to purchase any wine. The thought of obtaining money from Nami for such a purpose was futile. Although Ron could potentially borrow another 100,000 bellies, downing a bottle in one go would likely leave him incapacitated for an entire day. That day could instead be devoted to training, which might yield a greater improvement in his mental attributes. After much contemplation, he concluded that self-training would provide the most significant enhancement in his current situation. While certain achievements could be attained, they were overly cumbersome on this island, particularly those related to first battles or first kills. Ron now faced an ordinary fisherman, contemplating whether he could truly defeat his opponent in a single blow through a surprise attack. However, he was acutely aware that if he were to kill the fisherman, Aaron would undoubtedly turn the entire island upside down in search of the culprit. After much deliberation, Ron felt that such an endeavor was fraught with difficulty, and thus chose to postpone his actions, dedicating the 3rd and 4th days to his training instead. After 2 days of rigorous practice, although Ron had not succeeded in reducing the casting time of the wind blade technique to under 1 second, he had nonetheless managed to shorten it to a little over 1 second. Furthermore, through continuous training and exertion, even without deliberate meditation to refine his mental acuity, Ron's mental attributes had seen a modest increase. Though the improvement was slight, he sensed a rise of approximately 1 point. Now, while Ron's physical form remained that of a frail, ordinary person, his mental fortitude had transformed significantly since his arrival in this world. With mastery over the wind blade technique, even pirates with bounties of 2 to 3 million berries would meet their demise at his hands. While this prowess might not be particularly notable in the Grand Line, in the East Blue, the weakest of the 4 seas, his abilities were already commendable. As a magician, his offensive capabilities were unquestionable. However, his shortcomings lay in agility and defense. Until he mastered defensive magic, he would remain vulnerable to close-range assaults from warrior-type foes. It seemed, indeed, that the majority of individuals in this world were melee fighters. By the 5th day, Ron received unexpected news from Nami. She was setting sail once more to continue her quest for wealth. After some contemplation, Ron proposed to join her on this voyage, citing a simple rationale. Remaining on the island would leave him indebted for 10 years. He needed to venture out to have a chance at repaying his debts. Yet, his true motivations were twofold. One was the multitude of achievements that could be realized during their journey, and the other was his concern for Nami, wandering about alone. Despite Nami's cleverness and her ability to outsmart any pirate, Ron understood that his arrival in this world could bring unforeseen changes. Allowing her to embark on adventures unaccompanied would be an irresponsible act for a guardian. I will first take the ship to Grovetown, where you can disembark. Do remember to repay the debt, as the interest will double for every year it remains unpaid, Nami said, holding the document Ron had signed. Raising her right index finger as she stood beside the mast of the small boat, her voice clear and bright. Though only 14 years old, her demeanor bore little difference from the Nami Ron remembered. Ron shrugged and remarked, "Hey, am I being cast aside just like that? Regardless of the circumstances, I can still be of assistance." "No," Nami replied with a dismissive huff, shaking her head as she glared at Ron in a mock-threatening manner. "Do you have any idea what I am about to undertake? I will be dealing with those ruthless pirates, retrieving treasures from their grasp. And one misstep could lead to my capture and demise. I cannot afford to look after you as well." Observing the 14-year-old girl standing there, her brow furrowed, articulating her inability to care for him in a melodious tone, Ron felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. "Very well," he conceded, feeling the sting of her disdain. Yet, despite her unfriendly demeanor, her intentions were undoubtedly kind. She simply did not wish for Ron to accompany her on this perilous adventure, although perhaps a part of her was also reluctant to bear any burdens. "Should we not embark on this journey together? It would likely be quite some time before I recover your funds. And please, do not regard me as a burden." Ron retorted firmly, "No." Nami replied resolutely, unwavering in her stance. "Ron, very well. I shall take responsibility for your rescue." "Nami, that is out of the question." "Ron, actually, I possess magical abilities." "Nami, I hail from the depths of hell, so that's out of the question. In any case, it is simply not feasible." Ron. Chapter 8. The objective as Ron engaged in a dispute with Nami. The small boat she piloted had already departed from the shores of Coco Island, gradually venturing deeper into the vast, boundless ocean. Behind them, the silhouette of Coco Island had vanished, and as far as the eye could see, the endless sea stretched in every direction, its surface shimmering with light, immense and infinite. It was at this moment that a notification chimed in Ron's ear. "Notification. You have achieved the milestone, first voyage, earning 1 achievement point." Ron had long awaited the completion of this achievement, initially believing that merely departing from Kokosha would suffice. To his surprise, the determination proved to be quite distant, only realized upon the disappearance of Kokosha Island from view. There was little to articulate. Ron directly allocated the single achievement point to his mental attribute. This increment in mental prowess brought about a discernible transformation within him. Contemplating the implications of this enhancement, he deduced that his current total mental attribute must be approximately 14 points. While this may seem modest, the average individual possesses a mental attribute of merely 3 or 4 points, thus placing Ron's capabilities at over 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary person. Simultaneously, as Ron experienced this elevation in mental attributes, Nami sensed an inexplicable shift, as if Ron's gaze had grown notably brighter. Their ensuing dispute ultimately culminated in Ron's victory. Upon invoking the matter of age, he had secured an unassailable position. No matter how Nami countered, she could not alter the fact that she was merely 14 years old. Furthermore, during the course of their argument, she repeatedly attempted to mislead Ron, hoping to coax him into conceding, yet each attempt was met with failure. Ron's reflexes were astonishingly adept, never falling prey to her deception. This revelation left Nami somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated Ron's intellect to surpass his outward appearance. For Ron, keeping pace with Nami's rapid-fire reasoning was merely fundamental. The enhancement of his mental attributes transcended mere magical application. It encompassed the essence of the soul, intellect, and wisdom. A stronger mind translates to swifter cognitive processes. Otherwise, how could an ordinary human possibly execute a 4th-tier spell requiring the combination of 27 runes? Or even a legendary 5th-tier spell necessitating 81 runes? Merely studying the combination of 9 runes could consume an entire lifetime for an average person. Ron was not particularly inclined to employ wisdom in resolving issues, especially when he possessed power. Utilizing magic to address problems was undoubtedly far more convenient. Whenever faced with troublesome circumstances, a single cast of a 5th-tier legendary spell would silence the entire world. The journey across the sea was quite lengthy. Due to the fact that Nami's vessel was merely a single-masted small boat, Lacking any cabins or kitchens, the only sustenance available consisted of pre-stored provisions and fresh water. Although Nami was present, skillfully navigating around adverse weather and treacherous currents, the undulating waves were an inevitable challenge for the small craft. In his previous life, Ron had never ventured out to sea, but this time he finally experienced it in full measure. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was formidable enough to suppress the discomfort his body experienced. As time passed, he gradually acclimated to the maritime journey. Aside from the small vessel bobbing with the waves and the torment of subsisting solely on preserved food and fresh water, there was a third source of torment: Nami, who lay nearby. Although Ron was aware that this astute little girl had undoubtedly set various precautions, she appeared utterly defenseless as she slept beside him. In response, Ron could only persistently chant the mantra in his mind: "I am not attracted to Lolis," as a means to fortify his resolve. Fortunately, Ron had the technique of meditation at his disposal. In a meditative state, his mind transcended basic emotions and entered a realm of complete tranquility. While he remained aware of external circumstances, he was scarcely affected by them. Throughout the ensuing days at sea, Ron devoted most of his time to meditative practice. He refrained from further training in his wind blade technique, as its proficiency had reached a sufficient level. Any additional practice would yield only marginal improvements. Instead, enhancing his mental attributes became paramount. With increased mental acuity, his thought processes would accelerate, enabling him to construct runes more swiftly, as these two aspects were intrinsically linked. The small ship drifted across the ocean for 4 days. Since Ron remained aboard, Nami did not dock at the nearby island of Caucasia, but rather headed directly for the largest island town in the vicinity. While it was referred to as the largest, in reality, it was merely of medium size, significantly smaller than the expansive islands capable of accommodating a nation. However, due to its status as the only medium-sized island in the area, it flourished as a bustling trading city, even hosting a naval presence. In a secluded corner of the island, Nami crouched behind a wall, cautiously peeking out to survey a medium-sized brigantine anchored not far from the shore. It was a pirate ship, and Ron had no recollection of the flag it bore. It was likely an unremarkable small pirate crew from the East Sea, probably consisting of no more than a few dozen individuals. Nami had firmly set her sights on this pirate vessel. Although it would be far simpler to pilfer from the impoverished civilians, she would never stoop to such depths. The more destitute the populace, the less inclined she was to interfere, as they represented her kin. Instead, she would target the treasures of pirates or the decadent riches of corrupt nobles. Despite the considerable risks involved, there was no question that pirate treasures far outweighed those of commoners. A single successful heist could yield substantial rewards without any psychological burden. Ron had also set his sights on the pirate's ship, although his ambitions surpassed those of Nami. In addition to coveting the pirate's treasure, he was drawn to the myriad of accomplishments that could be achieved. After 4 days adrift at sea, his meditative practice had accumulated nearly 60 hours, resulting in an approximate enhancement of 2 points to his mental attribute, bringing it to around 16. The pirate ship before him was replete with potential achievements beyond the treasures. There were milestones such as acquiring a brigantine, first battle, and slaying a pirate, among others. If fortune favored him, he might even amass enough to secure 10 achievement points. This would enable Ron to elevate his mental attribute to over 20 points, steadily progressing towards 30. In Ron's estimation, 20 points represented the threshold for attempting to research second-tier magic, while mastery of second-tier magic would require a mental attribute of 30 points. With such mastery, he would possess the capability to defeat Arlong and the means to navigate the East Sea with ease, freely pursuing achievement points. Chapter 9. Unexpected Circumstances. Yoshi. "I've located the target," Nami remarked, scrutinizing the pirate ship not far off, before turning to Ron with a hushed tone. "Wait until midday." As Nami swiftly outlined her plan, Ron stroked his chin, contemplating the situation. In truth, had the number of pirates aboard the ship not been in double digits, he would have preferred a direct confrontation. However, with so many adversaries, his wind blade technique could only be employed 6 or 7 times at most. Yet, should he eliminate the captain directly, it was likely that the remaining crew members would flee in terror, rendering a frontal assault feasible. The plan was sound. However, considering the presence of such a ship, the captain's bounty would likely not be insignificant. If they succeeded in taking him down, they could potentially claim a bounty of several million berries. As Ron pondered, he casually uttered his thoughts. Upon hearing his words, Nami cast him a look of incredulity, her expression akin to that of someone regarding a fool. She raised her small fist and playfully struck Ron on the head, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind?" Even if you could pilfer firearms and assassinate the opposing captain, there are still at least dozens of other crew members to contend with. What on earth are you thinking? Ron tilted his head and remarked, in truth, dealing with dozens of pirates is not exceedingly daunting. Resolving the matter all at once may prove challenging, yet tackling it in segments is rather manageable. Nami, rolling her eyes, displayed an expression of reluctance to engage with Ron. In any case, you should remain here. When they all disperse for their meal, I shall stealthily infiltrate. Should you notice any unforeseen circumstances, create a disturbance to divert their attention. Understood? Upon seeing Nami's devilish expression, Ron raised his right hand to his chest and replied succinctly. Understood. Nami let out a soft huff and sauntered toward the opposite end of the alley, muttering under her breath, clumsy fool. Should I just slip away from here and abandon this guy? The thought crossed her mind, leaving her somewhat exasperated. After all, she was the creditor, and contemplating shedding a debtor seemed rather absurd. After some reflection, Nami dismissed the notion. Her assignment for Ron merely served as an additional precaution and would not impact the mission significantly. The true execution would depend on her own ingenuity. As the sun grew increasingly intense, noon approached swiftly. Under the watchful eyes of Nami and Ron, the crew members aboard the pirate ship began to disembark in small groups, with about a dozen departing, while the remainder commenced a celebration on the deck. At this juncture, Nami, who had drawn closer to the anchored ship, turned back to Ron and signaled action with a gesture before stealthily making her way toward the vessel. Nami effortlessly ascended the ship's stern, her body supple and agile as she gracefully maneuvered, silently reaching the second level of the cabin, peering through a window to survey the interior. She cautiously pushed the door ajar and slipped inside. Such agility! Ron watched as Nami vanished through the door of the cabin, tilting his head in contemplation. It seemed his concerns were unfounded. Nami's evasive nature was likely beyond the reach of ordinary pirates. After a brief moment, Ron witnessed the hatch swing open once more as Nami emerged, struggling to carry a wooden chest, her movements deliberate and cautious to avoid making any sound. Upon reaching the railing of the second floor, Nami cast a glance in Ron's direction and swiftly gestured to him with her hands. Ron understood immediately and hurried towards Nami's direction, arriving beneath the ship. Hush! Nami gestured for silence to Ron, then took out a piece of twine to secure a wooden box. Standing on the railing, she carefully lowered the wooden box outward, straining to hold on to it. Ron observed Nami's movements, silently warning himself that such perilous actions should not be emulated. He then extended his hands, cautiously receiving the wooden box and gently placing it upon the ground without producing a sound. Attempting to lift it, he discerned it weighed at least 30 pounds. It was neither excessively heavy nor particularly light. For someone of Ron's moderate physical condition, carrying it while running would indeed pose a considerable challenge. Ron felt a tinge of discontent. This seemed more befitting of a rogue's profession rather than that of a mage. Shouldn't he be wielding his staff like a noble, effortlessly vanquishing a horde of pirates and instilling fear that would compel all others to kneel in submission? Nami, observing Ron's silent cooperation as he placed the chest down, breathed a sigh of relief. With agility, she deftly descended from the ship, brushing a bead of sweat from her forehead, exclaiming, "All right, we've got it. Let's make our escape." As she spoke softly, Nami began to lift the wooden crate. However, just as she stealthily made her way from the shore towards the town, a group of disheveled, drunken middle-aged men emerged from the direction of the town. Upon seeing Nami and Ron, they momentarily froze, glancing at the wooden box in Nami's grasp and then at the pirate ship behind her. Suddenly, realization dawned upon them. Thieves! How dare they steal from us? The returning pirates, now alert, donned fierce expressions and charged angrily towards Ron and Nami. Ah, unexpected trouble, retreat. Nami gasped, her reflexes outpacing those of the pirates. She hoisted the treasure chest and sprinted swiftly towards the town, her nimble speed belying the 30-pound weight she bore. Ron blinked at the scene before him, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. This seems rather illogical. Nami is more agile than he, which he can tolerate. She possesses greater strength, and he can accept that as well. However, to carry such a heavy treasure chest while running at such remarkable speed, surely this must be some form of cheating. Ron yearned to test the wind blade technique against a few pirates, but upon witnessing Nami's swift escape, he reluctantly followed suit. Nami, initially far quicker than Ron, found her speed considerably hampered by the burden of a heavy wooden chest, making her slightly slower than him. Stop, you wretched thief. That treasure was hard-won. A band of over a dozen pirates emerged in pursuit, led by a man donning a black eye patch and wielding a broad-bladed sword, who sprinted with remarkable agility, overtaking his comrades with ease. As Nami dashed forward, she soon became breathless and drenched in sweat, glancing back to see the pirates closing in, her expression tinged with despair. This chest is too heavy. What terrible luck to encounter returning pirates. I should have only stolen a few of the most valuable items. Now I have no chance to pick and choose. Chapter 10. The power of wind blade magic with no other option. Nami resignedly hurled the wooden chest aside, shattering it upon impact and sending a cascade of gold and silver coins scattering. She quickly snatched up what appeared to be the most valuable item and, as if liberated, surged ahead, swiftly distancing herself from her pursuers. This is much easier. Nami sighed in relief as she ran, but soon blinked in realization. Had she forgotten something? Turning her head with difficulty, she saw that Ron had fallen significantly behind. A few pirates rushed toward the shattered treasure chest, while the others relentlessly pursued her. Drawing ever closer, the pirate captain, wearing a captain's hat and brandishing his weapon with a menacing glare, was clearly intent on killing Ron to vent his fury. Oh no! Nami's pace abruptly slowed as she gazed back with a mix of frustration and regret. She should never have brought Ron along. Thoughts raced through her mind as she desperately sought a way to save him. At that moment, Ron, who had been trailing Nami, came to a halt, a look of resignation in his eyes. Clearly, he would have to take action. Amidst his reluctance, a flicker of excitement sparked within him. He had longed to truly practice his magic, rather than merely refine it in the air. Meanwhile, Nami, noticing Ron's sudden stop, widened her eyes in disbelief. Not running anymore? Why? On this island, the Navy was stationed nearby, and pirates dared not fire weapons that might attract attention. If Ron reached her, she could help him escape to the rooftops. While success was not guaranteed, there remained a glimmer of hope. Not running anymore, huh, kid? The pirate captain, trailing Ron, observed him halt his steps and likewise slowed his pace, a sinister smirk creeping across his face as he weighed the knife in his hand. How audacious of you to board my ship and attempt to pilfer. Do you have any inkling of who I am? I am Captain Karoo, the infamous pirate with a bounty of 5 million berries. Prepare to pay the price for your ignorance and insolence. As Karoo spoke menacingly, he raised a broad-bladed serrated knife. In the East Sea, known for its weakness, a bounty of 5 million berries certainly marked one as a formidable figure. However, upon hearing Karoo's declaration, Ron's expression remained unchanged. Although his physical prowess appeared extraordinary, and a bounty does not accurately reflect a pirate's strength, this particular adversary seemed perfectly suited for Ron's initial skirmish. Despite being slightly breathless from running, Ron's gaze remained steady, his mind undisturbed, as he regarded Karoo. A flicker of light danced in his eyes, and within the depths of his pupils, countless light green lines intertwined swiftly. With a deft incantation, he unleashed a first-tier wind magic, Wind Blade. As Karoo swung his serrated knife down ferociously, Nami, standing a short distance away, instinctively closed her eyes in terror. Yet before Ron, the air surged rapidly, coalescing to form a sharp azure blade that sliced through the air in an instant. The blade of wind, forged from the pressure of the gusts, collided with Karoo's serrated knife, producing a resounding clang as sparks flew in every direction. With a sharp crack, 2 serrations on Karoo's knife shattered and flew apart, causing him to stagger backward, his arms trembling violently. His shoulder and left side were torn, revealing 2 crimson lines in a straight path along his garments. Nearby, the other pirates who had been watching with cold smiles were struck dumb by the scene, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. What has transpired? Nami, who had instinctively shut her eyes, sensed a shift in the atmosphere and cautiously opened them to a narrow slit, only to find herself frozen in shock at the unfolding spectacle. In stark contrast to the astonished onlookers and Nami, who failed to grasp the events, Karoo's inner turmoil was akin to the earth shifting beneath his feet. He touched the wound on his shoulder, glancing at Ron, who stood resolutely, still panting, yet exhibiting an unparalleled calmness. Karoo's gaze revealed his incredulity. What was that just now? Magic? Sorcery? He was utterly convinced that Ron had not moved at all, nor had he made any gestures or drawn any weapons. Yet, he undeniably endured some inexplicable assault that nearly brought him to his knees. While Kloo was engulfed in bewilderment, Ron took a deep breath, undeterred, and seized the moment while Kloo was still reeling. He summoned his mental energy once more, coalescing it into a blade of wind, which he directed towards Kloo with renewed fervor. Alarmed, Kloo observed yet another azure wind blade materializing before him in the void, causing his expression to shift dramatically. However, the wind blade took shape in an instant, its speed outstripping his capacity to respond. Acting on instinct, he gripped his serrated knife with all his might, attempting to deflect the impending strike. Yet, while he had successfully withstood the previous attack, this time he was not so fortunate. The already damaged serrated knife, having been severed by the wind blade, was struck again, and despite a fleeting resistance, it shattered amidst a shower of sparks. With a swift motion, the azure wind blade sliced through the remnants of the knife and zipped past Clue, disappearing into a gentle breeze a few meters behind him. Clue's body became rigid, his expression frozen in disbelief, his gaze toward Ron tinged with shock and incredulity. With a thud, his lifeless form collapsed backward, blood splattering around him. Witnessing this scene from a distance, Nami's eyes widened in astonishment. Her Ron's breathing gradually calmed, having employed the wind blade technique twice without significant strain. He felt a slight mental fatigue, yet he chose not to reveal it, instead gazing placidly at the other pirates in the vicinity, who remained in a state of daze and disbelief. Ron strode forward, resembling a dark sorcerer cloaked in a magical robe and wielding a staff. Though devoid of any menacing gaze or expression, he emanated a profound sense of pressure that stemmed from his very demeanor. Whoosh! Ron's gaze fell upon the two nearest pirates. Raising his right hand, he made a distant gesture as if to cleave them in two. In an instant, a blade of azure wind coalesced, slicing through the air and piercing the two before they could even react. Terror flashed across their faces as they attempted to pivot and flee, but in that fleeting moment, they collapsed to the ground, blood splattering around them. Run, run! Witnessing this scene, at last, some pirates reacted, their eyes now filled with abject fear as they trembled and turned to flee into the distance. As one fled in panic, others quickly followed suit, even abandoning a chest of treasure scattered along the roadside. Everyone was desperate to escape, fearing that the eerie azure force would come for them, cleaving their bodies asunder. Chapter 11. 3 achievements. Observing the panicked throng of pirates scattering in all directions, Ron felt a sense of relief wash over him. In truth, his wind blade technique could be executed no more than 6 times. Having already unleashed it thrice, he felt a growing fatigue set in. If this group of over 10 pirates had rushed him all at once, even if he could take down 5 or 6 more, he would undoubtedly fall victim to the remaining onslaught of blades. However, just as he had anticipated, the decisive slaying of their captain, followed by the swift dispatching of 2 more, had thoroughly shattered the morale of these pirates. They appeared disorganized and frantic, yet he remained as composed as an old dog. A head worth 5 million berries indeed. As Ron observed the multitude of pirates fleeing in terror, he cast a glance at the lifeless body of Captain Clue. In truth, the initial gust of wind had not succeeded in dispatching his opponent instantly, which placed him in a precarious situation. Should the adversary wield his great sword and charge forth with ferocity, even if Ron managed to evade the onslaught, he would undoubtedly find himself embroiled in a troublesome confrontation. However, everything unfolded as Ron had anticipated. Despite the failure of the first wind blade to eliminate the foe, the adversary was utterly astonished, oblivious to the opportunity at hand, thus granting Ron ample time to conjure a second wind blade. Of course, such a maneuver carried its own risks. Had this been Ron of the past, faced with the imminent threat of being cleaved into oblivion, he would likely have struggled to maintain his composure. Yet now, endowed with a spirit far superior to that of ordinary men, he remained remarkably calm even when teetering on the precipice of life and death. As an elegant and noble magician, he understood that one should not engage in battle like a berserker, howling like a beast, but rather eliminate his adversaries with poised grace. "Nami, it's time to gather our belongings," Ron called out, redirecting his gaze to the scattered coins and silver pieces strewn across the roadside. Nami, having regained her senses, instinctively responded with a soft sound upon hearing Ron's summons. She approached, blinking at him curiously, and inquired, "What was that just now?" "Magic," Ron replied. Ron pondered for a moment before providing an honest response. In comparison to the existence of devil fruits, he found the presence of black magic and sorcery in the pirate world to be somewhat more plausible. However, given that devil fruits were indeed real, it seemed that magic should not be regarded as an extraordinary phenomenon. Magic? Does such a thing truly exist? Nami could hardly conceal her astonishment as she blinked her eyes at Ron. In truth, she had heard tales of legends from the vast seas, some of which spoke of magic. She had even come across stories of a peculiar entity called devil fruits, which purportedly granted one the powers of a demon upon consumption. Though she had never witnessed it with her own eyes, it was hardly surprising, was it? Ron shrugged and remarked, "If beings like the fishmen exist, then magic does not seem to be something to be overly astonished about." Nami, reflecting on this, realized he had a point. When she first encountered a fishman, she had assumed it was some monstrous creature emerging from the depths of hell. However, She quickly regained her composure and, striking a devilish pose towards Ron, exclaimed, "With such abilities, you ought to have informed me beforehand. You nearly frightened me to death." Ron helplessly raised his hands and said, "I was just about to tell you not to fear these pirates, but then you immediately grabbed the box and fled." As Nami's turbulent emotions gradually settled, she couldn't help but recall Ron's earlier words about wanting to defeat Arlong. Could it truly be possible? No, just as a flicker of hope ignited within her. It was swiftly shrouded by dark clouds. Although Ron had effortlessly dispatched that pirate captain, to her, Captain Kuro seemed merely a weakling easily vanquished in comparison to Arlong. In terms of speed, strength, and resilience, fishmen were beyond the capabilities of humans. Arlong could effortlessly shatter a sword forged of steel with merely his teeth. Though Ron possesses the extraordinary ability to wield magic, it is evident that her physique is akin to that of an ordinary individual. In a confrontation with Aaron, she might not even have the time to react, and in an instant could be vanquished by him. Ron noticed the subtle shift in Nami's demeanor and could roughly discern her thoughts. With a bemused smile and a shake of his head, he chose not to explain himself to her. After this round of combat, he had gained a clearer understanding of the wind blade technique's potency and his own combat abilities. If he maintained a sufficient distance, dealing with pirates with bounties in the millions posed little challenge. However, facing those above 5 million would present a certain level of risk. Under such circumstances, he certainly could not eliminate Arlong. Yet, once he mastered second-tier magic, a monumental disparity would arise. The mere fact that it required the combination of 3 runes to unleash second-tier magic suggested its power was at least threefold that of first-tier magic, and likely with a broader range. Furthermore, if second-tier magic proved ineffective, third-tier magic should effortlessly obliterate Arlong. Thus, he resolved to wait until he was truly capable of dispatching Arlong. With these thoughts in mind, Ron picked up the jagged knife shattered by the wind blade and, with a slight furrow of his brow, severed the head of Captain Clue. The value of 5 million berries was substantial. Among his monetary achievements, one of the easiest to accomplish was holding 10 million berries, and this single bounty had already fulfilled half of that requirement. Besides that, there was the spending lavishly achievement, which required expending 10 million berries within a day. This meant that if he could gather 10 million berries, he could directly achieve 2 accomplishments. It was worth noting that a naval presence was stationed on this island, allowing for immediate exchange of the bounty. Wrapping Captain Clue's head in a tattered cloth, Ron glanced at Nami, who was busy collecting scattered gold and silver coins. With a thought, he summoned the achievement system. During the earlier battle, he had received notifications for completing achievements twice, but had not the time to divert his attention to them. Now, he could finally inspect the results. Notification: you have achieved first battle, earning 1 achievement point. Notification: you have achieved first kill, earning 1 achievement point. Indeed, he had accomplished 2 achievements in succession. As he perused the pop-up text, no surprise crossed his face. Just as he was about to utilize the achievement points, another notification chimed in his ear. Notification: you have achieved financial strain, earning 1 achievement point. Upon hearing this, Ron blinked. If memory served him correctly, the condition for this achievement was possessing 1 million berries. He glanced at the tattered cloth bag in his hand, tilted his head, and observed Nami as she progressively organized the gold and silver coins, a contemplative expression forming on his face. The sudden completion of this achievement seemed to suggest 3 possible scenarios. First, Captain Clue's head was directly counted as currency, though this was unlikely. Second, the system had determined that the ownership of the coins Nami was gathering belonged to him, which seemed quite plausible. Third, Nami's treasures were intrinsically his as well. Chapter 12. Emerging prominence. Ron found himself entangled in the complexities of treasure ownership. Should the first or second determination be applied, it would present quite a conundrum for him, necessitating a meticulous accounting of their spoils with Nami. The thought of such a tedious negotiation was not particularly appealing to Ron. In fact, if not for the allure of monetary achievements, he would likely entrust all the riches to Nami for safekeeping. It would be most ideal if the third determination were to be considered, for what need is there for a family to quarrel over their shared bounty? Otherwise, it would be quite a headache indeed. Ron silently murmured to himself as he summoned the attributes interface, allocating all 3 achievement points he had acquired to his mental attribute. Previously, his mental attribute hovered around 16 points. With the addition of these 3 points, it now approached a remarkable 20. This enhancement proved to be significant for Ron. The elevation of his mental essence ushered in a swifter thought process, an acceleration of his cognitive flow, and a more ethereal, untainted soul, akin to a raw jade gradually shedding its impurities, evolving into a flawless gem, even approaching a state of transparency and transcendence. For Ron at this moment, the time required to unleash the wind blade technique should now be under 1 second, and he could likely increase the number of casts to 7. More critically, Ron sensed an improvement in the recovery rate of his mental energy, not during meditation, but in a normal state. He could now perceive the gradual restoration of his mental energy, albeit slowly, whereas previously, in a non-meditative state, he was entirely oblivious to its recovery. This suggests that should his mental attribute continue to rise, the recovery speed of his mental energy in a baseline state would likewise enhance. Ron, lost in thought, spoke up. The ability to recover, even under normal circumstances, albeit at a sluggish pace, signifies a remarkable resilience. This implies that once his mental attributes reach a certain threshold, the consumption of releasing ordinary spells becomes negligible, thus preventing the total depletion of his mental energy. In fact, Ron was contemplating seizing the pirate ship, for it was a medium-sized, two-masted vessel that could fulfill a particular achievement requirement. However, he was hindered by the fact that half of his mental energy had been expended, and it was likely that the adversaries had already set sail in their escape. The ship-related achievement would have to be postponed for the time being. When Ron had organized himself and turned his gaze towards Nami, he was momentarily taken aback. The ground was utterly barren, and Nami had slung an old cloth sack over her shoulder, which was bulging comically, presenting a rather ludicrous sight. With a bit of dirt smeared across her face, she would closely resemble a young beggar. Do you require assistance? Ron opened his mouth in disbelief. Initially, he thought that the broken box would require 2 people to gather the scattered gold and silver coins. Yet Nami managed to collect them all by herself. No need, she said, shouldering the cloth bag and waving at Ron with a smile reminiscent of a miser guarding her treasure. I'll take these back to the ship first. I'll leave the bounty to you. As Ron observed Nami, who was carrying a cloth bag towards the direction of their anchored ship, he couldn't help but chuckle. He glanced at the tattered bag in his hand, surveyed the street, and then proceeded forward. The location of a Navy branch was certainly not difficult to locate. He simply needed to head towards the heart of the town. After traversing several streets, the Navy base came into view. Although it was merely a modest branch, its operations were distinctly organized. There was a designated area for aspiring individuals wishing to join the Navy, a section for ordinary citizens to report pirate sightings, and another specifically for bounty hunters and bounty information. Captain Kuro, with a bounty of 5 million berries, is dead. A naval lieutenant, adorned with the insignia of a warrant officer, rose with an expression of astonishment and skepticism as he regarded Ron. This lieutenant was familiar with many renowned bounty hunters within the region, yet he had never encountered Ron before. Moreover, a pirate with a bounty of 5 million berries was not a foe easily dealt with by an ordinary bounty hunter. Particularly, this pirate, Captain Kuro, had infamously slaughtered an entire town 3 months prior, and as a grim display of power, had gruesomely nailed the corpses of 3 moderately famous bounty hunters outside the town, sending a chilling message to all bounty hunters. Ron offered no explanation as he tossed the tattered cloth onto the table, which unfurled to reveal the head of Captain Kuro. Upon witnessing this scene, the naval lieutenant's breath caught in his throat. With his keen judgment, he immediately recognized that it was indeed the head of the notorious Captain Kuro, who bore a bounty of 5 million berries. Yet, he found it difficult to fully believe. He rummaged through the table to retrieve Kuro's wanted poster and meticulously compare the two. Once he confirmed Captain Kuro's identity, the lieutenant took a deep breath, instructed Ron to wait momentarily, and relayed several commands to a Marine standing guard outside. Ron remained unconcerned as he settled onto a nearby sofa. After a brief interval, the highest-ranking officer of this naval branch entered, exchanging a few words with the captain before proceeding to inquire about Ron with a series of detailed questions. These inquiries were merely procedural. Ron deftly sidestepped discussions regarding Nami and the treasure, responding casually to a few queries, which prompted the naval colonel to cease his questioning. The issuance of bounty rewards within the Navy is governed by stringent regulations. On one hand, the sums involved are substantial, and on the other, the bounty system for pirates is established by the world government. Since the world government's apparatus cannot encompass every corner of the seas, the enforcement of the bounty system falls under the purview of the Navy. Consequently, the abolition of any bounty notice, as well as the disbursement of bounty rewards, must be personally handled by the highest-ranking official of the respective branch or base, who then reports to the naval headquarters, which in turn communicates with the relevant agencies of the world government. The entire process is rigorously structured, leaving little room for unforeseen circumstances. After all, for a branch colonel or a rear admiral commanding a base, acquiring several million or even tens of millions of berries through alternative means is entirely feasible. There is little incentive to engage with bounty rewards, as the associated risks are exceedingly high. Very well, you may leave now. Upon completing his report and receiving directives from headquarters, the naval colonel set down the transponder snail, accepted a box handed to him by the captain, and placed it on the table, casting a lingering glance at Ron. Although the capture of a pirate with a bounty of 5 million berries might elicit little more than indifference at the naval headquarters, the situation was markedly different in East Blue, where few bounty hunters possessed the capability to take down adversaries of such caliber. Ron retrieved the box, conducted a brief inventory, then closed it and turned to leave. Days later, the news of pirate captain Clu's demise spread throughout the underworld. Some pirates, upon hearing the news, wore grave expressions, while others dismissed it with disdain. Although it was not as earth-shattering as a bombshell, the moniker of bounty hunter Ron still rippled through the tranquil waters of the East Sea's underworld, creating waves that spread in all directions. Chapter 13. A Toast to Collaboration Notification. You have achieved a modest fortune and earned 1 achievement point. As Ron departed from the naval branch, carrying a small suitcase filled with money, he heard the system notification, which clarified a lingering doubt. The previous assessment of wealth was evidently not the first scenario, but rather the second or third. After allocating the 1 achievement point directly to his mental attributes, Ron made his way back to the dock, quickly reuniting with Nami aboard the ship. Upon their reunion, Nami no longer bore the heap of gold coins, silver coins, and precious artifacts. She had exchanged everything in town for cash. She mentioned a total of 5 million berries, though Ron suspected the amount might exceed that figure. However, with only a slight difference between 5 million and 6 or 7 million, he chose not to delve into a discussion with Nami about it. Regardless of the amount, it was secure. After tallying the 5 million berries Ron had brought back, Nami cheerfully closed the money box, extending her small hand toward Ron and declaring, "To a fruitful collaboration." With a clap, their hands met in midair. Ron withdrew his hand, eager to explore how the system determined wealth. He turned to Nami and said, "I possess 5 million berries, and you have another 5 million. By any calculation, that should suffice to settle the debt. Wouldn't you agree?" Indeed, Nami replied, storing away the box of money with a cheerful nod. However, it seemed she had overlooked the necessity of a meticulous calculation regarding this matter. She looked at Ron and remarked, "To easily vanquish a pirate with a bounty of 5 million berries, your strength exceeds my expectations significantly. Would you consider continuing our collaboration?" Ron was eager to revisit the topic of debts and repayments, pondering whether a detailed allocation of funds might influence the system's judgment. However, upon observing Nami's expression, he felt a slight tremor at the corner of his mouth as he inquired, "How shall we collaborate? Perhaps we could join forces against the pirates, seize their bounties and treasures, and then split the spoils evenly?" Nami beamed at Ron as she responded. Ron rolled his eyes. Although he wanted to express that the distribution of wealth was inconsequential to him, Nami's division of profits compelled him to voice his critique, saying, "Surely, I am a key player here, tasked with vanquishing pirates to secure bounties and treasures. How do we arrive at this equal split?" Nami maintained her cheerful demeanor and replied without missing a beat, "You do not possess navigational skills, do you? Nor can you operate a vessel, can you? One might find themselves at the mercy of a storm on the open sea. Even with magical abilities, one could meet a watery demise. Besides, with my guidance, you'll find those pirates far more easily." The idea of splitting the navigation and sailing responsibilities seemed excessively unfair to Ron. Observing Nami's expression, he could not restrain his sarcasm. Nami raised a finger and waved it in front of Ron, stating, "But you lack a ship, remember? The vessel also belongs to me. In truth, I intended to seize that pirate ship we encountered earlier." Ron pondered quietly to himself, yet found himself at a loss for a counter-argument to Nami's statement, even feeling an odd sense of having gained something from the exchange. Indeed, there was something like this among the treasures of the pirates. Observing Ron's apparent inability to refute her, Nami blinked and produced a rolled parchment from her pocket, unfurling it before him. The parchment bore peculiar designs and a marked X, resembling what one would imagine a legendary treasure map to be. "Is this a treasure map?" Ron gazed in astonishment at the parchment in Nami's hands. Nami nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, and I have deciphered this treasure map to locate the hidden trove. What do you think? Is this sincerity sufficient? It seems that this treasure map ought to rightfully belong to me as well, even by your division." Ron silently scoffed, but chose not to expose the truth. Instead, he resignedly spread his hands and said, "There's no need for such complications. I shall assist you until either of us deems it sufficient, as a way to repay the favor for your earlier rescue." Upon hearing Ron's words, Nami exhaled in relief. "You should have said so earlier." She playfully stuck out her little tongue, revealing a sweet and charming smile as she gazed at Ron, remarking, "You do possess quite the gentlemanly demeanor." In agreement with Nami, Ron nodded in acknowledgement. He indeed carried an innate noble charm, especially now as a bona fide magician. The decision to forego splitting the spoils did not significantly affect Ron. On one hand, it allowed him to observe how the system determined wealth distribution, and on the other, the next wealth-related achievement required a staggering 30 million berries to attain, while the subsequent one demanded 100 million berries. By the time he and Nami amassed the latter sum, he would likely have acquired the strength to vanquish Arlong, thus merely delaying the achievement milestones of 30 million and 100 million berries slightly. That being said, Nami's presentation of the treasure map uplifted Ron's spirits. For there existed an achievement titled Treasure Hunter which required the successful excavation of treasure as indicated by the map. Additionally, there was an achievement called Unlucky One, which necessitated the use of over 3 treasure maps in pursuit of riches, only to discover empty finds each time. With a stroke of luck, he could achieve the former, and even in the face of misfortune, he could fulfill a third of the criteria for the latter. Contemplating this, Ron turned to Nami and asked, "Do you think the treasure indicated on the map has already been claimed by pirates?" "Of course not," Nami replied, her large eyes crescent-shaped with enthusiasm. "If it had been taken, this map would have been discarded long ago. I found it hidden within a distinctive wooden chest." Intrigued by her response, Ron exclaimed, "Is that so? Then shall we set off immediately?" "No, we must first replenish our supplies." "Indeed," Nami nodded. "The distance is somewhat considerable. With favorable winds, it will take about a week to reach. The provisions and fresh water aboard the ship are rather insufficient. After all, it's merely a small vessel, lacking even a proper cabin, with only a makeshift canopy that barely qualifies as one. Consequently, the food and fresh water we can store are limited. While one person could drift for a month, 2 would only manage about half that time." Ron and Nami disembarked, procuring supplies on the island to replenish their food and fresh water. In pursuit of the drunkard achievement, Ron also purchased 2 bottles of wine. The small vessel soon set sail once more. "To our partnership, cheers!" Nami exclaimed, holding a bottle of wine in her hand, sitting opposite Ron, her lively demeanor evident as she extended the bottle. Ron indeed wished to prohibit Nami, this underage girl, from indulging in alcohol. However, having unexpectedly acquired over 10 million berries and a treasure map, the exhilarated Nami expressed her desire to share a drink upon witnessing Ron purchasing alcohol. Considering Nami's assertion that she would only take a sip, Ron refrained from intervening. At that moment, seated across from Nami and observing her lively demeanor, Ron uncorked the bottle, smiling as he clinked it against hers. To a fruitful collaboration, they toasted. Chapter 14. Achievements earned at the cost of one's life. Coughing violently, Ron, pale-faced, hunched over the stern of the ship, feeling as though he had consumed the hottest peppers from hell, with a fiery sensation scorching its way from his throat down to his gut, as if the world were turning upside down. Amidst the intense coughing and retching, he expelled every last drop of the alcohol along with stomach acids, finally finding a semblance of relief as he slumped against the deck, utterly drained. Nami, seated beside him, handed him a glass of water. Gulping it down greedily, Ron gradually regained some vitality, no longer teetering on the brink of collapse. "Did you think you were merely drinking water? Why would you down it all at once?" Nami exclaimed, her frustration boiling over as she glared at Ron. If not for his feeble state, she would have been tempted to deliver a punch. "I didn't want to either. Who knew that the alcohol would be so terrifying?" Ron leaned against the wall, utterly drained, lacking even the strength to respond to Nami's inquiries. He felt somewhat dazed, never anticipating the overwhelming potency of a single bottle of liquor. Although he was not a habitual drinker and rarely indulged, he could typically manage a few beers. However, in a moment of reckless ambition to achieve the drunkard accolade, he downed an entire bottle in one go, nearly sending his soul soaring beyond the heavens. Fortunately, he did attain the achievement, earning himself a single point. This achievement point, earned at such a cost, was a hard-won treasure. As he summoned the achievement system interface, Ron found himself lamenting the scarcity of that solitary point. After allocating this precious point to his mental attributes, he felt a modicum of relief, and upon closing the system interface, he sensed a slight improvement in his condition. His gaze returned to the irate young lady before him, and he was momentarily entranced. Her cheeks were adorned with a delicate blush reminiscent of peach blossoms, leaving him uncertain whether it was a result of her anger or the sip of alcohol. Clad in a white shirt, Nami, at the tender age of 14, radiated an almost devilish allure, her near-perfect physique captivating in its youthful exuberance. Ron opened his mouth, intending to utter something, but ultimately succumbed to the darkness, falling into a deep slumber under the influence of alcohol. Nami watched him drift away, feeling a sense of exasperation. Initially, she found Ron to be rather unreliable. However, after he had vanquished Captain Clue with his magic, her perception shifted, and she began to see him as quite dependable, given his formidable abilities. Yet now, she once again questioned his reliability. It was uncertain whether collaborating with him was a prudent choice or a grave mistake. When Ron finally awoke, it was already midday the following day. His mental fortitude surpassed that of an ordinary person, sparing him the typical hangover symptoms. His condition yesterday was purely due to physical exhaustion. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, a faint twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. As he felt a pang of frustration, the elegant gentleman persona he had painstakingly cultivated seemed to have shattered. Glancing around, he found himself in the ship's canopy, deducing that Nami must have carried him from astern. Nami? Propping himself up, Ron rubbed his nose and called out to Nami, who was seated beneath the sails, leaning against the mast. Yet, his call elicited no response. Suddenly struck by an idea, he refrained from calling out again and quietly rose to his feet, making his way to the mast. The girl sitting beneath it had her small hands gently wrapped around her legs, her head resting against the mast behind her. Her brow was slightly furrowed, as if she were dreaming of something troubling, her lashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly, betraying her lingering vigilance even in slumber. The girl appeared ethereal, like a delicate sprite, evoking a sense of tenderness that made one hesitate to disturb her. Ron quietly stepped back, retrieved a blanket, and gently draped it over Nami before settling down beside her, lost in thought as he gazed at the peacefully sleeping girl. Today, he had no intention of dedicating time to training, as the achievement interface displayed an accomplishment titled Another Day of Idleness, which required him to refrain from any training for a full 24 hours. Although this achievement would merely grant him one achievement point, Ron surmised that a day of rigorous training might not necessarily yield even that modest reward. Furthermore, having already slept for at least 12 hours since last night, he found it more prudent to indulge in daydreaming and await the completion of the achievement. Reflecting on his progress, he realized that he was also nearing the steady progress achievement, which required a cumulative training time of 100 hours. Counting the achievable accomplishments in the near future, he felt optimistic. However, he wondered how many total achievement points would be required for the next rune extraction. Ron speculated that reaching a total of 10 points was likely necessary for another draw, and he was not far from that goal. When he had previously drawn the wind-type rune, Ron had keenly noted that the system referred to it as an ordinary rune. If the wind type was classified as ordinary, it was reasonable to deduce that the earth, water, and fire types were likely of the same ilk. The existence of ordinary runes implied that special runes must also be present. While uncertain about other types, he was confident that space magic would certainly exist. After all, a mage who could not teleport was hardly a competent one. He also surmised that ice, lightning, and light and dark magics were likely to be present as well. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Ron instinctively yearned to explore the derivative runes of the wind type. Fortunately, he managed to suppress this impulse, letting out a frustrated sigh. It was indeed challenging for a diligent individual to spend a day in idleness. Thankfully, Ron's surroundings were not entirely mundane. In an effort to quell his restless desire to train, he turned his attention to Nami, who lay before him. Fixating on the sleeping girl, who resembled a fairy, Ron's thoughts began to scatter, dissipating his yearning for training. Though his mind wandered, the majority of his musings remained pure and untainted. Faced with the enchanting Nami, reminiscent of a fairy tale sleeping beauty, with her flawless, warm-toned skin and delicate nose, he found it difficult to harbor any wicked thoughts. This should serve as proof that he was not a lowly con. He mused silently. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that the combination of a gentleman and a young girl seemed rather fitting. The notion of a charming mage conjured no sense of discord. Time passed, though Ron could not discern how long it had been. When Nami's lashes fluttered a few times before she opened her eyes, still slightly dazed, she wrinkled her nose and blinked a few times, gradually awakening and noticing Ron seated beside her. "I didn't realize when you fell asleep, so I didn't wake you. I hope the course hasn't encountered any issues." Upon awakening, the surroundings remained largely unchanged. Ron gazed at Nami and spoke with an air of naturalness, his tone devoid of any hint of panic. Nami took note of the blanket draped over her and blinked, experiencing a peculiar sensation as if she had been observed for an extended period. However, she discerned nothing amiss on Ron's face. Rising to her feet, she glanced at the sky before retrieving the nautical chart for further examination. Everything appeared to be in order. "I am quite familiar with the currents in this vicinity," As long as the wind direction does not undergo significant alterations, our course should not deviate excessively. That is reassuring. Ron nodded and remarked, after all, our provisions and fresh water barely suffice for the round trip. Nami cast a peculiar glance at Ron, sensing that he was intentionally steering the conversation. Yet she inquired, "What are you thinking? There's no need for a round trip. The treasure's vicinity is not devoid of other islands." "Oh, I seem to have overlooked that," he replied. Ron touched the back of his head. Although Nami still felt somewhat uneasy, she inspected herself and found nothing amiss. Observing Ron, he did not appear to be lewd. She reasoned that it must be due to just waking up. Chapter 15. The promise with Nami. The journey across the sea can be exceedingly tedious, especially in solitude. Fortunately, Ron was accompanied by another, and moreover, they were a pair of contrasting genders. Even casual conversations could effectively alleviate the monotony. Since their departure, despite Ron dedicating most of his time to training, the occasional exchanges with Nami had resulted in a substantial flow of communication between them. Ron concocted a plausible past, weaving together half-truths and fabrications. In contrast, Nami, who initially spoke of her own past with a semblance of artifice, found herself at a loss when Ron, possessing the full truth, deftly exposed the inconsistencies in her words. Ultimately, she reluctantly divulged the entire saga of Arlong and Kokochia. It was precisely as one would expect. Ron smiled knowingly and remarked, "I am well aware of the situation regarding Eren. The inclusion of humans in their ranks has always seemed peculiar, especially in light of the events in Kokochia village. That is precisely why I suggested eliminating Eren at that time. Your reaction only served to confirm my suspicions." Nami sat there, dejected, and said, "Humans cannot defeat such monstrous creatures as the fishmen. To save Kokochia, we must adhere to that agreement. But what if Eren has no intention of honoring the pact?" Ron spoke quietly, having refrained from discussing this topic until now due to the fact that his relationship with Nami had not yet reached the level of formal companionship. However, given the series of events that had transpired, there was no longer a need to avoid the subject. Nami abruptly lifted her gaze to Ron and exclaimed, "That cannot be. Arlong is very strict about rules, and he will certainly honor his agreements." The confidence in her voice was palpable in the first part of her statement. Yet, as she continued, despite the volume remaining assertive, it became increasingly evident that her conviction was waning. Ron fell silent for a few moments, not engaging in a debate with Nami regarding whether Arlong would honor his agreement. Instead, he said, "I will assist you in gathering the sum of 100 million berries, utilizing the method you deem most secure to save your village. However, if Arlong proves to be as I suspect and has no intention of fulfilling his promise, then he must be dealt with accordingly." Nami lowered her head, biting her lip, her body trembling slightly. After a brief pause, she finally spoke in a subdued voice. "Thank you. You're welcome." Ron chuckled and said, "You have saved me. This is merely my duty. Now, I am rather hungry, and it is time to partake in some sustenance." Nami nodded in agreement and rose to her feet. After considerable effort, Ron had finally unveiled Nami's secret, which lightened his spirits significantly. He even attempted to teach her the art of wind magic, but to no avail. Nami struggled to grasp it. It was not due to a lack of mental fortitude, but rather that even when she envisioned the magical array in her mind, she was unable to manifest anything. After a moment of hesitation, Ron swiftly discerned the cause, the magical insignia. This insignia, an integral component of the vocational system, appeared to be one of the keys to wielding magic. Without this emblem, even with the same meditative practices, one would be unable to harness magic. Ron felt somewhat helpless that he could not impart even a modicum of magic to Nami. However, as night fell, he finally met the conditions for achieving the couch potato accomplishment. Upon acquiring a point of achievement, Ron promptly immersed himself in his training. The aim of this session was to redirect his focus from mental cultivation back to the arcane arts, beginning with a simple exercise of the wind blade technique. Due to a significant enhancement in his mental prowess during this period, Ron's speed in executing the wind blade had already fallen below 1 second after just a few practice attempts. Once the release speed dipped below this threshold, further improvement became unrelated to proficiency, as his skill had already reached its zenith. To expedite his execution further, he would need to enhance his cognitive speed, which meant augmenting his mental strength. Currently, Ron's mental power stood at approximately 22 points, providing a solid foundation for researching derivative runes. Thus, his training focus remained on the advancement of wind magic. When 3 runes perfectly merged, they could manifest second-tier magic. One couldn't help but wonder what would transpire when 2 runes were combined. Ron pondered over the issue and resolved to give it a try. As he was already exceptionally proficient in the basic runes, the process of condensing the runes posed no challenge. However, the true difficulty lay in the fusion of the two fundamental runes. Determining which lines should connect and which should transform was of paramount importance. Two golden orbs took shape within the void of the spiritual realm, rapidly extending countless lines that intertwined before merging at their center. Outside, a resounding bang echoed. The air before Ron suddenly erupted, creating a vortex that propelled his body violently into the sea. A notification chimed. You have achieved the accomplishment unexpected plunge into the sea, earning 1 achievement point. As Ron, who had been blown into the ocean, was about to voice his grievances, the system's prompt echoed in his ears, abruptly stifling his words. This turn of events was not without its merits. As Ron emerged from the depths of the sea, having allocated a point of achievement to his mental fortitude, he swiftly swam towards the small boat, his heart brimming with tranquility, even contemplating further attempts. On board, Nami, alerted by the commotion, gazed at Ron as he clambered up. Dripping wet and with a furrowed brow, inquired, "What on earth are you doing?" Ron replied, merely experimenting with magic. A minor issue has arisen, but fret not." Ron flicked the water off, offering a nonchalant smile to Nami as he strolled towards the stern of the ship. Nami gazed at Ron with a peculiar expression as he approached the rear, shaking her head, just as she turned to check the weather. A sudden loud bang echoed from behind. To her astonishment, a small section of the ship's stern was shattered by an explosion, and Ron's figure was seen plummeting into the sea from afar. No need to fret about his size. Ron swiftly swam back, clearing his throat as he addressed Nami. "This was merely an accident. Fret not. Everything will be fine, truly." With that, he dashed towards the stern of the ship once more. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed. But instead of damaging the vessel, it sent a spray of water soaring into the air, propelling Ron yet again into the sea. In less than half a minute, he resurfaced, his expression brimming with excitement, and without uttering a word to Nami, he clambered up the back of the ship. Then, with a mighty crash, he was launched into the air once more. Witnessing this spectacle, Nami was initially rendered speechless, before an unsettling thought began to stir within her. Could this fellow possess some peculiar penchant? Ron was, of course, oblivious to the fact that he had been labeled as having a masochistic tendency in Nami's eyes. At this moment, he was indeed exhilarated, for he was on the verge of achieving his second accomplishment after a series of unexpected falls into the sea. These unforeseen plunges into the depths represented two distinct achievements, one for the act itself, and another for being an unfortunate individual, which required a cumulative total of 10 such mishaps. Moreover, despite his continuous failures, he had managed to clarify some of his thoughts. From a state of utter confusion, he gradually began to discern a glimmer of direction in the fusion of runes. Chapter 16. Fire Magic. Firstly, runes cannot be fused across distances. One cannot create two complete runes and then extend lines for fusion. Such an approach is destined for failure, and one would have already failed before the fusion could even take place. Secondly, the core area of each individual rune must remain intact. Each rune consists of a core area and an outer layer. The core area signifies the absolute essence. Ron even harbored doubts that not only foundational runes, but also derivative runes, particularly those of the wind type, shared this singular core, remaining unchanged. The core area must not undergo any alteration. Only the outer layer can exhibit variability, intertwining and undergoing certain transformations and fusions, which is the rightful path. Furthermore, Ron believed that attempting to fuse two runes was indeed the correct approach. The complications arising from the failure of such a fusion would be considerable, yet he managed to suppress them, thanks to his ample mental fortitude. However, if he were to attempt the fusion of 3 runes and it were to fail, he feared he would be unable to contain the resulting chaos. Even if he could maintain some control, it would only be partial, as the tumultuous winds would inevitably cast him back into the sea. Strangely enough, this turn of events proved fortuitous, allowing him to effortlessly achieve a series of accomplishments from his unexpected maritime descents. Splash, splash, splash. After plummeting into the sea for the 3rd consecutive time, Ron felt his mental fortitude waning and thus paused to meditate and restore his energy. Since the requirement for achieving the accomplishment was an accidental fall into the sea, a deliberate plunge was clearly unviable. In that moment, Ron even contemplated failing a few more times, believing that a slower path to success would be preferable. Once his mental energy was fully replenished, Ron embarked once more on his self-torturous journey, continuously being swept away by ferocious winds and crashing into the ocean, only to crawl back onto the ship, drenched. Finally, on his 10th descent into the sea. The system notification he longed to hear resonated in his ears. Notification: you have achieved the accomplishment Unfortunate Person, earning 2 achievement points. This marked Ron's first achievement that granted him 2 points, suggesting that the Unfortunate Person accolade was notably challenging to attain, particularly as the stronger one became, the harder it was to fulfill the requirement, which demanded an accident rather than a deliberate act. With sufficient strength, it became nearly impossible to accidentally fall into the sea. Thus, had he not practiced wind magic, achieving this accolade would have been exceedingly difficult. Having obtained 2 achievement points in one go, Ron felt immensely satisfied, believing that his 10 falls into the sea and several mouthfuls of salt water had not been in vain. Just as the notification for his achievement concluded, a second system prompt followed swiftly. Notification: your total achievement points have reached 10, granting you an opportunity to draw a rune. With the addition of the 2 points he had just earned, Ron's cumulative achievement points totaled 11, aligning with his expectations that reaching 10 points would allow for another rune extraction. After swimming back to the ship, Ron refrained from hastily drawing a rune. Instead, he entered a meditative state to recuperate his extensively depleted mental energy. Once the fatigue and throbbing in his head subsided, he opened his eyes and summoned the achievement system's professional interface. Upon conjuring the professional interface, a drawing interface immediately appeared before him. This time, however, the drawing interface differed from the last. In addition to the 4 elemental symbols of earth, water, wind, and fire arranged in the cardinal directions, 3 additional symbols formed a triangular pattern in the inner circle. The top symbol was easily identifiable as a purple lightning bolt. The 2 symbols at the lower left and right puzzled Ron. Upon closer inspection, he deduced that the translucent blue square stacking pattern in the lower left represented ice magic, while the shield-shaped symbol in the lower right left him somewhat bewildered. A shield? Protective magic? Though the patterns in the lower right corner representing magic remain indistinct for the time being, the emergence of these 3 central designs undoubtedly signifies advanced runes that transcend ordinary ones. As Ron pondered the possibility of drawing one of the advanced runes, the patterns began to flicker in succession. Except for the design symbolizing the element of wind, which remained dim, the other 6 patterns flickered and extinguished one after another. Ultimately, the shimmering light settled upon the flame pattern on the left side. Notification: you have acquired a fire rune. Although Ron felt a twinge of regret for not drawing one of the higher tier runes, he quickly reminded himself that his current mental capacity might not suffice to master more advanced magic. After all, he had yet to grasp even the basics of second-tier wind magic. Moreover, fire magic holds significant advantages for him. It can synergize effectively with wind magic, proving far superior to obtaining earth magic. As for water magic, Ron felt that, for the time being, it held little significance. While it proved remarkably effective against ordinary individuals with abilities, there were scarcely any such beings in the EC. Playing with water before the fishmen would be tantamount to courting death. At least for him in the present moment, fire magic seemed to be the most suitable choice. As a prompt sounded, a point of light appeared before Ron, extending lines that were distinctly different from those of the wind runes, intricately weaving into an almost equally complex rune before gradually fading away. Returning to the career interface, he noticed 2 runes on the left side, both radiating a soft green luminescence, labeled Basic Fire Rune and Basic Wind rune beneath them. Profession: Supreme Mage of the Arcane. Magical Mark: Novice, Mental Attribute 5. Runes owned: 2 total achievement points, 11. After glancing at his professional attributes, Ron switched to the Attributes interface, allocating the 2 achievement points he had just acquired to his mental attribute once more before closing the achievement system. With an additional boost of 2 points to his mental attribute, Ron's total had now reached approximately 25 points. Coupled with his proficiency in the wind blade technique, which was nearing completion, his mental power was now sufficient to unleash the wind blade spell nearly 10 times. It was time to experiment with fire magic. Ron contemplated for a moment and decided to temporarily set aside his research on wind runes to refine the fire magic he had just acquired. His mental attributes had vastly improved compared to before, and his proficiency with runes had undergone a remarkable transformation. Thus, this attempt at condensing the foundational fire rune proved successful on the first try, taking merely 5 seconds. The crimson flames gathered and swelled before Ron, swiftly coalescing into a fireball of considerable size, twice that of a human head, before hurtling towards the sea ahead. After soaring approximately 7 to 8 meters, the fireball plunged into the water with a resounding boom, exploding into a burst of flames that was promptly consumed by the sea. Prompt: you have mastered the first tier fire magic, fireball technique. Chapter 17. rapid progress. The fireball caught Nami's attention as she sat at the front of the ship. She turned her head to observe the spectacle at the stern, blinking in slight surprise. Although Ron's relentless self-torture with magic made her hesitant to approach, the sudden appearance and subsequent extinguishment of the fireball did brighten her gaze momentarily. However, recalling Ron's prior attempts to teach her magic, which she could not perform due to her lack of magical lineage, she pouted slightly, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. While Nami harbored her small grievances, Ron remained oblivious, entirely focused on the fireball technique he had just executed. The power seemed quite satisfactory. Observing the fireball extinguish in the ocean, Ron stroked his chin thoughtfully. In comparison to the wind blade technique, the fireball spell undeniably possessed a distinct nature. The wind blade was a decisive strike, characterized by formidable penetration and speed, whereas the fireball technique boasted a broader range and was more challenging to counter, with the added advantage of sustained damage. Take, for instance, the former captain, Kuru, who barely managed to fend off Ron's wine blade with his serrated knife. Had he been slightly stronger and his weapon more resilient, it might have been feasible for him to withstand the wind blade entirely. In contrast, the fireball technique offered no such opportunity for parrying. One could either evade it or attempt to cleave through it with a sword, but blocking it with a horizontal blade was out of the question. One would be instantly engulfed by the flames. Of course, the inability to block also meant that the fireball's speed of flight was slower than that of the wind blade. The characteristics and shortcomings of both spells were evidently distinct. The wind blade was better suited for open combat, while the fireball technique excelled in confined alleyways. Let me try again. Ron pondered for a moment, his gaze flickering slightly as a new thought emerged. Within his mental realm, he coalesced the foundational runes of fire. Once again, he unleashed the fireball spell. However, this time, the situation was somewhat different. The fireball did not immediately explode forward upon release, but lingered momentarily in the open palm of Ron's hand. Yet, he could not maintain the fireball in suspension for long. He merely utilized his mental energy to delay its release ever so slightly, but that brief pause proved to be sufficient. Windblade, a glimmer sparked in his eyes as Ron concentrated, summoning the runes of wind. As the crimson fireball surged forth, a cerulean wind blade materialized before him, swiftly catching up to the fireball. Boom! The wind blade struck into the fireball, causing it to ignite explosively, expanding to nearly half a meter in size. Its speed dramatically increased, transforming into a sword-like projectile enveloped in flames. The amalgamation of the wind blade and fireball descended onto the ocean's surface, erupting with a thunderous blast, sending flames scattering and cleaving a path through the water below. Indeed, it worked. Observing the spectacle, Ron felt a surge of exhilaration. Wind and fire are inherently harmonious elements in magic. Thus, the intertwining of the wind blade and fireball spells did not result in their chaotic dissipation, but rather facilitated their fusion, creating a unique form of magic that blended both elements. Moreover, the slow flight of the fireball became a pivotal aspect of their convergence. Otherwise, even if Ron could delay the fireball's launch by a second, the wind blade would merely parallel it, unable to penetrate its core. This newly formed fusion spell shall be aptly named Fireblade. Ron felt a surge of joy. Although the fusion of the wind blade technique and the fireball spell resulted in an explosion of fireballs and wind blades, the shortcomings of both were masked by one another. While their advantages were amplified, the speed became extraordinarily swift, entwined with flames, making it difficult to evade or defend against. One could only completely sever this attack head-on or evade it with remarkable speed to be immune to its damage. In all other circumstances, encountering this move would not bode well. At the very least, Ron was certain that the previous captain, would have suffered severe injuries from a single strike of this technique, perhaps even being reduced to charred remains on the spot. A bounty of 3 to 5 million would likely be inadequate for any pirate to withstand this attack. It would likely require a bounty of over 10 million just to barely fend it off. Ron, based on his assessment of Captain Kuru's prior prowess, concluded that he was still insufficiently equipped to confront Arlong. As a fisherman, Arlong could easily evade fire-based magic by submerging himself in the ocean. Even if he remained in shallow waters, he could manipulate the currents to extinguish flames. To decisively defeat Arlong, Ron realized he required second-tier wind magic capable of delivering a lethal blow or inflicting severe injury, thereby preventing Arlong from escaping into the depths. With this strategy in mind, Ron felt a flicker of satisfaction, recognizing that with further training and an enhancement of his mental attributes, he could pursue bounties of around 10 million. In the ensuing hours, Ron immersed himself in mastering the fireball technique. His proficiency in rune condensation had significantly improved since his initial foray into magic, allowing him to grasp the fireball spell with relative ease. By his third attempt, Ron had reduced the casting time to under 3 seconds, and by the fourth, he managed to bring it down to approximately 2 seconds. After meditating to restore his mental energy, he practiced the fireball spell another 7 or 8 times, achieving a release speed of about 1 second. For Ron, recalling a single rune had become a simple task, requiring only a brief moment. The process of condensing runes became increasingly efficient, and within a mere 3 hours, he had elevated the casting speed of the fireball spell to a level comparable to that of the wind blade technique. During this period, Ron also achieved a milestone, steady progress, awarded for accumulating a total of 100 hours of training since his arrival in this world. This accomplishment granted him 2 achievement points, akin to those earned from the Unfortunate Soul achievement, marking it as a higher-tier success. Naturally, he allocated these points to enhance his mental attributes, raising his score to 27, nearing the pivotal 30-point threshold. As his mental strength grew, Ron's recovery rate of mental energy improved, enabling him to cast a wind blade spell roughly every 10 minutes. Although this rate was not exceedingly rapid, it held substantial significance, implying that during extended battles exceeding 10 minutes, he could unleash an additional spell. Ron anticipated that once his mental attributes surpassed 30 points, his recovery rate would further enhance, yielding even greater benefits. Chapter 18. A surge in power. With his proficiency in the fireball spell on the rise, Ron returned to practicing rune fusion, continuing his attempts to merge 2 foundational wind runes. After 10 attempts, he became increasingly convinced that these 2 wind runes could indeed be fused. Having identified a viable path, he chose not to rush into researching derivative runes, recognizing the complexity involved in their development. If 3 identical foundational wind runes could coalesce to form a second-tier wind magic, it would be immensely advantageous for Ron, allowing him to postpone the study of derivative runes until his mental attributes were elevated, enhancing his cognitive speed and mental capacity. In the following days, Ron diligently pursued rune fusion. After countless failures, he finally succeeded in the afternoon of the 3rd day, flawlessly merging the 2 foundational runes into a singular entity. Buzz. The 2 perfectly conjoined runes did not shatter or disperse. Instead, they instantaneously extracted approximately the equivalent of 2 wind blade techniques worth of spiritual energy from Ron. Subsequently, 3 azure wind blades materialized in the void before him, each one nearly identical in length and size to a conventional wind blade. With a swift sound, the 3 wind blades plunged into the sea, instantly carving 3 gashes across the surface of the water. Success! Ron gazed upon the scene, his heart swelling with joy, which swiftly dissipated the fatigue wrought by the extensive exertion of mental energy and nearly a day of training. 2 runes intertwined, unleashing a trio of wind blades in a single, formidable strike. Although this was not a second-tier spell, but merely an enhanced version of a first-tier magic, it was undeniably far more potent than the ordinary wind blade technique. The 3 blades soared forth in a triangular formation, effectively sealing off a vast expanse of evasive space. Moreover, this augmented version of the multiple wind blades could undoubtedly be combined with the fireball spell, resulting in a barrage of fire blades. The sheer power unleashed was nothing short of colossal. An adversary like Captain Clue, for instance, would be effortlessly vanquished in a single blow with no possibility of resistance, capable of annihilating not only him but also the pirates under his command. From wind blades to fire blades, and then to multiple wind and fire blades, the might of each iteration escalated exponentially. Ron even contemplated that this technique could pose a significant threat to Arlong himself, with such a skill at his disposal. While he may not sweep through the entirety of the East Sea with ease, he had certainly acquired the means to roam freely within its waters. A mere excavation of the treasures marked on his map, and he could then seek the bounties of those pirates worth millions. Ron clenched his fist, sensing a surge within his very soul, an ardent yearning for battle, a fervent desire to unleash multiple fiery blades that would sweep across the battlefield in an instant, revealing the formidable power of a mage to the world. Is this arrogance? No, it is the tremor that arises from the soul after acquiring a certain level of strength. Mages are noble and graceful. Although they may not possess the primal thirst for combat that a berserker does, they are undeniably averse to mediocrity. It is the inherent instinct of every mage to command respect wherever they go, to invoke awe in their presence, and to aspire to be a magnificent and exalted existence. Refusing to settle for the ordinary, this world should tremble before magic. After a considerable time, Ron gradually emerged from the tumult of his spirit, and upon regaining his composure, he faintly sensed that his mental acuity had experienced a slight enhancement, an increase of approximately 1 point in strength. Merely the enhanced version of a first-tier spell already wielded nearly 2 to 3 times the power of a standard first-tier spell. It seems that second-tier magic will surpass my expectations. Ron regained his focus, contemplating the formidable power of the recently unleashed multiple wind blades technique, and found himself yearning for the true might of second-tier magic. He had always believed that second-tier spells would possess at least thrice the potency of ordinary first-tier spells. However, it now appeared that the actual power might far exceed that expectation, possibly reaching 5-fold or more. In the ensuing days, Ron embarked on his quest to master second-tier magic. Yet, the challenges he encountered proved to be even greater than he had anticipated. The fusion of 3 foundational runes seemed to elude him entirely. Despite his efforts to construct a comprehensive combination of runes, they continued to disintegrate and vanish without yielding the desired second-tier spell. While Ron persevered in his exploration of wind-based second-tier magic, Nami's small vessel finally arrived at the location marked on the treasure map. "This is the place," she affirmed after comparing the map's illustrations for a moment, nodding in certainty as she gazed towards the desolate island ahead. Although referred to as an island, it was hardly deserving of the title, encompassing merely a few hundred meters in diameter, characterized by a solitary beach and a sparse growth of shallow grass. "Let us proceed," she declared. Upon seeing Nami's unwavering determination, Ron leapt from the ship, landing gracefully on the sandy shore. Faced with resistance in his pursuit of second-tier magic, he resolved to slightly alter his course, first enhancing his mental fortitude and subsequently delving into the exploration of derivative runes and second-tier spells. In contrast to the tedium of meditative practice, fulfilling the various achievements presented by the achievement system undoubtedly served as the swiftest means to augment one's attributes. With a stroke of fortune, as long as his findings were not entirely devoid of merit, he could secure a point of achievement. According to the map's guidance, the destination lay ahead. Nami, with her gaze fixed upon the map, inadvertently stumbled over a fragment of shipwreck debris, tumbling forward. Although Ron's agility was not particularly high, his mental reflexes were remarkably sharp. He promptly reacted, steadying the almost fallen Nami with deftness. Ron harbored a fervent hope that this endeavor might yield an achievement. However, he was met with the absence of any system notification to signal success, prompting him to shake his head in disappointment. Nevertheless, it seemed rather fortuitous. Unlike a typical young girl, Nami did not blush or shy away. Instead, she remained unfazed, her gaze firmly fixed on the treasure map, swiftly pinpointing their location. "This is the place." Upon reaching a certain spot, Nami gestured towards the ground and tossed a small shovel, which she had prepared long ago, towards Ron. Together, they commenced their task, swiftly digging into the earth. The loose sand made their work remarkably effortless, and before long, they had excavated a pit nearly half a meter deep. Ding! With another stroke of the shovel, Ron's tool struck something metallic. Both of their eyes widened with excitement as they discarded their shovels and plunged their hands into the pit. After a few sweeps, they uncovered a rusted black iron chest lying beneath the surface. Ron and Nami, exhibiting remarkable synergy, each dug at one end of the iron chest, swiftly clearing its edges. They then grasped the chest firmly and, with a concerted effort, hoisted it aloft. With a clatter, the rusted chest, laden with wet sea sand, was raised by the two. Although the chest was undeniably heavy, this weight felt somewhat insubstantial, as if it were merely the weight of the iron itself, with little contained within. Sensing the lack of significant heft, both Ron and Nami's initial excitement subdued slightly. After exchanging a glance, Ron swung his shovel and struck the corroded lock. With a resounding bang, the iron chest creaked open, revealing its contents. Inside, rather than being empty, lay a smaller wooden box, enveloped in a thick waterproof tarpaulin. Achievement unlocked. Treasure Hunter, awarded 1 achievement point. Chapter 19. The treasure chest and the pirates. Ron maintained an impassive expression as he casually summoned the achievement interface, allocating a single achievement point to his intellect. He then redirected his attention to the small wooden chest, ensconced in waterproof tarpaulin. What could lie within? Given its weight and dimensions, it did not appear to contain coins of gold or silver. Could it possibly be a devil fruit? Ron pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The notion of unearthing a treasure map to discover a devil fruit was rather far-fetched, especially considering they were in the East Blue, not the Grand Line. Nami swiftly tore open the oilcloth and placed the small wooden chest upon the sandy beach. Though referred to as a small chest, It was merely a size smaller than a massive iron box. It was still quite substantial, capable of accommodating Nami without difficulty. With a soft thud, the chest revealed no locks, allowing Nami to effortlessly open it. Inside, she discovered a thick layer of waterproof oilcloth, which, when peeled back, unveiled a beautifully crafted katana, its hilt and scabbard gleaming in silvery hues. Beneath the sword lay a scattering of exquisite jewels, though few in number. Each piece radiated an aura of immense value. A sword? Ron paused momentarily as he extracted the silvery blade from the box. The sword felt exceedingly heavy in his grasp. Upon forcefully drawing it out, he observed that the blade bore no signs of rust, retaining its sharpness and brilliance. His knowledge of the weapons in this world was rather limited, with only a faint acquaintance with a few, such as Hawkeye's black sword, Yoru, and the demon blade, Kikuchimanji, wielded by Roronoa Zoro. The sword before him, however, was unfamiliar. Nevertheless, based on his initial impression, it did not seem to be the legendary Supreme Great Blade. Although Ron possesses little knowledge of blades, his mental prowess significantly surpasses that of an average individual, enabling him to form certain judgments regarding a sword from a psychological perspective. As for whether it is a fine blade of 50 craftsmanship or a superior blade of 21 craftsmanship, Ron leans towards the former. After all, being in the EC, it is unlikely that sheer fortune would grant him the discovery of a superior blade while unearthing a treasure. Of course, one could argue otherwise. Who knows if this blade was hidden away by a formidable pirate or another individual intending to retire from a life of piracy many years ago. Nevertheless, whether it be a fine blade or a superior blade holds little significance for Ron, as a sorcerer would hardly wield a sword, not being a sword mage. Furthermore, the achievement interface for the collector of renowned blades simply requires the acquisition of 10 distinguished swords, with both fine and superior blades qualifying. Clang! Ron sheathed the knife in his hand and cast a glance towards Nami. It doesn't seem like much. How much do you think it could be worth? Nami's eyes sparkled as she meticulously sorted through the jewels in the box, her expression brimming with excitement. After extracting the last piece, she returned the jewels to the box and replied, "These are worth at least 5 million berries, possibly even 10 million. That's quite splendid," he remarked, making the arduous journey worthwhile. Ron chuckled softly, initially intending to toss the knife back into the wooden box. However, upon contemplating the possibility that Nami might sell it if left unused, he decided to retain it in his grasp instead of discarding it. Nami closed the wooden box with a satisfying snap, humming a cheerful tune as she effortlessly lifted the hefty container and beckoned Lu Ning to follow her toward the ship. Yet after taking just a few steps, her stride abruptly halted. Ron paused momentarily, casting his gaze towards the distant sea, where a vessel had seemingly appeared from nowhere, not far from the shore. Judging by the ship's course, it did not appear to be heading directly towards them, merely traversing this stretch of ocean. However, it seemed the occupants had noticed the situation and were altering their course to approach. Could be pirates? Ron's eyebrows twitched slightly. Nami, gazing at the distant silhouette of the ship with her bright, twinkling eyes, turned to Ron and inquired, "Would you like to seize the opportunity for another heist? It would be quite fortuitous if they happen to be pirates." Ron rubbed his wrist and gazed at the distant ship, speaking casually. With mastery over multiple wind blade techniques, fireball spells, and a mental attribute nearing 30 points, he felt no fear towards the pirates of the East Sea, aside from Arlong, in a direct confrontation. If the approaching vessel belonged to pirates, they would not bombard him and Nami from a distance while they were excavating treasure. Rather, they would charge down from the ship. It was time to prepare. Nami squinted her eyes, revealing a charming yet eerie smile, aligning her judgment with Ron's. Indeed, the vessel drawing closer was a pirate ship, the Iron Hammer Pirates of the East Sea. Their captain, Iron Hammer Luff, was a monstrous figure with strength exceeding that of ordinary men by tens or even hundreds of times. He had once demolished an entire town's structures with a colossal iron hammer and, just days prior, had obliterated a small naval ship. "Captain, there are no pursuers. It seems the Navy dares not chase us anymore." They laughed heartily. Undoubtedly, having witnessed Captain Luff's hammer, the cowardly Navy must have been thoroughly terrified, and the survivors would return to their base proclaiming, "The Iron Hammer Pirates are demons, and their captain is a terrifying fiend." On the deck of the Iron Hammer Pirates, many bare-chested, scruffy-looking pirates were laughing uproariously. One individual standing beside Captain Luff turned to him and said with a grin, "Captain Luff, after sinking a naval ship this time, your bounty is likely to rise again, perhaps exceeding 10 million berries." Luff, leaning on his hammer, snorted, "If those fools don't raise my bounty to over 10 million, I shall smash their naval branch to pieces next time." Upon hearing Luff's words, The pirates erupted into boisterous laughter. At that moment, atop the observation platform on the ship's sail, a pirate responsible for watching the sea suddenly shouted down, "Captain Luff, there appears to be a small boat ahead." Luff turned his head upwards. Upon seeing the pirate's gesture, he narrowed his eyes and peered towards a specific direction on the sea, but saw nothing at first. One of his subordinates quickly handed him a telescope. As Luff took the telescope, he focused on the distant scene, his brow slightly furrowing as he observed for about half a minute before lowering the telescope. "It seems they are excavating something," he remarked. A nearby pirate, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Is there still treasure hidden here?" Luff leaned on his hammer, stroking his beard thoughtfully, and replied, "Well, let us go take a look. Whether they're searching for treasure or hiding something, if it holds value, I shall claim it all." A pirate responded promptly, having already adjusted the sails of his vessel. The multitude of other pirates continued to gaze eagerly towards the distant horizon, filled with a sense of anticipation. Setting aside the matter of what treasures might be concealed, the prospect of uncovering a hidden bounty was indeed tantalizing. Their captain had previously acquired a treasure map, leading to the excavation of a substantial chest filled with gold and silver coins, valued at nearly 10 million berries, from which each member received a generous share, allowing them to revel in a week of merriment before setting sail again. Should fortune smile upon them once more, yielding a bounty akin to the last, they would indulge in a week of unrestrained enjoyment on the nearest and largest island before embarking on their next adventure. Chapter 20. Ron's Strength on the Deserted Island. That flag must belong to the Iron Hammer pirate crew. Nami, observing the approaching pirate ship, scrutinized the now clear emblem of the pirate flag and turned to Ron, inquiring, "Are you familiar with it?" The pirate flag featured a skull beside two crossed hammers, easily recognizable. As Ron gazed towards the direction of his ship, he inquired of Nami. With a finger resting on her chin, Nami displayed a contemplative expression and replied, "I do recall having seen something about it in the newspaper. The captain's bounty appears to be around 8 million berries, likely due to fear of Arlong, which explains why they have not dared to raid his waters." "I see." Ron nodded lightly upon hearing Nami's words. While the bounty does not necessarily equate to absolute strength, an 8 million bounty coupled with apprehension towards Arlong suggests that their capabilities may not reach the levels of the original series Captain Kuro or Commodore Clyke. Confronting the likes of Kuro or Clyke, top-tier pirates of the East Blue, would certainly pose a risk, yet at the 8 million bounty level, there should be no significant issues. Ron felt a tinge of regret. If only the bounty were 10 million. In the achievement system, defeating a pirate with a bounty of 10 million berries for the first time is a condition for an achievement. With only 8 million, you would have to pursue a different kind of achievement, such as eliminating over 10 foes in a single battle. That should suffice. Nami assessed the distance to the pirate ship and exchanged a glance with Ron. The two swiftly hoisted the chest, pretending to have just unearthed a treasure, and hurried towards a small boat, placing the wooden chest aboard. The Iron Hammer pirate's vessel was a medium-sized, double-masted sailing ship, capable of accommodating no more than 100 individuals, a number easily manageable for Ron. However, a suitable battleground was required. In the distance, aboard the Iron Hammer pirate's ship, numerous pirates had already observed Ron and Nami's actions. Someone shouted, "Captain, they're trying to escape." "Isn't it a bit late to think of escaping now?" Iron Hammer Luffy scoffed, leaning on his hammer. "Charge forward. Do not fire. Simply smash their little boat to pieces." The small boat was nothing more than an ordinary craft, while they commanded a specially modified, medium-sized, double-masted sailing ship. Faster than a warship, and now, propelled at great speed. With minimal wind, the little boat had no chance of escape. Under Luffy's command, the entire ship surged forward at full speed, crashing into Ron and Nami's small vessel with a resounding impact, eliciting jeers and whistles from the pirates as the boat was shattered to splinters. "Ha ha ha!" The pirates felt the tremors of the ship and erupted into laughter. Luffy grinned widely and declared, "All right, halt the ship. Let's go down and see if anyone is still alive. If they are, finish them off." "Understood." The pirates responded eagerly, snickering as they moved towards the ship's side. However, at that moment, a pirate who had remained frowning and silent interjected quietly, "Captain Luffy, when we smashed that little boat, I noticed it seemed to be empty." "Really?" Luff raised an eyebrow and inquired, "No one around? Where could they possibly go? Dive to the depths of the sea, perhaps?" Just as Luff's confusion and skepticism began to surface, the ship gradually came to a halt. At that moment, as some pirates prepared to leap into the water, a melodious voice, clear yet tinged with youthful innocence, rang out from the stern of the vessel. "Captain, are you searching for me?" The multitude of pirates turned to gaze in the direction of the voice, only to find Nami perched atop the cabin. her legs playfully dangling as she smiled down at the band of pirates below. The sight of Nami momentarily stunned the pirates, who first questioned how she had managed to board the ship. However, they quickly relaxed, realizing her youthful appearance. "Oh, she's just a child. Quite adorable, isn't she? Hey, Captain, if we sell her as a slave in the affluent district, we could make quite a fortune." One pirate chuckled, directing his words towards Loth. The others exchanged amused glances, showing no signs of tension. One among them turned to Nami and asked, "So, where is your companion?" "Ah, him," Nami said, sitting atop the cabin and playfully swinging her delicate white feet, elongating her words for effect. "Isn't he right over there?" Upon hearing her words, the pirates instinctively turned to look in the direction Nami indicated. "Climbing up is exhausting," came the voice of Ron, who had just clambered over the side of the ship. "Dripping vet," he complained to Nami, having jumped into the sea from a spot hidden from the pirates, swimming a short distance before approaching the slowly halting ship. While Nami had easily ascended using a rope, Ron, lacking her finesse, managed to scale the side through sheer determination, though he was no weakling. Nami had deliberately revealed herself to buy him some time, waiting for him to join her. Now, it seems it is time to take action. After Ron made a sarcastic remark about Nami, he turned his gaze back towards the multitude of pirates ahead, his expression neutral and his tone nonchalant. Upon hearing Ron's words, the pirates were momentarily taken aback, but soon one could not help but burst into laughter, casting a look of disdain at Ron, as if he were an imbecile. "Fight? With just that little brat who barely managed to climb aboard? This kid probably doesn't even realize whose ship this is. Well, it's likely that such a foolish slave wouldn't fetch a price in the affluent district. Better to toss him into the sea for the fish." One pirate chuckled as if he had heard a joke, brandishing his knife as he approached Ron, while the others laughed derisively, idly watching the spectacle. Witnessing this scene, Ron merely smiled faintly. He raised his hands in a slashing motion, and with a flick towards the front, two runes swiftly intertwined in his mental realm. Suddenly, 3 azure blades of wind materialized, resembling sword chi, and in an instant they swept across, the leading pirate having no time to react before being pierced by the wind blades. The other pirates widened their eyes in shock, desperately attempting to wield their weapons to defend themselves, but it was already too late for them to react. The 3 wind blades swept across the deck, vanishing behind the figures of the pirates and cleaving 3 gashes into the ship's side. The pirates who had been pierced by the wind blades stared in disbelief, struggling to lower their heads to inspect the wounds. In the next moment, blood gushed forth like a torrential downpour, soaking the entire deck, and the bodies fell like dominoes in a cacophony of chaos. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The remaining pirates stood as if petrified, frozen in place, their eyes wide with horror and disbelief as they gazed at Ron, who appeared unfazed, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. Chapter 21. A one-sided slaughter. Not only the common pirates, but even the captain of the Iron Hammer pirates, Iron Hammer Luff, gazed at the blood-soaked scene aboard the ship with an expression of incredulity directed at Ron. "What was that just now? What did you do?" "That was a multiple wind blade, a type of wind magic." Upon witnessing the astonishment etched on the faces of those around him, Ron nonchalantly remarked, "It seems that my reputation has yet to spread far and wide. However, the next time the name pirate hunter Ron the Mage is uttered, it should garner some attention." At that moment, as Ron spoke, a notification from the system resonated clearly in his ears, confirming that his recent strike had indeed eliminated more than 10 pirates, thus granting him the achievement 10 steps, one person along with a point of achievement. The Wind Mage, Thorloff, gazed at Ron with a mixture of disbelief. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of Ron's statement, his expression morphed into one of furious realization as he spat. "A pirate hunter? You're a pirate hunter." At this juncture, the existence of magic in this world was no longer a matter for contemplation. Ron's declaration of being a pirate hunter was evidently a direct threat to his very existence. Indeed, it was true. As Ron responded to Hammerloff, he nonchalantly waved his hand, unleashing a mundane blade of wind that cleaved a nearby pirate who was attempting to shoot him in two. A formidable mental attribute signifies not only magical prowess and mental strength, but also an intellectual acumen and observational ability that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Although Ron's physical agility may not be particularly high, the casting of magic is not contingent upon one's physical nimbleness. He need not rely on the speed of his corporeal reflexes. By merely standing in place, he could command the entire battlefield. This exemplifies the true power of a mage. Any attempt at covert maneuvers is nearly impossible. All actions are laid bare, for a mage's cognitive processing and reaction speed are vastly superior to those of the average person. Upon witnessing Ron dispatch a pirate, Hammerlov, gritting his teeth, vacillated between fleeing and engaging in battle. with a roar of fury. He raised his enormous iron hammer and charged at Ron. Alas, it was far too slow. Ron spoke casually. In fact, the speed of Hammerlov was already quite remarkable, even surpassing that of the previous captain crew. However, due to the considerable distance of several meters between him and Lov, compounded by Lov's momentary hesitation, any hope of close combat was lost. Buzz! A searing fireball took shape, hurtling towards Hammerlov. Lov had anticipated a wind blade akin to the previous attack, and had prepared to shatter it with his hammer. But to his surprise, a colossal fireball was approaching instead. His expression faltered momentarily, yet he had no choice but to grit his teeth and swing his hammer down. Boom! The enormous hammer stirred a tempest, seemingly imbued with immense power, crashing down and instantly obliterating the two basketball-sized fireballs. Yet, fire is fire, even when vanquished. It erupted into a wave of flames that spread outward. Lov's flesh could not withstand the searing heat. His hair singed instantly, causing him to stagger backward in disarray. Hiss! As he stumbled back, 3 blades of wind surged forth from the remnants of the still flickering flames, igniting the already extinguished fire into a sudden blaze that entwined itself with the wind blades. Witnessing this scene, Lov's eyes revealed a glimmer of terror. But the wind blades were swift, momentarily obscured by the flames, and by the time he perceived them, they were already upon him. Aya! Warlord! Frantically swinging his hammer like a whirlwind, pouring every ounce of strength into an attempt to block the wind blades. Amidst the thunderous din, the 3 wind blades detonated, scattering along with the flames in all directions, engulfing Lov entirely. Captain Lov. Witnessing this scene, several surviving pirates could not help but tremble, their eyes betraying palpable fear, none daring to approach Ron for an attack. Although Nami, perched atop the ship's cabin, had previously observed Ron honing his magical prowess. The sight of the devastated deck and the fiery tempest consuming the formidable hammerlock compelled her to steal glances at Ron with renewed awe. He was truly formidable, even more so than she had anticipated. Hammerlock's strength seemed to far surpass that of the previous captain, crew, yet he was effortlessly subdued by Ron, displaying almost no resistance. With a small hand propping up her chin and her legs swinging, Nami felt a twinge of frustration. She yearned to learn magic from Ron. Yet despite her attempts, she found herself incapable. Time appeared to freeze for several seconds. Amidst the stunned silence, Hammerlock, engulfed in flames, finally underwent a transformation. Blood suddenly gushed forth from the inferno, extinguishing the remaining fire. Once the flames dissipated, revealing Lock's form, a wave of dread surged among the remaining pirates, their faces paling in horror. At that moment, Lock was seen with his hammer shattered into countless fragments, the once mighty head of the hammer marred by deep dents, and his body was a canvas of wounds, devoid of any unscathed areas. Although Lock had managed to shatter the wind blades, it came at the cost of his hammer's handle splintering apart. Even in defeat, the remnants of the wind blades retained a razor-sharp glint, scattering outward, overwhelming Lock's physical defenses. With a resounding thud, under the combined assault of Ron's fireball and a barrage of fire blades, Lock was ultimately struck down, his lifeless body collapsing to the side. At the very moment Lock fell, a familiar notification echoed in Ron's ears. Notification: you have achieved the title Notable Reputation, earning 1 achievement point. Startled by the notification, Ron's expression shifted to one of surprise. If memory served him correctly, the conditions for attaining the Notable Reputation title required the slaying of a pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million berries. Yet, this Hammerlock only bore a bounty of 8 million berries. Could it be that he had recently undertaken some deeds that elevated his bounty, unbeknownst to Nami? Ron displayed a contemplative expression, casually gesturing with his right hand as a blade of wind sliced towards the pirate nearby, who trembled at the prospect of firing upon him. With a sharp sound, the wind blade cleaved both the railing and the pirate in half. Ron turned his head to glance at the 10 or so pirates that remained on the ship, making his way towards them with deliberate steps. He unleashed 2 multiple wind blades, a fireball, and 2 more wind blades, expending only 2/3 of his mental energy. In the face of these remaining pirates, he still felt quite at ease, for a single multiple wind blade could decimate a group. Moreover, with his formidable mental strength, no one could ambush Ron. Although he lacked the observation hockey, his heightened senses and acute awareness of danger far surpassed that of an ordinary person. With a splash, one pirate completely broke down, discarding his weapon and fleeing frantically into the sea. The remaining pirates exchanged glances, and one hesitated for a moment before being cleaved in 2 by Ron's windblade. Witnessing this, the other pirates trembled, no longer hesitating. They all jumped into the water, regardless of whether they had a chance to swim back to the nearby island. Remaining aboard the ship was undoubtedly a death sentence, as Ron showed no inclination for mercy, as Ron eliminated the last pirate who had not managed to leap overboard. The Iron Hammer pirates were utterly vanquished. Chapter 22. The transformation of 30 points of mental attributes came to a close. After slaying the final foe, Ron approached the ship's railing and cast a glance at the pirates who had plunged into the sea. Noticing that most had submerged to escape, he shook his head. If these pirates had not been clustered so closely together and had instead spread out to attack in waves, it would have been a formidable challenge for him to annihilate an entire ship of pirates alone. Alas, his appearance was indeed quite deceiving. That said, this situation left Ron somewhat displeased. Did he truly appear so weak? Nami, with a gentle push of her small hand, leapt down from the cabin's ceiling, surveying the chaotic deck. "How cruel," she remarked. "It must be quite troublesome to clean up this mess." Though she spoke with a pout, Nami was unfazed. Having mingled with the dragon pirates, she had witnessed far more horrifying scenes, and the demise of pirates was of little consequence. In contrast to Nami, this was Ron's first encounter with such carnage. However, his mental attributes were significantly stronger than those of the average person, and he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Those with powerful minds not only think at a much faster pace than ordinary individuals, but also find it simple to control their emotions and thoughts. Besides, he had faced a similarly bloody scene when he had dispatched pirate crew. There was no other choice. Ron helplessly raised his hands and said, "If we were to employ fire magic, we might inadvertently set the ship ablaze. Thus, we must rely on the most suitable wind magic." "Well, that is true," Nami replied with a cheerful smile directed at Ron, lightly waving her small hand twice before slipping into the cabin to search for their treasures. "You are blatantly slacking off, aren't you?" Ron lazily cast a glance at Nami, leaning against a clean railing as he settled down. Not in haste to clean the deck, but instead summoned the achievement system. He was pleasantly surprised to discover the single achievement point awarded for slaying Captain Ironhammerloff, realizing that Loff's bounty had exceeded 10 million. Nevertheless, even without this solitary achievement point, he could elevate his mental attribute beyond 30, as acquiring the ship would also fulfill an achievement. As Ron pondered, the system notification finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Notification: you have achieved Captain 2, earning 1 achievement point. The conditions for this achievement entail acquiring a medium-sized 2-masted sailboat. Additionally, there exists an achievement Captain I, which requires a small sailboat as its condition. The small sailboat achievement had remained unfulfilled. Initially, Ron presumed it was because Nami's vessel was not classified as his property. Later, he realized that the boat was simply too diminutive, not even qualifying as a small sailboat, but rather a micro-sailboat. As he had not met the conditions all at once, it appeared that acquiring a small sailboat was necessary, though this issue seemed trivial and easily resolvable. After Ron stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, he switched to the attributes interface, allocating the 3 achievement points he had just acquired to his mental attribute. Originally, his mental attribute stood at approximately 28 points, and with the additional 3 points, it effortlessly surpassed the threshold of 30. A sound akin to a nail dropping upon ice resonated within him, crisp and melodious, creating ripples upon the surface of his soul. In that instant, Ron distinctly perceived that the world before him had become remarkably clearer, and the velocity of his thoughts had surged beyond the limits of the physical realm. It was as though an ordinary person were maneuvering an antiquated mech shell, where thoughts spun repeatedly in his mind before his body could respond accordingly. It felt quite peculiar. Ron exerted control over his palm, lifting it before him and then lowering it once more. This sequence was fleeting, yet his thoughts had already soared far beyond this simple action, resulting in a dissonance of several seconds between the two, akin to the sensation of network latency. In truth, Ron had experienced this phenomenon before. When his mind was wholly engaged, its speed surpassed that of his physical form, though it had never been as pronounced as it was now. He felt an unmistakable sense of confinement. Ron furrowed his brow. This situation, in truth, presented more advantages than disadvantages for him. He did not rely on physical prowess in combat, as the casting of magic bore no absolute correlation to the corporeal form. Thus, the speed of his mental acuity was commensurate with his performance in battle. However, there was a drawback. It felt rather peculiar, akin to a disconnection between the soul and body, with the soul's strength vastly surpassing that of the physical form. Perhaps he needed to enhance his physical fortitude? No, that was not quite right. The sensation stemmed from his insufficient mastery over the suddenly amplified mental faculties. After contemplating for a while, Ron swiftly discerned the crux of the issue. While it would undoubtedly overwhelm an ordinary computer to run hundreds of programs simultaneously, A supercomputer could effortlessly compute that 1 plus 1 equals 2, albeit a rather extravagant use of its capabilities. In other words, while mortals may aspire to ascend to divine realms, it is indeed within the divine's capacity to descend to mortal levels for communion with humanity. When juxtaposed with the soul and spirit, the physical body serves merely as a tool. The manner in which this tool is utilized rests entirely upon the soul and spirit. Whether to harmonize the spirit with the body is Ron's prerogative. Realizing this, Ron closed his eyes, and after approximately 10 minutes, he reopened them. The previous discomfort completely dissipated. Ah, how refreshing. Ron exhaled softly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. It was no wonder that he hadn't experienced overwhelming discomfort earlier. His mind had been gradually acclimatizing to his physical form. However, this time, his consciousness had ascended to a new level, unable to achieve immediate harmony. The corporeal issues dissipated, allowing Ron to refocus on his training. After surpassing the threshold of 30 points, although his mental prowess did not undergo a dramatic surge, merely a modest increase of 3 points, his cognitive processing speed nearly doubled. What does this signify? Previously, Ron had reached a level where he could read several hundred words on a page and instantly commit every word, along with its punctuation, to memory. Now, he could almost glance an entire page and recall its content in its entirety. His memory and thought speed had significantly improved, precisely as Ron had anticipated. Only with a mental attribute exceeding 30 points could one truly be deemed qualified to master second-tier magic. For it is only with such memory and speed that one can delve into the intricate and multifaceted combinations of runes. Chapter 23. What is missing? The enhancement in cognitive processing speed also heralds an increase in the speed of spellcasting. Ron made a simple attempt and quickly discovered that his wind blade technique could now be released in less than half a second. To an ordinary person, this speed is virtually indistinguishable from instantaneous release. Only individuals with agility far surpassing that of the average human would perceive the half-second release time as a significant flaw. The release speed of the wind blade technique has decreased to under 2 seconds, while the multi-wind blade technique now takes less than 1 second, approximately 0.78 seconds. To be precise, this release speed is equally commendable. Moreover, Ron's mental recovery rate, as he had anticipated, has nearly tripled, allowing him to recover enough energy for a wind blade technique in less than 2 minutes. While this may seem modest, in the heat of battle, it enables him to unleash at least 2 additional wind blades. Although Ron's total mental capacity has only increased by the equivalent of 1 wind blade's worth, his overall strength has surged significantly. Even when confronting an opponent stronger than the formidable Hammerloft, he feels confident and at ease. If Loft's bounty exceeds 10 million, he is already considered a top-tier pirate in the East Sea. Above him stand individuals like the fishman Arlong, the cunning Kuro, and the admiral Click, with Arlong boasting superior personal strength compared to the other two. In truth, Click's individual prowess does not match that of Kuro. His higher bounty and title as the East Sea's overlord stem solely from commanding a fleet of 5,000 men. That figure is indeed formidable, at least for Ron at this moment, as even if all 5,000 were to stand before him, he would find himself drained of mental energy after several attempts. Of course, this is 4 years prior to Luffy's departure, and Click has not yet amassed such a vast fleet. Nevertheless, the mere contemplation of numbers leaves Ron feeling somewhat lacking. Although the enhancement brought by 30 points of mental capacity is substantial, he still senses a void. It seems to him that a true magician should not be troubled by the concept of quantity in such a manner. What is it that he lacks? Ron was beset by a multitude of thoughts, yet none elicited a response from the achievement system, prompting him to ultimately shake his head. If it were to confront the Click, he could indeed attain numerous accomplishments, such as commanding a grand sailing vessel or slaying 1,000 foes in a single battle. However, the latter quantity posed a considerable challenge. Ron aspires to make Admiral Click his next target. However, if the adversary indeed commands a fleet of over 1,000 vessels, the endeavor would prove rather formidable. Merely slaying Click would hold little significance for him, as he has already vanquished a notorious pirate, Iron Hammerloft, who bore a 10 million bounty. What he truly seeks is to eliminate more than 1,000 foes in a single battle and to seize large vessels, thereby fulfilling his ambitions. Nevertheless, he has already amassed a total of 17 achievement points. Ron murmured to himself, recalling that the last time his total achievement points reached 10, he was rewarded with a wind rune. He wondered if there would be any further rewards upon reaching 20 achievement points. However, he had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of both fire and wind magic, and had not even begun to delve into the study of second-tier spells. Even if he were granted an additional magical element, his advancement would be marginal. Nevertheless, Ron harbored an inexplicable premonition that upon reaching 20 achievement points, the reward might not be a rune, but rather something entirely different. As Ron completed the organization of their recent gains, Nami emerged from the cabin and glanced at the deck, which remained unchanged. Why is there not a single alteration? Ron, you are quite lazy, aren't you? By the way, can't your magic summon a few servants to tidy up? Clearly, you two wish to take the easy route, don't you? Ron lazily opened his mouth and sauntered towards Nami. Under her puzzled gaze, he gestured with his finger in the air before gently tapping her on the head, declaring, all done with the summoning. Now off you go to swab the deck. Nami was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, glaring at Ron with gritted teeth. She attempted to deliver a punch that would leave a mark on his head. However, Ron evaded her attack with a hearty laugh. How did the haul turn out? How much did we earn? He inquired cheerfully after dodging Nami's strike. She halted, pondering for a moment before replying, approximately 7 to 8 million berries, no? Around 10 million berries. Ron, with a furrowed brow, questioned, how much is it exactly? Is there truly a need to conceal one's gains? This is not the same as before. Nami, feeling aggrieved, replied, it is merely 15 million berries. Ron dismissed Nami's complaints, utterly unconvinced by her pitiful expression. He picked up a cleaning tool from the corner and tossed a mop in her direction. Let's work together and finish this quickly, he urged. Noticing Ron's disregard for her grievances and his casual toss of the mop, Nami huffed, hey, that a bit too much. Is it customary to assign such laborious tasks to a girl? Ron, indeed. Nami, although the deck was in utter disarray, stained with blood and littered with corpses, Ron and Nami worked together to swiftly clear away the bodies. However, the lingering stench of blood remained for the time being. Captain Love's was preserved to claim the bounty at the naval branch. Yet, even if the bounty exceeded 10 million, the total amount would still fall short of 50 million, reaching a maximum of just over 40 million. Ron felt that the current gains were insufficient, as he had yet to achieve the next financial milestone. However, Nami's perspective was markedly different. Although she outwardly displayed no signs of satisfaction, the bounty she had amassed far exceeded her expectations prior to setting sail. 40 million berries. If she sold the ship along with her earnings, the total would undoubtedly surpass 50 million berries, reaching half of her ambitious goal of 100 million berries. Had it not been for Ron's infuriating insistence that she assist in scrubbing the deck, she might have been unable to resist the urge to leap up and embrace him in joyous celebration. Once the deck was finally cleaned, Ron turned to Nami and said, let's head straight to the nearest island with a Navy base. Nami, you should be familiar with the navigation routes, correct? Of course, she replied, standing beside the helm as she examined the nautical chart and compass. The closest one is in that direction, less than 2 days' journey away. Very well. Let's set sail without delay. Ron nodded and then stepped into the cabin, feeling the need for a refreshing bath and some much-needed rest. Having plunged into the sea on numerous occasions over the past few days, he had managed to avoid any significant bloodshed, yet the lingering odors were unavoidable. After cleansing himself, although his body felt somewhat weary, his spirit remained invigorated, and the thirst for magical knowledge surpassed his physical fatigue, prompting him to forego the idea of immediate slumber. He immersed himself in rigorous training, diligently exploring the realms of magic. The foundational runes of the fire element, akin to those of the wind when fused, resulted in an enhanced first-tier spell, the multi-fireball technique capable of unleashing 3 fireballs simultaneously. However, attempts to merge 3 foundational fire runes yielded no success, mirroring the failures experienced with the wind element. Even a flawless fusion could not manifest a second-tier spell. Given that fire magic could intertwine with wind magic to become more potent, Ron decided to focus primarily on wind spells, relegating fire magic to a supportive role. Chapter 24. Spreading across the Eastern Sea in the Eastern Sea, at Coconut Town, within the 131st Division of the Navy, Colonel Rogg reviewed recent incidents occurring in the nearby waters. In the uppermost office, a naval lieutenant presented a stack of documents to Colonel Rogg, who sat behind his desk, his expression somewhat stiff as he took a drag from his cigarette. Rogg took the document handed to him and glanced through it hastily. The Iron Fist pirate crew, with a bounty of 3 million berries, had attacked merchant ships traversing the Maple Leaf route, resulting in an estimated loss nearing 20 million berries, with relatively few casualties. The captain, crew, who had a bounty of 5 million berries, was slain by the previously unremarkable bounty hunter, Ron, who refused to join the Navy. The document contained only a few recorded incidents, merely 3 or 4, all concerning pirates or pirate crews with bounties exceeding 3 million berries. In the past, Rog would have meticulously reviewed each case and contemplated strategies, but at this moment, he lacked the inclination and carelessly tossed the document onto the table. "Do not trouble me with these trivial matters," he exclaimed. "Yes, yes," the lieutenant responded, noting Rog's evident irritation. Rog drew a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he turned his gaze towards the several Navy majors and lieutenant colonels flanking either side of the office. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Where's the information? I demand to know, where is the information?" "We are still in pursuit," one major stammered, his voice trembling. Rog suddenly slammed his hand on the table, rising in a fit of rage. "Still tracking them? A warship has been destroyed, and the headquarters has just issued their inquiries. Who will bear the responsibility? You, Colonel Rog?" The major, trembling in response to Rog's fury, stammered, "We misjudged the strength of the Hammer Pirates. Even if we manage to track them now, we must dispatch a medium-sized warship to engage them, and we possess only one such vessel at our base. The standard deployment for the East Blue Branch includes 2 small warships and 1 medium-sized warship. With one of the small warships sunk by the enemy, we are left with no option but to send the medium-sized warship to confront the Hammer Pirates. However, as they are pirates, it is unlikely they will remain in one location for long enough to allow us to send a warship for pursuit. In the East Blue, any pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 10 million belly poses a challenge too formidable for individual branches to tackle. Even if victory is attainable, capturing them often remains elusive. This is particularly true for figures like Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates, who has caused considerable headaches for the naval bases. The axe-wielder Monka, having merely apprehended a decoy Kuro, was promoted from a naval soldier to a colonel in the naval branch. "Please remain calm, Colonel Rog," the lieutenant colonel beside him murmured. "The government has increased the bounty on Hammerloft from 8 million to 12 million belly. This situation indeed exceeds our branch's capacity to resolve, and I believe headquarters will not impose excessive penalties." Rog glanced at the faces of several majors and lieutenant colonels, then lowered his eyelids. He took a few slow steps amidst the crowd and inhaled deeply from a cigarette. While excessive punishment would not be meted out, his aspirations for promotion had certainly become more challenging. Moreover, pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million berries were indeed formidable adversaries. Even an ordinary Marine could achieve promotion to lieutenant colonel or even colonel by capturing a single pirate with such a bounty. Furthermore, it remained uncertain whether the Hammer Pirates would continue their activities in the waters under his jurisdiction. What if they lingered in this area, relying on bounty hunters? That was a jest. Reports of pirates with bounties below 10 million occasionally surfaced, but in the East Blue, the number of those with bounties exceeding 10 million who had fallen to bounty hunters was exceedingly rare. Just as Rog paced back and forth, his mood dark and agitated, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the office. Shortly thereafter, a naval ensign appeared at the door. All eyes in the room turned toward him. "Reporting, Colonel." "A bounty hunter has arrived at the base," the ensign stammered, his voice fraught with panic, unsure if it was due to breathlessness or some other stimulus. Rogue furrowed his brow and admonished, "He's merely a pirate hunter. Why are you in such a frenzy?" The lieutenant, observing Rogue's grim demeanor, swallowed hard and stammered, But that fellow brought the head of Iron Hammerloft." As his words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the entire office, leaving only the sound of the lieutenant's labored breaths. Outside the office designated for receiving the pirate hunters, one could hear the anxious inquiry. "Are you certain there hasn't been a mistake?" Rogue repeatedly sought confirmation from the lieutenant beside him. The lieutenant nodded and replied, "I have cross-verified numerous times and even enlisted the assistance of Lieutenant Nada to ensure accuracy. It is virtually impossible for any error to have occurred." Rog took a deep breath, gazing towards the office ahead, and stepped forward, still tinged with a slight tremor within, his expression betraying an undeniable agitation. He had hunted down the infamous Hammerloft with a bounty of 12 million berries. Who could it be? It is crucial to understand that pirate hunters differ vastly from the Navy. They do not possess the Navy's sophisticated weaponry or formidable forces, let alone warships. A pirate hunter may vanquish a pirate either through stealthy sniping or overwhelming strength, yet the former rarely yields the pirate's head, as only the latter can claim the bounty by presenting the severed trophy. Upon entering the office, Rog was met with the sight of his counterpart. It was a young man, exuding a demeanor of calm and composure, devoid of any visible weaponry. At first glance, he appeared rather unassuming, his physique seemingly lacking in the rigors of training. Rog furrowed his brow, yet as his gaze met Ron's, a tremor of astonishment coursed through him. He sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Ron's eyes, a psychological dominance. With a mental attribute exceeding 30 points, Ron possessed a mental fortitude tenfold that of an ordinary individual. In light of such a vast disparity, even without deliberate intention, the essence of his gaze was markedly distinct from that of the average person. His eyes radiated confidence, nobility, and strength. I am Colonel Rog of the 131st Division, and I extend my greetings on behalf of the division. I wonder if Mr. Ron would be inclined to join the Navy, contributing to the stability of the seas. The doubts within Rog vanished as their gazes met. Taking a deep breath, he slowly addressed Ron, uttering the customary phrase that every bounty hunter was accustomed to, "I cherish freedom." Ron spoke in a casual and amicable tone. Rog nodded and said, "I am aware that this is the bounty for Hammerloft, amounting to a total of 12 million berries. We may proceed with the count." Ron smiled faintly as he received the money-laden suitcase from Colonel Rog. After gauging its weight, he remarked, "No need for counting. I still trust the Navy." Without further ado, Ron took the suitcase and walked towards the exit, his figure gradually fading from the gaze of the assembled sailors. Once Ron's silhouette had completely vanished beyond the branch, Rog finally withdrew his attention. A nearby lieutenant colonel softly commented, though reluctant to join the Navy, "The emergence of a pirate hunter capable of slaying Hammerloft will surely instill a sense of dread among many pirates, compelling them to temper their actions. Indeed, this is a positive development." Days later, news of the pirate hunter magician Ron having slain Hammerloft, who bore a bounty of 12 million berries, spread rapidly throughout the East Sea, largely propelled by the Navy's intent. Numerous pirates of modest strength were left in a state of alarm. Even those formidable figures who stood at the pinnacle of the East Sea furrowed their brows upon hearing the news. Though not fearful, they nonetheless etched the name magician Ron into their memories. Now, to briefly address a contentious topic. Initially, I had no intention of elaborating, as it might lead to spoilers. Yet the increasing number of critiques regarding mental attributes cannot be overlooked. In truth, these aspects will gradually be revealed through the unfolding narrative and settings. However, I cannot contain myself any longer, so allow me to dedicate a chapter to this matter. Regarding the criticisms of the mental attributes, there appear to be two primary categories. The first involves complaints about early weakness and vulnerability to bullets, while the second pertains to late-game frailty, where characters are swiftly defeated. To address the first group, I simply have yet to introduce defensive magic for the protagonist, such as ice shield, mental barriers, and teleportation. The notion of fearing bullets is unfounded. I merely preferred not to unveil those abilities prematurely, and the pacing does not permit the simultaneous introduction of numerous concepts. As for the second group, if one asserts that physical strength equates to weakness, consider a widely recognized example. How many characters in the Naruto universe possess exceptional physical prowess? Even someone like Guy cannot withstand the Kusanagi blade with mere physical strength. Can he? Standing defenseless and taking a stab would surely lead to death. Yet, could Guy unleash devastation on the battlefield of Marineford upon entering the world of pirates? Moreover, one might reference Uchiha Madara as a paragon of physical strength. Can he remain stationary and defenseless amidst a flurry of attacks? You might argue that Uchiha Madara possesses Susanoo, which underscores the point. Why shouldn't the protagonist have access to a similar ability? Is it not feasible for Susanoo to be constructed through mental power? What level would Uchiha Madara attain in the world of One Piece? I find it perplexing why one might perceive immense mental strength as a weakness. The examples are numerous and varied, including characters from universes such as a certain magical index and One Punch Man, notably the character Tornado. As for the protagonist's development trajectory, I shall refrain from revealing any spoilers for now. I believe these examples alone suffice. In Chapter 25, titled The Elven Wand, we find ourselves by the shore. Nami stands beside Ron, each grasping 2 leather suitcases. Within these cases lies the entirety of their accumulated wealth, all converted into banknotes, totaling approximately 54 million berries. Initially, they had not anticipated reaching 50 million, yet through a shared vision, both Ron and Nami decisively sold their medium-sized 2-masted sailing vessel. Subsequently, they procured a smaller sailboat, resulting in a net sum of 54 million berries after various exchanges. This new sailboat possesses not merely a cabinless design, but is a tangible vessel featuring 2 distinct compartments, one a cozy bedroom and the other a storeroom connected to the main body of the boat, capable of holding ample provisions and fresh water. What do you think? As they boarded the small boat, Nami and Ron ventured into the cabin to take a look around. Ron settled into a newly acquired recliner, exuding an air of leisure as he remarked, "This is splendid, far superior to that previous vessel. No more cumbersome tasks of stowing the sails." Although the former medium-sized sailing ship was indeed spacious and equipped with an array of amenities, The labor of managing the sales fell solely to Ron and Nami. For two individuals not particularly renowned for their physical prowess, it was an arduous endeavor, demanding considerable effort. In contrast, this smaller boat offered a far more manageable experience. Moreover, the most significant aspect was that upon acquiring this modest vessel, Ron achieved the long-sought Captain I accolade that had previously eluded him. The achievement system still recognized him as the captain between him and Nami. Additionally, the substantial fortune of 54 million berries was also deemed to be his, thereby concurrently fulfilling the lavish spender achievement. Ron pondered that the system must have classified Nami as a subordinate. Hence, regardless of how their assets were distributed, his holdings exceeded 50 million berries. In addition to the aforementioned accomplishments, Ron had also attained another achievement, daily sailing, just the day before. The criteria for this achievement involved living at sea for a cumulative total of 10 days. Interestingly, this particular achievement was not displayed on the achievement interface, which corroborated Ron's previous suspicion that some achievements might remain semi-hidden. They either only manifest upon completion or require certain conditions to be fulfilled. Do you intend to return to Kokoyashi first, or shall you continue your pursuit of pirates? Ron reclined in his chair, gently swaying as he turned to Nami and inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Nami replied, "It has been over half a month since we left. It will take several days to return, and I fear that if we delay any longer, Arlong may take action against the villagers." To which Ron suggested, "Then you should return for a while. I will await your return on this island." Ron smiled at Nami and said, "Please do not feel indebted to me or think of yourself as a burden, which would prevent you from seeking me out. If you were to do so, I would then have to trouble myself to deliver the funds you lack to Kokosha." Nami indeed harbored such thoughts, though they had not fully crystallized, and Ron's insight caused her to bite her lip. She then lifted her gaze, offering Ron a radiant smile, and said, "You're in need of a navigator, are you not? Once I fulfill my agreement with Arlong and extricate myself from the Arlong pirates, I shall gladly apply for the position on your ship. Surely, you would not refuse me?" Upon hearing Nami's words and gazing upon her charming visage, Ron smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course. However, the hiring fee will be quite substantial." I believe I should be able to afford it." Ron chuckled softly, rising from his reclined position. He retrieved approximately 100,000 berries and exited the cabin, waving a farewell to Nami aboard the ship. In truth, there was no need for her to articulate such sentiments. She was acutely aware that even if Arlong were inclined to honor the agreement, he would never permit her to sever ties with the Arlong pirates. Observing Nami as she departed in her small boat, Ron shook his head slightly, then smiled once more. Although Nami had proposed the notion of becoming his navigator under the realization that it was improbable, it remained a voluntary commitment on her part, and he would not recognize any breach of contract. As he watched Nami's vessel gradually recede into the distance, Ron exhaled deeply and summoned the achievement system. He had no intention of returning to Kokoyashi with Nami. On one hand, he found himself ill-equipped to confront Arlong at present, while on the other, he sought solitude, free from distractions, to immerse himself fully in the study of derivative runes and second-tier magic. However, prior to delving into the intricacies of runes, he wished to ascertain the rewards bestowed by the system upon reaching a total of 20 achievement points. As Captain I, the points accrued from his lavish expenditures and routine voyages yielded a total of 3 points, which, when combined with the previous 17 points, perfectly culminated in 20 points. In the attributes interface, Ron allocated the newly acquired achievement points to his mental attribute, elevating his total mental attribute to 34 points. Of this, 20 points originated from the attributes interface, 5 points stemmed from his magical sigils, and the remaining 9 points were derived from his own training thus far. Upon transitioning to the profession interface, the system promptly displayed a notification. Your total achievement points have reached 20, granting you an opportunity to draw from the wand. Ron's gaze fixated on the wand extraction at the far end of the prompt, his eyes blinking in surprise and delight. Although uncertain of the wand's purpose, it was undeniably the exclusive weapon of a sorcerer, undoubtedly possessing some significant function. Given his current mental prowess and mastery over magic, acquiring another magical rune would bear little consequence. Ding! Following the prompt, the interface of the occupational system unveiled an extraction screen, which this time did not display rune patterns but rather a grand spinning wheel. The wheel was divided into 10 equal segments, each adorned with the image of a distinct wand. Whoosh! The wheel began to spin rapidly. However, it was not a true rotation but rather a sequential illumination of each segment, reminiscent of the rune extraction method. The flickering commenced slowly, then accelerated to a pace imperceptible to the naked eye, before decelerating once more, progressing one segment at a time until it finally came to rest on a specific section. Prompt: You have acquired the Elven Wand. Accompanied by the chime of the notification, a wand approximately half a meter in length, about the thickness of a thumb, and exhibiting a crystalline transparency, materialized before Ron. The wand's tip was adorned with a spiraled golden substance, encasing a crystal orb the size of a thumb, which radiated a myriad of colorful luminescence. Ron cautiously extended his hand to grasp the wand. As he took possession of it, the interface of the vocational system unveiled a detailed description of this Elven Wand. Elven Wand Overview. Crafted from the branches of the world tree's lower strata, complemented by the harmonious flow of magical energy through mithril and adorned with an elven gem. This ordinary wand possesses remarkable qualities. Characteristics. With the omnipotent essence of the world tree's branches as its core, it harmonizes with all types of magic, exhibiting no aversion to any spell. The incorporation of mithril and the elven gem reduces the casting time and mental energy consumption of all magical incantations. Evaluation. This wand is exceptionally suited for magic apprentices and general spellcasters. Chapter 26. The Complete Mage. Gazing at the wand in his hand, Ron examined it with great care. Simply holding it, he could distinctly sense an irreplaceable essence emanating from its body, as though he were cradling the entire world. Even in mere grasp, he felt a profound connection to the myriad elements of nature. At the wand's tip, the elven gem radiated a faint, multicolored glow, evoking the sensation of an eternal flame, continuously burning with fervor. Is this truly just an ordinary wand? After some time, Ron returned to reality, unable to suppress a murmur. If this wand is merely an ordinary one, what marvels must exist at higher tiers? Ron found it somewhat difficult to imagine that he could no longer contain his curiosity to test the capabilities of the wand. Thus, gazing at the vast ocean ahead, he gently waved it. Buzz. This time, instead of conjuring a runic magic circle in the realm of the mind, the gem atop the wand shimmered brilliantly, revealing a clear rune within. Immediately, a blade of wind materialized out of thin air, soaring towards the surface of the sea. Ron stood there utterly stunned. How much time had just passed? Half a second? A quarter of a second? No, even less. It was as if the very moment the thought materialized, the runes had already coalesced within the elven gem, and then released. The entire process must have taken no more than a mere tenth of a second. What was this nonsense about reducing the casting time of magic? This was not merely a reduction. It was as if the casting time had been entirely eradicated, transforming it into an instantaneous spell. What left Ron even more bewildered was that the expenditure of his mental energy upon unleashing that wind blade was negligible, barely even a fifth of what it had been previously. Reducing mental energy consumption? This was not just a decrease. It was akin to becoming a perpetual motion machine. The rate of his natural mental recovery was nearly sufficient to match the energy required to cast the wind blade spell. In essence, a wandless mage could hardly be considered a true mage. Ron gazed blankly at the wand in his hand. Ron had been contemplating his situation. His mental attribute had reached a remarkable 30 points, enabling his cognitive response speed to be several times that of an ordinary person. Yet, the delay in casting spells and the energy consumption involved rendered him incapable of fully harnessing this extraordinary speed. At best, it merely safeguarded him from unexpected attacks during combat. Furthermore, there was another consideration. Despite his swift thought processes allowing him to gather runes in an instant, the toll on his mental energy prevented him from casting spells consecutively. Even when studying derivative runes, he found himself needing to pause frequently, achieving merely 10 minutes of efficiency in an hour practice. However, Ron had now come to a profound realization. What he truly lacked was a wand, the quintessential weapon of a magician, the most vital tool in his arsenal. At that moment, he could finally regard himself as a true magician. Gradually regaining his composure, Ron couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had previously resolved to focus intently and strive diligently to study derivative runes, aiming to maximize his efficiency. Now, it was evident that such aspirations were futile. Without that wand, the pursuit of derivative runes was a task that yielded minimal results despite considerable effort. Ron gently waved his wand. Fireball spell. Multiple wind blade spell. Multiple fireball spell. One after another, the spells were unleashed, crashing onto the surface of the sea. The release speed of ordinary first-tier magic had diminished to nearly instantaneous, with the consumption reduced to merely 1/10 of its former self. The enhanced version of the first-tier magic was also cast at a rate of less than half a second, with its consumption lowered to approximately 1/5. As Ron meticulously organized the effects of the elven wand, he could not help but smile wryly, finally comprehending why it had always felt so awkward before. Why a dignified mage could deplete their mental energy after casting just a few spells, and why a mage, who ought to be unperturbed by the tactics of overwhelming numbers, found themselves troubled by the sheer multitude of foes. While the enhanced first-tier magic's effectiveness might have diminished, it was likely that the impact on second-tier and above spells would be even less favorable. Nevertheless, it should still notably decrease both the casting speed and mental energy consumption. Ron continued his testing, making various judgments. After a considerable time, he finally exhaled, gazing at the vast ocean before him, and suddenly shook his head with a smile. Previously, he had even contemplated the necessity of fortifying his physical body. Otherwise, his lack of mental fortitude and absence of lethal spells would present significant shortcomings. However, it now appeared that such concerns were entirely unwarranted. The mind truly reigned supreme. With his current speed of thought and spell casting, he felt no trepidation towards close combat. Moreover, approaching him would not be an easy endeavor. In the future, should he master defensive and spatial magic, what would it matter if his physical form were frail? Much like the superhumans of certain realms, the strength of the mind alone could crush all opposition, devoid of flaws and vulnerabilities. This epitomizes the true essence of a complete magician. At a certain coastal edge, Ron sat beneath a massive boulder, gazing at the rocky wall ahead. With his enchanted wand in hand, he waved it gently, and golden lines materialized in the air, swiftly coalescing into a runic sigil. Bang! The instant the sigil took shape, it erupted violently. Ron shook his head and once more extended his wand, summoning a new rune that bore a slight alteration in its design. Bang! The rune erupted once again. Ron remained undeterred, continuing to wield his wand in earnest attempts. In the past, such endeavors would have drained his mental energy after merely a dozen attempts, necessitating a period of meditation for rejuvenation. However, with the acquisition of the elven wand, the mental toll of a singular runic magic circle was reduced to a mere tenth of what it once was. Coupled with the gradual recovery of his mental faculties under normal conditions, the expenditure was almost negligible, allowing him to persistently engage in successive trials. Throughout half a day's experimentation, Ron reaffirmed a prior conclusion. The derivative runes of the wind element evolved from fundamental runes, with the core region remaining unchanged. The lines constituting the core of a rune comprised approximately one-third of the entire structure. Having established that the core area required no alteration, he was left to explore the remaining two-thirds of the outer circle. At this moment, Ron was meticulously hypothesizing various possibilities, employing exhaustive methods for deduction. He sensed that there must exist a more refined approach to exploring derivative runes, yet his lack of experience confined him to this rudimentary method, making incremental adjustments and testing each possibility in turn. Thanks to the wand, the concentration of singular runes demanded an almost negligible consumption of mental energy, thus enabling Ron to achieve remarkable efficiency, attempting numerous combinations each minute. Under these circumstances, it would take over half an hour for Ron's mental reserves to be depleted, requiring him to rely on meditation for slight adjustments and rest. As the day progressed, he had experimented with over 1,000 combinations, yet regrettably, he still had not succeeded in deriving a single derivative rune. Ron remained undeterred. His current efficiency had far surpassed his previous expectations. With relentless attempts, he knew he would eventually discover the correct derivative rune. Day after day, he persevered. On the evening of the fourth day, after nearly 4 days of experimentation and countless combinations, Ron finally unearthed the first derivative rune of the wind element. At the moment the rune coalesced in the void, it did not shatter and vanish as before. Instead, it transformed into a soft golden radiance, summoning the sea winds from all directions to create a swirling miniature hurricane. Notification: you have mastered one of the wind element derivative runes. Notification: you have achieved the title of Rune Explorer and earned 1 achievement point. Chapter 27. The Rising Tide. This is the derivative rune. Ron observed as the golden runes that had incited a minor whirlwind gradually dissipated. Tilting his head slightly, he noted that while this whirlwind was visible to the naked eye, it bore no significant power. It seemed merely to be an effect of wind convergence. Firmly imprinting the configuration of the recently derived runes in his mind, Ron skillfully summoned the achievement's interface and allocated the single achievement point he had just acquired to his mental attributes. He was certain that the achievement of Rune Explorer was a previously undisclosed hidden accomplishment. Upon revisiting the achievement's interface after attaining the title of Rune Explorer, he discovered yet another achievement beneath it: Rune Master, mastery of all 8 derived runes within a particular system. This posed a considerable challenge, as mastering all derived runes of a single system was no small feat. However, regardless of whether he obtained this achievement, Ron understood the necessity of undertaking this task. For the higher tier spells of 5th rank would undoubtedly require the utilization of all 9 runes. After dedicating 4 days to research, he finally mastered a derived rune. Although fatigue weighed upon him, Ron felt a surge of exhilaration and immediately endeavored to experiment with rune fusion. Equipped with the Elven Wand, he was now fully qualified to wield second-tier magic. Bang! Ron attempted to merge the fundamental rune with the primary derivative rune, only to encounter failure at the very onset of the fusion, resulting in a tempestuous wind howling forth. Just as the gale threatened to explode, Ron grasped the Elven Wand firmly in both hands and, with a soft incantation, directed the wand's tip forward. The tempest dissipated rapidly, akin to a balloon being punctured. The Elven Wand bestowed upon Ron not merely an enhancement in the speed of spellcasting and a reduction in mental exertion, but also a certain mastery over magic, runes, and even the elements themselves. Previously, while Ron could direct wind blades towards his desired trajectory, he found it somewhat challenging. However, with the Elven Wand in hand, he could now achieve the remarkable feat of suspending a fireball at the tip of the wand for several seconds before unleashing it. Similarly, the chaotic collapse and elemental turmoil resulting from failed rune condensations could be guided and mitigated using the Elven Wand, thus averting any explosive outcomes. Yet, upon resolving the collapse of the rune, Ron furrowed his brow, for that recent tumult had instilled in him a vague intuition that the basic rune could not harmonize with his primary derivative rune. However, this was merely an instinct, perhaps stemming from the inability of the 2 runes to merge. Perhaps if he were to attempt a fusion involving 3 runes directly, such an issue might be circumvented. After careful consideration, Ron ultimately resolved to embark directly on the tri-rune combination. With his current mastery and the Elven Wand in his possession, he could effortlessly subdue any elemental chaos resulting from a potential failure of the tri-rune amalgamation, thus ensuring that no significant mishap would occur. The fusion of the 3 fundamental runes had already been confirmed as an impossibility. Now, with a derivative rune in hand, 3 alternative methods for fusion emerged. 1 fundamental rune combined with 2 derivative runes, 1 derivative rune paired with 2 fundamental runes, and the fusion of 3 derivative runes. Ron was determined to try every possibility, and he immediately set to work. As midnight approached, a weary Ron leaned against the rocky outcrop, wearily relinquishing his wand. It was futile, utterly futile. Having skipped dinner, he had been attempting various combinations since dusk, but to no avail. Countless attempts had resulted in failure. He had explored every conceivable combination, striving for a flawless fusion of runes. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not manifest any form of second-tier wind magic. The failure of all his endeavors indicated that, with only this derivative rune and the foundational rune, it was impossible to conjure any variant of second-tier wind magic. Ron ran his fingers through his hair, momentarily troubled, yet he quickly regained his composure. It was merely a setback. If this derivative rune was insufficient, then he would simply derive another one. Given his current state, the process of deriving a new rune was hardly an insurmountable task. Moreover, after successfully creating the first derivative rune, he had already conceived certain ideas regarding additional runes. With this thought in mind, Ron exhaled, leaped down from the rock, and made his way towards the distant town, eventually returning to the inn where he was staying. At this hour, most patrons of the inn were sound asleep, and Ron, feeling exceedingly weary, intended to retire for the night after a refreshing shower. However, unexpectedly, just as he was about to drift off, he heard voices emanating from the neighboring room. "Stop drinking. That's enough. Get some rest, or you'll miss the rendezvous tomorrow. The captain might just skin you alive." "One more drink, just one more," came the slurred voice of someone seemingly inebriated, chuckling as he continued. "It's rare for Captain Click to summon all the fleets. It appears we're in for a tough battle. Indeed, I heard the captain mention some plans regarding an island in the Zil Sea." "The Zil Sea? Isn't it true that 2 naval branches are stationed on the core islands there? Engaging in conflict there could be quite precarious." "Fool, it's not about attacking a naval base. It's merely that they intend to meddle in the dark underworld's arms trade, if they manage to procure sufficient weapons. What does it matter if 2 naval branches send troops? If this succeeds, Captain Click could become the sovereign of the East Sea. Yes, this is the pivotal battle that will determine our ability to dominate the East Sea." On the other side of the wall, Ron, who had been on the verge of sleep, furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing the faint sounds from next door and began to listen intently. The wall had commendable soundproofing, so the voices were rather subdued. An ordinary person might struggle to discern the words, yet Ron could make them out quite clearly. Admiral Click. Ron raised his eyebrows slightly. After listening attentively, he gathered that a potential arms deal might be unfolding in the Zir Sea of the West, and that Click intended to amass all his forces to seize this opportunity, fully arming the Click pirate crew. If his intuition served him correctly, this battle would likely end in Click's success, thereby establishing the foundation for his dominance in the East Sea and propelling his development into a formidable pirate fleet of 50 ships and 5,000 men. Should he consider participating, particularly in the absence of Nami? Ron pondered for a moment. He was indeed curious to witness such a grand battle, as it would allow him to achieve numerous accomplishments, and he was no longer intimidated by the tactics of overwhelming numbers. However, he had promised to wait here for Nami, and there were no means of communication, such as a transponder snail, to reach her. If Nami returned only to find him absent, it would undoubtedly cause her considerable distress. Chapter 28. The objective 1,000-man slaughter. Upon learning that a significant battle might unfold in a certain sea region to the west, Ron felt a stirring in his heart. Yet, with Nami absent and his desire to further explore derivative runes, he ultimately resolved to set this matter aside for the time being. The information he overheard lacked any specifics regarding who was engaging in transactions or the precise timing of these exchanges. It was likely that no concrete schedule had been established yet. Moreover, assembling a large pirate crew scattered across various waters of the East Sea would not occur instantaneously. It would require several days, not to mention the subsequent preparations for battle. Thus, it was clear that the conflict would not erupt at once. Ron pondered that if Nami arrived and no news regarding Click had surfaced, they could embark on a journey together. Conversely, if the news had already broken, it would be inconsequential, for he had already set his sights on the Click pirate crew. Even if the Click pirate crew grew stronger, it would not matter. Having made this decision, Ron temporarily set aside thoughts of the Click pirate crew and resumed his training in exploring derivative runes. On the 5th day, the 6th day, and the 7th day, he diligently practiced. On the morning of the 7th day, Ron successfully acquired his second derivative rune. Thus far, he had mastered 3 of the 9 wind runes, marking a third of his proficiency in wind magic. With 1 foundational rune and 2 distinct derivative runes in hand, Ron contemplated that he should be able to formulate a second-tier wind magic. However, the combinations of the 3 different runes were numerous, necessitating thorough experimentation. Just as Ron was preparing for a second exploration of the second-tier wind magic, Nami arrived. Her return was swifter than anticipated. It seemed she had barely lingered after returning to Windmill Village before setting sail once more. "I found you," just as Ron stood upon the rocks, waving his wand at the waves crashing against the cliffs and attempting to combine the second-tier wind magic. Nami's cheerful voice rang out from above. He glanced up to see Nami, having appeared atop the massive rock behind him, sitting there with her legs crossed, smiling down at him. "Welcome back." Ron had long since noticed Nami's approach, yet he chose not to acknowledge it. Only when he heard her voice did he cease his actions and direct his gaze towards the top of the reef, his expression turning peculiar. At that moment, Nami let out a small exclamation, her eyes fixating on the wand in Ron's hand. After a brief moment of surprise, she leaped down from the rock and inquired, "What is this? A wand?" Ron chuckled, suddenly struck by an idea. He extended his wand towards Nami and said, "Why don't you give it a try and see if you can cast a spell with it?" "Huh?" Nami hesitated for a moment, yet accepted the enchanted wand. Recalling the magical runes Ron had previously taught her, she closed her eyes and waved the wand in her hand. However, as she made the motion, the air remained utterly still. It seemed that it was not meant to be. Ron stroked his chin, an expression of contemplation crossing his face. It appeared that those devoid of magical marks, despite possessing a wand, were incapable of wielding magic. Nami, having encountered this situation several times before, felt little disappointment in her inability to succeed. Instead, she gazed at the wand in her hand with considerable curiosity, inquiring, "What is this made of? Could it possibly be diamond?" "Such an unusual material for magical artifacts," Ron casually explained, although he himself was uncertain about the true nature of the World Tree's branches. With a mere gesture, the magical wand in Nami's hand soared into the air, returning to him. The elven wand possessed an inherent magical core. While it could not facilitate flight, it was certainly capable of levitating or hovering. Nami, astonished as she watched the wand return to Ron's grasp, blinked her eyes and then suddenly squinted, forming crescent shapes, and remarked, "The day before yesterday was my birthday, Ron-san." Ron cast a fleeting glance at Nami and gently tapped her small head with his enchanted wand, stating, "It has already passed. I shall not provide a belated birthday gift." Nami puffed out her cheeks and retorted, "You're such a miser." Upon witnessing this, Ron could not help but smile, for he was aware that Nami was merely jesting. However, should Nami acquire the ability to wield magic in the future, and he himself obtain a wand of superior caliber, entrusting this elfin wand to her would not be an issue. Speaking of which, your arrival is quite timely. I recently came across some intriguing news a few days ago. Ron leaped down from the rocks and addressed Nami, succinctly conveying information regarding the Kuroko pirates. Upon hearing Ron's words, Nami furrowed her brow and remarked, "The Kuroko pirates? If it is indeed that crew, then we may be in grave danger. It is said that they have boasted a fleet of over 1,000 members for quite some time. One can only hope that their numbers are of little consequence." Ron smiled and remarked, "With such a multitude within this pirate crew, their amassed wealth likely far surpasses that of an ordinary pirate crew, probably exceeding 50 million berries by a considerable margin." Nami tilted her head thoughtfully and swiftly reached a decision. "Let's go. If we succeed, we could amass 100 million berries in one fell swoop. Moreover, while a crew of over 1,000 may seem formidable to her, a larger number equates to greater chaos. It might even allow her to blend in seamlessly. Ironically, the more individuals present, the more safety in the turmoil. Conversely, a crew composed solely of elite members, each possessing remarkable strength and all bearing bounties, would present a far greater challenge. Thus, they set forth on their journey. Ron twirled his wand in his right hand and then gave a decisive clap with his left palm. Seizing this moment, he endeavored to master the second-tier wind magic while amassing a fortune of 100 million berries to confront Arlong the fisherman alongside Nami in Kokoyashi. "The waters of the Azil Sea? I shall take care of that." Nami signaled to Ron with a gesture, and together they proceeded toward the dock, returning to their vessel. The small boat departed from the shore, venturing into the depths of the ocean. The journey to the Azil Sea would take approximately 5 days, during which Ron diligently pursued his studies of the second-tier wind magic along the predetermined path, as this magic comprised 3 distinct runes. The combinations formed were entirely different from those of the 2 foundational runes. After several unsuccessful attempts to merge the 3 runes from the center, Ron deduced that the correct method should involve a triangular formation, combining them in pairs. He had already mastered the combinations of basic runes with one another, as well as the combinations of basic runes with the first rune, including the pairing of 2 first runes. The only combinations he had yet to master were 3, 2 second runes, a second rune with a basic rune, and a second rune with a first rune. The initial combination of 2 basic runes had consumed nearly 3 days of Ron's time. However, now he accomplished the research of all 3 remaining combinations in just 1 day. The next day, Ron continued his pursuit of the second-tier wind magic. He began by combining the basic rune with the first and second runes, and after a dozen attempts, he concluded that generating the second-tier magic was unattainable. Next, he experimented with the basic rune in conjunction with 2 second runes, yet this too resulted in failure. The combinations of first, and second runes proved fruitless, as did the pairings of first, and second runes. After enduring 4 consecutive failures, Ron's endeavors led him to his final combination, 2 basic runes paired with a single second rune. Chapter 29, Second-Tier Magic. The 3rd day arrived. Ron gazed intently at the expanse of the sea, his grip firm around the elven wand, a hint of tension etched upon his features. Having encountered failure with 4 successive combinations, only 2 options remained: a pairing of 2 basic runes with a secondary rune, or 3 secondary runes. Furthermore, Ron harbored a hypothesis that wind magic, regardless of its tier, be it first, second, or third, necessitated the presence of a basic rune. Without it, success in combination was an impossibility. This conjecture was drawn from his numerous attempts that lacked a foundational rune, all culminating in immediate failure, unable even to sustain a fleeting moment of success. Thus, it was likely that this represented the final viable combination. Should he falter here, he would be compelled to delve into the exploration of a 4th derivative rune, leading to an ever-increasing complexity in the variety of combinations. Moreover, Ron pondered the challenges posed by second-tier magic. If such limited combinations were already so convoluted, could one truly navigate the intricacies of 3rd or even 4th-tier magic? No. By the time one attained the mastery of 3rd or 4th-tier magic, both mental acuity and cognitive speed would undoubtedly surpass what they were now. Although the body remained human, the spirit and soul would have already ventured into the realms of the divine. Ron took a deep breath, casting aside distracting thoughts. He pointed his wand into the void ahead, and within the elven pearl, 3 golden orbs materialized in a triangular formation. Swiftly, they extended golden lines that wove together, ultimately culminating in a complex runic array. As the runic formation took shape, Ron's gaze sharpened with increasing intensity. Buzz! The crystallized runic array did not dissipate rapidly nor collapse instantaneously. Instead, it transformed into a radiant golden light, enveloping the entirety of the Elven Pearl. This was the manifestation of spellcasting. Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without the slightest hesitation, he swung his wand towards the vast expanse of the sea. In an instant, a tempest erupted upon the waters, and several colossal azure blades of wind surged forth, akin to a frenzied swordsman unleashing a torrent of slashing energy. The sound of crashing waves filled the air as the surface of the sea within a radius of several meters was cleaved into a chaotic array of gorges, resembling a haphazardly sliced block of tofu. Witnessing this spectacle, Ron felt a profound sense of astonishment. He realized he had greatly underestimated the potency of second-tier magic. This was not merely fivefold the power of the wind blade technique. If anything, it exceeded even tenfold, signifying a monumental transformation. Even the enhanced version of multiple wind blades paled in comparison to this second-tier wind magic, akin to the disparity between a child and an adult, utterly incomparable. As Ron processed this awe-inspiring moment, a system notification chimed at his ears. Notification: you have mastered second-tier wind magic, Gale Slash. Notification: you have achieved the title Mage and earned 2 achievement points. The dual notifications jolted Ron back to reality. He blinked in surprise, and, after a brief moment of astonishment, swiftly summoned the achievement interface. His gaze drifted through the rows of accomplishments, and he soon discovered several new entries that had not previously appeared. In addition to the already attained Mage title, 3 others were listed. Achievement: Master Mage. Master any form of 3rd-tier magic. Achievement: Legendary Mage. Master any form of 4th-tier magic. Achievement: Supreme Archmage. Master any form of 5th-tier magic. The Mage title he had just achieved was awarded for mastering any form of 2nd-tier magic, a feat he had accomplished at that very moment. Surprises seemed to follow one after another. Ron found it challenging to articulate the emotions swirling within him at that moment. Yet he could not suppress a smile that blossomed on his face, a delightful blend of joy, confidence, and exhilaration. 2nd-tier magic. With the Elven Wand in hand and mastery over 2nd-tier spells, he had finally transcended the status of a mere apprentice and emerged as a genuine sorcerer. Gazing across the East Sea, aside from the exceptional beings like Carp and those potentially concealed companions of the Pirate King Roger, the openly known pirates, be it Click or Arlong, would no longer pose a threat to him. From this moment forth, he had finally garnered a modicum of leverage in this world brimming with explosive combat prowess. Ron took a deep breath, calming his mind, and allocated the 2 achievement points he had earned to his mental attributes, raising the total to 37 points. He then grasped the Elven Wand firmly, allowing it to hover in the air, and gazed out at the expanse of the sea before him. Once more, he unleashed the 2nd-tier wind magic, Gale Slash. This time, the purpose of the release was not to practice his casting speed, but to more accurately assess the power of Gale Slash and the consumption of his mental energy. This expenditure, Ron pondered for a moment, this time choosing not to wield the Elven Wand for his incantation. With a clear sense of perception, he discerned that the mental energy expended by the Gale Slash was approximately 5 times that of the Wind Blade spell. Subsequently, Ron grasped the Elven Wand once more and unleashed the Gale Slash again. This time, the energy consumption was reduced by nearly half compared to before. The Elven Wand effectively halved the expenditure for 2nd-tier magic. Ron nodded slightly, recognizing that this level of reduction was within his expectations. Although it was not as dramatic as the 1st-tier Wind Blade technique, which diminishes power by an astonishing 90%, a 50% reduction still constituted a monumental enhancement. This allowed his current mental energy to unleash the Fierce Wind Slash approximately 7 or 8 times. Clearly, the Fierce Wind Slash was no trivial skill for him. It was akin to a masterful technique. However, thanks to the Elven Wand's ability to lessen the mental energy consumption, it could now be employed as a standard maneuver. It seemed somewhat excessive. Ron mused to himself. Even if this technique could only be employed once, it would likely be sufficient to dispatch Aaron in an instant. If executed 7 or 8 times in succession, it could indeed reduce him to a mere fillet. While the speed of release may not be as astonishing as that of the Wind Blade technique, with complete mastery, it could potentially be reduced to under a second. Contemplating the release speed, Ron could not help but further marvel at the immense enhancement the Elven Wand had bestowed upon him. A magician without a wand is naught but a pretender. Having successfully mastered the 2nd-tier wind magic, Gale Slash, Ron swiftly dedicated himself to the cultivation of this spell, fervently striving to enhance his proficiency. 2 days later, Ron and Nami's vessel arrived at the Zil Sea. Although the exact location of the transaction and the plans of the Click pirate crew remained unknown, the mere knowledge of being in this maritime expanse allowed for tentative exploration. A pirate crew consisting of over 1,000 members, along with a fleet of 20 ships, could not possibly conceal themselves without a trace. Coupled with the presence of the Navy and so-called underground forces, the area was bound to be engulfed in chaos. Chapter 30, War. Zilsi. Chainball Island. This medium-sized island resembled a chainball, extending outward with a narrow strip of land, merely 10 meters wide, and lacking substantial structures. Save for an elongated dock. At this moment, the entire chain dock was ablaze, flames soaring into the sky, while remnants of numerous ships littered the coastline. Had they arrived too late? Not far from Chainball Island, Ron peered through a telescope, observing the scene before him. A frown creased his brow, followed by a slight shake of his head. Although it appeared to be a post-battle wasteland, the state of the burning buildings suggested that the conflagration would not have lasted a full day, at most half a day. As they drew nearer, Ron could faintly hear the sporadic sounds of cannon fire emanating from the island. The closer they approached, the clearer the sounds became. It had completely transformed into a battlefield. Nami, standing beside Ron, gazed solemnly at Chainball Island, her demeanor reflecting the gravity of the situation. The sheer extent of the destruction indicated that this was no minor skirmish. Nami skillfully maneuvered their small boat, steering clear of the flaming chain dock, and slightly veering around the island. Soon, they caught sight of the beach on the opposite side, where 2 to 3 dozen ships lay scattered. Many of these vessels were severely damaged, including a few naval warships. It appeared that the naval battle had only recently concluded and had shifted to land combat. Ron squinted as he spoke, for the proximity allowed him to faintly hear the sounds of battle and the symphony of gunfire emanating from the island. Nami gazed at the scattered ships along one side of the island, blinking her eyes as she remarked, "It appears that fortune is on our side. We shall effortlessly seize the pirates' treasures." Ron chuckled softly, after finding a suitable spot to anchor their boat. The duo made their way toward the tumultuous beach where the skirmish had taken place. Indeed, the naval vessels had been obliterated. Upon closer inspection, Ron discerned the remnants of 4 small warships and a medium-sized ship, all vanquished by a fleet of over 20 pirate vessels. Yet, the number of corpses aboard the naval ships was scant, suggesting a tactical retreat to the island amidst the chaos, while the pirates appeared to be in hot pursuit. Who goes there? A handful of pirates, numbering approximately a dozen, remained stationed on their ship. Upon noticing Ron and Nami's approach, one of them immediately called out. However, Ron had no intention of engaging in dialogue. With a swift motion of his left hand, he summoned the enchanted wand that hovered behind him, and unleashed a flurry of slicing wind blades that swiftly dispatched the nearest pirates. With Ron's current reflexes and spellcasting speed, he felt no trepidation even when targeted by firearms or cannons. His nearly instantaneous wind blade spell allowed him to strike preemptively, and even if he were slightly delayed. The wind blades could effortlessly sever bullets or cannonballs mid-flight as they traveled along the same trajectory. The strength of his mental prowess endowed him with not only rapid cognitive and reflexive capabilities, but also an unparalleled mastery over distance and positioning. Soon enough, Ron, with relentless determination, eliminated more than a dozen pirates. Upon confirming that there were no pirates aboard the nearby ships, Ron chose not to accompany Nami in her treasure hunt. Instead, he gazed towards the island and declared, "Nami, you may remain here to search for treasures at your leisure. If any pirates approach, find a place to hide. I shall investigate the island." The allure of the warfare on the island captivated Ron's attention far more than the treasures nearby. Understood. Nami signaled to Ron with a gesture indicating no problem, adding, "That area might be quite perilous, so do exercise caution." "Do not fret," he reassured her. Ron cast a reassuring glance at Nami before making his way towards the island. On the island, a portion of the town had transformed into a battlefield shrouded in smoke. Would they still resist? The leader of the Click pirates, Admiral Click, clad in golden armor, surveyed the chaotic streets ahead with an expression of arrogance and dominance. Opposing him stood approximately 300 to 400 members of the Navy, united with individuals resembling the royal guards of a certain kingdom, totaling around 500. At that moment, these 500 were confronted with the fierce assault of nearly 2,000 of Click's men. Damn Click pirates! A figure resembling the commander of the guards, his armor stained with blood, gritted his teeth as he witnessed the pirates charging ferociously towards them. They were a squad of royal guards from the Jarrett Kingdom, having procured a batch of weapons from the underground dark forces known as the Don Quixote family to enhance their military strength and instill fear in neighboring nations. To ensure the transaction proceeded smoothly, they had even secretly bribed several officers from the local naval branches to provide protection. However, To their dismay, trouble had arisen. No sooner had the Don Quixote representatives departed than the clique pirates launched their assault, cutting them off at the coast. Despite the presence of naval ships, after a fierce battle, they suffered a crushing defeat and were forced to retreat to the island. Yet, the clique pirates had no intention of relenting and pressed their attack on the island. How infuriating! On the Navy's side, a colonel commanding the troops wore an expression of utter dismay, wishing to annihilate both the clique pirates and the Jarrett Kingdom forces. In truth, he had contemplated retreating following their naval defeat, but he had not anticipated that the Jarrett forces were trading in arms and weaponry. Should this information come to light, his career as a colonel would be irrevocably ruined, compelling him to desperately contain the situation. Yet now, the circumstances had spiraled completely out of control. Even if he retreated, the repercussions from headquarters would be dire, but continuing the fight clearly promised no victory. In contrast to the Navy and the Jarrett forces, the civilians on the island were engulfed in terror, unaware of the nature of the transaction. They only knew that pirates had invaded the island, driving the Navy to retreat in disarray. The docks lay in ruins, leaving them stranded without a vessel to escape the island. As they watched the Navy falter, the thought of the pirates slaughtering them after defeating the Navy rendered their faces pale with dread. Even the best-case scenario, they would be thoroughly plundered by the pirates. In a worse scenario, the entire town could face massacre at the hands of the marauding pirates, as countless civilians trembled in fear and fervently prayed for the Navy's triumph. The pirates, under the command of Click, launched yet another ferocious assault, ultimately shattering the defenses of both the Navy and the Kingdom of Gelt. Chapter 31. Resolve him. The forces of the Kingdom of Gelt and the Navy were merely a patchwork assembly, their command utterly chaotic. Their ability to withstand the onslaught thus far stemmed solely from a slight advantage in weaponry. Upon witnessing the collapse of the Navy and the royal troops ahead, the Navy's colonel and the commander of the Gelt forces felt a chill run through them, their faces draining of color. It was over. If they could hold on until reinforcements from the Navy arrived, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, should they falter now and allow Click's pirate crew to seize this cache of weapons, even the reinforcements would be powerless against them. The tide of defeat was irrevocable. All naval personnel began a frenzied retreat, with the royal soldiers discarding their weapons in their desperate flight. Click, leading his band of pirates, swiftly occupied half of the town. Ha ha ha! At last, they are mine! He boomed, as he observed the chests being brought forth by his men, each revealing a cache of firearms and even some cannons. Click erupted into wild laughter. His forces had swelled to over 2,000, yet for a pirate, they had reached a developmental bottleneck due to inferior weaponry and a lack of artillery. To pillage a nation or a major city housing a naval base was beyond their current capabilities. Resigned to the situation, he had even dispatched his subordinates to various seas to raid separately. But now, this issue had been resolved. With this new armament, he could further expand his forces to 4,000 or even 5,000 men. At that point, no one in the East Sea would be able to impede his advance. By then, his military strength would be sufficient to topple a nation, allowing him to directly govern an entire maritime region without the need to wander like a common pirate. Soon, he could even set his sights on conquering that trade route. Weighing the weapons in his hands, Click grinned, exuding a commanding and haughty demeanor, and declared, "For now, let us lay waste to this island for some amusement." With those words, he tossed the weapon to a nearby pirate and bellowed, "Take these arms and annihilate the Navy and the forces of Gelt over there." Oh! Countless pirates, exhilarated, roared with fervor as they seized batch after batch of weapons, their faces contorted with malicious glee as they surged toward the opposite side of the town. At this moment, chaos reigned throughout the town. A multitude of civilians screamed in terror and fled in all directions, some falling victim to the pirates' blades, while many more sought refuge towards the western docks. In the western part of the town, countless civilians poured out, intermingled with several naval soldiers and royal troops, all hastily retreating to the chain docks. Yet, the Krieg pirates had already laid waste to the docks, which now blazed with flames. A small vessel that had not yet been consumed by fire was soon overturned by a throng of frantic individuals. The air was filled with incessant cries, wails, and roars of fury. The naval colonel and the commander of the royal forces had been slain by Krieg during the earlier melee. Now, the remaining naval personnel along the coast were scattered and disorganized, numbering fewer than 100, with their highest-ranking officer merely a lieutenant, whose gaze trembled with dread. It was over, as he gazed toward the town, witnessing the multitude of pirates wielding gleaming standard swords and firearms. A flicker of fear and despair ignited in the lieutenant's eyes. Having failed to thwart the Krieg pirates, even if reinforcements from the base arrived with additional warships, it would be futile against such a formidable foe. He could almost envision the coming years, with the Krieg pirates sweeping across the East Blue, leaving devastation in their wake. Their dominance unchallenged throughout the region. Thousands of pirates surged forth, encircling the beach. Was there any hope? The prospect of escape was a mere illusion. Krieg, brandishing a portable cannon and puffing on a cigar, surveyed the scene of naval forces and civilians by the shore, his gaze settling on the remaining few royal soldiers. With a playful gesture, he remarked, "Ah, the girl Royal Army, my heartfelt gratitude for traveling so far to deliver me these weapons. And you, Navy, having delayed me for so long. I suppose you have earned a measure of pride in this. Thus, it is time for you to report to hell." With a chilling smile, Krieg raised his cannon, aiming it at the gathered crowd. As many naval personnel gritted their teeth in rage or displayed signs of hopelessness, the civilians behind them were thrown into sheer panic, their faces reflecting utter terror, just as the pirates were about to descend upon the shore. Ready to enact a brutal slaughter, a blood-curdling scream suddenly erupted from the flank of the pirate ranks. The piercing cry echoed along the shoreline, causing Krieg to frown, while the nearby civilians and naval forces momentarily halted in shock, instinctively turning to the source of the sound. There in the distance, a figure ablaze was rolling frantically on the ground. Ah! A piercing and anguished scream emanated from the fireman, who writhed on the sandy ground like an anguished eel, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing him, yet to no avail. The fire raged fiercely, and as mere seconds elapsed, the man's struggles gradually diminished, ultimately ceasing altogether, leaving behind nothing but a charred mass of blackened remains. What on earth is happening? Click furrowed his brow and inquired. As he posed this question, all eyes shifted along the path toward the charred corpse, finally resting upon an individual clad in simple attire, holding a staff that shimmered with a crystalline brilliance, akin to that of finely crafted crystal. That figure was a survivor, a member of the Navy. Observing Ron, paused momentarily, recalling a recent intelligence report regarding a pirate hunter, and remarked, "Indeed, a pirate hunter?" Beside him, a Navy lieutenant, his hands slick with sweat from gripping his firearm, gazed at Ron in the distance, somewhat taken aback, murmuring, "That appearance, it must be him, the pirate hunter known as the magician Ron." The arrival of Ron instilled a flicker of hope in the despairing Navy. The sorcerer Ron, the very pirate hunter who single-handedly vanquished the infamous Hammerloft with a bounty of 12 million berries. If he were to speak, perhaps he could defeat Admiral Click? Yet this thought was swiftly extinguished by despair, for before them lay nearly 2,000 pirates. Only one person remained on Ron's side, in a one-on-one confrontation. Perhaps Ron could have bested Admiral Click, but in the face of a nearly 2,000-strong team, a solitary individual, no matter how formidable, would likely be rendered powerless. Moreover, this multitude had just acquired new weaponry. "Was it your doing, boy?" Click cast a glance at the charred corpse on the ground and fixed his gaze intently on Ron. Ron, gripping his elven wand, stepped forward slowly, surveying the situation around him. "It appears that I have arrived at a most critical moment," he remarked. At this juncture, some of the pirates overheard the naval forces and called out to their leader, Click. "Captain Click, it seems that fellow is a bounty hunter. The one who eliminated the mage, Ron, known as the Hammer of Love." "A bounty hunter?" Click paused, momentarily taken aback. His furrowed brow relaxed as he let out a dismissive snort. "I believe I have heard that name mentioned a few days prior. However, to set his sights on me is rather naive. Dispose of him," he casually commanded his subordinates. Under normal circumstances, Click would have relished the opportunity to engage Ron, showcasing his unparalleled prowess as the captain. Yet, in his current state, he found it beneath him to intervene, preferring instead to obliterate both Ron and the naval forces in one fell swoop. Chapter 32. The Massacre of 2,000. With Click's command, the nearest pirates lunged at Ron, brandishing 5 or 6 standard firearms aimed directly at him. However, before they could pull the triggers, azure blades of wind sliced through the air, instantaneously severing their necks, leaving behind crimson streaks. The wind blades penetrated their bodies, transfixing even more of their comrades behind them. What transpired? Many witnessed the fleeting azure blades, yet failed to comprehend the unfolding events. In the following moment, expressions of horror and dread adorned their faces. For in front of them lay the dismembered bodies of the pirates, torn apart as if they were neatly sliced tofu. Blood spilled across the ground, casting a scene of terrifying chaos. For Ron, even relying on firearms would prove challenging. In his heightened state, the world around him appeared to slow down dramatically, revealing every expression, weapon, and movement of those around him in exquisite detail. It was difficult to ascertain whether the bullets or the wind blades were swifter. However, it was certain that Ron was faster, having severed their throats before they could even squeeze the triggers. Though the pirates were bewildered by Ron's actions, they quickly regained their composure. Despite the cold sweat beating on their foreheads, they shouted, "Charge! Charge! He is but one man, no matter his skills or abilities. We are 2,000 strong. 2,000. The numbers were indeed terrifying. If they could concentrate their fire on a single point, even someone like Click could not possibly withstand the onslaught and would be obliterated. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the fact that these 2,000 pirates could not muster the same level of cohesion and order as a navy. And amidst the chaos of the beach, they were utterly incapable of concentrating their firepower. At such close range, only those at the forefront were able to fire their weapons, and firearms were rendered less effective than swords. Moreover, the most crucial point for a mage was whether quantity mattered. The answer, of course, was a resounding no. As Ron gazed at the horde of roaring pirates surging towards him, his pupils shimmered with a glassy hue, instilling an inexplicable tremor in the hearts of all who beheld him. A foreboding presence was approaching, and a sense of ominous premonition surged within everyone. In the next moment, their fears were validated. Before Ron, azure blades of wind materialized, cascading down like a torrential storm, sweeping towards them. Just how rapid was Ron's execution of the windblade technique? In a mere 0.1 seconds. Despite the brief cooldown between successive castings, within a single second, Ron could unleash 4 or even 5 windblades. Swoosh, 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 under the horrified gaze of the onlookers. The blades appeared relentlessly in the void and sliced into the crowd. Blood erupted like a crimson rain. In mere seconds, while many pirates were still in a daze, dozens were cleaved into fragmented corpses, severed limbs, and bodies strewn about. What? Witnessing this scene, Click's smile vanished entirely, replaced by a stiffened expression. In the blink of an eye, dozens, nearly 100 had perished. Even with nearly 2,000 pirates present, terror was etched on their faces, for they had no comprehension of what had transpired. Especially those at the back, they could only see their comrades collapsing in droves, as if being shredded by countless blades, reduced to mangled remains. Fire! Fire! Kill him! In their fright, some pirates could not help but scream, directing their shots towards Ron. Yet the predicament remained. Ron was but one man, and compared to nearly 2,000, he was outnumbered, even if more of them wielded guns. Only a handful at the front could aim and shoot at Ron. Bang! 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 A barrage of bullets rained down upon Ron. With a furrowed brow, Ron suddenly rolled to the left, unleashing a flurry of wind blades from his wand. These blades clashed with a handful of bullets in midair, sending sparks flying and leaving several lifeless bodies amongst the crowd. After evading a barrage of concentrated gunfire, Ron pressed forward, charging directly into the ranks of nearly 2,000 pirates. It must be said, in the absence of defensive magic, one ought to show a modicum of respect for firearms and ammunition. "Stop him! Quickly, stop him!" cried a pirate in terror. Yet, due to the proximity of the threat and the sheer fear instilled by Ron's wind blades, none of the pirates at the front dared to engage him in combat. Even if they had the audacity to confront him, they would still be unable to halt Ron's relentless advance. Hiss! 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 Though Ron's speed was merely that of an ordinary individual, when he surged into the ranks of the pirates, it was as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep. No one could impede his advance. As he plunged into the throng, firearms became useless, for they would only harm their own. Pirates roared in fury, swinging their swords at Ron, but before the blade could descend, it collided with a blade of wind mid-air, shattering into two halves along with its wielder. At that moment, Ron resembled a master swordsman, exhibiting an agility that surpassed even that of Sword Saint. Despite his physical speed being inadequate, he required no sweeping motion. With merely a thought, he conjured blades of wind from any angle, slicing through the air like the keen edge of a sword. Boom! As if the wind blades had grown tedious, Ron effortlessly summoned fireballs to accompany his assault. In that instant, he resembled Uchiha Madara, storming into the ranks of the ninja alliance, leaving none capable of standing against him, not even for a single exchange. Crimson fireballs detonated amidst the crowd, accompanied by wind blades wreathed in flames that traversed the battlefield. The air was filled with the wailing cries of the fallen. As the Creek pirates collapsed in droves, akin to wheat being reaped, 1 against 2,000, no one could fathom such a scene. In the distance, the Navy and civilians were struck with shock, while the Demon Akeegan and Admiral Creek struggled to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Damn it! How dare he slaughter my subordinates with such impunity? Creek seethed, his eyes wide with rage. Jean, Hadus, you lot, go and stop him. The numerous officers and Akeegan beside Creek could no longer remain passive. Witnessing Ron's rampage, their faces turned pale with dread. Upon hearing Creek's command, they rushed towards the battlefield. They had to intervene. If they did not, it appeared that Ron could single-handedly annihilate their 2,000 subordinates. As they charged towards Ron, their hearts trembled. Though they did not fully comprehend the means by which Ron operated, the displayed power was undeniably terrifying. An extraordinary strength beyond that of mere mortals. Was this the fabled ability of a devil fruit? Meanwhile, a captain in the naval ranks observed this scene, his heart quaking. He had initially believed that Ron was but a lone warrior, and even with great personal strength, he could scarcely withstand the onslaught of over 2,000 pirates. Yet, he was met with a spectacle beyond imagination. This brought to mind a memory from more than half a year ago, when a naval warship from headquarters arrived in the East Blue to escort captured pirates. On board was a haughty colonel whose condescending demeanor instigated a conflict, only for one individual to defeat hundreds of Navy personnel, including the branch colonel, showcasing an entirely different realm of power. As he observed Ron sweeping through the crowd with an unstoppable force, a shiver ran down his spine. This power was akin to that of the colonel from the esteemed Navy headquarters of the Grand Line, far surpassing not only these pirates but the very might of this sea. Chapter 33. The Might of Second-Rank Sorcery. The Demon Man, akin, Ron wielded his wand, sweeping through his adversaries with ease. Upon noticing a few members of the clique pirate crew in the rear who did not retreat in terror, but instead charged towards him, his eyelashes fluttered slightly, yet his gaze remained unchanged. Clearly, these were the officers of the clique pirate crew. He had only a faint recollection of the demon, akin, while the others had faded from his memory. Since they were forgotten, there was no need for recognition. Clang, clang, clang. Akin and 4 or 5 other officers rushed toward Ron, engaging him in a fierce melee. The sounds of clashing metal echoed, sparks flying in all directions. However, merely 10 seconds later, Ron stepped out of the fray, continuing his advance towards Clique, leaving Akin and several others frozen in place. Zzz. A dozen ragged wounds materialized on the bodies of the assailants, their weapons and armor shattered, collapsing onto the blood-stained sand. Although Akin and his companions possessed considerable strength, they were no match for Ron, who required not even second-tier magic. With a mastery akin to observation hockey, he effortlessly dominated the battlefield, overwhelming his foes within mere moments. Close combat was a forced circumstance. Yet, even in this compelled melee, Ron, now a genuine sorcerer wielding an elven wand, was not an ordinary character that could be easily vanquished. His mental energy had diminished by more than half, yet it was still sufficient for the task at hand. Ron murmured to himself. This battle served as an exercise to hone his abilities and master the art of combat, and thus far, the results were commendable. Nearly 10 minutes had elapsed since the onset of the conflict, during which time, thousands of pirates lay lifeless upon the beach, creating an overwhelmingly shocking scene. Although nearly 1,000 pirates still remained, they were utterly demoralized, none daring to approach Ron, all fleeing in terror, their faces etched with fear. Even the gunshots fired by Clique, resulting in the deaths of a few, could not halt the tide of their retreat. As Ron advanced across the battlefield, reminiscent of a scene from hell, Clique glared coldly at the young man approaching him, his expression grim, his eyes ablaze with fury, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The atmosphere gradually grew quiet. In the distance, the naval officers and civilians, having recovered from their shock, gazed upon the confrontation between Ron and Clique, unable to suppress their nervous gulps. No expressions of relief were to be found. Instead, the majority wore faces of terror, while the hands of the soldiers gripping their weapons were drenched in sweat. The pirate captain, Clique, someone muttered, their voice trembling slightly. Ron possesses terrifying and formidable strength. Yet the man before him is also one of the most fearsome pirates in the East China Sea, with a bounty of 15 million. At such a moment, no one dares to assert that Ron will undoubtedly triumph and claim Clique's head. Even those who believe Ron should be stronger and have a greater chance of victory can only swallow hard, unable to maintain their composure as their hearts tremble incessantly. Ron is likely to emerge victorious. Isnt, he single-handedly defeated a battalion of 2,000, showcasing strength that transcends that of an ordinary human. He should be able to triumph over Captain Clique, one would think. Yet, despite these thoughts permeating the minds of all, beads of sweat continued to fall. For if Ron were to win, their lives would be spared. However, if he were to lose, the nearly 1,000 pirates on the other side would spell doom for them all. This is not merely a matter of who prevails between Ron and Clique. It concerns their very survival. Clique fixed a cold gaze upon the approaching Ron, the fury in his eyes escalating to a fever pitch, yet he refrained from unleashing it, instead breaking into a sudden smile. That power must be the legendary devil fruit, he mused. I underestimated you. I did not anticipate you possessing such sorcerous abilities that have cost me more than half my crew. However, unfortunately for you, at this juncture, Cleek emitted a disdainful snort, his body trembling as he shed his outer coat, revealing a resplendent suit of golden armor that gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. With the attacks you have just unleashed, you lack the capacity to damage my ebony armor. Such assaults will have no effect on me. Cleek chose not to strike immediately, instead tilting his head slightly, grinning at Ron, as if contemplating the prospect of recruiting him into his ranks. Although Ron's prowess may not allow him to emerge victorious, he embodies the essence of a formidable weapon of war. Having Ron by one side is akin to possessing an army of thousands. Yet, the disparity between aspirations and reality is often vast. Is it not so? Cleek's eyes gleamed with arrogance and confidence, but as his words hung in the air, they faltered before the last syllable could escape his lips, his gaze widening in disbelief and terror. Before him, Ron stood composed, wielding his elven wand with a casual flourish, summoning forth a tempest of colossal wind blades that diverged drastically from their earlier form. The Gale Slash, a second-tier wind spell. What was unleashed could hardly be deemed mere wind blades. They were akin to the grand sword energy of a true master swordsman, each blade extending to the height of Nami. The moment Cleek beheld the terrifying onslaught of wind blades, he froze, ensnared in a frigid grip of dread, his eyes wide with shock. He yearned to evade, but time had run out. Boom! The Gale Slash collided with Cleek's raised arms, which he had desperately attempted to use as a shield. Like a tangible sword aura, the blades propelled Cleek backward, despite his gritted teeth and furious roars of resistance. He could not withstand the force. After sliding several meters, the obsidian armor on his arms began to fracture, shattering with a series of ominous cracks. Bang! Unable to maintain his balance, he was hurled backward, the chaotic wind blades swiftly cleaving through his armor, leaving it in ruins. Before Cleek could even touch the ground, he was utterly consumed by the onslaught of wind blades, torn to shreds and cast into the distant sea. One strike, a swift execution. Time seemed to freeze, the scene suspended in a tableau of astonishment. Whether it was the pirates who had retreated in terror, or the Navy and civilians fervently praying for Ron's triumph, all were petrified in that moment. They had anticipated Ron's victory, even implored for it, but none could fathom that it would come so effortlessly, rendering the reality almost unbelievable. Cleek, the leader with a bounty of 15 million berries, one of the most formidable pirates atop the East Blue, was annihilated without resistance by Ron's singular blow. Was this merely an illusion? Let us observe and cherish this moment. Since yesterday, a sense of foreboding has pervaded the air as a new wave of crackdowns has begun. Many have witnessed a plethora of books being censored. The contractors of Xiaofeng have found entire volumes and numerous chapters obscured, including the Shield of Shock and Sword Soul systems. While Xiaofeng's works have not strayed into controversial territories, this upheaval may not spell doom for him. Yet the mention of copyright amidst this tempest could spell disaster for many. If this wave survives, Xiaofeng is likely to embark on a frenzied update schedule in the latter half of the year, striving to pen the fan works he yearns to create. In closing, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. Today, as the clock strikes the third watch, the gentle breeze invites a slight update. Should this wave of events allow survival, a fervent outpouring will commence on July 1st. Chapter 34. The delayed reinforcements. The pirates of the Click crew, who had retreated to a distance, still harbored hopes for Click. They had witnessed his formidable strength. Despite Ron's terrifying prowess, they believed Click might still prevail. Yet the scene before them was so incredulous that it felt dreamlike. Impossible, this cannot be. Some pirates staggered backward, their eyes wide with disbelief, shaking their heads in utter denial of the reality before them. Others gazed at Ron with a terror akin to that reserved for demons, their bodies trembling as if confronted by specters. With a single, lethal strike, Click was vanquished, yet Ron's demeanor remained unchanged. He felt no surprise. The obsidian armor might withstand ordinary wind blades, but the ferocious wind slash was insurmountable. Even if it could be blocked, the unprotected head would be reduced to mere fragments. Had Click opened fire upon him immediately, activating all his weaponry, it could have posed a challenge. However, engaging in idle chatter before Mage was tantamount to signing one's own death warrant. I ask, what are you naval officers over there still doing? Glancing at the remaining nearly 1,000 pirates, Ron did not rush to eliminate them. Instead, he turned to survey the nearby naval officers and inquired, "What of your duties?" With over 1,000 pirates already defeated at his hands, all intended accomplishments had been fulfilled. The fate of the remaining few hundred mattered little. However, it appeared that the naval forces were somewhat lacking. indicating he would need to continue his efforts. Ron's voice jolted the dazed naval officers back to reality. The leading lieutenant swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and glared at the pirates in the distance, commanding in a low voice, "Everyone, attack. Annihilate the Krieg pirates." The Navy, who had previously been on the brink of despair, found their resolve rekindled. Despite the overwhelming numerical disadvantage, witnessing the trembling, terrified pirates ahead, alongside Ron, instilled a renewed fighting spirit within each naval officer. Kill. The remaining 100 or so sailors raised their weapons and charged fiercely at the pirates. Although the pirates still vastly outnumbered the Navy, the sight of Ron approaching left few with the courage to stand their ground. They quickly fled in panic. When would reinforcements from the 6th Division arrive? Not far from Chainball Island, a medium-sized warship was racing towards the island at full speed. On the deck stood a naval colonel, gripping the railing with a grave expression. Beside him, a lieutenant, beads of sweat on his brow, remarked, "Even at full speed, it will take us 3 or 4 days to reach there. Damn it, we won't make it in time." The colonel, drenched in cold sweat, gazed anxiously toward Chainball Island, his fists clenched tightly. He had been shocked upon receiving the intel, never expecting that the Krieg pirates would muster a fleet for an assault, leaving the Navy outnumbered. It was crucial to note that their 2 naval divisions had a total of 7 ships, 2 medium-sized and 5 small vessels. Yet the enemy's forces were overwhelming. Moreover, the latest reports indicated that the Navy was indeed outmatched, having been forced to abandon their ships and retreat to the island. "Colonel, we have only 1 medium-sized and 1 small warship here. According to the intel, the Krieg pirates have gathered a fleet of over 2,000. If they choose to attack Chainball Island, the personnel from the 171st Division may already be annihilated," a trembling-voiced major interjected. If that were the case, rushing to their aid would be futile. They might also fall into peril and be wiped out by the Krieg pirates. Silence. The colonel snapped, unable to suppress his frustration. He too had considered this bleak outcome, but regardless of the risks, they had to proceed, as it was an order from headquarters. Even if they were to face insurmountable odds, they had to go and assist the personnel of the 171st Division. Otherwise, the losses would be catastrophic. Before long, the warship approached the chain dock of Chainball Island. Observing the dock engulfed in flames, an atmosphere of despair hung heavily over the deck. Had they arrived too late? As the colonel gazed through his telescope towards the island, he observed that numerous structures had succumbed to ruin. However, the sounds of battle were conspicuously absent, and the battlefield was nowhere in sight. The lieutenant colonel beside him inhaled deeply and remarked, "Colonel, it is unwise to disembark the entire crew at this moment. We should first send a team to scout the situation. If the circumstances are dire, our only recourse may be to retreat and report back to headquarters." The colonel, his expression grim, nodded in acknowledgement. Swiftly, a reconnaissance team was dispatched, their demeanor tense as they ascended onto the island. "Exercise caution, remain silent, and retreat immediately if anything arises," commanded a Navy sergeant, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, acutely aware that the island may have been entirely overrun by pirates. Nonetheless, they needed to ascertain this and determine if any survivors from Unit 171 remained. The 6-member team cautiously set foot on the island, making their way towards the town, now reduced to rubble. After a short distance, they were suddenly startled by the sound of gunfire. "Hush!" The leading Navy sergeant's expression shifted dramatically as he gestured for his comrades to take cover, peering intently in the direction for which the shots had emanated, whispering, "Prepare to assist." The presence of gunfire indicated that survivors still lingered on the island, and should they manage to rescue even one, the truth of the events that transpired would unfold. However, just as several Navy personnel tightened their grips on their rifles, ready to fire upon the emerging figures, they were taken aback. Rather than the anticipated scene of pirates pursuing bloodied civilians and sailors, they beheld 4 sailors in pursuit of a blood-soaked, burly man. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and the man collapsed, lifeless in a pool of blood. How could it be that the Navy was hunting down a pirate? Witnessing this scene, the hidden reconnaissance team exchanged bewildered glances. Had the pirates donned Navy uniforms? As tension mounted among the group, the lead Navy sergeant suddenly recognized one of the sailors and exclaimed, "Corporal Moss?" The 4 sailors chasing the pirate froze at the sound, their tension palpable, while the individual addressed paused, finding the voice somewhat familiar. The sergeant of the reconnaissance team stepped out from the shadows. Astonished and uncertain as he beheld the familiar figure of Corporal Moss, his thoughts momentarily clouded. Had Moss defected? No, that could not be the case. If he had, why would he be pursuing someone so evidently a pirate? Chapter 35. The Regret of the Rear Admiral. It is Corporal Hannah. Moss sighed in relief upon seeing the reconnaissance team. lowering his firearm. Has reinforcements finally arrived? Upon encountering Moss and his companions, the members of the reconnaissance team immediately lowered their firearms, exchanging bewildered glances. Sergeant Hannah, witnessing this scene, let out a sigh of relief and inquired, "Sergeant Moss, how goes the battle? Are there any other survivors aside from you?" Moss replied slowly, his tone somewhat somber, "Colonel and the other lieutenant colonels have perished. There are likely fewer than 100 of us remaining." Although Hannah had anticipated this, his expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the grim figure. "The losses are indeed severe." "What the click pirates?" Moss hesitated for a moment before responding. "I am uncertain, but there should still be dozens of them left. You have arrived just in time. Let us annihilate the remaining foes together." The moment these words left his lips, the atmosphere became thick with tension. Hannah's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Had not the Navy been utterly defeated, reduced to fewer than 100 personnel? How could it be that the Navy was now in pursuit of the pirates, who numbered only in the dozens? The other members of the reconnaissance team shared his astonishment, questioning whether they were caught in some kind of illusion. "So you are the reconnaissance team? I see. The colonel and the others have yet to disembark." Moss, observing Hannah and the others, suddenly recalled something and said, "Haas, return and report to the colonel. Summon the reinforcements." Hannah stared blankly at Moss. "Sergeant Moss, what on earth is happening?" Moss quickly recounted the battle's circumstances, concluding with a slightly shaken tone, "Though it is difficult to believe, the facts stand as they are." At that moment, Haas and the nearby reconnaissance team members were left in a state of disbelief. A pirate hunter? 1 against 2,000? Admiral Click was defeated in a single blow. Surely this is not mere delirium speaking. In the naval headquarters, within a vast and spacious office, Vice Admiral Fire Mountain paced the room, pipe in mouth, his expression grave. "Are there any updates?" he inquired. "None yet," a nearby naval colonel replied somberly, "but reinforcements from the 170th Division should arrive shortly. However, with the remaining forces from the 170th, it is unlikely they will suffice. Really, the Grand Line is already troublesome enough. Now the East Sea adds to the chaos. Both colonels from the 170th and 171st Divisions are there, yet they cannot subdue a single pirate crew. What a pitiful display," grumbled a naval rear admiral seated on a soft couch. Fire Mountain exhaled a plume of smoke, responding with resignation. "There is little to be done. Although the pirates of the four seas are weak, their vast numbers pose a significant challenge. The EC alone boasts over 300 divisions. It is impossible to station a colonel of headquarters caliber in every single one. The disparity between the Grand Line and the four seas is not solely due to the convergence of formidable pirates in the Grand Line. It also stems from the vastness of the sea. While the Grand Line is not insignificant in size, its navigation routes are limited, and the number of islands in the first half is relatively few. Consequently, clashes between pirates and the Navy, as well as conflicts among pirates themselves, occur almost daily. In contrast, it is not uncommon for a naval branch in the four seas to spend months without apprehending a single pirate, as the extensive sea territory makes it nearly impossible to locate fugitives once they flee. Thus, even sending several powerful captains or commanders from headquarters proves futile. Searching for those pirates is akin to finding a needle in a haystack, resulting in a mere waste of time. Fortunately, both the Navy and pirate forces in the EC are relatively weak, contributing to a greater semblance of peace in the four seas compared to the Grand Line. However, it would still be prudent to elevate the quality of leadership. In a situation where two branches oversee a single sea area, at least one captain should possess considerable skill. A dissatisfied rear admiral who had been speaking earlier remarked that if they could gather all the pirates from the East Sea, he alone could handle them all, allowing for a period of tranquility. Managing the East Sea is indeed a troublesome affair. There is a clear necessity to promote officers of comparable strength. Capturing the most troublesome pirates in the East Sea should warrant a promotion to captain. One of the rear admirals nearby casually concurred. Fire Mountain, after a moment of contemplation, remarked that it is indeed acceptable to promote those with exceptional abilities. Just then, a message arrived, heralded by the ringing of a transponder snail from the East Sea's 6th Division base. Upon receiving the call, Fire Mountain confirmed the information with a few affirmations, his previously squinted eyes suddenly opening wider in surprise. "Oh, such an event has transpired?" he mused. After a brief confirmation, he set down the transponder snail, the gravity of his expression easing as he took a deep puff from his pipe. The nearby rear admirals and captains, having overheard the conversation through the transponder snail, wore expressions of astonishment. After a moment, one ventured to single-handedly annihilate the clique pirates. "This bounty hunter possesses extraordinary strength." "Alas," he is a greedy individual, unwilling to embrace justice. Otherwise, it would have been splendid for him to assume the captaincy of the 171st Division. Several rear admirals and captains chimed in. Fire Mountain exhaled a cloud of smoke, stating, "In truth, it is not entirely unfavorable, even if he is reluctant to serve in the Navy. A bounty hunter can still wield a degree of deterrence. However, this time, the level of deterrence is somewhat excessive, which may tarnish the Navy's reputation." Hearing this, one rear admiral smiled wryly, replying, "It is already too late. The EC is too far from us to prevent the spread of such news. It is likely that the information has already circulated widely, leaving us with no choice but to request the government to slightly amend the contents in the newspapers. It seems there is no other choice." The mountain, engulfed in flames, took a puff of smoke and sighed. Such individuals are indeed a pity. In recent years, there have been exceptional bounty hunters like Ron, yet some remain stagnant in their original waters, making no progress, while others, upon entering the Grand Line, fade into obscurity. Ultimately, bounty hunters do not face the relentless pursuit of the Navy or the fierce conflicts with their peers as pirates do. Nor do they receive the guidance that the Navy offers in terms of strength, nor the continuous execution of missions that involve combat with pirates. Often, bounty hunters seize a bounty and indulge in pleasure, repeating this cycle, resulting in merely a handful of battles over the course of a year. Where then do the formidable warriors emerge from? Should Ron join the Navy, with his prodigious talent and abilities, and with some guidance, he might swiftly ascend to become an exceptional naval officer. However, the matter of his refusal should rest here. It is indeed a pity that such a talent could not be enlisted into the Navy. Yet, the flames of regret quickly faded from his mind, leaving no further contemplation. Chapter 36. A Tremor in the East Sea. Dressrosa. In the royal palace's rear courtyard, a figure donned in pointed shoes, a flamboyant pink feather coat, and flamboyant flamingo glasses sat leisurely, clutching a snail phone while emitting a series of gleeful fufufa chuckles. He was none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Is this truly happening? The Gert Kingdom is indeed unfortunate. Even I cannot assist them now, fufufu. Though his words expressed sympathy, his tone resonated with a sense of schadenfreude, as if he relished the chaos, finding amusement in the turmoil. From the other end of the snail phone, a subordinate's voice emerged. "Our ship has safely retreated, and all funds have been secured. By the way, there is one more matter. The Clique pirates have been entirely obliterated by a bounty hunter." "Oh." Da Flamingo raised a goblet and savored a sip of red wine. The voice on the other end continued in hushed tones, detailing the unexpected developments. "A bounty hunter, you say, to acquire such intelligence. It seems he has declined an invitation to join the Navy. Fufufu. He could be courted. It would be a waste for him to remain a bounty hunter. If he has a penchant for wealth, I have plenty to offer." Da Flamingo spoke with casual indifference. In these seas, apart from pirates and the Navy, only the Revolutionary Army boasted formidable individuals, while bounty hunters were largely stagnant. To excel in the East Sea, he could be molded with some training into an officer of at least Baby Five's caliber, perhaps even reaching the level of Lao Ji, making him worth the effort. Moreover, his refusal to join the Navy likely stems from a desire for riches, an aspect that holds little significance for the Don Quixote family. With their trading network spanning the underground forces of the world, what capital have they amassed? Hundreds of billions? Thousands of billions? Money has long since become a mere figure for Da Flamingo. "Yes, master, understood." The voice on the other end responded respectfully before ending the call. The Clique pirates, commanding a fleet of 2,000, had been annihilated by a single bounty hunter. This news stirred only a minor ripple at the naval headquarters, merely causing the rear admiral in charge of the East Sea, Fire Mountain, along with a handful of brigadiers and colonels, to remember the name Ron. Yet, in the East Sea, it was akin to unleashing a tsunami that reverberated across the world. The entire subterranean realm of the East Sea was thrown into disarray the moment the news spread. Countless pirates were struck with terror, and the leaders of various underground factions felt a tremor within their hearts. The Krieg pirates, which were of little consequence to the Navy headquarters, stood as one of the preeminent pirate crews in this East Sea, with no one daring to provoke them. Those bounty hunters who had previously targeted Krieg had all met their demise. Yet now, Krieg had perished. Along with him, his formidable force of 2,000 men had been reduced to ashes. The sorcerer Ron, cursed be his name, how did such a troublesome bounty hunter emerge in the East Sea? Upon receiving the news, a pirate felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, unable to restrain his curses. He had once encountered the Krieg pirates and had witnessed their colossal fleet, so he had never dared to stand against them. Now, however, he was faced with such alarming tidings. Other pirates, both great and small, shared in the silent curses, yet all reached a unanimous decision. Those pirates near the Zil Sea, upon learning the news, swiftly altered their course and sailed towards other waters. Perhaps, in the eyes of this formidable bounty hunter, their heads were merely bags of gold. Easily claimed, no pirate wished to cross paths with such a terrifying adversary. In addition to the pirates' turmoil, various factions extended olive branches to Ron, including some kingdoms. Certain kingdoms sought to recruit Ron, offering him prestigious positions, among them the Gelt Kingdom, which had been shattered by the Krieg pirates. With Ron's formidable strength, he could single-handedly dismantle the existence of the Click pirate crew. If he were to establish his dominion over the island that houses the Gelt Kingdom, would any pirate dare to encroach upon such territory? Yet, all attempts to recruit Ron have fallen silent, as if cast into the depths of the ocean, receiving no response. At this moment, Ron is indulging in a soothing shoulder massage from Nami. Of course, this luxury comes at a steep price, 100,000 berries for just 10 minutes. However, with his newfound wealth, Ron is unconcerned about such trivial expenses. After obliterating the Click pirate crew, the total riches he amassed, combined with his previous fortune, astonishingly amount to a staggering 270 million berries. Although both Ron and Nami had anticipated that such a vast pirate crew would possess immense wealth, the actual figure left Nami in a state of exhilaration, rendering her sleepless for 2 consecutive nights. Since the sum exceeded their initial agreement, Ron opted to retain a portion of the wealth, taking only 100 million berries for himself. Thus, in pursuit of that 100 million berries, Nami embarked on a prolonged endeavor to extract funds. For 20 minutes, please remit 200,000 berries. Sitting behind Ron, she playfully squeezed his back twice with her small hands, wiping the sweat from her brow, and with a beaming smile, she extended her hand towards him. Ron stretched his shoulders and handed over 200,000 berries to Nami. Thank you for your patronage. We look forward to your next visit. Nami smiled as she accepted the berries from Ron. The price for a 20-minute shoulder massage seemed exorbitant to her, yet she found Ron's naivety rather endearing. Conversely, Ron harbored an entirely different perspective. To him, money was merely a number devoid of significance. Engaging in such a transaction with Nami felt akin to depositing coins into a piggy bank, as it ultimately remained his wealth. The funds merely shifted from one pocket to another. Although the position of the money had altered slightly, both Ron and Nami felt they had gained something, leaving the true victor of this exchange shrouded in ambiguity. Ron rose from his recliner, stretched his limbs, and stepped outside to inhale the fresh air before settling onto the deck. In the preceding battle, he had amassed a total of 7 achievement points. Indeed, he had garnered a sum of 7 achievement points. These were derived from the accomplishments of killing Spree and Frenzied Slaughter, each awarding 4 points for vanquishing 101,000 enemies respectively, along with 1 point from wandering in the Jianghu for sustaining minor injuries during combat, and 2 points from Captain 3 for acquiring a large 3-masted sailing ship, culminating in a total of 7. Unsurprisingly, Ron allocated these 7 achievement points to his mental attributes, elevating his total mental attribute to 44 points. Of these 44 points, 30 were sourced from achievement points. However, upon reaching a total of 30 achievement points, Ron did not receive another opportunity to draw for additional rewards, leaving him with a tinge of regret. As he pondered the threshold required for his next draw, Chapter 37, Scientific Time Allocation and Truth, Ron found satisfaction in the acquisition of 7 achievement points, as it aligned with his initial expectations. Nonetheless, he now felt a yearning to draw for runes. He desired a defensive type of magic. Previously, when he single-handedly confronted the 2,000 members of the Click Pirates, it appeared effortless, yet it posed an immense test of his judgment. Furthermore, due to the overwhelming numbers, the chaos of battle led to him sustaining a bullet wound, though it struck his left arm and was classified as a minor injury. It was nonetheless a hit he could neither evade nor block. Thus, he found himself in dire need of a defensive spell. Whether it be a magic shield for robust defense or a teleportation spell for evasion, either would suffice to address this pressing concern. Regrettably, the 30 achievement points did not grant him the opportunity to draw. The sole silver lining was that this injury enabled Ron to achieve wandering in the Jianghu, awarding him an unexpected point. It seemed prudent to accrue sufficient achievement points in the East Sea, procure a defensive spell, and subsequently venture into the Grand Line with greater assurance. Ron glanced at the bandage adorning his left arm, muttering softly to himself. In this world, firearms were relatively rudimentary, inflicting only minimal damage. Moreover, the bullet he received had fortunately missed any critical areas, allowing for a swift recovery. By the time he returned to Kokoxia, he would likely be fully healed. Presently, Ron was eager to achieve greater feats. On one hand, he yearned to continue drawing runes in pursuit of the desired magic, while on the other hand, his current mental fortitude was insufficient to delve into the study of third-tier sorcery. Ron's current mental attribute stands at 44 points. He contemplates that once it reaches 50 points, there will be another transformation, enhancing his cognitive speed and accelerating his mental recovery. At that juncture, he will be preliminarily qualified to master third-tier magic. Nevertheless, Ron has pressing matters at hand, primarily the exploration of wind and fire-derived runes to the best of his abilities, alongside mastering a second-tier fire magic. Achieving even one would be ideal. The fusion of second-tier fire magic with second-tier wind magic, while perhaps not rivaling third-tier magic, would certainly possess a potency akin to 2.5 tiers, marking a significant advancement. Presently, his strength allows him to traverse the East Sea with ease and dominate all. Yet in the Grand Line, he is merely at the threshold of his journey. Mastering the combination of second-tier fire and wind magic, along with a defensive spell, constitutes the minimum standard for Ron as he ventures into the Grand Line. Concepts of parity and leveling up against monsters are irrelevant. He intends to maintain his dominance in the East Sea as he does in the Grand Line. He aspires to emerge as a top-tier powerhouse, sweeping through the initial segments of the Grand Line, accruing every achievement point available. This is the correct approach. As Ron ponders his future, a seagull alights upon the deck, bearing a pouch and saluting him. The day's newspaper has arrived. Nami, nearby, observes this scene and approaches, purchasing a copy from a seagull with a coin before opening it to read. After only a few glances, she displays an expression of astonishment and exclaims, "Ron, look here. You're in the newspaper." Oh, Ron harbored a modicum of interest in the newspaper. While he was indifferent to wealth, he held a considerable regard for fame, a trait intrinsic to a magician. Upon receiving the newspaper and casting a glance, he discerned an article detailing the demise of Clock, the leader of the Clock pirate crew, at his own hands. However, the account of his singular triumph over the entire Clock pirate crew was rather nebulous, conveniently glossed over. Undoubtedly, this was yet another stratagem orchestrated by the world government. On one hand, they sought to ensure his name instilled fear among the pirates. On the other, they were keen to prevent his reputation from undermining the naval authority. Thus, they distorted numerous facts, including the complete erasure of the Navy's failures, instead portraying a narrative wherein the Navy annihilated the remnants of the Clock pirate crew. A typical maneuver. Upon finishing his reading, Ron casually shook his head, having anticipated this outcome. However, there were still unexpected developments. As he concluded perusing the information in the newspaper, a notification sound resonated in his ear. Notification: you have achieved the Rising Star accomplishment, earning 1 achievement point. What? Ron blinked. The Rising Star? Is this an achievement of fame? Ron indeed harbored a desire for accomplishments related to fame, as they would not only grant him achievement points, but also allow him to gauge the level of his renown at any given moment. However, upon summoning the interface of the achievement system, he could not help but grimace. The Rising Star accolade did not pertain to fame in the conventional sense. Its requirement merely to feature in a newspaper once. Well, at least it still awarded him a point of achievement. Ron meticulously noted this achievement, elevating his mental attribute to 45 points. He then closed the system interface and returned the newspaper to Nami. How many days until we reach Kokoyashi? She pondered, resting a finger on her chin. It should take approximately 4 more days of travel, she replied thoughtfully. Ron smiled, stood up, and walked towards the stern of the ship, saying that was quite swift. Well then, I shall go practice my magic. I leave this to you. The subsequent task was rather straightforward, to engage in pleasant training and then annihilate Aaron in Kokoxia, after which he could don the dual insignia of a navigator and venture into the vast ocean. Upon reaching the stern, Ron contemplated for a moment before deciding to delve into the study of fire runes. He had already mastered 3 wind runes and successfully constructed a second-tier spell. Even if he were to develop the remaining 6, it would be futile to explore third-tier magic at this juncture. For Ron, the most prudent path to enhance his current power was to research a second-tier fire spell, while also engaging in meditation to cultivate his mental fortitude. Ron contemplated the allocation of his time and decided to dedicate 8 hours daily to the exploration of runes, 10 hours to meditative practice, 2 hours for meals and handling trivial matters, and finally, 4 hours reserved for sleep. Meditation, akin to sleep, offers a certain restorative effect, albeit slightly less effective. Nonetheless, 10 hours of meditation can equate to 5 hours of slumber. This, he surmised, is the most scientifically sound distribution of time at present. Should the exploration of runes extend beyond 8 hours, he would succumb to severe mental fatigue that meditation alone could not alleviate. Only sleep would suffice for recovery. As his mental fortitude strengthens in the future, this allocation may be adjusted accordingly. Chapter 38. Explosive Flame Technique. The pace at which Ron explored the fire-derived runes surpassed his expectations. On one hand, his mental prowess had reached a remarkable 45 points, allowing him to engage in uninterrupted rune experimentation with negligible mental drain, thus enabling continual recovery. On the other hand, his prior experience with wind-derived runes equipped him with the knowledge to avoid obvious errors, facilitating a more direct approach to his current endeavors. Within a mere 3 days, he had mastered 2 fire-derived runes. However, to his chagrin, despite his efforts to combine these 2 derived runes with the foundational rune, all attempts resulted in failure, preventing the formation of second-tier fire magic. Bang! The 3 runes disintegrated, vanishing into the void, as a small flame flickered briefly, reminiscent of fireworks, only to dissipate in the sea breeze. Yet another combination had ended in failure. Witnessing this, Ron could only express a sense of resignation. Having conjured 2 fire-derived runes, he was still unable to amalgamate them into second-tier fire magic. It appeared that his success with second-tier wind magic was a stroke of good fortune, as he had fortuitously obtained the right derived rune for that combination. Unfortunately, his luck had not favored him this time in the pursuit of fire magic. Thus, he resolved to attempt once more. Ron exhaled, feeling a blend of resignation and determination as he set forth to explore the 3rd fire-derived rune. Fortunately, his proficiency in rune deduction had grown immensely. He could conjure all 8 derived runes of a particular element within a mere fortnight. After all, these tasks were inevitable, so he considered it a prelude to his eventual endeavors. To his pleasant surprise, on the morning of the 4th day, during his 7th attempt at deducing the derived runes, he successfully discovered the 3rd fire-derived rune. This achievement was not attributed to any prior experience, but was purely a stroke of fortune. It seems that luck oscillates in its favor. Gazing at the golden light emanating from the 3rd fire-derived rune, which materialized within the spirit gem atop his elven wand, Ron felt a surge of joy. It was akin to waking up to delightful news. Additionally, the scientifically structured training over the past 3 days had augmented his mental strength by approximately 1 point, bringing it to around 46. For Ron, he had long mastered the precise measurement of 1 unit of mental strength, having repeatedly enhanced it through achievement points. Even though the achievement system interface displayed only the increments provided by achievement points without revealing total attributes, he possessed an accurate understanding of his overall capabilities. Thus, the existing combinations are as follows. Ron pondered for a moment, mentally arranging the various combinations that could be formed from the 4 runes, subsequently setting aside all those he had previously attempted. After a thorough analysis and elimination process, the remaining combinations swiftly diminished. With the necessity of at least 1 foundational rune and the exclusion of combinations involving a 3rd derivative rune, only 4 combinations remained. These consisted of the foundational rune combined with the 3rd derivative rune, each then paired individually with the foundational rune and the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd runes. Ron glanced ahead, noting the absence of any sign of Cocoa Village. Contemplating the time, he believed he still had a chance, and thus immersed himself swiftly into the attempt at combination. Foundation. 3rd derivative rune. After 5 attempts, he confirmed failure. Foundation, 1st, 3rd derivative rune. 4 attempts later, he faced another failure. The consecutive setbacks left Ron a tad exasperated. Surely it could not be that he was incapable of combining 4 runes to conjure even a second-tier fire magic. That would indeed be excessive. Moreover, the shadow of Cocoa Island was now faintly discernible in the distance, suggesting that he would arrive in an hour or 2. Before that, he needed to recalibrate his focus. With an hour or 2 at his disposal, he had ample time to experiment with the remaining 2 combinations. Ron took a deep breath, regaining a semblance of composure before attempting once more, this time with a 3rd combination. Failure was of little consequence. With a second-tier wind magic, he could easily vanquish Arlong. However, the considerable time spent on fire magic without yielding results left him somewhat disheartened. Buzz. Within the chaotic depths of the spirit pearl, 3 golden lights emanated, swiftly extending into lines that intertwined and coalesced. The foundational runes of fire magic, along with the 3rd and 4th derivative runes, were distinct from one another. Yet, at that moment, as the lines extended and interwove, they appeared as a flawless, unified whole, resembling a grander rune. Success. The instant the rune materialized, Ron recognized his triumph. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration as he unhesitatingly directed the magic towards the sea. Boom! The rune within the spirit pearl flickered and vanished, and the elemental fire of the world instantaneously coalesced, forming a fiery arrow in the void, which shot down towards the ocean's surface. This fiery arrow, although seemingly smaller than a fireball, soared through the air with a swiftness comparable to wind magic. Upon striking the sea, it erupted with a thunderous blast, unleashing a vast inferno that engulfed the surrounding area, enveloping a radius of several meters entirely. With the explosion of flames, Ron's ears were met with a system notification. Notification: you have mastered the second-tier fire magic, Explosive Flame. Explosive Flame, indeed exquisite, Ron murmured, marveling at the might of the spell as it detonated upon the ocean's surface. The power of this technique, when focused on a single target, likely surpassed even that of the Gale Slash. While Gale Slash was formidable, being an area of effect skill, Explosive Flame functioned like a bomb, concentrating fire into a single point before detonating, undoubtedly exhibiting greater potency on a single target. In terms of area damage, however, it fell short of Gale Slash, as the area effect of Explosive Flame only manifested after the flames erupted, resembling the impact damage of a conventional fireball. Moreover, a critical advantage lay in the speed of Explosive Flame. It was as swift as wind magic, eliminating the need for integration with wind spells to achieve its effects, allowing it to function independently as a powerful single-target spell. Having assessed the strengths and weaknesses of Explosive Flame, Ron nodded in satisfaction and began to practice this spell, striving for mastery. For him at this moment, becoming adept at a spell no longer required prolonged training. Even with second-tier magic, after casting it 4 or 5 times, he could easily reduce the casting time to under a second. Chapter 39. The Return to Kokosha. The small vessel approached the shores of Kokoxia Island, and Ron concluded his meditation, opening his eyes and rising to his feet as he made his way to the deck. His mental acuity had been fully restored, and he had nearly mastered the art of the blazing flame technique. Ron inquired of Nami, "Shall we go directly to seek out Arlong?" After a moment's hesitation, Nami replied, "Let us first return to the village." Upon witnessing this, Ron gently placed his hand on Nami's shoulder and reassured her, "Do not worry. Even if Arlong fails to uphold his end of the bargain, I shall assist you in bringing an end to all of this." Nami spoke with a somewhat somber tone. "Those beings do not belong to the realm of humanity. They are monsters that defy conventional understanding. If it can be avoided, please do not take unnecessary risks." Despite Ron having vanquished numerous pirates along his journey, including the notorious Kuros crew, the figure of the fishman Arlong remained an indelible shadow in Nami's heart. From the age of 8 to now 15, over these 7 years, she had witnessed the clashes between pirates and Arlong, as well as the relentless pursuits by the Navy. Yet all were repelled by Arlong, who emerged unscathed. Non-human monsters, this was Nami's assessment of Arlong and his ilk. While ordinary humans were powerless against the formidable magic wielded by Ron, the monsters were an entirely different matter. The outcome of such encounters was utterly unpredictable. Ron was acutely aware of the substantial shadow that Arlong cast over Nami's heart. Rather than engage in any arguments, he merely smiled and remarked, "Perhaps Arlong will honor his promises." Nami nodded thoughtfully, her gaze drifting towards the distant island. She anchored the small boat at the shore, grasping the leather suitcase filled with money, and together with Ron, they stepped onto the island. The suitcase they carried was quite hefty, containing over 200 million berries in high-denomination bills, a significant sum indeed. The duo swiftly made their way into Kokoyasi village. Many villagers, upon seeing Nami, bowed their heads in silence, avoiding her gaze, while some stood with cold expressions. In truth, everyone was already aware of Nami's affiliation with the Fishman pirates, yet they all chose to feign ignorance and treated her with disdain. This way, should Nami ever reach a breaking point and wish to flee from the Fishman pirates, her decision would not burden them. The village, simple and kind-hearted, stood in stark contrast to the harsh realities of the Grand Line. Indeed, the East Blue was a sea of unparalleled gentleness, home to many such villages, including the windmill village where Luffy resided. "You're back. Oh, who is this?" Nami's sister, Nojiko, noticed Nami and greeted her before her eyes shifted to Ron, a look of surprise crossing her face. "Could it be that you're Nami's boyfriend from outside?" "You think too much," Nami pouted, replying, "Yes, just a companion." Nojiko scrutinized Nami for a moment, then a sly smile crept onto her face. "Your expression seems a tad unnatural, Nami-san. Don't make jokes about me." Nami glared at Nojiko. Seeing Nami's irritation, Nojiko could not help but chuckle softly. She turned to Ron and said, "I apologize for the jest. You must be Ron, right? Nami mentioned you during her last visit." I truly appreciate your help. Ron chuckled and said, no need for thanks. Without Nami, I might have been slain by the fishmen long ago. Nokigao also smiled, opening the door and inviting, come in and chat. As Ron and Nami entered Nokigao's residence, on the other side, within Arlong Park, a fisherman hurried into the park and exclaimed to Arlong, who was languidly reclining on a chair, Boss Arlong, Nami has returned. Oh, Arlong sat up, baring his sharp teeth in a grin. She asked back rather early. It seems she has managed to gather the 100 million berries, although Nami had not disclosed the amount during her last return. His subordinates had observed her bringing back a substantial sum, estimated to be around 50 million berries, while the means by which Nami procured such wealth remained a mystery. Her previous success in acquiring 50 million berries suggested that this time she might have amassed the full amount quite swiftly. I saw Nami carrying 2 black boxes. The fisherman scratched the back of his head and added, I wonder how much she has managed to collect this time. Arlong grinned widely, rising to his feet. 2 boxes? That likely indicates she has indeed gathered it all. Though I remain curious about her methods, she is surprisingly competent. Ha ha ha. Boss Arlong, what do you intend to do? It would be unthinkable to let such an exceptional navigator slip away. Arlong chuckled, exposing his sharp teeth once more. Whatever we decide to do is fine. However, breaking the agreement outright seems rather unwise. Let me ponder it. There's always a way, isn't there? Meanwhile, in Nokigao's room, Nami meticulously organized a total of 100 million berries into a black briefcase. After confirming the amount once more, she exhaled and closed the case. Nokigao looked at Nami with concern, saying, even if Arlong is unwilling to honor the agreement, it doesn't matter. You have done more than enough. Rest assured. Nami offered Nokigao a relaxed smile, replying, though Arlong is quite wicked, he has never broken his word. He will surely keep his promise. With a reassuring glance towards Nokigao, Nami and Ron exited the room. As they stepped out, Nami let out a soft sigh, her earlier tranquility gradually fading away. Ron stood silently beside her, offering no words. The focus now shifted to Arlong, pondering what scheme he might concoct, whether he would outright betray their agreement or devise some other trickery. Regardless, he was prepared for either eventuality. Nami and Ron remained quiet, the atmosphere thick with tension, a heaviness that intensified as they approached Arlong Park. Nami's expression grew increasingly anxious, her grip on the suitcase tightening, beads of sweat forming in her palms. Soon, they arrived at the gates of Arlong Park, where a fisherman stood guard. After a moment of hesitation, Nami glanced back at Ron and said, please wait for me here. Ron contemplated for a moment before giving a slight nod. In this position, he could discern the circumstances and respond accordingly. Moreover, whatever schemes Arlong might concoct would not endanger Nami, as all of Arlong's actions were ultimately for the sake of the navigational charts drawn by her. Noticing Ron's affirmation, Nami felt a sense of relief wash over her, her demeanor relaxing as she carried her box into Arlong Park. Chapter 40. The Annihilation of Arlong. Haha. Welcome back, Nami. You're quite early this time, Arlong exclaimed, grinning as he observed Nami entering the courtyard, his webbed hand outstretched in greeting. Nami wore a faint smile, her previous sternness dissipating as she approached him. Indeed, I have secured enough funds, she replied, placing the box before Arlong. Here is 100 million berries. You may count it. Arlong glanced at the box, bursting into laughter, and spread his arms wide. No need to count. I trust you, Nami, to handle the numbers accurately. Thus, the village of Kokoyashi shall be returned to you. Hearing Arlong's unhesitating concession, Nami exhaled in relief, a smile gracing her lips. Then, I am free as well, correct? I can depart? Of course. Arlong replied with a grin. However, should you choose to leave, the circumstances will be somewhat different. Initially, upon hearing Arlong's of course, Nami's heart surged with boundless joy, but the subsequent however abruptly stifled her elation. What do you mean by different? Nami stammered, her voice faltering. Arlong shrugged nonchalantly. You see, this sea is under my dominion. If you wish to reclaim the village, it is predicated on your status as my partner. I can relinquish all matters concerning that village into your hands. Yet, should you sever ties with my pirate crew, we shall no longer be comrades. Thus, the village situated within my territory. Arlong smirked as he continued. But Nami, you are free. You may leave at any moment, and I shall not hinder you. Upon hearing Arlong's words, Nami's smile faded, her complexion paling as she bit her lip, clenching her fists tightly and gritting her teeth. This is not the agreement, she protested. The promise you made was not like this. I have fulfilled every part of our agreement. The village is returned to you, and you are free to go. However, I never agreed to vacate this island or abandon my territory. Arlong tilted his head, gazing at Nami with a grin. Or perhaps you choose not to leave my pirate crew. In that case, we remain comrades, and the village is entirely yours. I shall no longer interfere. But should you attempt to flee, know that your villagers will perish because of you. Ha ha ha! Despicable and shameless. Nami trembled all over, her voice emerging in a low growl. Although she had anticipated such a scenario, she found it exceedingly difficult to accept the harsh reality that despite fulfilling her agreement, there seemed to be little difference. No, there was indeed a difference. As long as she remained with the Arlong pirates, Kokoyashi village would be safe, and Arlong would no longer threaten its inhabitants. Yet, Nami lowered her head, her fists clenched tightly, her body quaking incessantly. However, such a condition meant she could never leave the Arlong pirates, implying that for the sake of her village, she would permanently sacrifice her freedom, forever subjected to Arlong's whims. Visions of Belmere and villagers like Nojiko and Jin filled Nami's mind, her eyes unwittingly brimming with tears. Though she was overwhelmed with resentment and anguish, she could not forsake the lives of her village and its people for her own freedom. The cost of safeguarding the village was her own liberty. Yet she deemed it worthwhile to exchange her freedom for the entirety of her village. This decision weighed heavily upon her. For the 15-year-old Nami, who yearned for freedom and adventure, it was an excruciatingly difficult choice, as she trembled and tears streamed down her cheeks. Yet she could not bring herself to speak to Arlong. Nevertheless, Nami remained resolute, even amidst despair, even knowing that darkness lay ahead. For the sake of her villagers, she gritted her teeth and made her decision. However, just as she lifted her head to address Arlong, a hand reached from behind, gently resting upon her head. Do not make that decision. Ron appeared behind Nami, his voice gentle and soft. You are my navigator. How can you remain here to draw nautical charts for a lifetime? Nami's body froze, the trembling ceased, and her tears halted. Yet, in their place, another kind of shudder took hold. Ron ultimately intervened. Even in the face of a creature like Arlong, he stepped forward. Who are you? Nami's emotions were stirred, rendering her speechless, while Arlong furrowed his brow, gazing at Ron as he approached Nami from behind. Ron's hand gently glided from Nami's head to her shoulder as he stepped forward slightly, flashing a grin at Arlong that revealed a set of pearly white teeth. I'm a fisherman, he declared. As his words fell, Ron raised his wand with his right hand and pressed it forward, while his other arm encircled Nami, propelling them both backward in a sudden leap. Arlong furrowed his brow, a sense of familiarity washing over him as he vaguely recognized Ron. Just as he was about to recall that Ron was the one Nami had rescued from his clutches not long ago, a scarlet arrow of flame shot towards him. In that instant, Arlong experienced the chilling terror of impending death, his instinct driving him to shatter the lounge chair and retreat. Yet the proximity was too great, and the speed of the fiery arrow was astonishingly swift. He could scarcely react before being struck by the inferno. Boom! The searing flames erupted, engulfing Arlong and the corridor in a cataclysmic blaze. The structures of Arlong's domain ignited in an instant, the flames roaring fiercely, accompanied by a scream that resonated with excruciating agony. Arlong's vitality was indeed formidable, even after enduring the direct hit from the flaming arrow. He did not perish instantly, but instead unleashed a heart-rending wail. At that moment, he could not fathom how Ron had unleashed such a terrifying fiery assault, nor could he comprehend how someone whom Nami had merely saved from the brink of death could possess such power. The pain had rendered him incapable of coherent thought. Arlong rolled from the corridor into the courtyard, frantically struggling to extinguish the flames consuming him, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Ron, having leapt back with Nami to evade the explosion, performed another roll to sidestep the tumbling Arlong. Nami was left utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before her, rendered almost incapable of action. Arlong continued to howl in agony, instinctively rolling toward the pond that connected to the sea, believing that submerging himself would douse the flames. Yet, he would find no opportunity to escape. Ron gently set Nami down from his embrace and rose to his feet, once more grasping the enchanted wand. He gazed at the writhing Arlong, shaking his head in disbelief. To survive such a fate shows remarkable tenacity, does it not? One might attribute it to the protective scales of the fishmen that mitigated some of the flame's ferocity. As he uttered these words, Ron waved his wand again. A tempestuous wind surged forth, transforming into several sharp gusts that sliced towards Arlong, enveloping him just as he lunged toward the pond. Crack, crack, crack. The sound was not one of instantaneous dismemberment, but rather a series of bone-chilling cracks, accompanied by the spattering of blood. Arlong's agonized cries abruptly ceased, his body suspended in midair, stripped of its final vitality, disintegrating into a multitude of flesh and blood that fell into the pond, staining its waters a deep crimson. Nami, who had just managed to sit up, stared blankly at the scene unfolding before her. In that moment, she felt an unsettling sense of unreality. Grappling with the notion that this formidable creature, monstrous in stature and invulnerable to both pirates and navy alike, had met his end so easily. Chapter 41. The most formidable pirate hunter of the East Sea. Captain Arlong, no way. A few fishermen who had rushed out upon hearing the commotion were left breathless at the sight of Arlong's dismemberment, their eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Ron spoke little. With a mere flick of his wand, he unleashed a slicing wind that swiftly vanquished the several mermen. Ron brushed off the dirt from his body and glanced at Nami, who was still in a daze beside him. A faint smile graced his lips as he turned his gaze towards the burning building. With a flick of his wand, he unleashed a blade of wind. Crack! Crack! Unable to extinguish the flames, Ron opted to sever the burning sections from the structure and sent them crashing into the pond. At that moment, Nami remained transfixed, staring at the blood-stained water. Memories of her life from the age of 10 to 15 surged through her mind like a slideshow. The scene of Belumel's death, the coercion to create navigational charts, the pact made with Arlong, and the moment he ripped it apart. All these vivid images faded away, overshadowed by the crimson water before her. Meanwhile, outside, hurried footsteps echoed. The villagers of Caucasia, drawn by the commotion, were rushing towards the scene. Upon arriving at Arlong Park, the villagers were met with a gruesome sight within the courtyard. Halting their breaths, when they beheld the fallen bodies, all of which were fishmen, disbelief etched across their faces. What on earth has transpired here? One of them stammered, incredulity palpable in their voice. At that moment, Nami, still staring blankly at the pond, gradually rose to her feet. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with her fingertips and turned to face the crowd, revealing a radiant and innocent smile reminiscent of her charming face from 5 years prior, before encountering Arlong. It is over. Our village is free. At the docks of Caucasia, aboard a small boat, Ron lay back on the deck, a blade of grass between his lips, gazing at Nami as she approached. Close to 300 million berries, all distributed among the villagers. You are quite generous, he remarked. That treasure was originally taken by Arlong from them, Nami replied, shaking her fist at Ron with a fierce expression. In any case, do not mention this matter to me again. After vanquishing Arlong, Ron and Nami had uncovered nearly 300 million berries worth of treasure within Arlong Park. Though Nami's eyes sparkled with greed at the sight of the riches, she made the painful decision to share it all with the villagers, as it was wealth that had been plundered from the people of Caucasia over many years. Ron chuckled, sitting up, and remarked, if you were to share your over 100 million berries with them, your character would instantly be elevated in my eyes. Nami glared at Ron and retorted, what do you mean by my character being elevated? Besides, that is my hard-earned 100 million berries. Can mere reputation be worth 100,000 berries? Ron cast a sidelong glance at Nami, unable to resist making a quip. In truth, that 100 million berries was earned with my assistance, wasn't it? Nami huffed in response, retorting, without my guidance, you would have likely lost your way on the vast ocean, encountering storms and shipwrecks, ultimately plunging into the depths to feed the fish. At this point, Nami paused momentarily, suddenly revealing a mischievous smile directed at Ron, resembling a little demon guarding treasures in the depths of hell. Hire me as your navigator, for mere 1 million berries a month. This is extortion, he exclaimed. Ron rolled his eyes and remarked, is it really necessary to keep accounts between comrades? Nami retorted, it is precisely among partners that one must maintain clarity in financial matters. Furthermore, I am not extorting. The remuneration for a skilled navigator is simply substantial. Ron felt that it was inappropriate to create an atmosphere where Nami's word was absolute, and thus continued to argue. However, you can only be considered a trainee navigator at this point, and you are merely 15 years old. Genius cannot be measured by experience. Nami lifted her small head and replied, moreover, I will grow up. Ron felt an unsettling sense that the continuation of this topic might take a sinister turn. After a moment of contemplation, he exhaled and said, very well, let us proceed as you suggest. With a soft snap of her fingers, Nami replied, agreed. In time, you shall undoubtedly regard today's decision as exceptionally wise. Perhaps, he conceded. Ron responded lazily, making his way to the stern of the ship. Have you said your goodbyes? If so, let's set sail. Nami nodded with a cheerful smile, and only after Ron's figure vanished from view did she reveal a cunning glint in her eyes, accompanied by a mischievous grin that indicated her plan had succeeded. Silly captain. Although it seemed somewhat unethical to deceive Ron out of his money, Nami believed that given his extravagant spending habits, he would eventually squander it all. It was far better to acquire it in this manner, leaving her to safeguard it. Yes, indeed, she would take charge of its custody. With this thought, the last remnants of guilt faded from Nami's heart. Ron was well aware that Nami was asking for an exorbitant price, yet being privy to the storyline, he did not find the amount particularly troubling. Nami, in her current state, might be a novice, but it was undeniable that the future Nami would emerge as one of the most exceptional navigators in the world. Thus, after some contemplation, Ron decided against exploiting the young girl any further. Just as he acquiesced to her demands, a notification from the system chimed in his ear. Notification: you have achieved the accomplishment Little Thief Cat, earning 1 achievement point. This unexpected accolade caught Ron by surprise. Upon summoning the achievement interface, he discovered that the criteria for this accomplishment were simply Nami's enlistment under his command. Not only did he not feel that he had suffered a loss, but he had also gained an achievement point, an outcome that transcended mere monetary value for Ron, an undeniable profit. He allocated the achievement point to his mental attribute, elevating his total mental score to 47 points, now only 3 points shy of the transformative milestone of 50. With his upcoming visit to the Navy headquarters to collect Arlong's bounty, he would soon amass approximately 300 million berries, thus achieving yet another financial milestone. Alongside this, he planned to further hone his mental prowess, anticipating that the breakthrough to 50 points would not take long. Ron believed that his current strength was roughly equivalent to that of a vice admiral from the upper echelon of the Grand Line, perhaps comparable to the vice admiral stationed in the first half of the Grand Line. The strength of the Navy in the East Blue was chaotic and typically not easily measured by ranks. However, there was a certain correspondence within the Grand Line. Vice admirals from the branches were generally weaker than those from the headquarters, while the latter were comparable to branch rear admirals but inferior to the vice admirals commanding bases and the elite vice admirals of the headquarters. These naval officers roughly corresponded to pirates with bounties ranging from over 100 million to the 7 warlords of the sea. This inference could be drawn from the fact that Drake, after betraying the Navy and becoming a pirate, emerged as one of the supernovas with a bounty exceeding 100 million. As for the relatively weaker warlord, Gecko Moria, Ron felt that he might not be able to defeat the elite vice admirals from the headquarters. Even if he could, it would likely result in a Pyrrhic victory. Ron has meticulously considered the subsequent course of action. His initial objective is to elevate his mental attributes to 50 points, after which he intends to acquire a defensive magic, either of the earth or ice element, thus preparing himself to embark on the Grand Line. Under Nami's guidance, Ron swiftly arrived at the nearest naval base, where he collected the bounty for the notorious fishman Arlong. This news rapidly spread throughout the East Blue, sending shockwaves through both the pirates and the underworld. Although fishman Arlong merely controlled a segment of the sea without engaging in aggressive conquest and lacked the notoriety of someone like Kuro, the bounty of 20 million berries was undeniably the highest in the East Blue. With Arlong now having fallen to Ron's prowess, who in the East Blue could possibly stand against him? Gradually, in the eyes of various factions and pirates, Ron's reputation has solidified as the mightiest pirate hunter of the East Blue. Chapter 42. The transformation of 50 points in mental attributes. East Blue. In a certain expanse of ocean, Ron and Nami's small vessel is sailing towards an island. After securing Arlong's bounty, Ron's wealth has finally reached 300 million berries, allowing him to attain the prestigious achievement of wealthy beyond measure, along with 2 achievement points. With these 2 points, Ron's mental prowess has advanced further, now standing at 49 points, just a step away from the coveted 50. Consequently, Ron has embarked on a dual approach, diligently meditating to enhance his mental strength while simultaneously setting his sights on other pirates in the East Blue with bounties exceeding 10 million. His interest in their wealth and bounties has waned. Rather, he is drawn to them because of an achievement listed on his interface: Sweep the East Blue. The requirement for this accomplishment is to slay at least 5 pirates with bounties surpassing 10 million. Currently, Ron has already dispatched 3 such pirates, meaning he only needs to eliminate 2 more to fulfill this relatively attainable objective. With the strength to sweep the East Blue, accumulating achievement points from this region should not pose a significant challenge, though it may require a bit of time that Ron finds perfect for honing his magical abilities. At this moment, Ron sat cross-legged at the stern of the boat, his eyes gently closed, with his wand hovering serenely above his knees, emanating a soft glow. Within the confines of Ron's mind, a profound stillness enveloped him, a chaotic void devoid of any thoughts or distractions, resembling a lifeless universe. In this meditative state, free from all mental clutter, his mental space quietly expanded. Though the pace of this expansion was exceedingly slow, it was undeniably real. Ron was unaware of why meditation could enhance mental strength. He only knew that in a meditative state, his mental power would gradually and steadily increase. Yet he could not discern how this augmentation occurred, whether it was drawn from external energies or stemmed from an internal transformation of the mind. If it were the former, it would resonate with the concept of conservation of energy. However, if it were the latter, it would imply that changes in the psyche could engender energy, suggesting that energy could be created by the mind. As the saying goes, where the mind is, there lies everything. Ron leaned towards the latter perspective. Although the release of magic involved the condensation of runes through mental strength, drawing upon various elements from the world, it appeared to be a transformation of energy rather than a mere conjuration of it. Yet, the very existence of runes defies reasonable explanation. Perhaps the essence of the world is that matter is birthed from the mind. The so-called corporeal body, energy, in this very world may merely be products created by the psyche. The stronger his spirit grew, the more Ron could faintly perceive this truth. He sensed that the existence of the mind seemed increasingly tangible, as if it were gradually evolving into a form that transcended the material, enabling him to glimpse the essence of reality. Amidst this continuous meditation, a resonant chime echoed deep within Ron's soul. It felt as though a certain mental shackle had been shattered, causing his body to suddenly lighten, allowing him to float into the air. This was Ron's thoughts began to oscillate, shattering the tranquility. He gazed downward in astonishment, realizing that he had not ascended into the air, but rather his spirit had detached from his corporeal form. Suspended in the ether, he beheld his physical body sitting cross-legged, and the elven wand levitating upon his knees. In that moment, the elven wand appeared to transform, its crystalline shaft adorned with a multitude of intricate patterns, resembling the very truths that shape the world. A mere glance was enough to immerse Ron in its allure. Yet, before he could take a second, more contemplative look, a sudden shudder coursed through his soul, accompanied by an excruciating, tearing pain in his head. In the next instant, Ron's spirit was forcibly drawn back into his corporeal form, and he coughed violently, blood trickling from his nose. Cough! Ron instinctively covered his nose with one hand while pressing his other hand against his temple, feeling as though a myriad of golden stars danced before his eyes, before collapsing onto the deck of the ship. After approximately 10 minutes, he gradually regained his composure, rubbing his brow, and slowly sat up, still experiencing a slight, throbbing pain in his head. Though his mental state remained somewhat unstable, Ron began to vaguely comprehend the events that had transpired. Just moments ago, his mental attribute had reached a remarkable 50 points. At the instant his mental attribute hit 50, his consciousness transcended his physical form, transporting him to a peculiar perspective, wherein he gazed upon the wand of the elf, the branches of the world tree, essentially peering into the very essence and mysteries of existence. Clearly, matters pertaining to the essence of the world were far beyond his current grasp. Even merely observing the branches of the world tree, the offshoots of offshoots, inflicted an instantaneous and profound impact upon his psyche, causing him to plummet back to reality. It felt utterly fascinating. The world before Ron ceased to be shrouded in darkness, gradually returning to a state of normalcy. Although he no longer experienced the ethereal perspective of a disembodied spirit, in this moment, he felt an entirely distinct sensation that defied verbal expression. A hint of bewilderment flickered in his eyes as he slowly rose to his feet, gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean. With a step over the railing, he found himself poised above the water's surface, yet he did not fall. Ron found himself suspended in midair, hovering above the surface of the sea. As he ascended, the confusion in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of astonishment and exhilaration as he gazed down at the ocean below. It was not his physical form that had acquired the ability to fly. Rather, it was as if his spirit had transformed into a tangible entity, capable of enveloping his body and lifting it into the sky. In other words, Ron took a deep breath, gazing at the railing at the stern of the ship, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Suddenly, a crack, though nothing materialized. A fissure inexplicably appeared on the railing. At the moment he witnessed the emergence of that crack, a smile finally graced Ron's face. There was no mistaking it. This sensation was indeed the manifestation of his mental prowess. Once his mental attribute reached 50 points, it transcended the realm of mere illusion, allowing him to exert tangible influence over the material world. However, the expenditure was considerable. Ron soared back onto the ship, tracing his fingers along the fissure in the railing. The creation of this crack had drained nearly 1/10 of his mental energy, which is significant considering that, at this moment, even without relying on the elven wand, 1/10 of his mental power was sufficient to unleash a fortified version of the first-tier spell, Multiple Wind Blades. It is indeed a thought-provoking notion. Using manifested mental energy to forcibly condense a point for an attack pales in comparison to the magic released through the ethereal runes that draw upon elemental forces. The disparity between the two is akin to that between a fist and a submachine gun. The former merely a crude application, while the latter is a product of intellect. Although it may not be suitable for direct assaults, it at least alleviates the limitation of cumbersome mobility. Pure flight, in this case, does not entail a significant expenditure of energy. Ron, lost in his own musings, soared into the air, circling above the small vessel. Inside the boat's cabin, Nami was leaning over a table, gazing out the window, softly humming a delightful tune, when she suddenly caught sight of Ron's figure darting across the surface of the sea. Startled, Nami sat upright, momentarily bewildered, and rubbed her eyes vigorously. Peering out the window once more, she witnessed Ron's silhouette passing by again, her eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 43. The Rune Master. After savoring the exhilarating sensation of flying, Ron alighted atop the sail, perching himself on the mast, crossing his legs as he adjusted to his newfound abilities. His cognitive speed had nearly doubled. He had acquired the power of mental projection, along with the ability to fly. His rate of mental recovery had tripled, enabling him to unleash basic first-tier magic without limits, while his mental energy could now recover under normal circumstances. These three transformations brought immense advantages to Ron. An enhancement in cognitive speed implied a corresponding increase in the swiftness of his spellcasting, allowing him to release second-tier magic in approximately half a second. Although the complexity remained challenging, the doubling of his cognitive speed provided a foundational capacity to explore third-tier magic. The ability to recover steadily was crucial for prolonged combat. Furthermore, beyond these three changes, the additional 50 points in his mental attributes bestowed upon Ron a fourth pivotal transformation, the gift of mental perception. With a mere thought, Ron's gaze became vacant, as if he had lost his vitality, while his spirit seemed to hover above his corporeal form, surveying all below. Although Ron had previously suffered mental strain while observing the branches of the world tree in this state, he could still willingly enter this peculiar condition. He named it the mental perspective, a truly extraordinary state of being. Initially, Ron believed that his spirit had completely detached from his body, but upon re-entering this state, he discerned a different truth. His spirit remained bound to his physical form. However, the constraints imposed by his body could no longer entirely restrain his spirit, allowing it to extend beyond, thus creating this unique perspective. In this state, Ron possessed an absolute field of vision, encompassing 360 degrees. This meant he was unencumbered by the limitations of sight. He could see behind him, as well as the sky and the earth. Furthermore, in this state, he was unaffected by the dynamic vision of his eyes. His observational speed matched the velocity of his mental cognition. He could perceive the sea's gentle undulations, the meandering flight of seagulls overhead, and the minuscule steps of Nami as she dashed from the cabin, along with every subtle change in her expression. It was as if the world before him had decelerated to a fraction of its usual pace. Moreover, in a state of intense concentration, Ron possessed the extraordinary ability of clairvoyance, enabling his gaze to penetrate through various materials, be it steel, wood, or even fabric and clothing. Following this was his acute auditory perception. In this state, he could deftly manipulate the sounds entering his ears, filtering out the most trivial noise and isolating the specific sounds he wished to hear. It was as if he wielded control over everything. In this heightened state, Ron found himself slightly entranced. His vision could pierce through all barriers, and he had the freedom to govern all sensory perceptions, including sound and taste, as though he were transcending the world, akin to a deity surveying existence from above. However, Ron did not remain lost in this euphoria for long. He quickly regained his composure, exited this state, and gracefully descended from the sail, offering a brief explanation to the eager Nami who had rushed out, revealing that he had mastered a form of flight magic. Nami, once again filled with yearning, found herself unable to learn the magic, casting a lingering, envious glance at Ron, which made him somewhat restless, prompting him to retreat to the stern of the ship. Upon arriving at the stern of the ship, Ron inhaled deeply, swiftly calming the tumult within his heart. He must not succumb to disorientation. Although such a state bestowed upon him a sensation akin to divinity, it was but an illusion. He merely had the capacity to amplify the power of his spiritual essence into the realm of reality. Given his current mental fortitude and arcane knowledge, the strength he could manifest remained minimal, far from a cause for pride, necessitating further diligence in enhancing his abilities. Nonetheless, one might ponder, could a mind, fortified to a certain degree, exist independently of the corporeal form? Ron displayed a contemplative expression, although his spirit was not yet capable of transcending the corporeal realm. This mental perspective could be regarded as an omen. Perhaps, with the cultivation of his spiritual prowess, he would one day achieve autonomy from his physical form or possess the ability to manifest a body at will. In such a future, the notion of death might cease to exist. As long as the spirit remains unscathed, one could attain eternal life, capable of reconstruction even if the physical vessel were to be annihilated. As he pondered this, Ron found himself lost in a tranquil reverie. That was the state he truly aspired to reach. After a considerable period, Ron gradually returned to his senses, exhaled deeply, clenched his fist, withdrew from the mental perspective, and caressed his elven wand, stating, "The term mental perspective lacks elegance. Let us henceforth refer to that state as the divine mode." Ron initially intended to name it God mode, but upon reflection, he realized that the concept of a deity does not exist in the world of One Piece. Thus, he decided that mode of the divine would be a more fitting choice. Now, let us endeavor to master all the fire-derived runes. Ron grasped the elven wand with determination. Though the wind magic was his initial mastery, he had now acquired 3 of the 8 derivative runes of fire magic, surpassing his wind magic by 1. Furthermore, the second-tier fire spell, Inferno Burst, presented unique challenges. Its distinct nature rendered it somewhat incompatible with wind magic, thus inhibiting the advantageous synergy of fire and wind. Therefore, he needed to endeavor to develop another fire-based second-tier spell that could harmonize with the Gale Slash. With his mental capacity reaching 50 points and having undergone yet another transformation, Ron's exploration of derivative runes accelerated exponentially, allowing him to attempt nearly 10,000 variations in a mere hour. In this state of near frenzy, he surpassed the conventional limits of human imagination in terms of speed and efficiency. In merely 3 days, Ron had mastered the remaining 5 fire-derived runes. Beneath the starry sky, perched atop the mast of the small vessel, Ron sat there, gently lowering his elven wand. Ever since acquiring the ability to fly, he had taken to studying magic from a mast, for sitting at the stern to engage in such pursuits seemed to diminish the dignity and majesty of a wizard. A notification resonated in his ears. Achievement unlocked. Rune Master. You have earned 2 achievement points. A smile graced Ron's face as he absorbed this news. After undergoing a transformation brought about by his 50 points in mental attributes, delving into the derived runes had ceased to pose any challenge, allowing him to effortlessly grasp the entirety of the fire-related runes. With a light heart, he summoned the achievement interface, allocated the 2 points to his mental attribute, and instinctively prepared to close the window. However, at that moment, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, for the right side of the main achievement system interface, which represented his profession panel, was aglow. "Oh!" Ron blinked in surprise as he opened the professional interface. A prompt appeared. "Your total achievements have reached 35 points, granting you a chance to draw a rune." Chapter 44, Eternal Rune. 35 achievement points grant a drawing opportunity. Ron gazed unexpectedly at the prompt that appeared on the interface, a look of contemplation crossing his face. It seemed that the first time was 1 point, the second time 10 points, the third time 20 points, and this time it had increased to 35 points. If there were a discernible pattern, would the next occurrence yield 50 points or perhaps 55 points? Ron pondered to himself, having formed a certain judgment regarding the extraction requirements of the profession interface. He believed that upon the next opportunity for extraction, he would be able to validate his assumptions. While entertaining these thoughts, he gazed expectantly at the extraction interface that had just appeared. He was fervently yearning for a defensive magic. Even the ability for instantaneous movement associated with the space element would suffice. Possessing the divine mode, whether mastering a defensive spell or acquiring the capability of teleportation, would significantly ensure his safety, alleviating concerns about being ambushed by physically formidable entities. The extraction interface gradually materialized, and this time it was noticeably different from the last. The entire display now featured 4 or 5 additional runes, arranged not in concentric circles but in a pyramid formation, ascending from the base. At the very bottom lay the 4 foundational elemental runes of earth, water, wind, and fire. The runes for wind and fire, which he had already obtained, appeared in a dim hue, accompanied by white foundational runes on the left. Ascending to the next tier, there were also white textual annotations. In a layer of special runes, a total of 4 runes could be discerned, representing the elements of ice, lightning, and both light and darkness upon careful observation. Moving up to the subsequent level, there were again white annotations provided. In a layer of eternal runes, there were still 4 runes, though their designs were less comprehensible than those of the special runes. The first bore the image of a shield, the second depicted a skull, the third presented a cube, and the fourth resembled the hands of a clock. Ron examined the situation with great care, gradually formulating a notion. Guardian, undead, space-time? Although he was uncertain why this particular category was designated as eternal magic, upon reflection, it became evident that this layer of magic fundamentally differed from elemental magic. Above the eternal runes lay another tier. The supreme runes, identified as such, bore no discernible patterns. Rather, they appeared utterly devoid, as if contingent upon certain conditions for manifestation. Gazing upon the extraction interface, now far more expansive and astonishingly clearer than before, even Ron, with his current state of mind, felt a tinge of anxiety. Eternal runes. Space and time. The emergence of such potent magic within the extraction column was indeed enough to stir one's emotions. The pinnacle of magic could well be space and time. In the absence of the supreme runes, these two were surely among the most formidable. Following them were the other 2 categories within eternal magic, undead and guardian, succeeded by special runes, with basic runes occupying the lowest tier. Ron took a deep breath, convinced that his demands were not excessive. Even if he could not acquire the temporal magic, he would be content with either the guardian or necromancy. If those were unattainable, he could settle for the ice and earth elements, as both should possess defensive spells. Under Ron's anxious gaze, the extracted luminescence finally began to flicker. Tap, tap, tap. The flickering of the luminescence did not occur at a uniform pace. The foundational runes lingered the longest, followed by the special runes, while the eternal runes merely flashed by. After a series of incessant flickers, the luminescence gradually slowed, inching forward, circumventing the water element rune and settling upon the earth element rune. Earth element, is it? Ron observed the scene before him with a tinge of disappointment, yet he found it somewhat bearable. Just as he prepared to delve into the study of earth magic, the glowing light quivered momentarily, suddenly flickering once more. It leapt from the foundational runes to the second tier of eternal runes, ultimately coming to rest upon the guardian rune. A prompt appeared. You have acquired the guardian rune. This unexpected revelation momentarily stilled Ron's breath, painting his expression with astonishment and disbelief. Indeed, it was aptly named the Guardian series. Amidst his surprise, Ron could not help but murmur, having deduced the term guardian from the shield-like design. He was astonished that the name was indeed fitting. Although the effects of this rune series remained unclear, it was categorized as one of the eternal runes, surpassing both the foundational and special runes. The extraction interface abruptly closed, in contrast to his previous acquisition of foundational runes. This time the professional interface did not display the formation process of the foundational guardian rune. Just as Ron was grappling with confusion and curiosity, he suddenly felt a warmth emanating from the palm of his left hand. Instinctively lowering his gaze, he beheld a small golden light emerging in the center of his palm, rapidly extending into intricate lines that formed an extraordinarily complex rune. The complexity of this rune was astonishingly more than tenfold that of the elemental fire and wind runes. Once the golden rune coalesced, it swiftly diminished in size, becoming no larger than an eye, radiating brilliance in the center of Ron's palm without dissipating. Ron gazed somewhat bewilderedly at the golden runes in his palm, a vague notion stirring within him. Instinctively, he channeled his mental energy, activating the golden runes. A resonant hum echoed as the golden symbols interwove, and before Ron materialized a translucent, arc-shaped barrier that stood protectively before him. A notification chimed in his ears. You have mastered the first-tier protective magic, the magic barrier. As this ethereal shield took form, the emotionless voice of the system reverberated in his vicinity. Observing the semi-transparent barrier, reminiscent of fragile glass, Ron instinctively extended his right hand to caress its surface. Resilience. Remarkable resilience. Even the fiercest gusts of wind would struggle to shatter this seemingly delicate barrier. This revelation stemmed from Ron's mental perception and judgment upon touching the magic shield. He sensed its robustness, realizing that despite being merely a first-tier protective spell, it surpassed the second-tier magic of both wind and fire. To confirm his assessment, Ron stepped back a few paces, wielding his wand with determination, and unleashed a powerful wind slash toward the barrier. Boom! The magic barrier quivered violently, rippling like water. Yet it steadfastly absorbed the force of the wind strike, without yielding a single crack. Beholding the resilient barrier that withstood the onslaught, Ron's eyes shimmered with intrigue as he glanced at the golden runes still gleaming on his left hand. He discerned that the barrier's efficacy had begun to wane after enduring the wind strike. If left unattended, it would soon dissipate. However, the golden runes in his palm granted him dominion over the magic barrier. He could willingly dispel it or infuse it with magic once more, reactivating the shield to restore it to its original state. Ron attempted to wave his left hand. The golden runes dimmed, and the magical barrier ahead vanished in an instant. Immediately, with a mere thought, the golden runes on his palm flickered once more, and the previously disappeared magical barrier reappeared instantaneously. This is the eternal rune, so this is how it is. I comprehend now. Chapter 45. The recruitment of Don Quixote. Gazing at the golden runes in his palm, Ron's face was illuminated with realization. The so-called eternal rune is a rune that does not fade away. It exists eternally, unlike the fundamental elemental runes, which dissipate after being condensed and released into elemental magic. The eternal rune becomes imprinted upon the mind and soul the moment it is mastered, never to vanish. Its permanence, combined with the absence of any elemental absorption process, implies that eternal magic possesses the attribute of instantaneous release. It can be activated with just a thought. Much like the magical barrier he commanded, it can be summoned or dismissed in an instant, devoid of any concept of release time. The only way to make the eternal rune disappear would be through sheer forceful destruction. Although Ron himself is incapable of dismantling the magical barrier, he can perceive that the barrier is intricately linked to the runes inscribed in the palm of his left hand. Should the magical barrier be utterly shattered by a formidable assault, the golden rune in his palm would likewise disintegrate. To summon it anew, he would need to reconstitute this eternal rune. It appears that both temporal and spatial magics possess this eternal quality, allowing for instantaneous release without the necessity of reconstituting the runes. Ron contemplated other eternal magics, pondering before he spoke. He cast his gaze once more upon the golden rune etched into the palm of his left hand. Although it appeared to be branded upon his skin, it was, in truth, inscribed at a mental level, merely manifesting at this specific location, invisible to the naked eye. Ron summoned the achievement system's professional interface once more, his gaze drawn to the newly appeared eternal rune of the Guardian category, which emitted a gentle flicker beside it. Upon a brief mental touch, a message materialized before him. You have mastered the magic barrier. The magic barrier is one of the eternal spells within the Guardian category. Eternal spells are divided into 4 stages. The second stage consists of 3 runes, the third stage comprises 9 runes, and the fourth stage is composed of 27 runes. The Guardian runes include 1 foundational rune and 6 derivative runes, which must be discovered through the host's own exploration. Unlike the elemental category, the pinnacle of eternal runes is limited to the 4th stage, and judging by their current potency, the 4th stage eternal magic likely surpasses even the 5th stage elemental magic. As for the Guardian runes, the count has decreased from 9 to 7, now comprising only 6 derivative runes. However, the challenge of uncovering these 6 derivative runes is significantly greater than that of the foundational elemental runes. The complexity of the Guardian's foundational rune is tenfold that of the elemental runes. In terms of the difficulty involved in exploring the derivative runes, it is far beyond what the elemental runes can compare to, exceeding even tenfold, reaching dozens or even hundreds of times more challenging. Even with merely 6 derivative runes, the difficulty in discovering them far exceeds that of the 8 derivative runes within the elemental category. This is not something feasible to explore at the current stage. Ron's gaze flickered momentarily before he reached a conclusion. Were it a rune of the special category, he might have contemplated a venture into its depths. Yet the complexity of the eternal runes was beyond his current capability to engage with. Even if he were to delve into their intricacies, it would consume an exorbitant amount of time without yielding meaningful results. Moreover, this magical barrier alone was formidable enough for him, effectively withstanding the fierce winds of a raging storm, a testament to its remarkable defensive prowess. At last, he found himself free from the precariousness of a tightrope walk. Ron let out a silent sigh of relief, a faint smile gradually appearing on his face. Although this magical barrier still possessed several flaws, such as its limitation to block only one side, it was, after all, a first-tier protective spell, and it had far exceeded Ron's expectations. Initially, Ron was content with the prospect of acquiring abilities related to either the earth or ice elements. He aimed to extract every possible achievement from the East Blue before venturing into the Grand Line. With a sense of burgeoning confidence, Ron began to look forward to the Grand Line, for the accomplishments there far surpassed those available in the East Blue. That realm promised to be the true stage for his ascendance. On a certain island, amidst the bustling streets, Ron walked side by side with Nami. This marked the 10th island Ron had reached, earning him the achievement Navigator Efarer, having set foot on 10 distinct islands. However, his purpose for visiting this particular island extended beyond merely claiming that achievement. It was here that Ron had the opportunity to connect with the intelligence network of the underworld, and he had already familiarized himself with the means of doing so. In the East Blue, seeking pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million berries was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The difficulty of such a task was precisely why the Navy headquarters relegated the matter to local branches. Otherwise, dispatching a mere rear admiral from headquarters would suffice to eradicate the piracy in the East Blue with ease. Soon, Ron led Nami into a building that, from the outside, appeared to be an opulent tavern, yet the uppermost floors were inaccessible to the public. With an air of foreboding, Nami followed Ron as they ascended to the third floor, her brow furrowing as she surveyed the surroundings. Ron's gaze remained indifferent, showing little susceptibility to the surrounding environment. The design of this place seemed intended to instill a sense of oppression in outsiders. A man in a black suit stationed at the entrance of the Grand Hall noticed Ron's arrival and reached out to obstruct his path. In response, Ron casually flicked a gold coin, which the suited man accepted, promptly stepping aside. The entrance fee was exorbitant, 1,000 berries merely to gain entry, an outrageous extortion. Nami, observing this scene, could not help but voice her discontent. Although the money was provided by Ron, she perceived it as her own wealth, and the thought of it being extorted from them left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Ron shrugged and remarked, "After all, it is an organization dedicated to intelligence. Without sufficient financial resources, it would have long since collapsed. The cost of acquiring information may become even steeper shortly." As he stepped into the Grand Hall, the ambience transformed dramatically. The upper-level hall featured a remarkably elegant bar, where a group of 7 or 8 individuals were engaged in a game of poker. Scattered throughout the space were others, some seemingly awaiting someone, while others were engrossed in affectionate exchanges with their companions. Ron strode directly towards the bar. The bartender behind the counter regarded Ron's approach with mild astonishment before breaking into a light chuckle. "Esteemed Lord Ron, may I inquire what you would like to order?" The mention of his name did not startle Ron. After all, it was an intelligence organization, and if they were unaware of his identity, there would be no reason for him to visit. "Just a glass of ice water, please." Ron spoke casually. The bartender nodded slightly and swiftly served a glass of ice water, then gestured for Ron to enter a room behind the bar. Ron did not pause to drink water, but instead led Nami further inside. They soon arrived at a room reminiscent of an office, where a multitude of documents lay scattered across the desk. "Ah, what a rare guest we have, the esteemed wizard Ron," remarked a middle-aged man wearing glasses, who smiled upon Ron's entrance. He gestured warmly and continued, "Since you've arrived here, I presume Mr. Ron is already acquainted with the circumstances. Let's cut to the chase. May I inquire what type of information you seek regarding pirates?" As Ron approached and took a seat before the middle-aged man, he inquired, "I seek the latest intelligence on pirates in the East Sea with bounties exceeding 10 million berries. The more recent, the better." The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and responded with a knowing smile. "Information regarding pirates is generally quite affordable. However, when it pertains to those with bounties exceeding 10 million berries and includes a time constraint, it becomes somewhat more complicated. I have 3 pieces of intelligence here, all dated within the last 3 days." As he spoke, the man retrieved the documents. "The total comes to 300,000 berries." Nami, unable to contain her surprise, exclaimed, "What? 300,000 berries? For mere information, this is clearly extortion." Nevertheless, Ron remained unfazed. He casually tossed aside 300,000 berries and accepted the documents. Glancing through them briefly, "I hope this information is not fabricated." The middle-aged man chuckled. "Should the intelligence prove false, we offer a 10-fold compensation." Just as Ron turned to leave with the documents in hand, the man called out to him once more. Rising from his seat, he looked at Ron and said, "There's an organization that seeks to recruit you, Mr. Ron. If you're interested, we could facilitate an introduction." "I'm not interested." Ron did not look back, continuing to walk away. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow at this sight, but soon smiled again and said, "To that organization, money is merely a figure. Their influence extends across all seas and even the Grand Line. If you join them, you will attain that which you desire." Ron did not respond and left the room without a word. Upon witnessing Ron's abrupt departure, the middle-aged man stood in stunned silence for a few seconds, then shook his head and remarked, "What an arrogant fellow. This is merely the East Sea, and he has no inkling of the vastness of this world." Inside the palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo chuckled as he stood by the window. "Refuse to join? Ha, let him be." To Doflamingo, the finest talents of the East Sea were insignificant, A single individual defeating a fleet of 2,000 was hardly an extraordinary feat. Any member of his family could achieve that. His decision to recruit Ron was merely a whim, prompted by a tidbit of information he had overheard. Given that Ron was so short-sighted, fixated on the weak realm of the East Sea, Doflamingo found little reason to pay him further heed. Holding a peculiar scepter, one of Doflamingo's top executives, Treble, spoke up. If he fails to recognize his own worth, so be it. However, Big Mom wishes to purchase a batch of our latest weaponry. What shall we do, Big Mom? A hint of seriousness crossed Doflamingo's face. Compared to a mere pirate hunter from the East Sea, Big Mom was a true titan of the sea, one of the 4 emperors ruling the New World. As the discussion turned to the dealings with Big Mom, Doflamingo began to inquire earnestly, quickly setting aside thoughts of Ron. Chapter 46. Intelligence on the Devil Fruit. When the informant from the intelligence organization spoke, Ron's initial reaction was one of utter disinterest. However, upon hearing the latter part of the conversation, he faintly guessed the identity of the organization being referenced. Previously, when dealing with the Click pirate crew, he had caught a glimpse of the organization, the greatest shadowy trading power in the underground world of One Piece, the Don Quixote family. Nonetheless, Ron had no desire to join the Navy, let alone the Don Quixote family. The only thing that could sway Ron's thoughts would be the achievement points within the achievement system. Yet he had yet to encounter any achievements related to joining the Navy. Moreover, his primary objective remained aiding Nami in vanquishing Arlong, which left him with little inclination to entertain other pursuits. It is worth mentioning that defeating the 7 warlords could yield achievements. But Doflamingo's strength ranked among the upper echelons of the 7 warlords, making him not the first choice for confrontation. Ron pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. After acquiring the desired intelligence, he embarked on a sweeping journey across the East Sea with Nami. In the year 18 of the Great Pirate Era, in September, the pirate hunter, Mage Ron, encountered the Jello pirate crew in the kingdom of SNA, vanquishing their captain, Jello, and claiming a bounty of 15 million berries. In October of the same year, the pirate hunter Mage Ron fortuitously crossed paths with the dual-bladed pirate, Sao, in Banana Leaf Town, slaying him and collecting a bounty of 5 million berries. In November, Mage Ron faced the Black Cat pirate crew in the Windward Sea, annihilating them and dispatching their captain, Kuro, to secure a bounty of 16 million berries. In merely 5 months since Ron set sail, more than 5 pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million had fallen at his hands in the East Sea, averaging the demise of a formidable pirate crew each month. As Ron was not a member of the Navy, but a pirate hunter, he was unfettered by trivial matters. Once he set his sights on a pirate crew, he pursued them relentlessly, instilling a profound sense of dread among all pirates, a fear that far surpassed that of the Navy. With the annihilation of the Black Cat pirate crew, terror swept through the entire pirate world of the East Sea. Almost all pirates were gripped by fear. Sensing the impending doom, in a certain maritime expanse, a medium-sized sailboat glided gracefully with the wind. Thanks to Ron's developed ability to project his mental energy, he and Nami could deftly maneuver the vessel even with just the 2 of them on board. Previously, they had exchanged for a new medium-sized sailboat, which was not a pirate ship seized through nefarious means, but rather a meticulously crafted vessel purchased by Ron at a renowned shipyard in the East Sea. The boat was constructed from the finest and most durable materials, and despite Nami's bargaining prowess, it cost a staggering 100 million berries. Although Nami felt a pang of regret over the expense, Ron was thoroughly pleased, as this significant expenditure allowed him to achieve 2 monetary-related accomplishments in one fell swoop. These achievements, titled spending like water and extravagantly wealthy, required spending 10 million berries and 100 million berries in a single day, respectively, yielding a total of 3 achievement points for Ron. Moreover, over the past few months, Ron also attained the self-discipline achievement by accumulating a total of 1,000 hours of training, and the East Sea Guardian achievement for defeating more than 5 pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million berries. Additionally, he earned 3 more accolades: Well-Fed, Companionship of Waves, and Navigator 2. The conditions for Well-Fed involved cooking 100 meals, Companionship of Waves required living at sea for over 100 days, and Navigator 2 entailed visiting 20 different islands. Collectively, these 5 achievements granted Ron an additional 8 achievement points, including the 2 monetary-related accomplishments from the ship purchase. He amassed a total of 11 achievement points over the past 4 months, all of which were wisely allocated to enhancing his mental attributes. At this moment, Ron's mental attribute had risen from 53 points to an impressive 70 points, an increase of 17 points, with 11 points stemming from the achievement boosts and an additional 6 points gained through his meditation and training. With his mental prowess now at 70 points, Ron made significant strides in the realm of runes. He had mastered all derivative runes of the wind element and had also acquired 2 second-tier spells, Wind Burst and Firewall. These 2 spells could be harmoniously combined to create a vast area of attack, and due to their extensive range, they also offered a degree of defensive capability. However, Ron found himself vexed by his minimal progress in 3rd-tier magic. The complexity and variety of combinations involving 9 runes into a 3rd-tier spell were overwhelming, and each attempt consumed a considerable amount of mental energy. Even with the aid of the Elven Wand, he could not replicate the frequency of deriving runes akin to performing thousands of iterations per hour. Nevertheless, despite his inability to master 3rd-tier spells, Ron gradually began to discern the essence of magical runes during his explorations. Each foundational rune appeared to embody the elemental rules of its origin, akin to programming, where a singular pattern gave rise to the elemental force. Furthermore, each derivative rune was uniquely special, representing the most perfected form of the rune pattern evolved from the foundational runes. When Ron found himself in a state of ennui, he endeavored to explore additional derivative runes. Indeed, he succeeded in crafting a few persistent derivative runes. However, the effects of these runes merely served as substitutes for the 8 flawless derivative runes. Ron utilized his self-created derivative runes to weave spells, capable of unleashing second-tier magic, albeit with significantly diminished potency. This endeavor enlightened Ron to the realization that the foundational runes provided by the achievement system, along with the subsequent 8 established derivative runes, epitomized the most exquisite embodiment of this particular type of ability. The process of exploring these runes and delving deeply into their intricacies gradually led Ron to surmise that the art of combinatory magic may not be a chaotic amalgamation devoid of rules, but rather a harmonious assembly governed by certain principles. Regrettably, Ron's understanding of these principles currently resembles a fleeting mirage, perceptible yet elusive. At this moment, Ron sat atop the mast, toying with his enchanted wand, gazing out at the vast ocean, his eyes sparkling with a flicker of intrigue. The fabled devil fruit, perhaps? Just days prior, while effortlessly dispatching a pirate crew, their captain, in a desperate bid for survival, divulged information regarding the elusive devil fruit. Initially, Ron had intended to embark with Nami directly toward the Grand Line. However, this newfound intelligence concerning the devil fruit compelled him to linger once more. Ron harbored a considerable interest in the devil fruit. On one hand, the achievement system did not explicitly state that he could not consume the devil fruit. On the other hand, there existed an achievement related to it, attainable simply by acquiring one. With his current total of 48 achievement points, should he manage to secure an additional 2 points to reach 50, he might be granted another opportunity to draw a magical rune. Thus, with various needs converging, Ron was naturally unwilling to let this piece of information slip away. Chapter 47. Conflict on a certain island. Amidst somewhat dilapidated streets, a group of over 10 individuals gathered, with one among them seated atop a wooden barrel, holding a uniquely shaped fruit before his eyes, squinting in admiration. Can you believe that this little thing has drawn a bid of 200 million berries from the Don Quixote family? Is it truly worth that much? Or is there something else at play? If it held no such value, the Don Quixote family would not offer such a staggering price. After all, this is the legendary devil fruit, said to bestow extraordinary abilities while cursing one with the wrath of the sea. Beside him, another individual gazed enviously at the devil fruit in Tamori's hand and remarked, "Speaking of which, boss, if we were to consume this devil fruit, we might become incredibly powerful. Perhaps we need not sell it to anyone else." Tamori scoffed lightly, casting a glance at the fruit he held. "Even if we gain special abilities, how are we to amass 200 million berries? Unless we venture out to become pirates. But you know there's a pirate hunter roaming the EC now, and countless notorious pirates have met their end at his hands." At this juncture, Tamori grinned widely and added, "With 200 million berries, I could ascend to nobility in the Grand City. Why would I need to risk my life as a pirate?" "That's true, but you wouldn't abandon us, would you?" The others looked at Tamori with forlorn expressions. Tamori chuckled, grasping the devil fruit firmly. "Of course not. I will take you all with me when we leave this wretched town." The group of miscreants had relied on deceiving and pilfering from unsuspecting travelers or docked merchant ships for survival, and they had never anticipated stumbling upon a devil fruit. Once the news spread, it wasn't too long before they were contacted by someone willing to buy the fruit for 200 million berries. Tamori was taken aback at the offer, nearly succumbing to the temptation of consuming it himself. As the appointed time approached, they wondered if their contact would soon arrive. The individuals nearby were visibly anxious and restless, for they were on the brink of orchestrating a transaction involving 200 million berries, a wealth they had never encountered before. Although Tamori reassured them with a calm demeanor, he too was beginning to feel a sense of impatience. Just as the anticipation reached its peak, the sound of footsteps echoed from the street ahead. Clop, clop, clop. A group of approximately 10 individuals approached, led by a peculiar figure adorned in odd attire, sporting a prominent beer belly, and holding a bizarre pacifier while donning a baby cap. Upon witnessing this eccentric sight, Tamori and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to suppress their laughter. However, the presence of a dozen men in dark clothing, each wielding firearms with an imposing demeanor, quelled their amusement. Could this be Tamori's group? The man with the pacifier stepped forward and addressed Tamori and his companions. He was Sei, or an officer of the Don Quixote family, personally leading the operation due to the significance of the devil fruit involved. Suppressing his urge to mock Sei, or S' bizarre appearance, Tamori stood up from the barrel and inquired, "Yes, I am Tamori. Are you from the Don Quixote family?" The Don Quixote family's underground influence spanned the globe, and although Tamori and his companions were mere small-time thugs, they had certainly heard of the notorious name. So all no did, seemingly indifferent to the scrutiny of Tamori and his associates, and asked, "Where is the item?" "Here," Tamori replied, extending his palm to reveal the tightly gripped devil fruit. Sayor reached out, took it, and inspected it closely, stating, "Indeed a devil fruit. It appears to belong to the Paramecia type." While he had not memorized the devil fruit encyclopedia, he could discern the distinctions among the Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia types. The Paramecia type was known for its complexity and variety, while the Logia type was regarded as the most formidable, rendering those without haki nearly powerless against it. Upon confirming the authenticity of the devil fruit, Tamori nervously rubbed his hands together and said, "Well, the devil fruit is yours. Now, about the 200 million berries, oh. Here it is," Sei or replied, glancing at Tamori before gesturing to his subordinates behind him. Just as Tamori and his companions anticipated the arrival of the money from the men in black suits, the subordinates instead raised their firearms in unison, aiming them at the group. Tamori and his companions' eyes widened in terror. Before they could comprehend the situation, Sei or's subordinates pulled the triggers, unleashing a barrage of bullets that rained down upon Tamori and his group, splattering blood in a gruesome display. Tamori's underlings fell to the ground in unison, having been struck by multiple bullets, blood streaming from their wounds as they knelt in agony. With great difficulty, he cast a desperate and furious glance at Senor, spitting blood as he exclaimed, "How despicable! You Don Quixote scoundrels lack any sense of honor." Senor, with a pacifier in his mouth, regarded the kneeling Tamori with a calm demeanor. He produced a handgun and aimed it at Tamori's head, stating, "There is no need to uphold any semblance of honor when dealing with petty thugs. Besides, who would know? They all presume you have taken the money and fled to the grand city to become nobles. In transactions between nations or large factions, one would naturally adhere to the principles of trustworthiness. However, when it comes to common swindlers, such considerations are unnecessary. Eliminating them is merely a means of ridding ourselves of some refuse." As his words fell, Senor casually pulled the trigger. Bang! Tamori's eyes filled with resentment as he collapsed backward, uttering, "You shall not escape your own fate." The gaze of a mere street thug from the EC could hardly stir any emotion within Senor. After dispatching Tamori, he retracted his firearm and commanded, "Let us depart." The dozen or so subordinates behind him similarly stowed their firearms. Yet, in that very moment, Senor's expression abruptly shifted, a sense of impending danger washing over him. Almost instantly, he heard a series of sharp whistling sounds piercing through the air from above. Although he could not discern the nature of the incoming threat, the sensation of peril compelled him to leap forward without hesitation, activating the powers of the swim fruit, causing his form to meld into the ground. However, while Senor evaded the attack, his Don Quixote subordinates, being mere ordinary individuals, had little time to react or evade. In an instant, blood splattered as many of the recently victorious Don Quixote subordinates lay lifeless upon the ground. Indeed, the Don Quixote family seemed to possess a peculiar fate. Ron stood atop a rooftop, his elven wand in hand, gazing down at the blood-soaked street littered with corpses, clicking his tongue in disdain. The band of pirates he had fortuitously encountered and swiftly dispatched intended to seize the devil fruits from a group of ruffians. However, Ron had not anticipated that these miscreants had already established contact with the Don Quixote family. It was not surprising, considering that the Don Quixote clan had a vested interest in collecting devil fruits. News of their emergence would undoubtedly not escape their notice. Had Ron not been present, This particular devil fruit would likely have fallen effortlessly into their grasp. Now that he was here, however, it seemed that some unforeseen events were about to unfold. In the midst of this turmoil, a new novel by Huang Liang emerged, titled The Inadequate Demon King. The author, who had vowed to renounce his monastic vows, appeared to have adopted a rather irreverent style this time. For those intrigued, it may be worth a glance. Chapter 48. Ron versus Say, or if memory served correctly. The individual in question was a cadre of the Don Quixote family, Say, or. After Ron had obliterated the foot soldiers of the Don Quixote clan, he chose to disregard them, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the street below. The deployment of a cadre for a single devil fruit by the Don Quixote family was hardly an act of excessive caution. Despite Say, or being merely an ordinary officer within the organization, his origins from the latter half of the Grand Line rendered him incomparable to the East Blue. Nevertheless, Ron felt no trepidation. The reason was simple. Say or lacked the ability to fly. If he recalled correctly, Say or's devil fruit was of the Paramecia type, known as the water fruit. However, Ron preferred to refer to it as the swimming fruit, as its powers did not involve water manipulation, but merely allowed swimming on land or within structures. While uncertain of Say or's true strength, facing an adversary who could not soar through the skies left Ron with a distinct advantage, for he possessed the ability to fly at will. Thus, he remained unperturbed. Here he comes. Ron squinted as he gazed down at the street below, having entered a state of divine focus, fully engaging his mental senses. He was acutely aware that someone like Senor, a Don Quixote-like figure, would never retreat. Moreover, this individual appeared to embody the essence of a tough guy. Having been caught off guard, he would undoubtedly retaliate. Suddenly, with a splash, the structure beneath Ron erupted as Senor's figure surged forth from the distorted ripples of the building's surface, charging at Ron with ferocity, arms crossed defiantly in front of him, ready to collide with great force. Ron hesitated not for a moment, his body suddenly levitating as he ascended skyward. Immediately, he pressed his right hand forward, and a dazzling golden light flickered into existence, conjuring a semi-transparent magical barrier. With a resounding crash, Sanier collided forcefully with the magical shield, producing a sound reminiscent of a hammer striking steel. The barrier rippled with wave-like distortions upon impact, yet it steadfastly endured the blow without a single crack marring its surface. Conversely, Sanier trembled unnaturally, his arms and body quaking violently from the force of the collision. Such was the extent of the encounter. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Ron revealed a composed smile, his right hand raised in a graceful manner, causing the magical barrier to vanish instantaneously. Subsequently, with a swift motion of his left hand wielding the enchanted wand, he invoked the spell. Fireball. The force of Sanier's impact was thwarted, leaving him in a state of vulnerability, unable to evade or retaliate. Yet, this moment of stillness would be fleeting. Without the time to conjure a combination spell, Ron resorted to unleashing his most formidable second-tier magic against him. A crimson arrow of flame soared towards Sanier. Observing this spectacle, Sanier's pupils constricted slightly in surprise, not only at Ron's mysterious barrier that had blocked his advance, but also at the subsequent fiery assault. Devil fruit? What type? Thoughts flashed through his mind. But there was no time for contemplation. As the flaming arrow descended, he found himself suspended in midair, unable to dodge or counter, and could only cross his arms defensively over his chest to brace for the impact. Boom! The fiery arrow, enveloping Sanier, sent him plummeting to the ground, igniting a conflagration upon the street akin to a grenade explosion. Despite successfully striking Sanier down, Ron exhibited no signs of triumph, remaining suspended in the air with a serene gaze directed towards the street below. The flames dissipated swiftly. With a splash, Sanier emerged from the now water-like street. Although he had swiftly submerged underground using the powers of his swimming fruit to mitigate the impact and extinguish the flames, he had still borne the brunt of the initial explosion. Consequently, Sanier appeared somewhat disheveled, his pacifier scorched to a charred black, and the infant cap he wore was singed significantly. TSK. Sanier clicked his tongue, shifting the pacifier from his left side to his right. He gazed up at Ron in the sky, his demeanor unperturbed, betraying no fear. Yet his tone carried a hint of surprise as he remarked, "You are the pirate hunter from the East Sea, are you not? The one who declined our offer and now seeks to seize the devil fruit?" Sanier had not devoted much attention to Ron, thus failing to recall his name. However, having been involved in trade in the East Sea recently, he had heard some whispers regarding Ron, leaving him with a vague impression. The most memorable aspect of Ron's description was his exquisite wand, which he was known to always grasp. "Indeed, I harbor a keen interest in the devil fruit." Ron hovered in the air and remarked, taking something from pirates should hardly be deemed a crime, should it? No, it seems that this does not belong to you either. It was merely seized from you moments ago. I see, Senor nodded, weighing the devil fruit in his hand before tossing it onto a nearby wooden barrel. Then let us see who falls first. Initially, Senor had no intention of engaging in dialogue with Ron, as he had planned to swiftly eliminate him following Ron's surprise attack. However, after exchanging a few blows, he realized that Ron was not easily vanquished. Thus, a simple conversation ensued, understanding that Ron's objective was the devil fruit. The next step was straightforward: combat. The victor would claim the prize. Observing Senor's demeanor, Ron smiled faintly. It indeed embodied that rugged heroism reminiscent of the original narrative. However, regrettably, despite not being a tough guy, as a magician, he would not easily relinquish something he coveted. Swish, swish, swish. Ron cast a glance at the devil fruit resting on the wooden barrel not far away, then swiftly waved his wand. Blades of wind materialized from the void, descending upon Sanier with lethal intent. Sanier, undeterred, lunged forward and leaped into the wall, which rippled like the surface of water, rendering the effects of gravity seemingly non-existent. The relentless wind blades struck down, shattering the wall into fragments, yet failing to reach Sanier, who had submerged into its depths. With a sudden splash, Sanier's figure emerged from the apex of the structure. Although it appeared to be a surprise maneuver, Ron, with his divine mode fully activated, had already locked on a Sanier-esque position. Seeing him burst forth, Ron deftly waved his wand again. Furious wind slash. 7 or 8 arcs of sword energy, each nearly a meter long, converged chaotically towards Sanier, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. Given that Ron had predicted Sanier's movement and their positions were at the highest point of the building, Sanier found himself with little room to evade the onslaught. Yet, in the face of Ron's formidable strike, Sanier's expression remained unchanged. With the grit of a hardened warrior, he let out a fierce growl and swung his fist upward. As his fist was unleashed, it suddenly transformed into a pitch-black hue. Armament Haki. Chapter 49. Haki and Spirit Clang. The hardened fist, imbued with Armament Haki, collided violently with the massive wind blade of the furious wind slash, producing a sound akin to steel clashing, with sparks flying. Sanier's fist shattered several wind blades, yet the remaining ones pressed on, meeting his fist like a high-speed cutting machine, continuously sparking with intensity. Initially, Sanier had assumed the wind blades were akin to a swordsman's sword energy, only to realize that their properties differed significantly. Sword energy, after all, is an intangible cut, possessing a singular effect of sharpness, while the wind blades, in addition to their cutting prowess, exhibited a fluidity of movement. Realizing the dire nature of the situation, Sanier's expression shifted, yet he refused to retreat. Instead, he roared fiercely, swinging both fists to forcefully shatter the wind blades. Immediately afterward, he twisted his body, launching 4 or 5 spherical bombs toward Ron. Diaper bombs. Ron maintained an unwavering expression as he extended his right hand forward, conjuring a magical barrier once more. Boom! The bomb collided with the magical shield, erupting in a thunderous explosion. The force of the blast surpassed that of Senor's previous impact, leaving numerous minute cracks across the magical barrier. Yet, it still failed to shatter the shield entirely. Armed Haki. Ron gazed through the magical barrier and the swirling smoke of the explosion, directing his attention towards Senor in the distance. Narrowing his eyes slightly as he focused on Senor's fist, it exuded an imposing aura. This was a unique power within the world of One Piece, categorized into 3 distinct types: the Conqueror's Haki, which instills fear in enemies; the Observation Haki, which allows one to sense adversaries; and the Armament Haki, which combines both offensive and defensive capabilities. Had Ron not possessed the achievement system and the profession of sorcerer, he would have traversed the path of dominance in this world, for such power is indispensable for any formidable individual. In this realm, while mastery of the aura may not define the pinnacle of strength, it is an essential trait of those who stand at the zenith. Sole reliance on the devil fruit cannot sustain one atop the ocean summit. However, Ron's fascination with the aura lies not in its acquisition, but in its dissection. As a wizard capable of accessing the elements through runes and grasping the fundamental rules of the world through his mind, he is deeply intrigued by the basic components of the aura and its origins. Ron had previously contemplated that the Conqueror's Haki might indeed be a manifestation of mental prowess, for he now possessed the ability to project his mental force, instilling a sense of intimidation in ordinary individuals within a certain vicinity. Should he choose to exercise this capability, it would likely be perceived by others as the Conqueror's Haki. Additionally, The observation haki piqued Ron's interest, as the spiritual perception afforded by the God mode appeared to embody the characteristics of this particular haki from various perspectives. Most importantly, it seemed that observation haki was, in essence, a form of mental perception. Ron has long harbored a desire to compare the perception of Kinbunchiku haki with that of the God mode, to discern their similarities and differences. Unfortunately, he remains unaware of the training methods for Kinbunchiku haki and has yet to encounter anyone proficient in its use. When it comes to the three forms of haki, the one that piques Ron's curiosity the most is undoubtedly Busashoka haki. The reason is quite simple. Conqueror's haki can be effectively simulated using mental strength, or one might say that Conqueror's haki is essentially a formidable form of mental intimidation. Fundamentally, they are one and the same. Kinbunchiku haki also aligns closely with mental perception. However, it is Busashoka haki that stands apart. It embodies both offense and defense, and when mastered, it can even be projected outward. There appears to be some correlation with mental projection. Yet the crucial point is that Ron's own mental projection lacks such potency. Ron is now capable of enveloping his external spiritual energy around his fist, enabling him to shatter wooden boards with a single strike. However, this represents the pinnacle of his abilities, falling short of the formidable strength exhibited by armament haki. Furthermore, a crucial aspect to consider is that armament haki appears to be significantly correlated with the user's physical prowess. Generally, the stronger the physique, the more potent the armament haki. Indeed, the presence of spiritual energy is undeniable. Ron fixated on Señor's hardened fist, murmuring softly. He could perceive the presence of mental energy within the armament haki. Yet he also sensed the existence of other unknown elements beyond it. The armament haki was a fusion of mental energy and this enigmatic substance, and its degree of condensation reached an alarming level, surpassing even Ron's current capabilities. If Ron could compress his released mental energy to the utmost, thinner than a mere sheet of paper, with virtually no thickness, its resilience would still not rival that of the armament haki. It was impossible. Even if his mental energy reached a full 100 points and underwent another transformation, his control would never attain such a degree of density, which had become almost otherworldly. Ron shook his head in contemplation. It appeared that an unknown form of energy was at play, one that intertwined with the spirit to coalesce into a density that bordered on the grotesque. This energy likely emanated from the physical body. The stronger the physique, the more potent this enigmatic energy became. Although he did not fully comprehend the nature of this corporeal energy, Ron was certain that within the realm of armament haki, there indeed existed a manifestation of spiritual energy. If armament haki itself harbored such energy, then it stood to reason that both observation haki and conqueror-s haki were similarly imbued with spiritual essence. In essence, as one who specialized in the mental domain, he might not even need to engage with the haki power system. In the future, he could potentially surpass Conqueror-s and observation haki purely through the essence of spirit. Got feast. Just as Ron was scrutinizing armament haki, Señor made his move. After shattering Ron's gale slash, he found himself unable to hover in midair and once again plummeted to the ground. However, upon landing, he harnessed the power of the swim fruit to propel himself skyward once more. Crack! The magical barrier, which had already sustained damage from the explosion of a bomb and bore cracks, was forcefully shattered by Señor's punch as he continued his relentless advance towards Ron. Ron no longer contemplated matters of dominance. As Say or charged towards him, he maintained a tranquil demeanor, his wand held horizontally, unleashing a barrage of slicing wind blades that descended upon his opponent. Clang! Clang! Say or shattered the wind blades with his fists. However, lacking the ability to fly, he could not suspend himself in midair. The act of breaking through the magical barrier had already diminished much of his upward momentum, and after being thwarted by the wind blades, he found himself unable to close the distance to Ron, plummeting once more towards the ground. The prowess of his haki was rather mediocre. Observing Say-or's descent, Ron shook his head slightly. He noted that Say-or's fists bore visible injuries. Blood dripped from them, a clear indication that he had sustained wounds while forcefully shattering the immense wind blades. The strength of haki varies. If it were of the caliber of Carp's, it would indeed be formidable. Yet Say-or, in comparison, was hardly a noteworthy figure, barely scratching the surface of Carp's capabilities. In the latter half of the Grand Line, nearly every individual possesses haki, and Say-or, among them, was evidently a rather average character. Nevertheless, as a subordinate of Don Quixote, he at least possessed the strength of a Navy rear admiral. The crux of the matter, however, was that Say-or could not fly. Had a rear admiral skilled in moonwalk replaced him, Ron might have found himself in genuine trouble, at the very least not maneuvering with such ease as he currently did. It was not merely that he could not fly, say, or lacked any means of ranged attack. He excelled in close combat on the ground, and against Ron, who soared above, the agility afforded by his swimming fruit was rendered utterly ineffective, with his devil fruit failing to exert any influence. Devoid of ranged capabilities and unable to maneuver effectively against Ron, Say, or was thoroughly disadvantaged. Hours later, Say, or stood battered and bloodied in the arena. Struggling to lift his gaze to the sky, he beheld Ron, who, despite his labored breathing and evident fatigue, bore no visible wounds. Slowly, he uttered, "You win." With those words, he collapsed forward. In the air, Ron, feeling somewhat drained and with a slight throbbing in his head, rubbed his temples and shook his head in resignation. Remarking, "What a straightforward fellow." Were he in Say Or's position, with all his abilities thoroughly countered, he would have long since fled. Yet Say Or stubbornly persevered, relying on his haki. Ron, unable to dispatch him with a single blow, they engaged in combat for a grueling 3 to 4 hours before the outcome was finally determined. No, it would not be accurate to say that a victor had emerged. Rather, it could be stated that Say Or had been worn down to the point of exhaustion. A high-ranking officer from the Don Quixote family, possessing at least the strength of a rear admiral, was effortlessly defeated without a scratch. However, it appeared that Senor had indeed been left with no opportunity to escape. Even if he attempted to flee, he would find it impossible, for the abilities of the swim fruit could not be utilized at sea, ultimately leading to his demise. At this moment, Ron could not help but feel a sense of admiration for his own resilience. With the power of armament haki, he withstood the fierce winds and slashes with only minor injuries, and even endured the second-tier combination of wind and fire magic with mere light wounds, far superior to Arlong's capabilities. If faced with third-tier magic, even with armament haki fortification, he could likely be dispatched in a single blow. As for fourth-tier magic, even Doflamingo might struggle to withstand such an onslaught. Amidst his reflections, Ron could not suppress a burgeoning desire. Whether spurred by the innate instincts of a magician or an insatiable yearning for strength, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the allure of higher-tier magic. After a brief moment of contemplation, he steadied his mindset. Through his battle with Senor, he had gained a clearer understanding of his own power level. When pitted against an elite rear admiral proficient in armament haki and the moonwalk technique, the possibility of his defeat loomed large, as Senor had effectively been ground down from a position of superiority. In contrast, when facing the rear admirals of the branch offices, particularly those lacking haki, his chances of victory were virtually assured. A few spells would suffice to obliterate them. Thus, it could be inferred that his current prowess lay somewhere between that of an elite rear admiral who wielded haki and a standard branch rear admiral who did not. While he would be negligible compared to the top-tier powers of the seas, such strength was still formidable in its own right. It is essential to remember that this was the East Blue, not the Grand Line. Once he entered the Grand Line, achieving numerous milestones would further elevate his capabilities, surpassing those elite rear admirals and reaching the level of the pirate supernovas. At that juncture, he would be poised to navigate the first half of the Grand Line with relative ease. With a more definitive assessment of his strength and an unquenchable thirst for higher-tier magic, Ron inhaled deeply, his gaze shimmering with determination. It was time to embark on the journey to the Grand Line, and let us not forget the spoils of this recent conquest. After Ron reached a decision, he suddenly recalled the purpose of his encounter with the Don Quixote family, and turned to gaze at the place where Senor had previously positioned the devil fruit. Both Ron and Senor had deliberately steered clear of the location of the devil fruit to avoid inadvertently shattering it. Thus the area surrounding it remained largely untouched. There, atop a wooden barrel, lay a meticulously crafted and extraordinary fruit, quietly resting in its solitary repose. Ron flew over. "You have achieved the accomplishment extraordinary fruit and earned 1 achievement point. It seems that fellow mentioned earlier that this devil fruit belongs to the paramecia type." Ron picked up the devil fruit, gazing at the intricate design upon its surface. A flicker of hesitation crossing his features. The achievement system displayed a goal to collect devil fruits, specifically requiring a total of 10, a number on par with that of renowned swords. However, the system lacked a method for identifying the abilities of these fruits, leaving Ron unable to discern the power contained within this particular one. The inability to recognize the devil fruit's capabilities began to vex him, for the paramecia-type fruits were notoriously complex. For instance, the spring fruit, a lesser variant of the rubber fruit, could never hope to rival the might of powers like the tremor or gravity fruits, regardless of how one might attempt to develop it. With this a logia type, he would likely have no qualms about consuming it immediately, especially considering that at this point in time, there were few Logia fruits still circulating, notably Ace's Flame fruit, which this was clearly not. Even in the absence of a discernment ability, Ron, a devoted aficionado of the Pirate King lore, could easily recognize the Flame fruit. He found himself engulfed in indecision, wavering. Ron found himself in a quandary, grappling with the decision of whether to embrace the powers of an ability user. Yet, as he fixated on the enigmatic fruit of the demon, his thoughts inadvertently propelled him into a divine state, shifting his perspective to that of a spiritual realm. In this elevated state, the appearance of the demon fruit underwent a profound transformation. It morphed into a peculiar luminescent entity, radiating an otherworldly pink glow, while at its core, a misty black nucleus remained. Ron was both astonished and intrigued as he beheld the ever-changing form of the devil fruit in his hand. He could sense that the pink portion harbored some peculiar energy, while the central black part emanated a chilling aura, as if it concealed something ominous and foreboding. If his instincts were correct, the black portion likely represented the curse contained within the devil fruit, the so-called curse of the sea. Gazing thoughtfully at the luminescent fruit, Ron murmured to himself. As he continued to scrutinize the devil fruit, a strange yearning surged within him. This sensation did not stem from his physical being, but arose from his mind and soul, akin to the glowing fruit before him being a succulent peach that he longed to bite into. The moment this desire emerged, Ron momentarily froze, instinctively resisting it. However, to his astonishment, the craving intensified, becoming utterly irresistible. Buzz! As the desire reached its zenith, Ron felt his mental energy involuntarily extend outward, resembling a misty entity that opened its gaping maw, ravenously devouring the radiant devil fruit. In an instant, his soul, extending beyond his body, consumed the fruit, and he witnessed the pink glow emanating from the devil fruit swiftly coalescing into his very essence, like twinkling stars rushing into his soul. With the influx of pink light, he felt as though his entire soul was enveloped in the cool embrace of falling snowflakes, refreshing and delightful, as his mental prowess began to surge. However, this exquisite experience was fleeting. Once the pink luminescence was wholly absorbed by his soul, he sensed his extended mental energy retracting abruptly, akin to savoring a delectable dish only to suddenly encounter a repulsive morsel, which he instinctively spat out. Ron cast a glance and immediately discerned that what had been expelled was none other than the dark portion of the devil fruit. After being ejected, this segment, seemingly reluctant, transformed into a swirling black mist that continued to envelop and entwine around him. Ron instinctively loosened his grip, casting the devil fruit away. The black mist struggled to envelop him, yet ultimately failed to extend its reach as the essence of the devil fruit was expelled alongside him. Chapter 51. Ascendancy. After discarding the devil fruit, Ron retreated a few steps further. Only when he observed the black mist steadily withering away, ultimately dissipating into nothingness, did he allow himself to relax and revert to his corporeal perspective. From this physical vantage point, Ron beheld the devil fruit he had cast aside. It was no longer of its former hue, but had transformed into a pallid shade, reminiscent of decay. As the black mist finally vanished, the entire devil fruit melted away, dissolving into fine particles that scattered across the air above the street. Indeed, he lacked the power. Ron clenched his fist and shook his head slightly, revealing an expression of realization. Long before his soul consumed the energy within the devil fruit, he sensed that this energy would likely not transform his corporeal form. Now, it seems his initial intuition was indeed correct. His physical body underwent no alterations. The energy of the recently consumed devil fruit was entirely absorbed by his spirit. Ron sensed a subtle shift, concluding that his mental acuity had likely elevated by nearly 5 points. Ron summoned the achievement system once more. After a meticulous examination, he confirmed that there was indeed no information regarding the abilities of the devil fruits. He exhaled deeply, accepting this reality. Having consumed a single devil fruit, he experienced a modest increase of 5 points in his mental strength. This increment felt rather insignificant to Ron, who already possessed 70 points in this attribute, thus failing to evoke much excitement. However, upon reflection, a smile crept upon his face. Was 5 points trivial? Not at all. The ability to enhance his mental strength by 5 points through the consumption of a devil fruit was entirely unexpected. This meant that a new avenue for augmenting his mental prowess had emerged. After all, in this world, devil fruits were abundantly available. Moreover, Ron was nearly certain that he could consume an unlimited number of devil fruits without concern for a restrictive quota. Such limitations, along with the curse of becoming a landlubber, likely stemmed from that ominous black mist. By utilizing his mental capacity to absorb the energy of the devil fruits, he could effectively repel this malevolent fog. Therefore, if he could gather 20 or 30 devil fruits and consume them all, he could potentially enhance his mental attribute by over 100 points. Such a boost would be monumental. As his thoughts shifted, Ron contemplated why the mental attribute gained from a single devil fruit was limited to approximately 5 points, falling short of a dramatic surge. The essence of the devil fruit seemed to be a conduit of power akin to an eternal rune, intertwined with a minimal amount of energy and a curse. The magnitude of power it could unleash ultimately depended on the user. Thus, the devil fruit itself did not harbor a significant amount of energy. It was merely a more unique form of eternal rune imbued with a small quantity of energy. Regardless, he had discovered yet another pathway to enhance his strength. It appeared that henceforth, all information pertaining to devil fruits would warrant his keen attention. A smile graced Ron's face as he allocated the recently acquired achievement point to his mental attributes, including the 5 points gained from devouring the demon fruit. His total mental attribute now stood at approximately 76 units. Of this, 49 points were derived from achievement points, 5 points from magical seals, and 22 points from his own inherent capabilities. He was merely 1 achievement point away from reaching the coveted milestone of 50 points. Ron cast a fleeting glance at the professional interface and exhaled softly. He surmised that the next magical extraction would yield either 50 or 55 achievement points, with a significant likelihood leaning towards 50. At present, he found himself ensnared in a bottleneck regarding his research in a third-tier magic, with progress exceedingly sluggish. It took him several days to accomplish a mere 1% of his exploration, leaving him with only 4 to 5% explored thus far, with over 90% yet to be attempted. As for the derivative runes of the Guardian system, he had not even ventured into that territory. If Ron were to rely solely on time, spending half a year or even a year to gradually unravel third-tier magic, his prowess would remain largely stagnant, marking time without substantial growth. In contrast, the extraction from the professional system held the potential to usher in changes capable of altering his current predicament. Regardless of the type of magic extracted, even if it were earth or water, it would provide a direct enhancement to his current capabilities, however modest that improvement might be. Meanwhile, on the coast, a sailboat was anchored not far away, where Nami stood on the deck, her brow furrowed slightly as she gazed in the direction of the island. A hint of concern etched upon her face. The boat had not approached the shore. Ron had flown directly to the island and instructed her to wait here, ready to set sail at a moment's notice. Nami had no objections to this arrangement, as she felt she could not offer Ron much assistance in battle. And with Ron's ability to fly, he could swiftly escape should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Yet, after waiting for nearly half a day, she still had not seen Ron return. Could something have gone awry? Just as Nami was caught in a whirlpool of indecision, contemplating whether to steer the boat over to investigate, she suddenly blinked, spotting a figure soaring swiftly through the sky towards her. After a prolonged wait, it was time to depart. Ron landed on the deck and called out to Nami, who stood nearby. Nami pouted and walked toward the ship's helm, inquiring, why did it take so long? Did something unexpected happen? Well, I encountered an unforeseen individual, quite formidable, and it took quite a while to conclude the encounter. With a mere thought, Ron first commanded the anchor to rise, followed swiftly by the ropes as he unfurled the sails. Since Nami was the sole navigator aboard, and although Ron devoted much of his time to training, he had acquired a sufficient understanding of navigation through even a modicum of study. For a wizard of extraordinary intellect, knowledge is not a daunting endeavor, be in the realm of sailing or any other discipline. I guessed as much. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lingered for so long. Have you secured the item? Nami inquired curiously, expertly steering the ship away from the island. Ron was aware of the objective of this operation, which revolved around a devil fruit. To her, the existence of such a fruit was still confined to the realm of legend. However, given that magic itself was a reality, the notion of a devil fruit was not entirely beyond acceptance. Once acquired, I consumed it. Huh? Nami looked at Ron in astonishment, blinking her eyes. You ate the devil fruit? Did anything change? I've heard that consuming a devil fruit invites the curse of the sea, turning one into a landlubber. Cursed? Ron shrugged and stated, I am a sorcerer. How could a curse possibly befall me? To say devour is somewhat inaccurate. Rather, I have extracted the energy from the devil fruit to enhance my magic. In Chapter 52, Target, Marine Headquarters, Dressrosa. Within the royal palace, Doflamingo sat, his fingers gripping a crystal goblet, his expression devoid of the usual malevolent smile, instead bearing a serious countenance, his brows tightly knitted. Beside him stood Tory Bull, a high-ranking officer, equally grim-faced. It was incredulous that Senior would find himself in such a place as the East Blue. Doflamingo, a warlord of the sea, along with Senior and his crew, were not under government bounties. Their warrants had been retracted and ceased to be issued anew. This meant that Ron had not hunted Senior as a pirate hunter, but had instead seized the devil fruit. He had taken the devil fruit that Don Quixote had acquired in the East Blue. It was astonishing that the strength of that pirate hunter from the East Blue could reach such heights, catching even Senior off guard. Doflamingo, do you wish for me to make a trip? A man, leaning against the door, spoke indifferently. He was Diamante, one of the highest-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo set down the goblet in his hand. No, there's no point in going to the East Blue. The expanse of the East Blue is vast. Just as the Marine headquarters struggles with those pirates boasting bounties of 10 to 20 million, a pirate hunter from the East Blue would pose similar troubles. If Ron were merely an ordinary weakling, it would suffice, but now that Senior has inexplicably fallen to his hands, it implies that he is not someone to be trifled with. Sending Diamante to the East Blue to pursue Ron across the vast sea may yield no results even after 6 months. It would be futile. Regardless of the means employed, anyone capable of defeating Senior and seizing the devil fruit will not remain in the East Blue indefinitely. We shall wait. We shall wait for him to arrive at the Grand Line. For one possessing such formidable strength, it is unlikely that they would linger in the East Blue as a mere pirate hunter, for if it were for monetary gain, such power could easily allow one to dominate a region of the East Blue. Whether he rules a territory in the East Blue or departs to embark on the Grand Line, locating him will be far simpler then, rather than scouring the East Blue like searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, we must simply wait. Tory Bull wiped his nose and turned to Diamante, saying, otherwise, if we venture to the East Blue, who knows how long it will take to resolve the matter. There's also a transaction over there that requires your attention, Diamante. Diamante shrugged. Although he was exceedingly vexed by Senior's death and felt an overwhelming urge to journey to the East Sea, upon reflection, he realized that such an endeavor would indeed be quite troublesome. Even with their formidable intelligence organization, it would likely take at least several months to make the trip. Furthermore, he concurred with Doflamingo in treble sentiments. It was improbable that someone like Ron could be hiding in the East Sea. Thus, it would be more prudent to wait in the Grand Line. Diamante snorted disdainfully. The Grand Line was not the East Sea, where only a few fixed routes existed. Once they received any news, locating the target would be relatively easy. As for the energy extracted from the devil fruit, should this statement be conveyed to those acquainted with the devil fruit on the Grand Line, it would surely provoke astonishment and disbelief. Yet for Nami, who had never encountered a devil fruit and had only recently been introduced to magic, it merely seemed somewhat extraordinary. After a moment of wonder, she couldn't help but remark, however, the value of a single devil fruit is said to exceed 100 million berries. Ron scoffed, remarking that one must possess greater strength to acquire more wealth. He often found it perplexing why someone of Garp's caliber had not consumed a devil fruit. Garp had already established himself as a formidable force upon the seas. If he were to ingest even a single devil fruit, it could yield an insurmountable increase in power. Were we headed this time? Nami pondered Ron's words. Realizing their validity, she turned to Ron and inquired, the Grand Line, perhaps? Ron had indeed expressed his intention to venture to the Grand Line a fortnight prior. Had it not been for the serendipitous news of a devil fruit that had come their way. Ron pondered for a moment. Although he had resolved to venture into the Grand Line, the precise means of doing so remained a trivial concern. After all, he had eliminated a cadre of Don Quixote and seized a devil fruit, thus incurring a profound enmity with the Don Quixote family. It was entirely possible that upon entering the Grand Line, he would be relentlessly pursued by Don Quixote. While he harbored no fear of the ordinary cadres, the highest-ranking officials posed a significant threat. If Doflamingo himself were to pursue him, escape would become exceedingly difficult. Although the likelihood of such an encounter seemed slim, even the slightest risk warranted careful contemplation. However, remaining in the East Blue and solely relying on training to reach a level where he need not fear Doflamingo was hardly feasible. Achieving such prowess might take a decade or more. He could not afford to wait until Luffy had defeated Doflamingo before setting sail for the Grand Line. Yet, this dilemma did not occupy Ron's thoughts for long. He swiftly devised a potential route. Nami, do you have the sea chart of the four seas? Yes, she replied. Nami produced a large nautical chart, which depicted only a sparse scattering of islands and delineated the Grand Line, along with the red line that partitioned the world into 4 segments. Additionally, the chart marked the entrance to the Grand Line. Ron glanced at the nautical chart and suddenly extended his hand, pointing towards the central region of the Grand Line. where the red line divided it into its fore and aft segments. He remarked, "Let us first arrive here, and then navigate along this path." Nami, taken aback for a moment, responded, "You intend to traverse the red line to enter the Grand Line? No, let's rather proceed by sea." Ron's gaze flickered slightly as he spoke. Nami's lips quivered as she glared, declaring, "That is impossible. The Grand Line is enveloped by the doldrums, where there is no sea breeze, and it is also the lair of the Sea Kings." Although she had never ventured to the Grand Line, she was still well aware of this fundamental knowledge. Ron spread his hands and remarked, "That is precisely why we must rely on the Red Land. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, we can find refuge on the Red Land. Consider the expanse of the doldrums. If we proceed at full speed, we should be able to traverse it in merely a day. Although the doldrums are devoid of wind, within my repertoire of first-tier wind magic lies the gale technique, which can serve as propulsion for our vessel. As for the Sea Kings, should our ship meet its demise, I could simply carry Nami and fly across. With my current mental fortitude, it would pose no challenge to soar with her for a day and a night. Moreover, anchored by the Red Land, we can always ascend to safety at any moment." "That does make some sense," Nami murmured, yet she quickly donned a mischievous expression, playfully gesturing. "But why must we traverse the doldrums into the Grand Line?" Ron shrugged and remarked, "The devil fruit was seized from the Don Quixote family, whose benefactor is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If we step into the Grand Line, we may soon find ourselves being hunted." Nami's lips twitched slightly. Although she was not well versed in the intricacies of the Grand Line, her frequent perusal of newspapers had acquainted her with the existence of the 7 warlords of the sea, 7 formidable pirates who had forged pacts with the world government, granting them the legal right to plunder. Even before entering the Grand Line, we have already incurred the ire of the 7 warlords. Nami felt a sense of despair. Offending the warlords rendered traversing the calm belt utterly futile. With tears streaming down her face, she weakly replied, "It is still meaningful." Ron chuckled and said, "By crossing over from here, we shall reach the Navy headquarters." Chapter 53, The Doldrums. Indeed, to the Navy headquarters. Having eliminated a member of the Don Quixote family, there's a high likelihood of being pursued by them. In the face of the 7 warlords of the sea, a mere naval branch would be powerless. Only the Navy headquarters stands as the safest sanctuary in this world. Although Ron harbors little enthusiasm for the Navy, under the looming threat of Doflamingo, seeking refuge at the Navy headquarters seems to be the most prudent choice. Steady, develop, and refrain from recklessness. This is the path a fledgling mage ought to tread during such times. As a transmigrator endowed with a system and having ascended to the role of a mage on the path to becoming a supreme archmage, Ron naturally feels a sense of pride and confidence. Yet, precisely because he is a mage and not a muscle-bound berserker, he remains calm and composed, proud yet not arrogant, confident yet not complacent. He is not Luffy, who recklessly embarks on perilous adventures, relying on the protagonist's halo to survive. He does not presume that possessing a system grants him the audacity to challenge Whitebeard or Blackbeard, at least not until he has amassed sufficient strength. Such a mindset would be tantamount to courting death. Even though Ron harbors no fear of Doflamingo, and even believes he will eventually surpass Whitebeard, rising above the seas, he understands that thoughts cannot dictate actions. Regardless of the improbability of Doflamingo personally hunting him down, or the fact that other high-ranking officials cannot fly, and that Virgo, who can use Soru, remains undercover in the Navy, Ron is unwilling to take such risks. Strength is the true currency for dominance upon the seas. Stability is paramount. As steadfast as an elder mage, no matter how proud he may feel, he shuns recklessness. The Navy headquarters? Nami stood there, momentarily taken aback, and asked, "What purpose do we have at the Navy headquarters?" While she possessed some knowledge of the Grand Line, and was aware that the Navy headquarters was located in Marineford, she did not know its precise location. Ron chuckled and suggested, "Why not consider joining the Navy?" Although the Navy branch seemed ineffective, joining it would deter the Don Quixote family from openly targeting him, albeit with certain inherent risks. Furthermore, a noteworthy point was that there existed an achievement within the accomplishment interface, to ascend to the Marine headquarters at Marineford, an endeavor that could be effortlessly undertaken. "Are you really planning to join the Navy?" Nami blinked in surprise, gazing at Ron. Her feelings towards pirates were filled with disdain and loathing. Yet she harbored no particular sentiments regarding the Navy, as they had failed to rid her of Arlong, who continued to reign unchecked. Despite her reluctance to become a part of the Navy, provoking one of the 7 warlords of the sea made temporary enlistment a prudent choice. Ron shrugged. Moreover, joining the Navy might unveil hidden achievements related to it. Should such opportunities arise, it would indeed be a venture worth pursuing. Ron previously held a lackluster interest in the Navy, primarily due to his failure to recognize its accomplishments, compounded by the allure of other achievements that seemed at odds with a naval career. For instance, the pursuits of wealth, measured in billions and trillions of berries, evidently lay beyond the Navy's reach. Additionally, the ambition of becoming a king and ruling over 10 islands was not in alignment with the Navy's identity. However, the plethora of achievements displayed was overwhelming, necessitating a meticulous approach to each one. Engaging in naval duties would yield little financial reward, relegating one to mere salary. Nami, puffing her cheeks, murmured her thoughts aloud. The Navy's capture of pirates precluded the possibility of claiming bounties. Any treasure discovered among the pirates would merely be classified as confiscated loot. Yet, contemplating the looming threat of the 7 warlords of the sea, she reluctantly acquiesced to Ron's course of action. Navigating their small vessel towards the direction indicated by Ron, they journeyed to the East Sea. A month later, after a month of sailing, Ron and Nami finally arrived at the vicinity of the Red Land, following their predetermined route. The Red Land was shrouded in mist, towering like an ancient cliff, its height obscured from view, unchanged for millennia. Beneath them, the sea surged with tumultuous waves, while the sky remained dim. Though a storm had not yet erupted, the roiling waters rendered visibility nearly impossible. Even a medium-sized sailing vessel appeared on the brink of capsizing. Turning their gaze in another direction, they beheld the turbulent sea, which abruptly ceased as if an enigmatic force had cleaved the ocean in two. Beyond that dividing line, the sky was a brilliant azure, adorned with drifting white clouds, devoid of any storm's trace, presenting a stark contrast to the tumultuous waters on their side. This was the doldrums. Nami, her demeanor tense as she grasped the helm, glanced at Ron and inquired, "Are we truly going to venture across?" "Indeed," he replied. Ron nodded, his gaze calm and earnest. Having arrived at this point, it was only natural to adhere to the predetermined course. If they traversed this windless zone and sailed over a couple of islands, they would reach the naval headquarters. Observing Ron's composure and unwavering determination, Nami gritted her teeth and turned the helm, steering the ship directly towards the windless zone. A modest supply of food and fresh water, along with their savings, lay nearby. In the event of any danger, Ron would promptly abandon ship with Nami. As they approached the increasingly near windless zone, Ron's eyes flickered and he murmured softly. It occurred to him that the achievement system interface featured not only the accomplishment of entering the windless zone, but also a series of achievements related to hunting sea kings. There were 4 in total, ranging from small to medium, large, and giant sea kings, with the condition for each being the successful hunt of one specimen. However, after some contemplation, Ron ultimately shook his head. It was too difficult. Such feats were beyond his current capabilities. Even a small sea king far exceeded the size of the coastal monarch, dwarfing their medium-sized sailing vessel by several times. With his present magical prowess, a single decisive blow was beyond his reach. Should he fail to deliver a fatal strike, the Sea King could instantly submerge beneath the waves. Pursuing it underwater was out of the question, and the prospect of wearing it down gradually was equally implausible. To hunt a Sea King, he would likely need to master magic of at least the 3rd tier. The tumultuous waves roiled beneath them. Under Nami's skilled guidance, the ship navigated the surging waters, advancing without incident. They finally surged past the boundary that divided the seas, plunging into the windless zone. Achievement unlocked. Explorer I earned 1 achievement point. Chapter 54. Iron Fist Garb. Upon realizing the instantaneous disappearance of the wind, Ron turned to glance back. Beyond the windless zone, the sea remained tumultuous, which struck him as quite miraculous. Alas, even in the divine mode, he could not comprehend the origin of the windless zone. Nonetheless, he speculated that it might be akin to the eternal mark, constrained by some peculiar force, rendering it impervious to the surrounding turbulence. With the wind now absent, it was up to them. Nami waved her hand, noting the complete lack of breeze, and shot a glance at Ron. Her expression a mix of anxiety and determination as she peered down at the sea below. Ron nodded, reaching out to grasp at the air, and the elven wand materialized before him. During a previous invocation of the profession system, he had inadvertently touched the elven wand to the interface, only to find that it was instantly absorbed into the profession system, transforming into an icon of a wand on the display. When he extended his hand to grasp the icon, the elven wand would reappear in his grasp. This revelation brought a smile to Ron's face. While the elven wand could follow him through the air, it was undeniably more convenient to have it stored within such a system space. However, it was somewhat regrettable that only the elven wand could be contained within the profession system. Nothing else could be included, nor could he himself enter it. Gale spell. Ron grasped the elven wand, and with a casual flick, 2 runes instantaneously coalesced within the elven orb. This was swiftly followed by the emergence of a fierce gale that struck the sails of the ship, propelling it forward once more. After extensive study of runes, Ron had not only acquired a smattering of various other magical arts, but had also gained a profound understanding of the essence of runes. Take, for instance, this wind spell. The 2 runes that coalesce to form it include one foundational rune, symbolizing the primal force of the wind, and another that embodies the principle of dispersion. The blade of wind, represented by the foundational rune, when combined with the rune of dispersion, transformed into a harmless yet vigorous gale. Similarly, the second-tier fire magic, the Fire Wall spell, is a synthesis of a foundational rune, a fire rune representing dispersion, and another rune denoting restriction. Indeed, Ron has only vaguely discerned a few concepts such as dispersal, aggregation, and restriction, while more than half of the derivative runes remain indeterminate to him. Ron pondered that deciphering the rules represented by these derivative runes might be the key to mastering third-tier magic and perhaps even ascending to the higher realms of fourth and fifth-tier sorcery. Otherwise, relying solely on the exhaustive methods of deduction could prove maddening, particularly when faced with the countless possibilities inherent in the fourth and fifth tiers. As the howling winds swept through the air, the sailboat glided forward across the windless expanse. However, before Ron could cast his second spell, his expression shifted dramatically. A twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he embraced Nami at his side and soared into the sky. Suddenly, the ocean below erupted violently, as a colossal sea creature, far larger than the sailboat itself, breached the surface. The vessel was nearly engulfed beneath its massive head, dwarfed to the size of a mere eyeball. To encounter such a behemoth upon entry was undeniably outrageous. Ron exerted himself to soar higher, his mind unable to suppress a wave of sarcasm, while Nami, visibly shaken, clutched Ron's shoulder, trembling in fear. The ordinary vessel, devoid of sea stone at its bottom, was inevitably destined to collide with a sea king, yet encountering one so soon left Ron feeling somewhat helpless, as it meant they would have to traverse the windless zone entirely by flight. Given the colossal size of this sea king, comparable to a small island, even at his swiftest pace, Ron could only maintain his position above the ship until the creature ceased its movements. It was evident that the Sea King had noticed Ron's vessel, for it had approached the surface of the sea. Its enormous eye shifted slightly, scrutinizing the ship perched delicately upon its nose, before it unleashed a tongue measuring several dozen meters in width and over 100 meters in length, extending toward the vessel in a sweeping motion. Upon witnessing this, Ron felt a profound sense of helplessness, realizing that he had no choice but to abandon ship. Just as he shook his head in resignation, preparing to ascend with Nami and traverse the calm belt, a vessel unexpectedly surged into the still waters from beyond the horizon, a naval warship. At that moment, a cadre of naval officers on the deck stared wide-eyed, their expressions a mixture of fear and confusion, as they beheld the colossal Sea King poised to engulf Ron's ship. A Sea King, a gigantic Sea King. Although the ship's hull was embedded with sea stone, rendering it undetectable to the Sea King. Encountering such a creature at such close range without being noticed was nothing short of ludicrous. Indeed, the massive tongue that had ensnared Ron's sailboat suddenly coiled tighter as its enormous eyes shifted toward the naval vessel that had intruded into the calm belt. In an instant, panic erupted among the sailors aboard the warship. However, almost in the blink of an eye, a figure shot forth from the warship, soaring through the air with an astonishing swiftness, crossing the expanse of ocean to reach the giant Sea King's head. The Navy's emblematic cloak billowed dramatically behind him in the wind. The next moment, with a resounding crash, he delivered a powerful punch to the Sea King's jaw. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the Sea King's jaw caved in as though it had been struck by a giant of equal stature, its enormous eyes rolling back in shock before it plummeted into the sea. With a tremendous splash, the colossal Sea King collapsed, sending towering waves cascading across the surface. Ron's medium-sized sailboat, ensnared by the Sea King's tongue, was instantaneously reduced to splintered wood and torn fabric, scattering across the water surface. Nami. Ron seemed to notice the shattered remains of the shipwreck at that moment. With a single punch, he sent the Sea King reeling, and, as it looked up, it finally spotted Ron and Nami hovering above. It scratched its head, belatedly realizing, that was seemingly your ship, wasn't it? Nami had already succumbed to a state of petrification. Meanwhile, Ron's lips twitched slightly, tempted to remark, "Your reflexes are rather slow," but he thought better of it. The individual before him likely had such a demeanor, which explained why neither Sengoku nor Tsuru preferred to embark on a warship with him. The ability to fell a colossal sea king with mere physical strength, and in such a grand manner, made the identity of this person quite apparent. The hero of a navy who had ended an era, Monkey D., Luffy's grandfather, and the father of Revolutionary Dragon, Iron Fist Garp. Chapter 55. Intermediate Magical Seal. Haha. So you're the magician Ron I've heard about, Garp exclaimed, chuckling heartily while scratching the back of his head on the deck of the naval warship. Concerned that Ace and Luffy might secretly venture out to become pirates, he frequently returned to the East Blue. During this visit, he had come across various tales regarding Ron, as the events surrounding him had spread throughout the East Blue in recent months. In fact, some intelligence about Ron had reached the Navy headquarters long ago and had even landed on Garp's desk, but he had paid it little mind, having forgotten it after a cursory glance. This time, due to hearing about Ron several times during his return to the East Blue, and having deliberately mentioned the pirate hunter to caution Ace and Luffy, he had formed a somewhat vivid impression of him. Naturally, Ace and Luffy dismissed the warnings with scorn and fearlessness. Garp remained unfazed by Ron's identity as a pirate hunter, grinning unabashedly. However, the expressions of the other sailors on deck varied, their gazes toward Ron decidedly unfriendly. The Navy had always held disdain for pirate hunters. For them, justice was their guiding principle, and pursuing pirates was a means of upholding that justice and eradicating darkness. Although pirate hunters also hunted pirates, their motives were rooted in the pursuit of wealth rather than justice. What brings a pirate hunter from the East Blue into the Calm Belt? Did a storm sweep him in? A naval colonel remarked, his tone neither warm nor cold. Ron remained indifferent to the attitudes of the numerous Navy personnel. Just as it is entirely reasonable for the Navy to pursue pirates, it is equally customary for them to harbor disdain for bounty hunters. In fact, the more righteous the Navy personnel perceive themselves to be, the greater their contempt for those who hunt pirates. Although there are indeed many rogue elements within the Navy who collude with pirates, the majority still uphold the principles of justice. While Akainu's scheming against Whitebeard may be deemed treacherously vile, from Akainu's perspective, the unyielding eradication of all pirates is not inherently erroneous. Of course, Ron harbored a certain disdain for the Navy, perceiving its position as akin to that of a servant or a mere watchdog in relation to the Celestial Dragons. The esteemed identity of a mage commanded respect and equality from both noble lords and foreign leaders alike, a notion that Ron found utterly unacceptable regarding the Navy. This sentiment was one of the key reasons he had never mustered much enthusiasm for joining their ranks. Interestingly, Garp's demeanor resonated well with Ron's sensibilities. His refusal to ascend to the rank of admiral and his disdain for serving the Celestial Dragons, whom he regarded with utter contempt, made Garp an exception that Ron could tolerate. Garp had remarkably improved the order in the East Sea, showcasing his excellence in leadership. Would you be interested in joining the Navy? My warship is returning to headquarters, and I can offer you a ride, Garp proposed with a grin. However, a hint of frustration crossed his face as he added, otherwise, I would have to drop you at the nearest island in the East Sea, which would entail several days of travel. Typically, Navy vessels avoid the doldrums unless on urgent missions, as even with seastone ships, traversing such areas poses significant risks. However, Garp was on leave for a month, making a round trip to Windmill Village, and given the length of his stay, circumventing the doldrums was imperative to remain within the time constraints. In Garp's eyes, the Sea Kings resembled nothing more than a collection of oddly shaped cats and dogs. Thus crossing the doldrums was merely a pragmatic route to save time. I was indeed contemplating this very idea. Ron chuckled in response, surprised to encounter Garp's warship in the Calm Belt. Although carrying Nami across the Calm Belt seemed feasible, it would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of his training time. Therefore, it was far more advantageous to embark on a military vessel that was headed in the same direction. Training was of paramount importance. Ah, how splendid that would be. Garp grinned, envisioning the prospect of Ron joining the Navy to eradicate the pirates plaguing the East Blue. It would certainly be fitting for him to head directly to headquarters. Upon hearing Ron express his intention to enlist in the Navy, the stern gazes of the naval officers on deck softened slightly. While they, as officers from headquarters, did not pay particular attention to Ron's reputation in the East Blue, his ability to stabilize the region and enhance its overall security marked him as a considerable asset. Thus, should he choose to join the Navy, he would indeed be deserving of a position at headquarters. Such power was somewhat extraordinary. In a pristine cabin, Ron sat on the edge of his bed, gazing out at the vast ocean while reminiscing about the moment Garp had effortlessly felled a colossal sea king with a single punch. Though the size of that massive sea king was not as grand as that of the Elephant Z from the New World, it was comparable to a small island. The scene had been nothing short of surreal. Truly, Carp was among the most formidable beings in these waters. Presently, Ron found himself utterly incapable of contending with such a giant sea king. Even with mastery over third-tier magic, he could merely target its vulnerable areas. To effectively confront a creature of that magnitude, one would at least need to grasp fourth-tier magic. Ron shook his head. At his current level, reaching the caliber of Carp was still a distant aspiration. His immediate goal was to elevate his mental prowess to over 100 points and to master third-tier magic. By that time, he might possess strength comparable to that of a vice admiral, though he was still far from the pinnacle of maritime power. Nevertheless, he would have taken a step into the realm of the formidable. Previously, he had accumulated one achievement point. Ron gathered his thoughts, recalling the single achievement point he had received upon entering the Windless Zone, which he had not had the opportunity to utilize due to the sudden appearance of the Sea King. He summoned the achievement interface without any hesitation and directly allocated that point to his mental attributes. For Ron, whose mental power had now accumulated to a total of 76 units, the enhancement of a single point felt rather trivial. Yet, just as he confirmed the allocation, a notification chimed in his ear. Notification: you have achieved the specialization accomplishment, earning 2 achievement points. This announcement took Ron by surprise, as he had not previously encountered the achievement of specialization. He called forth the achievement interface once more and quickly located the new entry. Achievement: specialization. Allocate 50 achievement points to any single attribute, while the other 3 attributes receive no enhancement. Upon observing this achievement along with its conditions, Ron tilted his head in contemplation, glancing downwards to discover several previously hidden achievements had now appeared. Achievement: absolute focus. Allocate 100 achievement points to any single attribute, while the other 3 attributes receive no enhancement. Achievement: singular talent. Allocate 200 achievement points to any single attribute, while the other 3 attributes receive no enhancement. The newly revealed achievements belonged to the same series as specialization, and Ron couldn't help but smile, feeling fortunate that he had attained the supreme sorcerer class. Had he chosen a melee class, such as a berserker, he likely would have distributed his achievement points among strength, agility, and stamina, thereby rendering it impossible to trigger this series of achievements. Without a moment's hesitation, Ron allocated the additional 2 achievement points to his mental attributes. Following the expenditure of these points, he eagerly switched to the professional system interface, and 2 notifications promptly appeared before him. Notification: your total achievement points have reached 50, granting you a mid-level magic seal, which can be bestowed upon up to 2 individuals as a beginner magic seal. Notification: your total achievement points have reached 50, granting you a single draw opportunity. In that instant, as the notifications emerged on the professional interface, Ron initially felt a moment of astonishment, soon followed by a refreshing sensation coursing through his body, akin to being immersed in crystal-clear, cool spring water. This sensation was familiar to him. He had experienced it when first acquiring the beginner magic seal, as his spirit and soul were nourished by an unseen power. His mental power surged rapidly. Within mere seconds, Ron sensed an increase of at least 10 points in his mental attributes. After approximately 10 seconds, the refreshing feeling gradually faded, prompting Ron to emit a soft groan from both his soul and body as he took a deep breath. Mid-level magic seal. Ron did not rush to attend to other matters. Instead, he first turned his gaze towards the personal attributes displayed on the achievement system interface. Profession: Supreme Mage of the Arcane. Magical Affinity: Intermediate Mental Attribute 20. Capable of creating magical affinities. Beginner level, up to 2. Runes held, 19. Wand in possession: Elven Wand. Total achievement points, 52. Upon noticing that the second line indicating magical affinity had progressed from beginner to intermediate, he was astonished to find that the increase in his mental attribute had surged from 5 points to 20 points. This meant that, with that single enhancement, he had gained a remarkable 15 points in mental attributes. Such a windfall, if achieved through accomplishments. This 15-point increase would typically require the completion of at least 10 or 8 achievements. If through cultivation, it would likely take no less than half a year. With his 15-point boost, along with the previous 3 achievement points, Ron's total mental attribute skyrocketed from 76 points to an impressive 94 points. He was now a mere 6 points away from the coveted 100. Feeling the elevation and transformation of his mental faculties, a smile involuntarily graced Ron's face. This enhancement was akin to a timely boon. Otherwise, whether through achieving accolades, self-cultivation, or a combination of efforts to seek the devil's fruit, elevating his mental attribute to 100 points would have taken an extensive amount of time. Now, with just 6 points remaining, even through mere meditation and self-cultivation, He could swiftly attain this goal within a month or two. Previously, after facing setbacks in exploring third-tier magic, Ron had been indecisive about whether to enhance his mental attribute to 100 points before delving into the study of third-tier magic. Now, he no longer needed to hesitate. He could focus entirely on enhancing his mental prowess. Once his mental attribute reached 100 points, a subsequent transformation would render even the most arduous attempts to forcefully deduce third-tier magic a trivial endeavor for him. Capable of bestowing an elementary magical mark upon at most two individuals, Ron, having calmed his demeanor, glanced at the inscription beneath the magical mark indicating the possibility of creating two elementary marks, and could not help but chuckle softly. At last, Nami, who had been yearning for magic, had a tangible opportunity. Nami's mental fortitude was not lacking. At least in Ron's perception, it surpassed a score of 10. Coupled with the enhancement provided by the magical mark, she should be able to master both first-level magic and its augmented variant. With this thought, Ron smirked again, realizing that he could effortlessly provide her with ready-made rune combinations without the need to laboriously study magic himself. He did not rush to seek out Nami. Instead, when he once more turned his attention to the profession system interface, he noticed that the draw screen had popped up again. This time, the draw still yielded runes, with no wands or similar items in sight. Aside from the Guardian rune acquired previously now appearing in a muted hue, there were no changes to the draw screen from the last time. With the hope of potentially drawing one of the remaining eternal magics, time, space, or the undead, Ron gazed expectantly at the flickering screen. Soon, the flashing runes settled on one. Notification: you have acquired an earth element rune. This time, luck did not favor him. Not only did he fail to draw an eternal rune, but he also could not obtain any of the 4 special runes of ice, thunder, light, or darkness, instead receiving yet another basic elemental rune. The earth rune caused Ron to momentarily pause, and while he could hardly claim joy, a faint sense of disappointment lingered. At this stage of his journey, a water element rune might prove more beneficial than an earth element rune, especially considering the numerous devil fruit users he was soon to encounter, far exceeding those in the East Blue. However, this fleeting disappointment vanished quickly. Regardless, acquiring an additional element of magic would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities. Upon reflection, earth magic, which manipulates the very ground, is a type that imposes significant limitations on opponents, making it quite suitable for his current situation. Although Ron's magic could be released almost instantaneously, second-level spells were also cast in the blink of an eye. Wind and fire magic possessed a travel time. For those adept at observation hockey, evading such spells was not particularly challenging. A battle often necessitates continuous exchanges, creating openings to secure victory. The ability of wind and fire magic to create such openings and impose restrictions on foes is evidently inferior to that of earth magic. Moreover, earth magic can synergize with both fire and wind magic, crafting unique terrain and environments to maximize the efficacy of the elemental powers. Silently, before Ron's eyes, the derivative images of the earth-based foundational runes materialized once more, just as they had before. For the present Ron, such images could be memorized with a single glance, allowing him to effortlessly conjure them at will, indistinguishable from the originals. It seemed prudent to give it a try. Upon reflection, Ron decided to push open the porthole and gaze out at the vast expanse of the sea. He pondered whether the earth magic he had learned possessed any limitations, particularly if it required soil or solid ground for its application. Testing it over the ocean should not attract the attention of the Navy, even if discovered. It would not be of great concern, for this world was rife with extraordinary abilities. The Swordmaster could unleash flames and petals. Ninjas from Wano employed their mystical arts. The King of Prodinus wielded a fist capable of rivaling the might of the 4 emperors, and the Pirate King, Roger, could hear the voices of all things. Such bizarre powers existed abundantly, and even if magic were to become widely known, it would merely evoke mild astonishment, especially since its phenomena could often be attributed to the powers of devil fruits. With a mere thought, golden runes swiftly coalesced into form. However, to Ron's surprise, he realized that this magic was not meant to be projected outward, but was instead intended for self-application. After a moment's hesitation, he directed his intent inward, casting the spell upon himself. In the very next instant, he felt as though his skin had been enveloped by an unseen force, granting him a vague sensation of newfound resilience. System notification: you have mastered the first-tier earth magic, Stone Skin Technique. Chapter 57, granting the imprint of magic defensive magic. As a notification echoed in his ears, and he sensed the transformation within his body, Ron raised an eyebrow, gripping his elven wand in his left hand. He tapped it twice against his right arm. Thud! Thud! The wand struck with a sound reminiscent of a hammer against stone, producing a dull resonance. Ron felt a slight vibration in his right arm, yet there was no pain or discomfort whatsoever. Even with increased force, the sensation remained unchanged. Ron glanced at his own fist and then struck the steel wall of the ship with a punch. It produced a resounding thud, yet he felt no pain, nor did he experience any significant impact. It was somewhat reminiscent of the power of hockey. Ron withdrew his fist and tilted his head to observe his arm. He could distinctly see that the hue of his fist and arm had transformed from a normal skin tone to a stony, desiccated yellow. After conducting another experiment, Ron arrived at several conclusions. This stone skin spell belonged to the realm of defensive magic, its protective capacity likely comparable to the offensive power of a standard first-tier spell, sufficient to withstand a wind blade. However, whether it could fully negate the attack remained uncertain, as Ron was reluctant to cast a wind blade upon himself for the sake of self-harm, and thus refrained from a practical trial. Nonetheless, his instinct suggested a similar level of effectiveness. Even if the wind blade were to breach his defenses, it would only result in a minor laceration. Furthermore, the stone skin spell lacked any augmentation of offensive capabilities. Unlike the versatile armament hockey, where strikes bear enhancements, his punches bore no additional strength, serving solely as a defensive measure. With this understanding, Ron could not help but shrug. Typically, a magician is characterized by high offense and low defense. Yet due to the protective magic of the Eternal System, his current defenses could withstand the combined second-tier spells of wind and fire. Coupled with this newly acquired stone skin, which harmonized with his magical barriers rather than conflicted, his defensive prowess had indeed surpassed his offensive might. This development was fortuitous, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding his defensive capabilities. Ron tilted his head slightly, realizing that with the newfound stone skin technique that did not conflict with the magical barrier, he could indeed make a modest advancement in his abilities. Previously, facing formidable elite major generals who employed overwhelming presence and moonwalk techniques would have been an uphill battle. However, now, although victory remained elusive, the odds might very well be evened out. The mere application of the Navy S6 styles and the moderate strength of hockey would struggle to breach his current defenses. Of course, should someone of Carp's caliber engage, there would be no contest. A single punch could obliterate both the barrier and the individual into mere fragments. Ron estimated that he would require at least a third-tier guardian spell to barely withstand such an onslaught. Having mastered earth magic, Ron did not rush to delve into the exploration of other runes and spells within the earth element. Instead, he pushed open the door to the cabin and made his way towards Nami. They resided in the same cabin, albeit with two rooms. The outer one, originally an office, had been temporarily converted into a sleeping area. At that moment, Nami was slumped over the desk, her demeanor exuding a sense of lethargy. Upon seeing Ron enter, she merely shifted her gaze to him for an instant, without raising her head, before returning her eyes to the table, enveloped once more in her gloomy aura. Nami was decidedly discontent. Their ship was lost, although she had suspected its demise long before they traversed the comm belt. The reality of its destruction still cast a pall over her spirits. That was a vessel worth 100 million berries, a splendid two-masted sailboat. While the majority of that sum had been provided by Ron, Nami felt entitled to share in this communal treasure as a crew member. Moreover, given Ron's extravagant spending habits and his indifference towards money, she had long regarded his lavish resources as her own. It was merely a ship after all. There was no need for such despondency, even now. Ron observed Nami, who was enveloped in a cloud of negativity, and could not help but chuckle. Ever since boarding the warship, she had been ensnared in this state, and after half an hour, she still showed no signs of recovery. Upon hearing Ron's words, Nami abruptly lifted her head, glaring at him with fierce intensity, exclaiming, "What do you mean, just a ship? That vessel is worth 100 million berries. Moreover, it is a brand new ship that we acquired not long ago." After expressing her frustration, she quietly lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks, and sorrowfully lamented, "If it weren't for offending some warlord, how could I possibly find myself in a situation where I am being forced to abandon my ship?" Ron felt as if he were utterly irredeemable upon conversing with Nami. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, it is often more comforting to console a lowly who has succumbed to a state of despondency. Ron approached Nami, gently ruffling her hair, and said with a smile, "Do not be disheartened. Come, look here, behold this." As he spoke, Ron opened his right hand. Golden specks of light materialized above his palm, swiftly coalescing into a delicate and exquisite object, resembling a crystal emblem. Nami lifted her gaze, and, upon seeing the golden crystal suspended in Ron's palm, blinked in astonishment and inquired, "What is this?" Ron gazed at Nami, his tone grave as he declared, "This is a sacred magical insignia forged from my very bloodline. With it, even those lacking the lineage of a sorcerer can wield magic." "Really?" Nami exclaimed, a look of astonishment crossing her face. Although she felt a vague skepticism regarding Ron's assertion, the sight of the golden crystal insignia resting in his palm stirred her spirit. Ron nodded, gazing at the magical mark in his palm, and said, "I have been pondering how to enable someone without a magical lineage like yourself to wield magic. After delving into ancient magical texts, I finally discovered the method to create a magical mark." Upon hearing Ron's dedication to finding a way for her to use magic, Nami felt a surge of emotion. However, she soon regarded him with a hint of suspicion and asked, "Why have you never mentioned this before? And why complete it at this moment?" "Because I wanted to give you a surprise." Ron maintained an unwavering expression as he stated, "Creating a magical sigil requires a significant expenditure of mental energy, meticulously crafted bit by bit. Today, I have just completed the creation. Let's test it." Without allowing Nami a moment to respond, Ron extended his right hand forward, and the golden crystal sigil floated towards Nami's cheek. To her astonishment, it then soared to her forehead and, almost ethereally, penetrated her being in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Nami felt a refreshing sensation envelop her entire body, prompting her to involuntarily close her eyes and emit a faint, involuntary sigh. Notification: You have bestowed a basic magical sigil upon another. Notification: You have achieved the title Pathfinder, earning 1 achievement point. Chapter 58. Resonance of the Sigils. You have also accomplished another achievement. Ron gazed at Nami as she merged the magical sigil. Upon hearing the prompt that echoed in his ear, a subtle smile graced his lips, and he discreetly allocated the single achievement point to his mental faculties. The fusion of the magical sigil did not endure for long. Merely a few seconds later, Nami reopened her eyes. The brilliance shimmering in her large eyes appeared, albeit faintly, more radiant than before. What sensations stirred within her? Ron inquired of Nami. Nami responded with a slight hum, saying, "It feels quite pleasant." Ron nearly uttered the words, "How comfortable," but realized the potential peril of such a topic. Instead, he swiftly altered his words. "Try the magic I taught you before. By the way, open the porthole and direct it outward." Gradually regaining her focus, Nami appeared somewhat exhilarated. She approached the window, pushed it open, then closed her eyes, entering a meditative state to construct the runes as she had done previously. 2 seconds later, a sharp gust of wind coalesced from the void, slicing through the air and descending towards the sea. It was a success on the first attempt. Ron observed the scene before him, a slight tremor at the corners of his mouth. He recalled the considerable time he had devoted to mastering this skill, while Nami had seemingly achieved it in a mere 2 seconds. Such talent was truly remarkable. Nami had practiced extensively long before, under his personal guidance, rather than through mere trial and error. Surely, her innate ability could not rival that of her seasoned predecessor. Indeed, that was the reality. Success. As he watched the gust of wind descend upon the sea, Nami froze momentarily before launching herself towards Ron, enveloping him in an exuberant embrace, her face alight with joy. "Thank you, Captain." Although Ron's physique was quite ordinary, Nami, at just 15, bore little weight, allowing her to cling comfortably to him. He smiled in feigned contemplation, asking Nami, "What do you think this magical mark is worth?" Nami's body stiffened for an instant before she leapt down, a beaming smile illuminating her face as she replied, "I am currently the only crew member aboard. In the face of any adversary, I can contribute to our combat strength, correct, Captain? Therefore, enhancing the abilities of the crew should be a mutually beneficial endeavor." Upon hearing Nami's words, Ron's lips curled slightly in a smirk, ready to retort once more. However, his expression suddenly faltered, and he cast a peculiar glance towards Nami. He sensed that after Nami absorbed the magical mark, an elusive yet profound connection seemed to have formed between them, one that emanated from a spiritual realm. This sensation was Ron paused momentarily before summoning the achievement system interface. Upon accessing the profession section, he discovered a unique area at the bottom. At the top of this area was a golden, quadrilateral magical emblem, beneath which was inscribed his name, Ron. Below the golden emblem extended a green line leading down to a golden triangular emblem, which bore the name Nami. Following Nami's name, there was a parenthetical notation containing a few small words: resonance, 0 points. As Ron pondered this unexpected revelation, a series of texts materialized beside the display. When one possesses a mid-tier magical emblem, they may bestow up to 2 low-tier magical emblems upon others. When one possesses a high-tier magical emblem, They may confer up to 2 mid-tier magical emblems and 4 low-tier magical emblems, and so forth. The being endowed with a magical emblem shall establish a primary and secondary connection with the highest entity, when the lower entity's magical prowess experiences a certain enhancement. The resonance generated by the emblem will feed back to the highest entity, thereby slightly augmenting its mental capacity. The text appeared line by line, only to vanish in the same manner. Is there such an effect? What does this signify? The power of faith? The Guardian Squad? As the last of the text faded, Ron's initially perplexed expression gradually transformed into one of contemplation. This meant that after bestowing the magical emblem upon Nami, should her magical ability experience an increase, he too would garner a modicum of feedback. Much like a pyramid, this could extend infinitely downward. This realization brought a smile to Ron's face, as it presented yet another means to enhance his mental attributes. However, it also implied that magical emblems should not be indiscriminately granted to just anyone. They ought to be conferred upon those with a high innate talent for the mental arts. Only then would the feedback he received be substantial. Yet, he wondered what the highest tier of magical emblem was. Reflecting on the text, it mentioned that a high-tier emblem could bestow 2 mid-tier emblems. And the phrase and so forth indicated that high-tier emblems were not the pinnacle. There must be at least 1 tier above, due to his cognitive speed far surpassing that of an average individual. The contemplation and pauses within the achievement system interface felt as though they transpired in less than a second in the external world. As Ron regained his composure and turned his gaze back to Nami, he observed her beaming expression as she attempted to divert the conversation away from the value of the magical insignia. Initially inclined to tease her, his playful intentions dissipated, replaced by a serious demeanor as he regarded her intently. "I was merely jesting earlier," he stated, "but I bestow upon you this magical insignia. However, it is crafted from the bloodline of sorcerers, and its quantities are limited. Even I cannot conjure many. Hence, my sole piece of advice is to avoid squandering it." Nami, raising her chin slightly, displayed a confident gleam upon her youthful visage as she met Ron's gaze. "Rest assured," she replied, "you will soon witness the true essence of genius." Ron was perplexed by Nami's enigmatic confidence, which appeared to mirror her unwavering assurance in magic, much like her prowess in navigation. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but ponder silently whether, in the absence of an achievement system, he might indeed find himself outmatched by Nami through sheer self-cultivation. No, he was a pioneering pathfinder, an innovator whose legacy could not be surpassed by later successors. "I have already imparted to you the fundamental runes of wind magic. Now, I shall teach you the derived runes. Henceforth, dedicate yourself solely to the mastery of wind magic." Ron believed that the wind element would be the most suitable for Nami, and if he could acquire the lightning element in the future, it would be even more fitting. After all, Nami possesses an extraordinary affinity for the fundamental elements of weather, wind, water, and lightning. Her ability to anticipate storms stems from her keen sensitivity to changes in the wind and humidity. Nami is particularly captivated by the wind element. As a navigator, having wind-based magic would significantly enhance her control over the ship, even in the face of the fiercest storms and the most dreadful weather. She harbored the confidence to conquer them. After imparting the 8 derivative runes of the wind element to Nami, as well as the first tier and enhanced magical spells he had developed, Ron finally departed from her quarters. Upon returning to his own cabin, he wasted no time and immediately immersed himself in training. 5 days later, the naval ship arrived at the Navy headquarters. Chapter 59, Boot Camp Assessment at the Navy headquarters in Marineford. The lowest level of the massive fortress served as the training ground for new recruits. The space was exceedingly vast, soaring over 10 meters high, capable of accommodating hundreds of recruits for their training sessions. Despite Ron's special recommendation from GARP, every individual, barring those exceptionally promoted through the world recruitment process, must first enter the boot camp. Only after successfully passing the boot camp's assessments can one officially become a member of the Navy. Those who fail are relegated to the reserves. The standards of the Navy headquarters are particularly stringent. Even the formidable admirals, Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji, who possessed immense strength upon joining the Navy, emerged from the boot camp. Is this truly the limit? How weak? In the spacious training hall, many Navy personnel observed Ron, who was undergoing his initial assessment, with a variety of expressions, most of which bore the semblance of amusement. Ron's performance during the camp assessment was decidedly subpar, whether it was weightlifting, endurance running, or various other physical tests. He found himself languishing at the bottom of the rankings, especially considering that his competitor was reputedly the most formidable pirate hunter in the East Sea. This predicament was somewhat inevitable. A Navy recruit chuckled lightly. remarking that the East Sea, being the weakest of the four seas, could not possibly be compared to the Grand Line. Thus, it would be unkind to place too much pressure on him. Under the watchful eyes of his peers, Ron was currently struggling to lift a 300 kilograms iron weight, exerting every ounce of his strength to raise it to the apex of his reach, only to relinquish it moments later, allowing it to crash back down to the ground with a resounding thud. "I implore you, do not leave the ground pockmarked. It greatly disrupts our training," a fellow Navy recruit remarked, unable to contain his disdain as he approached. With apparent ease, he lifted the 300 kilograms weight as if it were a mere bag of cotton, casting a glance at the dent it had created in the ground and wrinkling his nose in disapproval before stepping aside. Observing this scene, a nearby Navy major shook his head in disbelief and dutifully recorded the results with a pen. Ron paid no heed to the nearby new recruits who were mocking him. Instead, he gazed contemplatively at the imposing 300-kilogram iron block. With his physical strength alone, it was utterly impossible for him to lift such a heavy object. The ability to do so relied entirely on the manifestation of his mental prowess. Ron pondered the potential of his mental manifestation and sought to evaluate the strength it could impart. After this round of testing, he formed a rough assessment. Apart from its significant utility in flight, it proved to be rather ineffectual in other respects. True power still necessitated the use of runes and the casting of spells. Perhaps, if his mental capacity reached 100 points and underwent another transformation, he might achieve a level of efficacy that did not rely on runes. Ron currently possesses a mental attribute of 96 points. From the moment he boarded Captain Karp's warship until their arrival at the Navy headquarters, 6 days have elapsed. During this period, Ron did not hastily seek to enhance his mental prowess. Instead, he focused on exploring and mastering the earth-based runes and magic. His magical proficiency has reached an impressive level, allowing him to grasp the fundamental principles represented by the derived runes. The exploration of these derived runes and the study of second-tier magic pose little difficulty for him. In less than half a day, he mastered 8 derived runes related to earth magic. In the following days, he successfully deduced 2 second-tier earth spells, the heavy pressure technique and the earth spike technique. As the name suggests, the earth spike technique enables the manipulation of the ground to summon sharp rock spikes, while the heavy pressure technique can abruptly increase the weight of an enemy or object. Both spells hold significant utility for Ron. The earth spike technique, in particular, facilitates terrain control, making it easier to synergize with wind and fire magic, while the heavy pressure technique is essential for diminishing an opponent's agility, ranking among the auxiliary spells that Ron currently requires most. Although his mental power has yet to surpass the 100-point threshold, with the earth spike and heavy pressure techniques at his disposal, Ron feels confident that he could contend with, and perhaps even triumph over, a major general from the headquarters who employs moon steps in hockey. Would it be possible to find a major general from the headquarters to practice against? Ron cast his gaze around, feeling a strong desire to engage in a sparring session with a rear admiral from the naval headquarters. On one hand, he sought to assess his own prowess. On the other, he yearned to vent his frustration regarding the crude nature of the physical fitness test. Subjecting a wizard to such evaluations is akin to assigning a physical education teacher to instruct mathematics. Ron was decidedly discontented, particularly after being belittled by a group of naval recruits. The proud sorcerer found it intolerable to be scorned by those he deemed inferior. The final score was a mere 3 points, culminating in a total of 27 across 10 physical tests. The naval major responsible for the entrance assessment, after noting the last score, calculated the previous results and announced the overall total. He regarded Ron not with mockery, but rather with a nod, offering reassurance. Do not let those recruits distract you. Achieving this score in the entrance assessment is commendable and not the worst. With diligent practice, you shall have the opportunity to catch up. Ron felt somewhat disinclined to speak. If the major responsible for the assessment were to utter a few mocking or disdainful words, he might have considered requesting a practical evaluation to seek a worthy opponent for practice. However, the other party maintained a calm demeanor, and even infused a hint of consolation into his words, leaving Ron at a loss for words. Ron's current mindset can be succinctly described as a fervent desire for provocation, preferably from a major of this division. He is poised to unleash his pent-up frustration. At that moment of silence, a new recruit approached him, flashing a reassuring smile. Don't be disheartened. When I first arrived, my performance was even worse than yours. Now, among the third squad, there are only 2 individuals I cannot defeat. The rest are merely my subordinates. Do not let those seasoned veterans intimidate you. They merely prey upon the newcomers. Some of them may not even pass their graduation assessments. Ron had anticipated a provocation and had been preparing to unleash a mental shockwave to incapacitate the challenger. But where was the adversary? Where were those who dared to provoke him? Now, even a new recruit daring to challenge Ron would ignite his fury. Yet all those who had previously instigated had mysteriously vanished, leaving not a single voice behind. It seemed he lacked the innate talent for mockery. Frustrated by his inability to vent his pent-up aggression, Ron fell into a state of discontent. At that moment, the instructor from the new recruits camp approached. How did the new recruits perform in their assessments? Instructor Ymir inquired gravely, directing his question at the responsible major. The major saluted and responded. A total score of 27 points across 10 assessments. 27 points? Ymir was momentarily taken aback. Had the East Seas recruits deteriorated to such a degree? After a brief pause, he shook his head and declared, with a score of 27 in the entrance assessment, they shall be assigned to the 10th squad. All new recruits, form up. Chapter 60. Ron versus Instructor Ymir. Ymir's resonant voice reverberated across the field, prompting the naval recruits to swiftly assemble into 10 squads. Upon seeing Ymir, many new recruits displayed signs of trepidation. Aside from the chief instructor, former Admiral Zephyr, there were 4 instructors, all of whom were retired brigadiers or major generals, with Ymir being the most formidable among them. Unlike the other 3 instructors who had retired due to age, Ymir had been forced to retire due to injury, which contributed to his stern demeanor. Any recruit who erred would face severe repercussions, not to mention the exceedingly rigorous training protocols he enforced. New recruit Ron, will you join the 10th squad? Ymir called, noticing Ron had not yet entered the formation. Just as he was about to speak further, a thought struck him, and he beckoned Ron closer, saying, "Come here first." Ron silently stepped forward. Ymir did not spare a glance at Ron. Instead, he turned his head, his stern gaze sweeping over the assembly of new recruits. Noticing that all the recruits were rendered mute and compliant, he finally withdrew his gaze and stated, "Today's lesson is to summarize the 6 styles of the Navy that have been taught over the past few months and to apply them in practical combat. Ron, as you're unfamiliar with the 6 styles, you will engage in a demonstration match with me. I shall employ the 6 styles to attack you, and you are permitted to utilize any means for defense and counterattack." A ripple of sympathy washed over the recruits as Ymir's words fell, their expressions betraying a deep sense of pity for Ron. They could not help but mourn silently in their hearts. What terrible luck. Had it been any other instructor, they might have held back during the combat drills. However, Ymir's reputation for severity was well known. Whenever he engaged in combat, injuries were inevitable. The lightest consequences could leave one with bruises, while the gravest might even lead to a trip to the medical team. A demonstration match? Ron was momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting unexpected surprise, before his eyes sparkled with a bright gleam. Here it comes. The opportunity to unleash his fury had finally arrived. The unfortunate newcomer, witnessing Ron's exuberance, was met with a profound sense of sympathy from the surrounding recruits. Some even bowed their heads in silent mourning, unable to bear the sight. Perhaps the newcomer believed he would acquire knowledge on his very first day. However, the combat demonstration by Instructor Ymir was a lesson learned at the cost of one's very life. Are you prepared? Let us commence, Ymir declared with a solemn tone, positioning himself approximately 10 meters away from Ron. As his words hung in the air, he abruptly vanished, the ground shattering with a resounding crack. In the next instant, Ymir reappeared at Ron's right side, delivering a swift kick while continuing his explanation. Utilize the explosive speed of the shave to launch a surprise attack, leaving the enemy no time to react. Even if you cannot incapacitate them, you can create an opening. With a loud thud, the kick aimed at Ron's rear shoulder connected. Due to the astonishing speed, Ron had barely managed to raise his arm and twist his body when he was struck. After creating the opening, one could then use the shave. Ymir continued his explanation, but suddenly halted mid-sentence. To his astonishment, Ron, who had endured the kick to his shoulder, did not get sent flying. He merely swayed slightly, as if he had been struck by an unyielding boulder. A flicker of surprise appeared in Ymir's eyes. Though this was the initial strike, and he had only exerted minimal force to assess Ron's resilience, the fact that Ron remained steadfast and did not falter was unexpected. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. After 2 seconds of stillness, Ymir regained his composure, stating, "Very well, your physique is more resilient than I anticipated. Your training in iron block may soon yield mastery." As Ymir spoke, he prepared to increase his strength and create another opening for Ron. However, before he could launch his attack, Ron took the initiative. After withstanding Ymir's relatively gentle strike with his stone skin technique, Ron suddenly pivoted, a crystalline wand slipping from his sleeve. Grasping it, he brandished it with a flourish. Raging wind slash. 7 or 8 blades of wind, each nearly 2 meters long, erupted in chaotic intertwining, sweeping towards Gummir. Even before they descended, they created the sensation of skin being sliced. Gummir's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed off the ground with great force, propelling himself backward with a thunderous boom. As a flurry of wind blades swept through, they carved deep gorges into the ground before dissipating after traveling several dozen meters. Gummir's figure materialized in another direction, revealing a gaping tear in the sleeve of his navy cloak, embroidered with the characters for justice. The sight left the new recruits momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. What had just transpired? A slash? No, a devil fruit power? Gummir's gaze towards Ron shifted multiple times in an instant. His initial assumption was that it was an invisible slash from a swordsman, yet the object in Ron's hand bore no resemblance to a sword, and his previous motion was not that of a cutting strike. So it relies not solely on raw physical strength. As his expression shifted, Gummir felt a flicker of realization. A mere score of 27 in the entrance exam. Surely even in the East Blue, that could not signify the strongest. However, if he possessed the power of a devil fruit, that would alter the equation entirely. Observing the scene unfold, the nearby recruits were equally astonished. But they soon regained their composure, their gazes towards Ron transforming dramatically. A devil fruit user. No wonder. The recruit camp was not devoid of those with abilities. The question of who was stronger between those with powers and those who relied solely on physical techniques remained ambiguous. At the very least, it was widely acknowledged that martial prowess could reach a level capable of contending with devil fruit powers. This vast sea was teeming with those who wielded devil fruit abilities. Yet with the Navy's 6 powers, even when faced with such opponents, one could hold their ground or even triumph over them. Gummir's demeanor settled into calmness as he resumed his explanation to the recruits. His voice lowered as he suddenly vanished, only to reappear at Ron's left side. Soru, finger pistol, acknowledging Ron as a devil fruit user and recognizing the extraordinary power of the previous strike. Gummir unleashed an attack with a force nearing 70 or 80% of his capability. Though he had yet to employ haki, even a typical lieutenant commander would find it challenging to withstand. Gummir had once held the rank of rear admiral in the Navy headquarters and was among the most formidable of his peers. However, due to an incident in battle where he lost 4 fingers from his left hand, he had become disabled and, upon retiring, chose to remain in the Navy by taking on the role of an instructor at the recruit camp. The finger pistol, Instructor Gummir was now serious. The new recruits watched the unfolding spectacle, transfixed. They had anticipated a one-sided display of dominance over the new recruits, only to discover that Ron possessed formidable devil fruit abilities, prompting Instructor Gummir to take the situation earnestly. However, when the instructor got serious, the outcome could be quite dire. Some individuals could not help but murmur, recalling instances when new recruits, emboldened by their formidable strength, challenged Gummir to duels, only to end up severely beaten. The authorities have since attempted to rectify this. In recent days, comments and reviews have been prohibited, leaving readers anxious as they can no longer express their thoughts. The absence of commentary has rendered the reading experience rather tedious. Initially resistant to the idea of real-time commentary, I have now found it unbearable to read without it. And, similarly, the development of chapter reviews has followed this trend. On a different note, today, I encountered the latest information regarding the life cards, which revealed that 2 years ago, all members of CP9 possessed the ability to utilize both observation and armament haki. The intent from the outset was to depict CP9 wielding dual haki, but concerns over potential backlash regarding its plausibility led to the decision to sidestep this issue, which is rather frustrating. It appears that the latter half of the animated narrative will align closely with the manga, with all Navy officers in the New World being capable of employing haki, and it seems that even the new recruits are being instructed in its use. However, it is likely that most individuals will not delve into the supplementary materials. Therefore, I must strive to establish a framework that resonates with the majority. This is a particularly vexing aspect of fan fiction, as it necessitates creating supplementary details that are both comprehensive and logically cohesive in relation to the original work. Lastly, if anyone has any votes to spare, I would appreciate your support. Although the new book rankings have concluded, the suspension of chapter reviews has somewhat alleviated my anxiety. This new book has indeed faced numerous tribulations, first encountering significant scrutiny and now enduring another wave of review restrictions, which is quite overwhelming and is testing my composure. Chapter 61. Fierce Battle for Supremacy Crack. The anticipated scene of a thrust being either successfully executed or evaded did not materialize. Instead, What unfolded before the audience was a translucent barrier stretched between Ron and Gumiar, the thrust striking the barrier, causing it to quiver slightly before being completely thwarted. Having taken the matter seriously, with his left hand feigning an outward display, Ron maintained a formidable magical barrier while with a flourish of his right hand, he brandished his wand skyward. In an instant, the ground erupted with a resounding roar, akin to the tremors of an earthquake. Although he was unaware of the precise capabilities of the new recruit's instructor, Ron surmised that prior to retirement, the individual must have held at least the rank of a major general. After all, many graduates from this very naval boot camp were able to ascend directly to the rank of colonel, and it was unlikely that anyone below the rank of major general would be entrusted with the role of instructor. They could only serve as assistants. Given that his opponent was undoubtedly at least a major general, Ron felt confident that he could unleash the full extent of his magical prowess without restraint. While aboard the warship, he had discovered the Earthspike spell and had even received the system's acknowledgement of its validity. However, his maritime surroundings had prevented him from employing it to its fullest potential. The sole limitation of this spell was the necessity of solid ground beneath him. This restriction rendered the spell's impact monumental, surpassing that of comparable wind and fire magic in grandeur, and this marked Ron's inaugural use of it. The anticipation of experimenting with a new spell, the desire to test his own strength, and the frustration stemming from previous physical evaluations coalesced within Ron, transforming into an exhilarating release of magic. Boom! 7 or 8 massive earth spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through to the ceiling of the chamber, much to the astonishment of the new recruits who watched in awe. Gumir, too, was taken aback by Ron's ability to wield such a technique, finding himself compelled to perform an aerial evasion, executing the moonwalk to dodge the oncoming spikes. Firewall, Windburst. Ron seized the initiative, unleashing 2 spells without hesitation. Intense flames erupted instantaneously, forming a colossal wall of fire measuring a full 10 meters in diameter. Following this, a massive sphere of compressed air materialized and collided with the fiery barrier. With a whoosh, the firewall, reminiscent of bright red cotton candy, was ensnared and absorbed by the air sphere, transforming into a gigantic crimson fireball that hurtled towards Gumir. Suspended in midair, Gumir found himself hindered by spikes on either side, and the expansive coverage of the attack made it exceedingly difficult for him to evade using Moon's Step. Storm Step, Gumir exclaimed, realizing he could not completely dodge. With a powerful kick, he unleashed a slashing strike, a green arc extending 3 to 4 meters as it met the fiery projectile. With a hiss, the massive crimson fireball was cleaved in 2, erupting into flames and raging winds. As Ron observed the slicing strike cleave through the wind sphere, he noted that it continued to advance towards him with lingering momentum. Without hesitation, he swiftly ascended into the air, opting not to summon a magical barrier, but instead evading the blow directly, while simultaneously directing his wand forward with a subtle pressure. Heavy pressure spell. Just as he deduced that Ron's vulnerability lay in close combat, and prepared to exploit his speed to surge forward, Gumir suddenly felt his body ensnared by an overwhelming force, as if he were burdened by an immense weight upon his back. Although he could endure this encumbrance, it rendered his body several times heavier, drastically diminishing his speed and agility to the extent that he struggled to execute the Moon Step, plummeting straight down. Gustblade. After Ron utilized a pressure technique to force Gumir down from the sky, he did not pause. Instead, he swiftly maneuvered his wand, conjuring a colossal blade of wind that descended with a width of 4 to 5 meters. This was yet another second-tier wind magic, distinct from the Gale Slash. This technique concentrated its offensive power into a singular line, rendering it more potent against a single target than the Gale Slash. However, at that moment, Gumir had heightened his vigilance to its peak. He no longer regarded Ron as a mere rookie, but as a formidable adversary. With his observation hockey activated, he deftly evaded the enormous wind blade as it fell. His agility had diminished by at least 30%. What on earth was the nature of this fellow's devilfruit ability? Gumir furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend Ron's powers, yet he refused to retreat at this juncture. A dignified instructor could not afford to falter before a mere recruit. With a sharp exhale, Gumir skillfully dodged the massive wind blade, then propelled himself into the air, charging toward Ron, clenching his right fist. The dark hue of his conqueror's hockey enveloped his knuckles instantaneously. Armament. Ron unleashed the magical barrier once more with a deft flick of his wrist. Boom! Gumir's fist collided with a magical shield, producing a resounding crash. The entire barrier quaked violently, displaying numerous cracking fissures, yet it remained unbroken. Ron lowered his left hand, causing the magical barrier to dissipate, while his right hand thrust forward with the wand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 5 or 6 blades of wind shot towards Ymir. Armed iron block. Ymir's expression shifted slightly. It was precisely at this moment that he had exhausted his strength from a previous punch. Faced with Ron's rapid onslaught, he could only brace himself against the attack. Clang, clang. The wind blade struck Ymir, sending sparks flying. However, it was evident that the wind blades, deflected by Ymir's armed-colored arms, had no effect, while those solely blocked by the Navy's 6 Styles iron block left visible white marks. It was apparent that Ymir had yet to cultivate his armed color to the degree of full-body application. Nor could he synchronize it with his observation color to achieve instantaneous hardening at any position. Victory is within reach. Ron's gaze flickered as his mind operated at a pace far surpassing that of an ordinary individual, simultaneously tracking Gumi's movements while executing numerous combat simulations. Should Gumi's armament color reach a higher echelon, capable of shattering the magical barrier entirely, victory would be elusive for Ron. Similarly, if Gumi could envelop himself in a complete armament color, the odds would remain stacked against Ron. However, Gumi lacked both of these capabilities. After consecutively unleashing multiple second-tier spells, Ron had expended a considerable amount of mental energy. Yet Gumi was equally in a dire state, his attire tattered and muscles marred with white scars. With a swift motion, Gumi countered Ron's barrage of wind blades, executing a mid-air somersault and launching a close-range gale kick towards Ron. Ron extended his left hand, conjuring a magical barrier that absorbed the onslaught of Gale's kick. Crack! The azure slash struck the barrier, causing it to fracture with a web of fine cracks. With Gale unable to utilize the moon step and plummeting towards the ground, Ron deftly drew his wand with his right hand, releasing the earth spike technique once more. Boom! Gale, caught in mid-air, found it difficult to evade and swung his fist down fiercely, shattering the incoming earth spikes. From the onset of their clash to this moment, only a few rounds had elapsed, yet Ron and Gale had escalated their battle to an astonishing intensity, resonating throughout the first floor of the Navy headquarters. Even the second and third floors above felt the tremors emanating from below. The first floor, serving as the training base for new recruits, frequently experienced considerable commotion. However, this particular disturbance was evidently greater than usual, leaving even admirals like Mongoose and Ghost Spider astonished, pondering the identity of those engaged in combat within the training facility. The resounding uproar was perceptible even on the third floor, let alone the first. The multitude of Navy recruits gathered in the training base, both newbies and veterans alike, watched with wide eyes, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. What on earth is happening? To think he could engage in such a fierce battle with an instructor. This was clearly no ordinary training exercise. Gale was not only too preoccupied to provide explanations, but had also resorted to unleashing his haki, and crucially, it appeared he was subtly falling behind. Chapter 62. This year's monstrous recruit to think he could force Gale into such a predicament. Outside the staircase leading to the second floor of the training base, a Navy officer adorned with a top hat squinted at the scene unfolding, none other than Admiral Stolleberry. Beside him, another admiral, Fire Mountain, who was chewing on a cigar and wearing a perpetually cheerful expression, also observed the fray, exhaling a cloud of smoke and remarking, "That individual must be a new recruit, right? If memory serves, he is the pirate hunter from the East Sea. When did he arrive at the headquarters?" Having made a name for himself in the East Sea in a remarkably short time, sweeping across the region, coupled with intelligence indicating his youth, Fire Mountain had always recognized Ron's talent. Watching Ron in action, he chuckled. Indeed, he possesses remarkable potential. After coming to the headquarters for training, it seems even Major Gale cannot best him. A nearby Commodore, upon hearing Fire Mountain's words, displayed a momentary look of bewilderment, hesitating slightly before responding, "Admiral Fire Mountain." That recruit seems to have only arrived today, having returned with Admiral Carp's fleet. Upon hearing the Commodore's remark, Fire Mountain was momentarily taken aback. Turning to him with a hint of astonishment, "Are you saying he just reached the headquarters today?" "That should be the case," replied the Commodore. At this revelation, Fire Mountain's expression transformed into one of intrigue. Initially believing that Ron had attained such strength after joining the Navy headquarters and undergoing training, he was astonished to discover that the newcomer possessed power comparable to that of a headquarters major upon entering the recruit camp. Moreover, judging by Ron's appearance, he seems even younger than he envisions, likely around the age of 25. Possessing such formidable strength at this tender age, and having yet to undergo the training of the headquarters, evokes memories of a mere handful of individuals in the past few decades who have exhibited such prowess in the Burning Mountain. Akiji Akainu and Kizuru. These three current admirals of the Navy possessed similar capabilities upon their initial enlistment. Under the meticulous guidance of Zephyr, they graduated with nearly the strength of a Navy rear admiral, subsequently ascending steadily to ultimately become the Navy's paramount combat force. Furthermore, I vaguely recall that the Weasel also exhibited comparable abilities back in the day, and he now ranks prominently among the rear admirals, second only to the candidates for admirals, Shavender and Peach Rabbit. In essence, this implies that Ron has the potential to evolve into an elite vice admiral, a position of considerable prestige within the headquarters, second only to the three admirals. Excluding the vice admirals of the branches and base commanders, the headquarters currently boasts merely 15 vice admirals. Yet another prodigious newcomer has emerged. At this moment, as Fire Mountain felt a tremor of astonishment, a somewhat languid voice wafted from beside him. Turning to glance, he beheld a tall man clad in casual attire, a shirt draped over his left shoulder. Upon recognizing the individual, both Fire Mountain and Stalaberry paused momentarily and exclaimed, "Admiral Kazan, you have returned." Just back," Akiji yawned, adding, "I feel a tad weary, so I shall take my leave. I suggest that in the future, such battle should occur outside." And there was something else. What was it? Never mind. As Akiji strolled up the staircase, yawning, Fire Mountain and Stalaberry exchanged glances, unable to suppress their wry smiles. Indeed, it would be prudent to engage in combat outside. They shook their heads in mutual understanding. Although the naval base is constructed with formidable fortitude, utilizing materials of steel-like hardness and reinforced with steel layers, rendering it impervious to typical assaults, such high-caliber conflicts inevitably incur some damage and demand resources for maintenance. The battle between Ron and Ymir reached an unprecedented intensity. Ymir bore wounds from which blood dripped, yet the injuries were superficial and not grave. However, half of his clothing was singed, rendering him a most disheveled sight. Ron bore no visible scars, appearing entirely unscathed. However, the sheen of sweat upon his forehead and his slight breathlessness indicated that he had endured considerable strain. His mental fortitude had dwindled, leaving him reliant on a single decisive blow to determine the outcome. Ron took a deep breath and made a decisive choice. Outside, with the use of pressure techniques and his ability to fly, he could gradually wear down Ymir as he had done with Senior. However, within the confines of this base, even though the pressure techniques could hinder Ymir's use of the lunar step, they could not prevent him from leaping 10 meters. Explosive Flame Technique. Great Windblade. After briefly restraining Ymir with pressure techniques and earth spikes, Ron unleashed the Explosive Flame Technique, forcefully controlling it to hover in the air, followed by the release of the Great Windblade. The combination of the Great Windblade and Explosive Flame Technique constituted his most formidable single-target attack at present. Explosive Flame Giant Blade. Like a crescent sword of crimson sun, it shot down from the sky. Arc Foot. Ymir, hindered by the earth spikes and realizing he could not easily evade Ron's strike, took a deep breath and unleashed his most powerful arc foot extension technique. A blue crescent-shaped slash flew through the air, meeting the Explosive Flame Giant Blade head-on. The two slashes were nearly equal in size and striking resemblance. One radiated a sun-like hue of red and gold, while the other shimmered with moonlight, blue on the outside and white within. Boom! The crescent arc foot collided with the Explosive Flame Giant Blade. Accompanied by a resounding explosion, a visible shockwave radiated outward in all directions, violently shaking the stone spikes created by the earth spikes, which then shattered into fragments. The crescent burst apart in the midst of the crimson sun, vanishing along with the wind blade, yet the searing flames surged forward, descending upon Ymir. Armed, Ymir, having employed the arc foot and unable to evade in time, crossed his arms in front of him. The scarlet flames erupted violently before him, sending his body hurtling backward for several dozen meters until he crashed against the wall behind him. Unable to fully withstand the impact of the assault, Ymir violently shook and coughed up blood, but he quickly steadied himself and attempted to charge at Ron once more. However, before he could launch himself forward, a figure swiftly intervened, blocking his path. "Stand down, Ymir, that's enough." Vice Admiral Stalaberry stood before Ymir. Meanwhile, Fire Mountain also appeared beneath Ron, looking up at him with a kind smile and saying, "That's enough, come down. If this continues, it will no longer be a training exercise." Ron gently descended. At this moment, the numerous recruits in the arena gradually awakened from their stupor, exchanging glances that revealed the dazed expressions in their eyes. Surely, the newcomer must have triumphed. It was astonishing. It was quite normal for a recruit to defeat a veteran. In fact, just last year, a recruit had bested the strongest veteran upon entering the camp. However, for a recruit to vanquish an instructor seemed to exist only in the annals of record. While the recruits remained in a state of bewilderment, Ron inwardly shook his head. He had lost. Although it appeared that he had the upper hand, his mental energy had been nearly depleted, and his final strike had merely inflicted a minor injury on Gumir, failing to determine the outcome. If the battle continued, he would likely be the one to falter. Nonetheless, the terrain here favored Gumir. Had they been in an open arena, he would have been confident in securing a decisive victory. By the way, this instructor had previously held the rank of either Brigadier General or Major General. It seemed improbable that he was a Major General. Ron pondered internally, reflecting that Gumir was likely a Major General previously, and despite his right hand's disability affecting a portion of his strength, he still held a reasonable confidence of about 60 to 70% in prevailing during a direct confrontation in the open plaza, even in Gumir's prime. The efficacy of earth magic was undeniably profound. Without the suppression of heavy pressure magic on Gumir, the question was no longer one of odds, but rather of endurance. However, my power is poised to ascend beyond this point. Having assessed his own capabilities, Ron exhaled softly, murmuring to himself. He was exceedingly close to reaching a mental threshold of 100 points, which could also be interpreted as being merely a step away from mastering third-tier magic. Once he acquired that level of magic, the nature of their fierce duel would transform from a mere contest of victory and defeat into whether the Major General could withstand a single blow without being instantly vanquished. Chapter 63. Residents exceeding my expectations splendidly. Well done. After being halted by Stolo Bellari, Gumir did not exhibit anger or embarrassment. Instead, he smiled gracefully, revealing a demeanor that starkly contrasted with the sternness he had previously displayed. His severity was directed towards the new recruits. In his early days, he had suffered the loss of a finger due to inferiority to a pirate and became disabled, thus compelled to retire and serve as an instructor. This experience fueled his desire for each sailor he trained to possess formidable strength, ensuring none would face a fate similar to his own. The main base housed 40 squads, with Gumir responsible for the 1st to the 10th. While perhaps the strongest in each generation may not rival those produced by other instructors, the overall average strength of his squads consistently ranked as the most formidable. Gumir, unbothered by the damage to his uniform, approached Ron with a smile. After expressing admiration, he continued, "Your strength has surpassed mine. In an external setting, my 6 techniques would likely pose no threat to you. However, do not allow this to breed arrogance. For countless entities more powerful than I traverse these seas, your physical resilience appears rather lacking, which is a matter for concern. Even if your devil fruit abilities are potent, martial prowess remains fundamental. Without it, one cannot master high-level hockey. Merely relying on the fruit's power will not elevate one to the pinnacle of the ocean." Gumir's commendation and earnest warning instilled a sense of respect in Ron. During their earlier clash, he found it challenging to restrain his magic, and the pressure exerted by Gumir was formidable, leaving him no choice but to give his all, fortunately without incurring significant injuries. Although Ron understood his own path, believing that a dedicated focus on magic would enable him to surpass all, he nonetheless nodded earnestly at Gumir. "I understand." Gumir, observing Ron's modest demeanor, smiled and remarked, "Very well, with your current capabilities, you are eligible to apply for early graduation. However, I would advise you to remain in the rookie camp for a bit longer." Chief Instructor Zifa rotates weekly to instruct the new recruits. He was once a general in our division, and his combat experience and teaching prowess far exceed my own. In truth, Ron had no intention of hastily applying for graduation, as his primary goal in joining the division was to secure a stable period for cultivation. He resolved to wait until he had mastered third-tier magic before considering graduation. Nevertheless, that milestone was not far off, within a month at most. He was confident he would grasp third-tier magic. Fire Mountain and Storaberry exchanged knowing smiles upon witnessing the harmonious interaction between Ron and Gumir. "You're on, aren't you? I heard about you while in the EC and even inquired with the Navy there regarding your potential enlistment," Fire Mountain said, puffing on a cigar with a grin. "I must admit, I felt a tinge of regret back then, but I never anticipated you would come to the division. Given your talents, your arrival here is undoubtedly a far better opportunity than serving in the EC." Storaberry, maintaining a calm demeanor, added, "Continue to strive forward, newcomer. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. In the future, you may ascend to heights beyond ours, but such achievements will require diligent effort. Relying solely on talent will not suffice to surpass the vice admirals and admirals. The elite rear admirals, like Gumir, were indeed formidable. Yet there remained a significant gap when compared to the genuine vice admirals of the division. Each rear admiral, to varying degrees, possessed certain weaknesses. For instance, Gomir struggled with the Navy's 6 styles and the observation hockey, having only a rudimentary grasp of them. Otherwise, even under the constraints of the pressure technique, dodging Ron's magic would have been considerably easier. Although the vice admirals were not on par with the admirals, they possessed few glaring weaknesses in comparison to the rear admirals. Their mastery of both the 2-color hockey and the 6 styles approached excellence. If one were to quantify their attributes, they would resemble a hexagon, devoid of flaws. Some individuals may excel in 1 or 2 attributes, but those who shine across the board might be candidates for admiralty. As for the admirals, their abilities would form an even grander hexagon. Fire Mountain and Storberry bore no ill intent, and Ron returned their smiles amicably. "Let's adjourn for today," Gummer said, nodding as he addressed the numerous sailors nearby. After casting another glance at Ron, he added with a smile, "Ron, you will still be placed in the 10th Division, but you need not participate in team training. You may opt for independent cultivation." Ron's prowess and innate talent belonged to a distinctive category, rendering him ill-suited for conventional training alongside other recruits. At Ron's level, it becomes imperative to identify the most fitting path for his cultivation, with others merely able to offer guidance. Gummer's statement found resonance with Ron once more. For him to engage in activities such as a 500 kilograms weighted run or a 1,000 kilograms weightlifting session alongside those novices would be exceedingly crude, distinctly at odds with the persona and aesthetic of a mage. In a certain courtyard behind the main fortress, Kapu, seated on the sofa in the living room and munching on a bag of rice crackers, grinned widely at Ron as he entered. "Ah, Hon, you got into a scuffle with the instructor on your very first day," he exclaimed. Kapu recalled that, on his own inaugural day in the recruit camp, he had also clashed with the instructor, albeit suffering a rather severe defeat. Subsequently, he sought out the instructor for practice, enduring countless thrashings until he gradually began to overpower the instructor himself. "The practical application of the 6 styles was fortuitously selected for me." Ron shrugged and offered a brief explanation, as he was reluctant to allow his image to be that of a brash and confrontational individual, which would undeniably tarnish the dignity of a magician. After clarifying, Ron inquired about Nami. At the Navy headquarters, only officers of the rank of captain and above were permitted to bring family members to reside in the quaint town behind the Marineford fortress. New recruits lacked such privileges. Although Nami could apply for positions such as navigator, her tender age of merely 15, coupled with her desire to avoid mingling with the Navy and her financial constraints, left her in a pitiable state as she confided in Garp about her lack of family and shelter. Upon hearing this, Garp promptly resolved Nami's predicament, offering her a temporary place in his home, noting that a spacious courtyard was ample enough for just himself. With an entire villa left unoccupied, there would be room even if Ron were to move in. Meanwhile, Garp casually glanced at the newspaper resting on the coffee table. Ron slipped into his slippers and ascended the stairs. After casting a brief glance at the various rooms above, he transitioned into a mental perspective and located Nami's room. It was somewhat difficult to ascertain that she was indeed 15. Peering through this mental lens for a moment longer, Ron mused quietly to himself. Inside Nami's chamber, she sat cross-legged upon her bed, her eyes gently closed and her demeanor serene, engaged in meditation. Unlike Ron, she did not require time to deduce and formulate runes and spells. Thus, aside from practicing the magic that Ron had imparted to her, she devoted her time to meditation to enhance her mental fortitude. Ron glanced at Nami and chose not to disturb her as she focused on enhancing her mental fortitude. Through the magical mark, he could also receive a faint resonance feedback, which he found quite satisfactory. Pushing open the door to the adjacent room, Ron entered and commenced his meditation. Although Karp did not mention that he could stay here, Ron speculated that Karp would likely not mind if he lingered for a few days. Given the prowess he had displayed today, he undoubtedly surpassed the rank of a colonel in the headquarters, so applying for a separate accommodation in a few days should pose no issue. Chapter 64. Zephyr's Irritation Martial Arts practitioners rely on their physical strength as a foundation, with the 6 styles as their core and hockey as the branches. Among various martial arts, the Navy's 6 styles are the most essential, integrating both long-range and close combat attacks, evasive maneuvers, and robust defenses alongside speed of movement, making it the most comprehensive martial discipline. The dual-colored hockey extends beyond the 6 styles. In the square before the Navy headquarters, a naval officer with violet hair and an empty sleeve on his right arm sternly addressed a multitude of recruits. He was none other than the chief instructor of the recruit camp, former Admiral Zephyr. during the era of great pirates 15 years ago. He had lost an arm to a pirate attack. Now, in the 19th year of this era, he had yet to receive an artificial sea prism stone arm from Vegapunk, leaving the severed limb in its vacant state. Ron arrived at the training camp and gained a deeper understanding of Zephyr. He learned that Zephyr did not lose his arm in a battle against Whitebeard Weevil, but rather sacrificed it to protect his students. At that time, new recruits on the ship were being slain one after another, and Zephyr paid the price of one arm to save the last two, Ein and Bins. With the remaining arm, he forcibly repelled Weevil. Nevertheless, Zephyr's mentality began to shift thereafter. While strangers may not perceive it, most of the new recruits at the camp could sense that Zephyr's demeanor had become increasingly stern and irritable, lacking the warmth he once exhibited. Particularly during missions at sea, he displayed a brutal resolve against pirates, ruthlessly annihilating them without mercy. This marked a stark departure from the figure of the admiral once known as the one who does not kill. Ron was also present in the square. For him, the instruction in physical techniques held little significance. However, this was Zephyr's inaugural lesson. As the chief instructor and a former Marine admiral, he had previously promised Gumir he would attend, so he decided to come. After all, standing in meditation would not hinder his cultivation. With the aura of his haki, he perceived the movements of his opponents through observation haki. Armed hakium, Zephyr, with his left hand resting behind him, strolled around the new recruits in the square, explaining the intricacies of combat. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Ron, who stood at the very back of the last row. While Ron maintained a seemingly straight posture and a serious demeanor, Zephyr discerned a lack of sparkle in his eyes, a distinct absence of focus. As if he were lost in thought. Frowning slightly, Zephyr felt a wave of displeasure. That recruit stepped forward. He commanded. Though Ron was in a meditative state, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings and noticed Zephyr's gaze, prompting him to return to the present moment. Zephyr regarded Ron with a slight frown and remarked, "It seems we have not met before. You must be the new recruit who recently clashed with Gumir, correct?" "Indeed," Ron replied. Ron candidly acknowledged the situation. Upon hearing this, Zephyr's expression did not soften. Instead, he furrowed his brow and continued, "I have heard of your abilities, which are commendable. Yet one must not become complacent nor excessively reliant on the powers of the devil fruit. Currently, the three admirals, Akiji, Akainu, and Kizaru, are all his pupils, and among them, Kizaru is the one he holds in the least esteem. On one hand, Kizaru's nonchalant demeanor displeases him. On the other, Kizaru's over-reliance on his devil fruit abilities, coupled with his disregard for his teachings, is troubling. The crux of the matter lies in Kizaru's dependency on his powers, which has nevertheless elevated him to the rank of admiral. Moreover, Kizaru has often mocked him for this very reliance, further inflaming Zephyr's ire. He had received reports indicating that Ron's score in the entrance assessment was a mere 27, yet he had managed to draw with Gumir, demonstrating formidable development of his devil fruit abilities, albeit coupled with a frail physique. Zephyr was determined not to witness the emergence of another Kizaru. Although Kizaru relied on his devil fruit powers, his physical prowess was still passable. It is crucial to acknowledge that even the powers of the devil fruit, regardless of being of the Logia type, will deplete one's stamina. Thus, if one's physique is too weak, one cannot unleash true, formidable strength. Furthermore, the mastery of armament haki and observation haki forms the foundation of a strong warrior. While proficiency in haki does not necessarily denote strength, every powerful figure at the pinnacle of the seas is well-versed in haki, with its potency, particularly that of armament haki, being heavily contingent upon one's physical condition. Zephyr's tone grew increasingly severe as he declared, "A frail physique will render you ineffectual, even if you master haki. Given your current capabilities, it is time for you to engage with haki. However, with your entrance examination score of only 27, your physical state is far from adequate. While you may surpass ordinary captains through reliance on your powers, with such a weak physique, it is impossible for you to reach the level of those vice admirals. I grant you 1 month. By the next physical assessment, I expect to see your score elevate to over 80. Return to your duties." Ron found himself at a loss after Zephyr's scathing criticism. How could one possibly elevate their physical test score from a mere 27 to 80? Not only was it unlikely that his actual physical prowess could surpass single digits, but even if he were capable of achieving a score of 27, a jump to 80 would hardly signify a substantial improvement in his abilities. With that time, he could have already delved into the intricacies of third-tier magic. However, magic is an elusive art, and given his current status as merely a rear admiral, he was at a disadvantage against someone of Zephyr's former admiral caliber. To demonstrate the might of magic, rendering physical prowess inconsequential. He would need to possess sufficient strength to back it up. His current capabilities did not suffice to prove anything. If he could master third-tier magic within a month, he might be able to leave the naval headquarters. Ron pondered to himself, wondering how he would compare to a vice admiral once he had mastered the third-tier magic. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Ron applied for permission to reside independently and was granted approval. In this world, where strength reigned supreme, the Navy operated under similar principles. Possessing the strength to contend with Gumir afforded him the privilege of requesting solitary quarters, even allowing his family to reside at the headquarters. With his own abode established, Ron embarked on an intensive period of solitary training. A week later, in the plaza before the naval headquarters, Zephyr scanned the crowd, perplexed by Ron's absence. "Where's Ron?" he inquired, furrowing his brow. The new recruits exchanged uncertain glances. One hesitantly stepped forward and replied in a hushed tone, Zephyr-sensei, Ron hasn't been here since the first day and last week when you came." "Fool!" Zephyr's irritation flared at the response. What could he possibly be doing if not attending training? Meditating at home? Ridiculous. The new recruit camp is fully equipped with various training facilities and tools. His absence from the camp can only be attributed to laziness, disregarding my words entirely. A nervous recruit gulped audibly, quietly suggesting, "Zephyr-sensei, should we go fetch him? Train first." Zephyr replied sternly, "Have him come for training tomorrow. If he fails to show, then he need not return. If he does not wish to learn from me, then I have nothing further to teach him." In the past, Zephyr would have been inclined to invest energy in taming such a rebellious student, much like he did with Kizaru in his earlier days. However, since the previous incident, his temperament had shifted, leaving him with little patience. If Ron chose not to participate, Zephyr would no longer concern himself with him. A student who relies on the meager strength granted by devil fruit, becoming arrogant and conceited, was not one he wished to engage with. He would wait until Ron's growth stagnated, and he recognized his own shortcomings before he would consider offering guidance. Chapter 65. Mental Strength 100 points should you wish to dine here again. It will cost you 500 berries. In a modest, yet remarkably clean little cottage, Ron emerged, carrying a dish, which he placed upon the table. He then addressed Nami, who had mysteriously seated herself at the table. Although Nami was temporarily residing at the home of Carp, the old man seldom prepared meals, and his culinary efforts were quite rudimentary. In comparison to Ron's offerings, they were undoubtedly lacking. Moreover, the fare served at the Navy headquarters cafeteria, prepared in large quantities, was hardly superior to Carp's simple dishes. What miser, she thought. It's merely a meal. Nami rested her chin on her hands, puffing out her cheeks with a soft huff. Ron sat down before her, a wave of exasperation washing over him. Every penny he owed to Nami was meticulously accounted for in her mind, yet for matters such as these, she would deftly evade responsibility. Nevertheless, his irritation was fleeting. The 15-year-old Nami's scrupulous nature was not only endearing, but also remarkably charming. The adage adorableness is justice certainly held true. "I have already mastered the second-tier magic," she declared with a beaming smile as she savored her meal. "This is the hallmark of a genius. How long did it take you to master the second-tier magic?" You've mastered the second-tier magic?" Ron glanced at Nami with mild surprise and remarked, "However, it seems quite challenging to unleash it." They had been at the Navy headquarters for half a month now. Approximately 10 days prior, Nami had inquired about the second-tier magic, and he had imparted the technique of Gale / to her. Initially, it was merely to provide Nami with a direction for her training. Yet astonishingly, within just 10 days, she had truly mastered second-tier magic. It was no wonder that yesterday he had experienced a surge in mental strength, having triggered a mental resonance from Nami through the magical imprint, indicating that she had indeed made significant advancements in her training. However, lacking a wand, even if her mental power had increased, it was likely still at around 20 points. Thus, even if she could cast second-tier magic, it would be exceedingly strenuous, leading to considerable weakness afterward. Indeed, Nami tilted her head and replied, "I need a rest for several minutes after casting to recover. It's best to refrain from using it for now and focus on enhancing my mental strength." Ron pondered for a moment and remarked, if one were to faint, it might result in minor damage to the mind. Magic and physical combat differ significantly. The latter requires one to push the body to its limits to extract potential, whereas the mind cannot be treated in the same manner. It is essential to maintain a sound state of mental well-being. Nami nodded in understanding. Ron couldn't help but steal a glance at Nami. It was indeed somewhat surprising that she could master second-tier magic within just 10 days. Although Nami was not an explorer and the runes had been prepared for her, she lacked an elven wand, making the mastery of second-tier magic quite a feat nevertheless. Ron was not particularly concerned about Nami catching up to his progress. On one hand, she still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the second-tier combination magic, having already hit the limit of her current mental capacity. On the other hand, his mental strength was on the verge of surpassing 100 points. Over the past 2 weeks, he had devoted himself entirely to meditation and training. His mental attribute had already reached 96 points, and through diligent practice, he had increased it by 2 points during this period. Additionally, Nami's magical imprint had granted him a resonance boost of 1 point yesterday, bringing him to a total of 99 points, with only a final point remaining to reach the coveted 100. Moreover, Ron could vaguely sense that this last point was indeed at its limit, possibly just a mere 0. 1 away, and he might achieve it today. After dinner, Nami did not leave. Instead, she began her meditation in Ron's room. Ron, indifferent to Nami, likewise sought a serene spot to sit, closing his eyes to empty his mind of all thoughts and distractions, entering a state of ethereal meditation. An hour passed. Then 2. Time quietly slipped away. Immersed in this meditative state, Ron gradually lost awareness of the passage of time, even oblivious to the external world. The sole flicker of clarity continued to descend deeper into the recesses of his soul and spirit. This was profound meditation. Ron seldom entered a state of deep meditation, as he was unable to consciously achieve this state. He could only drift into it during his practice, shrouded in a hazy oblivion. In this profound meditative state, his thoughts nearly ceased, leading him to a state of self-forgetfulness, unaware of his identity, his surroundings, or the actions he was undertaking. He found himself unable to extricate from this state voluntarily. Only when influenced by external stimuli, such as hunger or being roused by another, would he emerge from his deep meditation. Otherwise, he would remain immersed indefinitely. Amidst this state of utter oblivion, Ron suddenly sensed a transformation in his surroundings. Everything gradually shifted from a nebulous and chaotic existence to one of differentiation, as if various beams of light began to manifest: golden, crimson, azure, and cerulean. It was as though the once dreary world had suddenly come into sharp focus. Ron stood there, entranced by the transforming world around him, in a state of profound oblivion. He had even forgotten his own existence, instinctively curious about the changes unfolding before his eyes. Or those lights. Normally, Ron's cognitive speed surpassed that of an ordinary person by dozens or even hundreds of times. Yet at this moment, it felt as if he had slowed down 100-fold or more, struggling to turn his thoughts even slightly. In the haze, he heard a somewhat indistinct calling. Ron? Ron. Suddenly, Ron was jolted awake. He emerged from his deep meditation, and that sluggish, almost daft state of mind instantly revitalized itself, not merely returning to its previous state, but accelerating beyond it at a remarkable speed. This awareness of the transformation within his spirit caught Ron off guard, followed by a surge of exhilaration. Undoubtedly, this change signified a rebirth of his mental faculties. His spiritual power had reached a transformative milestone of 100 points. Although there was no time to fully comprehend the other changes, even his thought speed had increased by 2 or 3 times, rendering his thinking more agile and his senses more acute. Ron turned his gaze towards Nami. From his mental perspective, he could perceive not only that Nami's movements had slowed to a mere fraction of their usual pace, akin to a standstill, but he could also observe a magnified tableau before him. The threads on her clothing appeared as vast as trees, and her enchanting eyes reflected a crystal-clear image of his own face within their pupils. Ron examined the scene once more, the image magnifying yet again, revealing even the minuscule blood vessels within Nami's eyes, everything appearing strikingly vivid and intricate. Further magnification ensued. Ron endeavored to maximize this exquisite insight, ultimately magnifying the minuscule blood vessels, so diminutive that their size was almost unfathomable, to a thickness akin to that of a fingertip. It seemed as though he could glimpse even finer details, albeit shrouded in a haze, rendering further magnification impossible. Such was his observational acuity, approaching the cellular level. Ron could not help but take a deep breath. In addition to this, he sensed that the entire world appeared to have transformed. Previously, the reality he perceived was that of an ordinary world, where at most, his mental perspective allowed him to penetrate matter and observe minute details beyond the reach of the naked eye, yet he was incapable of perceiving anything beyond the material realm. However, now he discerned elements that transcended matter. The blazing, tumultuous force of destruction was the essence of fire. The fluid, elusive, and formless nature was that of the wind. No, it should be articulated as the elemental forces of fire and wind, alongside the solid earth and the gentle, soothing coolness of water, elements that were once intangible. now vividly apparent. Chapter 66, Elemental Affinity. This sensation. Ron stood in a daze, absorbing the essence of the world around him, the sky and the earth. Intertwined elements that shape all existence. Instinctively, he extended his hand, palm open. With a mere flicker of thought, the elemental fire surged toward his palm, swiftly transforming into a flickering flame, which soon blossomed into a vigorous blaze. No runes were needed. This flame was purely a manifestation of his mental prowess, drawing together the wandering fire elements of the universe into a radiant fireball. Nami observed Ron's actions, momentarily taken aback, and her voice softened as she instinctively called out to him once more. As dusk settled in, signaling the approaching dinner hour, she noticed Ron remained motionless. After a brief wait, realizing her calls went unanswered, anxiety crept in, yet he appeared to be unharmed. Ron sensed the drifting elements of nature while also hearing Nami's words. He responded to her with a soft acknowledgement, then extended his left hand. With a mere flicker of intention, the elemental force of wind began to converge, coalescing in the palm of his hand. It swiftly took shape as a gentle breeze, which gradually expanded into a visible miniature tornado, spinning rapidly with an enchanting allure. Ron gazed at the miniature whirlwind swirling in the palm of his left hand, and the flame hovering above his right. His eyes shimmered as he murmured, captivated by the extraordinary sensation of gathering elements directly without the need for condensation runes. It felt as though everything in this world was within his grasp, not merely the wind and fire. Ron extended his left and right hands outward, positioned at the heart of the conflagration and the tempest. Mist rapidly enveloped the area, gradually coalescing into a plump orb of water. Beneath this sphere, earthy elements converged, slowly solidifying into stones. Earth, water, wind, and fire. Even without mastering the runes of the water element, Ron could still perceive its presence at this moment and called forth the nearby water elements. Gazing at the swirling vortex, flickering flames, water sphere, and stone suspended between his hands, a phrase inexplicably surfaced in Ron's mind. Elemental affinity. He gently lowered his hands, watching as the water sphere and flames dissipated into the void. With a mere thought, he summoned the achievement system and navigated to the profession interface. At the bottom of the profession interface, an additional entry appeared in the personal attribute section. Profession: Supreme Mage of the Arcane Magical Affinity. Intermediate: Mental Attribute 20, Craftable Magical Affinities. Beginner: up to 2. Rune Resonance. Mental Attribute 1 point Runes owned. 28 Wand held. Elven Wand Elemental Affinity. 20 total achievement points. 56 beneath the line indicating the wand held. A new entry for Elemental Affinity emerged, marked at 20%. Observing this newly added attribute, Ron found himself in contemplation. It appeared that this direct perception of elements stemmed from a more potent spirit following his transformation, while the ability to control and attract certain elements indicated an affinity for them. Yet, this affinity seemed to possess little substantial utility. Ron furrowed his brow, making yet another attempt to harness the elemental force of wind. However, despite his utmost efforts, the pace of his gathering was sluggish. As the wind elements continued to accumulate, the small whirlwind in the palm of his hand transformed from gentle to increasingly tempestuous. Ron could sense that if he continued to concentrate, he would soon lose control, prompting him to shake his head and cease his focus, allowing the tempest to dissipate once more. What was that just now? Nami, standing beside Ron, observed his actions with a hint of surprise. Had it not been for the earlier display where Ron conjured 4 elements, she might have assumed he had merely failed in his experimentation with a new wind-based magic. However, the simultaneous manifestation of 4 distinct elements was indeed extraordinary. Nami understood that it was impossible to concentrate on 2 different types of runes at once. Even attempting to merge 2 wind-based runes had ended in failure, a fact she had personally experienced. Thus, it was evident that what had just occurred could not have been achieved through rune concentration alone. He had gained a new understanding of magic moments ago. Ron gazed at Nami, contemplating the attribute of elemental affinity, and succinctly explained to her the transformations that would occur as one's mental power increased. Upon hearing this, Nami couldn't help but curl her lip. She was incapable of perceiving the phenomena Ron described, and she could not even manifest her mental power, relying solely on runes to cast spells. However, Nami's words struck a chord with Ron, causing a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. "You just mentioned that you can only depend on runes to release magic?" he inquired. "Indeed, what of it?" Nami asked, puzzled. Ron pondered for a moment before approaching the window, where he opened it and waved his hand towards the sky outside. Several blades of wind shot forth into the heavens, vanishing from sight. Indeed, it was as he suspected. After consecutively casting several spells, a smile gradually emerged on Ron's face. The affinity for elements granted him not merely a trifling ability to toy with small elements in his palm. With this elemental affinity, he could condense the same magical runes, resulting in a greater accumulation of elements while expending significantly less mental energy. The first tier spell he had just unleashed consumed nearly 20% less of his mental power compared to before, and, conversely, its potency had increased by approximately 20%. Alas, it did not augment the effectiveness of his magical barrier. Ron made numerous attempts and confirmed that elemental affinity enhances the efficacy of the three elemental magics, earth, wind, and fire, by reducing mental energy consumption while augmenting their power. However, this effect proved ineffective against one of the eternal magics, the magical barrier. This is understandable, as the magical barrier is inherently independent of the elements, being a product of the fusion between mental energy and the runes that embody the rules. Although the magical barrier remained unchanged, the potency of the other spells was increased by 20%, while their mental energy consumption was decreased by the same margin. This represented a significant overall enhancement for Ron. If previously, against the ancient mill, he could only rely on his flying abilities and the suppression of heavy pressure to engage in a war of attrition. Now he could achieve victory solely through the use of more powerful magic, thus simplifying the process. Even though Mill had a disability and had not engaged in combat or training for many years due to retirement, resulting in a decline in his strength, he would not be far removed from the capabilities of an active division major. In other words, Ron, who had yet to master third-tier magic, was already nearly on par with the elite division majors currently serving, perhaps even slightly surpassing them. Chapter 67, Third-Tier Magic. The elemental affinity bestowed upon Ron not only enhanced his strength, but also significantly impacted his research into magic. Ron attempted to harness the diminished mental energy consumption afforded by elemental affinity, which synergized splendidly with the effects of the Elven Wand. This proved to be a substantial remedy for the considerable mental expenditure typically associated with the study of third-tier magic. As he endeavored to manipulate the elemental forces, an epiphany struck him. If he could command the water element, perhaps he could discover the foundational runes of water magic without resorting to the extraction methods of the professional system. The quest to uncover the basic runes of the water element was undoubtedly more arduous than exploring derivative runes, as it lacked any point of reference. Previously, he had floundered like a headless fly in his attempts, but now, with elemental affinity, he had begun to discern a glimmer of direction. Nevertheless, upon further contemplation, Ron shook his head slightly. The exploration of the foundational water runes was likely to be more challenging than delving into third-tier magic or second-tier guardian spells. Thus, it was not the opportune moment to invest time in this pursuit. Apart from elemental affinity, the transformation brought about by a mental attribute of 100 points was equally profound. It had nearly tripled Ron's cognitive processing speed, expanding the scope of his mental perception under the divine mode, rendering it more intricate. Furthermore, the rate of natural recovery of his mental energy had significantly increased. The first-tier spells, which had already been capable of repeated casting with minimal energy expenditure, now became akin to spells that could be unleashed infinitely. Even the second-tier spells incurred much less cost than before. Considering the natural replenishment of his mental energy, the number of second-tier spells he could cast in a single battle had likely increased by nearly 50%. The reduction in magical expenditure, the enhancement of mental recovery, and the acceleration of thought processes collectively alleviated much of the thorny path Ron faced in his exploration of third-tier magic. Henceforth, he would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the study of third-tier magic. Ron inhaled deeply, his gaze flickering with a hint of anticipation. In his quest for third-tier magic, Ron had consistently focused on the elemental domain of wind. This was not only the first type of magic he had acquired, but also the one in which he had achieved profound comprehension. Furthermore, the adaptability of wind magic was unparalleled. Unlike earth magic, which was constrained, or fire magic, which was prone to chaos, wind magic offered a more versatile approach. Following yet another transformation of his mental prowess, Ron's pace in exploring third-tier magic accelerated significantly, far surpassing the previous methodical approach he had employed. Moreover, as he delved deeper into the essence of runes, his understanding of the combinations necessary for third-tier magic evolved. He no longer relied solely on exhaustive methods, but began to discern a clearer path. For instance, he identified two derivative runes that represented decomposition and aggregation, whose characteristics were diametrically opposed, necessitating separation by other runes to prevent them from being combined. Through such intricate details, Ron uncovered 4 distinct characteristics, which enabled him to eliminate numerous possibilities. The composition of third-tier magic required the amalgamation of 9 runes. If he were to enumerate all potential combinations, the number would exceed hundreds of millions, an insurmountable figure without the guiding principles he had uncovered. Thus, employing exhaustive methods to derive all possibilities would be nearly impossible. The exhaustive method previously employed by Ron is fundamentally based on an early discovered characteristic, that third-tier magic must invariably center around second-tier magic. Just as second-tier magic necessitates foundational runes, third-tier magic mandates not only the existence of these foundational runes, but also that the 3 most essential runes must collectively form a second-tier magic. Otherwise, the very core would collapse, rendering any outward extension non-existent. This characteristic was among the first that Ron deduced and confirmed, standing as the most pivotal trait in his research on third-tier magic. It serves as the foundation for his studies, as this attribute dramatically reduces the staggering multitude of possibilities, exceeding hundreds of millions, associated with third-tier magic to a mere few 100,000. This figure still allows for the possibility of employing the exhaustive method to explore all options. Furthermore, the discovery of the remaining 3 characteristics further diminishes these possibilities, narrowing them down to under 100,000. Given that there should be multiple forms of third-tier magic, the remaining possibilities theoretically could further reduce the failure rate. With a stroke of luck, merely attempting a small fraction might yield the discovery of a third-tier magic. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Alone on the desolate shores behind the naval headquarters, Ron tirelessly endeavored, scarcely allowing himself a mere 4 hours of rest each day. Dismissing the necessities of food and water, he devoted a staggering 19 hours to exploration, embodying the fervor of a dedicated practitioner. Amidst Ron's relentless and fervent experimentation, the myriad possibilities of third-tier magic combinations were systematically explored and eliminated one after another. On the 5th day, Ron discerned the principles embodied by the 6th derivative rune on the 7th day. Ron has identified the 5th characteristic, further narrowing the scope of exploration. On the 8th day, the 9th day, and the 10th day, he lost count of how many attempts he had made. However, after 10 days of exploration, including the discovery of the 5th characteristic, he realized that the remaining scope of exploration should consist of fewer than 60,000 possibilities. While this number may still seem substantial, it is not overwhelming for Ron, as he can now attempt nearly 1,000 combinations in a single day. Moreover, it is certain that there exist multiple third-level spells, and the correct combination could emerge at any moment. With foundational runes, alongside decomposition, amplification, chaos, and aggregation, Ron stood on the shore, grasping his elven wand. His gaze sparkled as he peered out over the sea. With a mere thought, golden specks of light appeared within the elven orb and swiftly extended into countless lines, forming 9 runes that intertwined. Bang! Just as the runes coalesced, the entire golden formation shattered, unleashing a force akin to a cannonball as it plunged into the sea, sending sprays of water cascading into the air. Ron maintained a serene demeanor, gradually regaining some of his mental fortitude, and embarked on yet another attempt. Each failure, to him, represented a step closer to success. With fundamental runes paired with decomposition, amplification, order, and aggregation, he continued his tranquil endeavors. Over the span of 10 days, he endured more than 10,000 failures, which instilled in him an unwavering calmness, rendering his heart as tranquil as still water, devoid of any tumult. Once more, the 9 runes coalesced. However, this time, as the grand magical array formed, Ron discerned a stark deviation from previous experiences, and his placid gaze momentarily wavered. Without hesitation, he flicked his wand. In an instant, a tempest roared. Approximately several dozen meters away, the azure winds spiraled violently, converging toward the center like a vortex, creating an immense gravitational pull that stirred the surrounding waters into towering waves, swirling toward the epicenter as if summoned by a storm. Even at a distance of several dozen meters, Ron could sense the formidable attraction emanating from the center, as if it sought to draw him into the eye of the tempest. Startled yet resolute, he projected his mental energy outward, resisting the pull and propelling himself backward. Just as he retreated several dozen meters, the swirling waters and storms solidified abruptly, as though time itself had frozen in midair. Then, with a thunderous roar, the azure radiance erupted, and the water drawn toward the center detonated explosively, droplets spraying outward like bullets in every direction. Under Ron's astonished gaze, the sea's surface within a 100-meter radius abruptly caved in, unleashing colossal waves. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in his ears. Notification: you have mastered the third-tier wind magic. Vortex Storm. Notification: you have achieved the title of Master of Magic, earning 3 achievement points. Chapter 68. Absence. Beholding the tumultuous waves surging upon the sea, the astonishment in Ron's eyes gradually faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of joy and accomplishment. Third-tier magic. He had finally mastered it. The power exhibited by this third-tier magic was evidently far greater than his initial estimations, at least tenfold more potent than second-tier magic. Even the combination of second-tier wind and fire magic paled in comparison to the Vortex Storm. Such a strike could not be withstood by Ymir, nor by the brigadier generals of the headquarters. Even the possibility of a major general enduring it remained uncertain. In a single blow, the area spanning hundreds of meters trembled with cataclysmic force. At last, he could engage in battle like a true magician. Ron clapped his hands and laughed. What flying abilities! What defensive spells! The reason he once required these was due to his inability to vanquish the majority of foes with a single blow, lacking sufficient offensive power. Engaging in close combat is a disgrace for a sorcerer. It is precisely because he could not obliterate his adversaries in one fell swoop that he was compelled to descend into melee, much like his previous encounter with Ymir, where even his most formidable attack could merely inflict a slight wound. For a magician, what truly matters is not the defensive enchantments or the thickness of one's blood, but rather the distance to the enemy and the ability to successfully cast spells. Evasion? An impossibility. A formidable spell can encompass a radius of 100 meters, or even extend to a 1,000-meter domain. The highest tier of forbidden magic can annihilate an island with a single strike. The very notion of avoidance is non-existent. As long as one can unleash their magic, it results in an instant kill. This is the essence of a sorcerer. The casting time may be somewhat prolonged. Ron surveyed his surroundings and noticed that the recent commotion had attracted the attention of some naval personnel. Consequently, he departed from the coastline and sought a more secluded location, ascending until the naval headquarters became a mere black in the distance before finally coming to a halt. The tumultuous nature of third-tier magic was too pronounced for practice at the naval base. In the solitude of the open sea, Ron commenced his training. As he honed his skills in the spell known as Vortex Storm, he gradually comprehended the intricate characteristics of this formidable magic. With the aid of his elven wand and his affinity for elemental forces, the energy expenditure for casting Vortex Storm amounted to roughly 1/10 of his total mental capacity. This consumption was remarkably low for Ron, considering it was a third-tier spell and represented his most potent offensive capability. Even a third of his mental energy would be deemed typical. Labeling the 1/10 expenditure as trivial would be an exaggeration. Nonetheless, it could be considered moderately significant, not the kind of ultimate trump card one would reserve for desperate circumstances. This also implied that if a single strike failed to vanquish an adversary, he could unleash a subsequent assault. Regarding casting time, although third-tier magic seemingly escalated from 3 runes to 9, increasing complexity only threefold. The difficulty surged tenfold due to the heightened control required for the 9 runes. Fortunately, after Ron's mental prowess surpassed 100 points, his cognitive processing speed multiplied, allowing him to cast second-tier spells in as little as 0.3 seconds. Under his adept manipulation, the casting time for third-tier magic was swiftly reduced to under 1.5 seconds. As Ron's mental acuity was now far beyond his previous limitations, after merely a dozen practice attempts, his proficiency reached its zenith. This casting time represented his current limit. Only through further enhancement of his mental capacity could he hope to achieve even greater swiftness. Ron gazed pensively at the sea beneath him, contemplating the speed at which an individual of such high rank within the headquarters could utilize the technique known as shave. Among the recruits in the training camp, the more proficient ones could cover a distance of 100 meters in approximately 4 seconds when employing shave. In contrast, a brigadier general like Ymir could likely reduce that time to about 2 seconds. As for a lieutenant general, it might take merely 1 second to traverse the same distance. For Ron, without considering the defenses provided by magical barriers or the stone skin spell, the safe distance for unleashing a Vortex Storm would be around 150 meters. If the Vortex Storm could injure and incapacitate a lieutenant general from headquarters, maintaining that distance would allow him to overcome such an opponent. After mentally simulating various combat scenarios, Ron shook his head slightly, ceasing his deliberations. He realized he had never witnessed a lieutenant general in action, and thus could only infer their strength by extrapolating from Ymir's capabilities, making it exceedingly difficult to ascertain their true prowess. Moreover, not all lieutenant generals are alike, nor are all power users comparable to swordsmen. Perhaps he should seek out a lieutenant general for a sparring session? Ron pondered for a moment, feeling a sudden urge to unleash a whirlpool storm using a vice admiral from the headquarters to observe its effects. Yet it seemed he could only indulge in such thoughts for now. After honing his proficiency in third-tier magic, Ron returned to the naval headquarters. Days later, at the naval headquarters, it was the time for the monthly physical assessment of the new recruits. The naval headquarters did not provide unconditional resources for the new recruits. Supplies such as high-energy Sea King meat and various military equipment were subject to certain restrictions. For established sailors, resources were allocated based on their military achievements, while for new recruits, distribution depended on their performance in the physical assessments. The stronger the recruits, the better their assessment results, and thus the more resources they would receive. The most outstanding among them would even have the opportunity to accompany a vice admiral or rear admiral on missions as probationary sailors. For the new recruits, the chance to earn military achievements was rare. Besides following a vice admiral or rear admiral on missions, they could only earn achievements during training exercises led by Zephyr. Ample military achievements were essential for new recruits to apply for graduation assessments. They could stay in the new recruit camp for a maximum of 3 years. And only by obtaining sufficient military achievements within this time could they qualify for graduation assessments. Those who failed to secure enough achievements would be forced to graduate as the lowest-ranking sailors and would have to start from the bottom. Thus, the monthly physical assessment held immense significance for the new recruits. Before the assessment commenced, for instructors, along with a total of 40 teams of new sailors, had already gathered in the square, lined up, and awaiting instructions. Before long, Zephyr, draped in the naval justice cloak, arrived at the forefront of the square and addressed the 4 instructors in a deep voice. "How is the count? How many are absent this time?" It was common for some recruits to be absent during the monthly physical assessments. Most of these absentees were high-performing recruits who had received opportunities to serve on missions with naval vessels and had yet to return. Others might be excused due to illness or injury. "Report to Mr. Zephyr. There are a total of 14 absentees." Zephyr nodded, taking the list handed to him by one of the instructors. He briefly scanned it and furrowed his brow at the last name. "Naval recruit Ron. Reason for absence? Unknown." Upon reading this, Zephyr's expression darkened. This Ron has even absented himself from the assessment, without reason. Noticing the shift in Zephyr's demeanor, Gumir could not help but whisper. Perhaps he is ill and could not request leave in time. Zephyr shot Gumir a cold glance and replied, "Do not make excuses for him. Such blatant disregard for discipline. No matter how talented he may be, I shall teach him nothing." Upon witnessing Zephyr's demeanor, Gumir could not help but smile wryly in resignation. It was evident that teacher Zephyr was genuinely irked. As for Ron, it is quite natural for a young individual of remarkable prowess to be proud and ambitious. However, at this juncture, it would be prudent for him to adopt a more humble approach to learning. Given Ron's age and capabilities, should he diligently heed Zephyr's guidance, he might attain a level of strength commensurate with that of a rear admiral within merely 2 or 3 years. With an additional 5 or 6 years of perseverance, he could potentially ascend to the ranks of the next candidate for admiral. Yet, should he continue to irritate teacher Zephyr, who may then refuse to instruct him further, he risks embarking on a convoluted path in his training, perhaps taking 5 or 6 years merely to come close to the rear admirals of the headquarters. Such a waste of invaluable time could dim his aspirations of becoming an admiral and reaching the pinnacle of the seas. Chapter 69. An incident occurs just as Gumir lamented Ron's excessive pride. Ron exited the office responsible for new recruits within the naval headquarters. He had come to inquire about the graduation assessment and the process for applying for graduation. Lacking any interest in the physical examination, Ron was contemplating whether to graduate early, which naturally led him to set aside thoughts of the physical assessment. Regarding his application for graduation, the response from the administrative office was that one must possess military achievements equivalent to at least that of a major officer to qualify for the graduation assessment. This stipulation exists because those who pass the graduation evaluation are typically promoted to the rank of major officer at a minimum. Within the naval headquarters, there exists a comprehensive military merit system that dictates the rank an officer may attain based on their achievements. Although there are instances of exceptional promotions, these are rare. The vast majority of advancements are strictly governed by merit. Furthermore, military achievements can be exchanged within the headquarters for esteemed swords, devil fruits, and various resources. The acquisition of military merit is generally based on the execution of missions assigned by the headquarters, and capturing or defeating pirates also yields a certain amount of military merit. Currently, Ron's military achievements stand at a mere 0. Although he previously wreaked havoc in the East Sea, those exploits have only served to secure bounty rewards, thereby disqualifying them from being counted as personal military merit. Is military merit truly necessary? Upon departing from the affairs office, Ron fell into deep contemplation. He indeed yearns for such accolades. After all, graduation is secondary. The primary allure lies in the fact that military merit can be exchanged for devil fruits or renowned swords. The devil fruits possess the remarkable ability to directly enhance one's mental fortitude, while he currently possesses one esteemed blade. By amassing a few more, he could attain the collector achievement on the accomplishments interface, thus earning achievement points. It appears he must engage in some tasks, but it seems that in the training camp, one must achieve a certain level of performance in physical assessments to qualify as a trainee Navy member eligible for mission assignments. Ron couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth at this thought. He absolutely refused to participate in the physical fitness assessment. It would be too damaging to his image. Even if he were to fail the assessment and proceed to undertake missions, there should be alternative avenues to earn military merit. Moreover, the threat posed by Doflamingo still loomed large. Although he had not heard any intelligence regarding Don Quixote since joining the Navy, Doflamingo's nature did not suggest he would graciously forgive the enemies of those he had slain. It was likely he was still monitoring Ron through his network of informants. Even if he were to embark on a mission, he would still face dangers and complications. Ding, 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 ding. Just as Ron was lost in contemplation, the urgent blare of an alarm jolted him back to reality. Instinctively, he turned his head and saw numerous naval officers rushing into the corridor, hastening upstairs. Having been at Navy headquarters for a month, Ron had yet to witness such a scene, but he could easily surmise that something significant must have occurred. A flicker of thought crossed his mind, and he entered God mode, making his way upstairs, his gaze quickly settling on an office. In God mode, his perspective allowed him to see through walls and hear sounds from afar. Everything within the office was crystal clear to him. The instigators were members of the Jack pirate crew, led by the captain known as Dead Sword Jack, who bore a bounty of 140 million berries and was a notorious supernova in the first half of the Grand Line. It took considerable audacity to cause a ruckus in Spade. Upon hearing this, Vice Admiral Spider of the headquarters let out a cold snort, his expression darkening as he inquired, "Have the celestial dragons been disturbed?" The Spade archipelago was a place where pirates and the Navy shared an unspoken understanding. The Navy rarely apprehended pirates in Spade, not out of a desire to allow them passage to the New World, but because Spade was the backyard of the celestial dragons, who roamed the islands daily. Any attempt to capture pirates would inevitably create a commotion, and should they cross paths with the celestial dragons, they would be met with indiscriminate reprimands, or worse, the possibility of being shot at if the dragons were displeased. Because of this, the Navy typically refrained from capturing pirates in Spade. Likewise, pirates generally avoided causing disturbances there. On one hand, Spade's proximity to the Navy headquarters served as a formidable deterrent, while on the other hand, if they remained peaceful, the Navy would not pursue them, resulting in a state of relative tranquility in Spade. Yet exceptions always existed. Now was one such exception, as pirates were indeed causing trouble in Spade. "No," replied the naval major, reporting the situation in a hushed tone. Jack and his crew targeted the auction taking place in Spade, seizing a substantial amount of funds and treasures gathered for the event. Upon hearing the major's response, Vice Admiral Spider exhaled in relief. As long as the celestial dragons were not involved, all would be well. The moment they became entangled with the celestial dragons, even the Navy would find themselves in dire straits. After a moment of respite, Spider's expression turned stern once more as he demanded, "What about the station troops in Spade? Have they surrounded the perpetrators?" Major Satcher has successfully encircled the enemy forces. However, Jack's group possesses formidable combat prowess, and Satcher's troops find themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle, unable to prevent the enemy's breakout. The captain swiftly reported the situation in Spade. Satcher, an elite rear admiral stationed at the naval headquarters, conducts routine patrols to maintain order, swiftly quelling any disturbances caused by pirates. Yet this time, they are confronted with a notorious rookie with a bounty exceeding 100 million, a challenge that is indeed comprehensible. "I understand," Ghost Spider nodded, promptly dialing the phone bug for the highest command at naval headquarters to relay the situation, suggesting immediate support. "I shall personally attend to this matter." Upon receiving the report, Sengoku's expression turned grave. Just as he was about to give the necessary orders, another phone bug on his desk began to ring. "Sengoku, it's Zephyr. What brings you to call?" "Something amiss in Spade." "Isn't it?" "Yes, there are disturbances caused by rookies." "Leave it to me. I will handle it and take the new recruits along." Hearing Zephyr's words, Sengoku's brow relaxed, and he chuckled. Your involvement is most fortuitous. It's best that the celestial dragons remain unbothered. After terminating the call with Zephyr, Sengoku picked up Ghost Spider's phone again and stated, You heard that, right? There's no need for you to manage the situation in Spade. Understood, Ghost Spider replied promptly. Zephyr, once a peer of Sengoku and a formidable vice admiral, had not engaged in battle for many years and recently lost an arm while protecting his students. Yet his strength undeniably surpassed Ghost Spider's. With Zephyr leading the charge, there would be no cause for concern. Dismissed, Ghost Spider said, his demeanor easing as he addressed the multitude of officers in the office. He opened the door and scanned the corridor, noting the absence of any onlookers, yet a slight furrow formed on his brow. There lingered a peculiar sensation, as if he were under clandestine scrutiny. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Chapter 70, Spade Archipelago, those who achieved scores exceeding 90 in the last assessment. Gather here, Zephyr called out to the throng of new recruits in the plaza before the naval headquarters, having just ended his call. The selected recruits quickly converged amidst a buzz of excitement. There's been a pirate disturbance in Spade, and I have been tasked with suppressing it. You shall accompany me as part of a live combat exercise, Zephyr announced, striding towards the port. Upon hearing his words, the chosen recruits exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with exhilaration. It was a rare opportunity to embark on a real combat mission under the guidance of the esteemed Chief Instructor Zephyr. Those who have achieved scores exceeding 90, while able to join temporary fleets as trainee sailors to undertake missions, often face perilous challenges, with little assurance of protection in times of danger. However, the situation is markedly different under Zepha's command. He ensures their safety, intervening only in critical moments, yet guaranteeing that their lives remain secure. Furthermore, as trainee sailors dispatched on missions, the accolades they earn are typically minimal, even if one single-handedly defeats a formidable pirate. The military merits are frequently divided among commanders and other officers. However, accompanying Zepha on missions ensures that their military achievements remain intact, unshared by higher-ranking officials. The other recruits continued with their assessments, while Zepha led the numerous new soldiers towards the port, speaking without looking back. Those newcomers who had not attained the 90-point threshold gazed enviously as Zepha and his cohort departed. Zepha's current assignment to suppress the disturbances in Spade stems, in part, from his dissatisfaction regarding Ron, and also from the unsettling influence that Ron's previous confrontation with Gumir has incited. Ron's physical fitness is notoriously poor, a fact well known among the recruits. Yet, despite his shortcomings, he managed to suppress Instructor Gumir with the power of a certain devil fruit. This revelation dealt a significant blow to many recruits who had been diligently training but still found themselves at a considerable disadvantage compared to Gumir, particularly affecting the elite among them. Consequently, a sense of confusion emerged among the recruits, with some even developing an intense desire to become users of such powers. This trend must be curtailed. The most effective method to do so is to allow the recruits to witness the formidable strength of physical prowess. When physical techniques are sufficiently powerful, a single punch can split mountains and islands. What can a devil fruit ability do against that? Zepha aims to instill in the recruits the understanding that those like Ron, who rely on their fruit abilities while neglecting physical training, are treading a misguided path and will never become true warriors. At Spade Archipelago, outside a dilapidated auction house, numerous Navy personnel are engaged in fierce combat with pirates. The Navy outnumbers the pirates by far, boasting over 1,000 soldiers. Yet they are continuously forced back against a mere group of several dozen pirates, barely managing to contain them and prevent their escape. Where are the reinforcements from headquarters? A colonel, fending off a pirate with his sword, shouted at a liaison officer. The officer, clutching a transponder snail, replied, They should be arriving soon. Headquarters mentioned that Commander Zepha is bringing the recruits to assist. Commander Zepha? The colonel paused momentarily. Then his expression brightened as he bellowed to the many Navy officers on the battlefield. Do not allow Jack and his crew to break through. Commander Zepha is personally coming to our aid. He will arrive imminently. Upon hearing the colonel's words, many Navy officers felt their morale surge. Most of them were Zepha's former students, and even those who weren't had heard of Zepha, the former admiral. With Zepha's personal support, they just needed to hold the line a little longer, and the pirates would be trapped. Zepha? Who is that? Many of the pirates had never heard of Zepha's name. Among those who had, a sense of dread washed over them, and one pirate called out to Captain Jack, Captain, this is bad. Zepha is on his way. That guy is a former admiral. An admiral? At the center of the battle, A man wielding an eerie long sword made of bones smirked at the news. Although he was a former admiral, I would rather not cross paths with him. Could you kindly clear the way? Jack, gripping his death sword, turned his gaze toward the rear admiral. Satcher, wielding a standard Navy sword, was panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, yet his expression remained icy. Commander Zifa is coming in person. Your journey ends here. Regrettably, Jack sighed, stating, having stolen billions of berries, how can I be stopped here by you Navy folk? If you insist on not letting me pass, then I suppose I must eliminate you. As Jack spoke, gripping his bone sword, a sudden change enveloped him, his complexion paling as if all the blood had drained from his body. Sacker, sensing the ominous shift, instinctively felt alarmed. Yet, as Jack charged towards him, he could only brace himself and parry with his sword, unwilling to let his opponent pass. Clang! Clash! The two figures collided before swiftly passing each other. In an instant, the specter of Dead Sword Jack materialized 7 or 8 meters behind Sacker, gripping the bone sword with a ghostly pallor, a fissure abruptly appearing on his shoulder. Blood splattering forth. Before the naval forces could express their relief, Sacker staggered, a mouthful of blood erupting from him, revealing a grievous wound stretching from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, a near-fatal gash. Thud! Sacker attempted to prop himself up with his sword. Yet after a brief tremor, he succumbed to the ground. Silence enveloped the scene. After a moment of stunned disbelief, the nearby Navy personnel displayed expressions of sheer horror, their eyes reflecting deep-seated fear. Major Sacker, one of the sailors, exclaimed in terror. Dead Sword Jack slowly straightened, coughing softly, his demeanor sickly. Yet the glint of cold malice in his eyes sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld him. I apologize, but I have no desire to encounter any former admirals at this moment. All right, lads, let us depart. With Jack's command, a sinister glee spread among the pirates, their momentum swelling as they surged forward. The naval forces, stricken by dread at the sight of Dead Sword Jack advancing with his sword, instinctively retreated. Some, shouting in fury, charged forth but were swiftly cleaved in two by Jack's blade. In mere moments, the Navy was in disarray. Sacker lay gravely injured on the ground, and with no one left to impede Dead Sword Jack, the encirclement crumbled in less than half a minute. Chase! Do not let them escape. Teacher Zephyr is nearly here, cried a naval colonel, glaring at Jack's retreating form. Yet despite the urgency, the remaining sailors exchanged glances of trepidation, fear evident in their expressions. No one dared to intercept Jack and his crew. Instead, they armed their firearms and cannons, pursuing from a distance with desperate shots. With no one daring to confront them, Jack and his crew accelerated, swiftly widening the gap between themselves and the Navy, racing towards the coastline. At the shore, a ship, ensconced in peculiar bubbles and fully equipped for submersion, awaited, ready to journey to the depths and through Fishman Island to the New World. Ha ha ha! Off to the New World! Foolish Nami, no na fortifies. The sight of their ship brought forth raucous laughter from the pirates. Chapter 71. Zephyr, you have arrived too late. Look over there, a warship. Numerous naval officers pursued Jack and his crew from behind, chasing them all the way to the coastline. Some sailors gazed into the distance and spotted a warship approaching from afar. It was Zifa's ship. Alas, it seemed they were running out of time. A sense of urgency swept through the sailors, but their expressions soon turned grim. They could not stop Jack's crew. Their vessel was already coated, and once they boarded, they could plunge beneath the waves. Once submerged, the warship would be unable to catch up as it lacked the necessary coating. Damn it! Hold them back! Break their coating! A naval colonel shouted furiously, unleashing a barrage of gunfire toward Jack's crew and their ship. However, Jack's crew was well aware of the Navy's intentions to sabotage their vessel. Each member utilized their respective abilities to intercept the bullets and shells. Occasionally, 1 or 2 bullets managed to penetrate the coating, yet they failed to rupture the resilient bubble. In the distance, the approaching warship indeed belonged to Zifa. On board, Zifa observed the battle unfolding on the coast. It seems I'm cutting it close, he exclaimed. Increased the ship's power to the maximum. On the deck, numerous recruits gathered, their expressions tense as they watched the unfolding conflict. They were astonished that the pirates had broken through the encirclement and were about to submerge. Zifa glanced at the scene, his eyes flickering slightly, yet his demeanor remained calm. There is no need for haste. Today, I shall impart a lesson to you. As long as your physical training is sufficient, even a vast ocean can be crossed. He continued, with strong enough physical prowess, one could traverse the sea and swim through windless zones. As Zifa's steady voice resonated, he suddenly vanished, gliding with astonishing speed far surpassing that of the warship. racing toward the coastline. Witnessing this, many naval recruits turned their attention to him. Meanwhile, at the coastline, Dead Sword Jack's crew had already boarded the coated vessel. "Captain Jack, there's a warship. The Navy has sent reinforcements. Not to worry, they won't make it in time," Jack replied, gripping his bone sword, a hint of disdain crossing his pale, bloodless face. "Block the cannon fire, protect the coating. We're about to dive." "Understood." The pirates responded, simultaneously fending off the gunfire from the shore while beginning their descent. However, just as their vessel had barely submerged, the multitude of naval officers along the coastline abruptly ceased their fire, gazing upwards in a daze. Upon noticing the cessation of the naval assault, the pirates aboard the ship were momentarily taken aback, instinctively contemplating the notion that their adversaries had exhausted their ammunition. Yet soon after, someone observed the expressions of the soldiers on the shore, prompting them to follow their gaze upwards. In the air, at an altitude of approximately several dozen meters from the ground, there appeared Ron, clad in the pristine uniform of a rookie recruit. It was unclear how he had ascended to that height, but he maintained an expression of calm, gently gripping his elven wand, suspended above the entire Dead Sword pirate crew. Is that attire typical for a recruit? The naval officers on the shore stared at Ron in the sky, momentarily bewildered. Meanwhile, the pirates aboard Jack's ship blinked in astonishment, their faces reflecting a mix of confusion and surprise. "Who is that?" Dead Sword Jack furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Ron suspended above. A naval officer? Clearly, he was no ordinary individual to be able to fly. Although his attire appeared somewhat peculiar, he likely belonged to the Navy. Nevertheless, in just 10 seconds, their ship would plunge beneath the waves, rendering the situation inconsequential. What means of attack could the opponent possibly employ within that brief span to breach their protective coating? Moreover, he remained aboard the ship, not yet in a weakened state, still possessing formidable combat prowess. Dead Sword Jack coldly regarded the figure in the sky, gripping his bone sword, prepared to observe any tactics employed by Ron above and readying himself to counter any forthcoming assault. And in the next moment, Ron made a move. Under the gaze of the dazed Navy personnel along the shore, as well as the notorious pirate, Dead Sword Jack, Ron gently pointed his enchanted wand downward. In an instant, the wind across several hundred meters of sea fell utterly silent. Something ominous was approaching. Dead Sword Jack, sensing the impending danger from Ron's actions, instinctively felt alarmed. However, before he could take any action, the sea within a 100-meter radius erupted into a howling tempest. Countless gusts of wind swirled and converged, forming a visible azure vortex above the ship. The ferocious hurricane whipped the surrounding waters into a frenzy, causing the entire vessel to quiver violently, as if it were about to be wrenched from the sea and drawn into the azure maelstrom. Damn it! Dead Sword Jack realized the ship's protective membrane was on the verge of shattering, his expression shifting dramatically. After cursing vehemently, he leaped without hesitation, piercing through the membrane, and ascended into the air. With a fierce swing of his sword, a white blade of energy cleaved toward the azure vortex. Yet, before the sword's energy could strike the vortex, the tumultuous waters, the impending rupture of the membrane, and the ship nearly being lifted from the ocean, all came to an abrupt halt. Then, under the intense gaze of Dead Sword Jack, whose pupils dilated in shock, the azure vortex erupted in a flash of white light, followed by a thunderous explosion. Boom! The world fell into silence. It was as if a missile had detonated upon the shore, with the air generating a visible shockwave that radiated outward in all directions. The area within 100 meters, along with Dead Sword Jack and his crew, was enveloped in azure light, while the sea beneath them suddenly concaved, giving rise to towering waves that surged outward. What is happening? The multitude of Navy personnel on the shore stood in stunned silence, witnessing this spectacle. On the deck of a distant warship, numerous naval recruits gazed at the scene along the coast, their expressions reflecting a mix of astonishment and disbelief. With a thunderous crash, the colossal waves descended, causing the sea to churn violently. Countless shattered wooden fragments scattered in all directions, gradually disappearing into the tumultuous waters. The entire ship of the Jack pirate crew had vanished without a trace. Amidst the chaos in the sky, a figure remained suspended, frozen in the act of defending with his sword, drenched in blood, resembling a figure of crimson. It was none other than Dead Sword Jack. He faced upward toward Ron, and despite being soaked in blood, the look of terror and incredulity was still evident on his face. Without a sound, Dead Sword Jack plummeted from the sky. Ron gazed with an expression of indifference at the fallen Dead Sword Jack, who plummeted into the sea. Dead Sword Jack was a swordsman, devoid of the ability to wield armament hockey. although he made a desperate attempt to cleave through a portion of the wind blast at the last moment. He was ultimately engulfed and met his demise on the spot. The fact that he was not shattered into mere fragments was a testament to the resilience of his flesh. As he watched Jack descend into the ocean, blood began to spread across the surface, prompting Ron to turn his gaze towards the distance. Where Zephyr had just arrived at the shore, his countenance shrouded in silence. My apologies, Instructor Zephyr, for your tardiness. The 5th chapter beckons for recommendations. The explosive debut of a new book is often deemed a taboo. However, these 5 chapters, which form a coherent narrative, have led me to hesitate before deciding to present them all at once. This new book has faced numerous tribulations, having been subjected to severe scrutiny upon its release, necessitating revisions, followed by the blockade of chapter reviews and critiques. These developments have caused me considerable distress. Now that the initial release period has passed, the significance of recommendation votes has waned. I merely seek this wave of support for a semblance of reassurance. The 5th chapter implores for recommendations. Your support is cherished. Chapter 72, Sengoku and Kizuru Naval Headquarters. In the office of the Fleet Admiral, the atmosphere was tense. Has something happened in Spade? How alarming. If we have provoked the celestial dragons, our navy will surely face their scorn for failing in our duties before the world government, Kizuru remarked. Seated on the sofa with a cup of tea in hand, having just arrived to hear the news of the pirate disturbances in the Spade archipelago. Sengoku, seated behind his desk, nodded in agreement. It is fortunate that the celestial dragons were not involved. Zephyr has already gone to address the situation. We should receive a prompt response. Just as Sengoku finished speaking, the din-din mushy on the desk began to ring. Sengoku answered, Hello, this is Sengoku. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. This is from the Spade archipelago, came the voice of a Navy officer from the other end. Sengoku nodded, casually flipping through the documents on his desk, and continued. Has Zephyr arrived? Please report on the specifics. Teacher Zephyr has indeed arrived. The Jack pirates have been utterly annihilated, all executed on the spot, with no personnel taken captive, replied the officer, though a hint of hesitation lingered in his words. Sengoku sensed the uncertainty on the other end of the line, yet his attention was drawn to the fact that there were no survivors from the Jack pirates, his gaze sharpening. Zephyr, his disdain for pirates is growing increasingly pronounced. Kizuru, seated on the nearby sofa, took a sip of tea and remarked, he has now commenced a ruthless slaughter, leaving no survivors. The non-lethal admiral of yesteryear has long departed. The gaze of Sengoku was somewhat somber as he sighed. He could comprehend Zephyr's change in temperament. After all, Zephyr had ascended through the ranks of the Navy without ever taking the life of a pirate, only to suffer the loss of his family at the hands of pirates and endure the grievous injury of losing an arm. Were he in Zephyr's position, he too would likely transform. However, executing pirates on the spot does not constitute a transgression. Capturing them alive for public execution would certainly be preferable, but if that proves impossible, then shooting them dead on the scene is acceptable as well. Understood. Sengoku did not respond to Kizuru, but instead seized the transponder snail, addressing the voice on the other end with a serious tone before preparing to hang up. At that moment, however, a hesitant voice came through, saying, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. What is it? Sengoku's hand froze mid-air before he picked up the receiver once more to inquire. The voice on the other end paused for several seconds before stammering, The Jack pirates were not eliminated by Teacher Zephyr. Sengoku was taken aback. It wasn't Zephyr's doing? Then who was responsible? It was a new recruit. A new recruit? Sengoku expressed a hint of astonishment. Nearby, Kizuru on the sofa momentarily halted his movements, casting a sidelong glance and remarking, a new recruit managed to vanquish a pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 100 million? How terrifying. Has Teacher Zephyr once again trained a monstrous recruit? Kizaru, having once been one of those monstrous newcomers himself, found his own words lacking in genuine weight, and Sengoku, dismissing Kizaru's comment, sought further details with an inquisitive gaze. The Navy officer on the other end of the transponder snail swiftly relayed the specifics of how Ron had obliterated the Jack pirates in a single blow. Upon hearing the report, Sengoku fell silent, and Kizuru, too, remained quiet. If the new recruit had indeed relied on sheer combat prowess to annihilate a pirate crew with such a hefty bounty, it was indeed astonishing, yet manageable. However, to wipe out the entire Jack pirates in one fell swoop, including the captain, Deadly Jack, was beyond the capabilities of ordinary strength. Even the vice admirals at headquarters might struggle to achieve such a feat. Kizuru, too, appeared somewhat astonished. Such an accomplishment could likely only have been achieved by himself, Akiji, and Akainu during their time, leveraging the formidable powers of their Logia-type devil fruits. It was unexpected to see another newcomer of such caliber emerge in this generation. After a few moments of silence, Sengoku gradually broke into a smile. The fact that Zephyr had trained yet another remarkable recruit was undoubtedly a source of joy for him. If a new recruit possessed such strength, ascending to the rank of Vice Admiral within a few years would be almost assured. Even if they did not reach the levels of Akiji or Kizaru, they could very well become a candidate for Admiral. Is Zephyr there? Please pass the transponder snail to him. I wish to have a word. Sengoku smiled as he opened the conversation, wishing to discuss the newcomer with Zephyr and gain a deeper understanding. The naval officer on the other end acknowledged him, and then the transponder snail fell silent. After half a minute, Zephyr's voice emerged. Is it you, Sengoku? Indeed, Sengoku replied, holding the transponder snail with a chuckle. Zephyr, you sly one. I thought you had taken on this task to showcase your might to the recruits. Little did I know you were merely setting the stage for your protege to shine brilliantly. Silence lingered on Zephyr's end. Sengoku, undeterred, continued with a jovial tone. How long have you been training this recruit? When do you plan to graduate him? I could arrange a suitable position for him. Yet, Zephyr remained silent. It was only then that Sengoku realized something was amiss. His curiosity piqued. Zephyr, what's the matter? Are you not planning to graduate him? At that level of skill, further training seems rather futile. He must fight strong opponents to grow stronger. Still, Zephyr did not respond. Just as Sengoku was about to continue, the transponder snail emitted the sound of a disconnection, causing him to pause mid-sentence, his expression turning to one of astonishment. Zephyr, did you just hang up? Intrigued, he noted. This seems rather interesting. Kizaru, seated on the sofa, also displayed a glimmer of interest, remarking, it seems Teacher Zephyr is not one to boast excessively. This newcomer must have some issues. Sengoku's expression stiffened for a few seconds before he slowly lowered the transponder snail, frowning at it thoughtfully. He then turned to his subordinate by the door and issued a low command. Go, gather some intelligence on that newcomer. Understood, the colonel replied. This left Sengoku in the room, perplexed, while Kizaru wore an expression akin to that of an onlooker at a spectacle. Kizaru and Zephyr had always been at odds. During their time in the recruit camp, Zephyr frequently reprimanded him, forcing rigorous physical training. Sensing Zephyr's apparent displeasure earlier, Kizaru couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. Soon, intelligence regarding Ron arrived at the office. After reviewing it, Sengoku's mouth twitched, revealing a bitter smile, while Kizaru, upon reading it, wore a somewhat peculiar expression. Teacher Zephyr has indeed encountered a true rebel. Looking over the information, Kizaru found himself reveling in the misfortune of others. Even during his own time, he had never so thoroughly opposed Zephyr. He had not even skipped classes. It was no wonder Zephyr's attitude had been so strange during Sengoku's earlier call. Reflecting on Zephyr's expression then, it must have been quite the spectacle. 2 days later, after the military merit from the annihilation of the Jack Pirates was tallied and confirmed, a total of 21,000 military merits were awarded, propelling Ron to become the highest achiever among the current recruits in the base. Chapter 73. Cultivation Direction. The total bounty for all the crew members of the Jack Pirate crew is approximately a little over 200 million, seemingly determined by the bounties set by the world government. Ron stepped out of the administrative office, stroking his chin in contemplation. At the naval headquarters, a mere 2,000 merit points would suffice for a promotion to the rank of major, while 5,000 points would elevate one to lieutenant colonel, and 10,000 points would confer the rank of colonel. The rank of brigadier general, however, necessitated a significant 30,000 merit points. This implies that Ron, should he directly apply for the graduation assessment and succeed, would instantly attain the rank of colonel. Furthermore, should he acquire an additional 9,000 merit points and pass the graduation examination, he could ascend to the rank of brigadier general. While this may appear deceptively straightforward, the reality is that accruing merit points within the Navy is a formidable challenge. Once one becomes an official member of the Navy, even defeating a squadron of pirates individually results in merit points being proportionally distributed among the subordinates, making it impossible to claim them solely for oneself. The only exception lies with the new recruits. In the new recruits camp, these novices enjoy a unique privilege regarding merit points. They can earn points individually without the need to share them with anyone else. If Ron were to command a brigade as a brigadier general and vanquish the Jack Pirate crew, he might only personally receive around 14,000 points out of the 21,000 points earned, as 1/3 would be allocated to various ranks of subordinates. He resolved to seek opportunities to amass the remaining 9,000 merit points. Ron did not rush to apply for early graduation. After learning about the conditions and distribution related to military merit, he contemplated accumulating 30,000 points of military merit before submitting his graduation application, deeming it a more prudent choice. The rank of Major General was secondary. The crux lay in the 30,000 military merits, which could be exchanged for a devil fruit at the naval headquarters. Although it was merely the most ordinary of the zoan-type fruits, to Ron, any ability bestowed by devil fruit was invaluable. For him, it represented an enhancement. Upon departing from the naval headquarters, Ron soared towards the coastline. Having reached a mental prowess of 100 points, he had become increasingly adept at utilizing his mental energy, rendering his physical body nearly obsolete for most actions. Even walking had been supplanted by flight. Beyond mere flight, Ron had also mastered a spiraling technique in his manipulation and development of mental energy, enabling him to generate a continuously rotating mental energy barrier around his body. This swirling mental force exhibited superior resilience and strength compared to linear forms. In comparison to magical barriers, the mental energy shield proved to be more agile and comprehensive, covering all angles. While its defensive capabilities might not rival those of magical barriers, it was still sufficient to withstand lower-tier spells. Ordinary bullets from firearms would be effortlessly deflected by this mental energy barrier. Moreover, the most critical aspect was that this technique relied solely on mental energy, posing no conflict with magical abilities, thus allowing for simultaneous use. In other words, when confronted with challenging battles, Ron could first employ the Stone Skin spell, then activate the mental energy barrier, and in the face of formidable attacks, he could further invoke a magical barrier. With 3 layers of protection stacked, it would be virtually impossible for an average vice admiral to strike him down or severely injure him in a direct confrontation. Additionally, Ron, through his profound exploration of wind magic, has developed an auxiliary wind spell capable of enhancing his agility and speed, coupled with an impressive mental prowess reaching 100 points. His flight speed is remarkably swift, even without employing the heavy pressure technique. It would be exceedingly challenging for an ordinary rear admiral to keep pace with him using the moon step. After all, the moon step relies on formidable physical strength to traverse the void, rather than embodying true flight capabilities. Its essence lies in agility rather than velocity. The speed attained by treading upon air is naturally inferior to that achieved when moving across solid ground with the shave technique. On the ground, Ron's speed may pale in comparison to that of a vice admiral, and even a rear admiral could outpace him. However, once he ascends into the sky and utilizes the heavy pressure technique, Ron surmises that even a vice admiral from his division would find it exceedingly difficult to pursue him using the moon step. When faced with a vice admiral lacking aerial capabilities, even if victory is elusive, he possesses sufficient means for self-preservation. This is the confidence Ron currently harbors. In truth, with his elemental affinity, Ron no longer harbors significant fear of Doflamingo's threats. He can retreat into the sea, a realm inaccessible to Doflamingo. Unless he encounters Doflamingo on an island, unable to escape to the shoreline in time, he can simply dive beneath the waves. Regardless of Doflamingo's strength, he cannot follow him into the depths. Nevertheless, even if he can ensure his safety, being forced to retreat to the seabed would undeniably be a disgraceful predicament, tarnishing the pride and dignity of a mage. His true aspiration lies in standing aloft, wand in hand, and with a single strike, reducing Doflamingo to mere dust. Lost in these thoughts, Ron's mind momentarily wandered. After a brief interval, he regained his focus, summoned the achievement system, and navigated to the achievement interface. Notably, some achievements only manifest upon fulfilling certain conditions, prompting Ron to check periodically to avoid overlooking any worthwhile endeavors. Upon this occasion, he was slightly taken aback to discover a new achievement titled Naval Officer, with the requirement of attaining the rank of Naval Officer. It appears that graduating as a rear admiral would not only be timely, but also allow him to achieve another milestone. After a moment of slight surprise, Ron smiled. His current total achievement points had reached 62. When his mental strength surpassed 100 points, his total achievement points were at 54. Following this breakthrough, he first mastered 3rd-tier magic, earning 3 achievement points for the Master of Magic accolade. Additionally, the annihilation of the Jack pirate crew resulted in the simultaneous accomplishment of 4 achievements. A glimmer of brilliance. First to slay a pirate with a bounty exceeding 30 million berries. Renowned. First to slay a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. Overzealous. To destroy a ship of medium size or larger. Sword and Magic Eye. To slay a swordsman using magic. These 4 achievements collectively granted Ron an impressive total of 5 achievement points, with Renown contributing 2 points, while the others added 1 point each. Notably, the last two were hidden achievements that Ron had not previously encountered in the achievement interface. Furthermore, these recently unveiled achievements were not singular. Both were part of series. Following Overzealous, there were two additional achievements, just a Itch and Destruction Frenzy, which required the destruction of 10 medium-sized or larger ships, with at least one being a large sailing vessel, and 30 medium-sized or larger ships, with at least 3 being large sailing vessels, respectively. As for Sword of Magic I, it had a sequel, Sword of Magic II, which necessitated the defeat of a great swordsman, an aspiration that presently lay beyond Ron's contemplation. He was uncertain even about the criteria for distinguishing a great swordsman. The Flower Sword user Vista from the Whitebeard Pirates seemed to be classified merely as a formidable swordsman rather than a great one. To date, it appeared that only Mihawk had been confirmed to be a great swordsman. Mihawk was a far more formidable and challenging adversary than Doflamingo, and aside from him, the few who could be deemed great swordsmen were the pinnacle of power in the vast ocean. At this stage, Ron had yet to reach that realm. Ron's current objective is to diligently acquire achievement points while expeditiously delving into the third-tier fire and earth magic, as well as the second-tier guardian magic, to address these gaps. Among these, the second-tier guardian magic holds the highest priority. This is primarily due to the overwhelming power and lengthy casting time of the third-tier wind magic. Even if one were to master the third-tier fire magic, it would likely prove difficult to create combination spells akin to those of the first and second tiers. The inability to forge combination spells renders the exploration of third-tier fire magic rather insignificant, providing minimal enhancement to one's capabilities. Conversely, should he succeed in uncovering the second-tier guardian magic, the resultant improvement would undoubtedly be substantial. Chapter 74, Scholar, Derivative Runes of the Guardian System. Ron pondered for a moment. He had yet to embark on the study of the derived runes of the Guardian System. For delving into such complexities prior to achieving a mental prowess of 100 points was exceedingly arduous. The derived runes of the Guardian System were, in size, tenfold greater than the fundamental elemental runes of wind, fire, and earth, and the intricate possibilities they presented were exponentially more complex. Even with a mere tenfold increase, or even 100-fold, Ron's current cognitive speed and mental capacity would allow him to explore them through exhaustive methods, as his mental agility had far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. However, in reality, the size of the runes exceeded tenfold, bringing forth complexities akin to the leap from single-digit to 4- or 5-digit numbers. At this level, a brute force approach of attempting one numeral at a time was insufficient. Rather, one must possess ample knowledge regarding the runes. Previously, Ron's understanding of runes had been superficial, but now, after delving into third-tier magic, his comprehension had evolved from a mere surface grasp to a profound exploration. He had come to realize that runes were not mere constructs, but rather instruments that epitomized the perfect application of energy. Indeed, runes were tools, exquisitely perfect tools, akin to gunpowder, steam engines, and generators in the realm of science, all fundamentally serving the purpose of energy transformation, with runes being the most flawless, achieving an operational efficiency of 100%. Long ago, Ron inadvertently crafted flawed runes resembling derivative runes. Although these runes were effective, they paled in comparison to the truly perfect runes validated by the achievement system, both in terms of durability and refinement. Presently, if Ron were to harness the power of elemental affinity to explore the application of elements, the culmination of his research would undoubtedly yield the elemental runes provided by the achievement system. In essence, the achievement system allows him to bypass the arduous and knowledge-intensive step of self-creating magic, directly granting him the flawless runes that stand at the pinnacle of magical achievement. Otherwise, to embark on the journey of exploring elemental application from a blank slate devoid of runes would be an insurmountable task for any individual. It necessitates a magical realm, where countless brilliant archmages dedicate their lifetimes to exploration and legacy. Upon realizing that runes serve merely as tools, Ron comprehended why each derivative rune possesses its own distinct meaning, such as decomposition, aggregation, chaos, and order. However, he currently lacks the ability to reverse engineer and grasp the essence of a rune. In other words, he is yet unable to deconstruct the tool of runes to understand its composition, what each line and intricate pattern signifies in terms of components and functions. Nevertheless, he has discerned the overarching meanings represented by the various runes: decomposition, aggregation, chaos, order, derivation, destruction, amplification, and attenuation. Whether pertaining to fire, earth, or wind elements, These 8 derivative runes embody these 8 concepts revolving around the core elemental runes. These 8 derivative runes can be categorized into 4 pairs of opposing runes: decomposition and aggregation, chaos and order, derivation and destruction, amplification and attenuation. Even when present within the same spell, opposing pairs such as decomposition and aggregation cannot be adjacent. They must be separated by other runes, akin to how water and electricity must remain apart within a machine to prevent interference. During his exploration of the third-tier wind magic, Ron thoroughly grasped the meanings of all 8 derivative runes and uncovered a 5th characteristic, successfully mastering the third-tier magic. The 5 characteristics of magic, as he understands them, correspond precisely to these 4 pairs of opposing runes, plus the necessity of the foundational rune serving as the core of the magic, totaling 5. Armed with this knowledge, it becomes considerably easier for Ron to delve into the third-tier fire and earth magic, akin to having an equation to solve rather than laboriously calculating each number one by one. The disparity in difficulty is not even comparable. It remains uncertain when Nami will embark on an exploration divergent from my own, enabling the accumulation of such magical knowledge at a swifter pace. Ron couldn't help but murmur to himself. Considering Nami's current level, it seems a bit premature for her to delve into the realm of magical knowledge. At this stage, Nami is still in need of learning, and there remains a significant gap between her and him. Ron now vaguely comprehends the sensation akin to that of a leading scholar at the forefront of technology in a previous life. Everything necessitates his own exploration and innovation as he stands at the pinnacle of the world. It is precisely for this reason that wizards are esteemed, proud, and noble. In a certain sense, they embody the apex scholars of the world, laboring tirelessly for the advancement of humanity. Each step they take forward propels the entire world onward. Alas, this is the world of One Piece. Contemplating this, Ron cannot help but sigh. In a realm where magic had yet to flourish to its zenith, and perfect runes remained undiscovered, he might have merely needed to present a flawless rune to be revered as a grand sorcerer by countless admirers. However, in this world of One Piece, merit speaks volumes. Knowledge can only serve as a tool for enhancing one's power, leaving little room for other applications. His thoughts return to the protective runes. For Ron, the challenge of these protective runes lies in their distinction from the elemental runes. They possess only 6 derivative runes rather than 8, lacking a corresponding set of opposing runes. Are they simply a diminished set of contrasting runes, or are all 6 fundamentally different? Ron pondered over the matter, believing that it was unlikely for all 6 to be entirely distinct. At least a few should correspond to the meanings represented by the 8 elemental runes. If this conjecture held true, then embarking on this line of reasoning could circumvent a portion of the convoluted path, for with an understanding of the corresponding significances, Ron, already versed in certain aspects of runic knowledge, could easily avoid many glaringly simplistic errors. Furthermore, Ron speculated that the derived runes of the Eternal Rune likely lacked one set, which he tentatively identified as the pair of Chaos and Order. In contrast to the elemental runes, the Eternal Rune is fixed and everlasting, reliant solely on mental prowess and devoid of the elemental constituents of the external world. Thus, the concepts of chaos and order should not exist within its framework, as eternity, in a certain sense, appears to encapsulate the pinnacle of both order and chaos. Chapter 75. The Apprentice Sailor. With these deductions in mind, Ron commenced his exploration of the Guardian System runes. He chose to first experiment with the derived rune that he understood most profoundly, one that he was on the verge of deconstructing to unveil its fundamental mysteries. Representing amplification, this particular rune could be deemed omnipresent in the majority of his current spells, whether it be the Great Windblade, the Fierce Wind Slash, or the Fire Element's Explosive Flame technique. Due to its prevalence across most spells, Ron possessed the greatest familiarity with it. The derived runes of the Guardian System should also be divided into core and outer layers. The core corresponds to the foundational rune, remaining unaltered and unnecessary to change, while modifications pertain to the structure of the outer layer. Ron pondered deeply. His exploration of runes was no longer in its infancy. He swiftly identified the initial direction, first analyzing the core and outer regions of the Guardian runes. This segment did not consume much of Ron's time, as he had references to guide him, and his mental acuity, thought speed, and magical knowledge had significantly evolved. After approximately half a day's work, he dismantled the foundational runes of the Guardian class. Having isolated the core region, his next endeavor was to modify the structure of the outer region based on this core, thereby creating derivative runes that embodied various meanings. Mental energy is akin to power. The core region symbolizes energy transformation, comparable to a generator, while the outer region of the foundational runes resembles light bulbs and electrical wires. And the outer region of the derivative runes is far more intricate, involving resistors, demodulators, and a plethora of other complexities. All of these concepts were well within Ron's comprehension at this point. Suddenly, a newly formed rune materialized in the air, only to collapse immediately. Unlike eternal runes, elemental runes, even when wielding the elven wand, coalesce in the void rather than within the elven pearl. It seems the direction is indeed correct. Ron suppressed the faint impact brought on by the collapse of the runes, displaying no signs of negativity in the face of failure. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully and continued his attempts. The second time, the third time, despite possessing a wealth of knowledge and being certain of his correct path. The exploration of the eternal runes, which indeed encapsulated the essence of amplification, proved to be a daunting challenge, far more complex than any basic elemental runes. Over the course of half an afternoon, Ron faced nearly 1,000 failures. Given that he was delving into the realm of eternal runes rather than basic elemental ones, he could not achieve the exaggerated speed of multiple attempts per second or tens of thousands in an hour. Yet, these numerous failures did not signify a lack of progress. Instead, they gradually illuminated the distinctions between eternal runes and elemental runes for Ron. Could one simply overlay the amplification shell of elemental-derived runes onto the core of an eternal rune? The answer was, of course, a resounding no. How could inferior wiring withstand the passage of super high-voltage currents? It would be incinerated in an instant. This was also the cause of the collapse. What Ron needs to accomplish is to enhance this inferior wire, transforming it into a conduit capable of withstanding greater forces and facilitating the conversion of superior energy. This endeavor stands in stark contrast to the haphazard attempts made over 6 months ago, when he carelessly altered lines during the initial exploration of derivative runes. Akin to an elementary school student randomly changing numbers in an attempt to guess someone else's password, as opposed to a skilled hacker delving into the core to execute a breach. The sky gradually darkened. Ron rubbed his throbbing temples, ceasing his futile attempts. The contrast with the past was indeed staggering. With a deliberate effort, he eased the tension in his mind and temporarily set aside the runes. Gazing up at the dimming sky, he couldn't help but express his reflections. In the past, countless attempts had rendered his accumulated experience utterly meaningless. Yet now, even after merely a few hundred failures, he had amassed a wealth of knowledge. He surmised that even if luck were to abandon him in subsequent endeavors, with just 3 to 5 more days of relentless effort, he would, armed with sufficient wisdom and experience, uncover the correct combination and unveil the first derivative rune of the Guardian series. Upon returning to his abode, he proceeded with his customary culinary duties. Ron has steadfastly maintained his culinary habit, perceiving cooking not as a frivolous expenditure of time, but rather as a precious respite amidst his rigorous 19-hour training regimen. Although Ron harbors a disdain for physical exercise, he finds a certain satisfaction in the simple act of preparing meals. Nami, ever the opportunist, has become accustomed to sharing his culinary creations, prompting Ron to routinely prepare portions for 2. During mealtime, Ron casually engaged Nami in a conversation about the exploration of runes and the intricacies of high-level magic, igniting her enthusiasm for the discussion. Particularly, as she listened to Ron's insightful analyses, deconstructions, and reinterpretations of runes, she found herself unable to contain her eagerness to participate. Unfortunately, her current mental capacity had yet to reach the level where she could effortlessly wield second-tier magic, thus rendering her unable to delve into the study of runes or the pursuit of advanced sorcery. Nevertheless, this sparked a significant motivation within Nami. Initially, after mastering second-tier magic, her continued training in mental fortitude was merely to accommodate that level of magic, which left her feeling somewhat uninspired. After all, even without complete adaptation, she could still utilize it effectively. However, following her conversation with Ron, a renewed sense of determination surged within her, prompting her to exert herself with fervor. This, in turn, provided Ron, who shared a magical bond and mental connection with her, with a slight enhancement. While the effect was modest, it was nonetheless beneficial. Ron's estimation suggested that should Nami enhance her mental strength by 10 points or undergo a transformative experience, he might attain a boost of 1 point in his own mental acuity through resonance. Regrettably, he found himself unable to decide to whom to allocate another magical mark he possessed. Otherwise, having 2 marks linked could significantly augment his resonant mental power. After enjoying dinner, Ron resumed his training. The exploration of Guardian runes had not yielded significant developments, leading him to consider undertaking some missions aboard a warship, allowing him to conduct research while simultaneously accruing achievement points. He pondered the possibility of harmonizing his training with the pursuit of achievements, believing such an approach would be most advantageous. Previously, his investigations into third-tier magic had created considerable disturbances, preventing him from venturing out with the warship. He had even been compelled to retreat far into the ocean for solitary practice. Fortunately, the exploration of Guardian runes did not present such obstacles. For Ron, time was an invaluable commodity, and every moment needed to be meticulously utilized, as he was entirely reliant on his own efforts for discovery. There were no readily available tomes of magic for him to reference or learn from. He harbored no desire to wait until he became a frail old man in his 70s or 80s before mastering the 5th-tier forbidden magic. Merely contemplating such a scenario was intolerable. The following day, Ron arrived at the administrative office of the recruit camp. However, his application to accompany the warship on a mission was met with obstacles, as he lacked the status of a trainee Marine. Unless he were to fly there on his own, akin to his previous journey to the Shambadi archipelago, there was no feasible way to follow the warship. The idea of flying alongside the vessel, while simultaneously exploring runes, would undoubtedly drain a significant portion of his energy, a notion that Ron found utterly unacceptable. To his dismay, becoming a trainee Marine required the approval of the chief instructor. Upon learning the requirements to attain this status, a twitch of discontent crossed Ron's lips. His relationship with Chief Instructor Zephyr was arguably the most strained within the Navy. Seeking Zephyr's endorsement to become a trainee Marine would likely lead to a cascade of complications. Nevertheless, given Ron's current prowess, Zephyr would have little justification to deny his request. At worst, he could simply apply for graduation, which would merely be a slight inconvenience. If Zephyr were to impart knowledge of magic, Ron would not mind acknowledging him as a teacher and showing respect to his elders. However, Zephyr seemed intent on leading him astray, much like a foreman attempting to instruct a distinguished physics professor on the art of bricklaying. Such a consensus was evidently unattainable. Chapter 76. Come, strike me at the naval headquarters. In the square, numerous recruits gathered sporadically as they awaited the assembly time, with new arrivals trickling in, creating a rather relaxed atmosphere. Have you heard? The other day, when Instructor Zephyr led the team against the Jack Pirates, that new recruit, Ron, single-handedly obliterated them along with their ship, exclaimed one recruit among the clusters of newcomers. These recruits, who had not met the standards to accompany Zephyr, initially felt envy and disappointment, yet were taken aback by the astonishing news that subsequently emerged, causing a mix of astonishment and schadenfreude. For those individuals had effectively earned no military merit. I heard it was the same Ron who recently fought Instructor Gomir. Apparently, Gomir was no match for him, responded another recruit nearby. The initial speaker, filled with a hint of envy, remarked, I heard Ron only scored 27 in the physical assessment. That he could achieve such feats is solely due to the devil fruit he possesses. The capabilities of those with such powers are indeed formidable. A nearby recruit, slightly wistful, chimed in, noting that the recruit camp also housed individuals with devil fruit abilities, and these individuals typically ranked among the strongest. A burly recruit frowned and countered. It also depends on the nature of the ability. If it is subpar, the enhancement to one's strength is negligible. Instead of wasting time developing abilities, it would be far more beneficial to focus on physical training for quicker improvement. That is true, someone replied, tinged with jealousy. I heard Ron's ability is the fantasy fruit, which grants him the power to turn imagination into reality, one of the legendary strongest paramecia types. Fantasy fruit? Is there truly such a devil fruit? I have heard that Ron does not seem to be a user of a devil fruit, but rather possesses a form of sorcery. Who can say for certain? In any case, he is undeniably powerful. A new recruit shook his head and remarked, Admirals such as Akiji wield the most formidable of Logia-type devil fruits. If we were to attain such a level of devil fruit ability, it is likely that we too could match the strength of the Vice Admirals. The recruits exchanged glances, filled with envy. Some even mentioned Admiral Sengoku. Although most were unaware of the nature of his abilities, it was rumored that he too was an ability user. Amidst their chatter, a calm yet stern voice interjected. Do not place excessive expectations on devil fruit powers. Zephyr approached with a grave expression and admonished the recruits. The devil fruits possessed by Akiji and Akainu are among the rarest and most potent Logia types. Such powerful abilities are not easily obtained. Furthermore, the efficacy of a devil fruit is contingent upon the user's physical prowess. The same fruit can yield vastly different results in the hands of different individuals. Upon Zephyr's arrival and his stern tone, the recruits fell silent. He surveyed the group, and noticed that some recruits were still arriving. Not wishing to call for assembly just yet, he continued in a low voice. Moreover, the pinnacle of physical combat will never be inferior to that of a devil fruit. Garp is not an ability user. Yet he relentlessly pursued Roger to the ends of the earth. I, too, am not an ability user, yet as a former admiral, I have captured countless pirates during my time on the seas, many of whom were renowned ability users. But what of it? As Zephyr's words resonated, the recruits nodded in agreement. It was indeed true. Zephyr, a master of physical combat, had ascended to the rank of admiral, while most of them scarcely dared to dream of such heights, often settling for the ambition of becoming a vice admiral at most. Observing the recruits' expressions, Zephyr's demeanor softened slightly. Yet the image of Ron flashed through his mind, prompting a cold snort. Only yesterday had he learned that Ron was formerly a bounty hunter who had captured numerous pirates in the East Blue, amassing a significant bounty before joining the Navy as a recruit, rather than being a prodigy sent by Garp. With the establishment of the warlords of the sea system by the world government, allowing pirates to legally plunder, he had grown profoundly disillusioned with both the government and the Navy, let alone bounty hunters. These circumstances are the very roots of chaos. The government appears to be lost. The Navy turns a blind eye to rampant piracy, and now even bounty hunters are welcomed as recruits. It is no wonder that the Navy has fallen to such depths. Had it not been for Garp's insistence and his lingering hope for the Navy, he would have long since abandoned his post and left the ranks entirely. Zephyr, with a stern expression, strode past the recruits, coming to stand before the assembly. The numerous recruits dared not utter a word. The instructor, observing Zephyr's demeanor, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In the days when Zephyr had mentored him, he had been remarkably patient and offered wise counsel. However, in recent years, Zephyr's disposition had grown increasingly eccentric, his temperament quite volatile. He bore no forgiveness for recruits with unsavory pasts, and had even expelled one who had once dabbled in delinquency from the training camp. The instructor sighed silently, knowing he lacked the authority to offer any words of comfort to Zephyr. As more recruits arrived, the crowd in the square swelled. The instructor glanced around, confirming the numbers were sufficient, then stepped forward to prepare for roll call. At that moment, a recruit emerged from the group, approaching from a distance, making a beeline for Zephyr, a document in hand. What is it? Zephyr inquired coldly as the individual reached him. Ron calmly extended the document in his hand, stating, "This is the application for a trainee naval officer, requiring the signature and approval of Instructor Zephyr." Their divergent philosophies rendered any pretense of harmony unnecessary. They were each destined to pursue their own paths. Zephyr took the document, his gaze sweeping across it. Having perused such papers countless times before, he could have dispensed with reading it altogether. Yet at that moment he was disinclined to grant Ron his signature, so he held the paper in hand, contemplating. After a few moments, Zephyr set the document down and spoke gravely. To apply for the position of trainee naval officer, one must meet certain criteria. Your physique does not quite qualify. However, considering your reliance on abilities, it is not impossible to make an exception. I happen to intend to demonstrate some physical techniques and abilities. Come, unleash your strongest attack upon me, and let me gauge the extent of your prowess. Ron narrowed his eyes slightly. His most formidable attack had already been witnessed by Zephyr a few days prior, when he decimated the Jack Pirates. Now, Zephyr was calling for him to unleash it again. Was it truly for the benefit of the recruits, or was there some ulterior motive at play? Ron leaned towards the latter. Chapter 77. The power of the Admiral Zephyr's request for Ron to execute his strongest attack undoubtedly aimed to obliterate it in a single strike, thereby showcasing the might of his martial arts and emphasizing their importance to the new recruits. Ron is by no means a miserly individual. Magic, after all, is a discipline that only a select few can truly master, much like the powers bestowed by the devil fruits. In this world, the majority of people still rely on physical prowess. Guided by this understanding, Ron is more than willing to cooperate with Zephyr, who is, after all, a former admiral. It is only reasonable that a single strike could shatter his third-tier magic. Since this is the request of Commander Zephyr, he welcomes the opportunity for guidance. Ron responded to Zephyr, eager to witness the capabilities of this semi-retired, one-armed general. He was curious to ascertain the extent of Zephyr's prowess, particularly in comparison to the disparity between a vice admiral and an admiral, as well as the gap in strength between himself and the admiral. Whoosh! Ron ascended into the air, retreating to a distance of several dozen meters. Observing his considerable withdrawal, the numerous recruits exchanged glances and likewise began to retreat, ultimately distancing themselves by 100 meters, gazing from afar at the swirling tempest. Ron drew his elven wand without a moment's hesitation, unleashing his most formidable attack. The third-tier wind magic, Vortex Storm. A hum resonated as the tempest coalesced, erupting right before Zephyr. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the eye of the storm, the nearby instructor's expression shifted, prompting him to retreat several dozen meters, mirroring the new recruits. Not bad, Zephyr remarked, observing the swirling eye of the storm with a calm demeanor. He had previously witnessed this technique, which seemed to be Ron's ultimate offensive move. In his estimation, a major general lacking special abilities would likely struggle to withstand it. Even a lieutenant general from the headquarters would find it challenging to endure such an assault at close range. However, this was merely the case for the major and lieutenant generals. In the next instant, the storm's eye erupted with a terrifying force, sending shockwaves in all directions. At that very moment, Zephyr made his move, his fist enveloped in a dark, armed hockey, and he struck the core of the erupting vortex with tremendous might. Boom! The world fell silent. To the astonishment of many recruits, the storm's core suddenly shattered. The impending shockwave, which was about to explode outward, was redirected by Zephyr's punch, causing the ground beneath to crack and splinter, extending for dozens of meters. This is a vice admiral, Ron thought, his gaze flickering. Zephyr's prowess was indeed formidable, far surpassing that of Gomir, and even the lieutenant generals of the headquarters could not contend with him. Despite Zephyr's age, semi-retirement, and loss of an arm, a vice admiral remains a vice admiral. Within the Navy, the hierarchy ascends from petty officers to warrant officers, and from there to flag officers, while vice admirals and admirals occupy a distinct echelon above the latter. Even an admiral cannot casually command a vice admiral. The chief admiral, indeed, can be referred to by another title, the grand admiral. Vice admirals and admirals embody the pinnacle of authority and strength within the Navy, while lieutenant generals merely represent the backbone. The disparity is far greater than that between lieutenant generals and major generals. With a single blow, Zephyr shattered the third-tier magic. Impressive, but merely that. After dismantling Ron's magic, Zephyr spoke with an unruffled tone. Mastery of physical techniques allows one to break through any capability with a mere punch and hockey. Whoosh! As his words echoed, Zephyr's figure abruptly flickered and vanished. When he reappeared, he stood less than a meter away from Ron, reaching out to grasp him. Your flaw lies in your frail physique and sluggish speed. Once your abilities are evaded and I close the distance, you will be left completely at the mercy of others. As Zephyr suddenly closed in, Ron's gaze shifted subtly. He had not anticipated that Zephyr would not only shatter his magical barrier, but also seek to attack his very essence. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a protective magical shield. Zephyr's hand, cloaked in a dark, ominous armor, collided with the magical barrier. Crack! The shield shattered instantly. With a single, forceful strike, Zephyr breached the magical defense, driving his hand deep into the realm of mental fortitude, ultimately delivering a powerful thrust to Ron's chest. Boom! Ron was suddenly propelled backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, sending stones and dust flying in all directions. Witnessing this scene, the major instructor, who had retreated a short distance away, involuntarily twitched his eyebrows. Was this a bit excessive? He glanced at Zephyr, hesitating to speak, ultimately deciding against it. He could discern Zephyr's displeasure towards Ron, yet at that moment, he found himself unable to defend Ron. This highlighted the flaws and weaknesses inherent in focusing solely on ability, neglecting the mastery of physical techniques. As Zephyr descended from the air, he surveyed the dust-laden expanse ahead, his tone unperturbed as he turned to the numerous astonished recruits nearby, stating, "Mastering physical techniques can facilitate comprehensive enhancement, devoid of any shortcomings or deficiencies. Moreover, when one's physical prowess is sufficiently robust, coupled with the powers of a devil fruit, it can further amplify one's capabilities, rendering them even more formidable." Despite Zephyr's words, the recruits remained in a state of shock. Just moments ago, Zephyr had effortlessly shattered Ron's magic with a single strike, and his instantaneous movement to Ron's side displayed a level of defense, strength, and speed that was nothing short of astonishing. So powerful. If only I could attain even 30% of Teacher Zephyr's strength, it would suffice. 30%? You are asking for too much. With your talent, you may not even achieve 10%. Gradually, the recruits began to recover from their astonishment. Meanwhile, from the distant, dust-filled area, the sound of clattering stones echoed, and Ron's figure emerged from the haze, a trace of blood staining the corner of his mouth. Ron cast a cold glance at Zephyr, his expression tinged with disapproval. This was excessive. Zephyr, you have gone too far. Demonstrating prowess and elucidating for the recruits could have been accomplished by merely shattering his third-tier spell. There was no necessity for the subsequent strike that followed. Although Zephyr did not intend to deliver a lethal blow, that final assault was still capable of inflicting serious injury. Had he not preemptively employed the stone skin technique and enveloped his body with mental energy to mitigate the impact of the fall, he would not merely be nursing a slight wound now. While he was indifferent to cooperating with Zephyr in showcasing martial techniques and abilities for the new recruits, Zephyr seemed intent on delivering a severe lesson under the pretense of instruction. Such conduct is indeed excessive. If one possesses the power to vanquish an adversary in a single blow, then what necessity is there for formidable martial prowess? Ron did not bother to wipe the blood from the corners of his mouth as he coldly retorted at Zephyr. Zephyr scoffed and remarked, "Those who possess formidable physical prowess either defend or evade. The notion of achieving a single, decisive strike is utterly implausible. Your disregard for physical techniques has already led you astray. The inability to deliver a fatal blow does not stem from the strength of one's physical abilities, but rather from the inadequacy of one's capabilities." Ron, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "If one cannot vanquish an opponent in a single strike, then one must continually enhance their abilities until they could deliver a fatal blow. Even if unable to slay, inflicting serious injury would suffice, followed by another decisive strike." "Nonsense. How absurd," Zephyr retorted sharply, stating, "I have traversed the vast seas, personally capturing countless pirates, and have encountered far more formidable adversaries than you have ever witnessed. Do you dare to challenge my philosophy? Relying solely on power while neglecting martial prowess will never lead to greatness. Is that so?" Ron gazed indifferently at Zephyr. The latter's words inadvertently caught the attention of another observer nearby. "Instructor Zephyr, your conclusions are rather hasty. Some abilities, when given proper development, indeed yield far greater benefits than merely honing physical skills." A tone laced with mockery and amusement resonated from a distance. The crowd turned to find Kizaru, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, hands tucked into his pockets, wearing an expression of amusement as he observed the unfolding scene. Upon spotting Kizaru, Zephyr's countenance instantly turned frosty. However, Kizaru refrained from confronting Zephyr, instead squinting with a smile and saying, "Please continue your lecture, Instructor Zephyr. I merely passed by. Do not mind me," and refrained from admonishing. With that, Kizaru's figure flickered and vanished in an instant. The power of the Pika Pika Nami allowed for long-distance travel through the reflection of light, if short-distance movement approached the realm of teleportation. Numerous recruits followed the trajectory of the golden light, witnessing Kizaru traverse nearly half the plaza in a heartbeat, making his way toward the naval fortress below. The speed displayed was beyond imagination. In comparison to Zephyr's previously demonstrated swiftness, it was on an entirely different level. That was Admiral Kizaru. Such velocity, was it still human? Many recruits gazed in awe at the spectacle. Chapter 78. I hope you live long enough following Kizaru's unexpected interruption. Ron no longer wished to engage in trivial conversation with Zephyr. Strength was paramount. Indeed, his current abilities paled in comparison to Zephyr's. The latter wielded his prowess and extensive experience to overshadow Ron, rendering any verbal retort futile. Thus, Ron sought the approval of Instructor Zephyr for his application to become a trainee in the Navy. Ron withdrew his gaze from the direction of Kizaru and calmly addressed Zephyr. Zephyr, still harboring a trace of anger as he watched Kizaru depart, turned his head to cast a glance at Ron upon hearing his words. Discarding the application form with a dismissive gesture, he replied indifferently, "Your perspective has become misguided. I do not wish for you to squander your energy on misguided pursuits. Return and reflect upon your actions." Ron cast a glance at the application discarded by Zephyr, displaying no signs of anger. Instead, his gaze remained remarkably serene. He remarked, "This is excessive. Even if our philosophies diverge, my capabilities are undeniable, and I possess military achievements that allow me to apply for graduation at any moment. Such a response from you is utterly unwarranted." Zephyr, his expression cold, retorted sharply, "Before you have left the recruit camp, you are still under my charge as a recruit. Do you not understand the most basic courtesies in addressing a superior?" With a hint of disdain, Ron replied, "Regrettably, I do not require your guidance." Ron gazed at Zephyr with a detached expression and said, "Since this is your stance, so be it. I shall remember it. I hope Zephyr can endure long enough to witness his ascent to the pinnacle of the ocean, to vanquish the mighty emperors with a single strike, rather than perish before that moment arrives. Such an outcome would certainly diminish the joy of it all." As his words lingered in the air, Ron Fay departed from the training ground. Just then, the sky darkened, a fierce wind howled, and a thunderclap erupted in the heavens, illuminating Ron Fei's retreating figure, akin to a glimmer of white beneath the somber sky. Zephyr observed this scene, momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, seething with indignation as he exclaimed, "Preposterous! Do you still harbor intentions of avenging yourself upon me? What a farce! I await you here, with your meager skills and deceitful arts, even after a decade. You shall not surpass me, not even with the strength of a single finger." Ron did not glance back until he vanished beyond the horizon, leaving Zephyr, still simmering with anger, standing there for a long while before he finally turned around and barked at the numerous recruits with a frigid expression. "Form ranks. Weighted runs. 30 laps around square." Upon hearing Zephyr's voice, the recruits, their faces blank with disbelief, were taken aback by Ron's audacity to confront Zephyr so openly. Their expressions fell instantly. This was excessive. To provoke Instructor Zephyr to such an extent and then flee was utterly outrageous. Moreover, to dare to defy Zephyr like that displayed an audacity that bordered on recklessness, even though he possessed commendable fruit abilities and some degree of leverage. Zephyr had once been a vice admiral in the Navy. Ron merely harbored hopes of reaching such heights, whereas Zephyr had once stood at the pinnacle of the Navy's combat prowess. This was not only evident to the recruits. Even the rear admiral instructors could not suppress a wry smile within. They too sensed that Zephyr's temper had spiraled somewhat out of control today. However, for Ron to challenge Zephyr in such a manner indeed required immense audacity. No matter how exceptional one's talent may be, it remains merely talent. Moreover, as Zephyr aptly stated, neglecting physical techniques and relying solely on abilities fraught with shortcomings would at best lead to the rank of vice admiral. Aspiring to become an admiral would be nearly impossible. The conflict between Ron and Zephyr swiftly spread throughout the Navy headquarters. Given Ron's previously demonstrated prowess, the news even reached the ears of Admiral Sengoku, causing him some concern. While Sengoku acknowledged, based on the intelligence gathered from his subordinates, that Zephyr's actions were somewhat inappropriate, he also recognized that Zephyr, as a former admiral and chief instructor, had the right to be somewhat stringent in his approach. The conflict between Ron and Zephyr was undeniably excessive, marked by an utter lack of patience, which could potentially pose significant troubles in the future. An insubordinate spirit, even more obstinate than Carp. Zephyr has indeed changed. Sitting on the sofa, Carp was munching on rice crackers, and unlike his usual demeanor of laughter in the face of wrongdoing, he spoke with an unusual solemnity. His gaze fell upon the glass coffee table, and memories of past battles alongside Zephyr, standing back to back, flooded his mind. He could not help but close his eyes, and after a lengthy pause, he reopened them. The Zephyr of yesteryears would not have behaved in such a manner. He could not forgive the government and the Navy. Carp sighed, holding the bag of rice crackers. Sengoku had also fallen into silence, eventually stating, "The Shichibukai system was established to balance power. Indeed, the seas became considerably more peaceful with their presence. When the Shichibukai system was first proposed, Zephyr had vehemently opposed it, joining forces with Akainu, who also voiced his dissent against the initiative. However, by then, Zephyr had already retired from his position as a Marine Admiral, lacking any substantial power and no longer occupying a top-tier status within the Navy. As the chief instructor of the new recruit camp, his influence was minimal. Although Akiji shared a close relationship with Zephyr, he chose to remain silent on this matter. Conversely, Kizaru cast a vote in favor of the initiative. Sengoku, who unconditionally supported the government's decisions, also voted in favor, while Carp abstained. Carp was reluctant even to assume the role of admiral, let alone engage in any decision-making processes. Had the entire upper echelon of the Navy opposed the decisions made by the world government, it might have been possible to thwart them. Yet, with Carp's silence and Sengoku's support, and only one admiral in opposition, the inevitable outcome was the passage of the system. Since then, Zephyr had become utterly disillusioned with the government and the Navy. His temperament had turned irritable, and he no longer involved himself with Navy affairs. When leading new recruits against pirates, he left no survivors in his wake. After a few seconds of contemplation, Carp stood up and declared, "I will go have a word with young Ron. Sengoku, you can convey my thoughts to Zephyr." Sengoku sighed. Regardless of whether Ron could ascend to the rank of admiral, his capabilities at such a young age assured his future as a rear admiral within the headquarters. Indeed, the growing rift with Zephyr was detrimental to stability. Yet as Zephyr only oversaw the new recruit camp, their paths would likely diverge once Ron graduated. It was difficult to assign blame in this situation. If one were to insist, Zephyr may have been somewhat excessive. However, having fought alongside him through numerous crises, it would be impossible for Carp to cast blame upon Zephyr, no matter how inappropriate his actions might have been. For now, He could only afford to be lenient with Ron. Noon. In Ron's home, he exclaimed, "Uncle Carp, what brings you here? I haven't prepared enough food for 3." Observing Carp's arrival alongside Nami at the doorstep, Ron could only shrug in exasperation. Not only had he not prepared meals for 3, but even if he had prepared for 10, it would likely be insufficient for Carp, the progenitor of the voracious Luffy. "Ha ha, do not mind this old man." Carp chuckled heartily as he entered the room and settled into a chair. He then remarked, "I heard you had an unpleasant altercation with Zephyr today." Ron surmised that Carp might comment on the matter and nodded in acknowledgement. Carp shook his head and said, "You young rascal, do not let your pride clash with Zephyr. We old-timers owe him a great deal. Here, this is the approval for your training as a naval cadet." As he spoke, Carp produced a document and handed it to Ron, chuckling, "You will need this. Simply come to me when you require assistance." Ron took the document and chuckled. "I've already troubled Uncle Garp before. How could I possibly impose again? I never anticipated it would become so awkward." Having initially arrived on Garp's warship and frequently visiting his home, Ron had developed a cordial relationship with Garp. Moreover, due to his connection with Nami, he addressed Garp in a similar manner as she did, without regard for his military rank. Chapter 79. Escort Mission in Truth. My only divergence with Admiral Zephyr lies in our different perspectives. However, today, Admiral Zephyr's actions were rather excessive. "Since you have expressed such sentiments, Uncle Garp," Ron chuckled and remarked, "in any case, it won't be long before I apply for graduation. I shall not linger in the recruit camp, nor will I have any further interactions with Instructor Zephyr. To speak of a life-and-death enmity to the extent of wishing Zephyr dead is rather excessive. Moreover, if events unfold as they typically do, once Weibel ascends to the status of a warlord of the sea, Zephyr will inevitably defect from the Navy, transforming into a common enemy of the Navy, the pirates, and the government alike. The Zephyr who could once be hailed as a hero perished the moment he relinquished his position as admiral. The current Zephyr is but a shadow of his former self, his nature increasingly twisted and fractured. Ron need not engage in any actions himself. He simply has to proceed at his own pace, gradually unraveling the mysteries of magic, ascending to the pinnacle of the sea. At that moment, he may glance back at the conclusion of Zephyr's journey, and that will suffice. Hearing Ron's words, Carp could not help but shake his head with a bemused smile. Deep down, he yearned for a reconciliation between Ron and Zephyr, yet upon reflection, it seemed rather implausible. Given Ron's remarkable prowess at such a tender age, it was unlikely he would ever bow down to Zephyr and admit fault. Thus, Carp found his response somewhat acceptable. He soon took his leave. Nami had remained silent throughout, but upon Carp's departure, she turned to Ron with a look of astonishment and inquired, "Did you come to blows with the chief instructor of the new recruits? I've heard he is a former admiral. You may find yourself at a disadvantage." Ron chuckled nonchalantly and remarked, "It hardly counts as a confrontation. That individual was indeed a former general, but merely a former one at that. Nothing particularly worthy of concern." Upon hearing this, Nami rolled her eyes in exasperation. Previously, when Ron had vanquished members of the Don Quixote family and incurred the wrath of one of the 7 warlords, Doflamingo, he had spoken in a similarly dismissive tone. In her mind's eye, a sorcerer should embody reverence, nobility, and composure. However, Ron's demeanor failed to align with any of these expectations. Ron refrained from engaging Nami in further discussions about Zephyr, instead diverting the conversation towards the matters of runes and magic. After satisfying their hunger, they immersed themselves once again in their training. 3 days later, beneath a clear sky, the sea shimmered, its surface tranquil and undisturbed. 2 vessels navigated the waters. One bore the Seagull flag, representing the Navy, a warship from the naval headquarters, while the other displayed an ornate emblem, suggestive of a royal ship from some distant realm. At that moment, scattered naval personnel were patrolling the deck of the warship. One of them, during his rounds, cast his gaze upon a young man clad in the uniform of a cadet, stationed at the stern of the ship. He raised his chin and remarked, "What is that new recruit up to? He has been loitering there all day. Who knows? It's been 3 days." Came the response from a nearby sailor, shrugging his shoulders. "He doesn't need to assemble, follow orders, or do anything at all to earn merits. The new recruits at headquarters are truly enviable." His tone dripped with sarcasm, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction with the situation, as he himself had to endure daily patrols under the sun while the new recruit basked in the sunshine and admired the scenery. "Shoo, be careful he hears you," another sailor interjected, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. "P.S. A new recruit from headquarters, upon graduation. He'll at least be a commission officer. If you offend him, you might find yourself in quite a predicament." "And what of a commission officer? Where the odds he'll be assigned to my unit?" retorted the sailor dismissively, unwilling to concede in front of his companions. Besides, that is only after he graduates. Right now, he is just a cadet, 2 ranks below me. The others, recognizing the bravado in his words, could not help but chuckle. However, they also understood his point. With so many divisions in the naval forces, even if he graduated as a commissioned officer, it was unlikely he would oversee their unit. Meanwhile, at the ship's stern, the new recruit, the subject of their discussion, stood by the railing, holding a staff that resembled glass, his gaze fixed upon the sea, his eyes glimmering with brilliance. In the void before him, golden specks of light emerged, visible only from a mental perspective, rapidly extending and transforming into a rune imprint. Once the rune took shape, it flickered momentarily but did not disintegrate. Instead, it solidified in the ether. Concurrently, a system notification chimed in his ears. Success. A smile graced Ron's face as he gazed at the runes suspended in the air, proclaiming, "At last, I have completed the derivative rune representing amplification." 3 days prior, upon receiving his status as a trainee naval officer, he had undertaken a mission from the Naval Affairs Office, which involved escorting King Elt of the Erolt Kingdom and several members of the royal family back to their homeland governed by the world government. As this was merely an escort assignment, Ron, in his capacity as a trainee, was required only to accompany the warship, exempt from any command responsibilities or other duties. This arrangement suited him perfectly, prompting his acceptance of the task. Due to his trainee status, he was not allocated a private cabin. Thus, he refrained from studying runes within confined quarters and instead ventured to the stern of the ship. Throughout these 3 days, he had diligently focused on the study of protective derivative runes, and today, he finally succeeded in creating the first derivative rune of the protective category. He pondered whether it might be possible to combine it to produce a second-tier protective magic. Ron pondered for a moment. Although he believed that the foundational and enhancement runes might not be capable of conjuring second-tier magic, he felt compelled to give it a try. Since these runes belonged to the protective category, the magic he would manifest should also be of a defensive nature, rather than a form of explosive offense. Thus, he decided against flying to a distant location and instead began his experimentation at the stern of the ship. Foundation, enhancement. Foundation, enhancement. With only these 2 possibilities at hand, there was no need for further contemplation. Ron initially attempted the first combination. Due to the intricate nature of the protective magic runes, which are far more complex than their elemental counterparts, the endeavor proved to be quite challenging. The first failure resulted in a complete breakdown during the combination process. Having expended nearly 1/10 of his mental energy, Ron couldn't help but furrow his brow upon realizing the significant drain on his mental faculties. The energy consumption for this second-tier protective magic is indeed substantial. This was merely a failure to form the combination pattern. If it had been successful, it would likely have consumed 1/3 of his mental energy. Truly, it is a formidable drain on mental resources befitting of eternal magic. Ron shook his head in resignation, regaining a semblance of his mental fortitude before embarking on a second attempt. Bang! The second endeavor once again faltered during the process of combination. Ron remained undeterred. After reflecting on the reasons for his prior failures, he gleaned some valuable insights and embarked on his third attempt. Chapter 80. Eternity and Enchantment Bang. The third attempt also ended in failure, yet the completion rate had reached 40%. The 4th, 5th, and 6th attempts followed, leading to a series of 6 or 7 consecutive failures. The considerable drain on his mental energy compelled Ron to meditate for a while to restore his fortitude before he commenced anew. During his 23rd attempt, Ron achieved the combination, only to face failure as he had anticipated. This method of combination proved inadequate for constructing a second-tier spell. With the first combination unsuccessful, Ron resolved to explore a second approach. After nearly half an hour's endeavor, the second combination too was declared a failure. Ron stood at the railing, furrowing his brow. This sensation felt amiss. Why was that? However, both combinations had failed to yield results, causing Ron to frown, as he sensed an inexplicable feeling throughout his attempts, strangely akin yet elusive. This sensation defied articulation, as if he had not entirely erred in his endeavors. Curious, Ron attempted once more, yet the outcome remained a disappointment. This latest failure plunged him into deep contemplation, his thoughts racing like flashes of light as he stood there, akin to a statue, gazing upwards at the sky. Amidst this confusion and peculiarity, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Ron's mind, awakening him from his reverie in an instant. Could it be that way? With this newfound clarity, Ron acted decisively, channeling his intent once again to inscribe the runes anew. This time, however, the manifestation did not yield 3 golden orbs, but merely 2, which swiftly extended through the void and ultimately converged. They did not vanish. They did not collapse. Although no system notification echoed in his ears, Ron understood that he had indeed succeeded. He had successfully crafted a first-tier enhancement spell of the protective kind. First-tier enhancement spells are devoid of system alerts upon creation, as is the case with both fire and wind elements, and their names are solely bestowed by Ron himself. A faint smile graced Ron's face as he tapped the golden rune with his enchanted wand. In an instant, the golden rune unfurled, materializing a translucent magical barrier. This enhanced version of the magical shield bore a striking contrast to its ordinary counterpart. It appeared notably thicker and prominently featured a sacred shield emblem at its center. Indeed, it would be more appropriate to refer to it as the sacred shield barrier. Ron stroked his chin in contemplation. A standard magical barrier could withstand second-tier combined spells, but he pondered whether this holy shield could fend off third-tier magic. Considering the vast disparity between third-tier and second-tier spells, it was likely ineffective. To withstand an assault of such caliber as third-tier magic, it seemed imperative to conjure a second-tier protective spell. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. Ron tilted his head. Regardless of the circumstances, this enhanced holy shield barrier was undoubtedly far more resilient than the ordinary magical barriers. With this thought in mind, Ron extended his palm towards the void and shattered the eternal rune upon his left hand, intending to replace it with the eternal rune of the holy shield barrier. However, to Ron's astonishment, an unexpected event unfolded. The golden rune of the holy shield barrier proved impossible to forge a mental link with, rendering it incapable of being imprinted onto his body. Once inscribed, it would incessantly drain his mental energy to maintain the barrier's activation, and furthermore, it could not be deactivated. What on earth? Ron found himself momentarily speechless. To engrave words upon one's spirit implied that the release of this sacred shield barrier required the construction of runes, much like ordinary elemental magic. Although the release time of the shield was relatively brief, it was not negligible, at least half a second or more. This half-second release time contrasted starkly with the concept of instantaneous casting. A sacred shield barrier that required release time seemed less advantageous than a magic barrier that could be summoned in an instant. What, then, was its purpose? Ron gazed at the golden runes suspended in the void, a flicker of surprise crossing his lips. With a swift motion, he swung his elven wand towards the runes, intent on shattering them. However, to his astonishment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. As the wand struck the golden runes, it felt as though it had collided with a delicate spider's web. The runes immediately twisted and subsequently ensnared themselves around the elven wand. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Ron's ears. Notification: you have achieved the title of Enchanting Apprentice and earned 1 achievement point. Ron was taken aback. He stared in astonishment at the enchanted wand in his hand, feeling his mental energy penetrate the wand, reaching the sacred shield runes inscribed, or perhaps enchanted, upon its surface. With merely a thought, he could infuse his mental energy into the runes. Ron was momentarily taken aback, and then he summoned the achievement system. As he gazed at the achievement interface, he discovered several previously unseen achievements had indeed appeared at the bottom. Enchantment Apprentice successfully performed a rune enchantment. Enchanter successfully performed 30 rune enchantments. Enchantment Master successfully performed 10 advanced enchantments. Enchantment Sage successfully performed 100 advanced enchantments, in addition to the already attained Enchantment Apprentice. 3 other achievements of the same series were now visible. Observing these newly unveiled accomplishments, along with the enchanted wand in his hand, Ron gradually displayed a look of realization. So that was it. Upon merely touching the ethereal, it incessantly siphoned off mental energy, making it impossible to inscribe upon the mental plane. It must instead be etched onto the material, which is what is known as enchanting. Ron's eyes flickered with realization, convinced that his speculation was indeed accurate. After a brief moment of contemplation, he promptly turned and made his way into the interior of the warship, swiftly arriving at a dedicated training room. Inside, several naval officers were engaged in their exercises. Ron disregarded the others and walked straight to the barbell rack. He reached down toward the weight plate box beneath the rack, intending to grasp the smallest disc. He initially believed he could lift it effortlessly, yet to his surprise, he found himself unable to move it. A flicker of annoyance crossed his lips as he immediately extended his mental energy to envelop the weight disc. It must be excessively heavy, Ron muttered in disbelief, relying on his mental strength to lift the weight before his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the disc was composed of an unknown material, slightly larger than his palm, yet boldly marked with a weight of 100 kilograms. Grasping the disc, Ron made his way to a corner of the training room. With a mere thought, golden motes of light materialized in the air above the disc, swiftly inscribing the runes of the Holy Shield Barrier. Following this, Ron propelled the runes towards the disc. With a crackle, the disc made contact with the runes, not merging silently as the elven wand had previously done, but instead erupting into a shower of sparks. This spectacle left several instructors in the training area exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. As they pondered what Ron had done to the disc, Ron disregarded the gazes of those around him, having entered the mode of divinity. From his mental perspective, he fixated intently on the iron disc hovering before him. He observed how the golden runes dismantled the structure of the disc, yet simultaneously began to merge with it, gradually moving towards a state of equilibrium. Ultimately, the disc ceased to emit sparks. Ron reached out to touch the iron disc, realizing it was indeed as he suspected. Although it appeared to have undergone no significant change, merely displaying additional surface textures, it was inscribed with the runes of the sacred shield barrier. By infusing it with his mental energy, he could activate the barrier. Since he was conducting an experiment, he decided to proceed without hesitation and activated the runes etched within the iron disc. A low hum resonated as the disc trembled slightly, golden light flowing along the surface patterns, forming a magical circle that blossomed before Ron, revealing a translucent sacred shield barrier. However, the quality left much to be desired. Observing the barrier, Ron's gaze flickered momentarily before he furrowed his brow. The sacred shield barrier he conjured with the elven wand was of an entirely different caliber compared to that produced by this iron disc. The barrier emanating from the disc likely lacked even the defensive strength of a basic magical shield. Reflecting on the ease with which the elven wand seamlessly integrated with the runes with a mere flick contrasted sharply with the cacophonous explosions that erupted from the disc, which he had to forcibly suppress with his mental energy to imprint the eternal rune. It was evidently a matter of material. The elven wand, after all, was crafted from the legendary world tree's branch, combined with the elven pearl and various metals harmonizing with elemental and mental forces, making it an entirely different concept from this unknown iron disc. Nevertheless, the successful inscription of the sacred shield rune onto the disc held extraordinary significance for Ron, as this disc seemed to be usable by others. This was not merely a vessel for magical runes. It was the creation of a magical artifact, which could aptly be termed a magical shield. After a few seconds, as Ron ceased the infusion of his mental energy, the shield of sanctity gradually dimmed and vanished. He cast his gaze once more upon the iron disc, while the disc itself remained unchanged. The intricate engravings of the eternal runes revealed numerous subtle fissures, interwoven densely across its surface. It was not the runes that had been destroyed. Rather, the material of the disc proved insufficient to flawlessly uphold the eternal runes, resulting in their deterioration. Ron gazed intently at the iron disc, lost in thought as he murmured to himself. Observing the current state, he realized that this disc could only be utilized to unleash the Holy Shield Barrier 2 or 3 more times before it would shatter into a mere heap of rubble. Chapter 81. The Bigman pirate crew clutching this rune-engraved disc, now transformed into a magical shield, Ron's mind surged with possibilities. Despite its mundane nature, capable of sustaining only a handful of Holy Shield barriers, it still embodied a glimmer of potential, the potential to alter the very fabric of the world. Should he discover more suitable materials, he could forge an item with far greater resilience and power than this inferior iron disc. The realm of enchantments holds not only the ordinary, but ascends to higher tiers. Even a single enchantment, like the Holy Shield Barrier, could wield the might of a magical barrier, far surpassing any conventional firearms or artillery. Moreover, if such artifacts could be mass-produced, the implications would be unfathomable. This knowledge stems from a civilization at the pinnacle of the magical realm, capable of rivaling, if not overpowering, the technological prowess of Vegapunk, which is 5 centuries ahead of the world. It represents a force capable of rewriting the very epochs of existence. Beyond mere technological advancements, even martial arts, hockey, and the powers of devil fruits could potentially be eclipsed and supplanted by the might of magic. Altering this world would undoubtedly stand as one of the ultimate achievements. Ron could not help but take a deep breath. Although it did not appear on the achievement interface, he could vaguely surmise that there must be such an achievement positioned at the pinnacle of the achievement screen, the ability to rewrite the entire world. I now know the name of the next era. Ron laughed heartily. This era is the Age of Pirates. Thus, the next epoch in this world shall undoubtedly be the Age of Magic. In comparison, what are the pirate king, Raftel, the government that has ruled for 800 years, and the empire that vanished a century ago but left a blank in history, but mere remnants of time? He shall stand at the pinnacle of the age of magic, becoming the supreme god of magic. With Ron's current mental fortitude and state of mind, the very thought of this stirred waves of excitement within him. After a long while, Ron inhaled deeply, gradually calming himself. At present, he lacked the capability to reshape the world. Firstly, he was uncertain whether there existed a substance that could seamlessly align with magic. Secondly, given his current prowess, should he unveil magical equipment and initiate mass production, it would undoubtedly prompt the world government to confine him without hesitation. While the government might disregard individuals possessing unique abilities, the emergence of a transformative force, one that eclipsed conventional weaponry, would carry implications that transcended even that of a mere admiral of the Navy. The world government would not remain passive. Moreover, it was not solely the government that would take notice. All prominent factions, including the 4 emperors of the New World, Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom, the Revolutionary Army, and the dark forces of the underworld, would fix their gaze upon him. The time was not yet ripe. He could not yet reveal the magical equipment. Ron took a deep breath. At present, he lacked the capacity for mass production, and he was still unaware of which materials could harmonize with magic. Furthermore, there were currently only 2 individuals capable of crafting magical artifacts. When the time came, and his strength had sufficiently increased, allowing him to acquire higher-level magical seals and bestow them upon more individuals, that would be the moment when magical equipment would emerge into the world. He gazed intently at the iron disc in his hand. Ron's mental energy surged forth, gripping the iron disc with fervor. With a fierce twist and squeeze, he utterly obliterated the inscribed runes, transforming the once formidable disc into a mere scrap of metal. Subsequently, Ron turned and departed, leaving behind several naval officers who exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the sight of Ron, a new recruit, seemingly playing with the iron disc, alternating between laughter and tears. That fellow must indeed be a newcomer. It appears his mental state is rather peculiar, as he fixates on a mere iron disc. The corners of the officers' mouths twitched slightly. To be able to ruin an iron disc and simultaneously hold the rank of a trainee naval officer suggests considerable strength. However, his mental instability renders him best left undisturbed. Individuals who possess both power and a fractured psyche can be quite formidable. Ron has relinquished his studies on enchantments. Although the achievement of enchanting 30 times could be pursued, it is not suitable aboard the warship. He intends to quietly achieve it in a more appropriate setting. For now, Ron chooses to disregard enchantments and redirect his explorations back to the runes of the Guardian system. Since a single amplification rune cannot conjure a second-tier Guardian magic, he shall endeavor to uncover other derivative runes. As Ron delves into the exploration of other derivative runes within the Guardian system, the warship escorts King Erdal and his royal entourage, gradually approaching the maritime domain of the Kingdom of Erdal. Given that the Kingdom of Erdal is situated in the Northern Sea, the officer in command of this escort task aboard the warship is merely a rear admiral from the headquarters. Are we nearing our destination? On the deck of the warship, Bastu, clad in a naval justice cloak and adorned with a horn mask, stood solemnly, directing his inquiry to the colonel beside him. The colonel nodded, replying, "Ahead lies the Nonner Sea of the Northern Sea. We shall soon arrive at the Kingdom of Erdal." At this juncture, the colonel could not help but chuckle, adding, "It is merely an escort mission to the Northern Sea. Don't you think you are being overly solemn, Rear Admiral Bastu? Do not let your guard down." Bastu replied with a steady tone, "An escort is an escort, regardless of where we are headed. Only upon our arrival can we relax." The colonel shrugged, retorting, "Now that we are in the Northern Sea, what unforeseen events could possibly arise?" Indeed, Bastu nodded. Having reached the Northern Sea, any issues that may arise would likely be trivial. Even if they were to encounter the most formidable pirates in the Northern Sea, it would merely be a matter of effortlessly dispatching them with no significant impact, nothing in comparison to the Grand Line. However, almost at that very moment, an urgent voice broke through. "Report." Bastu looked up to see a lookout, clutching a spyglass, hastily descending from the crow's nest, a look of panic etched upon his face. "Rear Admiral Bastu, to port at 30 degrees, we have spotted a pirate ship. What is the cause for alarm?" Bastu, noticing the lookout's flustered demeanor, reprimanded him in a low voice. "Which pirate crew? Are they identifiable?" The pirate crews of the Northern Sea are generally unrecognizable to most naval officers from headquarters, unless they belong to the most notorious few, yet they are all easily dealt with. Despite Bastu's admonition, the lookout remained visibly unsettled, panic still gripping him. beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. With a trembling voice, he exclaimed, "The flag on that pirate ship belongs to the Bigmum pirates." "Excuse me." Bastu initially responded with a habitual acknowledgement, but soon a jolt of realization surged through him. He abruptly turned to the lookout, demanding, "What did you say?" The lookout was drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming, "I have confirmed multiple times. It is indeed the ship of the Bigmum pirates. I doubt anyone would dare to hoist a flag almost identical to that of the four emperors in the New World." Chapter 82. Crisis: How could the Bigmum pirates be here? Bastu seized the telescope from the lookout's hands, peering towards a distant point on the sea. After scrutinizing it several times, he confirmed that it was indeed the ship of the Bigmum pirates. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his expression shifted between unease and despair beneath his porous horn mask. Should Major Bastu change course to avoid a potential collision? This route might lead us directly into their path. Nearby, Colonel Benbu swallowed hard and trembled as he cautioned Bastu. If there were a vice admiral or 3 or more rear admirals aboard the warship, retreating in the face of the Bigmum pirates would be unthinkable. However, this escort mission was merely to the North Sea, and Bastu was the only one deployed. Who could have anticipated encountering a ship from the Bigmum pirates? Bastu maintained a composed demeanor, refraining from issuing immediate orders. Instead, he retrieved a den mushy and swiftly dialed the naval headquarters. The voice on the other end was Admiral Akiji. "Ah, so the ship of the Bigmum pirates has appeared in the North Sea?" Akiji, who had been reclining lazily in his chair, immediately straightened up, his expression turning grave. "You are on an escort mission, correct?" "Yes." "Redirect your course immediately to avoid conflict with the Bigmum pirates." Akiji nodded slightly before speaking in a low tone to the den mushy. Although he was unclear as to why the ship of the Bigmum pirates had surfaced in the North Sea, or who was aboard, the danger of a single warship and a rear admiral confronting the Bigmum pirates was far too great. The crucial factor was that, in the North Sea, support from headquarters would be slow to arrive. Even if they set out now, they would not reach in time. Moreover, Bastu's warship was tasked with an escort mission, and protecting King Urt was undoubtedly paramount. For all these reasons, engaging the Bigmum pirates was ill-advised. Though it was indeed humiliating for the Navy to avoid pirates, it was the only viable option at this moment. Understood. Bastu was acutely aware of this reality. Despite the oppressive feelings within, he promptly acknowledged the order, hung up the den mushy, and commanded a 30-degree course adjustment to evade the ship of the Bigmum pirates. However, even as the warship altered its direction, the vessel of the Bigmum pirates did not swiftly vanish from view. Instead, it grew increasingly distinct, approaching in a direct line. Standing on the deck, Bastu gazed at the encroaching ship of the Bigmum pirates, his expression darkening as he muttered, "It seems this is no mere coincidence. They are heading straight for us." Under normal circumstances, pirates seldom initiate attacks on the Navy, even the formidable Yonko pirate crews. Thus, it is evident that the target of the big MOM pirate crew cannot be their warships. The true target is unmistakably clear: the King of Elt. "Colonel, inquire of King Elt what transpired between him and the big MOM pirate crew." Bastile's countenance darkened as he spoke sternly to the nearby colonel. If the big MOM pirate crew's objective is indeed King Elt, evasion is no longer an option. As the escorting fleet, they must confront the adversary head-on. Under no circumstances should King Elt fall into the clutches of the big MOM pirate crew. Such an occurrence would utterly disgrace the Navy before the world government. The colonel's expression mirrored Bastile's distress. Upon hearing this, he swiftly exited onto the deck, employing the moonwalk technique to traverse the sea, landing on the vessel occupied by the royal family of Elt. At that moment, King Elt and the princess, along with others, had gathered on the deck. They had already spotted the approaching ship of the big MOM pirate crew, and fear was evident on their faces. "My sincerest apologies," King Elt, the colonel said, disregarding formalities as he confronted the king with a grave tone. "Have you had any encounters with the big MOM pirate crew? They are targeting you, and the situation is exceedingly perilous." King Elt's visage grew pale, and he stammered in response. The colonel, recognizing the king's reluctance to divulge information, could not restrain himself and exclaimed, "King Elt, we are in a grave situation that may threaten your very lives. The Navy must comprehend the circumstances. If we remain unaware of the adversary's intentions, we will be unable to safeguard you." How utterly disrespectful. How can one speak so to His Majesty the King? Though the nearby guards displayed expressions of trepidation, one could not help but speak up when the colonel reprimanded King Elt. The king's countenance darkened as he observed the colonel's resolute demeanor, coupled with the approaching vessels of the Bigmum pirate crew. He reluctantly confessed, "Indeed, there are certain issues. I had hoped to evade them." As the colonel listened to King Elt recount the unfolding events, His expression grew increasingly grim. The king found himself entangled with some underground dark forces that he could neither eradicate nor command the navy to confront. In a state of utter helplessness, he had resorted to contacting the Bigmum pirate crew, who intervened to resolve the predicament. However, the price for their assistance was the obligation to provide the pirate crew with a premium ingredient for dessert making from their waters on a regular basis. Yet just last month, as the deadline for delivering the ingredients approached, the vessel tasked with transporting them encountered a tempest and was devoured by the sea. To make matters worse, a significant portion of their stockpiled backup ingredients was destroyed in a fire, leaving them with a mere fraction insufficient for trade. When the Bigmum pirate crew did not receive the ingredients, they erupted in fury, akin to a tiger freed from its chains, baring its fierce jaws. In abject terror, King Elt hastily journeyed with his royal entourage to the world government, intending to buy some time. He contemplated delaying for a month, allowing Bigmum's wrath to subside, then replenishing the ingredients next month while offering additional treasures, hoping to resolve the crisis. However, to his dismay, before he could even return to his kingdom, the Bigmum pirate crew confronted him directly, disregarding the accompanying navy, clearly intent on holding him accountable. How can one engage in trade with pirates, King Elt? To transact with them is akin to teetering on the brink of death. Do you not recognize the peril? The colonel's face was a mask of discontent as he chastised King Elt, declaring, "Given the current circumstances, it falls upon you to negotiate with the pirates once more." Upon hearing this, King Elt's complexion turned ashen. No, I cannot negotiate with them. Colonel, please ensure the safety of our royal family. How can the Navy allow the pirates to go unchallenged? In such dire circumstances, even if negotiations were necessary, he dared not confront the Bigmum crew personally, at most dispatching a subordinate or using a transponder snail to communicate. Yet, the only message relayed would be, "Mama is furious and unwilling to converse." Witnessing this, the colonel seethed with frustration, realizing that only now did the king seek the Navy's assistance. Yet, there was little choice should the Bigmum pirate crew target King Elt's family. The Navy could not remain passive. He promptly stated, "King Elt, you must depart by ship immediately. We, the Navy, will hold off the pirates. Furthermore, leave a portion of your guards behind. We require reinforcements." Very well, the king acquiesced. The Earl responded promptly, commanding his subordinates to assist on the naval vessels. The book was launched on July 1st. Let us ponder the conception of this work. Why invest such considerable effort into its world building? Why do numerous readers express disdain regarding the magic and physical abilities? The author, Xiao Feng, feels compelled to incorporate magic, not out of spite, but because it is intrinsically linked to the main premise of the book, which cannot be altered. Two distinctive features of this work that Xiao Feng has envisioned are achievements and the transformation of the world. As of now, he has not ventured into writing the genre of fan fiction. A title, such as The Supreme Mage Transforms the Pirate World, is evidently less succinct than one centered around an achievement system. After much contemplation, he could not devise a title that encapsulated both core elements, ultimately settling on the straightforward achievement system. The essence and future trajectory of the narrative have gradually been revealed in the recent chapters. Magic is not merely the protagonist's system of power. It signifies the ultimate achievement that can reshape the entire world. The so-called Supreme Mage does not merely stand at the pinnacle due to strength. He is also a creator of magical civilization, the clearing of devil fruits, the establishment of a mental prowess system, and the development of magical equipment that surpasses firearms will either replace or integrate with the existing elements, blooming into novel forms, such as the magic swordsman. The identity of the formidable creator remains unknown, as does the genesis of devil fruits. However, the birth of magic originates from the creator who stands at the zenith, the Supreme Mage Ron. Characters like magic swordsmen and violent mages who enhance their physical abilities will exist, yet they will merely represent the protagonist's combat strength. Ron, as the creator, wields magic that surpasses all, sufficient to crush anything without reliance on external powers. Seeking assistance from others indicates weakness and a lack of mastery over magic. After nearly 80 chapters, the true main thread of this narrative has been meticulously woven, paving the way for a seamless plot progression. Conversely, Xiao Feng has identified a recurring issue. His works tend to follow cultivation narrative, as does this one, akin to his previous pirate-themed writing. Upon reflection, he realizes that the extent of cultivation in his earlier works, such as Pirates and Naruto, is not significantly different from this one. However, the former were not criticized for excessive cultivation. It appears to be a matter of bias. There seems to be a subjective acceptance of physical training over magic, which may also relate to word count. If the text were sufficiently lengthy, readers might engage with it more readily, thus mitigating such concerns. Frankly, this is Xiao Feng's first attempt at investing effort into the world building, intertwining it with the main narrative, a novel endeavor. Traditionally, the setting and power systems were merely tools to endow the protagonist with unique strength, unrelated to the progression of the plot or the overarching story. This book diverges from a simple trope of rising to power as a pirate or naval officer, instead choosing to transcend personal prowess to reach the pinnacle while simultaneously transforming the world. This leads to the frequent inquiries regarding whether the protagonist might betray his allies. The protagonist's alignment with the Navy is preferable. However, one might ponder the implications of becoming a pirate or the dynamics between the Revolutionary Army and the bounty hunters. Such queries, however, remain unanswered by the author, as they lack significance. The protagonist finds himself in a new era, willing to adapt with the times, while those who follow in his footsteps share this same allegiance. Conversely, those clinging to the past and resisting change can be deemed adversaries, though this perspective may be overly simplistic, as the narrative remains incomplete. Thus, we conclude this segment. If all goes according to plan, this book shall be available on July 1st, and we anticipate a remarkable surge upon its release, with updates entering a fervent state. I kindly seek your initial support in advance, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your continued encouragement. Chapter 83, The Outbreak of War. As the guards aboard King Ert's flagship disembarked onto the warships, the Big Mom pirate cruise vessel approached ominously. Their ship, a grand sailing vessel equipped with numerous heavy cannons, still could not compare in firepower to the Navy's warships, which are unrivaled in strength across the seas. However, in battles of this magnitude, sheer firepower becomes a negligible metric of combat effectiveness. For the major officers of the Navy face little threat from cannonballs, much like the notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. They can easily evade or deflect such attacks with their formidable abilities. Report: Baron Egg has spotted King Ert aboard the flagship. A pirate aboard the Big Mom ship lowered his telescope and addressed Baron Egg, who stood on the deck, adorned with sunglasses and a red teacup atop his head. Dressed in half an eggshell, Baron Egg, grasping a gentleman's cane, removed the teacup from his head, took a sip of tea, and gazed towards the approaching warship. I did not anticipate the presence of a warship escort. This complicates matters. Mother must acquire King Ert's head. There is no alternative. Beside him, Pakma spoke with a hint of resignation. It is unfortunate that King Ert chose to halt the supply of ingredients during Mother's banquet. Angering her can only be atoned for with one's life. Baron Egg exhaled, acknowledging that no one dares to counsel an enraged mother. Given that a month has passed, one can only blame King Ert's unfortunate fate. Such is the unpredictability of life. Attack. Observing the warship within range, Baron Egg dispensed with any notion of dialogue with the Navy and, with a flourish of his cane, issued the command to strike. In an instant, the cannons aboard the ship unleashed a barrage of fire. Simultaneously, Bastille on the deck of the warship raised his hand with urgency, commanding, "Fire! Sink their vessel." Originally, the intention was to allow the subordinates of King Ert to board the warship, hoping to delay and facilitate a conversation that might summon nearby reinforcements for encirclement. However, as the enemy approached, they had already positioned their artillery to target the warship, clearly prepared for combat, leaving no room for negotiation. Naturally, Bastille would not permit an assault on his vessel. He had long since ordered the warship to be on high alert, and as the enemy issued their attack command, he simultaneously authorized a counterstrike. Boom! 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 The firepower of the warship surpassed that of Big Mom's pirate vessel, with projectiles densely packed, nearly filling half the sky, including 2 heavy cannons that unleashed formidable shells. Truly, the might of a naval warship should not be underestimated. Should the ship be destroyed, it would lead to considerable trouble. Baron Egg, witnessing the deluge of cannon fire erupt in the air, fixated on the enormous shells, each with a diameter of half a meter, shot forth by the heavy cannons. In an instant, he leaped into the air, charging towards the incoming projectile. With a swift motion, he drew his cane, transforming it into a sword, and with a flash of light, he cleaved the massive shell in two, freezing it momentarily in the air. Boom! The severed shell detonated mid-flight. Simultaneously, his companion, Pockamus, also sprang into action, retracting his head into his torso and assuming the form of a turtle, his shell colliding with the second heavy shell. Boom! The shell exploded violently, propelling Pockamus back onto the ship. Smoke enveloped his turtle shell, with remnants of black powder faintly visible, yet remarkably, he sustained no damage and quickly righted himself. Baron Egg, with a bounty of 341 million berries, and Pockemus, with a bounty of 210 million berries, were both recognized by the Navy personnel aboard the warship. Bastille, wielding his colossal shark-slicing sword, stood resolutely on the deck, surveying Big Mom's pirate ship, and in a grave tone inquired, "Have you spotted any other officers?" Aside from Captain Charlotte Lin, the Big Mom pirates boasted 4 powerful commanders, formidable figures in the New World. While it was evident that she had not personally arrived, the presence of even one commander on their ship could spell disaster for this battle. "No other officers have been detected," replied a nearby colonel, who had just sliced through a shell and returned to Bastille's side. However, the 2 officers aboard their ship are exceedingly troublesome, even without a commander. Baron Egg and Pockemus alone present a challenge that we are ill-equipped to handle. The only combatant on our warship capable of contending with them is Major Bastille himself, and victory is by no means assured. Though Bastille was among the more formidable figures among the rear admirals, the opposing duo were both officers with bounties exceeding 200 million and 300 million berries. Continue the bombardment. Bastille, wielding the Shark Slayer sword, spoke in a low voice. Both of them are capable fighters. Should they fall into the sea, their combat prowess would diminish. We can secure victory by destroying their vessel. Although he felt confident in confronting either Baron Egg or Pockemus alone, he knew that facing both simultaneously would be insurmountable, especially as there were no other personnel aboard the warship to share the burden. The 5 colonels on the ship were far inferior in strength to him. The sole advantage they possessed was their substantial numbers, forming an entire naval fleet, complemented by the warship's artillery capable of suppressing the enemy. Fire! Sink their ship. The pirate vessel poses no threat. With colonels and lieutenant colonels rallying, they shouted fervently to bolster the Navy's morale while fending off cannon fire. On the pirate ship belonging to Big Mom, Baron Egg relentlessly swung his sword to deflect cannonballs. With a huff, he remarked, "Indeed, the naval warship's firepower is intense. Thus, we cannot gain any advantage by approaching. The relentless cannon fire was a nuisance. Gah, let's charge forth and tear them apart." Pockemus, equally vexed by the explosions sending him reeling, issued a command mirroring that of Baron Egg. Amidst the bombardment, the Big Mom pirate crew swiftly advanced towards the warship. "They are coming, Major Bastille. At this distance, we cannot avoid close-quarters combat." As the pirate vessel drew closer, numerous colonels and lieutenant colonels aboard the warship gathered around Bastille, their expressions tense. "Do not fear. Stay composed." Bastille bellowed. "First, second, and third squads, head to the deck to confront the enemy. 4th and 5th squads, take position at the stern. 6th and 7th squads, ascend to the upper deck and directly fire upon their crew. Lastly, 8th, 9th, and 10th squads, execute a flanking maneuver. Our forces possess a significant advantage, allowing us to annihilate them entirely." Upon hearing Bastille's commanding voice, the wavering Navy regained their composure, gripping their weapons firmly and responding with fervent shouts. However, while assigning combat orders to the various squads, Bastille secretly ground his teeth. Despite their numerical superiority, the 2 enemy officers indeed posed a considerable challenge. How could they withstand this? Chapter 84. Ron takes action. Major Bastille, can you handle that Pockemus from the Big Mom pirate crew? As Bastille gritted his teeth in frustration at the 2 officers of the Big Mom pirates, a voice emerged from behind him. He turned to see Ron gracefully stepping out of the ship's cabin, as light as a feather, and landing softly behind him, gazing at the Big Mom vessel. The moment Bastille caught sight of Ron, his eyes flickered with recognition. "It's him. How could I have forgotten?" While other naval officers may not recognize Ron, Bastille certainly did. He had seen him once on the training grounds and later as one of the rear admirals responsible for managing the aftermath in Spade Archipelago. He was well aware of Ron's exploits, particularly his ability to eliminate a supernova pirate crew with a single strike, indicating that Ron's strength was undoubtedly on par with his own. Very well. Upon hearing Ron's words, Bastille felt a surge of confidence, responding with a steady tone as his grip on the Shark Slayer sword strengthened, regaining his composure. Alone, he lacked the confidence to confront 2 officers. But with the monstrous newcomer Ron on his ship, their combined efforts would indeed be formidable. "Then, I shall make my move first." Ron slightly nodded at Bastille, his figure swiftly cutting through the air as he ascended into the sky. The reason for assigning Bastille to confront Pockemus was due to the latter's formidable defense, granted by the Zoan-type tortoise fruit, which endowed him with an exceptionally sturdy shell. Coupled with the power of Haki, Pockemus epitomized a defensive archetype. Should a 3rd-tier spell fail to inflict significant damage, resolving the matter would prove exceedingly challenging. As for Baron Egg, although his bounty surpassed that of Pockemus, He lacked substantial defensive capabilities, possessing merely the ability to regenerate twice. Such a character was more suited to being dealt with through direct magical onslaughts capable of inflicting severe harm or outright annihilation. Ron retained a memory of both Baron Egg and Bokemus, aware that their bounties were not as high as they would be 5 years hence, and their powers likely diminished in comparison as well. However, despite this assessment, Ron's attacks remained potent enough to envelop both foes within his striking range, albeit with a slight deviation in focus towards Baron Egg, while Ron conversed with Bastiu and soared into the heavens. Numerous naval lieutenants on the deck took note of his presence, their expressions betraying a hint of astonishment. Ron's attire appeared to be that of a naval recruit. Initially, when he inquired whether Bastille could contend with Bokemus, it took many by surprise. His tone suggested he regarded himself as superior to Bastille. Some cadets could hardly restrain themselves from speaking up. However, Bastille's response left everyone momentarily stunned, as he seemed to fully endorse Ron's assertion, acknowledging Ron's capability to confront an officer. "That fellow must be a newcomer from the headquarters," remarked a naval major as he watched Ron ascend into the sky, his expression revealing a hint of astonishment. Others nearby also gazed at Ron, their expressions filled with uncertainty. Clearly, his ability to soar into the heavens marked him as a special talent, and the fact that he could engage in discourse with Bastille, who reciprocated his strength, indicated he was not merely an ordinary naval recruit, but rather a rookie from the headquarters, participating in practical missions. Yet, even if he were a rookie from the headquarters, could he truly contend with an officer from the Big Mom pirate crew? Could he be treated as an equal by Bastille? Just as many were engulfed in doubt, Ron reached the skies, extending his hands to grasp the enchanted wand, surveying the approaching ship of the Big Mom pirate crew. The vessel was a grand sailing ship, stretching nearly 200 meters in length, now maneuvering alongside the warship. Upon its deck, numerous pirates gripped their swords, their expressions a blend of excitement and malevolence, bracing themselves for combat. Someone noticed Ron. Who is that? What rank does he hold? And what does he intend to do? Baron Egg, after cleaving a cannonball in two, glanced skyward and found his gaze locked with Ron's. Those eyes seemed unfathomably deep, exuding a subtle yet formidable aura. That fleeting moment of eye contact instilled a sense of foreboding in Baron Egg. Although he was unaware of Ron's intentions, he sought to intervene. It was already too late. In the next instant, Ron, suspended in the air, spoke with an air of calmness reminiscent of death's chilling whisper. Vortex storm. With a resonant hum, a fierce hurricane erupted upon the deck of the Big Mom pirate crew, manifesting chaos as countless pirates displayed expressions of terror and confusion, unable to maintain their footing as they were drawn toward the swirling vortex at its center. Baron Egg, positioned closest to the eye of the storm, felt the pull and instinctively crouched low, striving to stabilize himself. His sword staff plunged into the deck for support. This is dire. Sensing imminent danger emanating from the vortex, Baron Egg shouted a warning, gripping his sword staff and aimed to strike. However, a throng of pirates, swept up by the howling winds, collided into his back, causing his body to lurch and preventing him from delivering a fully committed blow. The half-sword's aura soared into the vortex. Silence enveloped the scene as the tempestuous winds that had shrouded the deck abruptly ceased, and the ever-expanding storm vortex seemed to freeze in time. Had shattered? Observing the stillness of the vortex, some pirates, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, instinctively began to speak, but before they could finish, Baron Egg shouted, "Be careful." Boom! The storm vortex erupted. A dazzling brilliance surged forth in an instant, compelling the naval officers aboard the nearby warship to instinctively shut their eyes, unable to confront the blinding explosion. Unlike the thunderous blasts of cannon fire, the explosion of the storm vortex produced only a low hum, as if it were consuming everything in its path. 1 second, 2 seconds. The brilliant white light rapidly diminished after half a second, and the furious winds enveloping the Big Mom pirate ship gradually subsided, ultimately revealing the devastation on the deck. Under the astonished gazes of countless Navy personnel, the large sailing vessel of the Big Mom pirates appeared as though it had been savagely bitten by some sea creature, with nearly 100 meters of the deck, including the sails and cabin, vanishing without a trace. Only debris remained. Even Rear Admiral Bastille could not help but gasp at this sight. Even if he exerted all his strength to unleash his most powerful slash, he could at most carve a path several dozen meters wide. With destruction confined to a straight line, such a vast area of devastation was beyond his reach. The surviving pirates of the Big Mom crew, upon witnessing the enormous void, were struck with shock and fear, their hearts trembling violently. Such terrifying destruction was wrought in an instant. Who exactly was that fellow clad in a recruit's uniform? Chapter 85, Confinement. 6 Rod's Light Prison. Damn it, you little brat. From beneath the shattered deck, a figure leaped forth. With a turtle shell on his back, the half-beast, Bonk Moose, entered his animal form, glaring at the damage aboard the ship with fury directed at Ron in the sky. How could you destroy our ship like this? Bonk Moose roared, launching himself skyward, aiming a powerful punch at Ron in an attempt to bring him crashing down. Yet before he could reach Ron, another figure leaped from the deck of the warship, wielding a colossal shark-slaying sword, and struck down from above. You shall face me. Bastille was the first to regain his composure, for he had heard tales of Ron's ability to obliterate a medium-sized vessel and annihilate a pirate crew with a single strike back in the Spade archipelago. Seeing Bonk Moose charging toward Ron, he was already on high alert, leaping into action to deliver a fierce blow, forcing Bonk Moose to bend low and absorb the impact with his turtle shell. Clang! Amidst the dazzling sparks, Pachmus fell back onto the ship. Just as Bastiu was about to pursue, Ron interjected, cautioning, "Do not chase. My attack range is too extensive, and it would be difficult to execute." Bastiu immediately halted in midair. At that moment, from beneath the shattered deck, another figure leaped forth. It was Baron Egg, now transformed from his shell form into that of a small chick with delicate white wings, henceforth known as the Chick Viscount. Clearly, Ron's recent strike had inflicted substantial damage, exacerbated by the interference of allies and the proximity of danger, resulting in the shattering of his outer shell. Everyone charged the warship. Upon landing on the deck, Baron Egg did not immediately seek vengeance against Ron. Instead, he issued a commanding shout to the multitude of pirates present. Although his shell had been broken by Ron's attack, Baron Egg's thoughts remained clear and composed. He understood that if Ron were to unleash a few more of those strikes, the ship would undoubtedly be obliterated and all pirates would be annihilated. To avert such a calamity, it was imperative to engage in a chaotic melee on the warship. In the midst of such turmoil, Ron would be unable to employ his previous technique unless he wished to destroy the warship along with the navy. Indeed, as a multitude of pirates, initially engulfed in shock, observed the now calm demeanor of the Chick Viscount, they too gradually regained their composure. Responding in unison, they roared and charged towards the warship. "Pachmus, you too. Leave that fellow to me." Baron Egg called out to Pachmus nearby, fixating his gaze intently on Ron in the sky. Pachmus cast an irritated glance at Ron, but ultimately heeded Baron Egg's command, leaping towards the approaching warship. Bastiu, witnessing this, scoffed and promptly returned to the warship, engaging in battle with Pachmus. Although he found himself slightly at a disadvantage, the presence of numerous naval forces nearby still allowed for a fierce skirmish. Ron stood resolutely in the sky, gazing down at Baron Egg. "Your attacks will not strike me again." Baron Egg retorted with a cold snort, suddenly leaping into the air, his sword slicing through the atmosphere, sending a blade of energy towards Ron. Previously, Ron had been too careless. He had discerned that his opponent's attacks had a delay in their explosive force. As long as he swiftly retreated beyond the range after the release, he could evade them. Such a tempest might ensnare ordinary pirates, but it could not bind him. Observing Baron Egg ascend into the sky to deliver a strike, Ron sighed softly, a glimmer of mastery reflected in his calm gaze. "Do you truly believe I have waited this long for no reason?" As his words fell, Ron sidestepped, deftly evading the blade of energy while simultaneously extending his enchanted wand towards Baron Egg. Was it easy to evade the swirling storm? Indeed, it was, as long as one could withstand the tempest's pull and escape the core before the eruption. They could entirely evade the impact of the blow. This was the flaw of the magic. However, such ease and evasion also rendered the enemy unable to escape. Nearly half a month had passed since Ron escorted King Elt to the North Sea, and within this time, Ron had not merely mastered a protective derivative rune or a holy shield spell. Light Prison of 6 Staves. With a gentle tap of his enchanted wand, Baron Egg's expression shifted dramatically. Crack, crack, crack. 6 radiant pillars of golden light emerged from the void, intersecting violently around him, imprisoning him at the center and forcefully pressing him downward from the sky. Baron Egg let out an anguished roar, struggling desperately, yet remaining utterly ensnared within the 6 pillars of light, unable to move even an inch. Despite exerting all his strength, he could only manage to cause the pillars to tremble slightly. This was the second-tier protective magic that Ron had mastered over the past fortnight, his sole command of such an advanced spell. The Light Prison of 6 Staves could not be enchanted onto the wand or any other material. It could only be released through the meditation of runes via elemental magic. Due to the complexity of its runes, even now, Ron required nearly 2 seconds to cast it. Yet, the 2 seconds of release time yielded an immense capacity for confinement. As a second-tier protective magic, it surpassed even third-tier elemental spells in rank, with a binding characteristic that was unparalleled. Even if one could shatter the force of the swirling storm, they could not break free from the light prison of 6 staves. This was why Ron had dispatched Bastille to confront Bacchus. If the magic could not penetrate the turtle's shell, then confining a turtle would be meaningless. In contrast, for an entity like Baron Egg, whose defenses were notably weak, imprisonment proved to be fatal. Regrettably, once I unleash this move, the battle shall come to a conclusion. Ron gazed down at Baron Egg, his voice calm as he spoke. With a deft flick of his wand, golden runes coalesced at its tip, and once more, a swirling tempest was unleashed. As the vortex storm materialized directly overhead, a flicker of panic flashed in Baron Egg's eyes. He struggled fiercely to break free, yet his efforts proved utterly futile. Boom! The vortex storm erupted before Baron Egg's very eyes, a resplendent white light radiating forth, engulfing both the Baron and the nearby ship. When the brilliance faded, the once mighty vessel, nearly 200 meters in length, lay in ruins. 2/3 of its upper structure had been obliterated, and a significant portion of its stern was also destroyed, with seawater beginning to flood the hull. Chapter 86. Overwhelming force on the deck of the warship. An eerie atmosphere settled in. Despite the ongoing clash between the Navy and the pirates, both sides seemed distracted, their gazes fixed upon the battlefield where Baron Egg fought. What on earth is that fellow capable of? Bacchus's eyes widened in horror as he looked up at Ron, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. It became evident that this power was uniquely suited to counter Baron Egg. However, the realization came too late. Bastille understood why Ron had initially chosen to confront Baron Egg while assigning Bacchus to him. It was not merely a matter of a higher bounty or greater strength. Rather, Ron's abilities were particularly effective against Baron Egg. No way. As Bacchus sought to return and support Baron Egg, Bastille would not allow it. He bellowed, brandishing his shark-slaying sword with a fierce determination, launching a relentless assault. Though Bacchus aimed to charge through with his defenses, Bastille's blows were heavy and unyielding. Even when they struck his back, leaving only faint white marks, they effectively immobilized him. Meanwhile, after the eruption of the vortex storm, the 6-staff light prison still persisted, albeit dimmed considerably, showing signs of translucent fragility, as if it might shatter at any moment. However, whether it would break was of little consequence. For Baron Egg's shell had already been shattered anew, fragments and strange liquids pooling at the vessel's bottom. Had he truly escaped the 6-staff light prison? Ron watched the scene, shaking his head slightly, and remarked, "The egg fruit ability is indeed intriguing. However, it is unfortunate that there is a delay during the evolution process. While Baron Egg can escape the confinement of the 6-rod light prison upon the breaking of his shell and his subsequent rebirth, this resurrection requires a certain duration and cannot be achieved instantaneously." Ron, with a calm demeanor, summoned his mental prowess, gripping the enchanted wand as he constructed the runes. 6-fold light prison. As Baron Egg emerged from a mound of eggshells and liquid, heralded by a crowing sound, 6 radiant beams descended once more, ensnaring him in place. Witnessing this, the Baron, now transformed into the form of a rooster count, felt his pupils constrict sharply, letting out a furious roar as he unleashed his armed hockey to its utmost limit, struggling with all his might. Buzz! Buzz! The light beams of the 6-fold light prison began to flicker incessantly. In his rooster count form, his strength had indeed multiplied exponentially compared to his egg state. Even gaining the ability to peck, each strike, enhanced by his armed hockey, caused the 6-fold light prison to tremble violently. However, shattering the prison within mere seconds proved insufficient. The 6-fold light prison demanded a significant toll on Ron's mental energy. Each release consumed a third of his essence, and with 2 exertions, he had depleted 2/3 of his mental capacity. Yet, despite this drain, Ron was still capable of unleashing a 3rd vortex storm. At present, he possessed nearly 110 points of mental energy, sufficient to cast the storm 11 times. Even with a 1/3 expenditure, he could still conjure it thrice. Farewell. Ron gazed at the Baron Egg, ensnared within the confines of the 6-staff light prison, who, despite his fervent struggles, could not escape even a fraction of his captivity. Calmly, he spoke as his wand descended once more. Amidst the furious roar of Bacchus and the terrified gazes of numerous pirates, a whirlwind storm reformed, poised directly above the Baron's head. Buzz! The brilliant white light obliterated all visibility once again, as the radiance faded and the tempest gradually subsided. The grand sailing vessel of the Bigmum pirates lay utterly shattered, fragmented into countless pieces that scattered across the sea, rising and falling with the waves. As for the Baron Egg's figure, it had vanished entirely, leaving only the 6 luminous pillars of the Six-Staff Light Prison, which still emitted a faint glow amidst the tumult of the water and waves. Lord Count Rooster! The subordinates of Baron Egg now wore expressions of sheer terror and disbelief, unable to comprehend that their leader had been so effortlessly vanquished. There had been almost no resistance whatsoever. Even Bachmus was taken aback, casting a glance towards Ron, who remained suspended in the air, feeling a chill creep down his spine and a tumultuous quake within his heart. Ron remained silent, suspended in the air, surveying the battlefield upon the warship. His profound gaze resembled the eye of death, casting a chilling effect upon the multitude of pirates, rendering them as if plunged into an icy abyss. Their movements becoming exceedingly rigid. Exterminate the pirates. Everyone, exert your utmost effort. In stark contrast to the pirates, who were momentarily stunned, the Navy regained their composure, their spirits soaring as they unleashed furious cries and launched relentless assaults against the pirates surrounding them. The pirates, already at numerical disadvantage and now gripped by fear and a collapsing morale, began to retreat in disarray, swiftly falling one by one to the onslaught, while some discarded their weapons and surrendered. Bachmus, relying on his formidable defensive capabilities, rampaged across the deck. However, his crew had already succumbed to despair, with many being either slain or captured. In a concerted effort, Bachmus was ultimately forced into his shell, relying solely on its protection. Subsequently, an officer procured sea-stone handcuffs to subdue and capture Bachmus. Thus, the entire Baron Eggman crew of the Big Mom Pirates was annihilated. Prepare a private chamber for me. Upon witnessing Bachmus's capture, Ron descended from the top of the warship's cabin to the deck, addressing the still-breathing Bastiu. If you require rest, you may go to my office. Bastiu replied to Ron, without your presence, this situation would have escalated dramatically. Ron, with a noble demeanor, displayed a courteous smile and remarked, no, it is the collective effort of all that has secured this victory. As his words lingered in the air, he stepped into the cabin, observing his retreating figure. The assembled naval officers could not help but express their respect. Some even whispered, he effortlessly dispatched Baron Egg, possessing such prowess while remaining so humble and courteous. Whether as a recruit or an officer, he is simply impeccable. His entrance had been marked by fearlessness, exuding an impressive aura, and his demeanor was both cold and commanding. Yet, after the battle, he did not adopt an arrogant air, even in the presence of fellow recruits from the same training camp, whose prideful hearts were stirred with admiration. Such a person, even as a mere apprentice, commands respect. Inside Bastile's office, Ron approached the sofa and reclined upon it, one hand pressed against his brow, revealing a look of dizziness and a faint smile of. The intense depletion of his mental energy in such a short time was indeed taxing. Chapter 87. The decisions of the warring states after vanquishing Baron Egg. Ron felt a wave of dizziness from the excessive consumption of his mental energy, nearly causing him to plummet from the sky. Fortunately, his regular training often pushed his mental limits, and having defeated Baron Egg granted him 2 achievement points, which he promptly allocated to enhance his mental attributes, ultimately allowing him to maintain the poised elegance of a mage. It was no small feat having eliminated the strongest pirate. He still had to muster the strength to exert pressure on the remaining pirates, minimizing the Navy's losses and ensuring the battle concluded swiftly. Ron himself felt that his actions warranted the respect of all sailors aboard the warship. Ron rubbed his brow, feeling a lingering heaviness in his head even after such a lengthy period. The exhaustion of mental energy through magical practice was distinctly different from the rapid depletion experienced when unleashing several powerful spells in quick succession. The former drained energy gradually over the course of hours or even a day, releasing spells repeatedly, while the latter involved a furious, forced extraction within mere moments. Although the draining of mental energy during practice could induce dizziness and fatigue, it was not as severe as the instantaneous depletion caused by casting multiple high-tier spells. Without the replenishment from achievement points, it would have been nearly impossible to endure. However, this battle allowed Ron to assess his new magic. The second-tier protective spell, 6 Rod's Prison of Light, possessed an astonishingly formidable binding capability. Even Baron Eggman, in his ultimate rooster form, struggled violently, yet failed to escape its grasp. Even a mid-ranking general from the main fleet would find it nearly impossible to break free instantly. It would require reaching the zenith of their haki and exerting tremendous effort. Even those of great strength, who could escape in 2 or 3 seconds, would still grant Ron ample time to cast a third-tier elemental spell upon them. Thus, it became evident that Ron could effectively annihilate adversaries who excelled in offense but lacked defensive capabilities, including mid-ranking generals from the main fleet. Within the Navy S ranks, there certainly existed both defensive specialists and those weak in defense. While Ron might struggle to severely injure a defensive adept, he could easily overpower those deficient in defense, as they would never stand a chance against him. Regrettably, the third-tier elemental magic still bore a slight weakness. Ron felt a significant alleviation of discomfort and sat up from the sofa. The power of third-tier magic was indeed formidable. However, without a point of comparison, one cannot truly appreciate its potency. The second-tier Guardian System's 6-rod light prison could forcibly confine a character of Baron Egg's caliber for over 5 seconds, a duration that seemed almost excessive. In truth, third-tier elemental magic was still half a tier weaker than the second-tier Guardian System magic. Were its power to match that of the second-tier Guardian magic, Ron's capabilities would likely surpass the majority of the headquarters vice admirals. Nonetheless, even in his current state, Ron's strength was more than sufficient to secure a place among the headquarters vice admirals. He could effortlessly eliminate any rear admiral or pirate with a bounty of 2 to 300 million, barring those with exceptional defensive skills, leaving them utterly defenseless. This was a feat that the headquarters vice admirals could not easily achieve. At the very least, they would not find it as effortless to defeat a rear admiral, as Ron could conclude a battle in mere seconds. As for the direction of his subsequent training, it seemed prudent to continue focusing on the Guardian System. Ron pondered for a moment, shaking his head slightly. The Guardian System was, after all, superior to the third-tier elemental magic. He had already acquired a second-tier binding magic from the Guardian System. Should he discover another defensive spell within the same tier, his ability to safeguard himself would be greatly enhanced. The 6-rod light prison, a binding spell, would likely prove too formidable for even Doflamingo to shatter instantly. Furthermore, with an additional defensive spell, he would possess sufficient opportunity to plunge into the sea when confronted by someone of Doflamingo's caliber. Once submerged, unless faced with formidable foes like Jinbei or those rare individuals capable of wielding powers against the ocean, such as Akiji with his freezing fruit, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to pose a threat to Ron. After a brief respite to fully restore his mental energy, Ron exited Bastile's office and resumed his training. At the Navy headquarters, in the office at the highest level, Admiral Sengoku maintained a stern expression as he leaned over a desk, scrutinizing a map. Akiji and Kizaru were present in the office, along with several vice admirals from the headquarters, all of whom appeared quite grave, save for Kizaru. Suddenly, the transponder snail rang. Sengoku picked up the device, inhaling deeply before stating, "This is Sengoku." On the other end, the voice of the 5 elders resonated, gravely inquiring, "What is the status of the Elt royal family?" Sengoku shook his head, responding, "Vice Admiral Bastile's forces have engaged in battle with the big Emon pirates. The specific situation remains unclear, but with their interference, the Elt royal family should be able to withdraw from the battlefield safely. Do everything possible to ensure the Elt king remains unharmed," the 5 elders instructed solemnly. Sengoku replied affirmatively, "Understood." The information regarding the Elt king's clandestine negotiations with the big Emon pirates had just reached them. Both the Navy and the government were now aware. However, the 5 elders still prioritized safeguarding the Elt king. The Elt royal family had long been a steadfast ally of the world government, and their recent visit was intended for discussions on various policies. Although the concealment of dealings with Big MOM had displeased the 5 elders and led to the current turmoil, they could not afford to let this situation escalate. Should anything happen to the Elt royal family, chaos would inevitably ensue in the Elt kingdom. In the North Sea, there was a significant risk that the Revolutionary Army might exploit the situation to usurp power, and the consequences of such an upheaval would be exceedingly troublesome to manage. Has there been any activity from Big Mom's territory? Sengoku set down the transponder snail and turned to a vice admiral responsible for monitoring the waters surrounding Big Mom's domain. The vice admiral promptly replied, "There has been no news thus far. The Big Mom pirates rarely engage in large-scale operations. However, when such actions do occur, it necessitates the Navy's admirals to be on high alert." Sengoku, with a pen in hand, traced a couple of lines on the map and remarked, "If there is only one ship from the Big Mom pirates, and King Erdl's vessel heads in this direction, it should reach this island in approximately 2 days. Unfortunately, reinforcements from the headquarters will not arrive in such a short time frame. Nevertheless, the G-11 branch of the Grand Line can traverse the Calm Belt and reach there within 5 days. It is uncertain how long Bastile's warship can withstand the enemy, but it should be sufficient to allow King Erdl's ship to escape a reasonable distance. In this scenario, the Big Mom ship would not be able to pursue immediately. As long as we can delay them for a sufficient amount of time, we could dispatch the nearest fleet from the Grand Line to arrive in time." Chapter 88. The headquarters astonishment, this is the only course of action we have, Akiji said, gazing at the map on the table. We must rely on Bastille's fleet to hold off the enemy for as long as possible, allowing King Erdal's ship to escape a considerable distance without being pursued too quickly. Indeed, Sengoku nodded. The distance between us is considerable, and the North Sea's base is quite far from here. Moreover, even if the North Sea branch provides support, it may not be significant. All we can do now is issue orders and await news. Soon, a series of commands were swiftly disseminated. In the office of the highest-ranking marshal, Sengoku and his colleagues awaited updates. Merely 10 minutes had passed when the phone bug on the table began to ring. Sengoku and the attending vice admirals exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as this phone bug was connected to Bastille's warship. It had likely been less than 20 minutes since the battle commenced, and the phone bug was already ringing. Have they already been unable to hold out for just 20 minutes? If so, King Erdal may be in grave danger. Several vice admirals' faces reflected concern. Akiji exhaled deeply, shaking his head. After all, there are two of Big Mom's officers involved, with bounties of 200 million and over 300 million. It is indeed challenging for Bastille alone to withstand them. Sengoku, maintaining a solemn demeanor, answered the phone bug, regardless of the grim news. Even if the phone bug were now in the hands of Big Mom's crew, it had to be answered. Report, this is the T-73 warship from headquarters. As the phone bug connected, a voice immediately came through. Upon hearing this voice, Sengoku and the vice admirals felt a shift in their expressions. It seemed the phone bug had not yet fallen into Big Mom's possession, as the voice still belonged to the Navy. This is Sengoku, he replied in a grave tone. What is the situation over there? The telephone bug mimicked the appearance and tone of the communicator from the warship, speaking with a grave seriousness. Report to Admiral Sengoku. The T-73 warship has engaged in battle with the Big Mom pirate ship, successfully defeating the enemy vessel, resulting in the death of nearly 100 pirates, with 21 captured. The notorious Baron Egg has been slain, and we have also apprehended the Big Mom pirate crew member, Pakamus. The message was delivered clearly and swiftly. As the final words echoed in the room, a few seconds of silence enveloped the office. Had Brigadier General Bastiu truly reached such a level of strength to subdue Baron Egg and capture Pakamus? This was rather unexpected. Kizaru, holding a teacup, exhibited a look of astonishment as he spoke. Sengoku and Akiji, too, were taken aback, having anticipated bad news. None had foreseen such a resounding victory. Not only had they eliminated a Big Mom pirate officer, but they had also managed to capture one. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Akiji was equally surprised. He had kept a modicum of interest in Brigadier General Bastiu, but was his capability truly at this level? After a few moments of astonishment, Sengoku instructed the telephone bug, report the detailed battle situation. This outcome was entirely unforeseen. If Bastiu had indeed single-handedly slain an officer and captured another, then he might possess the capability to serve as a rear admiral, prompting considerations for his promotion upon return. Understood, the reporting Navy officer acknowledged. Swiftly detailing from the other end of the telephone bug, the enemy approached our vessel and opened fire simultaneously. Our firepower suppressed theirs, leading to a brief stalemate before they maneuvered their ship to engage in close-quarters combat. Cadet Ron, upon the enemy's approach, executed a powerful attack, eliminating nearly 30 pirates on the spot and severely damaging the enemy ship. Fearing destruction and having no ground to stand on, they chose to launch a strong assault on our warship, where Brigadier General Bastiu led the defense against the enemy officer, Pakamus. Subsequently, Mr. Ron engaged in combat with Baron Egg, swiftly slaying him and completely annihilating the enemy ship. The enemy morale collapsed, and we pursued vigorously, ultimately obliterating or capturing the remaining pirates. The succinct and rapid report recapitulated the previous battle scenario, plunging the office into a brief silence once more. It was Kizaru who broke the stillness first, with a tone tinged with surprise. So that Ron is on their ship. However, to dispatch a bounty of 300 million so effortlessly seems a tad exaggerated. He truly is a monstrous newcomer. Sengoku and the others were unaware that Ron was on that warship, as the presence of a cadet on such assignments was not deemed significant enough to warrant a report to them. They had not anticipated Ron's presence on that vessel, nor could they have imagined that his strength had escalated to such an extent that even a 300 million bounty officer from the New World could not withstand him. And it appeared he had achieved this in an extremely short span of time, replacing a lieutenant general from the headquarters. Especially one who has placed a bounty of 300 million in the New World would likely not yield a swift resolution to the conflict. The possibility of defeat is indeed plausible. After a brief moment of astonishment, Sengoku pondered before speaking. The other lieutenant generals exchanged glances, their hearts stirred. One, having just returned from a mission, was particularly incredulous, casting a questioning look at his companion, having never before heard the name Ron. A rookie from the training camp? When did such a formidable new recruit emerge? Ah, it seems that Ron surpasses our expectations significantly. Akiji interjected, stretching his body and relaxing his demeanor, stating, I didn't anticipate that he would attain strength comparable to that of the lieutenant generals so swiftly. Over the past 2 decades, the training camp has indeed produced exceptional recruits. Yet only 3 individuals have managed to possess nearly equal power to that of the headquarters lieutenant generals before graduation. He, alongside Kizaru and Akainu. Kizaru chuckled. Ron has been quite dissatisfied with teacher Zifa's instruction. Since entering the training camp, he has been training independently. Achieving such results so quickly will likely leave teacher Zifa less than pleased. Sengoku shot Kizaru a glance. He was aware of Kizaru's discord with Zifa, and this penchant for chaos was somewhat exasperating. With this latest achievement, Ron's military merit should surpass the standards for a rear admiral. After 2 years of training in that position post-graduation, he would likely be capable of assuming a vice admiral's role. Sengoku contemplated, acknowledging that while Ron could effortlessly dispatch Baron Egg, he indeed possessed the strength of a lieutenant general. However, promoting him to vice admiral before graduation would be inappropriate, especially considering Ron's somewhat unsavory past as a pyro hunter. According to protocol, a promotion would be fitting. Chapter 89. Big MOM and Don Quixote da Flamingo at the headquarters training ground. Zifa stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the naval recruits engaged in their training and sparring. Among 2 recruits practicing before him, one was a devil fruit user, currently utilizing his abilities in combat. Do not overly rely on your powers. Control your abilities, treating them as tools rather than the essence of your combat. Zifa admonished as he watched. The recruit did indeed heed Zifa's guidance, skillfully integrating his physical prowess with his ability. Well done, for the synergy of physique and power minimizes weaknesses, and excellence in one aspect can pave the way to victory. After observing several more exchanges, Zifa nodded in satisfaction before adding gravely, do not be like that Ron, who excessively relies on his abilities, resulting in numerous vulnerabilities. While such weaknesses may go unnoticed against ordinary pirates in the New World, facing seasoned adversaries with bounties exceeding hundreds of millions, it would be all too easy to exploit those weaknesses and lead to defeat. The numerous new recruits nearby nodded in agreement, having heard tales of Ron and Zephyr's confrontation, though they had never witnessed it themselves. It was said that Zephyr had exploited a flaw in Ron's defense with a single strike, leading to the defeat of the rookie who had once been a bounty of over 100 million. Zephyr was frequently cited as a cautionary example. Nodding slightly, Zephyr began to walk away, intending to inspect the training of others. Just then, a major responsible for the new recruits approached, whispering something into the ear of the rear admiral instructor. What? The rear admiral was momentarily taken aback, a look of profound astonishment crossing his face. Zephyr, sensing the commotion behind him, furrowed his brow and turned to inquire, what are you covertly discussing? Is there something amiss? The rear admiral hesitated, casting a glance at Zephyr with uncertainty about whether to report the matter. However, seeing Zephyr's growing displeasure, he reluctantly began, Instructor Zephyr, we have just received news that the rookie naval officer Ron, while on a transport mission, encountered the Big Mom pirate crew and eliminated Baron Egg, a pirate officer with a bounty of 300 million. The headquarters intends to confer 40,000 military merit points for this achievement. The rear admiral delivered the news with great caution, acutely aware of Zephyr's expression, which had turned grim. The surrounding recruits fell silent, the atmosphere becoming palpably tense. In this silence, a faint crack appeared in the ground beneath Zephyr's feet. In a land of all nations, on Cake Island, a furious roar echoed within the castle. Have we not yet located Lola? The voice of Charlotte Lin, known as Big Mom, resonated with anger, followed by the sound of something crashing to the floor, shattering into pieces. Before her stood one of the suite commanders, Snack, trembling as he replied, Mother, we have dispatched additional personnel to continue the search. Please grant us a little more time. We shall certainly retrieve Lola. Useless. Charlotte Lin angrily smashed the teacup in her hand onto the ground. No one dared to meet her gaze. They all lowered their heads in silence, paralyzed by fear. Damn Lola. And that good-for-nothing surephone. How could they be discovered? Charlotte Lin clenched her fists, her face a mask of rage. If we could harness the power of the giants, neither Red Hair nor Kaido would stand a chance against me. Even that Whitebeard would be toppled. Does that fool Lola understand the magnitude of this blunder? To comprehend the gravity of the situation, One must recognize that 5 members of the giant tribe have joined the Marine headquarters. With their formidable strength, they have ascended to the rank of vice admirals. Should she succeed in orchestrating a marriage between Lola and Elbaf, thus bringing Elbaf under her command, the resultant giant forces would surpass anything the Marines could muster. Among the 4 emperors, only Whitebeard holds a slight edge over the others, while the remaining 3 wield power in a remarkably balanced manner. Securing such an alliance would grant her overwhelming strength, potentially exceeding that of the other 2, or even all 3 of the 4 emperors. This could pave her path to becoming the Pirate King. Alas, all of this has been shattered, following her final gambit, substituting with a feigned strategy, and ultimately declaring her failure. Big Mom's fury has persisted for nearly a month, her temper flaring almost daily. After smashing an array of objects, Charlotte Linlin gradually began to calm herself. At that moment, a panicked figure burst into the room, clutching a newspaper in hand, exclaiming, "Mother, mother, something has happened." "What? Have they captured Lola?" Big snapped her head around. The reporting pirate trembled but managed to stutter. It's not that matter. It's something else. Mother, please look." His eyes reflected sheer terror as he cautiously handed over the newspaper, then hastily retreated to stand behind the star snag. Big lowered her gaze to the paper, where the headline boldly proclaimed, "Big MOM Pirates Attempt to Assault the Royal Family of the Elter Kingdom. Marines launch full assault, decimating the pirates, killing Baron Egg, and capturing Pudding." Instantly, veins of rage coursed through Big Mom's eyes. Within mere seconds, a terrifying roar erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming presence of conqueror's haki that pervaded the castle, causing numerous individuals to collapse in unconsciousness. "Useless. All of you are worthless." The loss of one subordinate and the capture of another was insignificant to Big Mom. However, being defeated by the Marines and subsequently ridiculed in print was an egregious affront to her dignity as one of the 4 emperors. It remained uncertain how long it would take for the enraged Big Mom to regain her composure. In Dressrosa, within the royal palace, Doflamingo sat scrutinizing a newspaper. Typically indifferent to mundane news, this particular edition caught his attention, as it featured a report concerning the 4 emperors. "The Big Mom pirates have suffered at the hands of the Marines. How amusing," he chuckled sinisterly. "I received intelligence that they apparently failed in their attempt to secure an alliance with Elbaf." Toribol, with a nose dripping, slithered over and remarked, "If Big Mom were to acquire the power of the giants, their strength would increase immensely, disrupting the balance of the seas. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Doflamingo, with an evil grin, relished the thought of chaos. He yearned for the world to descend into turmoil, obliterating the dominion of the celestial dragons over the Holy Land. Toribol, clutching a newspaper, scrutinized it closely and suddenly pointed to something, exclaiming, "Doflamingo, look here, this name Ron could be the one from the East Blue." Doflamingo leaned down to inspect, his brows furrowing in contemplation. "That individual from the East Blue has joined the Navy? Is that why we haven't received any intel for so long?" While it was not certain, the disappearance of Ron from the East Blue for some time could indeed suggest he had enlisted in the Navy. Toribol, maintaining a serious demeanor, proposed perhaps we should have Virgo investigate. Agreed, Doflamingo nodded, his expression icy. Even if he had joined the Navy, he would not escape retribution. Chapter 90. A new sorcery in the North Sea. A warship was making its return to the Navy headquarters, nearing Reverse Mountain. Under ordinary circumstances, warships seldom traverse the calm belt, for even with sea-stone hulls, navigating near the lairs of sea kings remained perilous. In the uppermost cabin of the warship, Major Bastile's office, Ron sat on the sofa, perusing a newspaper. After reading through it, he shook his head in resignation. "I thought they might omit my name as a rookie in the Navy, but here it is, included nonetheless." Bastile, overhearing Ron's words, chuckled lightly and said, "With your military achievements and strength, you will undoubtedly be appointed as a major upon graduation. It is only fitting to create some preemptive momentum for you." Given Ron's prowess, which was not inferior to his own, coupled with his military accolades, Bastile naturally treated Ron as an equal. Big Mom will certainly take note of this as well. Ron set down the newspaper. Bastile inquired, "Is it the fear of Big Mom threatening your family that troubles you? In that case, it is of no consequence. You may expedite your graduation and assume the rank of Rear Admiral. At that time, you will be able to relocate your family to the headquarters." Upon hearing this, Ron smiled and remarked, "No, I have no family. It is merely a matter of encountering a pirate force like Big Mom at such an early stage," which was somewhat to be expected. Bastu, seated behind his desk, replied, "Once you attain the rank of Rear Admiral, such feelings will dissipate. I have faced off against the Beast Pirates and the Red-Haired Pirates in the New World. Those emperors of the sea will invariably have admirals to contend with. The Navy need not fear pirates, for they truly embody the source of chaos. Ron stood up and, with a hint of lamentation in his voice, remarked that Big Mom intended to annihilate the royal family merely because the ingredients were not delivered on time, and she offered no opportunity for negotiation. He spoke of the tumultuous sea, where angering Whitebeard and Big Mom could unleash terrors, while Kaido's mere existence was already profoundly fearsome. These entities, who disregarded order and acted with reckless abandon, undoubtedly served as the roots of chaos in the world. Thus, even at the cost of their lives, it was imperative to eradicate the pirates, Bastiu solemnly declared. Ron smiled faintly as he departed from Bastile's office and stepped onto the outer deck, gazing into the distance at the approaching Red Earth continent. This Red Earth continent was not adjacent to the Navy headquarters. Rather, it lay on the opposite half of this world, serving as both the entrance and the terminus of the Grand Line. Somewhere behind this Red Earth continent lies the legendary Raftel. Ascending to Raftel is indeed an achievement, one that Ron surmised could be close to the ultimate accomplishment, potentially yielding 4 or even 5 achievement points. However, without the guidance of historical markers or stone tablets, it would be exceedingly difficult to locate it even if one were to fly over. Otherwise, those with the ability to fly would have undoubtedly discovered Raftel's location in these waters long ago. Although Raftel remains unreachable for now, entering the Grand Line via Reverse Mountain is a commendable feat for Ron, as it too is an accomplishment. Furthermore, along this route, he can make a stop at the Sky Island. There would be no need to linger. Merely ascending to the altitude of the island and stepping onto it would likely fulfill the criteria for the Explorer Series achievement. Having vanquished the notorious Baron Egg, with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries, he accomplished the renowned Across the Seas achievement, earning 2 achievement points, bringing his total to 65 points. It remains uncertain whether the next opportunity for a system draw will come at 70 or 75 total achievement points. Nonetheless, this return to headquarters should be quite close. As he neared Reverse Mountain, the weather began to deteriorate, with fierce winds and torrential rain sweeping in. The vessel upon which Ron embarked was a formidable warship, steadfastly braving the tempestuous storm as it forged ahead through the churning waves. Remarkably, this was Ron's inaugural experience of a storm at sea. Nami's navigational prowess had previously enabled them to flawlessly evade all tempests during their time in the East Blue. The severity of the storm unexpectedly culminated in an achievement for Ron, unfazed by the storm, navigating through the tempest. This unforeseen accomplishment granted him a single achievement point, alongside a corresponding hidden achievement titled Shipwreck, the criteria for which entailed capsizing during a storm. Ron found this requirement somewhat absurd. It seemed implausible to capsize the warship, and should it overturn, the likelihood of righting it appeared grim, potentially leading to dire consequences. In the future, he resolved to seek a smaller vessel and venture into the stormy seas. Ron stroked his chin, murmuring to himself that this achievement should be quite easily attainable. For if Nami could evade storms, she would similarly possess the knowledge of where storms might arise. He decided to note this down, considering it an achievement point that could be effortlessly acquired. At his current level, barring some hidden and exceptional achievements, there were few readily attainable accomplishments left. Most were either slightly troublesome or exceedingly complex, with some being entirely unachievable at present. Many of these more intricate achievements belong to a series of high-level accolades, promising a greater yield of achievement points. Report, we have arrived at Reverse Mountain, called the lookout from the crow's nest atop the sail, addressing a colonel on the deck. The colonel nodded in acknowledgement, instructing, maintain course, all hand alert. Entering Reverse Mountain required caution, as the currents could be perilous. A collision with the rock walls could dismantle even the mightiest warships. Given the Navy's frequent traversing of the Grand Line, the helmsman and navigator aboard were seasoned and adept, guiding the vessel smoothly into the ascending waterway, making its way towards the summit of Reverse Mountain. Notification: you have achieved the Reverse Mountain accomplishment, earning 1 achievement point. As he ascended the mountain, Ron also heard the system's notification chime in his ears. It would be splendid if he could make a detour to Lowtown. Allocating his achievement points to his mental attributes, Ron contemplated that there was a sword shop in Lowtown which, if memory served, possessed a fine blade, the Snow Walk, alongside a remarkable sword, the Sandai Kitetsu. He recalled that he had an achievement for collecting renowned swords, yet he currently owned only one to fulfill the requirement. He needed to amass 10 illustrious blades. While the Navy headquarters did offer notable swords for exchange, the military merit required was substantial, making it less advantageous compared to acquiring a devil fruit. The military merit for this venture had already been calculated. Ron has amassed a total of 40. military merit points, and combined with the previous 21,000 points, he now possesses 61,000 military merit points. In the headquarters, the most common devil fruit can be exchanged for merely 30,000 military merit points. It is somewhat unfortunate that the headquarters has implemented a policy to prevent the Navy from redeeming devil fruits for profit. Thus, the first exchange is at the original price, while the second will cost double. This measure is designed to deter individuals from consuming one fruit and subsequently exchanging another for sale, as well as to prevent assisting others in acquiring devil fruits. One must rely on their own military merits, unless they are willing to expend double the points. However, Ron remains unhurried. To alter the course of the world, eradicating devil fruits is a crucial step. He seeks not just one or two, but aims to acquire and consume every single devil fruit, ensuring their complete disappearance from this realm. Given that his objective encompasses all devil fruits, the temporary gain or loss of one or two is inconsequential. His current need for them is solely to enhance his mental prowess. Presently, Ron's total mental strength stands at 113 points, with 67 points derived from achievement points, 20 from magical seals, 20 from his own abilities, 5 from a single devil fruit, and the remaining 1 point from resonance with the seal. Ron estimated that the next spiritual transformation might only occur upon reaching a mental strength of 200 points, a goal that currently feels exceedingly distant. Nevertheless, even in the absence of such a transformation, a mere enhancement of his mental fortitude would still contribute steadily to his overall prowess, enabling him to cast spells more frequently. The total capacity of his mental energy would increase, along with a subtle enhancement in both his recovery speed and cognitive agility. Presently, after casting the 6 Rods Prison of Light twice, Ron finds that his remaining mental strength allows him to unleash nearly 4 additional whirlwind storms, a notable improvement compared to his earlier battle with Baron Egg. This signifies progress. The warship ascended the inverted mountain and swiftly navigated into the Grand Line. Ron also beheld the Twin Cape Lighthouse, yet he did not catch sight of Kuroka's, nor did he observe the whale, and soon he departed from the lighthouse. In times long past, Ron had surmised that the Navy refrained from confronting Kuroka's, the former ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates, out of fear of retribution from the crew. However, upon learning of the connection between the red-haired pirates and the government, he speculated that there might indeed be an accord between them. Thus, the government chose to overlook Kuroka's and remained indifferent to the presence of Rayleigh, the Dark King, in Spade Archipelago, the Roger Pirates, and Raftel. Ron's thoughts swirled within him, yet he chose not to dwell on them. Observing that the warship had smoothly navigated into the Grand Line, he returned to the stern of the vessel and once more embarked on his exploration and training in the art of protective magic. At this juncture, he had already mastered 5 derivative runes of the protective system, each symbolizing amplification, convergence, derivation, diminution, and decomposition. The spell known as the 6-Rod Light Prison, a binding enchantment, was crafted through a combination of foundational runes along with the derivative and decomposition runes. Let us proceed. Ron mastered the rune of aggregation 5 days ago and the rune of weakening yesterday, subsequently immersing himself in the exploration of the final derivative rune, destruction. He intended to capitalize on his momentum and complete all the derivative runes of the Guardian system. With ample experience under his belt, even though the destruction rune was the one he was least familiar with, he successfully mastered it within 3 days. Thus, all 7 runes of the Guardian system were now at his command. 3 days later, Ron successfully acquired his second-tier Guardian magic, which surprisingly was not a defensive spell, but rather an exceptionally unique one. Chapter 91, The Dawn of Infinite Mental Power. The name of this newly acquired second-tier Guardian spell is Energy Source. From its title alone, it is evident that it is neither a defensive nor an offensive or binding magic. The casting of this spell consumes nearly 1/3 of Ron's mental power, and subsequently, over the course of half a minute, it siphons a certain amount of mental energy from the spiritual realm, returning it to Ron. Strictly speaking, this is not a release-type magic. Casting it into the void would be utterly meaningless. Its true application lies in enchantment, imbuing other materials with its essence. Eternal runes and eternal magic. So long as the material or spiritual entity it is inscribed upon does not collapse or is not utterly shattered by some force, it will persist indefinitely, an eternal existence. Truly a spell befitting its name, Energy Source. Gazing at the elven wand in his hand, particularly at the radiant elven pearl atop it, Ron could not restrain himself from speaking. Originally designed to reduce magical energy consumption and shorten casting time, the elven wand, after being enchanted with Energy Source, acquired an additional function. It could continuously draw upon mental energy for Ron's unfettered use. It can store a considerable amount of mental energy, sufficient to release 1.5 six-staff light prisons. Moreover, after depleting its energy in one release, it merely requires about a minute to replenish itself to full capacity. An unceasing flow. This, in essence, embodies the core of enchantment magic. Ron expressed a mixture of wonder and satisfaction as he spoke. The existence of enchanted runes, such as the Sacred Shield Barrier, capable of unleashing defensive magic, naturally suggested that there must also be runes designed to empower magical equipment, energy cores. Without an energy core, even the most finely crafted magical apparatus designed to create a sacred shield would be beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual, unable to sustain the toll on their mental fortitude. However, with the core, it is akin to possessing a magazine. Furthermore, unlike conventional ammunition, this source of energy is boundless and eternal, automatically replenishing itself over time. The sole drawback lies in the finite capacity for energy storage. Once the limit is reached, no further energy can be stored until it is expended, at which point it requires over a minute to recharge to full capacity. In contrast, ordinary materials, akin to that iron disc, would yield significantly inferior results, particularly in terms of compatibility with magic and runes, as they operate on an entirely different principle. Ron grasped the elven wand, attuned to the energy source runes inscribed upon it, which brimmed with potent psychic energy. Contemplating, he found himself envisioning the formidable magical equipment he could forge, given suitable materials, after acquiring this energy source rune. Yet, such thoughts were swiftly cast aside. The time for magical artifacts to manifest had not yet arrived. However, were it for his personal use, there would be no hindrance. The enchanted elven wand, now imbued with the energy source, possessed the remarkable ability to recharge the six-staff light prison once every minute, should he manage to create additional similar energy sources. His psychic power could, in a certain sense, approach the infinite. It is worth noting that with the energy source enchantment, his strength had already taken a modest leap forward. The prospect of mastering more energy sources left Ron profoundly stirred. Currently, he grappled with two significant weaknesses, one being the requisite time to unleash his spells, and the other being the insufficient total of his psychic energy. If only he could launch the six-staff light prison 10 or 8 times, while simultaneously casting dozens of vortex tempests, few within the ranks of generals would stand a chance against him. Confinement, explosion, confinement, explosion. Repeating this cycle, even if fully armored, he could withstand the vortex tempests with merely minor injuries, and through relentless accumulation, he could obliterate his foes with greater psychic energy, enabling the boundless release of magic. Even facing an entity like Doflamingo would result in his being confined to death by the six-staff light prison. With such thoughts, Ron suddenly found clarity. He realized that during his exploration of third-tier elemental magic and second-tier guardian magic, his limited psychic energy and sluggish recovery rate had caused him to squander much time recuperating his mental faculties. He even speculated that if delving into third-tier magic was so cumbersome, attempting to explore the higher fourth-tier magic, where each rune condensation could drain a third of his psychic energy, might render it utterly unfeasible. And now, Ron understood. This source of energy magic is indeed the key to unlocking higher-tier magic. Without it, even if one's mental attribute reaches 200 points, it would likely be insufficient to explore the realm of fourth-tier magic. Ron could even envision a magical realm where countless grand sorcerers found themselves ensnared at the threshold of fourth-tier magic, hindered by insufficient mental fortitude, unable to cross the threshold. For centuries, even millennia, no one had succeeded until at last someone discovered the eternal rune, mastering the source of energy and thus propelling the entire world from the age of minor magic into the era of grand sorcery. A wizard without a wand is not a true sorcerer, and one who has not mastered the source of energy cannot be deemed a genuine grand mage. Just as acquiring a wand once marked a significant milestone, grasping the rune of the energy source signifies his true entry into the esteemed hall of grand sorcerers. If he could charge the 6-wand light prison once per minute and create 3 or 4 more, or even 6 or 7, his power would ascend to new heights, perhaps enabling him to confront the 7 warlords with confidence. Ron took a deep breath, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Materials. He required materials that could harmonize with the runes. The previous iron disc was clearly inadequate, as its compatibility with the runes was likely less than 10%. To produce a satisfactory creation, while achieving a perfect compatibility akin to that of an elven wand at 100% was not necessary, a minimum of 50% compatibility was imperative. Without hesitation, Ron entered the cabin, Although he remained a mere apprentice sailor, his standing aboard the warship was notably elevated, comparable to that of Bastille. Thus, his quest for materials encountered no hindrance, and he swiftly procured an array of 20 to 30 diverse items. Within a secluded room, Ron found himself surrounded by a chaotic assortment of objects: wood, teacups, iron blocks, stones, and even artillery shells and firearms. Ron pondered for a moment before picking up a piece of wood to experiment with. There are various types of wood, and he managed to obtain 4 different kinds here. He disassembled a stool, took apart a wrought-tan chair, cut a section from the warehouse door, and finally, with a wind blade, he carefully removed a small piece from the edge of the keel at the bottom of a boat. Surely, taking just a tiny fragment wouldn't pose any significant issue? To Ron's bemusement, this series of actions unexpectedly earned him the title of thief, granting him a point of achievement. Naturally, Ron would undoubtedly deny any wrongdoing. How could his relentless efforts for the noble cause of magic be deemed as theft? Chapter 92. The material of sea-floor stone. In the early morning, he wondered, "Where's my teacup gone? Who took it?" A loud crash echoed through the air, followed by the sound of someone tumbling. "Who did this? Why is this stool missing a leg?" he exclaimed. "And why is there a section missing from the warehouse door?" At the entrance of the warehouse, a somewhat bewildered naval officer stared at the damaged door. "I distinctly remember that this cannon was intact yesterday. How can it be missing part of its barrel?" A puzzled gunner gazed at the artillery piece, now lacking a segment of its barrel. The overnight changes had caused a minor chaos aboard the warship, but being a naval vessel, order was swiftly restored. Meanwhile, in the solitary room occupied by Ron, he had meticulously tested each material he had gathered since the previous night. Now surveying the scattered remnants with a furrowed brow, the wooden materials had all been deemed failures. Even the finest piece, taken from the keel at the ship's bottom, had a rune compatibility of barely 20%. Although this was a marked improvement over the iron discs, it still fell short of Ron's stringent standards. As for the steel, the material of the cannonballs achieved a compatibility of approximately 35%, quite respectable for mass-producing lower-tier equipment, yet inadequate for his personal use. As Ron could not settle for such a low compatibility, the compatibility of the cannon barrel was merely 30%, even inferior to that of the cannonballs. The other items he had retrieved from the training room, such as weight plates and barbells, exhibited compatibility rates even lower than the cannon barrel and cannonballs, peaking around 20%, rendering them unsuitable. As for the assorted porcelain items like teacups, they simply could not withstand the etching of the runes, shattering into pieces instantaneously, their compatibility nearing zero. After more than a dozen attempts, Ron did achieve the title of Enchanter, earning himself 2 achievement points. Though the results were meager, he still gained something from the experience, bringing his total achievement points to 69. What remains untried? Ron sat there, contemplating amidst a sea of discarded materials. The warship was abundant with resources. Initially, he experimented with over 20 varieties, all of which ended in failure. Undeterred, he continued his search, subsequently acquiring a plethora of different materials. Essentially, he endeavored to gather any diverse substance he could find for experimentation. And there was also that. After a moment of contemplation, Ron's gaze fell upon a pair of shackles among the materials before him, and an idea suddenly struck him. He immediately rose to his feet and made his way out of the cabin. If he was not mistaken, these shackles were merely made of ordinary steel, rather than the more elusive sea prism stone. Earlier, while examining the ship's keel, he had overlooked the embedded sea prism stone beneath it. However, attempting to retrieve it would likely prove to be quite troublesome. It would be far simpler to locate the shackles instead. From his experiences that night, Ron surmised that the compatibility of ordinary materials would generally be rather low, while those with higher compatibility were likely to be the special materials he could recall, such as sea prism stone, the trunk of the atom tree, or the blade of the Black Knife Knight wielded by Hawkeye. Ron did not seek out Bastille either. Upon exiting the cabin, he encountered a colonel along the way and directly inquired, "Are there sea prism stone shackles aboard the warship?" "Indeed, there are," the colonel replied promptly, his demeanor shifting to one of politeness, accompanied by a glimmer of respect in his gaze upon recognizing Ron. Ron nodded and said, "Where shall we place it? Please fetch a piece for me. I require it. By the way, are there any other items made of sea prism stone besides the shackles?" The shackles crafted from sea prism stone are not particularly well-shaped, and inscribing them requires considerable effort. If there were more suitable blocks of sea prism stone, it would indeed be more convenient. The lieutenant colonel pondered for a moment and replied, "On this warship, aside from the sea prism stone shackles, there appear to be 2 sea prism stone rods, although they have remained unused and are likely stored in the cell where prisoners are confined." As he spoke, the lieutenant colonel led Ron towards the ship's lower decks, soon arriving at the prison cell. The sea prism stone shackles were stored alongside ordinary shackles, appearing almost indistinguishable, which surprised Ron. He was not a devil fruit user and had not scrutinized them closely during his previous visit. Had he done so, he would not have needed to make a second trip. The two sea prism stone rods were also present, and after inspecting them, Ron casually took one, returning the shackles to their original place. The lieutenant colonel, who had followed him, regarded Ron with some curiosity, recalling that Ron was supposed to be a devil fruit user. However, he seemed unaffected while holding the sea prism stone equipment. Yet he did not dwell on it. Those with sufficient strength would not be rendered powerless by mere contact with sea prism stone. Indeed, some formidable individuals, even while donning sea prism stone shackles, possessed strength exceeding that of ordinary people by tenfold. Upon returning to the occupied quarters, Ron shifted to a mental perspective, carefully examining the sea prism stone rod in his hand, revealing a contemplative expression. The material of sea prism stone was indeed distinct from ordinary steel and stone. While it appeared unremarkable to the naked eye, Ron could perceive, through his mental vision, that the sea prism stone was imbued with a dense presence of water elements, resembling the crystallization of water itself. Typically, water elements are associated with a gentle nature. However, the water elements within the sea prism stone are in a markedly contrary state, exhibiting an astonishing density. No wonder sea prism stone is regarded as the hardest substance in this world. Ron squinted, his mental energy delving deeper, seeking to uncover the intrinsic composition of sea prism stone and its astonishing density. Yet ultimately, he gleaned nothing. Ron was not particularly surprised. After all, the limits of his mental perspective were confined to the cellular level. To truly perceive the essence of the sea tower stone, one would need an observational acuity refined to the molecular and atomic scale, a considerable gap yet to be bridged. With a burgeoning understanding of the sea tower stone, Ron commenced his experimental endeavors. Given its rod-like form and the fact that it did not possess the perfect compatibility of a fairy wand, which allows for effortless enchantments, meticulous and careful handling was essential. Before long, Ron successfully enchanted the energy source onto the sea tower stone staff. The staff revealed countless intricate patterns, establishing a connection with the spiritual realm that transcends the material world, gradually siphoning spiritual energy. The tip of the staff began to emit a luminous white glow. To the naked eye, this white radiance grew steadily over time, until after a little more than 2 minutes, it coalesced into a radiant halo, ceasing its expansion. "Wow, so soon?" Ron exclaimed, observing that the energy source inscribed upon the sea tower stone staff had become fully saturated. The speed of this energy accumulation was significantly swifter than that of previous materials, while it still paled in comparison to the elven wand, which could reach saturation in just over a minute. 2 minutes was unprecedented. Even a projectile with a compatibility of 35% required nearly 4 minutes to achieve saturation. Given this pace, the rune compatibility of the sea tower stone must exceed 50%. Chapter 93. The Elven Sphere. Ron's eyes shimmered with intensity as he grasped the Hailu stone staff. Yet, upon sensing the energy source intricately inscribed upon it, his brow furrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Why is it so meager?" The compatibility of the Hailu stone staff should be at least 50%. However, once the runes carved upon it reached saturation, the accumulated energy could only unleash a mere first-tier spell. It was utterly incomparable to an elven wand. The energy allowing for a first-tier spell every 2 minutes was hardly even a consolation for Ron, proving to be of little significance and decidedly inadequate. After a moment of furrowing his brow, Ron suddenly had a revelation. He picked up the elven wand with one hand and compared it to the sea floor stone staff with the other. This comparison altered Ron's expression, leaving him slightly bewildered. So that was it. The elven wand's capacity to accumulate enough mental energy to unleash 4 or 5 vortex storms was not solely due to its perfect rune compatibility. It was also attributed to the presence of the Elven Pearl, which inherently served as a reservoir for mental energy. If the Elven Pearl were to be detached and placed upon the seafloor stone staff, the staff's accumulation capacity would undoubtedly increase significantly, potentially approaching that of the Elven Wand. However, Ron could never bring himself to dismantle the Elven Wand, and he possessed no second Elven Pearl. Furthermore, he had no idea how to procure one, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. Yet, after another moment of contemplation, Ron was struck by another idea. He gathered some discarded materials before him and embarked on several new attempts. After a few trials, his expression shifted once more. It became clear that the time required for the energy source rune to absorb mental energy to saturation was related to the rune compatibility of the inscribed material. While the total amount of storable mental energy was contingent upon the size of the rune, or, in other words, the size of the material itself. If this sea-floor stone staff were magnified tenfold, and the rune inscribing were to increase by the same factor, even if the storage capacity did not enhance tenfold, it would certainly improve by several multiples. I need a large piece of sea-floor stone. Ron exhaled softly. The larger the piece, the better. Ideally, it should be a single, unbroken fragment. While assembled pieces could also serve as a cohesive whole, their efficiency would inevitably be compromised. He had a clear understanding of what he intended to create. Not a wand or magical equipment, but a sorcerer's tower, a mage's citadel. As long as he could possess a tower of sufficient grandeur and magnitude, within its encompassing domain, the mental energy at his disposal would be inexhaustible and boundless. It would become his absolute realm. Even if he only mastered third-tier elemental magic, possessing infinite mental energy would empower him to confront formidable foes like Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, head-on. As for the large pieces of sea prism stone, he wondered whether the Navy headquarters had any. If memory served him correctly, all sea prism stone equipment should require military merit for exchange. Ron's gaze flickered. The method of processing sea stone is exceedingly difficult and remarkably rare, thus at the Navy headquarters. Items made from sea stone must be exchanged for military merits. Large chunks of sea stone undoubtedly exist, as the hulls of warships are embedded with substantial pieces of it. Ron found himself irresistibly tempted to pry one from the ship's bottom. However, doing so would likely damage the vessel, resulting in not only the crew plunging into the sea, but also necessitating his return to the Navy headquarters. Ultimately, Ron restrained his impulse. There will be opportunities. After all, the Navy headquarters does not lack for large pieces of sea stone. It would be unwise to jeopardize a valuable resource for immediate gain. The conception of constructing a magical tower would have to await his return to the Navy headquarters, leading Ron to cease further research and redirect his focus to the exploration of protective magic. With the elven wand serving as one of his sources of energy, Ron found his study of the second-tier protective magic significantly easier. In merely 3 days, he successfully created a third second-tier protective spell. This time, it was indeed a defensive magic. Its name is Elven Sphere. The effect upon release is to create a spherical barrier centered around oneself, capable of repelling attacks from any direction without any blind spots. In comparison to the magical barrier and the holy shield barrier, the Elven Sphere is undoubtedly a higher-tier defensive magic, boasting a level of protection far surpassing that of the magical barrier and holy shield barrier. Even a third-tier spell, Vortex Storm, would be incapable of leaving even a crack on the Elven Sphere. Ron assessed that the power of the Vortex Storm would need to double in strength to penetrate the defenses of the Spirit Sphere. While the Spirit Sphere, a magical artifact, offered limited assistance in vanquishing foes, it significantly enhanced Ron's ability to protect himself. Ron estimated that among the 7 warlords, aside from Hawkeye, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and the somewhat overpowered Bartholomew Kuma, he could easily retreat unscathed from the others. Were he at sea, he would possess the confidence to withdraw gracefully even from Doflamingo and Kuma. In the sky, Ron set down the elven wand, and the elven orb gradually dimmed and dissipated. He had etched the elven orb into his consciousness, supplanting the magical barrier. In truth, he aspired to inscribe not only the magical barrier, but also the elven orb and the 6 rods light prison into his very soul, enabling instantaneous release. However, the limitation lay in his current soul strength, which could only accommodate a single eternal spell. Despite numerous attempts to achieve the coexistence of 2 eternal spells without interconnection or conflict, he ultimately had to erase the magical barrier and replace it with the elven orb. Fortunately, even with conventional means, he could now release the magical barrier in under half a second, and coupled with the instant activation of the elven orb, the overall impact remained favorable. Regrettably, he could only choose one between the instant activation of the 6 rods light prison and the elven orb. After much contemplation, Ron opted for the elven orb, as the 6 rods light prison was a singular confinement spell, inadequate for situations involving multiple adversaries. It was time to enhance his offensive capabilities, he murmured to himself while gazing at the sky. The second-tier guardian magic surpassed the third-tier elemental magic by half a level, resulting in Ron, who had mastered both the 6 rods light prison and the elven orb, being significantly more proficient in defense than in attack, rendering him a predominantly defensive mage. Although this predicament suited Ron's current challenges, the inadequacy of his offensive power was undeniably disheartening. Had he mastered a spell with power comparable to that of the corresponding elven orb, he would have found most of the opponents in this realm far from a match for him. Even formidable foes like the Moria crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, could have been vanquished. Yet now, he could only retreat and scathe, as neither side could gain the upper hand. With 4th-tier magic still lacking the qualification for exploration, unless perhaps he could venture into a mage tower, Ron redirected his aspirations back to elemental magic. He aimed to swiftly master the 3rd-tier spells of fire and earth, pondering when the next opportunity for a profession system draw might arise. Secretly hoping for the chance to acquire spatial magic, Ron gazed upward at the sky, his expression contemplative. His total achievement points had reached 69. He pondered whether his next draw would require 70 or 75 points. Regardless, the difference was negligible, and with deliberate effort, he could easily attain it soon. For now, he would focus on completing the achievements related to the Sky Island. Ron cast a glance at the warship below before lifting his gaze once more to the sky. This maritime expanse had entered the domain of the Sky Islands. Ascending 7,000 meters from here would lead to the White Sea, and a further ascent of 10,000 meters would unveil the White Sea. Ascending to the Sky Islands is one of the achievements in the Explorer series. Whoosh! With a mere thought, Ron imbued himself with a wind-based auxiliary magic, and in an instant he soared through the void, ascending towards the clouds of the heavens. Chapter 94, Ron vs. Enel. Moments later, Ron ascended to an altitude of nearly 7,000 meters. With his mental prowess nearing 115 points, coupled with the assistance of wind magic, his flying speed was remarkably swift. In a brief span, he reached the depths of the White Sea. Upon arriving at the seabed, Ron did not pause. Enveloping his body with mental energy, he continued to soar upward, plunging directly into the White Sea, weaving through the clouds of the ocean with grace. In no time at all, Ron traversed through the sea of clouds and arrived above the White Sea. Suspended in this ethereal realm, he beheld an endless expanse of white clouds, stretching infinitely before him. The air grew exceedingly thin, rendering it nearly unbearable for an ordinary person. However, Ron's mental fortitude had evolved to a point where he could influence the elements within a certain range. Even at the ocean's depths, he could still manipulate the currents of air, yet his impact above the White Sea was minimal. It appeared that merely soaring to the White Sea did not equate to reaching the Sky Island. One must firmly set foot upon the island to fulfill the requisite condition. Ron paused for a few seconds, not hearing any prompts in his ear. He then lifted his gaze towards the higher altitudes and continued his ascent through the skies. 8,000 meters. 9,000 meters. Soon, he reached the bottom of the White Sea. Without hesitation, Ron pressed onward, traversing through the White Sea until he arrived above the clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Given that the celestial realm was not far from the Gaia island depicted in the original narrative, Ron surmised that the nearest sky island was likely Angel Island, home to Enel. Ron held a recording compass, acquired from a warship. Upon ascending into the skies, the compass was locked onto the floating island, unwaveringly pointing in a specific direction. After a brief glance, Ron swiftly took flight in accordance with the compass's guidance. I mustn't delay. I might lose track of the warship, he mused, shaking his head as he propelled himself forward. If it were merely a short visit, the warship wouldn't have drifted far. However, if he ventured to Angel Island and back, the ship would surely be miles away by then. Nonetheless, he was well aware of the warship's course, and thanks to Nami, he possessed a considerable understanding of navigation, alleviating his concerns about finding the ship upon his return. If all else failed, he could always rely on the compass to guide him to nearby islands in search of a naval outpost. To Ron's slight surprise, the altitude he had reached and the proximity to Angel Island were much closer than he had anticipated. The floating island, ever adrift above the clouds, held an unpredictable position relative to the azure sea below. Just 10 minutes into his flight, Angel Island materialized before him. Whoosh! Ron accelerated and landed on Angel Island. Notification: you have achieved the Explorer 2 accomplishment, earning 1 achievement point. Notification: you have achieved the Navigator 3 accomplishment, earning 1 achievement point. The system notifications rang consecutively in Ron's ears. It was precisely the 30th island. Ron nodded slightly, not particularly surprised. The requirement for the Voyager 3 achievement is to set foot on 30 distinct islands. This expedition, including the Sky Islands, had already brought him to 4 different islands. Including his previous ventures, he had precisely reached the milestone of 30 islands. Without hesitation, he directly allocated the 2 achievement points to his mental attributes. With these 2 points, Ron's total achievement points soared to 71, surpassing the threshold of 70. However, upon switching to the profession interface, no notification appeared. Ron waited for a few seconds without hearing the prompt, and then slightly shook his head. It seemed that the next draw would have to wait until the total achievement points reached 75, which would require a bit more effort. Ron cast a glance at the distant Sky Island. If not for pressing matters, he would have relished the opportunity to explore its scenic beauty. Alas, time was not on his side, and it was time to depart after claiming his achievements. After surveying the Sky Island, he shifted his gaze towards the nearby divine island of Apaya, where, under ordinary circumstances, Enel should be present at this very moment. Just as Ron's thoughts drifted and he prepared to leave, a sudden crack of thunder resonated from above. The speed of the lightning was such that it would confound an ordinary person, yet Ron's mental acuity surpassed even the typical mastery of observation hockey. In the instant the lightning descended, he unleashed his spirit ball. Boom! The white lightning struck the luminous sphere enveloping Ron's body, erupting with a tremendous roar and transforming into countless arcs of electricity that flickered and exploded. The spirit ball pulsated erratically yet steadfastly absorbed the impact of the strike. As Enel unexpectedly unleashed a bolt of lightning, Ron's gaze turned icy. The sole individual capable of manipulating lightning to strike him from above could only be Enel. As the wielder of the Rumble fruit, Enel possessed the ability to merge his powers with a network of consciousness, allowing him to perceive and attack any location across the Sky Island. Oof! Ron shifted to a mental perspective, letting out a cold snort. With the formidable mental prowess of a grand sorcerer, his spirit suddenly radiated in all directions, colliding with the heart network of Enel that permeated the surroundings. A fierce clash at the mental level ensued, producing an almost audible crackle as it obliterated the nearby surveillance heart network. At the same time, atop a building in Apaya, Enel opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he realized that an intriguing outsider had disrupted his heart network surveillance. While he was idly monitoring Angel Island, he fortuitously spotted Ron flying towards him. In his surprise, Enel opted to strike first and unleashed a bolt of lightning from a distance. To his astonishment, this attack not only failed to affect his opponent, but also inadvertently revealed his position, as the intruder employed some means to dismantle his heart network surveillance in that area. A slight smirk crept onto Enel's lips as he rose, his figure disappearing with a snap. After a few flashes, he reappeared at the shores of Angel Island. Yet Ron was nowhere to be found. Just as Enel pondered and surveyed his surroundings, a voice suddenly pierced through the rolling sea of clouds not far from the island. 6 rods prison of light. What? Enel's expression shifted slightly. Before he could react, 6 golden pillars of light abruptly manifested around him, intertwining instantly to confine him in place. He instinctively attempted to transform into lightning to escape the confinement, but to his astonishment, even as he elementalized into electricity, he could not break free. He remained firmly locked in place. His body was not the only thing imprisoned. His soul and spirit were ensnared as well. The next moment, a storm vortex suddenly gathered directly above him, a violent tempest swirling between heaven and earth, causing the clouds and waves at the coast to rise dramatically. In an instant, the winds surged, creating a magnificent spectacle. Wind? Observing the storm gathering above, Enel's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that his adversary possessed the ability to manipulate elements, and particularly the element of wind. However, he displayed no signs of fear. Instead, he scoffed with a proud glint in his eyes, declaring, "I am the god who commands lightning. 100 million volts, lightning strike." Boom! Enel transformed into a column of lightning, a terrifying bolt piercing through the heavens, colliding with the eye of the storm vortex. Chapter 95. An inevitable outcome. Brilliant lightning illuminated the sky. Everyone on Angel Island halted their activities, gazing in fear towards the distant radiant lightning. It is the god Enel, who has incurred his wrath. Many faces were etched with fear. For the inhabitants of the Sky Island, who were oblivious to the nature of the devil fruits and the concept of hockey, Enel, who could transform into thunder, appeared as a true deity, towering above all, unmatched by any adversary. On the coastline, radiant white lightning illuminated the heavens. Upon colliding with the storm's core, the tempest erupted in a cacophony of wind and thunder, as lightning shattered the storm's essence, dispersing fierce gales in all directions. The earth-shattering strikes of lightning obliterated the swirling tempest, dimming the 6 pillars of light that bound Enel, rendering them feeble and on the brink of collapse. Reaching the limit of their confinement. Crack! Enel's entire being erupted in a blaze of lightning, the 6 pillars fracturing one by one, freeing him from his restraints. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, flickering above the sea of clouds. He extended his mind towards the clouded expanse, yet could not penetrate its dense layers. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Although he could not perceive Ron's location, Enel unhesitatingly struck the taiko drums on his shoulders. Amidst the crackling thunder, a brilliant dragon of lightning emerged, roaring and clawing as it surged into the cloud sea. Boom! In an instant, the cloud sea stretched for dozens of miles, engulfed in a haze of lightning, as countless fish within the depths were struck, either charred or rendered unconscious. Rising to the surface. Yet, among the many electrified fish, Ron's figure was conspicuously absent. Where could he be? Enel struck down another bolt of lightning. But aside from the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish wafting through the air, nothing else transpired, causing a deep furrow to form on his brow and a grimace to shadow his countenance. At this moment, beneath the white waves, Ron burst forth from the confines of the pockball, a troublesome adversary indeed. Ron turned his gaze towards the white sea above, still crackling with a hint of lightning, and shook his head slightly. After all, the thunder fruit is one of the most formidable devil fruits within the Logia category, possessing an ability that can be deemed invincible among all devil fruits. Its attack power, range, and speed are unparalleled in strength. The third-level Vortex Storm was shattered by Enel's lightning strike, along with the 6 Rods Prison of Light, which was nearly obliterated in a single blow. This occurred while Enel was still restrained. Truly, he is an entity whose offensive capabilities can almost rival those of an admiral in the Navy. While Enel's strength may not yet match that of an admiral who possesses no weaknesses, he stands as a formidable contender among the 7 warlords. Indeed, he is quite a challenge to deal with. Nevertheless, I must say, my magic does seem to be effective against users of Logia-type devil fruits. Ron's gaze flickered as he murmured. The 6 Rods Prison of Light indeed ensnared Enel, preventing him from moving even in his elemental form. This validated Ron's hypothesis. The 6 Rods Prison could not only restrain the body, but also the spirit and soul. Similarly, his elemental magic possessed a component of mental assault. Should it breach the defenses of a natural-type devil fruit user, the impact would equate to an attack imbued with haki, capable of inflicting direct harm. Magic wielders command the elements, while natural-type users embody the elements themselves. The superiority of one over the other ultimately hinges on mental fortitude. If a magic user's mental strength exceeds that of a natural-type user, they can manipulate their opponent as if they were a sentient flame or bolt of lightning, shaping and playing with them at will. Conversely, if the natural-type user's mental prowess is superior or comparable, they can resist the magic user's control over their own element. Enel's mental strength is formidable. Utilizing his fruit's abilities in conjunction with his observation haki, he can monitor the entirety of Skypiea. Such mental power is undoubtedly potent, and at present, Ron cannot shatter Enel's mind nor seize control over his dominion of lightning. Moreover, Ron's 3rd-tier magic lacks the potency of Enel's attacks, and in direct confrontation, he was shattered by the thunder, proving to be no threat. He still lacks sufficient offensive capabilities. Ron soared towards the white sea below, gently shaking his head. His 6-staff light prison could confine Enel in place, preventing him from breaking free instantaneously. If only he possessed a more formidable offensive spell, he could vanquish Enel, instead of merely relying on the barrier of the Spirit Ball and the White Sea to retreat unscathed. Within the achievement system's interface, there existed an accomplishment titled Gods and God, the criteria for which was to slay the deity Enel. Ron did not depart from the Sky Island directly. Instead, he chose to await Enel's arrival to unleash an assault, merely to test his strength. However, the endeavor proved to be futile. Currently, he finds himself incapable of contending with Enel, as his offensive power remains insufficient. Even with a perfect Mage Tower for 4th-tier magic, it seems unlikely that he would be able to conduct research in the short term. The 3rd-tier fire and earth magic can only render his attacks more agile. To enhance his offensive capabilities in a brief span, he must rely on the next opportunity for extraction. Ron's gaze flickered as he descended towards the azure expanse of the White Sea at an altitude of 7,000 meters. Without hesitation, he plunged into the water, continuing his journey towards the Green Sea. Time magic and spatial magic, whichever one he could acquire and elevate to the 2nd tier, would significantly enhance his abilities. Even the ice and lightning elements, when explored to the 3rd tier, would likely surpass the fundamental earth, water, wind, and fire elements. Whoosh! Upon returning from Sky Island to the Green Sea, Ron assessed his direction and, after flying a considerable distance, soon located the warship, landing once more upon its deck. After engaging in a skirmish with Enel, his yearning for achievement points intensified. His gaze upon the warship took on an unusual intensity, as he harbored a strong desire to destroy it in order to swiftly accrue the Just to Scratch achievement for demolishing vessels. The name of this achievement is indeed fitting. he truly felt a compulsion to act. Ron contemplated that upon returning to the headquarters, he would promptly apply for graduation, thereby achieving the rank of a naval officer. Upon graduation, he would possess his own warship, capable of constructing and deploying magical towers. Ideally, he aspired to take on the role of base commander at the branch. The construction of magical towers was among the achievements he sought. A previously unseen hidden accomplishment that comprised a series of three: the creation of a rudimentary magical tower, an exquisite magical tower, and a sacred magical tower. Securing the titles of naval officer and mage tower would yield a total of 75 achievement points. Should he fall short, he could venture to the Spade archipelago to engage in skirmishes, destroying a handful of pirate ships. If that still proved insufficient, he could journey to the doldrums and slay a small sea king. Regardless, he was determined to attain those 75 achievement points. Chapter 96. Return to the naval headquarters. Having returned, Ron halted his training as he gazed upon the naval headquarters before him. Nearly a month had elapsed since his departure, during which he had not made significant progress in offensive capabilities. However, he had grasped the second-tier magic of the Guardian system, greatly enhancing his combat agility. Prior to his departure, he stood little chance against any vice admiral within the headquarters, possessing merely a stronger offensive capability than most. Now, equipped with the Six Dave's Light Prison and the Spirit Orb, complemented by the enchanted Spirit Wand, few vice admirals could surpass him. The military merit required for promotion to vice admiral was 150,000. Given Ron's current prowess, he could indeed apprehend more pirates, enabling an immediate elevation to vice admiral upon graduation. However, he found little necessity for such a swift promotion. On one hand, ascending directly to vice admiral would yield no achievements. On the other hand, he had already acquired most of the achievements available at the naval headquarters. To freely pursue achievement points, it was undoubtedly preferable to venture to the branch post-graduation. Previously, Ron had hesitated over whether to remain at headquarters or proceed to a branch. Now, he felt no such uncertainty. His current strength would allow him to retreat unscathed even if confronted by Doflamingo. Stepping onto the port of the naval headquarters, he felt a sense of resolve. As Ron pondered his next course of action, a sudden glimmer caught his eye, prompting him to exclaim in surprise. He distinctly sensed a subtle tremor within his soul, during which his mental prowess began to ascend, approximately by 2 points. Was this sensation indicative of Nami's breakthrough? Ron swiftly discovered the source of the enhancement in mental acuity, which astonishingly stemmed from the resonance of the mark brought by Nami. Judging by this, it appeared that Nami's overall mental capacity had ascended to 30 points. Reflecting on this, Ron couldn't help but click his tongue. If memory served him correctly, Nami had possessed 20 points of mental power until now, and it had only been a little over a month, within a month and a half. She had elevated her mental prowess by 10 points, breaking through a modest realm. While it is true that the rapid pace of initial cultivation contributes to such swift advancements, Nami's rate of progress seemed rather extraordinary. In his own first month, he had only managed an increase of 3 or 4 points, which was less than half of Nami's improvement. Moreover, Ron surmised that Nami likely did not dedicate all her time to cultivation. She probably only meditated for a few hours each day, and yet she had achieved 30 points of mental power? Well, that was quite remarkable. Ron sighed, realizing that Nami was indeed a prodigy. However, regrettably, he possessed an even greater genius, as his current mental strength had approached 120 points. Upon returning to the naval headquarters, Ron promptly made his way to the administrative office, where he attended to several matters. Firstly, he submitted an application for early graduation. Secondly, he expended 30,000 military merits to exchange for his Zoan-type devil fruit. Thirdly, he utilized 25,000 military merits to acquire a sizable piece of a regular sea prism stone. The headquarters indeed facilitated exchanges for sea prism stone, including raw specimens. The processing of sea prism stone is exceedingly challenging, far more so than its extraction, especially for items such as sea prism bullets, which, aside from Wano, can only be manufactured by Vegapunk. Thus, processed sea prism stones, particularly in the form of weaponry, hold considerable value, while unprocessed, irregular raw sea prism stones are significantly less expensive. For Ron, the distinction between processed and unprocessed mattered little. He was primarily concerned with the overall size. Consequently, the piece of sea prism stone he acquired for 25,000 military merits was quite substantial, resembling an irregular rock, and, if fashioned into a spherical shape, its diameter would be approximately 1 meter. The sea prism stones embedded at the bottoms of warships are only slightly larger than this. While the purpose of Ron's acquisition of such a large piece of raw sea prism stone remained uncertain, few paid it much heed, as exchanges of this nature were common. After all, due to the capabilities of the devil fruits, sea prism stones are exceedingly difficult to destroy, rendering them the ideal target for those with special abilities. One need not worry about causing damage, regardless of how one might strike. As the process for early graduation required adherence to specific protocols, Ron could not immediately commence the graduation assessment. After exchanging for the sea prism stone and the devil fruit, he returned to his quarters. In the center of his now empty room lay a piece of irregular sea prism stone, approximately 1 meter in diameter. Ron stood a short distance away, his gaze not fixed upon the stone of sea tower, but rather squinting thoughtfully at a banana-shaped zoan-type devil fruit cradled in his hands. In the past, Ron had seized a devil fruit from the Don Quixote family, a feat that led him to eliminate Senior and subsequently earn the ire of the Don Quixote clan. During that encounter, he had examined the devil fruit through a spiritual lens, perceiving only a nebulous energy and curse contained within, yet unable to discern anything more substantial. Now, having attained a mental prowess of 100 points and possessing the divine mode, alongside an observational acumen capable of penetrating down to the cellular level, Ron's scrutiny of the devil fruit unveiled an entirely different perspective. Upon elevating his observational skills to their zenith, he began to perceive a distinct revelation. The devil fruit appeared to be composed of runes. These runes were not of the kind Ron was familiar with. Instead, they seemed exceedingly crude, embodying the most fundamental principles of existence. Most intriguingly, these runes were not singular, but rather an intricate tapestry of countless interconnected symbols, forming a cohesive whole. It was akin to observing the primordial components of life itself. These runes seemed to lack the permanence of eternal runes, yet they also exhibited certain characteristics of eternity, albeit in a rather complex manner. Ron gazed intently, and after a prolonged observation, his brow furrowed deeper. The number of runes contained within this devil fruit was no fewer than 100, each appearing coarse and incomprehensible. It was utterly perplexing how they could coalesce to manifest the properties of a zoan-type devil fruit. And understanding this enigmatic phenomenon seemed impossible without further research on additional zoan fruits. Regardless, he decided to take note of it for the time being. Sensing his soul's growing hunger to consume the energy embedded within the devil fruit, Ron shook his head slightly, choosing not to delve any further. Instead, he meticulously committed the runes that constituted this devil fruit to memory, and then he ceased to suppress the voracious desire of his soul. As before, his consciousness swiftly extended beyond his physical form, and like a demon, he opened his cavernous maw and devoured the devil fruit, shattering and extricating all the runes within. After crushing them to dust, he extracted every ounce of energy, absorbing it rapidly. Sizzle. Ron casually discarded the remaining portion along with the curse. The curse segment also comprised runes, which Ron pondered might indeed be the dark curse runes. However, they were equally crude and esoteric. The curse runes were intertwined with the overall runes, and when the latter shattered, this segment of curse runes could not exist independently, swiftly fracturing and vanishing into the void, reminiscent of the scene that unfolded during the previous consumption of the demonic fruit. Chapter 97. The core of the magic tower, he had hoped to enhance his physical constitution slightly. With his eyes closed, Ron immersed himself in the elevation of his spirit. After a while, he reopened his eyes and pursed his lips. The superhuman type, devil fruit, alters the structure of the body, while the zoan type grants the ability to attain semi-animalistic and complete animal forms, fundamentally enhancing physical prowess. Ron initially believed that consuming the zoan-type devil fruit would enhance his physical constitution to some degree. However, he found that it merely augmented his mental prowess, leaving his corporeal form entirely unaffected. He was not particularly surprised, for throughout the entire consumption process, he had observed with clarity. It was his mind that shattered the rough and unstable runic structure of the devil fruit, extracting the energy therein by fracturing the runes that could potentially influence the physical body. In truth, Ron did not concern himself much with the enhancement of his physical constitution, as his control over mental energy had already reached a cellular level. If he desired to improve his physical attributes, he could simply stimulate and nourish his cells using his mental energy. By meditating and drawing energy from the mental realm, he could refine his body through the power of his mind. Nevertheless, in Ron's perspective, such an endeavor seemed unnecessary. As the supreme god of law, he had no need to engage in the chaotic pursuits of dual mastery in magic and martial arts, or the intertwining of sorcery and swordsmanship. His mental essence alone sufficed to transcend all. What then is a deity? What defines a god of law? Ron had previously contemplated this issue, pondering it for an extended period without arriving at a definitive answer. The divine being, akin to a deity, possesses the capability to unleash divine power while encased in mortal form. But what does divinity truly signify? Is it merely a life form that surpasses humanity? No, that is not the case. Having occasionally ventured into the vast and boundless realm of the spiritual world after achieving a mental capacity of 100 points, Ron holds a markedly distinct perspective on this matter. If it were merely another life form existing above humanity, it would not qualify as divine. He believes that the term deity should refer to an existence that transcends this dimension and understanding. Just as humans can freely alter the programming and rules of a game world, from a divine perspective, this world should similarly resemble a game, with runes, cells, and the like serving as mere alternative symbols of programming. Consequently, Ron initially entertained certain thoughts regarding the physical body, but eventually relinquished those notions entirely. For no matter how formidable the body may be, it is ultimately just a collection of data within the game world. The virtual existence of the game world can only possess human-like power if it can match humanity mentally and intellectually, comprehend the essence of programming, engage in self-modification, and even penetrate into the human realm. The same applies to humanity in relation to higher dimensions. The so-called physical body and other powers are but virtual data. Only by achieving a higher level of consciousness, comparable to that of the divine, and understanding the nature of rules and programming, can one possess divine power, standing atop this dimension as the supreme divine being. Of course, all of this remains far beyond Ron's current reach, completely unattainable. His primary objective now is to enhance his mental capacity in magic, surpassing the 7 warlords, then the Marine admirals, and ultimately the 4 emperors. Ascending to the pinnacle of this vast ocean, his mental capacity has increased by approximately 5 points, bringing it to around 124. After consuming the devil fruit, Ron assessed that the enhancement was comparable to the previous Paramecia-type devil fruit he had devoured, yielding a similar increase of 5 points in mental capacity. Although the goal of reaching 200 points in mental capacity still seems distant, this improvement represents a comprehensive enhancement for Ron, boosting his cognitive speed, recovery ability, and overall mental capacity. It is time to transform this substantial stone. Ron was not enveloped in a transcendental elevation. Upon regaining his composure, he dismissed the chaotic distractions and turned his gaze towards the colossal piece of sea tower stone positioned in the center of the room. Although its form was irregular, it was certainly preferable to a haphazard assemblage of various stones. He decided to give it a try. Ron shifted to a mental perspective akin to a penetrating scan, rendering the entire block of sea tower stone into a vivid image, subsequently simulating the etching of runes. Once he had replicated what he deemed the optimal rune, he opened his eyes, inhaled deeply, and withdrew his elven wand, embarking on the endeavor of inscribing runes upon the sea tower stone. Having conducted numerous simulations beforehand, and possessing a degree of proficiency in rune engraving, combined with a stroke of fortune, he succeeded on his first attempt. A resonant hum filled the air as he completed the inscription. The surface of the sea tower stone illuminated, revealing intricate patterns formed by countless lines, creating luminous pathways of white light. This brilliance intensified from a dim glow to a dazzling radiance, as spiritual energy was continuously drawn forth, coalescing at the pinnacle of the sea tower stone into a resplendent orb of white light. Notification: you have constructed a rudimentary magical tower. Notification: you have achieved the title of the Great Mage No Longer Wandering, earning 2 achievement points. A series of notifications echoed in Ron's ears, yet he was too engrossed to heed them, his entire focus fixated on the substantial block of sea tower stone, which could now be referred to as the core of the magical tower. Approximately 3 minutes elapsed, and the energy within the magical tower's core reached saturation. This quantity was sufficient to unleash the power of 3 elven spheres. As he sensed the energy converging within the core, a glimmer of exhilaration appeared in Ron's eyes. It was even more potent than he had anticipated. The ability to accumulate enough energy to release 3 elven spheres in 3 minutes implied that, as long as he remained within the control range of the magical tower, he could unleash an elven sphere approximately every minute, coupled with the elven wand and his own regenerative capabilities. Not to mention his virtually limitless spiritual power, he could release 2nd-tier elemental magic without restriction. Even 3rd-tier elemental magic could be employed with reckless abandon. Such was the essence of the magical tower. The exhilaration on Ron's face gradually transformed into a smile. With this, not only in offense and defense, But even in the realm of cultivation, he could receive immense support, often rendering the issue of consumption negligible. It remains uncertain whether Nami can utilize the magical tower to unleash spells. Although the core of the magical tower is not directly linked to my consciousness, it is nonetheless constructed based on my spirit. Given that Nami possesses my lower-tier magical sigil, perhaps she could wield it as well? Thoughts flickered through Ron's mind, prompting him to summon Nami. As he anticipated, she could indeed manipulate the magical tower, albeit with considerable difficulty. Her control waned with distance, confining her to the tower's immediate vicinity. Furthermore, Nami's mastery over the tower was curtailed by his own influence, akin to his possession of the highest administrative privileges, while she held a subordinate level of authority. Nonetheless, this arrangement sufficed. Despite the challenges in wielding her newfound abilities, Nami, fortified by the magic Ron had imparted and the tower's support, managed to utilize third-tier elemental magic, having surpassed 30 points of mental strength. In essence, as long as she remained beside the magical tower, Nami possessed the formidable capability to obliterate even the most notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. From now on, you shall serve as the guardian of the tower. Ron patted Nami's shoulder, designating her future responsibilities. Chapter 98, Graduation Assessment. Several days later, the graduation assessment that Ron applied for has commenced. The graduation assessment of the new recruits camp is rather straightforward. With sufficient military achievements, one is essentially deemed to have met the graduation criteria. The so-called graduation assessment merely serves to verify whether these accomplishments were obtained through deceitful means and to ascertain if the individual possesses the requisite capabilities. Ron applied for a major general-level graduation assessment, which consisted of a rather straightforward task to defeat a pirate imprisoned on the 5th level of the frigid hell, but once at a bounty of 130 million berries. The requirement was simple: overcome the opponent in a one-on-one match to pass the evaluation. For Ron, this assessment was merely a formality. Nonetheless, despite its simplicity, it attracted a considerable audience, including the intrigued Akiji, the leisurely Kizaru, and a handful of vice admirals from the headquarters. 6 rods prisoner, Ron, wielding the elven wand, remained remarkably composed as he faced the pirate with a bounty of 130 million berries. With a calm flourish, he unleashed a binding spell that rendered his opponent immobile upon the ground. After observing the pirate for a brief moment, Ron executed another gesture. Purgatory Roar. The third-tier fire magic he had mastered just the day before was now put to the test. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted before him, reminiscent of a dragon's fury, cascading down like a torrent of molten lava, instantly engulfing the pirate. In the wake of this assault, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters fractured and exploded, the searing flames radiating outward. Akiji, watching from a distance, shook his head and conjured an ice wall to shield against the residual waves of fire. Witnessing this spectacle, several vice admirals who had come to observe wore solemn expressions. Many had heard of Ron's victory over Baron Egg, and while some speculated that Ron had merely exploited a flaw or taken advantage of a momentary lapse, witnessing his prowess firsthand led many to ponder their own ability to withstand such an onslaught. While many felt confident in their capacity to resist or evade the flames, they had also witnessed the 6 golden beams that bound the pirate, rendering him utterly unable to escape despite his desperate struggles. Confronted with such a strike while immobilized would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge they could only endure. Indeed, this power is authentic, Akiji remarked while bracing against the residual force of Ron's attack. Such strength is truly capable of defeating Baron Egg. The intelligence reports were not fabricated. Indeed, Ron, this new recruit, possesses strength comparable to that of the admirals within our ranks. Kizaru, with his hands folded across his chest and his eyes narrowed slightly, remarked, I recall witnessing his attacks before. He wielded the power of wind, and now has transformed into fire. What a formidable fruit ability. It is monstrous in nature. His body appears to be solid, not of the Logia type. Akiji, upon hearing this, gazed thoughtfully at Ron and commented, the ability to confine pirates previously was quite intriguing. It seems to manifest without the need for distance, appearing out of thin air, even swifter than my ice's freezing speed. Rumor has it that it might be a paramecia-type illusion fruit. At this moment, a rear admiral, having overheard the exchange between Akiji and Kizaru, turned and spoke up. A paramecia-type illusion fruit, you say? Kizaru tilted his head and replied, if memory serves me correctly, it belongs to a notorious pirate from over 20 years ago. That individual should still be imprisoned and impelled down. The admiral continued, that is uncertain. He may very well be deceased, which could explain the re-emergence of this power. The Navy often opts to capture rather than execute many vicious pirates to prevent their devil fruit abilities from resurfacing upon the death of the user. The Paramecia-type illusion fruit is among those abilities, possessing the terrifying capacity to materialize fantasies. It has not been seen in over 2 decades since its wielder was apprehended and imprisoned by the Navy. Fortunately, it is contained within the Navy. Otherwise, it would indeed pose significant trouble. Akiji observed as the flames gradually extinguished and lowered his hand. Kizaru, with a sly grin, remarked, "No wonder there was a clash with Teacher Zephyr. If this is indeed the fruit in question, it becomes understandable. It is certainly a power worthy of reliance." In the arena, as the flames dissipated, the pirate lay reduced to mere ashes. Ron descended slowly from the sky. Having passed the assessment, "You're now a major general in our department." Akiji addressed Ron. "I am Kazan, and this is Fire Mountain." He will guide you through the responsibilities and matters that a major general must manage. Typically, after being promoted to major general, individuals are assigned in succession to serve under the 3 admirals, including Akiji and Kizaru. This time, Ron is fortunate to be placed under Akiji's command. "I wish to apply for a position at the branch office." After Ron descended, he did not conceal his intentions, directly expressing them to Akiji and the Burning Mountain. Akiji looked at Ron with a hint of surprise. It is relatively easy to transfer from the headquarters to a branch, generally. As long as there is a suitable position available, one can be directly assigned. However, the reverse journey from a branch back to the headquarters is fraught with challenges. If Ron were to remain at the headquarters, given his capabilities, he might qualify for promotion to the rank of Rear Admiral within a few years. In contrast, if he were to go to a branch, he could at most hold the position of a Rear Admiral in charge of the base. Advancement thereafter would require passing through the ranks of Branch Vice Admiral and Base Admiral before he could return to the headquarters as a Vice Admiral, highlighting the substantial disparity in the pathways. "Do you wish to go to the branch?" Ron nodded and expressed his desire to oversee the security of a maritime region, seeking a greater sense of freedom compared to remaining at headquarters. Upon hearing this, Akiji fell into contemplation, glancing at the departing Kizaru. He suddenly recalled the previous conflict between Ron and Zephyr, prompting him to massage his temples. In truth, he was reluctant to assign Ron to a branch. After all, someone of Ron's caliber could swiftly rise to the rank of Rear Admiral under his command, proving to be an invaluable asset. However, if he were to go to the branch, he would merely be responsible for the security of a specific maritime area, despite still being nominally under Akiji's jurisdiction. Nonetheless, Ron had articulated his intentions, and given the unique circumstances, it was fortuitous that there was a vacancy for the position of Rear Admiral at the branch. If there had been no suitable position available, it would have been a different matter. Yet, with the current situation, Akiji found himself in a quandary. Nevertheless, he swiftly reached a decision. "Very well, you shall go to the branch. The responsibilities there are not significantly lighter than those at headquarters. Should any issues arise in your designated maritime area, you will bear the primary responsibility," Akiji solemnly cautioned Ron. He had always respected the subjective desires of others, and since transfers from headquarters to branches were rarely denied, he ultimately chose to grant Ron his request. One day later, Ron has been appointed to a specific position as the commander of the T-72 Division Base, under the auspices of the G8 Branch Fortress, overseeing the first half of the Grand Route. The location is in proximity to Judicial Island and the region of the Bermuda Triangle, with responsibilities encompassing the security of 5 islands in the nearby waters. Ron bid farewell to Carp alongside Nami, embarking on a naval vessel destined for the T-72 Division Base. Chapter 99. The Dragon's Core Wand at a certain naval base. A formidable figure clad in a vice admiral's coat, exuding an aura of authority, donned sunglasses and resembled a mechanized being. Virgo, who held a transponder snail in his hand. "Is it him?" "Indeed." Virgo spoke into the transponder snail, addressing Don Quixote da Flamingo on the other end. Through his inquiries, he had confirmed that the Navy's Ron was none other than the sorcerer from the East Blue, who had vanquished Say, and seized the devil fruit. "Headquarters poses quite a challenge." Doflamingo's voice echoed from the transponder snail. "That fellow must be aware of the consequences of crossing Don Quixote, which is likely why he has sought refuge at the naval headquarters." No, he has already departed from headquarters. HM? Doflamingo's tone carried a hint of surprise. Virgo continued, "Just yesterday, he applied for the graduation assessment of the new recruits and has attained the rank of Rear Admiral, proceeding to the T-72 Division Base as the base commander." Fufufu. "So he has been dispatched?" Doflamingo's sinister chuckle resonated from the transponder snail. "Yes," Virgo stated evenly. "Ron's strength has significantly increased since his time in the East Blue. Intelligence indicates he possesses the powers of a paramecia-type illusion fruit user. Recently, he defeated Baron Egg, one of Bigmum's subordinates, yet the T-72 falls within my area of responsibility. Doflamingo let out a sound of acknowledgement, pausing for a few seconds before remarking, "You've joined the Navy, advancing step by step. And now you've been promoted to Vice Admiral of the G8 branch. Your next step will be to become the base commander, overseeing the entirety of a Branch S forces. Your identity carries far greater significance than that of Ron." "I understand," Virgo replied slowly. "If the opportunity arises, I shall discreetly eliminate him without revealing my identity." Fufufu, that is for the best. At the naval headquarters, a warship gradually departed from the harbor. Ron stood on the deck, draped in a navy blue cloak adorned with the insignia of a rear admiral, while beside him stood Nami, also clad in a naval uniform. When Nami graduated early and sought a position at the branch, she showcased her maritime skills at the naval headquarters, earning the rank of sergeant. In truth, had she demonstrated a modicum more of her prowess, attaining the rank of lieutenant would not have posed a great challenge. However, Ron deemed it prudent for Nami to refrain from revealing her magical abilities, and as for her rank, it mattered little. For Nami currently held the position of sergeant and assistant to the base commander, a rear admiral at the T-72 branch. As his assistant, she effectively wielded certain privileges of his rear admiral status. At last, they were to depart from the naval headquarters. Gazing back at the diminishing structure, Nami exhaled softly. Her lively disposition often clashed with the somber atmosphere of the headquarters. Had it not been for the extensive collection of nautical charts and maritime records available for her perusal, coupled with her dedication to the study of magic, she might have succumbed to restlessness far sooner. To her surprise, she had remained there for several months. Ron stood beside the shore, gazing at the vast ocean with a gentle smile. Indeed, it was only now that he had truly embarked upon a grand line. His training at the Navy headquarters, his various missions, were merely a temporary refuge, a brief respite from the threats of the Don Quixote family and the warlord Doflamingo. Now, having departed from the headquarters, he was genuinely poised to embark on the journey to conquer the seas. Regardless of whether it be Doflamingo or any other adversary, they were welcome to come forth. The path to ascend to the pinnacle of the ocean was undoubtedly strewn with the remnants of countless foes. As he gazed out at the sea, Ron was filled with a surge of emotions. The transformation of the world began here. He took a deep breath, summoned the achievement system, and navigated to the profession interface. Earlier that morning, he had received the insignia and uniform of a major general, and with that, he had accomplished the achievement of naval officer, earning himself 2 achievement points, bringing his total to 75 points. At that moment, Ron had been occupied with transporting the core of the magical tower, so he hadn't rushed to check the profession interface for any magic extraction. Now that he had gathered all that he needed, and the warship had departed from the headquarters, he felt a swell of excitement as he activated the achievement system. Notification: your total achievement points have reached 75, granting you an opportunity to extract a wand. Notification: your total achievement points have reached 75, granting you an opportunity to extract a rune. As the profession interface appeared, 2 notifications echoed in Ron's ears. Indeed, reaching 75 total achievement points allowed for extraction opportunities, and he was fortunate to receive not only the chance for magic, but also for a wand. Hearing the notifications, a glimmer of exhilaration appeared in Ron's eyes. With the acquisition of the magical tower core and the energy source, the efficacy of the Elven Wand had significantly diminished compared to its initial promise. The Elven Wand could reduce the mana cost of first-tier spells by nearly tenfold and second-tier spells by half. However, for third-tier spells, the reduction was only about 1/3. As for the casting speed, Ron could achieve instant casting for first-tier spells even without the Elven Wand, and the difference in speed for second-tier spells was negligible. Regarding third-tier spells, even with the Elven Wand, the reduction in casting speed was minimal. The difference between a 2-second casting time and a little over 2 seconds was hardly significant. The Elven Wand indeed lived up to its description as a tool suitable for beginners, but it was not well suited for someone like him, who had already proven himself as a capable grand sorcerer in various aspects. He hoped to draw something more fitting. Ron murmured softly, and the extraction interface appeared on his professional screen. Similar to the last time he drew a wand, a total of 10 wands were displayed, with the Elven Wand portion darkened. Under Ron's intense gaze, 9 wands, excluding the Elven Wand, illuminated in succession, quickly flickering and switching. Gradually, the flickering slowed, ultimately ceasing upon one particular wand. An alert signaled, "You have acquired the Dragonheart Wand." Accompanied by the chime, the chosen wand materialized before Ron. This Dragonheart Wand was but half the length of the Elven Wand, appearing quite short and exceedingly slender, its thickness akin to that of a little finger, crowned with a drop-shaped, vivid red gem. As Ron made contact with the wand, the professional interface unveiled a detailed description. Dragon Heart Wand Description: a high-grade wand crafted from the core of the dragon tree, found at the deepest recesses of a dragon's lair, combined with dragon crystal. Attributes: blessed by the dragon god. This wand's core releases magic imbued with the essence of dragons. Coupled with dragon crystal, this essence transforms into a modicum of dragon power, amplifying the potency of the released spells. Evaluation: this wand boasts formidable power. However, the dragon tree core is exceedingly fragile and easily damaged, making it suitable for experienced grand sorcerers. Chapter 100. Frost Magic. Clutching this new wand, a smile gradually spread across Ron's face. His current predicament lay in the inadequacy of his magical power, and this wand, which enhanced the potency of spells, was undeniably more fitting for him than the elven wand. As for its fragility, if he were to be attacked in close quarters, it would only signify that his adversary was far superior to him. This flaw may pose a significant challenge for a novice mage, yet for him, it was of little concern. Indeed, the elven wand was remarkably sturdy. The hardness of its world tree branch likely surpassed all materials in existence, far beyond the likes of sea prism stone. Ron was utterly convinced that the elven wand could withstand the might of Hawkeye's sword without being severed, for that wand embodied the essence of an entire realm. In times of peril, wielding the elven wand allowed one to employ it as an indestructible staff for defense and parrying, a characteristic absent in the Dragonheart wand. The mere thought of engaging in close combat with a wand in hand brought a smile to Ron's face, as such an endeavor was undoubtedly the folly of a mere apprentice in the arcane arts. Ron was not in a hurry to discard the elven wand. He still needed to test the compatibility of the Dragon Core wand with the energy source rune. If the compatibility proved insufficient, he could not yet bestow the elven wand upon Naomi, and would have to continue as a dual-wielding mage for the time being. However, if the compatibility were to be sufficiently high, yielding results comparable to those of the elven wand, then it would matter little. At present, Ron's control was limited to one wand and the core of the magic tower, along with 2 energy sources. Beyond that, he would find it challenging to maintain mastery. And then there were the runes. As Ron contemplated testing the formidable power of the Dragon Core wand, he suddenly recalled that this occasion was not merely for the selection of a wand, but also included the simultaneous opportunity to draw magical runes. At this moment, the information regarding the Dragon Core wand on the professional interface gradually faded, giving way to the familiar rune drawing screen. As long as it was not water-related, he would be content. Ron held modest expectations for this rune extraction. He merely wished to avoid obtaining the water element, as it held little significance for him at this juncture. Mastering the 4 fundamental magics of earth, water, wind, and fire made it virtually impossible to achieve proficiency in all, resulting only in a futile expenditure of energy. He hadn't even found the time to delve into the 3rd-tier earth magic yet. The extraction shimmered with brilliance, and soon, the flickering runes settled upon the ordinary elemental tier, landing on one of the 4 runes representing special symbols, which bore a design reminiscent of ice. The message read, "You have acquired the frost element rune, not the eternal one." With a hint of regret, Ron shifted his gaze from the realms of space-time and the ethereal to the frost runes of the special system, a smile gradually gracing his lips. He was not greedy. As long as the magic was not of the water element, he was content. The frost element is one of the special runes, alongside the thunder, light, and darkness elements. Having previously encountered the ferocity and might of thunder during his confrontation with Enel, he understood that its power indeed surpassed that of ordinary elements. And the frost element possessed a comparable strength. Though ice is composed of water, the frost system is neither a branch of the water element nor an elevated force of it, for the essence represented by frost is not water, but rather coldness, the chilling might of winter. Exploring 4th-tier magic within the realms of earth, wind, and fire proved exceedingly challenging. Such magic demands a more formidable spirit, both in control and intensity, which he currently lacked. Perhaps if provided with complete 4th-tier runes, he could unleash such magic, yet the pursuit of 4th-tier knowledge remained daunting. The challenges of 3rd-tier guardian magic were similarly arduous, possibly even more so than those faced in the 4th-tier elemental magic. As for the ice element, lying between the ordinary elemental and eternal systems, Ron believed that mastering 3rd-tier ice magic would not pose significant difficulty. Furthermore, 3rd-tier ice magic would undoubtedly surpass the powers of earth, wind, and fire. As Ron had anticipated, the complexity of the ice magic runes also resided between the elemental and eternal systems, approximately double that of ordinary elemental magic. Given this level of intricacy, The exploration of derivative runes could be accomplished swiftly, and mastering second-tier magic would be exceedingly simple. Even with third-tier magic, he harbored confidence that he could master it within a month. Ron swiftly committed to memory the fundamental runes of the frost magic. With a mere thought, he unleashed them before him, elegantly wielding the dragon core wand in his grasp. The frost magic, distinct from both elemental and eternal magic, did not rely solely on mental fortitude, as the latter did, nor did it necessitate the accumulation of vast elemental forces as the former. It was as if it occupied a harmonious space between the two. With a sharp crack, a block of ice rapidly materialized before Ron, manifesting into an ice shield that stood protectively in front of him. Notification: you have mastered the first-tier frost magic, Ice Shield. Ron gazed at the diminutive ice shield, letting out a soft click of his tongue. In the absence of mastery over protective magic, this spell might have held some utility. However, in the present context, it seemed rather superfluous, serving merely as a spell to be casually cast. Nevertheless, this straightforward incantation afforded Ron insight into the nature of ice magic. He noted the intricate runes associated with it, which demanded a greater mental fortitude, indeed, rendering it more potent than its elemental counterparts of the same tier. The defensive capacity of this ice shield, while inferior to that of a first-tier protective barrier, proved comparably robust to a first-tier earth magic spell, the Rock Wall, and perhaps even surpassed it. It was time to assess the extent of the enhancement provided by the Dragon Core wand. Ron contemplated the amplifying effects of the Longshin wand on his magical prowess. In pursuit of a more precise evaluation, he descended from the warship, landing upon the ocean's surface to conduct his experiments. First tier, second tier, third tier, he gradually unleashed various spells, meticulously testing each one. Before long, he arrived at an accurate assessment of the Longshin wand's performance. It proved ineffective against eternal magic, yielding no enhancement. However, it provided a significant power boost of at least 30% for elemental and frost spells, with an additional expenditure of approximately 1/10 of his mental energy. The enhancement was monumental. A 30% increase in power equated to a nearly equivalent rise in Ron's overall strength, given his primary deficiency lay in offensive capability. The extra 1/10 of mental energy consumed was undoubtedly a worthwhile trade-off in light of the 30% augmentation in potency. Such formidable power would leave few within the ranks of the major generals capable of withstanding it. Once he mastered the third tier of frost magic, he could anticipate an even greater surge in strength. Ron possesses a general understanding of the formidable individuals who have surpassed the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. The pirates in the New World, with bounties exceeding 500 to 600 million, generally surpass the elite vice admirals, such as Weasel, being comparable to the lower-ranking warlords of the sea, like Moria. Ascending to the next echelon, one finds the notable figures with bounties over 800 million, including the Calamities, who are on par with the higher-ranking warlords of the sea, such as Doflamingo. Further still, at the pinnacle, we encounter the foremost among the four emperors, such as Katakuri, the leader of the Calamities, and Marco, the captain of the first division of the White-Beard Pirates. These individuals possess the strength to contend with Navy admirals. The disparity between them and the Navy's prospective admirals, like Momonosuke and Tashigi, is almost negligible, making it exceedingly difficult to determine a victor in direct combat, as their powers are nearly equivalent. Beyond this lies the Navy admirals and the four emperors, the ultimate embodiments of combat prowess within both the Navy and the pirate world, standing atop the pinnacle of strength. Now, with the Dragon Core magic wand in his possession, Ron has attained a level of power that exceeds that of a typical vice admiral without relying on the magic tower. Yet, within the domain enveloped by the magic tower, his capabilities are even more formidable. The stage that represents the apex of this ocean is already within reach. Chapter 101. Arrival at the T-72 Division, the Naval T-72 Division Base. The previous brigadier general in charge of this location was severely injured during an expedition to capture pirates, having been overwhelmed by them. The bounty of that particular pirate, initially set at 60 million berries, was subsequently raised to 145 million berries following that battle, marking their ascendance as one of the new generation of notorious pirates. Ron arrived at the T-72 Division, not tasked with pursuing the pirate, as the pirate had already reached the Shambadi Islands several days prior, and the Navy had no intentions of taking action there. At the port of the T-72 Division, Major General Puka gathered with 10 colonels and a multitude of lieutenant colonels and majors to welcome the new base commander. Upon sighting a warship approaching in the distance, many shifted from their relaxed demeanor to one of solemnity. It was said that the new base commander had been dispatched from headquarters and possessed formidable strength. After all, our division had suffered a significant loss and truly required a powerful leader to restore our deterrent presence in the nearby waters. Several lieutenant colonels and majors whispered amongst themselves. As the warship finally docked, the murmurs ceased entirely, and all eyes were fixed on the vessel, their expressions grave, until someone disembarked. The first to step down was Ron, clad in naval uniform, exuding a calm and composed demeanor, accompanied by a petite yet curvaceous young woman, none other than Nami. Major General Puka, leading all the officers, proclaimed, "Welcome, Mr. Ron, the new base commander." Notably, Puka exhibited no surprise upon seeing Ron emerge first, having already glimpsed his likeness in a photograph. He saluted Ron and addressed him. While Puka remained unfazed, the colonels and lieutenant colonels behind him were taken aback at the sight of Ron. Many displayed expressions of mild astonishment, as not all had seen Ron's photograph beforehand. Encountering him in person, numerous naval officers instinctively felt they were mistaken, for Ron appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly no older than his 20s. A base commander in his 20s? Even the current admirals Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru were already in their 30s when they served as rear admirals. Their predecessor, Admiral Zephyr, similarly ascended to the rank of naval officer in his 30s. The critical point, however, is not merely youth. One cannot perceive any semblance of strength, ferocity, or might in Ron's demeanor. Instead, he exudes an air of nobility, particularly when accompanied by a petite young lady, resembling a nobleman seeking amusement. The naval officers in the rear exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of predicament. Could it be that headquarters has dispatched a scion of a high-ranking official? Such individuals, though rare within the Navy, are not non-existent. A prime example is the commander of the adjacent T-71 division, who is precisely such a figure. His father is rumored to be a senior official within the world government. Yet his personal strength pales in comparison to that of a mere ordinary seaman, yet he has been appointed as the base commander. This has rendered the entire T-71 division a chaotic mess. Consequently, the T-72 division frequently finds itself compelled to manage the fallout from the T-71 division's adverse situations, often receiving requests for assistance. Many naval officers wish to metaphorically return the T-71 division's base commander to the world government with a swift reprimand. However, the formidable background of the individual renders such actions unfeasible. Even Commander Jonathan of the G8 division must begrudgingly turn a blind eye to him. As for this newly appointed rear admiral, one can only hope he is not of the same ilk. If so, it would spell disaster. The T-71 division is already mired in dysfunction, with the base commander treating the rear admiral as a personal bodyguard, preventing him from leading missions against pirates. This has allowed countless pirates to roam freely. Should this pattern continue in their division, both regions may very well descend into havens for pirates. Ron approached the multitude of officers with an air of composure. He cast a glance at the numerous naval cadets behind him, observing the expressions of discomfort and even irritation etched upon their faces, which allowed him to surmise their sentiments. "I am Ron, the newly appointed base commander, and I shall henceforth oversee the T-72 division. It appears that several individuals harbor reservations and discontent regarding my appointment as the new base commander." Ron casually glanced at the numerous naval officers. The young naval lieutenants exchanged glances, each lowering their heads in silence. With the new base commander speaking in such a manner, anyone displaying dissatisfaction or dissent would likely find themselves subjected to a display of authority. Yet, despite this, no one was inclined to speak. The desire to avoid provoking Ron, the newly appointed base commander, did not equate to the absence of opinions or grievances. The division's Major General, Puka, who had previously viewed Ron's photograph, now found himself in a state of uncertainty. Having access to detailed intelligence on Ron, which included his annihilation of a ship of pirate supernovas and the elimination of a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million, he believed the information from headquarters to be reliable. However, Ron's demeanor left him hesitant. For the higher echelons of the world government, fabricating credentials is a trivial task. With his mind clouded by doubt, he found himself at a loss for words. Did silence imply acquiescence? Upon witnessing the multitude of naval personnel, Ron felt no anger. Instead, a smile graced his lips as he led Nami directly into the base, inquiring, "Major Puka, might you give me a tour of the facility?" At first glance, the strength of the establishment was not immediately apparent, yet it exuded an air of nobility that quite aligned with Ron's envisioned self-image. However, he felt a twinge of displeasure at being perceived as lacking in power, should anyone attempt to confront him with a stern demeanor. he would not hesitate to unleash a mental intimidation. As his mental prowess expanded, this form of intimidation increasingly resembled the formidable conqueror's haki, easily overwhelming those of weaker resolve and causing them to faint from a mere onslaught. Puka, taken aback by Ron's demeanor, paused momentarily before acquiescing. Initially skeptical, his doubts began to dissipate. After all, if Ron were indeed a scion of the world government's elite, one would expect him to exhibit an air of arrogance, ready to erupt at any perceived slight. With his internal hesitation fading, Puka complied with Ron's request, guiding him and Nami through the T-72 division, revealing the intricacies of its various sectors. Meanwhile, other officers, including majors and lieutenant colonels, exchanged glances before dispersing. Before long, after familiarizing himself with the layout of the T-72 division, Ron accompanied Puka to the commander's office, situated on the top floor of the division's building. "The responsibilities, I will assume, shall not be numerous," he remarked. Ron sat behind the desk, gently tapping a finger on the surface as he perused a list of officers and information pertaining to the T-72 division. He remarked, "The routine affairs of the T-72 division should be addressed as you see fit, and it is your responsibility to manage them. There is no need to report to me, except for matters of exceptional intelligence." "Understood," Puka replied, as the division's major general was indeed tasked with assisting the base commander in handling affairs. Ron paused for a moment, glancing at Nami, who was seated on the sofa, and remarked, "Nami is my assistant and will be responsible for the division's finances moving forward." Puka was momentarily at a loss for words. While it was customary for him to delegate tasks, entrusting financial responsibilities to an assistant struck him as rather peculiar. Moreover, the assistant in question appeared to be somewhat unreliable. Typically, a competent and astute assistant would stand beside Ron, perusing the division's documents and offering him advice. Yet, Nami exhibited none of the hallmarks of a capable aide, and given her age, she appeared to be no more than 15 or 16. She seemed more suited to the role of a romantic interest than a financial overseer. Could such a young girl truly be entrusted with managing funds? The more Puka contemplated, the darker his expression grew. He feared that within a month, the T-72 division's funds would be squandered, leaving them unable to even disburse salaries. "Mr. Ron, would it not be more prudent for you to handle the finances personally?" Puka finally exclaimed, his face clouded with discontent. Initially, he had questioned his own judgment, but Ron's decision to assign the division's finances to a mere girl of 15 or 16 seemed indicative of aristocratic folly. "General Puka, please refrain from questioning the base commander's decisions," Nami retorted with a dismissive smirk directed at Puka. "Ron serves as the commander of the T-72 division's base, which essentially equates to managing her own enterprise. Naturally, she is deeply concerned about the property matters, a fact that was mutually agreed upon from the very beginning. Moreover, should Ron be tasked with overseeing the finances, it would not be long before the base finds itself devoid of funds. Ron is indeed the kind of person who can casually produce 200,000 coins to have her massage his shoulders. I shall personally oversee this matter." Ron discerned the concerns that plagued Puka and responded nonchalantly. Entrusting Nami with the financial management of the base was not merely a matter of whether salaries could be disbursed, but rather a question of how much remuneration could be expected. One must avoid transgressions, for should such actions occur, salary deductions would likely ensue. Observing Ron's casual assertion that he would personally review matters, yet noting his indifferent demeanor, Puka's expression darkened increasingly, and a wave of frustration washed over him, accompanied by a throbbing headache. Ron had little else to deliberate. He could either delegate the fundamental affairs to the brigadier general of the division or entrust the financial matters to Nami. "Very well, you may attend to the division's affairs. Apart from operations against pirates, there is no need to report any other matters to me." Ron waved at Puka, who glanced at Nami and then at Ron, hesitating to speak. Ultimately, he acquiesced and exited Ron's room, exhaling deeply as if he had foreseen a grim future for the T-72 division. His expression was one of utter distrust. Nami pouted, watching Puka's retreating figure, contemplating the possibility of him erring under her watchful gaze. If he did, his salary would undoubtedly suffer a significant deduction. Once Puka closed the door, Nami turned to Ron and inquired, "Tell me, do you intend to remain in the Navy indefinitely?" "No." Ron shrugged at Nami and remarked, "My ideals are incompatible with those of the Navy. It was only a matter of time before we parted ways. In truth, after immersing myself in magical research, I find myself yearning for adventure." Nami nodded in deep agreement. In contrast to Ron's somewhat reclusive nature, her personality was far more vibrant. If Ron, who was consumed by his daily studies of magic, felt the urge to embark on maritime escapades, it was needless to say that she felt it even more keenly. By the way, Here is something for you. Ron pondered for a moment, suddenly struck by an idea. He gestured with his hand, summoning the elven wand, and as he relaxed his grip, the wand soared toward Nami. The Dragon Core wand could also channel an energy source, though its efficacy was slightly inferior to that of the elven wand. Yet, its shortcomings were negligible. Mastering the Dragon Core wand alongside the core of the magical tower represented the extent of his capabilities. Juggling both wands while simultaneously managing the magical tower's core proved to be somewhat overwhelming. Now that they were departing from the Navy headquarters, any forthcoming actions would undoubtedly involve Nami, rendering the positioning of the elven wand with her no different than keeping it for himself. Moreover, the resilience of the elven wand was such that it seemed no one in this world could possibly damage it. For me? Nami exclaimed instinctively as she caught the approaching elven wand, then inquired, "What about you?" Ron brandished the dragon heartstring wand before her, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "This wand is far more suited to me. Previously, my abilities were insufficient to harness its true power." Nami, having borrowed Ron's elven wand on several occasions, understood the significance of a wand to a magician. Upon hearing Ron's words, her face blossomed into an exuberant smile, and in a burst of joy, she leaped into his arms, embracing him tightly. "I adore you, Captain." Ron smiled faintly. Although this gesture bore a hint of ambiguity, Nami, with her naturally vivacious personality, appeared entirely unaffected by the implications of age differences, rendering the situation quite ordinary. However, it must be noted that Nami seemed to be blossoming into maturity, transitioning from an adorably innocent girl to a budding young woman. She occasionally revealed a hint of allure in moments of intimacy that could stir one's heart. Engrossed in her playful manipulation of the enchanted wand, Nami remained oblivious to Ron's gaze, and by the time she turned to him, he had already averted his eyes. Let us return to the study of frost magic. Ron stroked his chin, departed from the office, and ascended to the rooftop of the division. At the very center of the terrace lay the colossal sea prism stone, ingeniously crafted into the core of the magical tower, quietly exuding a gentle luminescence that interwove into intricate runic patterns. The glowing lines were visible to the naked eye, yet the brilliant sphere of white spiritual energy at the apex could only be perceived through the lens of one's mental vision. To the unaided eye, the scene appeared somewhat distorted and nebulous. Utilizing the magical tower and his wand, Ron had, over the course of 5 days en route to the division, thoroughly explored the frost-arrived runes. Similar to elemental runes, the frost-arrived runes numbered 8. He decided to commence with the second-tier magic. Ron was already well-versed in the exploration of magic. The energy expenditure for frost second-tier magic was approximately threefold that of wind second-tier magic. However, armed with the Dragon Core wand and bolstered by the power of the magical tower, Ron could largely disregard this consumption. In less than half a day, he conjured his first frost second-tier spell, multiple ice arrows. The spell's effect was to generate dozens of icy arrows that shot forth with remarkable speed directly ahead, rivaling the velocity of wind magic, with an impressive range exceeding 300 meters. Although its potency paled in comparison to the whirlwind tempest, the attack distance marked it as the farthest-reaching magic Ron had mastered thus far, a delightful surprise that kindled his anticipation for the frost third-tier magic. Ron did not hastily delve into the exploration of the third-tier frost magic centered around the multiple ice arrows. Instead, he continued to investigate the second-tier ice magic. After dedicating 3 days to this pursuit, he gradually mastered several second-tier ice spells and acquired a profound understanding of ice runes before embarking on his journey toward the third tier. As time swiftly passed, half a month elapsed. Under the financial management of Nami, expenditures within the base were reduced by nearly 30% during this period. She meticulously identified and eliminated unnecessary waste, even withholding wages from several naval personnel. Those sailors whose salaries were docked found themselves in despair, as Nami's youthful visage made it difficult to harbor animosity towards her. Thus, their resentment shifted entirely towards Ron. After all, Nami was merely an assistant, and the execution of these decisions undoubtedly reflected Ron's intentions. Moreover, since Ron's arrival at the base, he had remained indoors for the entirety of the half-month, delegating most affairs to Puka, which further fueled the grievances among the naval personnel. They perceived him as someone merely seeking to amass wealth, engage with women, and attain political achievements. His behavior was, however, slightly more commendable than that of the base commander T-71, as he at least did not treat the division's Rear Admiral, Puka, as a bodyguard, escorting him to various venues daily. At the same time, Ron served as the Rear Admiral of the T-72 base, The wheels of the world continued to turn, and the Grand Line was engulfed in turmoil instigated by pirates. The source of this upheaval was none other than Fire Fist Ace. Merely half a month into his voyage, he had conquered the entirety of the East Blue and, upon entering the Grand Line, swept through various pirate factions with relentless vigor. Remarkably, within just 1/4 of his journey along the Grand Line, he had amassed a staggering bounty of 170 million berries. This meteoric rise in bounty sent shockwaves throughout the first half of the seas, instilling fear in countless hearts and shaking the naval forces to their core. Chapter 103. Ron takes action rooftop. Beside the core of the magic tower, Ron stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the sky. A wand, approximately the length of his forearm, hovered in front of him, undulating gently, its tip faintly shimmering with a glow. Ron, the commander of the base, was soon joined on the rooftop by Major Puka from the division, who addressed him directly. Ron tilted his head slightly and inquired, "What is it?" "Fire Fist Ace and the Spade pirates have made their appearance on Turan Island. The higher-ups require us to mobilize immediately. I need to summon all the warships and troops from our division." Major General Puka responded to Ron, his voice grave and his demeanor exceptionally serious. There was a hint of pressure reflected in his eyes. The matter concerning Fire Fist Ace had stirred considerable commotion, and even without the need for reconnaissance, it was evident that half of the Grand Line was aware of this remarkably brilliant newcomer in the pirate world. In less than 2 months at sea, he had already garnered a bounty nearing 200 million, a rarity since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. Fire Fist Ace? Upon hearing Puka's words, Ron's gaze shifted slightly as he turned around. If memory serves correctly, this year indeed marks the time when Ace set sail. Although he interfered somewhat in the EC, Ace appears to have arrived at the Grand Line unperturbed, subsequently acquiring the powers of the Mara Nami, a Logia-type devil fruit. There is no need to mobilize an excessive number of warships. Fire Fist Ace cannot be subdued merely through sheer numbers. Without sufficient strength, additional manpower would prove futile. Ron shook his head at Puka. Upon hearing this, Puka immediately found himself in a predicament, saying, "But it is an order from above." Ron walked past Puka and descended, stating, "The higher-ups do not intend for you to mobilize all forces. Rather, they wish for me to make the journey personally." Although Tran Island falls within the operational jurisdiction of the T-72 division, the threat posed by Fire Fist Ace is evidently beyond the capacity of an ordinary division to confront. Should a deployment occur, it would surely necessitate the involvement of the superior G8 branch. The decision to assign this task to them undoubtedly followed extensive deliberation at headquarters, designating him a rising star in the Navy to confront Ace, a newcomer among pirates. Upon hearing Ron's words, Puka was momentarily taken aback, but quickly fell in step behind Ron. He was among the very few in the T-72 division aware of Ron's formidable strength. Previously, due to financial issues, he had clashed with Nami, and this conflict had extended to Ron. At that time, Ron was engrossed in pivotal magical research and was quite impatient with Puka's interruption, subsequently immobilizing him with a 6-rod light prison. With a mere flick of his finger, Ron had drained Puka of his strength, making it a struggle for him to break free. Since then, Puka's attitude towards Ron had undergone a complete transformation. In this world, where strength reigned supreme, he now adhered unwaveringly to Ron's commands without any dissent. Capturing Fire Fist Ace now would undoubtedly alter the course of the world significantly. As Ron descended the stairs, his mind wandered in contemplation. The achievement system interface displayed a title, World Line Destroyer, with the prerequisite being the capture of Fire Fist Ace. Specifically before Ace joined the Whitebeard Pirates, Ron hesitated over whether to pursue this achievement. Should he succeed, it might result in the complete eradication of the storyline surrounding the Paramount War, rendering his participation in it meaningless and significantly impacting subsequent events. However, after some contemplation, Ron resolved to proceed. An opportunity like this could not be casually dismissed, especially since the conditions for achievement merely required the capture of Ace, not his execution. At this juncture, the Navy remained unaware of Ace's true lineage, and public execution was not a consideration. Ron contemplated that if Ace were imprisoned and impelled down, he might very well become the second person in history to escape. "Commander Ron, here is the dossier on Fire Fist Ace," Puka said, standing beside Ron and presenting a document with a grave expression. "The captain of the Spade Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, possesses extraordinary strength. According to reliable intelligence, he wields the most potent natural-type powers among the devil fruits. The T-31 division was nearly annihilated in a recent ambush against the Spade Pirates." Ron casually picked up the documents, but did not bother to examine them. He was well aware of the capabilities of Fire Fist Ace. While the natural abilities certainly dominated against those who lacked hockey, they were of little significance when faced with someone wielding magical power. Descending the stairs, Ron activated his spiritual perspective and located Nami's position. He chose not to approach her directly, but instead transmitted a message through the connection of magical marks. Nami, we are setting sail. The voice resonated directly within Nami's mind. When embarking on expedition, it was essential to have one's trusted aid, and Nami, equipped with the Elven Wand, could showcase extraordinary prowess. Soon, 3 colonels, 10 lieutenant colonels, and numerous majors and lieutenants convened aboard a large warship at the port. The T-72 division possessed 1 large warship, 3 medium-sized vessels, and 10 smaller ships. Ron had no intention of deploying excessive force. 1 warship sufficed. Upon learning that the mission involved capturing the Spade pirates, the assembled Navy personnel on deck were visibly shaken. Major Puka, should we rendezvous with the G8 division first, or proceed to Trap Island for the ambush and blockade? A colonel inquirait de gravity. Confronting a formidable figure like Fire Fist Ace, whose bounty exceeded 100 million, they feared that their division's strength might prove inadequate, and it was undoubtedly poised to be a bloody battle. The G8 base has not indicated any intention to provide support, Puka replied, shaking his head. He deemed this to be a reasonable stance, as Ron's prowess was capable of dispatching a pirate with a bounty of 300 million in the New World. And it was likely that both the G8 division and headquarters felt assured in dealing with a newcomer whose bounty was less than 200 million. Upon hearing Puka's words, the colonel and the lieutenants exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions turning grim. The absence of support from the G8 division signified that the task of apprehending the Spade pirates rested entirely upon the shoulders of the T-72 division. While ordinary naval soldiers might not grasp the gravity of Fire Fist Ace, the informed lieutenants understood how formidable a natural devil fruit user could be. Rest assured, Commander Ron will personally lead this mission, Puka stated, recognizing the unease among the naval officers. As soon as he spoke, many faces reflected a peculiar expression. One major could not contain himself and whispered, Arlong, the commander? Isn't he no need for doubt? Puka interrupted, anticipating the major's thoughts. Commander Ron's strength far surpasses mine. All you need to do is trust him. Upon hearing Puka's assurance, many were left bewildered, as it was widely believed that Ron was merely a high-ranking offspring who had accompanied a maid to gain military merit and prestige. They all gazed at Puka, attempting to discern some semblance of mockery upon his visage. However, what they encountered was only earnestness. Clearly, Puka's previous remarks were not intended as a jest directed at Ron, but were articulated with utmost sincerity, despite the collective astonishment and skepticism that enveloped them. Making it difficult to overturn the impressions formed over the past fortnight regarding Ron, Puka's unwavering seriousness, devoid of any playful demeanor, compelled them to entertain a flicker of belief. Thus, was it true that Ron's prior record as the base commander was entirely authentic? Chapter 104. Do not play with fire on Tranquil Island. In a secluded woodland, a multitude of pirates from the Spade pirates gathered, with goblets and flasks scattered about, and a profusion of meat and fruits adorning the grass. As they engaged in merriment, Ace, your last move was truly impressive. One exclaimed, Is that so? Ha ha! Ace, donning a leather hat, sat in front of a bountiful spread of meat and fruits, a flask in hand, his smile radiant like the sun, devoid of arrogance or pride. The pirates under his command addressed him not with the terms boss or captain, but rather as equals, simply using his name. How dare they underestimate us? They deserved what they got. One individual remarked with a sly grin. They had encountered a rival crew on the island, and after a minor disagreement, a brawl ensued. Although the opposing captain was a formidable figure with a bounty of 80 million berries, Ace effortlessly vanquished the entire crew single-handedly. Following their triumph, they retreated to the outskirts to celebrate, and now their feast was nearly complete. Hey, has the magnetic storage of the log pose been adequately charged? Ace inquired, patting his belly while glancing at his navigator companion. It should take at least another half a day, the navigator replied, checking the log pose on his wrist. Navigating the Grand Line solely by map was futile. The only reliable guides were the log pose and the eternal pose. The eternal pose consistently pointed to a specific island, while the log pose, upon reaching an island, would only indicate the next once its magnetic storage was full, leading ultimately to the New World. The duration required for magnetic storage varied from island to island. Some necessitated several days, others even a month, which posed a significant challenge for the Navy in their pursuit of pirates, as the latter often needed to linger on certain islands for an extended period to progress. Then let us rest a while longer, The time is nearly upon us. Ace chuckled and reclined backward. Just then, one of the crew suddenly froze, his expression shifting slightly before he leapt onto a nearby tree. Huh? What's wrong? Ace inquired. Someone is approaching, many of them. The one perched in the tree responded before vaulting to the treetop to gaze into the distance, his countenance changing dramatically. It's the Navy. They're coming. What? His voice abruptly roused the revelers, still indulging in drink and feast. Ace, emerging from a state of mild inebriation, felt no anxiety but rather helplessly rubbed his temples, exclaiming, "The recording pointer will require half a day to fully gather magnetic energy. It appears we are destined to clash with the Navy once more." The majority of pirates, upon encountering the Navy, instinctively choose flight over confrontation, and Ace was no exception. He preferred to avoid combat with them. Although he harbored no fear of the Navy, he was reluctant to inflict harm due to his respect for Garp, understanding that it would complicate matters for him. "Ace, they have surrounded us. Retreat is impossible," someone remarked. "This is quite troublesome." Ace replied resignedly. "Then we must first subdue the Navy." Upon hearing his words, the members of the Spade pirates exchanged knowing smiles, none exhibiting excessive concern. Despite their short month together, they had engaged in numerous skirmishes with the Navy, and their aspirations of becoming the pirate king rendered them undaunted by their foes. "Come, everyone, awaken from your stupor. Before we depart, let us first lay waste to the Navy." One jested, "I believe it would be wiser to slip away, haha." Engaging in battle with the Navy is invariably a hassle. They come in waves, and it never seems to end. The crew shared laughter as they armed themselves. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the thicket, a seemingly fragile young girl, wielding a long, dark staff that emitted a faint glimmer of white light from its tip. Ace observed the gradually materializing silhouette, initially perplexed, but soon recognized something amiss. His expression shifted as he clenched his fist and thrust it forward. Fire fist. Simultaneously, Nami, positioned in the jungle ahead, swung her enchanted wand, unleashing an extraordinarily elongated blade of wind. This wind blade extended for 10 zhong, slender yet vast in its reach, sweeping through the foliage and severing trees at their base. Boom! Ace's fire fist collided with the slender blade of wind. The intense flames erupting upon impact shattered the wind blade, continuing their relentless advance towards Nami. With a deft motion, Nami raised her wand, summoning a fierce gust that formed a wall of wind to intercept the flames. The scorching fire struck the wind barrier, thwarted from advancing further. The sound of crashing timber reverberated as the wind blade felled the trees, revealing Nami's form and the multitude of Navy soldiers lurking in the forest behind her. Ace, astonished to see his attack thwarted by a girl who appeared merely 15 or 16, pushed forward with both hands. Boom! The searing flames surged violently, forcefully dispersing the wind wall conjured by Nami, and continued their sweeping assault. Oh dear! Nami was taken aback, leaping backward with a sudden jolt, while simultaneously pushing her right hand forward, conjuring a magical barrier that shielded her body. Although her magical barrier successfully intercepted the flames directly in front of her, the sheer magnitude of Ace's attack was far-reaching. A vast inferno surged forth from either side of the magical barrier, rushing towards the multitude of Navy soldiers positioned behind her. The sight elicited expressions of sheer terror among them. While they were already astonished by the capabilities Nami had just demonstrated, they were utterly astounded by the overwhelming power unleashed by Ace. Moreover, the encroaching flames were extensive, rendering their firearms and swords utterly ineffective against such an onslaught. Just as the torrent of fire was poised to engulf dozens of Navy personnel, an enigmatic force suddenly enveloped the scene. The wild flames that had been rampaging through the air were abruptly frozen in place, hovering ominously just a meter away from the nearest Navy soldier, who could already feel the oppressive heat radiating from Blaze. "It is still too soon for you to contend with the fire fist. A light, amused voice belonging to Ron resonated from the heavens above. The numerous Navy personnel instinctively raised their gazes skyward, as did Ace and his companions. With a substantial area of trees nearby, severed by Nami's wind blades, an expansive clearing was revealed, free from any foliage that might obstruct the view. Thus, it was effortless to behold Ron, adorned in a white robe and draped in the Navy's justice cloak, suspended in the sky. Ron gazed downwards, extending his right hand in a sweeping motion. Ace's expression shifted slightly, astonished. While he was not entirely surprised that the flames had been thwarted by some peculiar force at this moment, he was indeed taken aback, for he sensed that his control over the flames had been utterly severed, the connection abruptly cut off. Immediately thereafter, under the astonished gazes of numerous Navy personnel and the Spade pirates, The flames, which had been suspended around Nami and the others, began to surge upwards towards the sky as if drawn by an unseen force, converging in Ron's palm to form a massive crimson fireball, quietly suspended in the air. It is best not to play with fire in the forest, as it could lead to troublesome consequences. Ron casually spoke, his right hand tossing a fireball into the sky, which erupted and dissipated like fireworks. Ace, lacking the prowess of Enel and without mastery of observation hockey or the awakening of conqueror's hockey, found his control over flames inferior to Enel's command of lightning. Moreover, Ron's familiarity with the fire element far surpassed his understanding of electricity, making the seizure of the flames surprisingly effortless. Witnessing this spectacle, many Navy officers displayed expressions of astonishment. Soaring in the sky, with a mere gesture, Ron effortlessly commanded the flames unleashed by Ace. This base commander was indeed no mere dandy. He was a true powerhouse. Chapter 105, Dance of the Ice Dragon. That guy. He took my fire. Observing Ron's prowess, Ace no longer exhibited his previous nonchalance. Instead, he wore a grave expression, fixating on Ron in the sky. What kind of ability is he using? On the other side, Nami exclaimed, "That was terrifying. Don't wait until the last moment to act." Rolling her eyes at Ron, she remarked that she felt he had intentionally delayed his intervention until the flames nearly engulfed the Navy officers, aiming to make the scene more dramatic. Furthermore, she never intended to engage someone as dangerous as Fire Fist Ace. She merely acted preemptively upon suddenly encountering him. Ron cast a fleeting glance at Nami without offering a response, instead directing his attention back to Ace. Although he had previously crossed paths with Eneru, the encounter was too brief for him to fully observe the capabilities of a Logia-type Devil Fruit user. Now, faced with Ace, he found an opportunity for a more thorough examination. From a mental perspective, Ron perceived that Ace's body existed in a remarkably peculiar state. It was not merely flames fused within his cells, but rather a condition that eludes precise verbal description, both a tangible physical form and an ethereal essence of fire. Quite intriguing. As Ron's thoughts stirred, his mental energy surged towards Ace, attempting to seize control over the fire element that resided within him, aiming to manipulate Ace's very being. However, this encounter proved markedly different from previous ones, as it met with fierce resistance. Although Ace's body was engulfed in flames, these flames were not isolated. They were intricately intertwined with Ace's spirit. To usurp them, one would need to shatter that integral part of his consciousness. Boom! As Ron endeavored to dominate the fire element within Ace, their minds clashed in an explosive encounter, causing the entire realm of consciousness to erupt. Since this was not a clash of conquerors hockey, the physical world remained undisturbed. A startled Ace emitted a low groan, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Though he could not grasp the nature of the events unfolding, he instinctively sensed that Ron had engaged in some nefarious act against him. Crossfire. Ace resolutely retaliated against Ron. With a swift motion of two fingers brought together, a cross-shaped flame erupted towards Ron, soaring into the sky. Ron remained still as a chilling aura coalesced before him, instantly forming a shield of ice. The flames intertwined with the frost, enveloping the surroundings in a misty haze. For Ron, aside from fire, all other forms of magic could inflict harm upon Ace. However, the most damaging of all was undoubtedly the frost magic that clashed with the flames. After blocking Ace's fiery assault, Ron deftly twirled his wand and made a downward sweep. In an instant, dozens of ice arrows, exuding an eerie chill, materialized in the air, each nearly a meter long and as thick as an arm, cascading down like a darkened sky. This was a second-tier frost spell, multiple ice arrows. Upon witnessing Ron's frost magic, Ace paused slightly. Fire and ice were undeniably oppositional forces. Confronted by an adversary wielding ice, his fighting spirit and fervor surged within him. Fire shall not yield to ice. Flame ring. Ace spread his arms wide, and the scorching flames expanded around him like a whirlwind, transforming into a colossal pillar of fire. The fiery column clashed with the ice arrows, producing a sizzling sound. Explosive flame. After successfully fending off the barrage of ice arrows, Ace's voice emerged from the inferno. The flames engulfing the area below seemed to be drawn towards the center, rapidly converging into a fiery fist that hurtled toward Ron with tremendous force. Observing the approaching fire fist, Ron tilted his head slightly. If he could withstand even second-tier ice magic, Ace's prowess was indeed stronger than he had anticipated. Yet, he was not entirely astonished. Before joining the Whitebeard pirates, Ace had been able to hold his own against Jinbi, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, whose strength could momentarily withstand the mindless state of Big Mom. Currently, Ace had yet to enter the New World, making him significantly weaker than Jinbi. Yet he still possessed the strength comparable to an ordinary officer of the Yonko crews, sufficient to contend with someone like Pudding. However, that was where his capabilities ended. Boom! As if caught off guard, the massive fire fist soared into the sky, instantly engulfing Ron. Oh ho! After taking Ace's attack, he surely won't fare well. The members of the Spade pirates, engaged in a skirmish with the Navy, erupted in cheers. This Navy officer seemed to lack strength. His assault was thwarted by Ace, and he was struck by Ace's counterattack. No, it should be said that Ace is simply too formidable. Since becoming Ace's companion, they had never witnessed him face defeat, nor had they seen him in disarray. Every foe encountered along their journey, be they pirate or Navy, had been vanquished by Ace, and this time would likely be no different. However, before the pirates could revel in their excitement for long, as the flames in the sky gradually dissipated, their expressions froze in disbelief. A translucent, spherical domain had appeared at the very center of the flames. Ron stood at the center of the domain, impervious to the raging flames that surrounded him. He gazed down at Ace, seemingly lost in thought. Such power is indeed fitting. How splendid it would be to test the might of my new magic on you. What do you intend to do? Ace, sensing an ominous shift, locked eyes with Ron. Though he was uncertain of Ron's intentions, he instinctively raised his hands high, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that transformed into a fiery spear, hurled violently towards Ron. Boom! The flaming spear collided with the ethereal sphere of light, causing it to flicker momentarily and dim considerably in the explosion's aftermath. Yet, it remained unshattered, successfully deflecting Ace's subsequent assault. At this moment, Ron's spell reached its culmination. At the apex of his Dragon Core wand, 9 frost rune symbols coalesced, each line appearing as if crafted by nature itself, perfect and immaculate. Frost Magic, Tier 3, Ice Dragon Dance. Almost instantaneously as Ron's magic completed, an unsettling sensation enveloped members of the Spade pirates, including Ace. Even the Navy felt the abrupt drop in temperature that pervaded the air. This is bad. We need to leave. Ace's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted to his comrades, simultaneously thrusting his hands outward, sending flames surging in all directions. Yet at that very moment, a layer of frost emerged across the ground for hundreds of meters, spreading like scales and freezing everything in its path. Members of the Spade pirates attempting to escape the icy expanse found their feet ensnared by the ice. They struggled to break free, only to have their other foot encased in frost as well. What chaos! Nami, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but twitch her lips in frustration. Without hesitation, she unleashed a gust of wind magic, carrying herself and several Navy personnel away from the impending doom. In the next instant, under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, 3 torrents of frigid air erupted from the edges of the ice circle, resembling 3 roaring ice dragons ascending to the heavens. Crash! The icy currents, swirling with numerous ice shards and trees, began to spiral violently from the perimeter of the circle, converging towards the center with lethal intent. Damn it! Upon witnessing the scene, Ace could not help but grit his teeth in frustration. With a furious roar, he leapt into the air, centering himself as he unleashed a colossal curtain of flames, enveloping dozens of his comrades within its fiery embrace. The ferocious onslaught of 3 towering columns of frigid air surged towards him, colliding with the flames in an instant. Ace, in a fit of rage, pushed the power of his flame fruit to its utmost limit, unleashing a torrent of fire in a desperate attempt to melt the ice and obliterate the 3 icy pillars. Yet, his efforts were in vain. Despite the opposing nature of fire and frost, while the flames did manage to melt some of the ice and diminish a portion of the chilling force, the 3 colossal ice pillars, towering 100 meters and nearly piercing the heavens, relentlessly shattered Ace's fiery barrier. Had he concentrated all the flames around himself, perhaps he could have withstood the assault for a while longer. However, his desire to protect his comrades meant that the dispersed flames were rendered as fragile as decaying wood, easily crushed under the icy onslaught. With a thunderous roar, Ace unleashed his flames, yet he could no longer halt the inevitable. The 3 icy columns, like a tempest, ensnared all of Ace's men, ultimately converging at the center and ensnaring Ace himself. With a deafening explosion, the amalgamated ice pillar erupted violently, releasing a terrifying surge of cold that radiated in all directions, transforming the surrounding landscape into a realm of ice and snow. Chapter 106. The Targeted Moria in the Sky. Ron, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed indifferently at the icy expanse below, where the dragon heart wand danced around him like a lively serpent. In the frozen realm beneath, Members of the Spade pirates lay ensnared within solid blocks of ice, while Ace, the Fire Fist, reclined in the center, though not encased. He was nonetheless encumbered by ice and plunged into unconsciousness. The third tier, Frost Magic, amplified by the Dragon Heart Wand, unleashed a power several times greater than that of a whirlpool storm, far beyond what you could withstand at this moment. Ron gazed at Ace, shaking his head slightly. In truth, had Ace chosen to safeguard only himself rather than his companions, he might have endured the blow without succumbing to unconsciousness. The third tier, Frost Magic, in comparison to the basic elemental magics, such as wind and fire, wielded nearly thrice the potency. Coupled with the amplification from the Dragon Core Wand, the force of this strike was nearly equivalent to 4 times that of the former Vortex Tempest. This was a power capable of severely wounding, or even vanquishing, a warlord of the Seven Seas. Below, as they beheld Ron gracefully descending from the heavens, the numerous Navy personnel positioned at the fringes of the icy realm could not suppress their gulp of apprehension. The transformation of his surroundings into an expanse of ice and snow within mere moments was truly astonishing. This was the manifestation of third-tier frost magic. At this moment, Nami felt a twinge of awe. She was aware that Ron had mastered third-tier frost magic, as he had once shared with her that its might surpassed that of wind magic by a significant margin. However, she had yet to witness him unleash this formidable spell firsthand. Due to the sheer destructive capacity of this magic, Ron had always practiced it far from the base to prevent any inadvertent damage to their stronghold. Amidst her astonishment, Nami recalled Ron mentioning that there existed a fourth tier beyond the third. Given the terrifying power of third-tier magic, she could only imagine the spectacle that would accompany the release of fourth-tier magic, understanding that the disparity in strength between first and second, and then third tiers, exceeded tenfold. Do not forget to bring back the Sea Prism stone shackles, she reminded, her thoughts racing. Ron paid no heed to the multitude of naval personnel still stationed at their posts. After casually issuing a command, he soared towards the battleship. Upon vanquishing Ace, 2 notifications echoed in his ears. Notification: you have achieved the Tidal World Line Destroyer, earning 2 achievement points. Notification: you have achieved the title merely that, earning 2 achievement points. Having accomplished 2 achievements consecutively, one for capturing Ace prior to his induction into the Whitebeard Pirates, and the other for defeating a user of a Logia-type Devil Fruit, Ace was the perfect candidate for both. It is worth mentioning that the Merely That series includes a second achievement, which requires the defeat of a user of a Zoan-type mythical Devil Fruit. This task is considerably more challenging for Ron than overcoming a Logia-type, as among the Logia-types, there exist weaker variations such as those of Snow and Smoke. In contrast, users of mythical Zoan types are exceedingly rare. Those he is aware of are predominantly formidable beings. Marco, the Phoenix, Sengoku the Buddha, Katarina, imprisoned on the 6th level of Impelled Down, Kaido of the Beasts. The strength of Katarina remains unknown, while Marco possesses power nearing that of an admiral. As for Kaido and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, their prowess is beyond question. As they stand at the pinnacle of this vast ocean, Ron summoned the achievement interface, first allocating 4 points to his mental attributes. He then returned to the achievement screen, gazing contemplatively at the array of accomplishments before him. At present, his total mental attribute had reached 133 points. Among these, 79 points were derived from achievement points, 20 points from magical seals, and 21 points from his own cultivation, while the final 13 points were obtained through the resonance of demon fruits and seals. Having mastered the third-tier frost magic, he understood that advancing further would not be a trivial endeavor, as the difficulty of fourth-tier magic far surpassed that of the third. It was time to commence the pursuit of achievements. Ron's gaze swept over the various achievements. To effortlessly explore and master fourth-tier magic, it would likely require elevating his mental attributes to over 200 points. However, he was still far from that goal. Thus, the immediate task at hand was to thoroughly review his achievements. Previously, due to the looming threat of Doflamingo, he had focused solely on training and enhancing his powers, only engaging in achievements that could be accomplished with ease. Now, having almost freed himself from those constraints, he could shift his focus towards the attainment of diverse accomplishments. It was almost certain that accumulating 100 achievement points would grant him another opportunity for a draw. Ron speculated that upon reaching 100 achievement points, his magical mark would once again be upgraded, granting him a substantial enhancement in mental prowess, thereby significantly narrowing the gap to the coveted 200 mental points. Thus, his immediate objective was to attain those 100 achievement points. The constraints within the Navy were rather formidable. rendering attainable accomplishments largely limited to hunting sea kings and sabotaging ships. Speaking of which, the T-72 division was situated near the treacherous waters of the Bermuda Triangle. Ron squinted at the achievement interface, contemplating the various accomplishments listed. Entering the depths of the Bermuda Triangle constituted one achievement. Defeating one of the 7 warlords of the sea was yet another. Acquiring a colossal vessel represented yet another milestone. Furthermore, under Moria's command, alongside himself, there were 3 devil fruit users, and the renowned swordsman Ryuma was also present, wielding the illustrious blade, Autumn Water. Crafted by the legendary 21 Masters, it appeared that achievements related to Moria were indeed plentiful. Ron's thoughts began to drift. At the same time, within the treacherous waters of the Bermuda Triangle, in a dimly lit chamber of a grand 3-masted sailing ship, Moria opened his eyes, which bore the terrifying gaze of a demon. "Master, you are awake." Several zombie servants stood nearby, speaking with a mix of trepidation and respect. "I had a nightmare," Moria remarked, surveying his surroundings as he gradually emerged from slumber, his voice raspy like that of a duck. "That is indeed fortunate," the zombie servants replied with obsequiousness. "By the way, Master, we have prepared 3 days' worth of food and water for you." At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku hung up the den mushi, a smile creeping across his face. As expected, Ron did not disappoint. He has captured Fire Fist Ace along with the Spade pirates. "What? Ace has been captured?" Carp, who had just entered the commander's office, widened his eyes at Sengoku's words. Seeing Carp's reaction, Sengoku's irritation flared. "Do you wish for him to continue running free, Carp?" "Thankfully, Fire Fist has not caused any serious incidents. Otherwise, I would not know how to hold you accountable." "Ah, how could I possibly be held accountable?" Carp chuckled, settling onto a nearby sofa, though his gaze betrayed a hint of despondency. Since Ace set sail as a pirate, Carp had felt conflicted. On one hand, he wished for Ace to thrive upon the sea, yet on the other, he dreaded the depths of the pirate life Ace might plunge into. Now that Ace had been apprehended, his emotions were further complicated. A mix of disappointment, relief, and a sense of melancholy enveloped him. With his current charges, he cannot be released casually. "Carp," Sengoku warned gravely, observing Carp's demeanor. "Even if not sentenced to life imprisonment, he will likely face 30 years or more behind bars." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Carp's feelings grew even more tumultuous. The Navy was still unaware of Ace's true identity. Should they discover it, it would likely lead to public execution rather than mere imprisonment. "Ace, you reckless fool." Chapter 107. A fiery fury, the T-72 Division ship, dispatched to transfer Fire Fist Ace, arrived, bringing with it a massive piece of sea prism stone for Ron. The abundance of such material was beneficial to him. With his current mental fortitude, he could barely manage 2 cores. Soon, the second magical tower core was crafted by Ron. Almost simultaneously, surprising yet not entirely unexpected news reached Ron from the Navy. Fire Fist Ace had escaped. Ron listened to the intelligence report from Puka, his expression taking on a peculiar nuance. Ace, shackled in sea stone handcuffs and personally escorted by a vice admiral from headquarters, managed to escape along the way. This seemed rather exaggerated. This was not the Fire Fist Ace, but rather the Beast Ace. Puka, somewhat at a loss for words, remarked, "It is said that they encountered an attack from a colossal sea creature en route, and amidst the chaos, Fire Fist Ace seized the opportunity to obtain the key and free himself from his restraints." Ron gently tapped his forehead, pondering that this must be what one calls luck. In truth, he had long surmised that Ace would not meet an easy demise. Even confined within Impel Down, he would inevitably stir up trouble. However, he never anticipated that chaos would ensue even before Ace was delivered to the prison. Let the headquarters grapple with the headache. It was no longer their concern. If he chose to flee, so be it. Ron was not particularly bothered. Puka, on the other hand, could not help but scoff at the incompetence of the Navy at headquarters. It was rather absurd that Ron effortlessly captured Ace, only for those in charge of escorting him to allow him to escape, a veritable pack of buffoons. Were there any other matters of interest lately? Ron ceased to concern himself with Ace's affairs and turned to glance at Nami beside him. Their eyes met in mutual understanding as Nami produced a dossier, stating, "In the past year, we have received reports of over 100 cases of disappearance. All the missing vessels are concentrated in the Devil's Triangle. Just the day before yesterday, a merchant ship from the Foamer Trading Company vanished at the periphery. The Foamer Trading Company has requested our Navy to mobilize for investigation and rescue." Over 100 cases of disappearance? Upon hearing this, Ron immediately furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Has no one attended to this matter? What was the T-72 Division doing before my arrival?" Standing nearby, Major General Puka hesitated for a moment, contemplating his words before finally speaking. The Devil's Triangle Maritime region is the territory of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Moonlight Moria. Thus we have been unable to intervene there. What a disgrace! Ron thundered in anger, striking the table with force as he rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Can the 7 warlords act with impunity?" The Fomer Chamber of Commerce is connected to commercial dealings across a dozen nations. Even if a vessel goes missing in his territory, does the Navy intend to turn a blind eye? As his words echoed through the room, Ron strode purposefully toward the exit, commanding, "Relay my orders. The 3rd Fleet of the T-72 Division shall accompany me to the Devil's Triangle." Puka hesitated momentarily upon hearing this, yet the sight of Ron's furious countenance, with a glint of cold fury flickering in his eyes, left him too intimidated to offer any counsel. Although the Navy was generally prohibited from taking action against the 7 warlords, embarking on a search for a missing merchant fleet within their territory seemed permissible, especially since Fomer had expended considerable resources to request the Navy's intervention. What puzzled Puka was that he recalled an incident from half a month prior, when a merchant ship had been ambushed by pirates. He had specifically reported this to Ron, who merely acknowledged it with a nonchalant indicating that he was aware and would take full responsibility, after which there had been no further developments. Perhaps he had been preoccupied with his training at that time. Puka mused. In the sky, 2 colossal cores of sea stone, crafted into magical towers, soared toward the port. Atop these cores stood Ron and Nami. "Are you truly resolved to confront the 7 warlords?" Nami murmured to Ron. The Chamber of Commerce's situation was merely coincidental, even without the disappearance of a merchant ship. Ron would have sought an excuse to venture into the Devil's Triangle, as his aim was to topple Moonlight Moria. Nami, of course, was aware of this. The earlier scene in the office had merely been a fade. Ron shrugged and said, "Isn't it already decided?" Nami glanced at Ron and remarked, "Setting aside the fact that someone like Moria, a terrifying warlord of the sea, could pose a significant threat if the Marines were to truly confront the warlords, they might find themselves unable to maintain their position." Ron chuckled and remarked, "How do you feel about directly seizing Moria's territory and influence instead of serving the Navy? Or do you prefer to remain in the Navy, fiddling with their meager salary? Do you aspire to become one of the 7 warlords?" Nami's eyes widened in astonishment. Ron pondered. This is merely one of the potential directions for development. The specifics will ultimately depend on the stance of the world government and Navy. Becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea is indeed an achievement, yet eliminating a warlord while serving the Navy would have profound repercussions, and the unfolding of events is difficult to predict. However, that would require you to be capable of defeating Moria. Nami gazed at Ron and remarked, "I have researched Moria's background. That individual once dared to challenge Kaido of the Beasts and lived to tell the tale. Kaido simply chose not to kill him." Ron gazed into the distant sky and mused. Perhaps many years ago, Moria was indeed one of the few capable of challenging the 4 emperors, yet he was vanquished by Kaido. It was not merely his body that was defeated, but also his spirit. All of his comrades were taken from him, conscripted into Kaido's ranks, and he fled in a state of disarray to the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle. To this day, he remains but a shadow of his former self, merely a wretched, living corpse. In truth, Moria possesses considerable strength. Ron once contemplated whether Moria's challenge to Kaido was exaggerated, but upon further reflection, he realized it might not be an exaggeration after all. Before being defeated by Kaido, Moria possessed a resolute will and formidable self-confidence, perhaps not inferior to the likes of Ace or Luffy. At that time, Moria, after harnessing the power of 1,000 shadows, might have wielded it with complete mastery. With the amalgamation of 1,000 shadows, Moria could shatter islands with a single punch. While his raw strength may not have matched Kaido's, the disparity was certainly not insurmountable. Yet, Moria was ultimately crushed by Kaido, his mentality shattered. What he lost was not merely comrades, but his will and confidence, to the point where he could no longer control the power of 1,000 shadows, becoming vulnerable and subsequently defeated by Luffy and swiftly eliminated by Jinbei, relegating him to one of the weakest among the warlords of the sea. In this world, the power of will undeniably exists. Only those with a formidable spirit can grow stronger through battles, treading upon countless formidable foes to reach the pinnacle of the seas. Once the will collapses, strength not only ceases to progress, but begins to regress. Chapter 108. The terrifying 3-masted ship Naval G8 branch base. In a certain room, heading to the Devil's Triangle, Vice Admiral Virgo, or rather, the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, held a transponder snail, stating, "All right, I understand." On the other end of the line was Virgo's operative station in the T-72 division, tasked with monitoring Ron's movements and reporting back. As a superior vice admiral, it was entirely normal for him to closely observe the actions of his subordinate divisions, even allowing for open supervision. After ending the call, Virgo displayed a contemplative expression. The potential conflict with Moria, prompted by the Fomer Trading Company's merchant ships, might provide a perfect resolution to his plans. Due to the necessity of maintaining his undercover identity, Virgo had yet to find an opportunity to deal with Ron, but Ron's journey to the Devil's Triangle presented a promising chance. Should a confrontation arise between Ron and Moria, whether Ron fell to Moria or the world government, incensed by the situation, demoted him, it would bode well for Virgo. It seems I must pay a visit. Looks like I can't dissuade you, Nami remarked as she and Ron descended from the core of the magical tower, landing atop the ship's cabin. She jumped down onto the sea stone and muttered, "But the Devil's Triangle is not only home to Moria. There may also be eerie specters and skeletons lurking about, right?" The thought sent a chill down her spine. Observing Nami's fearful demeanor, Ron found it amusing and replied, "You fear not even Moria. Yet you tremble at the thought of ghosts and skeletons? After all, there are necromantic spells that can control such entities." "That's different," she retorted. Nami rolled her eyes and said, "Moria is a living being, while ghosts are entities of the departed." Ron remained silent. Nami, noticing Ron's gaze fixed upon her, also refrained from speaking, feeling an unsettling chill creep over her. "What are you staring at? Is there something on me?" she asked. "I find you far more endearing when you're frightened than when you're fierce." Nami fell momentarily silent. Then, like a demon, she bared her teeth and exclaimed, "Do not jest when others are in fear." Ron curled his lips in disdain. Nami was delightful in many respects, even capable of enjoying a hot spring with him. Yet she was prone to explosive outbursts, transforming into a fierce whirlwind of fury at the slightest provocation. In the past, Ron found himself somewhat overwhelmed by her temper. However, he had since cultivated a sense of calm. With his mental fortitude as a shield, Nami's petite arms and legs posed no threat to him. In fact, he could effortlessly ensnare her against the wall using his psychic energy, positioning her as he pleased. Naturally, the consequence of such playful domination was enduring her relentless pursuit for several days thereafter. After Ron positioned the two magical tower cores atop the ship's cabin, he descended with Nami, landing gracefully on the deck. Should Mr. Ron report to headquarters before venturing into the Devil's Triangle? Puka approached, hesitating slightly as he spoke. After all, they were heading into the territory of the 7 warlords of the sea, a region rife with potential conflict. "No need," Ron replied. Ron remarked nonchalantly that even if they reported to the headquarters, the ensuing directive would likely advise them to investigate without engaging the 7 warlords. This expedition to the Devil's Triangle in search of the missing merchant vessel might not even lead them to encounter the 7 warlords. Thus, it was unnecessary to draw undue attention from the headquarters. Puka concurred, realizing that reporting would probably not hinder their operation. In fact, alerting the headquarters to monitor the Devil's Triangle might inadvertently escalate tensions with the 7 warlords. The naval vessel swiftly departed the harbor, heading towards the enigmatic Devil's Triangle. Days later, within the depths of the Devil's Triangle, shrouded in dense mist where light barely penetrated, a colossal 3-masted ship, akin to an island, drifted slowly upon the waves. It was Moria's terrifying vessel, the largest ship in the world. This magnificent 3-masted ship boasted an unusual design, featuring a grim castle and palace at its center. Encircled by courtyards, beyond which lay a pond enclosed by walls, incorporating the courtyard, castle, and portions of the sea within its confines. Though referred to as a pond, its dimensions were ample enough to accommodate 10 large warships, capable of devouring ordinary boats and even large sailing vessels with ease. At this moment, within the interior of the fearsome 3-masted ship, a merchant vessel was tossing violently upon the waves, with terrified screams echoing from within. Suddenly, a blade of sword energy flashed through the air, cleaving several frightened soldiers in two. Simultaneously, on a nearby deck, 2 hands materialized from thin air, grasping a soldier by the neck and twisting violently, snapping it. The seemingly transparent arms and body gradually emerged from the void, revealing Absalom, the ability user of the transparent fruit under Moria's command. "Hey, I say, don't chop them into pieces. The master will be displeased. These are all new zombie materials," Absalom declared, revealing his form as he scolded a distant sword-wielding zombie. The zombie, wielding the blade Autumn Water, was a creation from the corpse of the swordmaster, Longma. Upon hearing Absalom's reprimand, it casually rested the blade upon its shoulder. The remaining guards aboard the merchant vessel were few, barely numbering a dozen, all wearing expressions of sheer terror. Even with only Absalom and the Sword Master Zombie as their adversaries, they were utterly overwhelmed, crumbling under the onslaught. I am a supervisor of the Fomer Merchant Association. You cannot do this. In the shattered cabin, an elderly man trembled as he addressed Absalom. You are subordinates of the 7 warlords. Moria, are you not? Take me to see Moria. I can offer him money. Absalom's gaze shifted from the Sword Master Zombie to the supervisor, his expression tinged with indifference. Regrettably, the master has no interest in money. Among the 7 warlords, Bartholomew Kuma stands as a sovereign of his nation, while the Empress strives to sustain the livelihood of Amazon Lily. Don Quixote Doflamingo's malevolent dealings are pervasive across the globe, and Jinbe, too, provides financial aid to impoverished fishmen. Even Crocodile, the sand alligator, must utilize funds to uphold the operations of Baroque works. Yet, there are 2 individuals utterly indifferent to wealth, Dracul Mihawk and Gecko Moria. The former exhibits no interest in anything beyond swordsmanship, venturing out to hunt pirates solely out of boredom in search of amusement. The latter, fixated solely on corpses, seeks to construct an invincible army of zombies, which require no sustenance. However, the overseer of the Fomer Chamber of Commerce cowered in terror within a corner. Observing this, Absalom shook his head slightly, casually picked up a sword, and advanced, remarking that such an elderly figure would likely possess little combat prowess as a zombie, serving merely as a tool for intimidation. The nearby guards, already paralyzed with fear, dared not intervene as Absalom approached the elderly overseer, trembling hands gripping their weapons. Just as Absalom drew near, poised to strike, a thunderous explosion erupted nearby. Accompanied by this cacophony, the terrifying 3-masted ship's exterior shattered over a vast area, with torrents and violent winds surging forth, causing the merchant vessel to lurch violently. What was happening? Absalom's pupils constricted as he turned to witness the source of the explosion and the ensuing chaos. His expression shifting dramatically. A naval warship, propelled by the tumultuous waves, surged through the breach. The Navy. Absalom was momentarily taken aback. As a subordinate of Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords, he had little comprehension of the Navy, having not encountered them in a considerable time. The warlords are accountable solely to the world government, operating on a nominally equal footing with the Navy. Even an admiral cannot engage the warlords without governmental consent, rendering ordinary naval forces nearly powerless before them. Yet today, the Navy had breached their defenses. Absalom struggled to grasp the situation, but the overseer of the Fomer Chamber's eyes widened in realization as he scrambled from the wrecked cabin, shouting toward the warship, "Save me! Save me! I am the overseer of the Fomer Chamber." Without hesitation, he leapt into the water, the frail old man swimming with an agility reminiscent of flight, driven by the imminent threat to his life. Witnessing this, Absalom's expression turned frigid. While he was uncertain why the Navy had invaded, he was resolute that escaping prey would not be permitted. With outstretched arms, he called out to the old overseer, declaring, "The hand of the dead." Boom! The air suddenly erupted, as if a wave of force surged towards the old man's back. However, before the visible impact could reach him, a semi-transparent barrier unexpectedly unfurled upon the ocean's surface, intercepting the blow. "What do you intend to do, Navy?" Upon witnessing this scene, Absalom's gaze turned icy. Although he was unaware of the source of this ability, he still directed a cold reprimand towards the warship. "This matter concerns the 7 warlords. Do you intend to interfere?" On the deck of the warship, Ron regarded Absalom with indifference, choosing not to respond. Instead, he casually remarked to Puka beside him, "The subordinates of the 7 warlords certainly possess an audacious spirit." Puka found himself in a difficult position, uncertain how to reply. The Navy was prohibited from taking action against the 7 warlords, and the latter held the legal decree of legitimate plunder from the world government. Ron's intervention to rescue someone was, in fact, a breach of protocol. Nevertheless, the attitude of the opposing party undeniably incensed Puka, and many of the Navy personnel aboard shared looks of indignation. They had already arrived, yet the enemy continued to commit murder right before them, showing utter disregard for their presence. Seeing that no one from the warship responded and the old man continued to swim towards them, Absalom let out a cold snort. He understood that the Navy was likely there to rescue this individual, but dared not act against a subordinate of the 7 warlords. He coldly stated, "Rescuing someone from our grasp violates the regulations of the world government, does it not, Navy? You have intervened in our plunder, and according to the agreement, we are entitled to retaliate. If you wish to avoid destruction, you will deliver that old man to me." As Absalom's words hung in the air, several small boats lined up, manned by a swaying throng of zombies, while the swordsman Dracul tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Absalom's proclamation ignited a fury among the navy. Yet amidst their anger, a sense of powerlessness enveloped them, particularly Puka. He was acutely aware that Absalom spoke the truth. The Navy's interference in the affairs of the seven warlords without government consent constituted a violation of the seven warlord regulations, which indeed granted the warlords the right to eliminate them. Do not heed his words. The old man, having swum close to the warship, was abruptly pulled from the water by Ron's mental force and tossed onto the deck. As soon as he landed, he sprang to his feet, declaring, "You Navy protect me as I leave this place. I will settle matters with the government. I will pay a price that will satisfy them." Moria, this seven warlord, held no interest in wealth, but the government was another matter entirely. With sufficient monetary compensation, even CP0 could be contracted. As the supervisor of the former Chamber of Commerce, as long as he survived this encounter, his riches could indeed buy his life. Turn back and leave this place. Upon hearing the supervisor's words, Puka felt a sense of relief wash over him, prompting him to immediately command the warship. If the opposing party was willing to pay off the government issues, this operation would not be deemed a violation of regulations, and he might even earn some military merit. Compared to handing over this supervisor to Absalom, it was far more satisfying to ensure his safe departure from his place. Were it not for the seven warlords' regulations, Puka would have eagerly seized the opportunity to arrest the arrogant pirate, Absalom, on the spot. Yes, a naval officer responded, promptly adjusting the sails. Witnessing the scene, Absalom finally erupted in fury, his fists crackling ominously. At that moment, a cluster of negative spirits floated over from the sea. "Absalom, Lord Moria has instructed that we can turn those Navy men into zombies," Perona conveyed while maneuvering the negative spirits. "I understand," Absalom replied, his resolve solidified by Moria's command. Without such an order, he would have hesitated to act against the Navy, but now he felt empowered. He coldly glared at the naval vessel and declared, "If you refuse to hand over your men and leave this place, then you shall not depart." With a resounding command from Absalom, several small boats swiftly approached the warship. Numerous zombies, armed and ready, leaped onto the warship's deck as they neared. However, before the horde could fully ascend, a sudden icy gust erupted from the deck, sweeping through the airborne zombies in an instant. Those struck by the ray-like cold were instantly frozen in place, the blast extending across the sea, solidifying nearly 100 meters of water into ice. The zombie battalion was obliterated in an instant. Absalom's expression froze, his entire being encased in ice. A look of sheer horror etched on his face, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Many of the Navy personnel, poised for battle, found themselves similarly immobilized, their gazes locked onto Ron, standing at the forefront of the deck. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Ron grasped the Dragonheart wand, ascending into the air several dozen meters high. He did not cast a glance at the frozen legion of zombies below. Instead, he gazed intently at the central castle of the terrifying three-masted ship. "To attempt to retain me, you possess quite the audacity, Moria. A failure of the Grand Line. Do you truly believe you can succeed?" Ron's voice, though not loud, pierced through the air like slender threads, resonating within the castle at the heart of the terrifying three-masted ship. Within the chamber at the top of the castle, countless veins of crimson suddenly appeared in Moria's eyes. Chapter 110. Ron versus Moria, the vanquished to the Grand Line. Indeed, Moria was undeniably a defeated foe. Even the veneer of being one of the seven warlords of the sea could not erase the disgrace of his defeat at the hands of Kaido, fleeing in shame to the earlier part of this journey. This humiliation was the deepest wound for Moria, who had forged his army of zombies in hopes of creating a force capable of contending with Kaido's beast pirates. In a fit of rage, Moria was consumed by fury, his shadow instantly fractured, transforming into countless bats that surged from the castle, heading towards the coastline. "You have angered me. The price must be paid, Navy." As Moria moved, the entire terrifying three-masted ship seemed to awaken, with a multitude of zombies crawling out from their graves. And a massive vessel began to advance. It was as if the island itself were charging towards the warship, an unstoppable force. "It appears they truly intend to leave us here." Nami stood on the deck, her small hands clasped before her chest, her right hand already grasping the enchanted wand, gazing ahead at the ominous courtyard drawing nearer. Initially startled by the sight of the zombies, her fear gradually dissipated upon realizing they were Moria's puppets, replaced instead by a sense of revulsion. "Quickly, turn, turn!" The numerous Navy personnel aboard the warship sprang into action, desperately attempting to change course and escape the dreadful three-masted vessel. Ron did not intervene. He remained suspended in the air, watching with an air of indifference as the warship slowly adjusted its course, while the menacing three-masted ship's terrifying hull approached. With a resounding crash, as the warship changed direction, the landmass encircled by the fearsome three-masted vessel was now less than 200 meters away, revealing a multitude of zombies gathered along the shore. Many of these undead creatures brandished firearms and cannons, aiming menacingly at the warship. "This is dire," thought Puka, as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He realized that the formidable three-masted ship was not merely an island but an enormous vessel. As the warship moved, this ship would follow suit. It was not a simple matter of escaping along the path they had traversed. It was then that the zombies on the shore launched their assault. Firearms and cannons erupted, targeting the warship. Meanwhile, the swordsman zombie, Longma, struck from a distance, unleashing a blade of sword energy that shot straight toward the warship's mast. Clang! Rear Admiral Puka sprang into action. As a rear admiral in the Grand Line and a master swordsman, he intercepted Longma's aerial, slashing attack midair. It seemed that departure would not be so easy after all. Ron observed the scene before him, and with a measured tone, he gently waved his wand, causing the enormous sea-floor stone atop the warship to levitate and glide beneath his feet, transporting him towards the shore. At that very moment, Moria's true form appeared not far off, his gaze fixed upon Ron in the sky, revealing a sinister malice in his eyes as he spread his arms and commanded. "Shadow bats." In an instant, the shadows beneath him morphed into black bats, soaring towards Ron above. Yet, as the bats neared their target, they disintegrated like bubbles, bursting into nothingness before they could coalesce into a shadowy form. This shadow bat manifestation relied purely on mental energy. Faced with such intangible aggression, Ron found no need for magic, confronting it with sheer mental force instead. Moria, perplexed by how Ron shattered his shadow bats, could only deduce from Ron's lofty perch atop a substantial object that he was undoubtedly a wielder of extraordinary abilities. "Damn it, Shadow Spear!" Moria clenched his fists, and with a swift motion, a swarm of bats descended, converging before him to form a spear of shadows, aimed skyward towards Ron. In a fleeting moment, it reached the ground beneath Ron. However, to Moria's astonishment, the shadow spear struck the object beneath Ron's feet without inflicting any damage, merely producing a resounding clang that propelled the stone and Ron higher into the air. Remarkably, it left no trace behind. Impossible. My shadow spear can pierce even steel. Moria's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the core of the magical tower beneath Ron, his mind racing with an incredulous thought. Unless it is sea-floor stone. Only sea-floor stone could withstand my shadow spear without a mark. Yet if that were the case, Ron was clearly standing atop it, manifesting traits of a devil fruit user. So how was he unaffected? Amidst Moria's astonished gaze, Ron descended from the sky, crashing down into the midst of a horde of zombies with a thunderous impact, shattering 2 of them instantly, while the shockwave sent a dozen more sprawling in all directions. 6-rod light prison. As the core of the magical tower settled on the shore, Ron did not touch the ground, but remained suspended in the air. With a flick of his wand, 6 beams of light encircled Moria, trapping him firmly in place. Struggling against his confinement, Moria twisted his neck in a futile effort to break free, his expression a mix of shock and fury. "What kind of power is this?" "This is magic," Ron replied coolly, and as his words fell, a glimmer flickered in his eyes. He pointed his wand downward, and a torrent of fiery flames cascaded from the heavens. Upon witnessing the flames rushing down, Moria's pupils immediately contracted. "Shadow Warrior!" he screamed, and in an instant, he vanished, swapping places with his shadow clone. Ron raised his eyebrows slightly, yet he did not cease his magical endeavors. Instead, he continued to unleash a torrent of flames, annihilating the zombies along the shore in waves, transforming the edges of the courtyard into a blazing inferno. It appears that the 6-staff light prison is not an all-encompassing confinement, as spatial abilities can indeed find a way to escape, although it is not entirely a matter of liberation. Ron paid no heed to the devastation wrought by the 3rd-tier fire magic. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Moria, who appeared several hundred meters away, squinting slightly. Moria, still ensnared by the 6 rods of light, realized that despite the Shadow Warrior's ability to swap positions with his shadow through a semblance of spatial exchange, the 6 rods of light would follow suit in this spatial shift. This meant that Moria remained bound. His only means of movement was to continue using the Shadow Warrior's abilities. Moria recognized this fact, and this time, his astonishment was replaced by a chilling dread. He had initially presumed that he was merely contending with a group of ordinary naval officers from a branch. He never anticipated that this obscure naval officer, Ron, would prove to be so formidable. Where on earth had this individual emerged from? This ability was quite troublesome. Before Moria could ascertain what exactly was constraining him, Ron unleashed another spell. Third-tier magic, Vortex Storm. The Shadow Warrior could not sustain continuous use, and in the face of Ron's subsequent third-tier spell, Moria was compelled to endure it. Shadow Sphere, he cried out, and in an instant, a sphere composed of black shadow bats enveloped his form. Boom! The Vortex Storm erupted above the dark sphere. Chapter 111. The Concealed Virgo. Indeed, the conflict had begun. On the side wall of the terrifying three-masted ship, Virgo, donned in sunglasses, stood holding a transponder snail, speaking in a low voice to the other end. The other side was the highest office of the Navy headquarters. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, at that moment, was leaning over the table, his head throbbing, saying, "How did we end up in the Devil's Triangle, clashing with the Seven Warlords?" The involvement of the Seven Warlords was a source of significant concern for Sengoku, as even he could not make unilateral decisions. He must first report to the government. However, as Fleet Admiral, he did possess a measure of proposal authority. Conflicts between ordinary naval officers and the Seven Warlords were already challenging to manage. But a clash involving an elite naval officer like Ron made it even more complicated. After terminating the call with the transponder snail, Sengoku immediately reached out to report the situation to the world government. The intelligence received by the government was far more detailed than what Sengoku had, including information regarding the former Chamber of Commerce and a supervisor willing to spend substantial funds to request government protection. Weighing the options, the government's stance was to prevent Moria from succeeding. However, according to the agreement, they could not halt Moria's actions against the Navy, as it was the Navy that had initially breached the accord. Moreover, Moria was unlikely to heed any orders. The treaty with the Seven Warlords was essentially a mutual exploitation arrangement, and expecting the warlords to comply fully was unrealistic. The former Chamber of Commerce's willingness to invest a significant sum meant that Moria could not be allowed to prevail easily. To obstruct him would violate the agreement. Eliminating Moria from the Seven Warlords and exterminating him poses considerable challenges, and the selection of a suitable successor must also be taken into account. The five elders were seated amidst the power of the world government, a den mushy linking them to Admiral Sengoku resting on the table, as they spoke with solemnity. One after another, one of the elders glanced at the den mushy and remarked, "It seems there is not only the base commander from the T-72 division, but also a certain vice admiral present there. What are the other forces? Admiral Virgo has brought only a small contingent of troops." Sengoku replied gravely, "The forces from the other G8 branches have yet to be mobilized. If we dispatch reinforcements from headquarters now, it would take at least several days for them to arrive, which would be too late." Upon hearing this, the five elders frowned. Such a meager force would not only be incapable of vanquishing Moria, but would also raise concerns about a safe retreat. How do we exert pressure on Moria? Currently, we cannot reach Moria directly and must relay our message through the Navy. However, should we seek to compel Moria, he will inevitably seize this opportunity to present demands. Let's first listen. The five elders, exchanging words, swiftly reached a consensus. Yet, just as their opinions aligned, Sengoku hesitated for a moment and spoke. "Esteemed elders, while the forces there may lack the strength to dismantle Moria, it is not so simple for Moria to achieve his objectives. Rear Admiral Ron possesses strength surpassing that of an ordinary vice admiral, and Admiral Virgo is a steadily advancing vice admiral." Oh, the five elders expressed mild surprise. They had presumed that only a standard rear admiral and a branch vice admiral would be present, easily toppled before Moria. However, they had not anticipated the rear admiral's considerable prowess. Surpassing the typical vice admiral implies that he is comparable to the elite vice admirals at headquarters. Even if he cannot defeat Moria, he should at least be able to engage him in combat without facing swift defeat. Coupled with Admiral Virgo's exceptional strength and achievements, together they might indeed prove formidable against Moria. If this is the case, the situation may be more favorable than initially thought. Should those two officers withstand the pressure from Moria, there would be no need for negotiations, thus incurring no costs. Moria's aggression towards the Navy stemmed from the latter's initial breach of agreement. However, if Moria is unable to contend with the Navy and allows for a safe retreat, then he would have no grounds to object. The five elders remained reluctant to remove Moria from the Seven Warlords and eradicate him. On one hand, exterminating Moria is a cumbersome task, and on the other, finding a suitable replacement for the Seven Warlords is no easy feat. If the Navy can withdraw normally, Moria would be left to swallow his own bitterness. Which would be the most favorable outcome? Sengoku, keep a close watch on the battlefield. Instruct Admiral Virgo to join the fray, assisting the T-72 division in safeguarding the evacuation of the former Chamber of Commerce's supervisor. If they can retreat safely, There will be no need for extensive reports. Should they encounter danger and fail to evacuate, the government will communicate with Moria via the Navy's Den Mushi. Understood. On the other end, Sengoku nodded slightly and terminated the call. The sentiments of the 5 elders resonated perfectly with his own thoughts. If Ron and Virgo could successfully collaborate to extricate themselves from Moria's clutches, it would be an ideal scenario, negating the need to engage with Moria directly. Should their escape prove unattainable, the government could intervene and negotiate with Moria on their behalf. Moria would not easily relinquish his identity as one of the 7 warlords nor sever ties with the government. Thus, a safe withdrawal was still plausible, contingent upon the government acquiescing to certain conditions that Moria might opportunistically present. Both outcomes were acceptable. After concluding the call with the government, Sengoku swiftly issued instructions to Virgo. Understood. Virgo responded without a hint of doubt as he listened to Sengoku's directives. However, once he ended the call, his gaze turned towards the distant battlefield, revealing an unusual expression. A sense of peculiarity etched across his features. Assisting Ron in his escape seemed less a matter of cooperation now. It was evident that Ron was relentlessly overwhelming Moria with his assaults. Ron's magical attack range is exceedingly vast. Although he concentrated his power to strike Moria, the residual shockwaves continually inflicted damage upon the zombie legions, clearly placing Ron's side in a position of dominance. Should he choose to assist Ron at this moment, it would not merely be a matter of retreating or not. It would entail the complete annihilation of Moria's undead forces, perhaps even Moria himself. How could he, a fellow warlord of the sea alongside Doflamingo, be so feeble? Virgo's expression darkened. The Don Quixote family had no significant ties with Moria and held no particular interest in him. He was merely seeking an opportunity to eliminate Ron. To have launched a surprise attack during past support would have guaranteed a lethal strike. However, such an action would inevitably expose his identity unless he eliminated everyone present, and even then, he could hardly guarantee Moria's demise. This would provide Moria with leverage against him, and surviving while the entire Navy perished would complicate matters immensely. As an undercover agent, he had painstakingly ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral over the years. He could not afford to reveal his identity so easily. Moria had likely not yet unleashed his full potential. Virgo gazed intently at the battlefield, believing Moria to be holding back his true power. Otherwise, his current display was far too feeble for one of the warlords of the sea. Patience. Virgo resolved to wait further. Although he had received a command for support, in the face of asymmetric information, a few minutes' delay would not present any flaws. Should Moria succeed in slaying Ron while Ron dealt a devastating blow in his final moments, such an outcome would serve him splendidly. A severely weakened Moria would be unable to contend with him, and he could ensure the safe retreat of the naval vessels. This would fulfill his objective of eliminating Ron without revealing his identity, possibly earning him commendations that might soon elevate him to the rank of base commander. Chapter 112, The Gathering of Shadows. Boom! The earth trembled, shattering into fragments. Moria's figure emerged from the multitude of shadowy bats, his right shoulder tattered, bearing wounds upon his chest and neck, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Damnable Navy, do you dare to attack me? Forsaking the warlord treaty decreed by the government. Ron, wielding the dragon heart wand, hovered above Moria and calmly remarked, "It is merely a desire to withdraw. It is you who refuses to relent, Moria." Moria glared fiercely at Ron and retorted sharply, "And what of it? You dare invade my territory and rescue someone from under my very nose. Not a single one of you naval officers shall escape." Ron let out a soft grunt, swiftly delivering another strike of the six-staff light prison. How infuriating, once again resorting to this technique. Moria found himself ensnared once more, gritting his teeth in frustration. Since the onset of this battle, he had fallen victim to this maneuver thrice. Even with the use of the Shadow Warrior, he could merely swap places with the Shadow while still being subjected to the relentless onslaught of Ron's fury. Ron's assault, while not particularly formidable, was nonetheless not weak. In a state of confinement, relying solely on the Shadow Bat for defense allowed him to barely withstand the onslaught. He still found himself in a precarious situation due to the residual impact. Though the injuries were minor, they accumulated gradually. "Against you, this tactic suffices." Ron spoke calmly, his fingers deftly manipulating his wand as he prepared to unleash a third-tier spell once more. With the support of 2 magical tower cores, he could almost disregard the consumption of any magic other than the third-tier ice spells. By ensnaring his opponent with a 6-wand light prison and then unleashing a barrage of elemental third-tier magic, he could render Moria almost entirely defenseless, forced into a passive position. It was quite disconcerting to see Lord Moria in such a predicament. This was unacceptable. On the Navy's ship, a swarm of small ghosts flitted about, causing the sailors they passed to drop to their knees in an instant, succumbing to a state of despondency, their dreams crushed, reduced to mere shells of their former selves. The little ghosts coalesced into a spectral form resembling Perona, who gazed skyward at Ron. After a moment's hesitation, she split into a larger ghost and soared toward Ron's back. However, before the large ghost could reach its target, Ron casually tilted his gaze sideways. In his divine mode, his perspective nearly encompassed the entirety of the terrifying three-masted vessel. Not only was Perona attempting a stealthy ambush from behind, visible, but even Virgo, who thought himself hidden along the edge of the ship, was also easily discernible within Ron's line of sight. Ron surmised that Virgo would not dare to launch a surprise attack on him. However, he also sensed Virgo's reluctance to assist, opting instead to observe the confrontation between him and Moria, hoping for mutual destruction before seizing an opportunity to strike. Choosing to remain hidden, Ron dismissed any concern for Virgo. Although he could expose Virgo's whereabouts, compelling him to act, he deemed it unnecessary. Who could predict the underhanded tactics Virgo might employ? If Virgo preferred to remain in the shadows, so be it. Once Ron dealt with Moria, he would turn his attention to Virgo. At that moment, Perona, transformed into a large ghost, inadvertently met Ron's sidelong glance, causing her heart to race with fright. In an instant, Ron's gaze flickered, and a surge of mental energy surged toward the ghostly apparition. The impact was akin to a collision within the realm of consciousness. In her ghostly form, Perona was nearly a manifestation of pure psychic essence, and Ron's mental assault struck her with greater force than the overwhelming pressure of Conqueror's Haki. Wah? Her mind instantly blanked, and the negative spirit disintegrated in an instant. Meanwhile, in a chamber of the ominous castle, Perona's true form, seated upon the bed, succumbed to unconsciousness, foam spilling from her lips. Ron casually withdrew his gaze. Perona's mental prowess was quite formidable, likely a result of her frequent training due to the nature of her fruit ability, which must exceed 50 points. If her mental power were not entirely integrated with her fruit ability, she would likely possess the capability for mental projection as well. However, mere mental projection lacks strength. The God Mode, which is an advanced version of Observation Haki, pales in comparison to the advantages conferred by possessing a fruit ability when one cannot wield magic. Ron pondered the implications of Perona possessing magical abilities. Surely, her mental aptitude would surpass that of Nami. However, his immediate objective was to eliminate Moria, which would undoubtedly lead to a drastic shift in Perona's disposition towards him, rendering her exceedingly hostile. Capturing her for the purpose of re-education and psychological experimentation would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. If he could succeed in purifying her spirit, instilling within her a devout belief in magic, she might indeed be well suited to become the second magician in his ranks, bearing the mark of magic. What have you just done to Perona's melancholic specter? Ron shattered Perona's negative spirit, a scene that did not escape Moria's notice. Moria could easily discern that Perona's negative ghost had been defeated. Momentarily interrupted by Perona, Ron's spell was halted, and he began to reconstruct the runes. Looking down at Moria, who remained ensnared, he calmly remarked, "I've done what was necessary. She won't die, but she will likely be unconscious for some time." Fury consumed Moria as his eyes reddened with rage. His subordinate, Absalom, was frozen by Ron's freezing light, his fate uncertain. Perona had also been vanquished by Ron's inexplicable methods, and 2 of his 3 subordinates had already fallen. Moria himself was now in a dire predicament. He had never anticipated that a mere ordinary warship could cause him such monumental trouble, especially when its commander was not a naval admiral. Crucially, he detected a sense of indifference in Ron's gaze, a dismissive demeanor that suggested he did not regard Moria as a significant threat. How long had it been since he had witnessed such disdain? He vaguely recalled seeing a similar expression on the face of Kaido, the beast, many years ago. "Arrogant Navy, do not underestimate me," Moria bellowed, slamming his hands onto the ground. In an instant, the power of the Shadow fruit surged forth, causing all the zombies on the island to freeze in place. The zombies stood motionless. What was happening? Shadows began to emerge. The Navy, engaged in fierce combat with the zombie horde, halted their actions, bewildered by the unfolding events. Rear Admiral Puka, battling a zombie of Dragon Horse, also ceased his movements. Watching as the Dragon Horse zombie collapsed, a frown etched on his brow. Has Moria been defeated? No, something feels amiss. What is happening? Under the watchful eyes of Puka and countless Navy personnel, the fallen zombies began to emit shadows that surged toward the shore, heading towards Moria's position. Ordinary tactics were ineffective against Ron, and Moria was finally compelled to unleash his most formidable technique. Shadow Gathering. Chapter 113, Victory and defeat reside in a single round. Roaring flames. With a gentle flick of Ron's wand, a torrent of searing flames cascaded from the heavens. Countless shadows surged toward Moria, who voraciously devoured them while raising his arms high and exclaiming, "Shadow, horn shield." The black shadow bats soared forth, rushing to confront the fiery deluge. In that moment, flames and shadows intertwined, reminiscent of a divine clash between a deity of fire and demons from the abyss. With overwhelming heat and eerie mist enveloping the oppressive dark sky, causing all naval onlookers to tremble in their hearts. The relentless torrent of fire relentlessly tore apart Moria's shadow bats. The shadow shield formed by the bats could only momentarily delay the fiery onslaught, unable to fully obstruct it. Yet for Moria, such a delay sufficed. Crack, crack. As the shadows were incessantly consumed, his body began to swell, and the six-stick light prison that bound him creaked under the strain, ultimately developing numerous fissures before being forcefully shattered by Moria. Upon breaking free from the six-stick light prison, Moria did not cease his consumption. Instead, he continued to devour shadows, consuming nearly 800 of them until the island's shadows were nearly eradicated. It was only then that he halted. With a thunderous crash, the blazing torrent of flames broke through his shadow bats and cascaded downwards. Yet, Moria did not flinch in the face of the inferno. Instead, a fierce glint shone in his eyes as he raised his now massive arm, clenched it into a fist, and struck out with a powerful blow. Boom! With a single punch, the fiery torrent was explosively shattered. From a distance, Virgo's pupils involuntarily constricted. Initially perceiving Moria's strength as feeble, unworthy of the title of warlord, his thoughts were abruptly transformed. He could discern the terrifying power Moria now wielded. The mere force of his punch had obliterated the flames released by Ron, creating visible shockwaves in the air, and had it struck something substantial, it could have potentially shattered a small island. As astonishment coursed through him, Virgo cast a glance at Ron, revealing a hint of cold amusement. The warlords were not easily trifled with. It was time to extend assistance to avoid exposing himself. Failing to act now would leave him without an explanation later. And seeing the current situation, it appeared Moria intended to tear Ron apart. Even if he intervened, it would not provoke Moria's wrath. Whoosh, whoosh, Virgo dashed toward the battlefield, revealing himself as he coldly addressed the direction of the warship. Protect the head of the Fomer Commerce swiftly. This place is entrusted to me and Major General Ron for cover. You are Vice Admiral Virgo. Understood. Upon the appearance of Virgo, the numerous Navy personnel, who were at a loss for action, swiftly regained their composure. They immediately responded, maneuvering their somewhat damaged warships towards the terrifying three-masted vessel. After issuing commands to the fleet, Virgo cast his gaze towards Moria on the battlefield. Moria, now confronted by Vice Admiral, was filled with a crimson haze in his eyes. Having consumed over 800 shadows, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his normal consciousness, his thoughts spiraling into chaos. Damnable Navy, he seethed. It seems you are determined to oppose me. If that is the case, then you shall all become part of my legion of undead minions. Moria bellowed. As a swarm of black bats surged towards Ron, Ron soared towards the heavens, simultaneously brandishing his wand to cast a second-tier wind spell, thwarting the onslaught of shadow bats. With a swift motion, Virgo launched a gale kick towards Moria from a distance. However, Moria paid no heed to Virgo's assault. His unwavering gaze was fixed upon Ron in the sky. As the shadow bats drew perilously close to Ron, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Shadow Warrior. In an instant, the multitude of shadow bats coalesced, forming Moria's very own shadow, and with a sudden snap, they exchanged positions with Moria's corporeal form. Having absorbed over 800 shadows, Moria's body materialized directly beneath Ron. His eyes locked onto him as he unleashed a powerful punch. Ron maintained an air of tranquility, as if he had anticipated this moment all along. As he soared into the heavens, the dragon core wand radiated a brilliant light, enveloping him within the ethereal sphere of the elves. If Moria had indeed succumbed to the shadows, rendering him nearly immobile, he would hardly be worthy of confronting Kaido in the New World. Even Kaido's subordinates could easily dispose of him, while an overindulgence in shadows could hinder one's agility. The ability to utilize shadow clones for position exchange could mitigate some of that lost flexibility. With a resounding impact, Moria's fist struck the surface of the ethereal sphere. A terrifying force erupted unchecked, as if it had fractured the very air, sending tendrils of darkness swirling across the murky horizon. The oppressive mist dissipated in all directions. In the brief moment that the ethereal sphere withstood the blow, it succumbed to the strain, revealing a series of cracks that ultimately led to its cataclysmic shattering. With a sharp crack, the ethereal sphere shattered, and in that instant, Ron's magical barrier disintegrated as well, the residual shockwaves surging forth. The ice shield he conjured, released at a nearly point-blank range, also succumbed to destruction. 3 layers of defense obliterated by a single blow. Ron soared higher into sky, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It was indeed perilous. Without hesitation, he established a 3-layer defense, augmented by a mental energy shield. Yet he found himself unable to fully withstand Moria's all-out assault. In this state, Moria's power was undeniably formidable. Ron could envision that Moria, possessing complete consciousness and mastery over this portion of power, would likely pose a formidable challenge even to Kaido's 3 calamities. However, it is regrettable that such power ultimately does not belong to Moria. The manipulation of these abilities, acquired from shadows, leads to confusion within Moria's consciousness and sluggishness in his actions. Once resolute and confident, Moria could once command these powers, yet after his defeat by Kaido, he finds himself incapable of doing so. Boom! With a single punch, Moria shattered Ron's defenses, sending him flying. But he too could not maintain his position in the air and plummeted toward the ground below. The outcome of the battle truly hinged on but a single exchange. Ron gazed down at Moria as he plummeted, gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a nonchalant grip on his wand, he allowed it to fall towards the ground. The moment Moria utilized a Shadow Walker to exchange positions with his shadow and launched a formidable punch towards him from the sky, the battle had effectively reached its conclusion. The 3 layers of defense, combined with a mental energy shield, were already anticipated by Ron to withstand Moria's strike and the descent of Moria towards the earth. In truth, from the very onset of this confrontation, Ron had been awaiting this moment. Victory and defeat hinged on a singular exchange, while facing peril. It was also the instant to deliver a decisive blow to his opponent. Farewell, Moria. As Ron's wand descended, the ground beneath Moria, spanning 100 meters, seemed to be violently struck by an unseen force, fracturing instantaneously. The terrifying 3-masted ship was not merely an island-sized vessel, but a colossal entity, buoyed upon the waves, carrying with it a portion of earth and soil. Below the ship lay the vast ocean. Chapter 114. The Death of the 7 Warlords. Boom. Moria crashed onto the shattered earth, further splintering the already fragmented ground, his body uncontrollably sinking downward. No. Moria suddenly realized the gravity of his predicament, his eyes wide with panic as he frantically waved his arms, trying to extricate himself from the quagmire of the earth. Yet in such a mire, struggles only ensnare one deeper. Moreover, this was not a swamp, but a 3rd-tier earth magic, earth collapse, that Ron had meticulously prepared for Moria. Dark shadowy bats surged forth, attempting to pull Moria from the shattered ground. Yet the earth within a 100-meter radius continued to violently collapse, as if bearing the brunt of Whitebeard's assault. Boom! Another tremor struck, shattering the already fractured ground into countless fragments, along with the shadowy bats encasing Moria, which were likewise obliterated. With a deafening roar, the final tremor caused the ground within a 100-meter radius to completely disintegrate. As stones plunged into the ocean, the waters surged forth, engulfing Moria's form. No! Moria reached out towards the sky, yearning to grasp something, but the sea had already submerged him to his waist, rendering his once seemingly boundless strength rigid. His power dissipated like a collapsing edifice, leaving him weak and powerless. Moria looked up at Ron in the heavens, longing to utter something. Yet his body sank with the stones into the depths of the sea, the water gurgling as it rushed into his mouth. Swish! 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 As the sea surged and engulfed, countless shadows poured forth from Moria's mouth, scattering in all directions until they gradually vanished from sight. Moria's swollen form swiftly diminished, reverting to its original shape, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness, slowly sinking until he was no longer visible. Not far away, Virgo fell into silence, witnessing Moria ascend to the heavens, shattering Ron's layered defenses and sending him crashing back, blood spilling from his mouth. Virgo had initially worn a slight smirk. Yet, in that moment, all expression froze. It was as if he had just awakened from a dream, overwhelmed by a profound sense of unreality. Just a moment ago, Moria had displayed overwhelming might, effortlessly dismantling Ron's formidable tactics, and yet, in the next heartbeat, he plummeted into the sea, utterly defeated. Moria was an ability user. If he fell into the ocean without anyone to rescue him, his demise was assured. What was to be done now? Should he plunge into the depths to save Moria? No, that would be futile. Even if he managed to retrieve him, the defeated Moria would likely have no strength left to confront Ron. Would he then strike Ron himself? That too seemed implausible. He He was uncertain of Ron's injuries, seeing Ron still capable of retaliation and having struck Moria's fatal weakness. It was likely Ron still possessed the strength to fight. Should he fail to eliminate Ron instantaneously, the nearby warships would surely respond and report to headquarters, exposing his identity completely. Gazing at the gradually calming surface of the sea, Virgo's muscles twitched involuntarily. How had such a wretched Moria ever ascended to the ranks of the 7 warlords? Above, Ron observed Moria sinking beneath the waves and let out a soft sigh. He had refrained from unleashing his most powerful ice-based third-tier magic, as it would freeze the ocean surface and encompass a vast area, disrupting the effectiveness of his ground-shattering techniques. The most powerful spell was not necessarily the most suitable, at least in dealing with Moria, especially within the constraints of the terrifying 3-masted ship environment. Ground-shattering was the most appropriate choice. Moria could not fly. As long as Ron remained airborne, Moria would find it exceedingly difficult to mount an effective attack, unless he utilized the Shadow Warrior technique to swap positions with the Shadow, teleporting himself into the sky. However, doing so would expose a critical vulnerability. The Shadow Warrior could only be employed once within a short time frame. Once used, Moria would be left in a state of sluggishness, struggling to move. This flaw, in the presence of Ron wielding third-tier earth magic while positioned over the sea, was fatal. If Moria clung to the Shadow Warrior ability, Ron would find it challenging to contend with him, leading to a prolonged war of attrition. It would be a waiting game to see whether Moria would exhaust himself or if his shadows would collapse before Ron could prevail. In such a scenario, victory would still belong to him. Ron did not believe that after being defeated by Kaido, Moria could possess a resilient spirit capable of maintaining the state of shadow gathering while engaging in a stalemate. Once the shadow gathering collapsed, Ron could swiftly unleash a 6-rod-light prison and the Ice Dragon dance, which would be more than sufficient to conclude the battle. Ron plummeted from the sky, landing not far from Virgo. He coughed violently twice, expelling a small amount of blood, and his face appeared somewhat pale. Weakly, he remarked, "I never anticipated that Vice Admiral Virgo would arrive in time for assistance." Nevertheless, the strength of the 7 warlords is indeed formidable. It was truly perilous just now. Observing Ron's ashen complexion and feeble demeanor, Virgo's gaze, hidden behind his sunglasses, flickered between uncertainty and resolve as he cast a sidelong glance at the warship nearby. The vessel had initially been poised to retreat, but upon witnessing the outcome of the confrontation between Ron and Moria, it hesitated and remained in place. Should he take action? Ron's injury appears to be more severe than anticipated. Moria's recent blow indeed possesses remarkable strength, surpassing his expectations. However, should he take action now, his position would inevitably be compromised. Even if he were to eliminate Ron in an instant, it would not prevent the Navy on the warship from reporting to headquarters. He has been embedded within the Navy for over a decade, meticulously ascending the ranks to the position of Vice Admiral without a blemish on his record, evoking no suspicion among his peers. The intelligence he has covertly provided to the Don Quixote family each year is invaluable beyond measure. Is it truly worth exposing himself for Ron? Initially, Virgo would never have contemplated such a dilemma, but after Ron dispatched Moria, his perspective shifted. He now perceives Ron as a potential threat. If he does not eliminate Ron now, he may become a significant problem in the future. Virgo's fingers curled, gradually tightening into a fist, just as he found himself on the verge of action. The words of Don Quixote Doflamingo resurfaced in his mind. You are on the brink of becoming the base commander of a vice admiral, and in a few years, you might even ascend to the rank of admiral at headquarters, gaining access to the highest echelons of naval decision-making and intelligence. The value of your identity far exceeds that of anyone else, and its significance to the family surpasses the mere title of vice admiral. Indeed, Ron is merely an adversary of the Don Quixote family. Despite the family's extensive development over the years and the multitude of enemies scattered across the globe, what does it matter? Their objective is not to seek vengeance upon their foes, but rather to meticulously seize control of the dark underworld in accordance with Doflamingo's grand design, gradually shaping the very fabric of the world. Even if Ron were to ascend to the rank of admiral in the Navy, what significance would that hold? That is a prospect many years hence. His covert presence within the Navy provides invaluable information and intelligence to the family, a resource of immense worth. Coupled with Doflamingo's identity as a former celestial dragon, they can operate with unparalleled audacity. In a few years, it is conceivable that Doflamingo could orchestrate the climactic confrontation between the 4 emperors and the Navy, inciting a rift among the major powers and governments. Ultimately ascending to the throne, one cannot jeopardize a meticulously crafted 10-year plan for the sake of a fleeting adversary. Virgo's clenched fist gradually relaxed as he nodded toward Ron, stating, I received reports regarding the disappearance of the former Chamber of Commerce in the Devil's Triangle, alongside intelligence about your deployment. I was concerned you might encounter one of the 7 warlords, which is why I came. I never anticipated that Rear Admiral Ron's prowess would surpass what I had heard. Even the 7 warlords are no match for you. Nevertheless, given the urgency of the situation, it would be prudent for Rear Admiral Ron to promptly report this incident to headquarters and the government. At this moment, the numerous Navy personnel aboard the nearby warship seemed to awaken from stupor, their faces reflecting astonishment. Dead, one of the 7 warlords, Gecko Moria, has been vanquished by Ron and cast into the depths of the sea. Reflections on the release. This book will be available at midnight tomorrow, and as for my reflections, I find myself at a loss for words, having expressed my sentiments on numerous occasions. Here, at Cheating Alone, I have penned 5 fanfictions, and if we include those on other platforms, I have authored a total of 10 fanfictions to date, with this being the 10th. There are indeed some thoughts I wish to convey. One pertains to my previous work, which coincidentally faced stringent scrutiny, leading to the closure of the contractor volume. After extensive revisions, it barely managed to survive, yet due to its connection to real-world events, it remains precariously close to being taken down. Moreover, I have heard whispers suggesting that fanfiction may be prohibited starting next year, prompting me to embark on this project. I intend to narrate the final stories I wish to tell before the opportunity to write fanfiction potentially slips away, leaving me with nothing but private musings. This fanfiction adopts a slower narrative pace, as I aim to provide a more extensive exploration of the story. Unlike my previous works that typically concluded within 300 to 400 chapters. Nevertheless, I assure you that the update frequency shall not wane. I am committed to maintaining a rigorous schedule, as I have a more compelling Naruto-themed fanfiction that I hope to undertake next, barring unforeseen circumstances. As for updates, after altering the status at dawn, I plan to release 10 chapters in a burst, followed by 5 chapters daily, with 2 chapters set as the baseline and 3 as potential additional releases. Similar to before, every 200 monthly votes will warrant an extra chapter, and a reward of 20,000 points will yield another. Perhaps this time, I will not only keep up with the updates, but also remedy some of the previous delays. Though I have forgotten the extent of those arrears, haha. Chapter 115, The Sea Trembles. Marine Headquarters. Sengoku paced back and forth in front of his desk, where a telephone snail for contacting Virgo and the ship where Ron is stationed rested, alongside a telephone snail for reaching the Gorosei. Should Ron's situation deteriorate, he must swiftly connect with both the Gorosei and the naval vessel to facilitate dialogue between the government and Moria. Yet, no news has arrived. After a few steps, he halted, casting an anxious glance towards the telephone snails on the desk. As Admiral of the Navy, standing at the apex of naval authority, it is rare for anything to unsettle him. Yet this incident undoubtedly qualifies as an exception. It not only pertains to the issues surrounding the former Chamber of Commerce, but also involves the warlords of the sea and the Navy's most promising newcomer, Ron. Should any complications arise, the repercussions could be monumental. There's no use fretting, Mr. Sengoku. Kizaru, seated casually on a nearby sofa, exhibited no signs of agitation. Sipping leisurely from his cup of tea, he remarked, whether from headquarters or the G8 branch, reinforcements will not arrive in time. The situation's progression hinges solely on how Major Ron and Vice Admiral Virgo respond. Do not remain so composed, Kizaru, Sengoku retorted with a soft huff. The government will intervene in this matter. If the head of the Fomer Chamber is slain by Moria, even if Ron and Virgo manage to withdraw safely, the fallout would be profoundly detrimental. Indeed, the annual contributions from the Fomer Chamber of Commerce to our Navy are quite substantial. Without this revenue, the government would undoubtedly face considerable challenges. The Yellow Ape chuckled and remarked, however, Moria was once one of the most dazzling newcomers many years ago. After navigating through the New World and engaging in battle with the formidable Kaido of the Beasts, he ultimately survived and received an invitation from the government to become one of the 7 warlords. I'm aware of this. Sengoku spoke in a deep voice, fully cognizant of Moria's history. Although Moria has lost all his subordinates and crew, the mere fact that he managed to survive under Kaido's grasp is a testament to his strength. It is precisely for this reason that the government extended the invitation for him to join the ranks of the 7 warlords. Ron possesses considerable strength, rivaling that of an average vice admiral. However, when pitted against Moria, the outcome remains uncertain. Moreover, the paramount concern is that Ron must also safeguard the head of the Fomer Chamber of Commerce. After all, the Devil's Triangle is Moria's territory, and the battleground is situated within the heart of his stronghold, aboard the formidable three-masted ship, even with Virgo's support. Ensuring the safe evacuation of the Foamer Chamber's leader proves to be an arduous task. Sengoku's greatest fear is the potential demise of the Chamber's head amidst the chaos of battle. Such a loss would render any conflict with Moria utterly meaningless. Borisolino is correct. There is no benefit in haste, Sengoku. The Chief of Staff, Crane, is also present in Sengoku's office. Seated beside the desk, she calmly addressed Sengoku, her wise eyes reflecting an untroubled depth, stating, "Furthermore, I believe the developments may unfold in ways that surprise us all." Crane had encountered Ron once before. At that time, Ron had yet to showcase achievements comparable to those of a vice admiral. Yet Crane instinctively recognized that he was destined for greatness. For the confidence and charisma emanating from his gaze were qualities often absent in many vice admirals. How many vice admirals truly envision themselves as future admirals? Facing their superiors without fear, possessing their own will and attitude? Ron possesses it. In Ron's eyes, there was an unmistakable demeanor of composure, unperturbed by the present circumstances. Whether in the presence of her superior, the Chief of Staff, or the naval hero, Garp, were an ordinary individual to exhibit such an attitude, it might be deemed arrogant. However, Ron, possessing strength comparable to that of an average vice admiral, and endowed with such fortitude, embodies not pride, but confidence, an unwavering belief in her superiority. Irrespective of whether she stands before a Chief of Staff or a fleet admiral, such a character is unlikely to be easily vanquished by the seven warlords of the sea. Indeed, through the crucible of battle, she may even refine her abilities and triumph over them. "Little Crane, you seem quite optimistic about Ron," Sengoku remarked, his surprise evident as he glanced at her. While he too recognized Ron's potential to one day ascend to the rank of fleet admiral. That was a prospect for the future, not the present, as Ron was currently faced with a formidable warlord of the sea. The four emperors, the seven warlords, and the Navy represent the three principal powers that maintain equilibrium upon the seas. Although the seven warlords are the weakest among them, collectively they rival a single emperor's crew, thus standing as seven formidable entities atop the vast hierarchy of maritime forces. Is Ron truly capable of reaching such heights at this moment? Perhaps there's a glimmer of possibility, Crane candidly stated. However, I do not perceive in Ron a definitive answer regarding her understanding of justice. Her tenure in the Navy has been brief, and she may yet be in search of it. Each admiral, or indeed anyone who aspires to that rank, has already formed their own interpretation of justice long before attaining the title, and they have acted upon the convictions of their hearts. Ron had not yet established a sense of belonging to the Navy, perhaps due to the brief duration of his service, or perhaps because he did not perceive justice as a personal ideal. The precise reason eluded Crane, for her interactions with Ron had been minimal. Is that so? Sengoku pondered. Finding Ron's voluntary application for the position of base commander somewhat perplexing, it did not seem like a quest for justice, but rather an ambition to become a sovereign figure in a particular maritime domain. Of course, the Navy was not devoid of individuals like Ron, who had also been assigned to various divisions. Such naval personnel typically did not pose a significant threat. Many were capable of maintaining peace within their designated waters. As Sengoku contemplated this, the din-din mushi on the table rang. His gaze sharpened, and he promptly answered the call. "This is Sengoku. What is the situation?" "Report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We have successfully rescued the supervisor of the Foamer Chamber of Commerce. Additionally, we have apprehended the three bizarre subordinates of Warlord Moria, Absalom, Hogback, and Perona. Please provide instructions regarding their arrest." Upon hearing of the successful rescue of the Foamer supervisor, Sengoku exhaled with relief, as his greatest concern had been the potential death of the supervisor amidst the chaos. The subsequent report about the capture of the three peculiar individuals brought a smile to his face. Should Moria's subordinates be under control, even if Ron were to face peril, negotiations with Moria could still be possible, potentially allowing the Navy to avoid any costs. "Are you now out of danger? Where are Major General Ron and Vice Admiral Virgo?" Sengoku continued to inquire into the den mushi. There was a brief pause on the other end before the report resumed. "Major General Ron and Vice Admiral Virgo are currently clearing the battlefield. We are in the process of dealing with the terrifying three-masted ship and attempting to salvage Moria." Salvage Moria? Sengoku was momentarily taken aback. It was Moria, the warlord, who had been cast into the sea by base commander Ron, and his fate remained uncertain. Being a devil fruit user, if he had fallen into the ocean, he might already be doomed. A devil fruit user sinking into the sea without retrieval was virtually a death sentence, unless he were a fisherman capable of breathing underwater. Sengoku's expression stiffened, and the actions of Kizuru, Crane, and others halted momentarily. The faces of several other rear admirals in the office also underwent drastic changes. Ron has vanquished one of the 7 warlords. No, that is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point is that this warlord has perished, consigned to the depths of the sea. This development was beyond anyone's wildest imagination. Even Crane merely speculated that Ron might be capable of repelling or defeating Moria, never anticipating that Ron would actually slay him. Now, the world shall tremble. Kizaru took a sip of tea, gently setting down his cup as he remarked. Senior Crane is indeed correct. This is an extraordinary turn of events that surpasses our expectations. In June of the 19th year of the Great Pirate Era, Navy Rear Admiral Ron engaged in a fierce confrontation with one of the 7 warlords, the Moonlight Moria. In the ensuing battle, he struck Moria down within the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle. Due to Moria's inadequacy and strength, he was deemed unworthy of his title, and the government subsequently revoked his status as a warlord. The news spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves throughout the seas. Chapter 116. Reactions from all sides in Wano country. On Onigashima, did Moria truly meet his demise? That young man seemed to possess considerable strength. Kaido of the Beasts sat by a campfire, perusing a newspaper as memories flickered in his mind. He recalled that he had once considered the promising newcomer, Moria, as a potential subordinate and had spared his life, only for Moria to escape. If he is dead, so be it. To be slain by a mere rear admiral is a testament to my overestimation of him. After a moment's contemplation, Kaido dismissed the thought and tossed aside the newspaper, reaching for his flask to indulge in a hearty drink. He maintained a level of tolerance for those with strength, even if they were adversaries. As long as they were willing to submit, he could overlook past grievances. However, since Moria had been defeated, it indicated his weakness and unworthiness to serve as one of Kaido's men. In another part of the ocean, has one of the warlords been eliminated? The rear admiral mused. Surely it was the work of an admiral, disrupting the warlord agreement, hence the release of such news. Jesus Burgess of the red-haired pirates held a newspaper, clicking his tongue. I said those warlords collaborating with the government were courting disaster. They could be turned upon at any moment. No, it is not that simple. Beckman took the newspaper, squinting as he inhaled a puff of smoke. This rear Admiral Ron recently eliminated an officer under Big Mom. He appears to be one of the most exceptional newcomers of this naval generation. Perhaps Moria was indeed slain by him. Regardless, it seems the warlords must now be pondering their circumstances. A knowing smile spread across the faces of those present, yet they all etched Ron's name into their memories. After all, he had slain one of the warlords, marking him as a noteworthy newcomer on the grand stage of this era. Ron? The name seems familiar. Cake Island. Big Mom, holding a newspaper, furrowed her brow and spoke. Standing beside her was Katakuri, the foremost of the 4 sweet commanders, who reminded her. It was this fellow who recently dealt with Baron Egg, Mother. Upon hearing this, Big Mom recalled the incident and felt a surge of anger. However, despite her fury, she found herself at an impasse. After all, the adversary was a member of the Navy and possessed the strength to eliminate a warlord of the sea. Engaging in a large-scale conflict with the Navy would be a fool's errand. Had it been another emperor clashing with the Navy, she would not have hesitated to intervene, seizing the opportunity to inflict some serious damage on the Navy while simultaneously eliminating this Roranoa. Eliminating a warlord of the sea. There are indeed remarkable newcomers within Navy. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard grinned as he perused the latest newspaper, showing no signs of agitation at the emergence of a formidable new talent within the Navy. Nearby, Marco chuckled and remarked, to have taken down a warlord at such a young age, it may not be long before he ascends to the rank of admiral. He is certainly a threat. A threat, indeed. Yet it is the warlords who are likely the most alarmed. Vista, twirling his mustache, mused, this blow has struck at their very throats, albeit with the blunt side of the blade. I dare say their necks must feel quite chilled at this moment. Numerous captains noted the name Ron, yet they did not regard it with particular concern. Moria was still significantly distant from the rank of an admiral, and only by ascending to that lofty position could Ron pose even a slight threat to them. At present, the seas exist in a state of equilibrium. Should the naval forces expand, for instance, by the emergence of 5 or even 6 admirals, the connections between the 4 emperors would tighten, leading them to refrain from engaging in conflict and to maintain vigilant defenses against the Navy. It is conceivable that the 7 warlords might even betray the government, aligning themselves with the 4 emperors, for they are acutely aware that should the Navy eradicate the 4 emperors, they would be next in line. Thus, the Navy finds it arduous to contend with the 4 emperors, even with the addition of 2 more admirals. Conversely, It proves even more challenging for the four emperors to confront the Navy, as close collaboration among them is nearly impossible. And any notion of uniting against the Navy is utterly non-existent. In one-on-one confrontations, none of the four Emperor pirate crews possess the strength to oppose the Navy. Consequently, Ron, the newcomer who has vanquished one of the seven warlords, is not perceived as a threat in their eyes. Even should he become an admiral, he would scarcely alter the prevailing dynamics of the seas. Upon the dissemination of the news that Moria, one of the seven warlords, had been slain and removed from the government ranks, countless individuals anticipated a tremor among the seven warlords. However, the reality was that, despite their varied reactions, the seven warlords did not exhibit the anticipated shock or unease. In a certain corner of the Alabasta kingdom, the sand crocodile merely glanced at the newspaper before tossing it onto the table, lifting a goblet to sip his wine. Somewhere at sea, Dracul Myhawk perused the paper, his eyes flickering with intrigue. After noting Ron's name, he cast the newspaper aside. Among the seven warlords, all took note of Ron's name, particularly since he had dispatched Moria, one of their own. The only one to exhibit a more pronounced reaction was Don Quixote Doflamingo. In a dimly lit underworld, clad in a black cloak, Doflamingo held a transponder snail, listening intently to Virgo's report on the Moria incident. So Moria has been eliminated just like that? As the government stated, he was indeed too weak to deserve the title of Seven Warlord. I had considered collaborating with him, but it appears that is unnecessary. Doflamingo was astonished by Ron's strength, which surpassed his expectations, yet that was the extent of his concern. Like the other seven warlords, he did not dwell on the government's stance. Not to mention, the relationship between the seven warlords and the government is inherently one of mutual exploitation. To believe that possessing the warlord treaty grants one the freedom to act as one pleases is sheer folly. A weak seven warlord is destined for elimination. This position is not one that just anyone can occupy. Power remains paramount. No, Moria's strength was not negligible. I had no assurance of victory over him, and I cannot guarantee that I would prevail against Ron either. Virgo listened to Doflamingo's words, his tone calm yet grave. Is that so? It appears that Ron's strength exceeds our expectations. Even I cannot be certain. Torpole, somewhat astonished, remarked to Doflamingo, if the opportunity arises, we should eliminate him swiftly. I will remain vigilant. On the other end of the transponder snail, Virgo spoke in a low voice. Should the right moment present itself, I will inform you. As Ron's direct superior, he possessed numerous means to dispose of Ron. Merely relaying Ron's movements to Doflamingo would suffice. Whether by enlisting the big MOM pirates or by Doflamingo personally leading an ambush, all without revealing his identity. Regardless of the choice, it was far superior to exposing his identity through a direct assault on Ron. Reflecting on his earlier hesitance, he was relieved he had not acted then. Ron's defeat of Moria had subtly influenced some of his judgments, instilling in him a sense that this individual could not be allowed to remain. In retrospect, it wasn't as exaggerated as he initially thought. Previously, he had simply not regarded Ron as a threat. Treating Ron seriously as an adversary the Don Quixote family needed to confront would not prove difficult. Chapter 117. Perona at the Navy T-72 Division Base. In the living room of a duplex residence, several transparent little ghosts floated about. I wish to become a fish. With my talents, I could never become a great navigator. I sincerely apologize for raising my voice at you. Should I address you as master? A group of despondent little spirits passed through Nami, who had just been angrily confronting Perona. Suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming aura of negativity, Nami collapsed before Perona. That's more like it. Perona stifled a laugh, but before she could finish, Nami delivered a solid punch to her head, causing it to swell instantly. Enough already, you scoundrel, Nami shouted, fist clenched. At that moment, Ron, reclining in the adjacent room, opened his eyes, revealing a hint of annoyance, and groaned, I must say, you two are exceedingly loud. Suddenly, the door swung open. Perona floated in, tears brimming in her eyes. I merely wanted to enjoy some pudding milk tea. Such a simple request was cruelly denied. She lamented. That kind of thing is unattainable even for me. And why must I assist you? You are merely a captive, Nami retorted, her demeanor devilish as she brandished her fists at Perona. Ron was taken aback by the situation before him, which had truly caught him off guard. During his previous battle with Moria, Perona had attempted to ambush him, but was struck by a mental shock that left her unconscious, her consciousness shattered. He had anticipated that she would remain in a state of unconsciousness for at least several days. However, to his astonishment, Perona regained consciousness quite swiftly, and, most remarkably, she had lost her memory upon awakening. Ron was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that his mental assault on Perona would inflict far greater damage than he had envisioned, fragmenting a part of her psyche in the process. He surmised that this was primarily due to the direct attack on her spiritual essence. Upon realizing that Perona had lost her memories, Ron contemplated for a moment and decided against allowing the Navy to restrain her with sea stone shackles. Instead, he opted to escort her directly back to the naval base. To Perona, Ron appeared as a savior, rescuing her from the clutches of the menacing Navy who intended to shackle her. Moreover, with her memory obliterated, she willingly followed him. Ron found himself intrigued by the ability related to negative spirits, as well as the phenomenon of amnesia resulting from psychological trauma. Consequently, he decided to erase Perona's identity as a prisoner and temporarily keep her by his side, curious to observe whether her damaged psyche could heal and if, upon recovery, her memories might return. However, having her close at hand posed a dilemma, for Perona and Nami were utterly incompatible. The two lively girls, one lawful and the other not, were both characterized by their exuberant spirits, making harmonious coexistence utterly implausible. Although Perona possessed the powers of the ghost fruit, Nami was not to be underestimated. Her mischievous nature meant that it was difficult to predict who would ultimately gain the upper hand in any playful skirmish. Perhaps, it would be simpler to enlist the division's chef to manage the situation. Ron disregarded Perona's pitiful expression, as well as Nami's clenched fists and gritted teeth. The words of these two young girls were utterly untrustworthy. If one were to genuinely believe that anyone was wronged, chaos would surely ensue. From a perceptive standpoint, Ron observed the subtle yet fierce rivalry between Nami and Perona with clarity. Each was deserving of equal reprimand. Perona continued to cast a sorrowful glance at Ron, her small head swollen with a noticeable bump, truly a pitiable sight. Nami, with her fists clenched, glared at Perona, stating, "You were not like this just a moment ago." Perona evaded the confrontation, retreating behind Ron. "All right, let us cease the bickering for now. Perona, come here." Ron decisively halted the commotion between the two, pulling Perona from behind to stand before him. Through a mental lens, his gaze penetrated her corporeal form, scrutinizing a shadowy essence of her soul. A week had elapsed since the confrontation with Moria, and Ron had intentionally contemplated bestowing a second magical mark upon Perona. However, he was apprehensive that, upon receiving the mark, her revitalized mental faculties might mend her psychological wounds, leading to the resurgence of her lost memories, rendering the effort futile. Although he possessed the ability to retract the bestowed magical mark, the process was cumbersome, and the prospect of expending effort without gain, only to confine Perona once more, seemed an exercise in futility. Yet, what intrigued Ron was that during the past week, Perona's injured psyche had been gradually recuperating, albeit without any signs of memory restoration. "Do not resist." Ron maintained a mental perspective, softly whispering into Perona's ear. Subsequently, his psychic energy extended outward, transmitting a small cluster of spiritual energy into Perona's psyche. Although Perona had lost her memories and bore no animosity towards Ron, indeed, she regarded him as a benefactor. Her instinctive resistance to external will was undeniable. This instinctual defiance arose from a primal urge to repel foreign influences. However, after days of diligently assisting Perona in mending the damage to her mental construct, this resistance had significantly diminished, becoming nearly imperceptible by today. Noticing the feeble nature of Perona's psychic resistance, Ron observed that she had even opened a slight pathway while he infused the spiritual energy. With a sudden flash of thought, a fragment of his own spirit resolutely followed the energy, penetrating into her consciousness. This marked Ron's inaugural foray into the mental realms of another, a venture he had not even undertaken with Nami. In that fleeting moment of invasion, Perona's instinctive resistance surged, yet it was already too late. Ron's mental prowess far surpassed hers, and having traversed the open path, there was no means for her to expel him. At this juncture, Ron possessed the capacity to obliterate Perona's psyche from within in an instant, or at the very least to reduce her mental state to a disordered mass, rendering her devoid of self-awareness. Nonetheless, Ron refrained from such destruction. The toil of the past few days was not intended to extinguish Perona's existence or to transform her into a soulless automaton. At the level of the mental construct, the realm transcended the confines of visual perception or any tangible substance. Everything here existed in an abstract form. Ron was able to directly access all emotions, ranging from joy to sorrow, as well as memories and the profound core consciousness that belonged solely to Perona. After a brief observation, he gradually comprehended his current predicament and the extent of his influence over Perona, which sent a shiver through him. It was terrifying, far more so than he had anticipated. To penetrate the depths of one's psyche was an experience more daunting than he could have ever imagined. The destruction of the mind was merely a trivial endeavor. Once one could infiltrate the mental realm, it equated to total dominion over all psychological facets. He could evoke feelings of joy, causing instant elation or incite anger, plunging her into a fit of rage. Aside from the innermost core of consciousness, which constituted the essence of personality and remained immutable, everything else within this psychic domain could be rewritten, be it memories, emotions, or other elements. In essence, all emotions and memories lay firmly within his grasp. Chapter 118, Future Plans. Ron contemplated for a moment, yet ultimately made no alterations to Perona's feelings. Although he possessed the ability to instantly elevate her affection and loyalty to their utmost levels, such actions seemed unnecessary. All he truly needed to alter was merely her memory. Soon enough, Ron discovered fragments of Perona's memories, which had indeed been shattered, reduced to disjointed pieces that, with the passage of time, gradually began to coalesce. Ron contemplated briefly, extending his mental prowess to envelop and entwine the fragmented remnants, ultimately extracting them all. Being in a state of memory disarray and amnesia, Ron expelled Perona's shattered memories entirely from his being, yet this act did not affect her in the least. The transformations occurring within the realm of the mind transpired in mere seconds on the material plane. "What are you doing?" leering at that fellow. As Ron withdrew from his mental perspective and returned to his usual state, he was met with Nami's slightly accusatory voice. Upon glancing up, he found Nami glaring at him with a displeased expression. At this moment, Nami remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the mental realm. To her, it appeared as though Ron was merely fixating on Perona's face with an unsettling gaze for several moments. Ron released Perona and remarked, "I merely examined her injuries. There's no need to display such revulsion." Nami let out a soft huff. Ron innocently raised his hands and inquired, "Is that so?" "Indeed." Observing Nami's unfriendly gaze, Ron tilted his head slightly and remarked, "It seems that in a couple of months, you will be turning 16. Nami pouted and replied, "You remember quite well, don't you?" Ron chuckled, feeling exceptionally buoyant after resolving Perona's issue. He strolled towards the door and remarked, "Let us go and procure some sustenance while checking if the supplies from the headquarters have arrived." After vanquishing Moria, Ron had not formally resigned. Yet his heart had long since made the decision to depart. Within the Navy, numerous achievements remained unattainable. He had now acquired the means to ensure his survival in the Grand Line and no longer felt the need to remain within the Navy's ranks. Of course, the identity of a Navy officer proved advantageous at times, such as accessing classified intelligence networks and mobilizing permanent pointers to most islands in the Grand Line. Thus, he felt no urgency to leave just yet. Navigating the seas and managing provisions posed challenges. In combat, he did not require the support of subordinates. Yet the mundane aspects of life and the pursuit of wealth and information would consume considerable time if undertaken alone. Therefore, in his departure from the Navy, he would require a faction under his command. Establishing a new faction was a cumbersome endeavor, necessitating the recruitment of personnel, and Ron would not squander time on such matters. His plan was to dismantle the leader of an existing faction and seize control of their entire organization as a foundation. Don Quixote, Doflamingo's family was quite appealing, with a global network of intelligence and dark dealings, possessing a comprehensive and vast system. However, he was not yet capable of usurping Doflamingo's power. Currently, the faction that most aligned with Ron's requirements was Baroque Works, led by Crocodile. Baroque Works boasted an intelligence network and a substantial subordinate organization, primarily comprised of bounty hunters whose daily objective was to hunt pirates, an idea easily embraced by Ron, who had once been a bounty hunter himself. Moreover, Baroque Works, under Crocodile's leadership, was infiltrating the Alabasta Kingdom, as Crocodile sought to seize control of Alabasta, presenting Ron with an opportune target for disruption. The achievement interface included objectives such as protecting a nation from invasion and becoming the king of a particular realm. The narrative of rescuing Alabasta from the formidable Crocodile, marrying Princess Vivi, and ascending to the throne as the king of Alabasta was reminiscent of a quintessential Western hero's tale. The only dilemma lay in the fact that Vivi was 2 years younger than Nami, raising concerns that nurturing one after another might devolve into a rather inappropriate narrative. Ron fell into deep contemplation. Furthermore, merely defeating Gecko Moria was insufficient to attain the title of Warlord of the Sea, as Moria had already been branded by the world government as weak and unworthy of such a designation. However, should he vanquish Crocodile, boasting victories over both Moria and Crocodile, and subsequently resign from the Navy, it is likely the world government would extend an invitation for him to join the ranks of the warlords. Achieving this accolade would significantly bolster his accomplishments. After this series of achievements, his total accomplishment points would likely exceed 100, enabling him to further enhance his strength and shift his focus towards targeting Don Quixote Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family. Defeating Doflamingo and annexing the influence of the Don Quixote family would instantaneously amplify his assets to a staggering figure, eradicating nearly all monetary achievements. Additionally, leveraging the intelligence network of the Don Quixote family, he could scour the globe for devil fruits. It is evident that Ron has meticulously devised plans for the future. While this may not be the most secure choice, it undoubtedly stands as the most suitable course of action at present. Several days later, a small boat braved the waves, entering the doldrums. On board was Ron alone, standing at the bow, as the sea breeze billowed the sails, guiding him deeper into the calm waters. Although his next target was determined to be Crocodile, Ron did not rush to Alabasta. On one hand, the timing felt premature, and on the other, he wished to accomplish several attainable feats beforehand. His total accomplishment points had now reached 85. Previously, by defeating Gecko Moria, he achieved 3 accomplishments. Among them, Captain Level 4 was the final achievement in the Captain series, requiring the acquisition of a colossal sailboat, and the terrifying 3-masted ship was deemed the world's sole giant vessel, granting Ron 3 accomplishment points. Additionally, Enemy of the Warlords provided him with 2 points for slaying a warlord. And combined with the condition for entering the depths of the Devil's Triangle, Explore Level 3, Ron garnered a total of 6 accomplishment points from the annihilation of Moria. He was now just 15 points shy of 100. This voyage to the doldrums was primarily aimed at fulfilling as many hunting achievements related to sea kings as possible. While he was uncertain about capturing large and giant sea kings, he felt confident in his ability to hunt small and medium sea kings. At the very least, this endeavor promised to yield 2 accomplishment points, making it worthwhile to embark on this journey. Chapter 119. Hunting Sea Kings. Given that the primary objective of this expedition was to hunt sea kings, Ron did not bring Nami and Perona along, or rather, it could be said that neither of the two wished to join. Fishing? Nami questioned. Fishing? Are there even any fish schools nearby? Indeed, venturing into the calm belt to fish for colossal sea kings is quite the endeavor, is it not? The dialogue with Perona concerning the pursuit of such formidable creatures remains vividly etched in Ron's mind, particularly her expression of sheer terror upon hearing about it. Of course, the act of hunting sea kings itself carries little peril. However, there exists the possibility that certain individuals may engage in covert activities, which could potentially lead to danger. Both Virgo and Doflamingo may well take action in this regard. Ron himself was not intimidated. However, the prospect of bringing Nami and Perona along posed a far greater challenge should they encounter trouble at sea. During his previous confrontation with Moria, Ron had intended to eliminate both Moria and Virgo simultaneously. Yet, despite his feigned state of severe injury, Virgo restrained himself from intervening. The primary reason for this restraint was that, following his battle with Moria, although Ron had managed to defeat him utilizing the advantageous terrain, the repeated casting of high-level spells had left him somewhat fatigued, even with the energy supplied by the core of the magic tower. Furthermore, Virgo, being proficient in hockey and defensive techniques, would pose a significant challenge in another skirmish, leaving Ron without absolute confidence in the outcome. Thus, Virgo refrained from attacking. And in turn, Ron chose not to engage. For such a minor adversary, it was not worth the risk. He regarded Virgo as merely a speck of dust, one to be effortlessly swept away when the opportune moment arose. Sea Kings. Ron momentarily set aside thoughts of Nami and Perona, entering a mental perspective that allowed his gaze to penetrate the surface of the sea, peering into the world beneath the waves. In this present moment, Ron's mental reach had expanded significantly, now encompassing a radius of several hundred meters. The closer he was to his physical form, the sharper his insight became. Nevertheless, a coverage of several hundred meters remained insignificant in the face of the vast, boundless ocean. Even the tranquil waters of the doldrums were still a considerable expanse. However, given the massive size of the Sea Kings, searching within a radius of several hundred meters in the doldrums would not prove overly challenging. Before long, in Ron's line of sight, the first of the Sea Kings emerged. With a mental perspective spanning hundreds of meters, he could only catch a glimpse of a segment of its tail. This Sea King size was evidently over a kilometer. Large Sea Kings, those whose bodies exceed a kilometer, are classified as such, while those surpassing 3 kilometers are deemed colossal Sea Kings. Beyond that, there are the super colossal Sea Kings exceeding 5 kilometers, and entities of island-like proportions, capable of rivaling the majestic beings of the New World. In his current state, Ron possesses the strength akin to that of a colossal sea creature measuring 1,000 meters in length. Should he engage in a fierce battle upon the ocean surface, he might indeed wear down his adversary. However, such a creature would undoubtedly possess considerable intelligence, refusing to succumb to his attacks like a mere beast. After enduring a spell from him, it would likely retreat into the depths of the sea. Pursuing it into the abyss is simply unattainable. While he may enter the water, his magical abilities will be severely curtailed. Thus, once it escapes, the pursuit would be futile. Nevertheless, it may be worth attempting to strike at its vital point with a single, precise blow. Ron maneuvered the small boat, trailing far behind the colossal sea creature beneath the waves. The achievements for hunting these marine behemoths are categorized into distinct tiers: small, medium, large, and gigantic, each representing a progressive milestone. Upon Ron's arrival at the windless zone, he found that the smaller and medium-sized sea kings could be effortlessly hunted down with a single, decisive strike. However, the larger sea kings proved to be a far more formidable challenge. Therefore, his objective was to secure the first two achievements, while striving to attain the third to the best of his ability. Ron steered the small vessel, pursuing the colossal sea creature above. Yet, the magnificent beast remained oblivious to the presence of the boat overhead. "It has not noticed me yet. It seems to be due to the influence of the sea tower stone." Ron cast a glance at the bottom of the small boat's sail, where a massive sea prism stone lay, an integral core for the magical tower he had crafted. Following the defeat of Moria, Ron had utilized the captured terrifying three-masted ship to exchange for 3 colossal raw sea prism stones with the headquarters, bringing his total to 5. Therefore, he deemed it inconsequential to lose one during this journey. To his surprise, the presence of the sea prism stone aboard the vessel continued to exert its enchanting effect, concealing the small boat from the gaze of the sea kings. Ron narrowed his eyes, his mental acuity focusing intently on the surroundings of the magical tower's core. With a surge of psychic energy, he enveloped the core, effectively severing its connection to the outside world. Almost instantaneously, at a depth of approximately 200 meters below, a colossal sea creature, measuring nearly 1,000 meters in length, ceased its movements. Its enormous eyes shifted upward, fixating on the small vessel that had seemingly appeared out of thin air above it. With a resounding splash, the massive creature surged forth from the ocean's depths, its formidable head pressing against Ron's small boat, scrutinizing it with an intense gaze. Without uttering a word, Ron swiftly darted to the front of the colossal sea creature's snout. With a flick of his dragon core wand, a torrent of searing flames surged forth. Inferno Roar. Clearly, conventional magic held little sway over such a massive leviathan. Thus, Ron eschewed the ice-based third-tier spell in favor of the fire-based third-tier Inferno Roar, targeting the vulnerable nostrils. The Inferno Roar was undoubtedly more fitting than the sluggish ice dragon's dance. The crimson flames poured into the creature's nostrils like molten lava, instantly filling the air with the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafting across the ocean. Hiss! The gigantic sea beast emitted a thunderous roar that reverberated across the waves, forcefully expelling 2 jets of water from its nostrils, before plunging its head downward with a resounding splash, diving into the depths of the sea. Is this really possible? Ron observed the scene before him, his lips twitching slightly. It seemed that utilizing a third-tier wind magic spell would have been more appropriate. Regrettably, he currently lacked a single target burst-type wind spell, as both Whirlwind and Ice Dragoness Dance possessed a delay in their explosive effects. These two abilities inherently carried a degree of control. The Whirlwind attracted, while the Ice Dragoness Dance froze the earth. However, before a colossal sea creature exceeding 1,000 meters in size, such control was patently insufficient and incapable of restraining the opponent. The 6 rods of light prison would also struggle to contain such a massive sea beast. Gazing at the tumultuous waves, Ron shook his head, channeling his mental energy to right the capsized boat and retrieve the core of the magic tower, tossing it back onto the vessel. At that moment, a thought struck him. What if he were to enter the body of the sea creature and unleash his magic from within? It appeared to be a feasible plan. The spirit sphere could be released instantaneously, meaning that after casting a third-tier spell, he could immediately deploy the spirit sphere without needing to escape the attack range. Ron recalled that the division's general, the Marsupial, had successfully launched an internal assault against the Sea Kings, effortlessly vanquishing a medium-sized specimen. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of hope illuminated Ron's gaze. He believed that not only could he potentially eliminate larger Sea Kings, but even the colossal ones might also be within his grasp. Chapter 120. The unexpected and the expected. While he contemplated strategies for hunting large sea kings, he soon found himself confronted not with formidable adversaries, but rather with a group of small to medium-sized sea kings, numbering approximately a dozen. Ron cast a distant glance before decisively making his move. The Ice Dragon Swirl. When confronting medium-sized and small sea kings, there is no need for flamboyance. With a single third-tier ice spell, the Ice Dragon Swirl. The attack's coverage spans 300 to 400 meters. While it may not slay them outright, it is capable of encasing them in ice with a single strike. Ron had captured a diminutive sea king to test the waters. This small sea creature measured less than 200 meters in length, and in an instant, both it and the surface of the sea were encased in ice. Despite its desperate struggle, it managed to shatter some of the ice. Yet it was too late to dive into the depths of the ocean. Suddenly, 3 ice dragons entwined it, and through their relentless constriction, they transformed this small sea king into a frozen sculpture, solidified from within. The remaining dozen or so small to medium-sized sea kings, witnessing this spectacle, hastily burrowed into the ocean floor, scattering in all directions. A clear notification resonated in the air. You have achieved the accomplishment, a great fish, earning 1 achievement point. There remained a faint possibility for that seemingly medium-sized sea king to struggle free from the swirling ice dragons and escape the range of attack. Ron gazed thoughtfully at the small aquatic leviathan encased in ice upon the sea surface. It appeared that the marine creature was somewhat more formidable than initially anticipated. Even the ice dragon's swirling maneuvers might not guarantee a complete triumph over a medium-sized sea monarch. A touch of finesse and execution was required. Proceed. Ron did not linger for long. He swiftly maneuvered the small boat in another direction. As for the classification of sea kings into small, medium, and large categories, there are, in fact, no distinct boundaries. However, the achievement of a fish of great size is contingent upon the slaying of a small sea king, and it is evident that the creature just encountered was deemed to fall within that small category. Ron was not inclined to engage in indiscriminate slaughter, for hunting the sea kings was indeed quite a troublesome endeavor. Upon encountering a smaller sea king, he merely chose to pass by. Creatures measuring less than 300 meters were essentially excluded from his hunting range. His current ambitions were set on medium-sized sea kings exceeding 300 meters and large sea kings around 1,000 meters in length. After approximately 10 minutes, he found what he was seeking. Ron discovered his desired target, a leviathan measuring approximately 400 meters in length, which undoubtedly conformed to the standards of a medium-sized sea creature. This majestic being resided beneath the surface of the sea, approximately 100 meters to Ron's left. Silently, he unleashed his mental prowess, severing the aura emitted by the core of the magical tower. The medium-sized leviathan instantly sensed the presence of Ron's vessel. Its luminous eyes widened in a fierce glare, and rather than observing as its predecessors had, it directly opened its cavernous maw and lunged forward to engulf Ron whole. At this moment, even the third-tier ice magic became superfluous. With a disdainful snort, Ron brandished his dragon core wand and executed a swift infernal roar, directing it towards the gaping maw of the medium-sized sea creature. Gulp! The creature devoured the entire infernal roar as if it were a hellish pepper, and in an instant, its 2 enormous eyes seemed to blaze with fire, unleashing a thunderous roar. Its vitality was astonishingly resilient, surviving such an onslaught. Upon witnessing the scene, Ron's eyebrows twitched, and he once again pointed his dragon core wand, intending to cast a spell. However, before he could unleash it, his expression froze abruptly. To his astonishment, without a moment's hesitation, Ron's mental energy surged forth, enveloping the core of the magical tower aboard the small vessel, propelling him skyward. In the very next instant, as Ron ascended into the heavens, the surface of the sea within a kilometer radius erupted into a frenzy. As a terrifyingly immense shadow emerged from below, a gaping maw nearly 1,000 meters wide, the medium-sized sea creature, struggling on the verge of death, along with Ron's small boat, was instantly consumed by this abyss-like mouth. Ron and the core of the magical tower narrowly escaped the catastrophic engulfment as they soared through the air. A colossal sea creature. No, perhaps it was an ultra-colossal sea creature. Ronfi soared through the sky, unable to discern the complete form of the colossal creature lurking beneath the waves. All he could perceive was a shadow, reminiscent of a small island, gradually vanishing into the depths of the ocean. Ron felt utterly speechless. The sheer magnitude of this sea king was somewhat absurd, unless he could infiltrate the creature's mind to unleash his magic. Even attacking from within its body might not suffice to vanquish it. Reflecting on how Carp could fell such a formidable Sea King with a single punch. Ron couldn't help but click his tongue. He mused that even a 4th-tier spell likely wouldn't achieve a one-hit kill. It would probably require a 5th-tier spell to accomplish such a feat. As the waves gradually calmed, Ron descended onto the surface of the sea, standing upon the core of the magic tower. The loss of his small vessel was somewhat irksome. Supporting the substantial mass of the magic tower's core with his mental energy was undeniably taxing. While manageable in the short term, it could prove troublesome over an extended duration. Just as Ron was sinking into his discontent, a notification echoed in his ears. Notification: you have achieved the shipwreck accomplishment. Earning 1 achievement point. Unexpectedly attaining the shipwreck accomplishment, he was astonished to find that the consumption of his ship by a Sea King was included. His earlier frustration dissipated in an instant, replaced by surprise and delight. Prior to joining the Navy headquarters, he had lost a ship in the doldrums. Yet that incident hadn't granted him the shipwreck achievement. He had assumed it was only counted if a sailing vessel was destroyed in a storm. But it seemed that Carp's intervention had shattered his vessel, thus negating the achievement. Well then, an accomplishment is still an accomplishment. The absence of a ship wasn't a significant issue. If Luffy could intimidate sea beasts with his conqueror's haki, surely he could use his mental energy to temporarily deter a small Sea King as a substitute means of transportation. It was a slight disappointment that the medium-sized Sea King had been consumed and did not count as his own hunt, preventing him from attaining the professional hunter achievement. For now, he would seek out a small Sea King for transportation. Ron pondered, his gaze sweeping across the vast expanse of the sea, when suddenly he exclaimed in surprise, directing his attention towards the western horizon. In the distance, a faint shadow emerged on the water surface, and upon closer inspection, it was revealed not to be a marine creature, but rather a ship. A warship? Ron was slightly taken aback. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to fly towards the ship. However, after covering a certain distance, he realized that it was not a warship, but rather a pirate vessel, a ship that stirred a faint recollection within his memory. Was that the pirate ship from Amazon Lily? Upon recognizing the ship and its flag, a name and title sprang to mind: the Empress Boa Hancock. He never anticipated encountering her at such a juncture. Had this been in the past, he would likely have faced an assault. Ron halted, gazing at the pirate ship, a pensive expression adorning his features. It would be implausible to claim he harbored no thoughts about the pirate Empress. Yet to naively believe that flying over would lead to an enchanting encounter would be a gross overestimation. At this moment, venturing closer would only result in falling prey to Hancock's petrifying attack. Ron did not believe that a simple greeting could lead to love at first sight. That notion was absurd. Unless he could penetrate the inner psyche of the Empress or possessed a crystalline system, such a thing was improbable. Speaking of which, there was indeed an achievement in the interface that required him to conquer Amazon Lily. How could one possibly subjugate Amazon Lily? The options were either to eliminate the Empress through brutal suppression or to conquer her. There were no other alternatives. Just as Ron contemplated the pirate ships of Amazon Lily with uncertainty, his gaze suddenly shifted to another direction on the horizon. It appeared that he had encountered both the expected and the unexpected. Observing the approaching figure in the distance, Ron clicked his tongue, his expression and gaze gradually returning to tranquility. This was yet another member of the Shichibukai. While an encounter with the Empress Hancock was unforeseen, meeting this individual was anticipated. Their identity unmistakable. Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai. Chapter 121. Confronting Doflamingo. Lady Snake Princess. Lady Snake Princess. In a lavishly decorated room, a female warrior from Amazon Lily rushed in, visibly agitated. There are people on the sea ahead. Lady Snake Princess. People? Came the cold, icy voice, devoid of allure. Yet, a mere glance from its owner would leave anyone utterly entranced. At that moment, Hancock sat upon a chair draped in a vibrant red carpet, clad in a loose-fitting chipao, subtly revealing her fair skin and curves. Her long, ivory legs rested gracefully, and her brows bore a hint of indifference and pride. She cast a fleeting glance at the reporting warrior before turning her gaze to the window. This place should have been a windless zone, and given its considerable depth, the presence of a ship was unusual. Crucially, her subordinate had not mentioned a ship, but rather people. After a brief moment of surprise, she discerned the distinction in the words. Yes, the warrior replied, slightly anxious. There are 2 individuals, both seemingly capable of devil fruit powers. One of whom appears to be the Shichibukai, Doflamingo, infamous alongside you, Lady Snake Princess. The mention of a Shichibukai caused Hancock's brow to furrow slightly as she rose and proceeded outside. She had no intention of concerning herself with mere commoners. But the Shichibukai was a different matter altogether, especially encountering one in her territory. She was curious about their intentions. Upon reaching the deck, she found that numerous female warriors of Amazon Lily had already assembled in a line, their expressions tense as they gazed at the two figures on the distant sea. While they did not recognize Ron, they certainly recognized the other individual, Doflamingo, the Shichibukai, as Hancock's subordinate. The ordinary pirates paid little attention and felt no trepidation. However, Don Quixote Doflamingo was a formidable figure, akin to Hancock, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In this calm belt, they could encounter undesirable men. Hancock stepped onto the deck, casting her gaze toward the distant figures of Ron and Doflamingo, her expression revealing a hint of displeasure. Neither the men nor the warlords were company she wished to encounter. "What shall we do, dear sister? Should we drive them away?" Hancock's sister, Sander Sonia, whispered anxiously beside her. Another sister, Marigold, interjected, "They don't seem to be approaching us. Perhaps we should refrain from taking action, especially since they're warlords like you." "Sister," Hancock furrowed her brow. If Ron and Doflamingo drew nearer to the ship, it would likely exceed her threshold of patience, and she would not hesitate to take action to expel them, regardless of their status as warlords. However, at this distance they seemed somewhat remote, and both appeared to possess some form of flight capability, which she lacked. Thus, long-range attacks might prove ineffective. As Hancock pondered this while frowning at Ron and Doflamingo, Doflamingo finally positioned himself directly in front of Ron, towering above him from a higher vantage point. "What business do the warlords have with me?" he inquired. Ron paid little heed to the fact that Doflamingo held a position superior to his own. He calmly raised his gaze to meet the other S, finally confronting the one with whom he had established a grudge nearly a year prior. Doflamingo's strength was formidable, far surpassing that of Moria, and well beyond the capabilities of an ordinary vice-admiral. He was a being capable of rivaling the calamities under the command of the 4 emperors. However, Ron had no intention of fleeing immediately. Doflamingo's most potent ability lay in the awakening of the string fruit, which allowed him to transform everything around him into strings, manipulating them at will. Yet, they were at sea. Here, there was no space for Doflamingo to unleash the full potential of his awakened powers. Without the ability to utilize the string fruit to its fullest extent, Doflamingo's strength diminished significantly. Ron was keen to ascertain the true extent of Doflamingo's abilities. Unexpectedly, he found himself face to face with the famed pirate empress. "Ah, so you are Ron, are you?" Doflamingo remarked, casting a glance at the distant ship from Amazon Lily before turning his attention back to Ron. "Have you already forgotten? It seems you pilfered something from me that was never yours to take." Ron replied nonchalantly, "It is indeed a pity. If it were taken by you, it would rightfully belong to you. Conversely, if I were to take it, would it not then become mine? I'm rather curious as to how you managed to locate me." Ron was acutely aware that it was Virgo who had clandestinely informed Doflamingo of his presence. However, Virgo could only have reported that he had entered the doldrums. He had not created any life cards or the like. It was indeed curious how Doflamingo managed to locate him with such precision in this windless expanse. With his fingers curving, Doflamingo subtly manipulated nearly invisible, transparent threads at their tips. Gazing down at Ron, he remarked, "When one takes what does not belong to them, a price must be paid. As for how I found you, that is a lesson you shall learn in hell." As his words fell, Doflamingo's fingers suddenly spread apart, and with a swift motion of his right hand towards Ron, he declared, "Fallen miscreant line." Almost imperceptible to the naked eye, 5 slender threads surged forth with a sudden force, aiming to pierce Ron's very being in an instant. Ron maintained a serene demeanor. The moment Doflamingo's right hand exhibited any movement, he descended swiftly, while the core of the magical tower ascended. Clang! 5 delicate threads were instantaneously obstructed by the core of the magical tower, producing a sound akin to metal being scraped, after which all fell silent. Although the immense chunk of sea prism stone he bore was a burden, it served a protective purpose, at least against Doflamingo. Unless he exerted his utmost effort and employed armament hockey, it was unlikely he could leave a mark on the sea prism stone. Constructing the core of the magical tower predominantly from sea prism stone rendered it impervious to destruction. Doflamingo's attack was thwarted by the colossal stone beneath Ron, causing his brow to furrow in surprise as he inquired, "Sea prism stone?" Although his string fruit attack was not particularly formidable, it could leave a mark even on steel. To completely resist it without a trace could only be attributed to sea prism stone. Indeed, Ron spoke calmly, his wand flickering slightly in his hand. In an instant, 6 golden beams of light ensnared Doflamingo's body, immobilizing him in midair. The technique was known as 6-fold light prison, as Doflamingo found himself confined in place. A frown creased his brow. He had indeed received reports from Virgo regarding Ron's capabilities, and during their confrontation, he had already activated his observation haki. However, to his astonishment, despite utilizing this ability and foreseeing Ron's impending move, he found himself utterly unable to evade the attack. With a mere flick of his wand, Ron rendered his opponent helpless. The trajectory of the attack utterly undetectable. An unavoidable assault? After only a single exchange with Ron, Doflamingo began to comprehend the frustration experienced by Baron Egg and others who had perished at Ron's hands. Even with the use of Kinbunchika haki to anticipate Ron's impending strike, he found himself powerless, for the Six Rods Prison of Light was an inescapable confinement. Once unleashed, it was guaranteed to hit, leaving no room for evasion. Even possessing spatial abilities, he could only shift alongside the constraining pillars of light, and unless he shattered all 6 pillars entirely, his movements would remain perpetually restricted. He had intended to evade Ron's capabilities, yet found himself ensnared, and in the unexpected turn of events, Doflamingo was unable to immediately shatter the bindings of the Six Rods prison with all his might. He was entirely inexperienced in combat against the sorcerer. Ron gazed at his second spell, now fully prepared, as an inexplicable phrase floated through his mind. Hesitation leads to defeat. With a hum, he waved his wand, and in the next instant, a chilling aura enveloped the world, freezing the ocean's surface within a radius of several hundred meters. 3 towering columns of frigid air spiraled outwards, converging around the imprisoned Doflamingo, who was ensnared by the 6 powers of light. Ice Dragon Dance. Chapter 122. The Empress's Astonishment. Alas, Doflamingo did not immediately break free from the bindings of the 6 powers of light. As he sensed the sudden drop in temperature around him, his expression turned grave upon witnessing the 3 colossal waves of cold approaching. Concentrating his haki, he exerted his arms with all his might. Crack! Crack! The 6 light pillars emitted a cacophony of shattering sounds, developing numerous fissures, yet they did not completely shatter. Unable to escape the confines of the 6 powers of light in an instant, Doflamingo found himself with no time to evade the oncoming frigid torrents and could only brace himself with a stoic expression. Boom! Before the astonished gazes of the female warriors of Nine Snake Island, the 3 surging cold currents converged at the center, merging into a single force before erupting violently. They recognized Doflamingo as one of the 7 warlords, yet they were unaware of Ron's identity. Witnessing the brief confrontation between Ron and Doflamingo, they were left in awe. Who was that man? He managed to suppress Doflamingo, another warlord alongside Lady Hancock. Sandersonia and Marigold could not contain their astonishment. There were indeed many unknown strong individuals upon these seas. Hancock sat atop the head of the monstrous serpent, Salome, observing the battlefield where Ron and Doflamingo clashed. Her tone indifferent, betraying no change in her expression. No one believed Doflamingo could be defeated in a single blow. Indeed, it was impossible for him to be vanquished so easily, even by a 3rd-tier ice spell. As the chill dissipated, at the center of the hundreds of meters of frozen sea, a towering spire of ice stood majestically, with Doflamingo's figure perched atop, encased within. Crack! Crack! In the next moment, a fissure appeared on his forehead, followed by the resounding shatter of the surrounding ice, as he suddenly burst forth from the icy tower. Is this truly your most formidable attack? Doflamingo raised his arm, remnants of ice clinging to his fingers. He flexed his 5 digits a couple of times, shaking off the frost, and cast his gaze towards Ron. Observing that Doflamingo appeared merely stiffened by the cold, with no visible frostbite, Ron sighed inwardly, not particularly surprised. Doflamingo's mastery of haki far surpassed that of Baron Egg. His formidable armament haki, coupled with the instantaneous severing of part of the cold current by his strings, mitigated the onslaught of the icy storm. The ice dragon's swirling strike inflicted hardly any significant damage. Doflamingo had withstood the most potent magic, and Ron began to comprehend the chasm that lay between himself and beings of Doflamingo's caliber. Moria, in contrast, was merely a pseudo-strongman. Despite possessing commendable abilities capable of devouring 1,000 shadows to unleash an island-shattering blow, his flaws and weaknesses were glaringly apparent, to the extent that he could not even command that power effectively. Doflamingo, however, truly belonged to the ranks of the formidable in this vast ocean, exhibiting extraordinary prowess in both observation haki and armament haki, with his devil fruit abilities awakened to their fullest potential and combat techniques that were exquisitely meticulous. He had virtually no weaknesses. Before mastering 4th-tier magic, it would be exceedingly challenging for Ron to contend with an entity of Doflamingo's stature. Even in a war of attrition, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. The unavoidable constraints on movement and the ability to manipulate ice made Doflamingo's capabilities intriguing. Yet Ron still lacked the requisite strength to traverse these waters with confidence. Doflamingo looked down on Ron, his tone devoid of mockery, yet imbued with an air of superiority. "You cannot defeat a king." As his words echoed, Doflamingo clenched his right hand, summoning a whip, thick as a finger, intricately woven from countless fine threads, which he then lashed down upon Ron with startling speed. In the blink of an eye, it descended upon Ron's head, cleaving the ice-locked sea within a radius of several hundred meters in twain, splitting the vast expanse of water that stretched nearly 1,000 meters apart with a single strike. Crack! Crack! In an instant, Ron unfurled the spirit ball, only for it to be met with a devastating blow from Doflamingo, resulting in countless fractures before it ultimately shattered. The overwhelming whip descended relentlessly, but above Ron's head, a layer of ice shield materialized, swiftly followed by another 9 layers, each overlapping the last. The sound of shattering ice filled the air, fragments scattering in all directions, as only 3 layers of the ice shield remained. The seemingly unstoppable, overwhelming whip was finally brought to a halt, unable to descend any further. Though the whip hung perilously close to Ron's head, he did not flinch. His gaze locked with Doflamingo's from afar. The ocean had been cleaved asunder, a display of power akin to that of the 7 warlords of the sea. Much like the Serpent Princess herself, the female warriors of Nine Snake Island, previously awed by Ron's third-tier magic, now gazed in astonishment at Doflamingo's strike. While many were taken aback, Hancock maintained her calm demeanor, observing the distant battlefield with an indifferent gaze. However, in the next moment, Hancock, who had remained unmoved by the clash between Ron and Doflamingo, exhibited a change in expression for the first time, revealing her surprise. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, Doflamingo, wielding the overwhelming whip, also underwent a transformation in expression, his previously commanding demeanor shifting as a flicker of unexpected emotion crossed his eyes. Crack! Crack! Between Ron and Doflamingo, a barely visible black lightning began to intertwine in the void. The shockwave generated in an instant swept across the shattered ice, carrying countless shards in all directions, causing the sea beneath to roil and surge. Many of the female warriors aboard the Nine-Snake ship instantly rolled their eyes back, collapsing like a cascade of dominoes. "Conqueror's Haki!" Doflamingo and Hancock exclaimed in astonishment almost simultaneously. Doflamingo was taken aback by Ron's possession of Conqueror's Haki, while Hancock was surprised to realize that both Doflamingo and Ron possessed the same ability as her. "Conqueror's Haki? Perhaps," she mused with a hint of a smile. Ron cast a faint smile towards Doflamingo. As Doflamingo unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, Ron reciprocated with a mental shock of his own. In the midst of this intense clash, the difference between the two forces was nearly indistinguishable. Conqueror's Haki? Merely a form of mental shock. Ron roughly comprehended the concept of kingly qualifications. Those who are innately endowed with the Conqueror's Haki possess a spirit and willpower that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Indeed, this embodies the essence of a ruler's qualifications. After all, in this world, there exists no system for nurturing the spirit. It is only through relentless battles that one can enhance their resolve, ultimately awakening and mastering the ability to wield spiritual impact. Ron harbored no intention of elucidating these matters, and his assumption of possessing the Conqueror's Haki was, in essence, not entirely erroneous. Chapter 123. A warning with a resounding boom. Black lightning intertwined in the void, ultimately fracturing completely and transforming into a surging wave of energy that swept in all directions. Concurrently, as the clash of the Conqueror's Haki reached its conclusion, Ron's form abruptly descended, plunging into the depths of the sea with a resounding splash. On the other side, the realization struck. This fellow also possessed the Conqueror's Haki. And was he not a mere ability user? How could he have plunged into the ocean? Was this an act of suicide? In mere moments, a series of unexpected developments left Doflamingo in a state of sheer astonishment, his movements frozen in shock. At that very moment of Doflamingo's bewilderment, a strange force erupted violently from beneath the surface of the water, causing the sea to split instantaneously, unleashing several thick blades of wind that sliced through the water. This assault was not particularly potent, yet it was remarkably sudden, emerging from the depths that Doflamingo had scarcely anticipated, compounded by his momentary lapse in concentration. By the time he regained his wits, it was already too late to evade the attack, and even the activation of his armament Haki came too slowly. Swish, swish, swish. Several blades of wind intertwined, propelling Doflamingo into the air, soaring over 10 meters. As the tempest subsided, Doflamingo's countenance darkened significantly. His flamingo cloak lay tattered behind him, and his trousers were slashed, a faint trace of blood seeping through. Curse be it! Doflamingo seethed with rage. His fingers clenched tightly as he unleashed 5 threads that tore through the shattered ice surface, rending the ocean beneath as well, yet achieving nothing in the way of retaliation. The waters swiftly regained their tranquility, and Ron's figure vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a multitude of floating ice fragments, as if mocking his impotent fury. Damn it! Doflamingo refrained from further assault, his teeth clenched in anger as he glared at the sea below. His reason for personally coming here was the intelligence of Ron departing from the naval base, which he recognized as the optimal opportunity. He had even acquired some insights about Ron's abilities from Virgo beforehand. Yet, even with this knowledge, Ron's capabilities had exceeded his expectations. The most pivotal being Ron's ability to submerge himself and venture into the depths of the ocean. This was a scenario he had never contemplated. While there were indeed ability users capable of surviving underwater, such as fishmen who, despite being immobilized, could still breathe, or formidable beings like Big Mom and Kaido, whose very structures diverged fundamentally from that of humans, allowing them to avoid death upon submersion. However, Ron's situation transcended the mere question of survival. He could not only enter the depths, but also wield his abilities from beneath the waves, launching attacks with astonishing efficacy. This was utterly inconceivable. Were it not for this anomaly, he would not have been caught off guard at the last moment, sustaining a wound from Ron's windblade. A grave miscalculation. Doflamingo gradually suppressed his anger, yet his countenance remained exceedingly grim. Regardless of how Ron managed to venture into the depths of the sea and unleash his powers underwater, it signified that he could no longer eliminate Ron, unless he commanded a multitude of subordinates to corner Ron on a remote island. Denying him any opportunity to plunge into the water, it seemed the only one capable of capturing Ron beneath the waves would be Jinbe. However, Jinbe and he were not allies, nor did they share any collaborative relationship. Reflecting on this, Doflamingo clenched his fists again. Initially, he had not regarded Ron as a formidable adversary worthy of serious consideration. Yet now, Ron had undeniably evolved into an exceedingly troublesome entity, making it increasingly challenging for Doflamingo to take action against him. Moreover, that young brat possessed the Conqueror's haki. After tightening his fists, Doflamingo relaxed slightly, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He had always believed that Ron's enlistment in the Navy was not born of genuine intent, and it now appeared to be the case. How could one endowed with the Conqueror's haki possibly submit to the Navy and heed the commands of others? Ron will inevitably sever ties with the Navy. By that time, the Navy will surely find Ron's presence quite troublesome, even if they do not stand in opposition. Their relationship will undoubtedly become one of strangers. When a moment arrives for him to act against Ron, he will no longer need to concern himself with the Navy's issues, and perhaps he might even collaborate with them. With this thought, Doflamingo let out a chilling smile and cast a glance at the ship from Nine Snake Island, not far off, showing no intention of engaging with them as he moved away into the distance. On the other side, aboard the ship from Nine Snake Island, there were indeed only a few female warriors who had not succumbed to unconsciousness, each possessing the formidable Conqueror's haki akin to Hancock. Among them, Sandersonia, as Hancock's sister, had withstood Hancock's Conqueror's haki multiple times, granting her a degree of resistance. Nevertheless, a bead of sweat still formed on her forehead. Similarly, Marigold stared in disbelief at the direction Doflamingo had departed, her eyes reflecting a hint of incredulity. Conqueror's haki. Moreover, both individuals possessed it. While many powerful beings roamed these seas, few bore the Conqueror's haki. Each possessor of this extraordinary power holds the qualities of a king, regardless of their strength. They are destined to be anything but ordinary. Hancock stood there, observing Doflamingo's departure before casting a deep gaze at the now tranquil sea. She knew Doflamingo, yet Ron remained a stranger to her. However, after this encounter, she would remember that every wielder of Conqueror's haki is destined for greatness. Wake them up. We are returning to Nine Snake Island. Yes, sister. Meanwhile, on a certain stretch of the sea, a sudden surge of water erupted as Ron's figure shot up from beneath the surface. He glanced back at the direction from which he had come, chuckling softly. At last, I can relax for a while. This expedition to hunt sea kings was not without the intention of luring Doflamingo closer. Having experienced the battle with Moria and the appearance of Virgo, Ron understood that Doflamingo had been watching him, always seeking an opportunity to strike him down. Although Ron is fearless and possesses the capability to extricate himself unscathed, being covertly surveilled remains an unpleasant experience. His brief confrontation with Doflamingo served as a warning. urging him to cease any futile pursuits and stalking, for such actions are entirely devoid of significance. Indeed, to contend with a being like Doflamingo, the absence of fourth-tier magic proves insufficient. Ron floated upon the surface of the sea, gazing contemplatively at the waters below. Considering his previous encounters with the Sea Kings and the treacherous shipwreck, his total achievement points had now reached 87. Coupled with his consistent and disciplined training, his mental attributes had ascended to an impressive 143 points, reflecting a gradual yet steady enhancement of his overall strength. This unforeseen achievement of surviving a shipwreck had brought him significantly closer to the coveted 100-point milestone. Should reaching the 100-point mark yield the anticipated enhancement of his magical imprint, his mental attributes would experience a remarkable surge, potentially surpassing the 200-point threshold. Thereafter, mastering the fourth-tier elemental magic would solidify his status among the true elites. The pinnacle of the ocean no longer seemed distant. Chapter 124. Half a year following the subsequent hunts in the Windless Zone, no further unexpected occurrences transpired. Ron first subdued a medium-sized sea monarch, and then expended considerable effort to penetrate the body of a large sea monarch, ultimately managing to execute the kill from within. He then aspired to challenge a gigantic sea monarch, but before he could navigate through its nostrils or mouth, he was forcefully expelled by a torrent of water, compelling him to employ a spirit ball for defense. Despite multiple attempts, he was unable to breach its defenses, and he chose to abandon other potential entry points. Having successfully hunted a medium and a large sea monarch, he achieved the titles of professional hunter and capture specialist, earning himself 3 achievement points, which left Ron quite satisfied. This expedition yielded a total of 5 achievement points, bringing his overall total to 90, just 10 points shy of the coveted 100. With 4 or 5 more high-tier achievements, he would be nearing his goal. The monetary achievements were not an immediate concern. He was particularly interested in Navigator 4 and Navigator V, which required stepping foot on 40 and 50 different islands, respectively. These 2 achievements, while time-consuming, were relatively easy to attain. Additionally, there were just an itch and ultimate destruction maniac, which required the destruction of 10 medium ships and at least 1 large ship, as well as 30 medium ships and at least 3 large ships. Achieving these would be simple enough by wreaking havoc at a port, though it seemed rather unscrupulous. After all, the Navy's mission was to pursue pirates, making the destruction of pirate ships a rather fitting endeavor. Ron had previously disregarded the mission to hunt down pirates. However, upon his return to the division, he delved deeper into the intelligence regarding the pirates within the waters, intending to pursue achievements in both destruction and navigation simultaneously. Although this approach was somewhat time-consuming, it proved to be easily attainable. Furthermore, during his maritime journey, he could continue to explore the realm of magic. The wind magic had already been entrusted to Nami for research. Currently, Nami had surpassed Ron in the variety of second-tier wind magic she had mastered, with some of the second-tier spells being those he had learned from her. As for the other elemental magics, such as fire and ice, Nami had not pursued them, not due to a lack of interest, but rather because the wind and protection magics consumed a significant portion of her energy. Initially, Ron paid little attention to Nami's research. Although Nami had discovered some secondary wind magic that could serve practical purposes in daily life, it held little significance for him. However, Ron was taken aback when, 2 months later, Nami unexpectedly unveiled a groundbreaking discovery that astonished him. She had elucidated the fundamental principles of overlapping magical arrays. Ron had long been contemplating the potential of the energy source, certain that this form of magic could indeed be integrated with others. However, he remained at a loss as to how such integration might occur, and thus had not pursued the matter further, as he was not yet inclined to unveil the magical equipment. Meanwhile, Nami, having only mastered wind and guardian magic, had limited her research to these 2 branches, embarking on a journey that diverged sharply from Ron's. She discovered that runes could overlap. The concepts of overlapping and combining are fundamentally distinct. Combining involves intertwining runes into a cohesive whole on a single plane, while overlapping resembles a multi-layered magical array, forming a 3-dimensional configuration. This revelation catalyzed the complete realization of the magical tower. Previously, runes inscribed for wind, ice, and other elements, save for the eternal category, would dissipate after being released, unable to endure. Yet, when elemental runes overlapped with the eternal rune of the energy source, influenced by its enduring power, they coalesced into a singular entity. Thus emerged the Hurricane Tower, the Frost Tower, the Flame Tower, and a wondrous array of magical towers, bypassing the need for rune condensation, with merely a flick of a wand. These towers could be instantly activated to unleash their magic. Even Perona, who had little interest in learning any form of magic, found herself capable of effortlessly manipulating these towers to cast the corresponding spells after receiving a magical mark from Ron. If only he could acquire sufficient sea stone, or envisioning a scenario where he could erect numerous magical towers on an island, he could imagine Doflamingo soaring into the sky, only to be enveloped in a spectacular display of magic from dozens of third-tier spells. Regrettably, Ron's various endeavors had yielded only 6 pieces of raw ore from a navy, barely enough to construct 3 elemental towers. Ron crafted 2 artifacts, placing one upon the ship's deck and the other at the stern. The remaining 2 raw stones were fashioned into a conventional magic tower, formed by the overlapping of 2 sources of energy. This particular magic tower, with its dual energy sources, holds a lesser amount of energy compared to 2 separate core entities, yet it accumulates energy more swiftly and is significantly easier to control. Even Nami could manage it with some effort. These magic towers could be regarded as a form of magical equipment in their own right. The formidable heavy cannons of the Navy headquarters, while undeniably powerful, pale in comparison to the magic towers capable of unleashing third-tier spells. If one were to establish 100 or so of these magic towers at the Navy headquarters, a war would commence with a simultaneous barrage, enough to challenge even the 4 emperors of the pirate world. In fact, once the magic towers were created and Ron tested their might, the high-ranking officials of the Navy were promptly informed. Sengoku himself made a call to inquire about Ron's creation. Upon receiving the response that this weapon relies on a unique ability, and only he can wield it, Sengoku regretfully hung up the transponder snail. He had no doubts. Much like Gecko Moria, who commanded a zombie army through the powers of the Shadow fruit, it was evident that such an army could only be directed by him. Many others have also utilized their fruit abilities to forge unique weapons, with Paramecia-type fruit users capable of transforming into any weapon. However, due to their inability to be mass-produced and their singular usage, they fail to exert a significant influence over maritime powers. Only those like Dr. Vegapunk, who employs scientific methods to create a variety of mass-producible weapons and armaments, possess the potential to effect substantial change upon a navy. The upper echelons of the government received the same information, but their stance was akin to Sengoku's. Each devil fruit user possesses a unique ability. Unless one can create formidable weapons that ordinary individuals can wield and operate, capable of mass production, they would hold little value. The mere development of abilities is merely a personal asset and does not warrant excessive concern. Thus, several months passed in the blink of an eye, leading to the 20th year of the Great Pirate Era, a year that also marked Zoro's departure to sea. Unable to navigate his way back to his village due to his lack of direction, he chose to become a bounty hunter. Ron achieved the accomplishments of Voyager 4 and Voyager 5, thereby concluding this series, and he also completed the destruction category achievements, just a little Impulse and Ultimate Destroyer. With these 4 achievements, he garnered a total of 7 achievement points, leaving him a mere 3 points shy of the coveted 100-point mark. Chapter 125, Alabasta in the arid land of Alabasta. The town was besieged by a throng of pirates, their backs laden with numerous bags brimming with gold coins. Several of these marauders were busily transferring the coins into larger sacks. Nearby, a group of over a dozen terrified civilians squatted on the ground, clutching their heads in fear, while 4 or 5 armed pirates encircled them. In front of the multitude of pirates, nearly 100 guards of Alabasta stood in a tense standoff, brandishing spears and firearms, their expressions betraying their anxiety. "Release the hostages at once. You've already taken the money," cried a girl with azure hair, her fierce gaze fixed upon the pirates. She appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old, yet she faced a band of rogues with unwavering courage. However, her guards and the captain were visibly anxious, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads as they urged her, "Your Highness, this is perilous. Please step back. Leave the confrontation with the pirates to us." Despite their concerns, Vivi clenched her small fists and declared, "They have taken hostages. This cannot be resolved through mere force. With my father absent, it falls upon me to address this situation." The pirates, undeterred by the overwhelming presence of Alabasta's guards, showed no signs of fear. The pirate captain, grinning wickedly, brandished his broadsword and remarked, "We have indeed amassed a considerable sum, but these are merely plundered coins. How much do you think the lives of these hostages are worth?" Vivi, gritting her teeth, stepped forward and implored, "Alabasta is a destitute nation. We possess no wealth to give you. Please release the hostages and depart." The pirate captain, squinting at Vivi, scoffed, "In such a vast country, to claim there is no money is hard to believe. By the way, you seem to be the princess of this nation, correct?" "Indeed," replied the 14-year-old Vivi, her voice steady as she faced the pirates. What must you have for their release? The captain chuckled darkly. Did I not already mention? We seek only gold. There are 14 of them. If each pays 10 million beri, they may be freed. If you cannot produce the funds, there is little I can do for you, young princess. Ha ha ha. As the words of the pirate captain echoed in the air, a multitude of guards surged onto the street, joining the earlier contingent to form a formidable barrier of nearly 200 to 300 soldiers. Upon witnessing the reinforcements, Vivi turned her gaze towards the pirate captain and spoke earnestly. You see, our forces here vastly outnumber yours, and further reinforcements will continue to arrive. I trust you do not wish to commence a battle here. In exchange for the safe release of the hostages, you may depart without harm. Her resolute and unwavering tone belied her tender age of 14, earning her the silent admiration of the nearby captain of the guards and others. This was indeed the Princess of Alabasta. Though King Cobra had no prince, Princess Vivi's poise and courage were certainly worthy of the throne, poised to govern this nation in the future. At her words, the pirate captain's expression darkened. He surveyed the ranks of guards surrounding them, let out a disdainful snort, and pressed his knife against the throat of one hostage, menacingly declaring, Are you threatening us? No, it is not a threat, merely a statement of fact, Vivi replied, her heart racing as she noted the blade's proximity to the civilian's neck. Nonetheless, she maintained her steady composure. Simultaneously, the musketeers and the guard aimed their firearms at the pirates. The captain narrowed his eyes, assessing the array of weapons pointed at him and his crew. While he was not particularly intimidated by the 200 to 300 men, he understood that a skirmish would inevitably lead to casualties, especially with the constant arrival of reinforcements. Damn it, this has dragged on for too long. Releasing the hostages and allowing you to pass is something I cannot easily agree to. We hold 15 hostages. Even if we were to kill 1 or 2, you would not dare act, would you? Do not threaten me. The pirate captain snarled, pressing his foot against the back of the terrified civilian and forcing him down, the blade now resting perilously against the man's neck. Stop it, Vivi commanded with authority. The captain glanced at her, then at the frightened civilian beneath his boot, and suddenly broke into a grin, saying, What a considerate princess you are. So eager to save your people. Why not swap places and let you become the hostage instead? If you lack the funds, it seems you place little value on their lives. But if it were the princess's life on the line, I suspect the stakes would be quite different, wouldn't they? Ha! The first part of his statement nearly provoked the guards to interject, but the latter half transformed the expressions of all present, including the deputy officer of the royal guard, Bell, who had arrived on the scene. These wretched pirates. Bell clenched his fists, fury evident in his eyes. The dissemination of such statements, even if most would not believe them, would undoubtedly cast a shadow over Vivi and the kingdom. Vivi was acutely aware of this reality. Observing the fearful expressions of the dozen or so civilians, she bit her lip and stepped forward, declaring, Very well. I shall be your hostage. No, exclaimed the guards in unison, their voices filled with alarm. Even Vice Officer Bell joined in, breaking through the crowd to assert, Your Highness Vivi, this is unacceptable. I cannot allow you to do this. I shall serve as the hostage. I am the Vice Officer of Alabasta's Guard. As he spoke, he moved toward the pirates. Seeing this, the pirate captain scoffed, drawing a thin line of blood across the civilian's neck with his blade. The Vice Officer of the Guard? You would make a pitiful hostage. Perhaps you possess some hidden abilities and intend to launch an ambush? Stay right where you are. Bell's face hardened, halting in his tracks. Noticing this, Vivi inhaled deeply, stepping past Bell to stand before the group of pirates. I will be the hostage. Release the others. Though she exhibited a determination far beyond her years, her voice quivered slightly, for she faced fearsome pirates, and it was impossible to be devoid of trepidation. Yet she knew she must conquer her fears. The pirate captain, taken aback by Vivi's boldness, had initially intended to undermine the princess, recognizing her popularity among the people. He had not anticipated that she would genuinely approach as a bargaining chip. The princess seems quite sensible. Indeed, he chuckled. After a moment of surprise, the captain grinned widely, kicking a civilian away while seizing Vivi and pushing her back, prompting several pirates to draw their swords. Although he regarded the young princess with newfound respect, his nature as a pirate left no room for mercy. With swords pressed against her neck and others aimed at her back, Vivi's hands trembled slightly. Nevertheless, she suppressed her fear and insisted, I have come. Now release the other hostages. Chapter 126. The Appearance of Ron Ha. As you wish, the pirate captain remarked, surveying Vivi with a grin. With the princess in hand, the other hostages are of no consequence. Let them all leave. He continued, by the way, many are pointing guns at me and my men. Aren't they? Such toys are far too dangerous. They're not fit for them. Have them all lower their weapons. The captain's mocking gaze swept across the crowd. Even if all heads are targeted simultaneously, should one sword merely brush against you, this princess shall meet her end. His words darkened the expressions of all the guards. Bell clenched his fists even tighter, gritting his teeth as he commanded, "Lower all guns." Vivi exchanged hostages, trading one for over a dozen. Although this appeared advantageous at first glance, rescuing a multitude simultaneously proved far more complicated than saving a lone individual. However, the crux of the matter lay in Vivi's identity as the Princess of Alabasta. In the wake of such a heinous incident, any injury, let alone death, would be a grave dereliction of duty for the kingdom's royal guard. With the guards lowering their firearms, the pirate captain chuckled and remarked, "Please make way. This location is rather precarious. I would not want any conflict to cause harm to your esteemed princess. Let us discuss the matter of hostages at the port. Having kidnapped Princess Vivi, do you truly believe you can leave here unscathed? Release her at once." A soldier among the guards shouted, unable to contain his anger. The pirate captain merely scoffed, brandishing his knife menacingly near Vivi's cheek, silencing all the soldiers, who clenched their fists in trepidation. For the moment, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Bell, his voice low, fixed his gaze on the adversaries, seeking an opportunity to spring into action and rescue Vivi. Once she was freed, the ensuing battle would be inevitable. Yet, Bell's countenance darkened as he observed that Vivi had been placed squarely in the center, with more than 3 swords aimed at her, leaving no room for error or chance. These were seasoned pirates, adept at hostage-taking, their vigilance alarmingly high. This was no impulsive act. Soon, the pirates, along with Vivi, made their way to the seaside, where their ship awaited not far off. Under duress, the guards could only watch helplessly as the pirates led Vivi aboard their vessel. The pirate captain, relaxing his demeanor, turned to the assembled guards and proclaimed, "A princess of the realm is worth no less than 500 million berries. Wouldn't you agree? I'll grant you half a day to procure this sum, and in return, you shall have your princess." 500 million? Bell exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. The previous hostages were worth a mere 150 million combined. Such an exorbitant amount is simply unattainable. The pirate captain laughed derisively. The worth of commoners pales in comparison to that of a princess. This is a voluntary exchange for hostages. You, Alabasta, a nation of such magnitude, cannot possibly claim to be unable to gather a paltry 500 million berries? Spare me your nonsense. Even if the treasury is empty, you could easily collect from a few hundred or thousand households. You have half a day's time. After that, prepare to retrieve your princess in a coffin. Bell ground his teeth in frustration upon hearing the pirate captain's words. You scoundrel. Although the adversaries are exceedingly shameless, they presently possess no alternative means. Without a collective effort from the citizens, the treasury, which is devoid of funds, cannot possibly yield such an exorbitant sum. However, to truly gather 500 million, many families would have to deplete their savings accumulated over years. If this band of pirates were to escape, the repercussions would be dire and unbearable. What should be done? The salvation of Vivi would undoubtedly be the optimal solution. Yet even though the captors have relaxed their vigilance aboard the ship, 2 swords remain poised at her throat, complicating any attempt at rescue. 500 million? How could that be feasible? Vivi, bound to the mast by a rope, glared defiantly at the pirate captain, asserting, "You demanded 150 million for the previous hostage. Thus, in exchange for me, it should also be 150 million. This exorbitant increase to 500 million is unacceptable." "Oh, so the young princess wishes to embrace death?" The pirate captain turned his head, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "You appear to be merely 14 or 15 years old. At such a tender age, there are myriad experiences you have yet to encounter. Can you truly cast aside all and resolve to meet your demise?" Upon hearing the captain's words, Vivi's eyes widened as she endeavored to glare back, but the tremors of fear caused tears to well at the corners of her eyes. It was not solely fear that gripped her, it was also regret and guilt. Had she not been willing to exchange hostages, the ransom would have remained at 150 million berries, but now the situation had grown far more precarious. Should she refuse, she would face death. Death! Could she muster the courage to accept such a fate? Despite her bravery in standing against the pirates, the thought of impending death made her heart quake with trepidation. As tears streamed down her cheeks, a sigh echoed through the air. "You took a bit too long. Now look, you made the princess cry." "Who?" The pirate captain, momentarily taken aback, turned sharply towards the voice, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Vivi, too, paused and tilted her head in curiosity. There, on the rail of the pirate ship, stood an unexpected figure. Clad in an aristocratic outfit and draped in a white wizard's cloak, he brandished a slender red wand, twirling it deftly as he approached the deck. Stop right there. Though the pirate captain was baffled by how Ron had come to be on the ship, he quickly regained his composure, brandishing his broad-bladed knife at Vivi while threatening Ron. However, Ron remained unfazed. With a flick of his finger, 6 golden beams of light suddenly manifested, ensnaring the pirate captain and rendering him immobile, unable to take a single step. This fellow is a devil fruit user. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the pirates drastically altered. Some noticed that Ron continued his advance toward Vivi, and a flash of fierce intent momentarily crossed their faces. One pirate, gripping his sword, lunged ferociously toward Vivi's chest. A strike to that area would inflict severe injury, yet would not result in immediate death. The sudden emergence of Ron, a formidable ability user, had already rendered their captain incapacitated, instilling a palpable sense of threat among them. It was imperative that Ron be made to hesitate. As the sharp blade approached her chest, Vivi's eyes widened in alarm, a flicker of panic flashing within their depths. She yearned to evade the impending strike, but found herself bound and immobile. Just as the sword appeared poised to pierce her, it unexpectedly halted mid-air, along with the pirate wielding it, who became frozen in place. Ron brought his left index and middle fingers together and casually waved to the left, sending the pirate wielding a sword flying outwards. With a flick to the right, the 3 pirates on that side were hurled across the deck, colliding against the ship's railing. Following this, he snapped his fingers, and the ropes binding Vivi snapped in two. Chapter 127, Colonel. Due to the constant state of anxiety and fear since the exchange of hostages, compounded by thirst and hunger, Vivi wobbled unsteadily the moment the ropes broke, staggering towards the ship's planks. However, before she could fall, a gentle force caught her. It was not a physical arm reaching out, but an invisible, palpable power, undoubtedly Ron's emanating psychic energy, often referred to as psychokinesis. Apart from the initial pirate captain who, fearing his psychokinesis would not suffice, had resorted to the 6 rods prison of light, the other pirates were easily subdued by Ron's externalized psychic energy alone. Now, Ron's total psychic strength had reached an impressive 159 points. Although there was no explosive enhancement upon surpassing the 150-point mark, a significant overall increase was evident, and his externalized psychic energy had grown stronger. He could manage minor adversaries without resorting to magic. In contrast to employing magic, this understated display was undoubtedly more imposing. Infuriated, the pirate captain, bound by the 6 rods prison of light, roared in frustration, muscles straining as he struggled, yet he could not budge the 6 pillars of light. His rage was swiftly replaced by fear. Who are you? We can share the ransom for this princess. Ron cast a glance at the pirate captain who was still attempting to win him over, a bemused smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Share the ransom? You wish to divide the ransom of a princess with the Navy? The Navy. The pirate captain's expression faltered, disbelief etching his features as he regarded Ron. This young fellow was, indeed, a member of the Navy, yet he bore no naval insignia. Nevertheless, having uttered such words, he must truly belong to the Navy. Regrettably, I am merely on a private venture this time, without any companions, and I am not inclined to undertake the cumbersome task of escorting you to the nearest naval base. Ron softly addressed the pirate captain, his right hand gesturing as if to grasp the air. The sea surged violently beneath the ship, rising around Ron and swiftly coalescing into a multitude of ice swords, suspended ominously in all directions. Oh no, we must flee. The sight sent a wave of panic among the pirates, who quickly realized that Ron's prowess far exceeded their capabilities. With trembling voices, they attempted to scatter in terror. Yet, it was already too late. All those who sought escape found their feet rooted to the spot, ensnared by Ron's mental force. In an instant, dozens of ice swords pierced through the air, striking at the pirates with lethal precision. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In mere moments, the multitude of pirates, including their captain, was impaled by the icy blades. Observing this scene, Vivi gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth with her hand. She then turned to Ron, recalling his earlier words, and asked, So, are you a naval officer? Indeed. Ron nodded gently, offering a soft smile towards Vivi, and spoke, I am Rear Admiral Ron of the G7 branch, responsible for maintaining order in the nearby waters, including Alabasta. Over the past 6 months, Ron's position had evolved. He had been promoted from a brigadier general commanding the T-72 division to Rear Admiral of the G7 branch. Typically, a Rear Admiral serves as the aide to the branch commander, assisting in the management of base affairs. However, upon joining the G7, Ron had engaged in a friendly exchange with the Rear Admiral, which led him to focus solely on the pursuit of pirates thereafter. His encounter with Vivi in Alabasta was purely coincidental. Initially, he intended to discreetly assess the extent of Crocodile's influence over Alabasta, but fate intervened when he found Vivi being kidnapped by pirates. Consequently, he abandoned his covert investigation and acted decisively to rescue her. Rear Admiral. Vivi's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Ron's words. The ease with which he dispatched an entire ship of pirates indicated that he was no ordinary naval officer. However, his youthfulness was startling, leaving her to wonder if he was jesting. The rank of Rear Admiral, in her understanding, was just beneath that of Admiral, representing a genuine high-ranking officer within Navy. Such a young Rear Admiral made her question the veracity of his claim, but Ron's demeanor suggested he was not in the mood for jesting, deepening her incredulity. Princess Vivi. At that moment, numerous guards from Alabasta surged onto the pirate ship, led by Lieutenant Bell, who rushed forward to check on Vivi's well-being. After confirming she was unharmed, he cast a wary glance towards Ron. Ron smiled at Vivi, his psychic energy brushing against her. This time, I am traveling privately, so there is no need to disclose my identity. Hearing the voice resonate directly in her mind, Vivi momentarily stared blankly at Ron, but she quickly regained her composure and replied, "Thank you very much." Bell's vigilance gradually faded, revealing a look of gratitude as he bowed to Ron. "Thank you for saving Her Highness the Princess. I am truly grateful. It was the least I could do. No need for formalities." Ron smiled, his gaze casually sweeping over the distant crowd and buildings along the shore, a glimmer of light flickering deep within his eyes. Was that presence he sensed earlier truly him? Crocodile, the sand alligator. Had he not arrived, the scene might have unfolded into a tale of Crocodile emerging as a hero, rescuing Princess Vivi, vanquishing this band of pirates, and subsequently claiming the bounty. In such a scenario, Crocodile's heroic image would undoubtedly be solidified, and the year-long drought and escalating chaos in Alabasta would never be attributed to him. Although his intention for coming was to bring down Crocodile, having rescued Vivi, it would be prudent to first expose Crocodile's nefarious schemes, providing ample justification for his demise. In the Alabasta Palace, King Cobra, now aware of the events that transpired, felt a sense of relief for Vivi's composure and bravery. However, he could not refrain from reproaching her. Using herself as a bargaining chip for her own rescue was hardly commendable. Nevertheless, despite her somewhat reckless decision, the audacity displayed by Princess Vivi is a quality that few royals could ever hope to rival. Ron observed Kabla reprimanding Vivi and couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, he believed Vivi had been kidnapped, but upon learning the specifics of the situation, he found himself admiring her. After all, she was a princess raised in the palace, and it was not the common folk who could make such decisions in that kind of scenario. One could only commend her. At that moment, Vivi was merely 14 years old. Sighing, Kabla responded to Ron's remark, "Indeed, but if something were to happen to you, Vivi, what would become of this nation?" Vivi playfully stuck out her tongue and blinked, replying, "Then you should just have another wise prince." Kabla shot her a disapproving glance. Reflecting on the untimely death of Vivi's mother and the current turmoil within the kingdom, Kabla sighed again, feeling disheartened and devoid of any constructive thoughts. Chapter 128. The root of the problem. As night fell, Kabla naturally invited Ron to the banquet, where they briefly discussed various issues concerning the kingdom of Alabastan. Kabla's most pressing concern was the prolonged drought that had persisted for an entire year, coupled with the rising unrest among the populace, which had led to several instances of civil disturbance. The agitated citizens were even beginning to form rebel factions. Although the situation was still manageable, it was evident that prolonged tension would inevitably lead to chaos. Resolving these issues seemed deceptively simple. A torrential downpour would suffice, but as a mere mortal, Kabla was not endowed with divine powers and had no way of predicting when the rain would arrive. A year without rain. Ron pondered for a moment and remarked, "After all, this is a desert nation. While it is somewhat peculiar for a prolonged absence of rain, it is not entirely incomprehensible. However, the occurrence of multiple uprisings within a single year is indeed rather extraordinary." Ron was fully aware that the machinations behind all of this were orchestrated by Crocodile manipulating the Baroque works. However, he refrained from stating this outright, and instead highlighted the crux of the issue. Indeed, Cobra furrowed his brow, remarking that under normal circumstances, such unrest should not occur. Yet now, not only had riots erupted, but a considerable number of citizens also harbored doubts regarding my alleged clandestine use of dancing powder. Vivi interjected, stating that the people of Alabasta are quite simple and honest. Their plight stems merely from a year without rain, a situation that had arisen many years prior. With collective effort, they had successfully navigated such adversities before. Ron pondered for a moment and said, "Fortunately, I have no pressing matters at hand. An Alabastan falls within my jurisdiction. I shall investigate this matter tomorrow." Upon hearing Ron's words, Kablat displayed a hint of delight and replied, "Are you truly willing to assist, Mr. Ron? I am profoundly grateful." Ron holds the esteemed position of Rear Admiral in the Navy's G7 branch, a fact that Vivi has already conveyed to him. His understanding of the Navy surpasses Vivi's, as he is aware that above the Rear Admiral, there exists the rank of Vice Admiral stationed at the base, as well as the Vice Admirals at headquarters. Nevertheless, this rank remains exceedingly prestigious. Moreover, the pivotal aspect is Ron's youth, at merely around 20 years of age. Such a young Rear Admiral is likely destined to become a commanding figure within the Navy in the future. The assistance of Ronkin is undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Although Alabasta is one of the nations under the aegis of the world government and enjoys the protection of the Navy, the latter is solely responsible for repelling pirates and refrains from intervening in domestic affairs. Issues such as internal chaos and riots can indeed be addressed by the Navy, but this necessitates a considerable military expenditure. Moreover, for a high-ranking officer like Vice Admiral Ronkin, the costs involved are quite substantial, far beyond what the currently tumultuous state of Alabasta can readily afford. Ron has now graciously agreed to assist, evidently in a personal capacity. Thus, he will not demand military fees from the Navy. "I am profoundly grateful." Vivi, with her sparkling eyes, rose from her seat and bowed deeply to Ron in heartfelt appreciation. As a princess of the kingdom, such a gesture of courtesy is indeed quite solemn. There is no need for such formality. Ron smiled and remarked, "After all, it is my duty to uphold the peace of this world. Moreover, Princess Vivi's performance today has truly been remarkable." Upon receiving Ron's compliment, Vivi displayed a hint of bashfulness, her cheeks tinged with a delightful blush. Kabira chuckled heartily and responded, "Oh, not at all. It was rather reckless, engaging in tasks unbefitting a princess. Yet, Ron, at such a young age, you have already risen to the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy. I dare say there is no one among your generation of naval talent more exceptional than you." Kabira had yet to delve deeply into Ron's accomplishments, but the fact that such a young Rear Admiral effortlessly vanquished pirates to rescue Vivi spoke volumes about his undeniable brilliance. He was simply fulfilling his responsibilities. Ron chuckled and remarked, "There are no naval bases stationed in Alabasta. I shall trouble you tonight to provide accommodation." "That is easily arranged," Kabira replied with a smile, promptly instructing a nearby attendant. The ensuing banquet returned to light-hearted conversation, yet Ron sensed an oddity in Kabira's demeanor that piqued his curiosity. Reflecting on Kabira's future endeavors, particularly his relentless pursuit of a suitable son-in-law for his daughter, it became apparent that had Vivi been a few years older, Kabira might have attempted to play matchmaker. How perceptive he was! He recognized the extraordinary potential of this future archmage, a fact he did not deliberately obscure. Indeed, an abundance of talent can often lead to such vexations. Although Vivi was merely 14, her keen intellect quickly discerned Kabira's peculiar attitude, leading her to a subtle realization that cast an unusual atmosphere over the gathering. Ron saved her, and he was a remarkably young admiral whose appearance aligned with her aesthetic preferences. It would be impossible to claim that she felt no affection toward him. However, given that this was merely their first encounter and that she was only 14, she could not help but wonder what her father was thinking. After the banquet, Vivi fled in disarray, unable to cope with the peculiar atmosphere. In comparison, she found it much easier to face pirates during the day. Cobra, too, felt somewhat helpless. He had only entertained the slightest notion and had not made any overtly suggestive remarks. Yet Vivi was far too astute. "Vivi, please take Ron to his accommodations," Cobra said, as he observed Vivi attempting to escape the palace. Reluctantly, Vivi halted, finding it difficult to meet Ron's gaze, and said, "Mr. Ron, please follow me." "Very well." Ron nodded, smiling as he bid farewell to Kabura and followed Vivi. The 14-year-old Vivi bore a striking resemblance to the 16-year-old Vivi etched in Ron's memory. She appeared to be a quintessential young lady, adorned in a pink dress as she walked ahead under the night sky, presenting a scene worthy of admiration. Akin to a picturesque wallpaper, Vivi remained silent, walking briskly, soon leading Ron to an unoccupied palace. The room had been tidied up, with a bed and sofa ready for use. "Rest well. If you need anything, you may call the guards outside," she said. After their journey, Vivi seemed to have regained her composure, flashing a charming smile at Ron before waving and turning to leave. At that moment, however, Ron suddenly called out to her, "Wait a moment." "Huh?" Vivi halted, turning halfway around, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes as she looked at Ron. "Cool mean, I have something to discuss with you." "Eh, Vivi opened her mouth, staring at Ron, standing in the doorway. As thoughts raced through her mind, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and her gaze turned anxious. What did he want to say? Was he inviting her inside? Should she decline? But what if he became upset if she did? A whirlwind of chaotic thoughts filled Vivi's mind, leaving her feeling slightly dizzy. Chapter 129. Learn magic with me ultimately. Vivi could not bring herself to refuse, and, feeling somewhat dazed, stepped into Ron's room. Regardless of the outcome, she felt compelled to hear what Ron had to say. Even if he were to express an intention to pursue her, she was uncertain of how to respond. Yet, the situation unfolded in a manner entirely contrary to Vivi's expectations. Ron regarded Vivi with a peculiar expression, instantly grasping the thoughts swirling in the young girl's mind. He found it somewhat amusing, yet refrained from teasing her, opting instead to share his insights. Are you suggesting that the riot was incited maliciously? Although Vivi had already begun to entertain such a notion, she could not help but exclaim in surprise upon hearing Ron's words, and her previous chaotic thoughts were swiftly dispelled. Ron nodded and remarked, in truth, my arrival in Alabasta was neither coincidental nor fortuitous. I came here with a specific purpose, albeit in a personal capacity. During my tenure in the Navy, while investigating a pirate hunter organization, I inadvertently stumbled upon some clandestine intelligence indicating that this organization appears to be plotting something. Upon delving deeper into the matter, I discovered that they had recently incited the citizens of Alabasta, igniting a minor insurrection. Vivi, who had harbored some suspicions, became utterly convinced upon hearing Ron's words. With a serious expression, she inquired, So, what about that organization? Ron nodded at her and said, It is called the Baroque Workshop. Vivi repeated the name, recalling that she had heard it before, though she had not paid much attention to it, leaving her with only a faint impression. She furrowed her brow and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, Why would this organization engage in such activities? That is a question only you can investigate, came the reply. Ron let out a sigh in her direction. Vivi looked at Ron in astonishment and asked why. Mr. Ron, did you not come specifically for this matter? Ron shook his head and said, My purpose in coming here is merely to inform you of this matter, as it pertains to the Baroque works. Due to my identity, I cannot intervene. The leader of Baroque works is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the Navy is prohibited from interfering in the affairs of the warlords, including investigations into their organizations. Upon hearing Ron's words, Vivi was momentarily taken aback. The 7 warlords of the sea, although her knowledge of maritime affairs was limited, she was well aware of the 2 formidable forces dominating the New World, the 4 emperors and the warlords allied with the government. She took a deep breath, her expression shifting as she processed the information. After accepting the news, she turned to Ron once more and spoke with utmost seriousness. Which warlord is it? Crocodile. The sand alligator, he replied. Ron spoke calmly. Upon hearing his words, Vivi's pupils instinctively contracted as she exclaimed, Crocodile? Impossible, it cannot be him. Crocodile had arrived in this country a year prior, and had since been occupied with dealing with the pirates invading its borders, having resolved far more pirate threats than the kingdom's guards.